Chapter 1. The journey begins with a blind Douluo. As dawn broke, the first rays of light cascaded like a delicate veil over the tranquil Shanghan village. Today marked an extraordinarily significant day for the village. The children were to undergo the awakening ceremony for their martial souls. Within a modest yet tidy little dwelling in the village, Yichuan gradually opened his eyes. The soft light filtered through the crevices of the window, bathing his youthful face in a gentle glow. Unbeknownst to him, Yichuan had already traversed into this world for a full 6 years. In his former life, he was a beleaguered worker, relentlessly toiling in the bustling city. Countless nights, he labored until the early hours, dragging his weary body home. However, fate played a cruel trick on Yichuan when a dump truck, like a wild stallion, barreled towards him, hurling him several meters away in an instant. Subsequently, his consciousness was transported to the Douluo Continent, inhabiting the body of a newborn infant. Fortunately, he was taken in by the village chief, Old Jack. "Xiao Chuan, it's time to go." A familiar and gentle voice echoed from outside, tinged with urgency, urging Yichuan. "Understood, Grandpa Jack," Yichuan replied while swiftly arranging his attire. His movements were precise and efficient, his gaze revealing a composure beyond his years. Old Jack, childless, had devotedly cared for Yichuan since the moment he opened his eyes, providing him with the best of everything. Yichuan was acutely aware of this kindness, which is why he addressed him with heartfelt sincerity. The two stepped out together, the morning breeze softly caressing them, bringing a refreshing chill. Jack halted, turning to look at Yichuan with affectionate eyes, and earnestly advised, "Xiao Chuan, do not be nervous. Just listen to what the Soul Master says. I believe you will awaken a powerful martial soul and become an exceptional soul master in the future." Yichuan lifted his head, a confident smile gracing his face as he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I will certainly become the strongest soul master on the Douluo Continent. I shall make the name of Shanghan Village resound throughout the entire land." Despite his words, an undercurrent of unease stirred within Yichuan. After all, he had crossed over and was utterly ignorant of his origins in this world. Whether his biological parents were soul masters remained a mystery. In the Douluo Continent, only if one's parents possessed formidable martial souls could a child have a greater likelihood of inheriting a powerful one. Similarly, if the parents were high-ranking soul masters, the child's innate soul power would also be elevated. Furthermore, the occurrence of martial soul mutations was exceedingly rare, and whether such mutations were beneficial or detrimental was fraught with uncertainty. Just as Yichuan fervently asserted his ambitions, Old Jack's hopeful gaze upon him was abruptly pierced by a jarring and discordant voice, akin to a sharp blade slicing through the previously harmonious atmosphere. "What's the use of all this talk? Every year, so many children awaken their martial souls. Yet how many actually become soul masters? I reckon this little fellow is doomed." The voice, laced with inebriation and a hint of disdain, drew everyone's attention. They turned to see a disheveled man, his scruffy beard untamed, resembling a patch of wild grass left untrimmed. He was robust in stature, reeking of alcohol, swaying unsteadily on his feet, evidently quite intoxicated. This man was Tang, the village blacksmith, who, unbeknownst to others, was also the hidden Xiao residing within Shanghan village. Upon hearing this, Old Jack's expression darkened instantly. He shot a furious glare at Tang, his eyes brimming with indignation. "Tang, drinking again, getting thoroughly drunk at such an early hour. And here you are, discouraging Xiao Chuan. Even if Xiao Chuan cannot become a soul master, he is 100 times better than you, a mere drunkard." Old Jack's voice trembled slightly with rage, his chest heaving as if he were about to unleash all the fury within him. Tang merely scoffed, the sound low and curt, as if it had been forced from the depths of his throat. He ceased further dialogue, dismissively waving his hand as if swatting away a pesky fly. In his perspective, Yichuan was inconsequential, a child of peasant origins. Awakening a martial soul would likely amount to nothing more than a sickle or home-mere farming tools. Whether he possessed innate soul power was uncertain in his eyes. A peasant would always remain a peasant, harboring dreams of becoming a soul master was nothing short of delusional. Yichuan, however, remained unperturbed, his expression calm and collected as still water, unaffected by the mockery. He understood that until he possessed strength, any rebuttal would be futile. Only by becoming truly powerful could he silence such voices. Old Jack chose not to engage further with Tang Hao. He turned, his demeanor instantly softening, as he addressed Tang Hao's son, Tang San, with warmth. Xiao San, come here. Let's awaken your martial soul together. Yichuan regarded the fated child of destiny, Tang San, with an expression of indifference. After all, Tang San rarely played with the children of the village, and Yichuan had scarcely exchanged a word with him. Though both had experienced 2 lifetimes, Yichuan grew up like a typical child, a stark contrast to Tang San. In Tang San's mind, spending time playing with these little ones was a waste compared to honing his own strength. At that moment, upon hearing old Jack call his father a drunkard, Tang San felt a flicker of discontent within him. He furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but quickly faded into composure. Tang San politely nodded at old Jack, saying, "Grandpa Jack will be right there." He cast a glance at Yichuan, offering a slight nod before making his way to old Jack. Yichuan responded only with a subtle gaze, remaining silent. In his heart, he held no admiration for the father-son duo of Tang San and Tang Hao. Soon, with old Jack's diligent efforts to summon them, 9 children gathered together. Old Jack led them toward the Spirit Hall's Shanghan village branch at the other end of the village. Along the way, the children chattered excitedly, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming ceremony. Only Tang San trailed silently at the back of the line, lost in thought. Before long, they arrived at the Spirit Hall's Shanghan village branch. While called a branch, it was merely a modest wooden house, somewhat more orderly than the others. Upon opening the door, a dim light greeted them within. A young man stood inside, clad in a white uniform, his posture tall and regal, a black cloak billowing gently behind him, enhancing his air of heroism. Adorning his chest was the standard attire of the Spirit Hall's direct personnel, a badge depicting 3 intercrossed long swords gleaming with metallic luster in the faint light, signifying his identity and status. This man was the blind Douluo, the awakener of divinity, the one who had awakened countless transmigres Su Yuntao. Chapter 2. Is there a direct path to invincibility? Old Jack stood before the group of children, spotting a figure approaching from afar. He quickly adjusted his attire and hurried forward, respectfully bowing and saying, "Greetings, esteemed Soul Master. Your assistance today is greatly appreciated." Su Yuntao bore a familiar air of arrogance, dismissively waving his hand, his tone laced with impatience. "I have little time, let us begin at once." Old Jack nodded vigorously, turning to the children and calling out, "Children, line up and heed the Soul Master's instructions." Su Yuntao's lips curled slightly, a semblance of a gentle smile gracing his face as he surveyed the youthful countenances before him. "Little ones, there's no need to be anxious. I am Su Yuntao, a rank 26 Great Soul Master and a patrol officer of the Spirit Hall. Today, I shall be your guide as you embark on the journey of martial soul awakening." As he mentioned his status as a rank 26 Great Soul Master, a flicker of pride unconsciously crossed his expression, his chest swelling slightly. In this remote Shanghan village, Soul Masters were a rare breed, and the children rarely had the opportunity to encounter one. At that moment, upon learning that the individual before them was indeed a Soul Master, admiration and reverence shone brightly on their faces, their eyes filled with curiosity and longing, as though gazing at an unattainable peak. "Wow, it's the Soul Master!" A little girl with a ponytail exclaimed softly, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "How amazing! I wish I could become a Soul Master too." A slender boy beside her clenched his fists, face brimming with aspiration. Su Yuntao surveyed the room. Satisfied with the children's reactions, the feeling of being idolized pleased him immensely. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Now, I shall awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what you see, do not be afraid. Just relax and follow my instructions." With that, Su Yuntao bent down, opening his bag with practiced ease, retrieving 6 glossy black spherical stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball. He carefully arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a perfect hexagon, then beckoned the first child forward, saying, "Child, do not be nervous. Step into this hexagon." The child took a deep breath, both anxious and excited, as he stepped into the center of the hexagon. Su Yuntao's demeanor shifted, and he commanded in a firm voice, "Lone wolf, possess." In an instant, a faint azure light emanated from the center of his forehead, enveloping him like a halo. Following this, his entire being began to transform rapidly, his muscles visibly swelling, stretching the once well-fitted black robe to its limits. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes morphed into a ghostly green, radiating a chilling glow, while sharp claws sprouted from his hands, glimmering with a faint cold light. Simultaneously, 2 soul rings slowly materialized beneath his feet, one white and one yellow. Yichuan stood nearby, his gaze fixated on the awakening array, his hands unconsciously clutching the hem of his garment, his heart racing like a caged rabbit, fluttering with anxiety. Soon, it would be his turn. As a traveler from another realm, what kind of martial soul would he awaken? Gazing at Su Yuntao in his martial soul embodiment, the boy within the awakening array turned pale, his eyes wide with terror, and he stumbled backward in a panic, desperate to flee from this frightening place. With remarkable swiftness, Su Yuntao stepped forward, extending his powerful arm to grasp the boy's wrist. "Do not run. Fear not. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. Relax, remain calm, and focus on sensing the latent power within your body." Speaking softly, Su Yuntao's tone softened, his gaze imbued with warmth as he gently patted the boy's shoulder. Under Su Yuntao's patient guidance, the boy gradually settled, firmly closing his eyes, the veins on his forehead slightly bulging as he seemed to concentrate on feeling something. After a considerable time, Su Yuntao completed his awakening, rising to announce, "Martial Soul, Scythe, Weapon Martial Soul, Innate Soul Power Level 0. Shortly thereafter, the next child stepped into the array. The same procedure ensued, and moments later, Su Yuntao's voice rang out once more. "Martial Soul, Chicken, Beast Martial Soul, Innate Soul Power Level 0. As time passed, it soon became Tang San's turn. Tang Su Yuntao repeated his earlier performance, embodying the lone wolf martial soul, exuding a chilling aura. At Su Yuntao's instruction, Tang San closed his eyes, beginning to sense the power within. As per the original narrative, Tang San naturally awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul and the Haotian hammer martial soul, along with his innate full soul power. However, Su Yuntao remained oblivious, mistaking Tang San's awakening for the inferior blue-silver grass martial soul. Regarding Tang San's innate full soul power, Su Yuntao paid it little mind. One could only say, as expected of the blind Douluo, his performance was consistently stable. Yichuan watched in astonishment, unable to contain his low murmurs. Is that it? Did he not see the Haotian hammer? This Su Yuntao is truly the blind Douluo. Soon, under Su Yuntao's direction, Yichuan confidently stepped into the array. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As the light flickered, Yichuan's martial soul gradually revealed itself. Before him stood an extraordinary being with a dragon's head and a human body, a long dragon tail coiling behind, its greenish-yellow skin shimmering with a mysterious luster under the sunlight, exuding an innate majesty. Most remarkably, the dragon bore 12 indentations, 2 of which housed octagonal talismans, a gray-black rat, agile and cunning, and a yellow dog, calm and composed. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face alight with shock and excitement, his voice trembling with exhilaration. This appears to be a snake martial soul. Though its appearance is peculiar, it is indeed a type of beast martial soul. Such a unique martial soul may possess immense potential. In his eyes, this unprecedented martial soul could very well be a monumental surprise, and he had already begun to fantasize about discovering an unparalleled genius and the accolades that would follow in the Spirit Hall. However, Yichuan, upon seeing his martial soul, was stirred by an entirely different wave of emotion. He recognized it immediately. Was this not the Holy Master from Jackie Chan Adventures? Moreover, it came complete with the rat and dog talismans. He was all too familiar with the powers of these talismans. The rat talisman could transform stillness into motion, bestowing vitality upon inanimate objects. The dog talisman granted immortality, bestowing eternal life. I never imagined I would awaken such an extraordinary martial soul. Yichuan marveled inwardly, a hint of delight creeping onto his face. He knew that from this moment forth, he could boldly declare that he did not consume beef, embodying a persona of freedom to do as he pleased. Chapter 3. Innate Full Soul Power, mere low configuration for a transmigrator. All right, children, prepare for the soul power test. Su Yuntao's voice interrupted Yichuan's reverie. Yichuan took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and gently placed his hand upon the soul power testing crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball blazed with light, a brilliant radiance so intense that it nearly blinded those present. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's voice echoed once more, this time laced with incredulity. The surrounding children gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Yichuan filled with envy and reverence. In response, Yichuan remained nonchalant, having awakened the Holy Master martial soul, was possessing innate full soul power, not to be expected. As a member of the Transmigrators, Yichuan's innate full soul power was merely a low configuration. Subsequently, Su Yuntao led the 9 children who had completed their martial soul awakenings out of the somewhat dilapidated wooden hut.
Old Jack, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, instantly broke into a broad smile upon spotting their figures and hurriedly approached them. His eyes were filled with concern and anticipation, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening with anxiety as he murmured, "Finally, they have arrived." As he stood before Su Yutao, he slightly bowed, his tone laced with a mix of nervousness and respect, and inquired, "How is it, esteemed spirit master? What is the status of the children's spirit awakenings?" Su Yuntao raised his hand to gently adjust his collar, his expression reflecting a professional scrutiny. He first pointed to Tang San, let out a slight sigh, and remarked, "Not bad. This child named Tang San possesses the blue silver grass spirit. Although it is considered a useless spirit, he is exceptionally gifted, endowed with innate full spirit power. He may still become a spirit master in the future." Upon hearing this, old Jack nodded slightly, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. After all, in this small holy spirit village, it was indeed a rarity to find a child capable of becoming a spirit master. Then, with a swift motion of his arm, Su Yuntao directed his attention towards Yuchuan, his expression transforming into one of excitement, his voice unconsciously rising in pitch. "But this child named Yuchuan is truly remarkable. He has awakened a serpentine spirit unlike any I have ever seen, exuding a peculiar aura. Moreover, he too possesses innate full spirit power. This child is extraordinarily talented. He might very well become a legendary title Douluo in the future." As these words left Su Yuntao's lips, old Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. His smile blossoming like the vibrant flowers of spring, his hands trembling with exhilaration. He repeatedly murmured, "Heaven bless us, heaven bless us. Our holy spirit village has struck it rich." It is noteworthy that, until now, the most formidable individual from Holy Spirit Village had merely been a spirit saint, which was the very reason for the village's name. If a title Douluo were to emerge, Holy Spirit Village would undoubtedly gain renown throughout the entire Douluo Empire, becoming a place known to all. In that moment, old Jack felt as though he were floating on cloud 9. The sudden surge of happiness left him somewhat bewildered. He even contemplated that, should he pass away at that instant, it would still be worth it. Standing nearby, Tang San's countenance gradually darkened upon hearing Su Yuntao's evaluation of himself and Yichuan. His hands clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his palms, leaving pale imprints. A flicker of jealousy and resentment passed through Tang San's eyes as he silently pondered. Why? Why am I deemed to possess useless spirits despite having to? What does it matter if I have innate full spirit power? The blue silver grass spirit still relegates me to a lower status. This stark contrast stirred an indescribable hatred within Tang San, who bit his lip, burying his discontent deep within his heart, seemingly oblivious to Tang San's turmoil. Su Yunhao turned his gaze back to old Jack, sincerity etched on his face as he said, "Old Jack, would you be willing to allow Yuchuan to join the Spirit Hall? With his talent, he might receive personal guidance from a title Douluo, and his future accomplishments could be boundless." Old Jack instinctively nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to voice his consent, he felt a gentle tug on his arm. Turning, he saw Yuchuan with a worried expression, eyes brimming with reluctance as he clutched Jack's arm tightly, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Grandpa Jack, I don't want to leave you so soon. I wish to spend more time with you. Let me join the Spirit Hall in a few years instead, all right? I promise to train diligently, so you need not worry." Chuan understood well that joining the Spirit Hall would inevitably lead to a loss of autonomy in many matters. Since he already possessed an extraordinary advantage, he might as well relish the experience. Old Jack gazed into Chuan's sincere eyes, warmth flooding his heart. And the words he had intended to utter became lodged in his throat. He recalled Chuan's filial piety and companionship, feeling a profound reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, Old Jack gently patted Chuan's hand and, with a tender tone, said, "Very well, then let us spend a few more years together. I cannot bear the thought of you leaving so soon." In response, Su Yuntao refrained from further persuasion. He thought to himself that discovering such an exceptionally gifted child like Chuan was already a tremendous boon, and the rewards from the Spirit Hall would surely be plentiful. Moreover, with the vast resources and opportunities available at the Spirit Hall, Chuan would eventually find his way there. Thus, Su Yuntao merely smiled and nodded, saying, "That is agreeable. When the child matures and finds clarity, he can join the Spirit Hall at any time." With a heart full of joy and accomplishment, Su Yutao strode away from Holy Spirit Village, while the other children who had completed their spirit awakenings dispersed in their own directions. Chuan walked alongside Old Jack, embarking on the journey home. Throughout the way, Old Jack's chatter flowed incessantly, as if his mouth had been wound like a clock. A radiant smile adorned his face, his eyes squinting into crescent-shaped slits. He eagerly seized the hands of passers-by, exclaiming, "Do you know? Our Chuan possesses innate, full soul power. He is undoubtedly destined to become a titled Douluo in the future." Old Jack's voice boomed with pride, as if Chuan had already ascended to the ranks of that revered strongman. Upon hearing this news, the villagers displayed expressions of surprise and delight. They exchanged praises for Chuan, their eyes brimming with admiration and expectation. Before long, several villagers enthusiastically returned home to gather their eggs and dried meats, thrusting them into Chuan's hands while urging, "Child, eat more to nourish your body." Chuan was deeply moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He graciously accepted the offerings extended by the villagers and earnestly expressed, "Thank you all. I shall diligently cultivate my skills and will never forget your kindness in the future." Chapter 4. If you can act, do not complain. However, Tang San, who also possessed innate full soul power, found himself in a rather dismal mood. Although his father, Tang Hao, was exhilarated upon discovering that he had 2 martial souls and innate full soul power, he cautioned Tang San to maintain a good relationship with Chuan. This seemingly simple remark felt akin to salt being poured onto an open wound. After all, Tang San yearned for his father's approval, and the fact that his father held Chuan in higher regard left him feeling unsettled. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this brief period, the villagers of Holy Soul Village observed Chuan's newfound passion for sculpture following his awakening of martial soul. He would often be found in his courtyard, engrossed in the meticulous craft of carving wood, as shavings danced around him. Before long, a series of lifelike trinkets emerged from his skilled hands. Chuan frequently gifted these exquisite carvings to the village children, among which a sculpture depicting a chicken playing basketball was the most beloved. At long last, the day of enrollment arrived, and Old Jack borrowed a donkey cart to transport Chuan and Tang San to Notting City. Prior to their departure, Old Jack meticulously prepared himself, donning the coarse linen robe he usually reserved for special occasions. Though it appeared simple, this was the finest attire he possessed in the humble village of Holy Spirit. The trio settled onto the donkey cart and gradually departed from Holy Spirit Village. Along the journey, Old Jack, resembling an erudite scholar, animatedly shared all the knowledge he possessed with the 2 youngsters. He vividly described the splendor of Notting City, the academic life at the Soul Master Academy, and various insights into the realm of Soul Masters. "Children, Notting City is vast, far exceeding our Holy Spirit Village in size. The streets are wide and bustling, with shops lined side by side, offering an array of curiosities," Old Jack exclaimed, enthusiastically wielding the whip in his hand. After an hour's travel, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The grand gates of the academy were magnificent, adorned with intricate carvings of martial spirits that showcased its extraordinary stature. As Old Jack maneuvered the donkey cart to the entrance, a young doorman intercepted them. Clad in a pristine uniform, the doorman surveyed the trio with a hint of arrogance, disdain etched across his face as he inquired, "What do you want? Is this a place for country folk like you?" Old Jack felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him from the sudden interrogation. He instinctively tugged at the hem of his garment, forcing a smile as he replied, "Dear young sir, we hail from Holy Spirit Village. These 2 children are this year's work-study students from our village. Might you guide us on the necessary procedures?" As he spoke, Old Jack hurriedly retrieved the certificate issued by Su Yuntao from his pocket and cautiously presented it to the doorman. The doorman took the certificate and glanced at it nonchalantly, a mocking expression immediately crossing his face. He furrowed his brow and retorted sarcastically, "Can a thatched hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village truly possess individuals with soul power? One has a blue-silver grass-waste martial soul, and a full innate soul power, you say? What a deception! The other is a liar among liars, with a beast martial soul and full innate soul power. How could that be possible? Country bumpkins dreaming of becoming soul masters? How absurd!" The doorman's scathing remarks pierced through the air like sharp daggers, each word striking at Tang San and Yichuan. Old Jack managed to endure the insults directed at Tang San. But when the doorman turned his derision towards Yichuan, ridiculing his beast martial soul and innate full soul power as a fraud, Old Jack's patience reached its breaking point. His eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling an enraged bull. He stepped forward, arm raised, prepared to teach this insolent doorman a lesson. Yet, before Old Jack's fist could be unleashed, a figure darted past like lightning. In Yichuan's eyes blazed in intense fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air. Tracing a graceful arc, and with a resounding slap, delivered a forceful blow to the doorman's face. The impact was so tremendous that the doorman staggered, nearly losing his balance. His face swelled visibly, 5 vivid crimson fingerprints starkly imprinted upon it. "How dare you strike me?" the doorman exclaimed, clutching his swollen visage. His voice a tumult of astonishment and rage, his eyes brimming with disbelief and indignation. Yichuan let out a cold snort and swiftly summoned his sacred martial spirit. Retrieving the rat talisman from its groove, with deft precision, he unfastened the package on his back and placed it on the ground, revealing a meticulously carved statue, an embodiment of the formidable humanoid weapon known as the pacifist from the world of One Piece, sculpted by Yichuan himself. Subsequently, he shouted in fury, "You insolent wretch, how dare you insult me and Grandpa Jack?" The doorman, thoroughly incensed by Yichuan's actions, lost all semblance of reason. He unleashed a furious roar and swung a powerful punch at Yichuan, the force of the blow creating a howling wind that carried an unmistakable ferocity. Yichuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he placed the mouse talisman upon the statue. In an instant, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The once motionless statue seemed to be infused with the vitality of life, springing to life with a swift motion. It moved with the agility of a cheetah, positioning itself before Yichuan in a heartbeat, and then, with astonishing speed and immense force, delivered a powerful punch to the doorman's face. Bang! The sheer force of the blow exceeded all expectations, sending the doorman's body flying like a kite severed from its string, hurtling several meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and subsequently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with anguish and terror. Yichuan advanced slowly, gazing down at the doorman with an icy demeanor reminiscent of the piercing winds of winter. "I could easily take your life," he declared, "but now, you are faced with 2 choices, either meet your demise or kneel and offer your apologies." This scene unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving Old Jack and Tang San rooted in place, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Old Jack could scarcely fathom that the seemingly gentle and affable Yichuan harbored such formidable power and decisive resolve. Particularly for Tang San, a complex expression flickered in his gaze, as a sense of wariness towards Yichuan quietly arose within him, accompanied by a burgeoning resentment. Why was it that he possessed a seemingly useless blue-silver grass martial soul, while Yichuan's martial soul was so extraordinarily potent? The doorman lay on the ground, terror-stricken as Yichuan approached him with deliberate steps. The instinct for survival compelled him to submit entirely. Clambering to his feet, he fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head towards Old Jack and Yichuan, his voice trembling as he implored, "I am deeply sorry, esteemed soul master. I was blind to your true worth. I apologize. I beg you, spare my life." Chapter 5. Power determines everything. Tang San observed this spectacle, his heart awash with conflicting emotions, and could not resist a sarcastic remark. "This feels somewhat like bullying, doesn't it?" His tone bore an undertone of dissatisfaction and jealousy. In this moment, his concern lay not with the doorman's plight, but rather with the threat posed by Yichuan's display of overwhelming strength. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yichuan slightly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade as he cast a cold glance at him, saying, "If everything were to be settled through reasoning, then what significance would there be in being a strong individual? In this ruthless world where the weak are devoured by the strong, power is paramount. If he dares to humiliate us today, he must face the consequences. If we cannot retaliate against bullies, then what purpose does my pursuit of strength serve?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the tension, asking, "What has transpired?" Yichuan turned his head at the sound, and before him appeared a figure approaching leisurely. It was Yu Xiaogang, commonly referred to as Gongzi by the masses. The moment Yichuan laid eyes on him, his brow furrowed in an instant, and a flicker of disdain crossed his gaze. In Yichuan's mind, Yu Xiaogang epitomized the quintessential irresponsible and ineffectual charlatan, steeped in hypocrisy. Yu Xiaogang wore his customary fade of pretentious profundity, casting a scrutinizing glance over Yichuan and Old Jack, as if he were assessing the two. Yet Yichuan did not wish to bestow even a glance upon him. With swift movements, he retrieved his identification from the gatekeeper, his tone devoid of warmth. "Be more cautious in the future. Consider this a reprieve. I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing, Yichuan gently tugged at Old Jack's sleeve, his voice softening just slightly. "Let us go, Grandfather Jack." Old Jack hesitated, casting a glance at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang before turning his gaze back to Yichuan, his heart a tumult of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to place his trust in Yichuan, moving forward with a somewhat faltering step, following him. Throughout their journey, Yichuan exhibited remarkable composure. He navigated through the crowd with ease, politely inquiring for directions from passing students and faculty at intersections, his eyes clear and resolute, devoid of any signs of the anxiety and trepidation that often accompany newcomers. Old Jack followed closely behind, reflecting on Yichuan's figure with a sense of admiration. This child is destined for greatness. Meanwhile, the pacifist accompanying Yichuan captured the attention of many, its distinctive appearance and peculiar attire standing in stark contrast to the world around them. Before long, they arrived at the Academic Affairs Office of Notting College. Yichuan strode confidently to the desk, extending the certificate in his hand towards the teacher seated behind it. The instructor, initially composed, turned pale as his gaze fell upon the contents of the document, nearly letting the paper slip from his grasp. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Please wait a moment," and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Before long, a bald man hurriedly arrived. It was Principal Hank. His face was adorned with a broad smile, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he addressed Yuchuan and Old Jack. "You must be Old Jack, the village chief of St. Soul Village, and the grandfather of Yichuan. I am Principal Hank." Old Jack, in the presence of the principal, felt a touch of nervousness, instinctively straightening his posture while fidgeting with his hands in front of him. "Good day, Principal." Yichuan maintained a serene expression, nodding slightly, his voice steady. "Hello, Principal Hank. I'm Yuchuan." Principal Hank erupted into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with admiration. "A beast martial soul, a genius with innate full soul power. Welcome to our Nottingham Academy. From now on, the Academy shall be your home. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to seek me out." Yichuan's expression shifted subtly. First, he nodded gently, then slowly shook his head, his gestures imbued with an inscrutable significance. Principal Hank, who had been basking in the joy of welcoming a prodigious student, found his smile abruptly frozen, replaced by a look of perplexity. He hastily inquired, "What does this mean? Yichuan, do you harbor any concerns? Please, feel free to express them openly." Yichuan's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating an air of confidence as he leisurely remarked, "I am uncertain about the conditions at Notting Academy. If they are unsatisfactory, I might." Before he could finish his sentence, Yichuan deliberately paused, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Principal Hank grew anxious. Fearing the loss of such a prodigious talent, he stepped forward, his hands gesticulating fervently in the air, speaking at a rapid pace. "Tuition fees waived. Accommodation fully covered. Single apartments. A monthly stipend of 10 gold spirit coins. Complete freedom in class attendance. As long as you choose to remain at Notting Academy, these will pose no issue." In the midst of his fervent speech, beads of sweat began to dot Principal Hank's forehead. Yichuan quietly assessed that 10 gold soul coins were equivalent to the monthly stipend received by a great soul master from the Spirit Hall. A rather generous arrangement in Notting City. With this in mind, Yichuan nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "In that case, I kindly request Principal Hank to assist me in my enrollment. However, I would prefer to reside in Dormitory 7. Please ensure that a double comforter adorned with a carrot pattern is delivered to me shortly." Principal Hank was momentarily taken aback, a look of perplexity crossing his face at the mention of a carrot-patterned comforter. However, considering Yichuan's prodigious talent, he refrained from further inquiries. Eagerly, he nodded and exclaimed, "No problem, I shall see to it immediately." He then set about expediting Yichuan's enrollment procedures with utmost urgency. As he filled out the forms, he mused to himself that with such a gifted student joining, should Yichuan achieve great renown in the future, the modest investment made by Notting Academy would be but a trifling expense. Once the enrollment formalities were completed, Yichuan exited the administrative office. Upon stepping outside, he retrieved the 10 gold soul coins from his pouch and turned to hand them to the elder Jack beside him. Jack's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the coins, his eyes brimming with indignation as he bellowed, "Xiao Chuan, what do you mean by this? Why are you giving me money? I brought you here to study, not to accept your money." Yichuan gazed at old Jack's furious expression, yet remained unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his face as he patiently elucidated, "Grandfather Jack, please do not be angry. I will soon become a soul master and will be able to earn money. Here, take this money and take good care of yourself. Just wait and see. I shall undoubtedly make a name for myself across the continent." Upon hearing these words, old Jack's ire gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of solace and gratitude. He raised his hand and tenderly patted Yichuan's shoulder, nodding with a smile. "Very well, little Chuan. Make sure to train diligently at the academy and strive to become an exceptional soul master. Take care of yourself." After imparting a few more pieces of mundane advice, old Jack finally turned back thrice, smiling as he departed from Notting Academy. Yichuan arrived at the 7th dormitory, and due to the swift processing of his paperwork, he arrived even before Tang San. Naturally, the leader of the 7th dormitory, Wang Xing, took action. Unsurprisingly, Wang Xing was swiftly taught a lesson by Yichuan's pacifist approach, and as a result, Yichuan rightfully ascended to the position of leader of the 7th dormitory. Chapter 6. The Rogue Rabbit, Xiao. The moment Tang San stepped into the 7th dormitory, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Yichuan sat comfortably at the bedside, exuding an air of relaxation akin to that of a lofty aristocrat. Surrounding him were several dorm mates, industriously attending to his needs. One individual was diligently massaging Yichuan's shoulders, his technique remarkably adept. Another crouched nearby, exerting considerable effort as he kneaded Yichuan's legs. Tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet another held a steaming cup of tea, respectfully presenting it to Yichuan while saying, "Boss, here's your tea. Freshly brewed and at the perfect temperature. Should you prefer it colder or hotter, please do let me know." Yichuan's belongings were neatly organized and set aside, with his carving tools occupying 2 beds. To harness the full potential of the mouse charm, Yichuan had never relaxed his dedication to refining his carving skills. Tang San's brows furrowed immediately, a wave of profound discontent swelling within him. He stepped forward, straightened his posture, and from a moral high ground, spoke with righteous indignation. "Yichuan, how can you treat your classmates in such a manner? One ought to handle their own affairs. How can you shamelessly allow your dorm mates to do these tasks for you? Are you not treating them as mere servants to be commanded at will?" Tang San's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, echoing throughout the small dormitory. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smirk, a sound of derision escaping him, his expression rife with disdain. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids, dismissing Tang San entirely. However, the other members of the 7th dormitory harbored a different sentiment. They ignited like a powder keg, instantly united in their animosity. Wang Sheng reacted most vehemently. He abruptly rose to his feet, striding swiftly to stand before Tang San. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Tang San, bellowing, "You, the newcomer, how dare you speak to our leader in such a manner? It is our rightful duty to serve him, and who are you to dictate terms here?" Wang Sheng's voice was gruff, laden with an unmistakable undertone of menace. Indeed, echoed his companions, affirming, "Our leader treats us exceptionally well, and we willingly devote ourselves to him." The unwavering loyalty of these individuals in defending Yichuan stemmed from reasons far more complex than mere camaraderie. The prowess of Yichuan has already been witnessed by the few of them. He is capable of providing protection for all. However, of even greater significance is the fact that Yichuan bestows upon each of them a silver coin every month. This silver coin is indeed not a trivial sum. For these students, who do not hail from affluent backgrounds, receiving such monetary support greatly enhances their quality of life. Consequently, their loyalty to Yichuan is unwavering, and they attend to him with utmost care. Yichuan was acutely aware of the principle of balancing benevolence and authority. While demonstrating his formidable strength to instill a sense of awe among the masses, he also endeavored to win their hearts with these silver coins, thereby solidifying his position within the 7th division. Tang San, upon hearing the words of Wang Sheng and others, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He bit his lower lip, his face alternating between crimson and pallor, as his resentment towards Yichuan intensified further. This Yichuan had truly placed him in an embarrassing predicament before everyone. He was utterly detestable. Yichuan looked at Tang San's awkwardness and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What is the matter, little San? Do you have any objections? In the 7th dormitory, strength reigns supreme. If you're dissatisfied, do you wish to challenge me?" Tang San took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him, and slowly shook his head. In his previous life as a Tang Sect assassin, he possessed extensive experience in confronting adversaries and understood that recklessly attacking without first gauging the opponent's strength was a profoundly foolish act. Silently, Tang San turned away and approached an empty bed, beginning to gather his belongings, all the while discreetly noting the scene before him. Regardless of the circumstances, Yichuan had already sealed his fate in Tang San's mind. At that moment, a melodious voice shattered the tranquility of the room. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned to look, and at the entrance stood a young girl. Her complexion was fair and delicate, reminiscent of cherry blossoms blooming in spring, adorned with a natural blush. She was extraordinarily cute, her large, expressive eyes sparkling, while her long black hair was meticulously styled into a scorpion braid that swayed gently with her movements. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan promptly rose with agility and strode confidently towards the young girl. "Greetings. This is the 7th dormitory, and I am the leader, Yichuan. You may call me Brother Chuan." The girl's lips curled into a delightful smile as she replied, "My name is Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning dance." Yichuan's expression altered dramatically, the earlier warmth vanishing as he assumed a serious demeanor. "A newcomer. Are you aware of the rules in our 7th dormitory? The strongest among us is the leader. Thus, we must engage in a contest to determine who shall reign as the leader." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With her inherently vibrant personality and an intrinsic thirst for challenge, she naturally could not decline. Swiftly, she placed her school uniform on a nearby chair and positioned herself in front of Yichuan. "Come on," she exclaimed, her voice infused with a hint of provocation and brimming with anticipation. Upon witnessing the scene, Yichuan revealed a meaningful smile and beckoned to Xiao Wu with a flick of his finger. In an instant, Xiao Wu sprang into action, executing a swift kick aimed directly at Yichuan's chest. The speed of her strike was astonishing, accompanied by the whoosh of air, clearly indicating that Xiao Wu possessed more than mere appearance. She was testing Yichuan, seeking to ascertain his strength and reaction speed. However, Yichuan had already anticipated her move. He swiftly sidestepped, exerting force through his legs to accelerate forward, charging directly at Xiao Wu. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, seizing her in an embrace. Given the confined space of the room and Yichuan's considerable strength, this embrace caused Xiao to lose her balance. In that fleeting moment, the two collided, and due to the force of inertia, Yichuan pressed Xiao against the wall behind them. Yichuan pressed his hands against the walls on either side, trapping Xiao in the middle. Their breaths quickened, warm exhalations intertwining with one another. Yichuan steadied himself, gazing at the petite Xiao who was but a breath away. A triumphant smile graced his lips as he teasingly inquired, "So, Xiao, do you harbor any grievances against the leader of the 7th Division?" The glimmer of victory sparkled in Yichuan's eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew ever more pronounced. Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, though it was uncertain whether this was due to the vigorous exertion or the undeniable intimacy of their current posture. Humph. She let out a disdainful huff, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "You haven't bested me, nor can I conquer you. Shall we remain in this stalemate indefinitely?" Yichuan listened, subtly shaking his head, the strands of hair on his forehead swaying gently. He took a deep breath, abruptly withdrawing and releasing Xiao Wu's wrist. The moment Xiao Wu regained her freedom, without a second thought, she launched another kick. This kick was infused with fury and executed with remarkable speed. Chapter 7. Yet another plot. Bang. A muffled thud resonated through the room, akin to the sound of metal colliding. Xiao Wu's foot struck the pacifist standing in front of Yichuan, as if she had kicked against an unyielding wall. A sharp pain shot through her toes, and she couldn't help but let out a cry, her body staggering backward from the immense recoil. Pain etched across her face, her brows knitted tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she stubbornly resisted allowing them to fall. Yichuan inquired, "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Although his words were filled with concern for Xiao Wu, the smile at the corner of his mouth was more difficult to suppress than a mischievous grin. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and shot a fierce glare at the gleeful Yichuan. "It's none of your business, you insufferable fool," she retorted stubbornly, enduring the pain and striving to steady herself. A wave of frustration surged within her. She was vexed not only by her own carelessness but also by Yichuan's earlier antics. Yichuan let out a resigned sigh. "This is the essence of my martial soul. It embodies a pacifist with a body of steel. Its entire form is composed of iron. If you were to kick it, would you not be inviting your own suffering? Do you truly believe you could shatter steel with a mere kick?" Though Xiao Wu understood the validity of Yichuan's words, she remained obstinate. "How could I have known? That fellow suddenly rushed out to shield you, and once I committed to the kick, there was no pulling back. It seems you did this on purpose, deliberately seeking to embarrass me," she muttered softly while nursing her injured foot, her gaze cautiously fixed on the pacifist before her. The figure stood there silently, exuding a chilling metallic aura. With its towering stature, it was evidently extraordinary at first glance. Yichuan embraced his chest with both hands, a confident yet cunning smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Xiao Wu. "So what do you think? Can you call me boss now?" Xiao Wu stood beside him, her petite lips pursed in a delightful pout, resembling a charming little oil bottle. The spark of defiance shone in her eyes. Yet she was compelled to accept the reality. After a brief moment of hesitation, she cheerfully exclaimed, "I concede to the wager, boss." Her voice rang clear and melodious, infused with a hint of sweetness. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's smile broadened, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, you are different from them. You may call me Brother Chuan." At that moment, the sycophant Wang Sheng sprang forth from the crowd like a nimble monkey. His face was a mask of ingratiating smiles. His eyes squinted into mere slits as he bowed respectfully to Xiao Wu, his voice elongated as if performing in a theatrical piece. "Greetings, esteemed sister-in-law." In that moment, he resembled nothing less than a devoted lackey. Naturally, Xiao was somewhat perplexed by this form of address. Yichuan, displaying his exceptional ability to deceive, explained that this was simply a nickname for the second in the dormitory. Xiao Wu tilted her head in contemplation. Although innocent, she sensed that this explanation was somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, observing Yichuan's earnest demeanor, she nodded in agreement, accepting the moniker. Meanwhile, Tang stood nearby, taking in the entire scene. His brows were furrowed tightly, his face etched with sorrow. He could scarcely believe that within mere minutes, Yichuan had spun a web of words, ensnaring a sweet and naive girl in his charm. A tumult of resentment and jealousy churned within him, and at that moment, he silently roared, "Why not me?" His gaze was filled with unwillingness as he watched Xiao's unsuspecting smile, feeling as though he had let slip a remarkably precious opportunity. The girl standing before him was meant to be his. Why had he allowed this chance to pass him by? Before long, the academy's instructors delivered 2 sets of bedding. One set, in a muted hue and simple design, was clearly prepared by Yu Xiaogang for Tang. The other, adorned with intricate patterns and lavish golden silk trim, was a splendid gift from the school to Yichuan, underscoring the institution's esteem for this exemplary newcomer. Xiao stood by, observing the 2 distinctly styled sets of bedding. She instinctively glanced at her own modest bed, a tinge of embarrassment washing over her as her hands nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Her head lowered slightly. A flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes. At that moment, Wang Xing, as usual, began to showcase his sycophantic talents. With a broad grin, his eyes narrowed into slits. He hastened over to Xiao Wu, ingratiatingly remarking, "Sister-in-law, just look at the size of the boss's quilt. It's clearly meant for two. It would be perfect for you and the boss to share at night. As he spoke, he playfully shook out the quilt, proudly revealing the charming carrot pattern adorning it. Upon seeing the carrots, Xiao's eyes brightened instantaneously, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she replied, "All right, then we shall squeeze in together tonight," she added, casting a furtive glance at Yuchuan. Upon hearing these words, Yuchuan felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, yet he found it difficult to refuse. He could only feign a reluctant demeanor and nodded gently. Wang Xiang, sensing the atmosphere was just right, quickly interjected, "Boss, sister-in-law, it's nearly noon. Shall we go for a meal?" The moment the word meal reached her ears, Xiao instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She bounced forward, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I'm starving." Having transformed and entered human society, Xiao distinctly sensed that the culinary delights of humanity far surpassed those found in the Stardow Forest. Wang Xing and several other students exchanged glances, their faces betraying a wry smile. One of the students scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Sister-in-law, how could we working students indulge in anything lavish? We can only settle for some inexpensive meals at the cafeteria to fill our stomachs." Upon hearing these words, Yichuan immediately extended his hand and playfully slapped Wang Sheng's head, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "What are you saying? Since you've become my subordinate, you must enjoy the finest delicacies with me. Come, today I shall treat you to a lavish feast." The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering and chanting for their leader. As they surrounded Yichuan and Xiao Wu, leaving Tang San abandoned to the side, Tang San observed their departing figures, a slight frown creasing his brow. His eyes flickering with a hint of complexity, yet he quickly regained his composure. The members of the 7th dormitory chattered and laughed as they traversed the playground. Soon arriving at the cafeteria, just as they pushed open the door, a sharp and discordant voice rang out. "Oh, ISNT this the bunch of paupers led by Wang Sheng? What brings you here today, daring to dine in the cafeteria?" Chapter 8. The Spirit Master of Martial Souls. Is it too much to pair with the Shadow Legion? Yuchuan turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, where a group of senior students stood on the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. The speaker was a boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, possessing striking features. However, the arrogance etched on his face and the palpable disdain in his eyes were thoroughly discomforting. As he spoke, he mockingly gestured towards Wang Sheng, a sneer gracing his lips. "A pauper will always remain a pauper, no matter how hard you strive. You will likely never earn the privilege of dining on the 2nd floor." Wang Sheng's expression instantly darkened, and he nervously swallowed, hastily leaning towards Yuchuan to whisper, "Boss, that fellow is Xiao, a seasoned 6th grader. He often bullies us lower-grade work-study students, leveraging his slight superiority. I've heard his father is the Lord of Nodding City, and he has grown accustomed to ruling with an iron fist around here. Everyone is too afraid to confront him." Yichuan's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smirk as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao. "Just him? I am now the leader of the 7th Lodge. Dealing with a small fry like you is merely a warm-up before a meal, a chance to stretch my limbs." Yichuan's voice, though not loud, exuded an undeniable air of authority, resonating clearly in the somewhat chaotic atmosphere of the cafeteria, reaching the ears of every individual present. Upon hearing this, Xiao instantly perked up, hands firmly on her hips, she emphatically chimed in, "Brother Chuan, do not hold back. Teach this fellow a lesson and show him that we, the work-study students, are not to be trifled with." After making her declaration, she provocatively lifted her chin towards Xiao, her eyes brimming with an indomitable spirit. Xiao, already incensed by Yichuan's mockery, turned an even deeper shade of fury upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at Yuchuan, bellowing, "You arrogant fool! Since you are so brazen, let us settle this with a fight. The loser shall henceforth avoid the other. Do you dare? Why would I hesitate?" Yuchuan replied without a moment's pause. Soon, a group of them strode out of the cafeteria, making their way to the expansive playground. The work-study students from Dormitory 7 stood firmly behind Yuchuan. Although they felt a twinge of apprehension, they instinctively straightened up upon witnessing Yichuan's calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Xiaoqinyu's lackeys clustered around him, all brimming with bravado, seemingly rallying support for their leader. Yichuan stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Do not dawdle. I do not have the luxury of time to squander with you. Today, I shall confront all of you alone, so you may understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with." Hearing these words, Xiaoqinyu trembled with rage, feeling profoundly insulted. He bellowed, "Do not be so arrogant. Do not assume that mere bravado will intimidate me. I alone am enough to deal with you." As he spoke, a strange azure light began to emanate slowly from Xiaoqinyu's body, shimmering like rippling water upon his skin. With the emergence of this azure glow, his physique began to transform. His muscles swelled rapidly, his garments stretched taut, and his eyes gradually morphed into an eerie pale green, exuding a fierce, primal ferocity. His arms rose slowly, claws extending forward, with nails sharpened to a deadly point, glistening ominously in the sunlight. Simultaneously, a radiant yellow soul ring ascended from beneath Xiaoqinyu's feet, swirling majestically around his form. "I am Xiaoqinyu, a 6th grade student. With the martial spirit of the Azure Wolf, a 13th level, one-ring battle soul master. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess," he declared, as if announcing his formidable strength to Yichuan. Yichuan gazed at the figure of Xiao Qinyu before him, a faint smile of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With a leisurely shake of his head, he snapped his fingers. In that instant, the previously tranquil ground erupted with dozens of eerie shadows, deep and unfathomable like an abyss. Swiftly, a multitude of figures clad in black ninja attire emerged from these shadows, their faces masked except for their piercing eyes, armed with an array of weapons. As these ninjas materialized, they rapidly encircled Xiao Qinyu, emanating an aura of lethal intent that sent chills down one's spine. This was the power bestowed upon Chuan by the Spirit Master, enabling him to summon the Phantom Legion's ninjas. Agile and swift, each ninja possessed formidable combat prowess. Give him a good beating, Chuan coldly uttered, devoid of any emotion. At his command, the shadowy ninjas surged forward like a tide of darkness, crashing upon Xiao Qinyu. Despite Xiao Qinyu being imbued with the beast spirit of the Azure Wolf, his muscles bulging and claws sharp as blades, surrounded by a yellow spirit ring signifying his strength. The sudden onslaught of the relentless Phantom Legion ninjas rendered his advantages utterly futile. Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he howled, swinging his razor-sharp claws in a desperate attempt to fend off wave after wave of attacks. Each swipe of his claws stirred the air into a fierce wind. Yet the ninjas moved with the agility of phantoms, consistently evading his strikes at the last moment and retaliating from cunning angles. With weapons raining down upon him, each blow resonated with a dull thud, forcing him to retreat step by step. In a brief span, his body was marked with bruises and wounds. One ninja seized the moment, striking Xiao Qinyu's abdomen with a metal rod, causing his legs to buckle as he fell to the ground. Almost immediately, the other ninjas swarmed over him, pinning him to the earth, their fists and weapons descending upon him like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu's subordinates stood frozen in place, their faces as pale as parchment, scarcely daring to breathe. Tremors coursed through their bodies, eyes wide with horror as they beheld their once mighty leader now utterly powerless, filling their hearts with dread and despair. Exchanging glances, they recognized a shared thought, the realization that they had provoked a force far beyond their reckoning. By contrast, Xiao stood beside Chuan, her large, glistening eyes filled with admiration. She fixed her gaze upon him, unwavering. "Brother Chuan, your skills are truly remarkable," Xiao exclaimed. Unable to contain her awe, Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he surveyed the crowd around him, proclaiming loudly, "From this day forth, I am the leader of Nodding Academy. Anyone who dares to challenge me, feel free to come forth." With that, he paid no mind to the unconscious Xiao Qinyu lying on the ground, turning to lead the members of his dormitory towards the dining hall. Chapter 9. The Strong Man Captures the Male. As they made their way, laughter and lively discussions filled the air as everyone excitedly recounted the earlier battle. The members of Dormitory 7 were utterly in awe of Chuan's prowess, their hearts brimming with reverence and loyalty towards him. Upon entering the dining hall, an abrupt hush fell over the room. All eyes turned to Chuan and his companions, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. After all, word of the earlier events on the playground had spread throughout the academy, and everyone was aware that a remarkable individual had emerged from the work-study students of Dormitory 7. Having subdued the typically arrogant Xiao Qinyu, Chuan led the group to the dining window, where he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Today, everyone is free to indulge. Choose whatever you wish. This meal is on me." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly selecting their favorite dishes. In no time, the table was laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies, including fragrant braised pork, tender and juicy chicken legs, refreshing and delectable vegetables, as well as an assortment of delicious soups. Shang picked up a piece of braised pork, savoring it with a satisfied smile. "Boss, being with you is truly a culinary blessing. This meal will be etched in my memory for a lifetime." The other working students nodded in agreement, for without their boss's generosity, dining on the second floor would have been out of reach for them. Sitting beside Chuan, Xiao continuously helped him with food, chattering, "Chuan, go. Make sure you eat plenty." Chuan gazed at Xiao Wu, playfully pinching her cheek, and said, "Xiao Wu, you should eat more. One day, Brother Chuan will devour you." Before long, their modest lunch was swiftly consumed amidst lively conversation. Shang stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and nodded towards several work-study students beside him, saying, "Let us proceed to our tasks." The students nodded in agreement, following Shang in an orderly manner towards the work area. Chuan stretched lazily and turned his head to glance at Xiao Wu, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Wu, shall we return to the 7th dormitory?" Xiao Wu blinked her bright, expressive eyes and nodded in agreement. As for the duties Xiao Wu was originally responsible for, they would naturally be taken over by Shang and his companions. The two walked side by side back to the 7th dormitory. Upon opening the door, they beheld Tang quietly seated in the corner, his legs crossed and eyes closed, evidently engrossed in meditation and cultivation. Upon witnessing this scene, Chuan could not help but let out a scoff, his voice laced with a hint of mockery and disdain. If effort were truly sufficient, why would one need external assistance? As soon as these words escaped his lips, Tang gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion and displeasure crossing his gaze. He found himself perplexed by the meaning of Chuan's reference to external assistance. yet he was reluctant to reveal his ignorance in front of Yichuan. Thus, he merely snorted coldly and fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Xiao stifled a tremendous yawn, her rosy little hands rubbing her eyes as she made her way to her bedside. Like a languid kitten, she flopped onto the bed, murmuring, "I'm so tired. I just want to sleep after eating." Upon witnessing this, Yichuan also approached his bedside and lay down, softly responding, "I too feel drowsy. Let us rest for a while." Gradually, the room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of breathing. Suddenly, Yichuan reached out and enveloped Xiao in a tight embrace. In an instant, Xiao's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock and embarrassment as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" This exclamation, infused with a delicate charm, surged through the room like a jolt of electricity, capturing the attention of Tang San, who was meditating nearby. Instinctively, Tang San lifted his head, only to be met with a sight that caused his heart to constrict painfully. There, Yichuan held Xiao closely, his legs carelessly draped over hers, their proximity so intimate that it seemed almost to defy the very concept of distance. Yichuan gazed at the blushing Xiao in his arms, and instead of feeling any embarrassment, he appeared to revel in his triumph, smiling with delight. "What is the matter? You're sleeping under my blanket, which makes you my pillow. Is it so wrong for me to hold you?" Xiao, both flustered and irate, struggled fiercely for a moment, only to realize she could not free herself from Yichuan's embrace. Thus, she boldly turned to face him, her bright eyes ablaze with indignation as she retorted, "Humph, then you are also my pillow." With that, Xiao stretched her arms and tightly wrapped them around Yichuan's neck, clinging to him like a koala, as if declaring her claim over him. This unexpected gesture rendered Yichuan momentarily speechless. Soon after, the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from the girl wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race and his thoughts to spiral. Yichuan's gaze became somewhat unfocused, instinctively tightening his embrace around Xiao. Tang San, seated nearby, observed this intimate scene, feeling as though a massive stone had pressed down upon his chest, rendering him breathless. In his heart, the Xiao who had only recently appeared was so innocent and adorable, pure beyond reproach. "Xiao, how could you do this?" Tang San could no longer contain himself. Rising to his feet, his voice trembling slightly with a mix of anger and astonishment. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Xiao and Yichuan awakened from their reverie, realizing that their actions had been rather too familiar. However, Xiao immediately retorted, "Tang San, what business is it of yours how I am with Brother Chuan?" Yichuan, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Xiao Sanzi, it seems you are meddling too much." Tang San glared at Yichuan, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of your intentions. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Do not attempt to deceive Xiao." With that, he turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at the two, striding towards the door and forcefully slamming it behind him. The resounding crash echoed through the small dormitory, reminiscent of Tang San's shattered heart. Emerging from the dormant daze, Tang San found himself overwhelmed by a tempest of indignation and confusion. Unconsciously, he arrived at Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. He raised his hand, hesitating for a considerable time, before ultimately knocking on the door. "Come in," came Yu Xiaojiang's calm voice from within. Pushing the door open, Tang San entered to find the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows of Yu Xiaojiang. "Xiao San, you've arrived. Your martial spirit is blue silvergrass. I have conducted extensive research on it," Yu Xiaojiang stated as he rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a notebook filled with densely packed notes on his years of research regarding spirit masters. He returned to the table, opened the notebook, and began to elucidate insights that had long circulated within the spirit master community. The age of the spirit ring determines the power a spirit master can wield, Yu Xiaojiang explained, gesturing at the notes with his fingers. Tang San listened intently, occasionally posing questions, to which Yu Xiaojiang responded with unwavering patience. As time slipped away, night deepened, yet the two remained engrossed in their fervent discussion. As fatigue overcame them, Yu Xiaojiang prepared the bedding, and they shared the large quilt in slumber. Chapter 10. How could there be no troubles? After a dreamless night, the following morning dawned, with sunlight streaming through the window into the room. Two figures, one large and one small, exited Yu Xiaojiang's dormitory. Indeed, it was Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. They hurriedly departed from Nodding Academy, unaware that a shadow lurked in the darkness of the academy, silently observing their every move. In the 7th dormitory, the Ghost Shadow Brigade appeared before Yichuan without a sound. Yichuan furrowed her brow slightly. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were about to depart from Nodding Academy, presumably heading towards the soul-hunting forest. Their departure at this juncture likely indicated an intention to assist Tang San in acquiring his first soul ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichuan swiftly made his way to the academic affairs office of the academy to request leave from the responsible teacher. Faced with Yichuan's request, the teacher had no choice but to grant the leave. Upon exiting the office, Yichuan promptly summoned the Shadow Legion. Thus, Yichuan, accompanied by the Shadow Legion, trailed behind Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, maintaining a respectful distance. Given the prowess of the Shadow Legion, they remained undetected by the two. After a full day and night of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun. While the occasional roar of an unknown soul beast sent shivers down one's spine, Yu Xiaogang, guiding Tang San, carefully entered the forest with the aid of Lu Erlong's token. Yu Xiaojang's expression was grave, ever vigilant of the sounds around them. Xiao San, this is the soul-hunting forest. As it is your first visit, you must remain cautious. Every step could be fraught with peril. Tang San clenched his fists, responding, Teacher, I understand. I will be careful. Yichuan stealthily led the Shadow Legion into the depths of the forest. Xiao Sanzi, being a fellow villager, it would weigh heavily on my conscience not to lend you a hand. Upon entering the woods, Yichuan closely followed Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. The two were diligently searching for soul beasts, while Yichuan remained indifferent to the creatures surrounding them. To him, the soul rings of these beasts were far too insignificant to hold any value. As night descended, the forest grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, a rustling sound pierced the stillness, causing Tang San and Yu Xiaogang to become alert. A massive man-dragon snake emerged from the underbrush, its girth comparable to that of a bull, its triangular head raised high, flicking its tongue and exuding an abhorrent stench. It's the man-dragon snake. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted. Xiao San, be cautious. This creature possesses potent venom and boasts a lifespan of 400 years. In a manner consistent with the original narrative, the man-dragon snake met its demise at the hands of Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San, a gratified smile gracing his features. Xiao San, well done. Now, prepare to absorb its soul ring. Nodding, Tang San seated himself cross-legged to commence the absorption of the man-dragon snake's soul ring, while Yu Xiaojiang vigilantly guarded him against any surrounding disturbances. At that critical juncture, a faint rustling echoed through the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from the earth without warning. Swiftly, it produced a rat talisman and unhesitatingly placed it upon the lifeless man-dragon snake. To everyone's astonishment, the snake, once devoid of life, began to stir, driven by the hatred and agony of its final moments, targeting the unsuspecting Tang San who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. With a piercing hiss, the man-dragon snake lunged at Tang San like a bolt of black lightning, its speed astonishing, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. How is this possible? Yu Xiaojing gasped in horror, disbelief etched across his face. His instincts urged him to rush forward to protect Tang San. Yet his own strength felt utterly inadequate in this dire moment. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Yu Xiaojiang found himself powerless to intervene, forced to watch as the man-dragon snake closed in on Tang San. Just as the snake's razor-sharp fangs were poised to sink into Tang San, a shadow streaked across the night sky like a meteor. A colossal warhammer materialized out of thin air. Yichuan soon received news from the Phantom Core ninjas, learning that they had failed to scheme against Tang San. Yet, Yichuan remained unperturbed. For him, targeting Tang San was merely a diversion in his seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous life, not a matter of paramount importance. This time it didn't work out. But there will be plenty of opportunities ahead, Yichuan murmured softly. Until Tang San's life was truly at stake, Tang Hao would not intervene lightly. Such a mode of close protection piqued Yichuan's interest. However, he was not inclined to devote all his efforts solely to dealing with Tang San. In that case, it is high time for me to acquire a soul ring. Yichuan abruptly rose to his feet, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. A powerful soul ring plays an immeasurable role in enhancing a soul master's strength, and he could not settle for mere ordinary 100-year soul rings. In Yichuan's heart, his first soul ring must possess sufficient prestige, dazzling enough to leave onlookers in awe. Chapter 11. The 990,000-year soul beast, deep-sea demon whale king. In the vast and boundless ocean, there exists a seemingly calm, yet perilous sea area. The surface of the water resembles a giant mirror, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. The sky is a deep azure, merging seamlessly with the profound blue of the sea at the distant horizon, rendering the distinction between sea and sky indistinguishable. Yichuan stood quietly at the bow of the ship, the gentle sea breeze caressing his hair. Slightly lifting his head, he gazed at the enigmatic waters, murmuring to himself, "This must be the dreaded sea of death, spoken of in hushed tones by fishermen. I fear that the unfortunate deep-sea demon whale king resides here. Fire the cannons." Yichuan suddenly raised his voice, issuing the command. No sooner had his words fallen than the shadowy ninja brigade aboard sprang into action. They deftly seized the pre-prepared firecrackers, igniting them with torches before hurling them into the depths of the sea. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the air was rent with the thunderous roar of explosions echoing beneath the waves. The shockwaves from the blast sent the once calm surface of the sea into a frenzy, towering waves surging upwards, only to crash down heavily, showering vast sprays of white water. The surrounding waters seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, losing their tranquility. Yichuan picked up the large megaphone he had long prepared, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the sea, "King of the abyssal whales, emerge for a meeting. I possess the method for your ascension to divinity." His voice resonated through the megaphone, echoing across the surface of the water. Once, twice, thrice. Yichuan shouted 3 times in succession, each cry exhausting all his strength. After finishing, he lowered the loudspeaker and fixed his gaze intently on the surrounding waters, his eyes betraying a blend of tension and anticipation. Suddenly, The seemingly tranquil surface of the sea began to churn violently. The water boiled as if heated, rolling over itself to form enormous whirlpools. Soon after, a colossal figure began to rise slowly from the depths. It was a gigantic whale, resplendent in hues of blue. Stretching an impressive 200 meters in length, its immense form appeared all the more striking against the surface of the sea. Each of its eyes measured 3 meters across, and one bore a deep scar, rendering it hollow and devoid of life, while the blind eye added an air of grim ferocity to its countenance. Upon realizing that the one who had called out was merely a human child, the deep-sea demon whale king's sense of disillusionment was palpable. "Human, you dare to deceive me. Perish." The wrathful voice of the deep-sea demon whale king boomed like a thunderclap, reverberating across the water as its massive body surged rapidly towards the ship where Yichuan stood. Wherever it passed, the water was forcefully displaced, creating a vast chasm in its wake. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yichuan displayed no trace of panic on his countenance. Unhurriedly, he retrieved the mouse talisman from within his robes. "Now is the moment," he murmured to himself, before forcefully slapping the talisman against the statue. At the instant of contact, a peculiar radiance flashed forth. The statue seemed to be infused with a surge of life, animating before Yichuan's eyes. Before him stood a figure, blind with an X-shaped scar adorning his face, wielding a long sword. This was none other than Fujitora, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, brought to life by the mouse talisman. As soon as Fujitora materialized, he acutely sensed a formidable and hostile presence rapidly approaching the great ship. Activating his observation haki, he detected the immense creature drawing nearer and slowly extended his hand to grasp the cane sword at his waist. His palm was broad and powerful, fingers gently caressing the hilt of the blade. Upon witnessing this scene, Yichuan hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Xiao, spare its life. Allow me to deliver the final blow." In this pivotal moment, he understood that his plan could not afford the slightest deviation. Xiao was momentarily taken aback, although he was filled with confusion. Unable to comprehend why this young man was so insistent on the last strike against the colossal beast, he nonetheless nodded without hesitation. "Very well. I shall grant it a breath of life." The voice of the young Xiao was low and gentle, tinged with a hint of concern. Yichuan nodded earnestly, his confidence in Fujitora's strength unwavering. At that moment, the colossal form of the deep-sea devil whale king surged forth like a moving mountain, charging towards the grand vessel with ferocity. The towering waves it created soared to heights of several dozen meters, churning the surrounding waters into a turbulent murk. In the realm of Douluo, its 200-meter stature was indeed a behemoth, instilling terror in all other creatures in its vicinity. However, in the world of One Piece, where formidable beings abound, such a size was dwarfed by even the larger sea kings, which typically exceeded 1,000 meters, and some even reached 5,000 meters in length. The truly gargantuan sea kings could measure up to 10,000 meters. Fujitora maintained a serene demeanor, gradually lifting his sword staff. With a subtle exertion of his arm, the blade grazed the air, emitting a soft, resonant hum. His gaze reflected a mastery of power and a profound confidence in combat. The deep-sea devil whale king before him appeared as nothing more than an insignificant insect. "Ha!" Fujitora uttered a sharp command, sweeping his arm with vigor. In an instant, a fierce slash erupted from the blade, akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, infused with boundless strength and momentum, hurtling directly towards the deep-sea devil whale king. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen into a hushed silence. Yichuan held his breath, fixated on the clash between the strike and the deep-sea demon whale king. The strike resembled a razor-sharp giant axe, cleaving the whale king in two. Its colossal form rolled upon the surface of the sea, blood staining the surrounding waters, releasing a potent scent of brine. Despite possessing nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and an extraordinarily tenacious vitality, the deep-sea demon whale king, although severed, had not succumbed to death. Its body writhed agonizingly in the water, emitting a series of deep, resonant roars. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He promptly bowed respectfully to Vine Tiger and earnestly stated, "Mr. Xiao, I require the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, and during this process, I must not be disturbed." Vine Tiger smiled faintly and nodded slightly, a gentle expression gracing his face as he replied, "Though I do not fully comprehend the circumstances at hand, rest assured that no one shall interrupt you during this time. Go forth, young one." Yichuan nodded, took a deep breath, and then leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing steadily upon the half-formed body of the deep-sea demon whale king. The accursed deep-sea demon whale king cursed in a voice laden with resentment. However, villains are often undone by their own loquacity. Yichuan was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to swiftly conclude this affair, absorb the soul ring, and enhance his own strength. Yichuan received the katana from the hands of the ninjas of the Phantom Legion, the blade measuring as long as his own body. Glistening with a chilling light, he gripped the hilt firmly with both hands, the veins in his arms visibly straining. "Perish!" he exclaimed, "Demacia." Yichuan let out a thunderous roar, brandishing his katana as he relentlessly thrust it into the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 12. Two Soul Skills. With each piercing strike, Yichuan exerted every ounce of his strength, the blade sinking deeply into the flesh of the whale, splattering copious amounts of blood. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. He continued to stab a total of 14 times, his figure drenched in the blood of the deep-sea demon whale king, as if he had emerged from a pool of crimson. At last, after the 14th thrust, the whale's body ceased its thrashing, succumbing to death. In that fleeting moment, the surface of the sea shimmered with an extraordinary light, revealing a colossal soul ring of deep crimson intertwined with golden hues, slowly emerging. This soul ring was immense, measuring over 100 meters in size, glistening with enchanting brilliance under the sunlight. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul ring, Yichuan's eyes glimmered with a mixture of excitement and resolve. Without a trace of hesitation, he promptly settled into a cross-legged position upon the deck. His eyes gently closed as he began to summon the soul energy within him, carefully guiding the soul ring closer. In an instant, beads of sweat adorned Yichuan's forehead. Every nerve in his body taut as he concentrated intently on absorbing the soul ring. The moment Yichuan made contact with the soul ring, a formidable and tempestuous force surged violently into his body. This force resembled an enraged behemoth, rampaging within him as it sought to break free from his confines. Yichuan's body began to swell uncontrollably, his skin flushed a deep crimson as veins bulged beneath the surface, resembling worms writhing beneath his flesh, giving the impression that he might burst at any moment. Fudong, observing closely from the sidelines, felt his gaze sharpen at this alarming sight. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, poised to intervene. However, just as he was about to act, Yichuan's body suddenly reverted to its original size. Fudong blinked in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, seeing that Yichuan was momentarily out of danger, his anxious heart found some solace. He stood quietly beside Yichuan, continuing to watch over him, ready to assist should danger arise once more. Yet, Yichuan's suffering was far from over. His body persisted in a relentless cycle of expansion and contraction, each bout of swelling threatening to rupture him, while each reduction felt as if an unseen force were compressing him. Despite the immortality granted by the dog talisman, the pain remained all too real. He gritted his teeth, his expression a tumult of anguish and determination, sweat soaking his garments and dripping onto the ship's deck. Yet, Yichuan refused to yield, enduring this indescribable torment with indomitable will, striving to absorb the 99,000-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. Meanwhile, far across the tranquil sea, a figure streaked through the waters like a bolt of lightning. Wherever she went, the ocean erupted in frothy white splashes. Soon, this figure approached the vessel occupied by Yichuan and Fudong. The latter, keenly sensing the newcomer's presence, immediately unleashed the powers of his gravity fruit. In an instant, the surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, a tremendous pressure bearing down upon the approaching figure like a mountain. I am Posey, the High Priestess of Sea God Island. Esteemed one, I come with no ill intent. Posey managed to utter under the weight of the pressure, her voice tinged with urgency and helplessness. At that moment, she felt a twinge of panic. The oppressive aura emanating from this man posed a significant threat even to her. A rank 99 limit Douluo. Hearing Posey's words, Fudong furrowed his brow slightly but chose to retract some of his power, alleviating the pressure on her. Seizing the opportunity, Posey soared onto the ship, and upon noticing Yichuan, who was engrossed in absorbing the soul ring, her eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw. A child is absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king? How can this be? Her voice brimmed with disbelief and shock. Fudong, intrigued by her reaction, inquired, Soul ring? What is that? His tone bore a hint of curiosity, for in the world he knew, the concept of a soul ring was entirely foreign. Taken aback by Fudong's ignorance on the matter, Posey quickly composed herself and patiently explained. A soul ring is an energy crystallization formed from the death of a soul beast on the Douluo Continent. The color and power of the soul ring vary depending on the age of the soul beast. Absorbing a soul ring enhances a soul master's strength, but the age of the soul ring correlates with increased difficulty and risk. This child is attempting to absorb the 99,000-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, an unprecedented feat. Fudong listened intently to Posey's explanation, gaining a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar world. The two engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, while Yichuan continued to endure his suffering, striving to complete the absorption of the soul ring. A month later, upon the vast and boundless ocean, the waters lay calm, sunlight dancing upon the surface like shimmering jewels. A majestic ancient ship glided gracefully through the azure expanse, its sails billowing gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Inside the cabin, Yichuan sat quietly on the deck, his brow slightly furrowed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and soaking his garments. After a prolonged and arduous process, he had finally completed the absorption of the deep-sea demon whale king's soul ring, which was infused with terrifying energy. As the last remnants of energy integrated within him, he felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through his limbs and veins. His soul power level soared like a rocket, stabilizing at a solid 20th level. Moreover, the soul power within him was robust and profound, akin to a mighty river, flowing endlessly and far surpassing that of an ordinary soul master of the same rank. Additionally, this month-long transformation had visibly altered Yichuan's stature. His previously youthful visage now bore a newfound resolve. Soul beasts of the 10,000-year to 99,000-year range could bestow 2 soul skills upon the absorber, and Yichuan was no exception. He attuned himself to the newfound strength, discovering that the first soul skill was named 3-Wave Slash. Once unleashed, he could deliver 3 successive slashes akin to surging waves, each strike exponentially increasing in power. If unleashed with full force, it could cleave mountains and part seas. The second soul skill was Eternal Guardian, which, when activated, enveloped him in a shield radiating blue light. Within this protective barrier, he would enjoy a minute of invincibility, during which his life and vitality would recover at an astonishing rate. A true miracle for survival in dire circumstances. Ah, splendid. Yichuan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming within, his lips curving slightly upward as he murmured to himself. Chapter 13. Return to Nodding Academy. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from the cabin. Fujitora and Poseidon, alerted by the noise, swiftly exited the cabin and ascended to the deck. Over the course of the past month, Fujitora had gained considerable insight into this world and was increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of Yichuan's act of absorbing the soul rings. Is everything all right? Fujitora inquired first, his voice deep and gentle, tinged with concern. Throughout this month, despite their conversations totaling merely 2 exchanges, witnessing Yichuan's agonizing struggle during the soul ring absorption had kept Fujitora's heart in a state of unease. Yichuan lifted his head and gazed at Fujitora, nodding emphatically with a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, everything was progressing smoothly, and he expressed his gratitude to Mr. Xiao for his care during this time. Beside them, Poseidon observed Yichuan with keen curiosity. She took a gentle step forward, her countenance adorned with a warm smile, and softly inquired, "Child, I am Poseidon, the High Priestess of the Sea God Island. I am genuinely intrigued. How old are you this year?" As she spoke, her eyes scrutinized Yichuan, and a ludicrous thought flickered through her mind. Could this child possibly be an extraordinary powerhouse, albeit diminutive in stature like a dwarf? After all, to absorb a soul ring of 99,000 years hardly seemed an achievement one would expect from a mere child. On Yichuan's youthful visage, a confident smile radiated as she cheerfully proclaimed, "High Priestess, I am 6 years old this year." Upon hearing this, Poseidon's eyes widened in astonishment, her exquisite features etched with disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that this mere 6-year-old, Yichuan, dared to absorb the soul ring of the 990,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. Throughout Poseidon's extensive existence, she had never encountered such an extraordinary event. It was entirely beyond her comprehension. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to inquire further, but ultimately swallowed her words. Poseidon understood well that everyone harbors their own secrets, and she possessed the wisdom to refrain from probing deeper. "This is the soul bone you have requested." Poseidon extended her alabaster hand towards Yichuan, presenting a right leg soul bone that emanated a gentle luminescence. Yichuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he unceremoniously extended his hand to receive the offering, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Thank you, Lord Poseidon," he expressed with utmost reverence. However, after accepting the soul bone, Yichuan swiftly shifted his tone, urging others to depart. "I am deeply grateful to the High Priest for your protection. This kindness will be etched in my heart. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly pay a visit to Sea God Island." As Yichuan spoke, he inclined his body slightly in a gesture of gratitude. Poseidon's lips curled into a subtle, refined smile as she replied, "At that time, the Isle of the Sea God shall be eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence." With that, she gracefully tapped her toes, and like a brilliant beam of light, she soared away. Poseidon's figure glided swiftly across the ocean, soon vanishing from sight, leaving only a trail of rippling waves in her wake. Yichuan gazed in the direction where Poseidon had departed, nodding slightly before turning around. He smiled and bowed to Fujitora, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, his expression remaining as tranquil as still water. Yichuan cautiously extracted the mouse talisman from within the body of the pacifist, Xiao, who then reverted to a statue. Subsequently, Yichuan approached the pacifist once more, reinstating the mouse talisman within him. After completing these actions, Yichuan inhaled deeply and uttered a low command, "Spirit of the martial soul." In an instant, his body began to transform. His head gradually morphed into that of a dragon, while his limbs swiftly evolved into razor-sharp claws. His entire form expanded significantly, exuding a chilling aura. The 12 recesses that were originally designed for the 12 talismans, which previously housed only the mouse talisman and the dog talisman, now also included a new addition, the bull talisman, adorned with a blue bull's head. The bull talisman bestows upon its wielder immense strength and formidable physique, rendering it a remarkably powerful talisman. Yichuan felt the surging power within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. At the entrance of Nodding Academy, throngs of people moved about, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Amidst this lively scene, Yichuan suddenly bellowed, "I, Huan-san, have returned. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly piercing through the surrounding clamor. Onlookers turned to him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yet upon noticing the imposing figure behind Yichuan, an imposing pacifist exuding a chilling mechanical aura, they chose silence, refraining from further comment. This pacifist was a well-known entity among the students of Nodding Academy, its formidable strength instilling a sense of trepidation. After an outburst of excitement, Yichuan wore a smug smile as he strode purposefully towards the academy. His destination was clear as he advanced straight towards the direction of Dormitory 7. The afternoon sun cast a golden hue over the playground, illuminating the surroundings. Just as Yichuan reached the playground, a figure darted towards him like a bolt of black lightning. Upon closer inspection, he promptly greeted Principal Hank. What seems to be the matter? Why the urgency? Principal Hank, who had been moving with a sense of haste, abruptly halted, his face betraying a mixture of anxiety and surprise. He exclaimed, Yichuan, you have finally returned. You have exceeded your leave by a full month. Are you aware of this? As he spoke, Principal Hank lifted a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on Yichuan. Yichuan nodded slightly, her expression calm and composed. And directly admitted, Principal, I am aware. Principal Hank's eyes were filled with concern as he sighed and continued, You haven't been hunting soul rings for the past month. Have you? My dear child, how could you have ventured off for so long without a word? Yichuan nodded slightly, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mystery. Principal Hank furrowed his brows even tighter, lamenting, You ought to have informed your teacher. We will do our utmost to procure a suitable 400-year spirit ring for you. Surely, you did not carelessly absorb a spirit ring on your own. If the spirit ring is incompatible or its age insufficient, it would squander your innate talent. Yichuan could not help but burst into laughter, his face radiating confidence. Rest assured, Principal Hank, my soul ring far exceeds your imagination. As he spoke, he glanced at the bustling crowd around him. However, there are too many people here. I prefer not to showcase it just yet. Upon hearing this, Principal Hank's curiosity was instantly piqued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Very well, then, follow me. With that, he led Yichuan briskly towards the principal's office. Along the way, Principal Hank walked with urgency, frequently glancing back at Yichuan, seemingly fearful that he might run off. Yichuan, however, paid little heed to this. After all, he would be at Nodding Academy for several years, and Principal Hank would eventually learn about his soul ring, making concealment unnecessary. Chapter 14 in a flash. Time flies. Principal Hank's office was suffused with an air of antiquity. The walls were adorned with various portraits, and a massive bookshelf dominated one entire wall, laden with an assortment of ancient texts and documents, some of which had yellowed with age, exuding a faint musty odor. Principal Hank, there is something I must inform you. Principal Hank regarded Yichuan with a look of mild perplexity, his curiosity regarding Yichuan's soul ring intensifying. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan no longer hesitated. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from beneath his feet, and a soul ring, exuding a rich crimson glow interwoven with faint golden patterns, gradually ascended. The brilliance was so intense that Principal Hank instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. However, he soon lowered his hand, his mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Could it be the legendary 100,000-year soul ring? How is this possible? And what of the golden hue? Principal Hank's voice trembled as he rose to his feet, bracing his hands on the desk, leaning forward, and fixating his gaze on Yichuan's soul ring with unwavering intensity. Yichuan observed the principal's reaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Principal, the million-year soul ring is golden, and mine is a 99,000-year soul ring. Principal Hank felt his head buzz. A 10,000-year soul ring was something he had encountered only in ancient texts throughout his extensive life in the world of soul masters. Yet, now it stood before him in all its reality. He opened his mouth, intending to articulate something, but found his throat parched, rendering him utterly voiceless. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan did not linger any longer and turned to walk towards the door, requesting Principal Hank to keep his secret. Principal Hank, in a state of stupor, nodded slowly, his gaze following Yichuan's silhouette until it vanished at the threshold. After a considerable time, Principal Hank finally seated himself, his eyes vacantly staring ahead. Murmuring to himself, what has this child endured with a soul ring of 99,000 years? After leaving the principal's office, Yichuan made his way down the familiar corridor towards Dormitory 7. Upon his return, he found the room devoid of any presence. It was entirely empty. He approached his bed and slowly sat down, pondering that perhaps everyone had gone to class. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps and laughter echoed down the hallway. The door to Dormitory 7 was flung open, and Wang Sheng burst in, immediately spotting Yichuan seated by his bed. Boss, you have finally returned. Wang Sheng exclaimed with excitement, leaping forward and grasping Yichuan's shoulders tightly. I've missed you so much. In your absence, I've lost quite a bit of weight, he proclaimed, dramatically patting his stomach as he spoke. Yichuan gazed at the jovial figure before him, a stout man whose cheeks were adorned with a broad smile, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Sheng appeared noticeably rounder than before, his belly resembling a small hill. yet he audaciously claimed to have lost weight. Before Yichuan could utter a word, the melodious voice of Xiao Wu chimed in. Humph. Brother Chuan, do not heed his nonsensical claims. Wang Xing has not only failed to slim down but has actually gained 10 pounds. Xiao skipped into the room, her face illuminated by a playful smile. Her eyes sparkling with mischief directed at Wang Xing. Upon hearing her words, Wang Xing's face fluctuated between crimson and pale. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, stating, Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood me. I merely indulged a bit too much lately, and I've gained some muscle. It merely appears as though I'm chubby. As he spoke, he squeezed the flab on his arms, attempting to validate his assertion. The group erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing Tang San. He paused mid-step, his previously calm demeanor instantly tensing upon spotting Yichuan. Tang San was evidently taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. Clearly unprepared for Yichuan's presence at that moment. Soon after, his pupils narrowed slightly, and an unseen aura of vigilance enveloped him. Memories of his encounter in the soul-hunting forest surged in his mind. The mandala serpent, previously vanquished, had inexplicably revived at the critical moment of absorbing the soul rings, lunging at him with a gaping maw. According to his teacher, it was the timely intervention of a passing enforcement team that had snatched him from the brink of death. It must have been Yichuan's doing, Tang Sen thought bitterly. Despite lacking any concrete evidence, he was convinced that Yichuan was his sole adversary. No one else could harbor such malevolence towards him. This suspicion burrowed deep within him, instilling a sense of wariness towards Yichuan. Without uttering a word, Tang Sen strode directly to his bed and lay down, offering no greeting whatsoever. He turned his back to the group, exuding an aura that repelled any approach. Witnessing this, Wang Xing was instantly incensed. He stepped forward, his finger pointed accusingly at Tang San, his face flushed with indignation, and exclaimed loudly, Tang San, you don't even greet the boss when he returns? How rude. Wang Xing, who typically held Yichuan in high regard, felt a surge of anger at Tang San's blatant disrespect. Tang San slowly turned his head, his gaze icy as he regarded Wang Xing, and replied in a low voice. I am unconcerned with your affairs. You may tread your own path while I traverse mine. Let us not interfere with one another. Yichuan, upon hearing these words, merely smiled lightly, a smile imbued with a hint of profound meaning, for in time, Tang San would present a sight to behold. The days at the academy flowed like a gentle stream, and Yichuan's life gradually settled into a unique rhythm. Creating vexation for Tang San became a delightful pastime in Yichuan's existence. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would immerse himself in the enchanting world of sculpting. Seated in the corner of the 7th dormitory, a carving knife in hand, he focused intently on chiseling away at blocks of wood. Wood shavings danced at his fingertips. As he occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation or allowed a smile to grace his lips, in those moments, the world around him faded away, leaving only him and his creations. As time passed, the once sparsely adorned 7th dormitory gradually became filled with his sculptures, from variously shaped animal figures to lifelike human forms. The area surrounding the 50 beds brimmed with these masterpieces, each a testament to Yichuan's dedication. With the advent of holidays, Yichuan eagerly pulled Xiao Wu toward Holy Soul Village. While keeping company with Old Jack, Yichuan commenced work on a colossal deep-sea magic whale, stretching 200 meters in length, which he intended to utilize as a formidable buff. Xiao Wu assisted by handing him tools, their relationship blossoming with each shared endeavor. Seasons changed, and 6 years slipped by like a fleeting shadow. During this time, Yichuan not only made remarkable advancements in his sculpting skills, but also grew increasingly composed in character. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at the tall, striking figure reflected within, his heart brimming with aspirations toward the various female characters. After all, possessing a visage that rivaled that of the most discerning readers, it would indeed be a pity not to cultivate a harem. Chapter 15. The marvelous use of the Tiger Talisman. Outside Soto City, on the expansive official road, the yellow earth was kicked up by the rolling wheels, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust. A live figure hurried along, footsteps quick and resolute. Behind him trailed a lavishly adorned carriage, its body set with exquisite gems that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. The noble steeds pulling the carriage moved with grace, their hooves striking the ground with a crisp, powerful sound. As Tang Sen hurried onward, he frequently glanced back at the carriage, his face etched with exasperation, murmuring curses under his breath. Damn it. His grimace suggested that the carriage behind him was a nightmare he could not shake off. Not far behind Tang San was Yichuan. During his 6 years at Notting Academy, Yichuan remained an enigmatic presence under Principal Hank's deliberate suppression, never revealing his martial soul or spirit rings. Yet this very mystery instilled a sense of wariness among all. Tang Sen had experienced this firsthand, once. When he unleashed his martial soul in full force, believing he could overpower Yichuan, he was effortlessly bested, Yichuan never even activating his martial soul. From that moment on, Tang San came to understand the unfathomable depths of Yichuan. Without absolute certainty of victory, he dared not confront him lightly. Inside the carriage, the decor was warm and elegant, with soft cushions and exquisite curtains reflecting the owner's exceptional taste. Xiao sat within, her expressive eyes filled with confusion as she turned to Yichuan and asked, Brother Chuan, Several intermediate Soul Master Academies have sent us invitations, each offering commendable conditions. Yet we decline them all. Why do we choose to follow this fellow, Tang-san? As she spoke, her brow furrowed slightly, her face a canvas of bewilderment. Yichuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he reached out to gently pinch Xiaowu's nose. This affectionate gesture elicited a frown from her, prompting her to swat his hand away and chide playfully, "Stop pinching my nose all the time." Yichuan let out a light chuckle and countered, "Then what do you think?" Xiaowu tilted her head, pondering for a moment before a mischievous smile spread across her face. "Humph. The entire Nodding Academy knows that you treat Tang-san as a mere plaything. You even allow everyone to discard their trash in the area he is responsible for. And you have the cafeteria staff deliberately fumble when serving him food. Surely, this time you are also here to prank Tang-san." The more she spoke, the more she felt justified in her assumptions, her smile growing increasingly triumphant. Upon hearing this, Yichuan first nodded, then shook his head. And this ambiguous gesture only heightened Xiaowu's curiosity. She eagerly pressed on, "What on earth is going on? Please don't keep me in suspense." Yichuan gazed at the anxious expression on Xiaowu's face and found himself reluctant to explain. "You will understand in due time. Soon." The carriage gradually entered the city of Sodo. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone path, producing a muffled sound. While the streets were flanked by bustling crowds and a profusion of shops, Yichuan gently took Xiaowu's hand, guiding the carriage as they made their way into the city. In her eyes sparkled a blend of curiosity and excitement as she chattered incessantly along the journey. "Brother Chuan, look over there. So many delicious treats," she exclaimed, tugging at Yichuan's arm before leaping from the carriage to rush towards a food stall. Her gaze fixated on the array of pastries displayed, her mouth watering in anticipation. Yichuan smiled as he took out a few silver coins, purchasing 2 servings which he handed to Xiaowu. Eagerly, she took a bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction as she mumbled, "Delicious. Yichuan, you should try it too." The pair ambled through the enchanting streets of Sodo City, stopping intermittently to absorb their surroundings. Eventually, they arrived before a lavishly adorned hotel. The establishment sign boasted the gilded words Rose Hotel, flanked by exquisite potted plants at the entrance. The grand doors stood ajar, revealing the opulent interior. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Rose Hotel, what a splendid name. Let us stay here tonight." Yichuan gazed at Xiaowu's expectant eyes and smiled. "Let us proceed." The two entered the hotel, where the crystal chandelier in the lobby radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space. Yichuan approached the front desk and addressed the attendant, "Please arrange for us the finest rose suite." The attendant nodded with a smile, promptly completing the necessary procedures before guiding them towards the second floor. Upon arriving at the suite's entrance, the attendant opened the door and gestured invitingly. Little Wu could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed inside, exclaiming in awe, "What a beautiful room, Brother Chuan. And there's a swing." With that, she immediately took a seat on the swing, her laughter echoing joyfully throughout the room. Yichuan nodded in satisfaction, surveying the arrangement of the room. The pink lighting created a warm and romantic atmosphere, while a swing gently swayed in one corner. Adjacent to it stood a massive bathtub, its pristine white surface glimmering softly under the illumination. The suspended large bed exuded an air of novelty. Subsequently, Yichuan approached a nearby wardrobe and gently opened it, revealing an array of intriguing props that elicited a slight raising of his eyebrows, mingled with surprise. He opened another wardrobe, discovering it filled with an assortment of outfits, including maid costumes, lowly attire, and form-fitting black skirts. At this sight, Yichuan couldn't help but marvel at the relatively low productivity in the Douluo world. Yet the development in this regard seemed to match that of modern society. He turned to the little girl playing merrily on the swing, smiling as he called out, "Xiaowu, come and take a look at these garments." Xiaowu leapt off the swing and bounced over, her face instantly flushing as she beheld the outfits in the wardrobe. She playfully hit Yichuan and exclaimed, "You naughty one, why are you looking at these?" Yichuan smiled as he wrapped his arms around Xiaowu, expressing his desire to see just how stunning she would look in these already beautiful garments. Upon hearing this, a blush instantly grazed Xiaowu's cheeks. With a playful huff, she wriggled out of Yichuan's embrace, muttering, "Humph, you naughty one." Unfazed by his presence, she began to change her clothes right in front of him. Typically lively and charming like a sprite, Xiaowu was now gracefully slipping into a pair of black professional attire. Her slender fingers deftly pulled up the fabric, smoothing out the wrinkles at the collar. Strangely, this ensemble, which should have accentuated a mature and sophisticated allure, instead radiated a sense of playfulness with every move she made. Yichuan's gaze was utterly captivated by the enchanting figure of Xiaowu before him. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection. In the next moment, he could no longer contain the impulse within him and swiftly stepped forward, enveloping Xiaowu tightly in his embrace once more. Startled by his sudden movement, Xiaowu let out a soft gasp, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yichuan's kisses began to descend upon her like gentle raindrops. "Brother Yichuan," Xiaowu murmured, tilting her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of longing. Her voice imbued with a tender plea, "Today, just indulge me, will you?" Yichuan gently nodded, his eyes filled with affection as he lifted Xiaowu and made his way toward the bedside. "Wait," he exclaimed, producing a talisman and placing it upon Xiao Wu. In an instant, a peculiar radiance enveloped her, and when the light dissipated, 2 identical Xiao Wus appeared. What followed was a scene unsuitable for the young: the large bed, the bathtub, and the swing transformed into a battleground of fervent activity among the 3. Chapter 16. A fierce display of power. The following morning, soft rays of light filtered through the heavy curtains of the Rose Hotel, gently cascading onto the somewhat disheveled bed. Xiao Wu lay nestled within the plush covers like a languid rabbit, soundly asleep. The delicate features of her face still bore traces of last night's fatigue, her long lashes fluttering slightly with each breath. Yichuan had already risen, standing at the bedside, quietly gazing at Xiao Wu, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Possessing the formidable power of the Ox Talisman, the surge of his strength had rendered last night's events somewhat uncontrollable, and ultimately, the 2 Xiao Wu could not withstand it. Succumbing to slumber early. Xiao Wu, rest well. I shall return soon. Yichuan leaned down, gently placing a kiss on Xiao Wu's forehead. In a dazed state, she murmured softly, curling deeper into the covers. I know, just hurry back. With that, she drifted back into a deep sleep. Yichuan stood up, tidied himself, and gently closed the door behind him. Exiting the hotel, he made his way directly to the stable, taking the horse-drawn carriage away from the Rose Hotel. Outside Soto City lay a tranquil village, where life had once flowed as serenely as water, with the occasional sounds of chickens and dogs being the most lively echoes. However, today the village presented an exceptionally rare sight. In the open space at the village entrance, hundreds of people formed a long, winding line, resembling a dormant dragon. Tang stood to the side, his brow slightly furrowed as he quietly observed everything before him. Was this the academy that his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, had so fervently recommended? It appeared to be a far cry from his expectations of a mid-level Soul Master Academy. In his imagination, the academy should have been grand and imposing, with spacious, well-lit classrooms and extraordinary mentors. Yet, this scene of enrollment in a small village left him feeling uncertain. Was this truly the institution that his teacher claimed would enhance his cultivation? Tang murmured to himself, his tone laden with skepticism. At that moment, just as in the original plot, Dai Mubai showcased his talent, while Li Yusong demonstrated his prowess as a Soul Emperor. The crowd waiting in line erupted in a flurry of chatter. Those who had initially been filled with anticipation now displayed expressions of hesitation and retreat. With 1 Soul Emperor and 1 Soul Sovereign exhibiting such formidable strength, coupled with the stringent entrance requirements, few were willing to squander their money, fearing rejection and total loss. In an instant, more than half of the line dissipated, shaking their heads and departing with sighs. Just as the atmosphere began to calm, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. Instinctively, Tang turned to look, seeing a carriage racing towards them. Upon recognizing the person, his expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed. Damn, why are they following me again? The carriage came to a halt, and Yichuan leaped down, dressed in resplendent attire, a finely crafted jade pendant at his waist and a folding fan in hand, approaching Tang with a beaming smile. Little San, is this the academy that Gongzi recommended for you? It doesn't seem all that impressive. Yichuan exclaimed boldly, completely disregarding the gazes of those around him. Hearing Yichuan refer to his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, as Gongzi, a surge of anger ignited within Tang. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white from the strain. His eyes fixed on Yichuan, wishing nothing more than to confront him. Yet, at that moment, a memory of being reprimanded by Yichuan surfaced in his mind, and the fear swiftly eclipsed his fury. After a brief hesitation, Tang opted to remain silent, swallowing his indignation. Yichuan, what brings you here? Tang endeavored to keep his tone as calm as possible. Yichuan chuckled softly, retracting his folding fan as he patted Tang on the shoulder. I heard you were coming to this academy, and I was curious to see it for myself. I didn't expect it to be so shabby. Tang offered no response, merely gazing silently at Yichuan, pondering to himself that regardless of the academy's appearance, as long as there were formidable instructors capable of enhancing his prowess, that would suffice. Yichuan's voice was not quiet, and given that those present were all soul masters with exceptional hearing, his words were distinctly heard by everyone. Li Yusong and Dai Mubai, who were initially preoccupied with maintaining order during the admissions process, immediately darkened in countenance upon hearing this statement, their eyes ignited with fury. Just as they were about to express their anger, a figure darted forth even more swiftly than the two. Oh, and who might you be? What strength do you possess? What qualifications do you have to question Shrek Academy? Unless you can prove your own prowess, you have no right to speak. The speaker was none other than the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, adorned in exquisite attire. Her demeanor exuded an air of pride and defiance, with her hands placed firmly on her hips, radiating an unmistakable boldness. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an expression that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. He spoke with a languid tone. So, Shrek Academy? With such stringent admission criteria, they claim to recruit monsters who far exceed ordinary geniuses, aiming to cultivate these talents into formidable forces. But what challenge does that present? Yet, the reality speaks differently. Since its inception, Shrek Academy has enrolled 62 students, of whom only 14 have graduated. The rest have perished, resulting in a staggering mortality rate of 81.4%. As these words left his mouth, they struck like a heavy stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. The parents, who had been orderly queuing with hopeful hearts to enroll their children in Shrek, suddenly froze, their expressions transforming into those of terror and hesitation. They exchanged glances filled with unease. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. A middle-aged man turned pale, his voice trembling as he instinctively clutched his child closer. Indeed, though our child possesses some talent, if they were to enter, their life would be in peril. How could we allow that? A woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she anxiously echoed his sentiments. In an instant, parents hurriedly gathered their children, hastening to depart. Within moments, the queue at the admissions office dwindled to just a few stragglers. Tang stood nearby, his heart jolted by the shocking mortality statistic, a flicker of fear creeping into his mind. However, upon hearing Yichuan's words, Li Yusong and Dai Mubai's expressions darkened, their previously amiable faces now marred by fury. Yet despite their anger, Yichuan's assertions were grounded in reason. Each statistic was akin to a sharp blade, piercing the very honor of Shrek Academy. For a moment, the two stood frozen, their minds racing to formulate a rebuttal, but their throats felt constricted, rendering them speechless. Chapter 17. A single punch. Li Yusong opened his mouth, only to produce a series of meaningless grunts. The counter-arguments that had danced on the tip of his tongue now seemed utterly feeble in the face of Yichuan's unwavering facts. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, as his usual confidence and composure evaporated, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly powerless against Yichuan's inquiries. Yichuan stood tall, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Li Yusong and Dai Mubai, continuing, "What merit is there in an academy that merely cultivates geniuses into strong individuals?" This rhetorical question struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air. "Humph, who do you think you are? Are you here to pick a fight?" Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself, brazenly shouting with a voice filled with anger and resentment, his wide eyes seemingly intent on devouring Yichuan whole. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence and audacity. His voice rang clear as he proclaimed, "Remember my name, Yichuan. It shall echo across the continent for millennia to come." Beside him, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, embodying the essence of a mischievous child as she whispered eagerly, "Let the fight begin. Let the fight begin." Her demeanor suggested that she was eagerly anticipating the unfolding of an intense battle. Li Yusong, observing the scene, furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly signaled to Dai Mubai, understanding the unspoken message. Dai Mubai realized that Yichuan's mere words could not be allowed to overshadow their presence. It was imperative to regain their standing. Stepping forward, Dai Mubai positioned himself before Yichuan, legs slightly apart, his body coiled with tension, ready to unleash his prowess. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit, White Tiger, Level 37. Attack System Soul Master. Dai Mubai declared loudly, aiming to impose pressure upon Yichuan. However, Yichuan merely scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. To him, Dai Mubai was nothing more than an inconsequential figure. "Do you possess the qualification to compel me to unleash my martial spirit?" Yichuan's voice was calm, yet it sliced through Dai Mubai's pride like a sharp blade. At that moment, Dai Mubai's face fluctuated between shades of anger and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he, a formidable level 37 attack system soul master, was being so contemptuously disregarded by Yichuan. In that instant, Dai Mubai cast aside all other thoughts, consumed by a singular desire to teach Yichuan a lesson about his true strength. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed, "Martial Spirit Manifestation. Third Soul Skill. White Tiger Golden Transformation." In an instant, Dai Mubai's limbs sprouted sharp claws, each glinting with a menacing sheen. A thick, powerful tail extended from his back, swaying gently. The features of a white tiger emerged upon him, fur erupting from beneath his skin, standing erect and exuding an overwhelming aura. As the third soul skill activated, Dai Mubai's transformation reached unprecedented heights. Black stripes, reminiscent of mysterious runes, slithered across his body, his muscles bulging as he grew in stature. "Today, I shall show you what true power is," Dai Mubai roared, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. He lunged towards Yichuan with astonishing speed, his figure leaving a phantom trail in the air, while the ground trembled beneath his advancing steps. Yet, in the face of Dai Mubai's ferocious assault, Yichuan exhibited no hint of fear. Instead, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he muttered, "Small fry." Just as Dai Mubai was about to reach him, Yichuan invoked the rabbit talisman. In that fleeting moment, his speed surged to its zenith, transforming him into a mere wisp, as he instantaneously appeared before Dai Mubai. With a fist raised high, he struck fiercely at Dai Mubai's abdomen. The blow, seemingly simple, concealed boundless power. It felt as though the air itself had been rent asunder. Emitting a hissing sound, Dai Mubai let out a piercing scream of agony, his entire body convulsing as he spat forth bile. He crumpled to the ground, akin to a withered shrimp, utterly devoid of strength. At that moment, shock and disbelief filled Daimubai's eyes, unable to comprehend how he had been so effortlessly vanquished. Remarkable! Ning Rongrong exclaimed involuntarily, her eyes wide with astonishment, her face a canvas of surprise. Observing Yichuan's youthful visage, she marveled at how he could incapacitate a soul master with a single punch, despite not even having activated his martial spirit. Her voice resonated with admiration, laced with awe. Standing to the side, Tang San's expression grew grave. His gaze remained fixed on Yichuan, his wariness deepening, dread coiling within him. Such a formidable opponent would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle on his future path. However, the thought of his twin martial spirits offered him a semblance of reassurance. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing regarded Yichuan with curiosity, her icy eyes shimmering with an unusual light as she scrutinized him intently. The individual capable of effortlessly defeating Daimubai held secrets and strength that ignited her desire for exploration. As for Li Yusong, his countenance darkened. He had believed that Daimubai, as a level 37 attack system soul master, would be more than capable of meeting any challenge. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the ease with which Chuan had dispatched him with a single blow. Such prowess left Li Yusong feeling unsettled, and a wave of concern washed over him. Yichuan slightly lifted her chin, beckoning to Li Yusong with a disdainful flick of her finger. This seemingly trivial gesture ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Li Yusong's heart. His face flushed crimson in an instant, veins bulging on his forehead, as he clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Humph! Li Yusong emitted a heavy cold snort, his voice thick with fury. That you have come to provoke me at Shrek Academy, I, Li Yusong, am not one to bully the weak. His words rang out with conviction. An attempt to overpower Yichuan's presence. Yet, internally, Li Yusong was far from the composure he outwardly displayed. A flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze as he beheld Yichuan's unwavering confidence, stirring a wave of doubt within him. Recalling the speed Yichuan had demonstrated moments earlier, Li Yusong felt a lingering trepidation. In that fleeting moment, Yichuan had appeared as a mere phantom, moving so swiftly that even he struggled to react. Who exactly is this fellow? How could he possess such terrifying speed? Li Yusong pondered silently, weighing the risks of acting recklessly. Should he falter and be defeated, it would be a disgrace to Shrek Academy. Chapter 18. The Same Punch. Li Yusong instinctively took a half-step back, masking his unease with a forced smirk on his face. Kid, do not think that a bit of skill grants you license to wreak havoc at Shrek Academy. If it were not for your youth, you would have already learned your lesson. Yichuan observed Li Yusong's feigned demeanor and couldn't help but find it amusing. A hint of a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "Spare me the theatrics. If you are fearful, simply admit it. Acknowledge that Shrek Academy's teaching prowess is lacking." Yichuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The gazes of the crowd shifted back and forth between the two individuals, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a boisterous and audacious voice erupted like thunder from a clear sky, shattering the tranquility. "Aha! Teacher Li, while you may seek to maintain your dignity, I, Xiao Wuji, have no such reservations. Today, I shall wield my strength to overpower the weak." The tone brimmed with unabashed arrogance, reminiscent of a brazen thug. The crowd turned towards the sound to see a figure of formidable stature, resembling a towering mountain standing resolutely. His face bore the mark of hubris, every sinew seemingly proclaiming his arrogance. This man was none other than Xiao Wuji, the formidable level 76 warrior of the Assault Soul lineage. Yichuan stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips, while Xiao Wuji before him appeared to be nothing more than an insignificant figure in his eyes. The immovable king, Xiao Wuji, was merely a jest. Yichuan's voice, though low, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's expression darkened instantaneously. His glare fixed on Yichuan, eyes ablaze with fury. "Humph, little brat, then come and try. Let us see if I can force the excrement out of you." Yichuan was not intimidated by Xiao Wuji's imposing presence. With a casual flick of his finger, he ignited a fierce wrath within Xiao Wuji. "You have provoked me. Young one, 7th soul skill, true spirit manifestation." Xiao Wuji roared, his voice reverberating through the air. A powerful radiance enveloped his form, initiating a remarkable transformation. The already towering Xiao Wuji seemed to be stretched by an unseen force, soaring to an impressive height of 5 meters. His muscles swelled rapidly, akin to being inflated, each fiber brimming with boundless strength. Brownish yellow fur sprouted from his skin, resembling wild grass, swiftly covering his entire body. In an instant, as Xiao Wuji fully morphed into a bear form, the fur transformed into a brilliant golden hue, shimmering under the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. Standing nearby, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing exchanged glances of discontent at the spectacle. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, muttering under her breath, "What an absurd display from Xiao Wuji. A mere soul sage resorting to his true spirit against a youth. Is it typical for Shrek Academy's instructors to act so shamelessly?" Zhu Zhiqing, with her lips pressed tightly together, felt an involuntary surge of concern for Yichuan, recognizing the dire nature of his predicament against the formidable Xiao Wuji. Yet Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he calmly extended a finger, his tone unwavering and resolute. "One punch. I need only one punch to defeat you." Those simple words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disbelief throughout the gathered crowd. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting incredulity. Zhao Wuji, incensed by Yichuan's audacity, unleashed a powerful bare paw, generating a fierce gust of wind. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Zhao Wuji bellowed, charging forward with tremendous force, his massive paw hurtling towards Yichuan with overwhelming might. Yet, Yichuan remained utterly unperturbed, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Just as the bare paw was about to strike him, he unleashed the swift power of the rabbit talisman. In an instant, his figure became indistinct, akin to a specter, and he arrived before Zhao Wuji in the blink of an eye. Following this, he activated the superhuman strength of the ox talisman. The muscles in his arm swelled instantaneously, transforming his entire arm into a fist forged from steel. Behold my punch! Yichuan roared, launching a fist imbued with colossal force. This strike seemed to condense all the energy of heaven and earth, causing the air to resonate with a deafening hum. Zhao Wuji barely had time to react before he was struck directly by this blow. A thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of an exploding cannonball, as Yichuan's fist sent Zhao Wuji's massive martial soul embodiment hurtling away. His body traced a lengthy arc through the air, soaring several dozen meters before crashing heavily against the gates of Shrek Academy. With a resounding boom, the academy's entrance shattered into splinters, debris scattering in all directions. Zhao Wuji lay among the ruins, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his form resembling a kite severed from its string, succumbing to unconsciousness. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. All present were rendered speechless, their mouths agape as if capable of accommodating an egg. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, "Impossible." Without activating his martial soul, he has severely injured a soul sage with a single punch. Could he be a titled Douluo? No. Such a blow is beyond even the abilities of Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Sword. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly still reeling from the shocking spectacle. Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously exuded an air of aloofness, was now replaced by astonishment. She fixed her gaze intently on Yichuan, her eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. The youth before her, seemingly of similar age, possessed such terrifying prowess, having vanquished a formidable opponent she had never dared to imagine defeating. This left her heart in a tumult of emotions. Tang San's expression darkened considerably, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. As he regarded Yichuan, a profound sense of defeat surged within him. He had once believed that his twin martial souls were sufficiently powerful, yet in the face of Yichuan's punch, they appeared utterly trivial, as though his twin martial souls were worthless. Meanwhile, Li Yusong and Dai Mubai stood to the side, their eyes fixed on Yichuan without so much as a blink, their bodies trembling slightly, fearful that a momentary displeasure from Yichuan might compel him to direct his wrath towards them. In this moment, Yichuan had transcended the realm of an ordinary youth in their eyes, becoming a demon from the depths of hell, instilling a profound terror within them. Chapter 19. Keep up. Everyone, follow closely. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and dust danced wildly in the searing light before the gates of Shrek Academy. Yichuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture upright, exuding an undeniable aura that commanded attention. His gaze casually swept across the surroundings before settling on Tang San. That look, sharp as a tangible blade, sent a chill coursing up Tang San's spine. Instinctively, he averted his eyes from Yichuan's piercing stare, a wave of trepidation washing over him, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yichuan's lips curled into a faintly mocking arc as he spoke languidly, his voice cutting through the sweltering air with clarity. "Little San, is this the esteemed Shrek Academy you have yet to join? TSK, it appears rather unremarkable." He paused momentarily, a glimmer of derision flickering in his gaze. "How about this? Bow to me 3 times and pledge yourself as my disciple, and I may consider imparting some knowledge to you." Upon hearing these words, Tang San's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. He clenched his jaw, the flames of fury roaring within his chest. Yet reason cautioned him that the individual before him was unfathomable. He contemplated silently, realizing that his current abilities were akin to those of an ant in the presence of Yichuan. If he were to truly provoke him, taking his life would be a mere trifle. With this thought, Tang San could only suppress his anger, letting out a cold huff, lowering his head in silence, refraining from any rebuttal. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan could not help but emit a soft chuckle, filled with an anticipatory amusement at Tang San's reaction. He then shook his head, a hint of disappointment crossing his visage as he lamented, "How dull. Indeed, quite dull. I had believed this to be an intriguing plaything. Yet it appears I have overestimated it." With that, Yichuan turned, sauntering leisurely towards the carriage that awaited nearby. Just as he was about to ascend and crack the whip to depart, a striking figure dashed towards him. It was Ning Rongrong, her movements light and graceful. As she reached Yichuan, she was slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue from her exertion. "You just mentioned your name is Yichuan, correct?" Ning Rongrong began, her voice clear and melodious. "The Shrek Academy is truly a misnomer. It was a folly for me to travel such a distance only to find it so utterly unremarkable." As she spoke, she fanned herself gently with her hand, her eyes brimming with disdain for the Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's face revealed a smile tinged with intrigue. He slightly raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What? Does the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect also find this academy to be rather unremarkable?" Yichuan's tone carried a hint of jest, yet he confidently revealed Ning Rongrong's true identity. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. She scrutinized Yichuan from head to toe, a smile blossoming on her lips as she exclaimed, "I never imagined you would discern my identity. Nevertheless, it matters not. You are quite an intriguing fellow, far more interesting than anyone in this academy." With that, disregarding Yichuan's potential objections, she whimsically perched herself upon his carriage. Yichuan observed Ning Rongrong's series of actions with a resigned shake of his head, yet his expression bore no trace of anger, for it would not be long before he discerned the depths of her character. With a gentle shrug, he settled firmly into the driver's seat, grasped the reins, and with a deft flick, commanded the horses to move. With a sharp call, the carriage commenced its slow journey, stirring up a cloud of dust as it ventured into the distance. Zhu Zhuqing stood outside Shrek Academy, her gaze first falling upon the disheveled Dai Mubai on the ground. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions, disgust mingled with a sense of liberation. Subsequently, her attention shifted to the receding carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, she elegantly strode forward, her long legs carrying her swiftly in pursuit. At the front of the carriage, Yichuan held the reins, appearing to be intently driving the vehicle, yet he had already taken note of the shadow that followed closely behind him. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible, and after a brief moment, he gently pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a gradual halt. Yichuan leapt gracefully from the carriage, turning to observe the approaching Zhu Zhuqing with keen interest. Zhu Zhuqing, tall and elegantly curved, had long, lustrous black hair that danced in the wind, lending a touch of vivacity to her otherwise cool countenance. Her eyes, resembling cold stars, exuded a frigid aloofness that seemed to ward off any who dared approach. "What troubles you, young lady?" Yichuan initiated, his voice deep and resonant, echoing along the desolate road. "Do you wish to escape your fate?" As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing into Zhu Zhuqing's large eyes, as if attempting to discern her innermost thoughts. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing halted abruptly, her expression revealing surprise. Instinctively, she clenched her fists, her heart wary. How could this man utter such words? "It seems you have discerned my true nature," she replied, her voice icy, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Yichuan smiled enigmatically, his laughter tinged with a hint of mystery. "The daughter of the Zhu family, the head of the Xing Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing." He articulated each word deliberately, revealing that she had fled the Xing Luo Empire to escape a royal marriage and to survive, pursued by her elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun, until she found herself here. Although Yichuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, each word struck Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a heavy hammer. Her complexion instantly turned ashen, her eyes widening in shock and terror. How could this person possess such intimate knowledge? She had been so cautious along her journey, concealing her identity. Yet all her secrets were effortlessly unveiled by him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, peering out from the carriage, wore an expression of astonishment. Her eyes darted between Yichuan and Zhu Zhuqing, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. "Yichuan, how is it that you seem to know everyone's identity? Could it be that you possess some extraordinary martial soul, perhaps the title Douluo? Are you an old man trying to deceive this Navi girl?" she exclaimed, her gestures exaggerated, her face a canvas of confusion and curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing, regaining her composure, stepped forward, fixing her gaze intently on Yichuan. "How do you know my identity?" she inquired. Though her voice remained cool, the urgency within it was unmistakable. Yichuan gazed at them, refraining from an immediate response. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sunlight cascaded upon his face, accentuating his chiseled features. After a brief pause, he withdrew his gaze and turned towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, hinting at secrets he possessed through his own channels of knowledge. "However, if you wish to uncover more, perhaps you might consider accompanying me. Who knows what revelations may await?" Yichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a beguiling smile gracing his handsome face. Chapter 20. The Ascension of the Hautian Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing's hair danced wildly in the wind, her eyes brimming with resolve and reluctance. To alter her destiny, the unremarkable Dai Mubai or the enigmatic Yuchuan, Zhu Zhuqing possessed her own measure of judgment. After a moment, she bit her lower lip, her pearly teeth leaving a delicate imprint on her rosy lips. She found herself devoid of options. The wheels of fate began to turn at that instant. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and entered Yuchuan's carriage. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was already seated within, and upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing approach, she offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Thus, their destinies intertwined through Yuchuan. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of confidence. He gently flicked the reins in his hand, and the carriage began to move slowly towards the direction of Soto City. The wheels rolled forward, crushing the withered branches and fallen leaves beneath them, producing a creaking sound. Not long after the carriage set out, a towering figure suddenly emerged on the road ahead. The individual was shrouded beneath a tattered cloak, obscuring their features, but the cloak rustled dramatically in the wind. Yichuan abruptly pulled the reins, causing the horse to rear up, its front hooves elevated high, emitting a resounding neigh. Yichuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing like a beacon, instantly discerning the identity of the individual before him. Yet, he chose to feign ignorance, secretly contemplating that this person likely harbored ill intentions. A good dog does not obstruct the way. Yichuan's voice was frigid, akin to the biting wind of this wintry night, tinged with a hint of impatience. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing lifted the curtain of the carriage, following Yichuan's gaze toward the figure ahead, a flicker of confusion crossing their eyes. The newcomer let out a cold snort, his voice deep and frosty. "You must recognize me now, right? Xiao Chuan." This voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an endless chill. Upon hearing this, Yichuan realized that continuing to feign ignorance was futile. So he decided to drop the pretense. He straightened his back, and a rebellious smile graced his face. "Should I still address you as Uncle Hao? Or is it more appropriate to refer to you as the Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect?" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the ragged figure before them, who appeared akin to a beggar, was indeed the legendary Haotian Douluo, renowned for single-handedly defeating the Pope and 4 platinum bishops. Tang Hao slowly lifted his head, the moonlight filtering through the clouds and illuminating his weathered visage. His eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. "It is merely a matter of course," he declared coldly. "You bully the weak daily at the academy, and just moments ago you humiliated him. He is my son. Yin has entrusted me with the duty of safeguarding my son." Tang Hao's voice quivered slightly, laden with a chilling malice. "In any case, you have sealed your fate." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Surrounding Tang Hao were 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, arranged in an orderly fashion, each pulsating with light, as if proclaiming his unparalleled strength as a titled Douluo to Yichuan. The immense Haotian hammer, his martial spirit, was firmly grasped in his hand. The hammer, dark and rough, bore an air of weightiness, with enigmatic patterns subtly visible upon its surface. The sturdy handle was gripped tightly by Tang Hao's powerful hand, exuding an oppressive presence akin to a mountain. A titled Douluo wielding the Haotian hammer, he truly is the Haotian Douluo. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled with disbelief and terror, her petite lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes wide open, reflecting the imposing figure of Tang Hao. As the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed Tao sect, she was well aware that the strongest among the Haotian sect was bestowed with the title of Haotian, especially one as illustrious as Tang Hao. Witnessing him in person now, the shock within her was ineffable. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he extended a finger, gently gesturing towards Ning Rongrong, and remarked, "This young lady is the esteemed daughter of the esteemed Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It appears that your relationship with the Haotian school is rather amicable." After this, he shifted his finger towards Zhu Shiqing, his expression growing slightly more serious. "This is the second young lady of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. She is certainly not someone to be trifled with." Zhu Shiqing maintained a cold demeanor, her delicate features betraying no unnecessary emotions, save for the slight narrowing of her eyes, which revealed her inner vigilance. Yichuan slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Tang Hao, devoid of any semblance of fear. He pondered whether, after eliminating him beneath the Haotian crown, Tang Hao would choose to silence the 2 of them or spare their lives. As these words escaped his lips, it felt as if the temperature in the air plummeted instantaneously, rendering the atmosphere increasingly tense. Tang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the unique identities of these 2 individuals. Allowing them to depart would tarnish his reputation, casting a shadow over the Haotian sect, as it would spread tales of him assaulting a child. Yet, to eliminate them, despite the desolate surroundings where no one would witness, would inevitably invite trouble. After a brief moment of silence, a glimmer of determination flickered in Tang Hao's eyes as he resolutely decided to silence them. He spoke coldly. "Their association with you has already sealed their fate." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong trembled involuntarily, instinctively retreating behind Yichuan. Zhu Shiqing immediately assumed a defensive stance, her soul power swirling around her, prepared to counter any attack from Tang Hao. However, such actions only seemed laughable in Tang Hao's eyes. Yet, Yichuan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of an unruly smile. As one approaches death, their words often take on a poignant clarity. "Why did the Haotian crown kill me? Speak plainly." Without pretense or justification, Tang Hao's expression darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest. As he spoke gravely, "Given your innate talent and your connection with Xiao San from the same village, I had high hopes that you would become his steadfast ally, or at the very least, his comrade in arms. Do you not realize that he possesses a twin martial soul? Such a remarkable endowment destined him for the path of the continent's most formidable powers, and perhaps one day, he might even aspire to the transcendent realm of divinity." He paused, inhaling deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotion surging within him. Yet, the fury in his gaze towards Yichuan surged like a relentless tide. "However, your repeated antagonism towards Xiao San at Notting Academy initially did not concern me too greatly. I perceived it as mere youthful rivalry, even if you became enemies. I considered it a form of tempering for Xiao San, enabling him to grow amidst adversity. But now, Your ability to effortlessly defeat a soul saint has nearly planted a seed of inner turmoil within him. I cannot allow this turmoil to take root. It must be extinguished in its cradle, and you are the source of this turmoil. Tang Hao's voice grew increasingly frigid, each word imbued with an icy chill. Chapter 21. One hand. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stood resolutely beside one another, their faces flushed with indignation, their eyes brimming with disdain for Tang Hao. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, leaving faint imprints upon her rosy flesh, and could not help but mutter under her breath. Who would have thought that the illustrious Hao Tian Douluo would be such a brazen and shameless individual? Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, a hint of disdain gracing her usually stern countenance as she coldly remarked, to resort to violence against an innocent person under the guise of precaution is truly despicable. Hao Tian Douluo. Yichuan's voice rang clear, laced with a touch of mockery. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? In truth, it is you who have fallen into my trap. Since the awakening of my martial soul, no one has witnessed my true strength. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Yichuan, suffocating in its intensity. Behind him, a powerful tail sprouted forth like a swift serpent, and his handsome visage began to transform. His forehead slightly bulged, and his eyes elongated and sharpened, glimmering with a golden hue, taking on the form of a dragon-headed human. Simultaneously, a shimmering layer of dragon scales enveloped his body, each scale resembling a meticulously crafted gemstone, radiating brilliance. Soon after, 6 soul rings, red with a hint of gold, ascended slowly from beneath his feet, rotating languidly and exuding such a formidable aura that the surrounding trees trembled uncontrollably. Tang Hao, the formidable figure standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, could not conceal the astonishment etched upon his face, akin to a storm raging within. His eyes widened as his pupils constricted sharply, as if witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle imaginable. How is this possible? Tang Hao murmured, his voice thick with disbelief. 6 soul rings, each surpassing 100,000 years. Yichuan raised his head, his demeanor exuding pride as he declared loudly, Yichuan, the master of martial souls. A level 67 assault system, Soul Emperor. Ning Rongrong instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, filled with an expression of incredulity. Her mind was a blank, utterly unable to comprehend the secret that this young man before her was concealing. How could this be possible? A 12-year-old Soul Emperor. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, her gaze flickering with a complex array of emotions, envy intertwined with reflection. If only she possessed such talent. Perhaps she could break free from the shackles of her family and truly seize her own destiny. Tang Hao took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He clenched his fists, the joints turning pale from the exertion, and his aura surged correspondingly. Yichuan, I concede that your talent may indeed be the strongest in the history of Douluo Continent. However, the chasm between a titled Douluo and a Soul Emperor is immense. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Upon hearing this, Yichuan not only displayed no hint of trepidation but instead laughed with even greater abandon. Oh, he exclaimed, raising an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with provocation. In fact, I hope that the Douluo of Haoyan will refrain from fleeing in the impending confrontation. Suddenly, a tempest roared around them, with sand and stone swirling chaotically, as if the very elements were restless in anticipation of the fierce clash to come. Yichuan and Tang Hao stood in opposition, their auras colliding with one another, creating a sibilant sound in the air, as if sparks could ignite at any moment. Today marks the day of your demise. Yichuan's lips curled into a fearless smile as he retorted, let us see who can stand tall at the end of this day. No sooner had he spoken than, in an instant, Yichuan and Tang Hao shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Tang Hao's speed was akin to lightning, stirring up a fierce gale, while the air around him was compressed by his formidable presence, producing a dull, thunderous roar. Yichuan also displayed remarkable prowess, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, his muscles bulging, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yichuan concentrated all his strength into his right fist, his arms' muscles bulging prominently, veins standing out, glimmering with a metallic sheen. The two met in midair, without a hint of hesitation, and their fists collided with tremendous force. A colossal roar reverberated, shaking the earth and mountains, as a powerful wave of energy surged outward from the epicenter of their clash, uprooting nearby trees and sending them flying into the distance. Remarkably, neither retreated a step, their feet firmly planted on the ground, which suddenly caved in, leaving behind 2 profound footprints, while the surrounding earth cracked like a spider's web. From a distance, Zhu Zhuqing observed the battle, and upon witnessing this scene, she instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, a tie. Yichuan, a Soul Emperor, has fought to a standstill against the titled Douluo. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as this spectacle had completely exceeded her understanding. Ning Rongrong appeared anxious, her hands unconsciously clenching, nails digging into her palms. It's different, Ning Rongrong said urgently. The Haotian clan possesses numerous secret techniques. Yichuan is in danger. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly expressing her deep concern for Yichuan's safety. Seemingly hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang Hao's gaze flashed with a fierce intensity. Suddenly, he exerted tremendous force, unleashing his soul power like a surging tide, forcing Yichuan back several steps. In the later stages of soul mastery, the disparity in strength is immense. Tang Hao declared solemnly. It is not merely the difference in soul power. The true form of the martial spirit also plays a crucial role. Haotian's true form. With a fierce roar, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer began to expand wildly in his hand, swelling dozens of times in an instant, reaching a staggering height of nearly 100 meters. The colossal hammer loomed like a towering mountain, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure as it hurtled towards Yichuan. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan displayed no trace of fear. Instead, an even more fervent fighting spirit ignited within him. Sixth soul skill, Deep Sea Fury. In an instant, Yichuan's physique expanded by a third, his muscles becoming more robust, with a faint glow coursing beneath his skin. At that moment, his strength astonishingly surged tenfold. The sixth soul skill of Yichuan allows him to augment his strength tenfold for a duration of 10 minutes. Although this time span may seem fleeting, it is more than sufficient to sway the outcome of a battle in the midst of such rapid and unpredictable combat. In an instant, Tang Hao, wielding the colossal Haotian hammer, advanced towards Yichuan with a cataclysmic aura. In the presence of the hammer's immense size, Yichuan appeared diminutive, as if he could be effortlessly cast aside by this overwhelming force. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed as the Haotian hammer descended heavily, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured the sky and sun. Everything in the vicinity was shrouded by this immense power, rendering the situation unclear. Yet, just when Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong believed that Yichuan would surely falter, an arm gradually emerged from the swirling dust. Yichuan astonishingly grasped the Haotian hammer with a single hand, once again thwarting Tang Hao's assault. Chapter 22. Yet another fist. With a defiant smile gracing his face, Yichuan gazed at Tang Hao, who wielded the Haotian hammer, and coldly remarked, "Is this the most formidable Haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect? It appears rather unimpressive." In an instant, Tang Hao's complexion darkened, his eyes flashing with a mix of rage and disbelief. Since ascending to the rank of title Douluo, no one had ever dared to belittle him in such a manner, nor had anyone effortlessly withstood a strike from his Haotian hammer's true form. Gripping the massive 100-meter-long Haotian hammer tightly, his joints turned pale from the exertion as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Cursed! How many blows can you withstand? I refuse to believe you can endure any longer." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a vibrant red glow erupted around him, enveloping his entire being like blazing flames. This was the domain of the god of killing, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust permeating the air, as if the very atmosphere were being corroded by this presence, emitting a hissing sound. Within this domain, Tang Hao's strength would experience a significant enhancement. Typically, opponents who stepped into this realm would be immediately intimidated by the boundless killing intent, their own power greatly diminished. Yichuan felt a fleeting sense of weakness rise from the depths of his heart. However, this sensation was swiftly eradicated by the magical talisman within his body. Yichuan threw his head back and laughed heartily, his voice resonating powerfully amidst the raging winds. "The domain of the god of death is of no consequence to me. Prepare to meet your demise, you scoundrel Tang Hao." With that, Yichuan lightly tapped the ground beneath him, propelling himself forward like a streak of black lightning, charging directly at Tang Hao's heavenly hammer. Yichuan possesses the soul power of a soul emperor, which serves as the foundation of his strength. Every strand of soul energy surges within him like a mighty river, tumultuous and unrestrained. His Saint Lord martial soul adds an extraordinary depth to his power, amplifying his capabilities. Furthermore, his sixth soul skill magnifies his strength tenfold, while the bull talisman enhances it by several hundred times. The addition of the rabbit talisman bestows upon Yichuan unparalleled swiftness. The synergy of these 5 elements results in a geometric escalation of his might. At this moment, Yichuan emanates an aura so formidable that it instills fear. He appears to be the sovereign of this realm. With a powerful leap, he clenches his right fist, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he strikes towards Tang Hao's Haotian hammer. A thunderous crash resonates, akin to the earth splitting apart, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. The massive Haotian hammer, measuring 100 meters in diameter, shatters under the force of Yichuan's punch, exploding into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. Tang Hao feels an overwhelming force emanating from the Haotian hammer, causing his arms to numb, and a sweet taste fills his throat as he uncontrollably spews forth a mouthful of blood. Yet Yichuan did not pause for a moment. His momentum remained unyielding as he instantly appeared before Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with terror. He wished to evade, only to discover that under this overwhelming pressure, his body was rendered completely immobile. Yichuan gazed at Tang Hao before him, devoid of any semblance of compassion. With resolute determination, he unleashed another punch, infused with boundless power, striking fiercely against Tang Hao's chest. Crack! A cacophony of bones fracturing echoed through the air as Tang Hao's ribcage crumpled, contorting his form grotesquely. His body was akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lying there, Tang Hao's eyes lost their luster. He could scarcely fathom how, as the HT on Douluo, he had not even had the opportunity to unleash a single one of his sect's formidable techniques, nor could he harness the power of his 6 soul bones, only to be vanquished by Yichuan's singular blow. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips quivering slightly, a hint of panic lacing her voice. "Is this real? Has a title Douluo truly been slain so effortlessly?" Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, observing the slightly soiled hem of Yichuan's garment, and remarked with a sense of awe, "This transcends the mere definition of genius." Yichuan stood before the two individuals, his expression devoid of any turbulence. His demeanor serene as if the recent events were nothing more than a trivial matter. As a transcendent being endowed with extraordinary abilities, eliminating a native powerhouse was, in his eyes, indeed a task of little consequence. Yichuan gently lifted his head, casting his gaze toward the distant Shrek Academy, contemplating inwardly. It was a pity that from this moment on, Tang San would be considered an orphan, fitting the archetypal mold of a protagonist. Perhaps Tang San would follow the path of those heroes in novels, experiencing the vicissitudes of fortune and subsequently enhancing his strength in an almost miraculous manner. Yet, in the face of his own extraordinary powers, Tang San's future seemed rather inconsequential. Once again, it was time for the exhilarating and suspenseful phase of corpse inspection. A faint, playful smile graced Yichuan's lips as he spoke, striding purposefully towards Tang Hao's lifeless body. Tang Hao's formidable and robust form, even in death, emanated an aura of formidable reverence. Yichuan bent down, his gaze fixed upon Tang Hao, his eyes glimmering with a covetous light. Tang Hao possessed a complete set of soul bones, particularly the right arm bone and the left leg bone, both of which were high-quality soul bones inherited from the Haotian clan, treasures fervently sought after by countless soul masters. However, considering Yichuan's ability to extract soul bones in abundance from the deep-sea demon whale king, the soul bones of the Haotian clan seemed rather mediocre in comparison. Yichuan's hands swiftly explored Tang Hao's body, his movements both adept and decisive. In a short while, he discovered Tang Hao's storage soul guide. As he opened the soul guide, a radiant azure light burst forth, revealing the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor. A satisfied smile graced Yichuan's face as he unhesitatingly stowed away the remnants. With his actions, Tang Hao's body gradually disintegrated into fragments. Poor Tang Hao, who, even in death, was subjected to dismemberment by Yichuan. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, instinctively covered her mouth and could not help but exclaim, "Is it necessary to destroy the body after killing and dismembering?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by Yichuan's actions. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a calm demeanor, observing Yichuan with eyes devoid of fear. Had it not been for Yichuan, she would have been the one to perish moments ago. Thus, in her heart, she regarded his decisiveness as commendable. Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked softly, "In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, this may indeed be the most prudent choice." Yichuan paid no heed to the conversation between the two, rising upright as a talisman of shimmering brilliance materialized in his hand. In an instant, his eyes radiated two searing beams of explosive flames, sweeping toward Tang Hao's lifeless body. With a resounding blast, the flames consumed Tang Hao entirely, leaving behind nothing but a charred expanse of earth, serving as a grim testament to the events that had transpired. Chapter 23. Transition. Transition. The twilight descended like a heavy curtain, enveloping the entire city in a muted golden hue. A luxurious carriage approached the entrance of the Rose Hotel, its wheels rumbling on the cobblestone road, producing a dull thud. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind Yichuan, descending from the carriage with utmost caution. Zhu Zhuqing, graceful and agile, landed almost soundlessly, her keen gaze scanning the surroundings with a vigilant glint in her eyes, clearly wary of the individuals from the Star Luo Empire who sought to hunt her down. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, gently lifted her skirt, her delicate embroidered shoes tapping lightly on the ground. She raised her head to gaze at the couple's hotel before her, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Humph. Bringing us two young ladies to such a place, what are your intentions? Scoundrel. Pervert." Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, clear and laced with playful reproach. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Yichuan. Yet Yichuan remained utterly unfazed by Ning Rongrong's reproach. A subtle smile graced his lips, reflecting an audacious spirit as he nodded in affirmation, unabashedly proclaiming, "I am indeed a rogue and a lecher. My sole desire is to provide a home for all the beautiful girls in the world." With that, his gaze drifted from Ning Rongrong's face to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. "And you too, being so exquisite, are naturally among my aspirations." Upon hearing Yichuan's compliment, a flicker of emotion stirred within both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a quiet joy creeping into their hearts. However, they quickly grasped the implications of his words, their expressions tightening in response. A faint blush tinged Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks as she turned her head away, her voice slightly bashful. "I sent this a bit too fast?" Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her garment, the usual aloofness shattered by his unexpected confession. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pouted, a hint of disdain crossing her features. "Humph. A narcissist." Yet, despite her words, she felt her heartbeat quicken involuntarily. Yichuan observed the reactions of the two and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "Let us proceed inside first." He took the lead, striding towards the grand entrance of the hotel. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow suit. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a warm glow enveloped them, dispelling the chill of the outside air. The moment the attendant spotted Yichuan, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a look of surprise and excitement flitted across his face. He bent lower in a gesture of respect, practically rushing to greet them. His voice trembled with exhilaration, as if Yichuan were a long-lost relative, respected soul master. You have finally returned. As the attendant spoke, he rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile plastered across his face, his eyes shimmering with eagerness to please. After all, Yichuan's casual expenditures could amount to several months' wages for the attendant, making such fervent enthusiasm not only understandable but almost obligatory. Yichuan wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, slightly raising his chin as his gaze swept over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside him. He spoke. Prepare a room for the two of them. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately displayed an expression of understanding, his eyes seemingly conveying, I comprehend, I truly comprehend. He nodded swiftly, casting a furtive glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, contemplating how fortunate the soul master was to have returned with two exquisite young ladies. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, his smile grew increasingly radiant, as he enthusiastically responded, Of course, my lord, I shall attend to it right away. Ning Rongrong's face flushed upon hearing Yichuan's words. She shot him an indignant glare, ready to retort, yet found the prospect of debating such a matter in public far too embarrassing. Biting her lower lip, she clenched the hem of her garment tightly, her chest rising and falling dramatically with her agitation. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, though she slightly furrowed her brows. Nevertheless, neither of them uttered another word. They exchanged a glance and silently followed the attendant. Before long, the attendant had prepared the room, respectfully handing the key to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing while wearing a broad smile. Ladies, your room is ready. Please feel free to let me know if you require anything. Without further ado, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing accepted the key and entered the room. Once their figures vanished at the corridor's end, the attendant turned back to Yichuan, his smile becoming even more exaggerated, nearly stretching to his ears. He raised his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, My lord, you are indeed a paragon among us, dashing and carefree, blessed with such fortune, a truly admirable existence. As he spoke, he swayed his head, appearing as though he were reciting some timeless verse. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan's face broke into a self-satisfied smile. Yet he feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively while a subtle grin played at the corners of his mouth as he lightly chuckled. Modesty, modesty. As Yichuan stepped into the room, two piercing gazes, sharp as blades, were directed at him. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, an expression of mild indignation gracing her features as she proclaimed loudly, Let me tell you, I am not a woman of loose morals. I would never engage in such ambiguous affairs with you. Standing beside her, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor was stern, and she nodded slightly, her cold voice resonating. I share the same sentiments as Rongrong. Yichuan gazed at them, a confident smile playing on his lips, and spoke leisurely, I am a gentleman. I shall not pressure you. However, he added, though this world is vast, do not think for a moment that you can escape from my grasp. With that, he turned elegantly and strode away, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in a daze, the echoes of his words lingering in the room. Ning Rongrong, perplexed, furrowed her brows and murmured, Huh? What does he mean? I thought he was going to force us. Her eyes widened in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplative, and replied in a hushed tone, During our time together, I feel he is not that kind of person. Soon after, the two settled on the edge of the bed, engaging in a lively exchange. Initially, their conversation revolved around Yichuan, reminiscing about the day's events, and before they knew it, their words brimmed with admiration for him. At some point, the dialogue shifted to their own experiences, sharing stories of their lives. The soft glow of the lamp enveloped them, and as time passed, their bond deepened significantly through the night's discourse. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yichuan was completely engrossed in exploring new techniques with Xiao. Especially after their recent experiences, Xiao savored every moment, thoroughly exhausted from Yichuan's vigorous training before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 24. Journey to the Star Doe Forest. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the delicate curtains, gently illuminating the room. Yichuan, accompanied by Xiao, arrived at the room of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Upon pushing open the door, Xiao's eyes sparkled at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong within. She affectionately wrapped her arms around Yichuan's, pressing her softness against him, and playfully inquired, Brother Chuan, are they also under your care? Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded, savoring the warmth and softness emanating from his arm, a feeling that filled his heart with bliss. Xiao, as a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, possessed thoughts and beliefs distinct from those of humanity. In the realm of soul beasts, strength commands respect, and dominance is paramount. Thus, the practice of polygamy is commonplace, rendering her indifferent to the presence of other women around Yichuan. Releasing Yichuan, Xiao approached Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, her face radiating a brilliant smile as she enthusiastically proclaimed, Greetings, I am Xiao the dancer. With that, she spun playfully, as if truly engaged in a graceful dance. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances before introducing themselves in turn. Observing the intimate rapport between Xiao and Yichuan, they each surmised the nature of their relationship. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Ning Rongrong's face, while Zhu Zhuqing slightly bowed her head, concealing the fleeting peculiarity in her gaze. Yichuan stepped forward with a smile and remarked, "Well, from now on we are all family. Let us not distinguish between one another." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong could not suppress a disdainful snort. She crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head away, muttering softly, "Who wants to be family with you? How absurd." Though she spoke thus, a ripple of unfamiliar emotions stirred within her heart. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. Her expression tinged with embarrassment as she nodded lightly without uttering a word. Subsequently, Yichuan took the three of them out of the hotel. As they stepped onto the street, the striking ensemble of handsome young men and beautiful women instantly captured the attention of everyone around. Yichuan stood tall and elegant, his handsome visage resembling a character who had stepped forth from a painting. It would not be an exaggeration to say he traversed the world relying on a face that rivaled that of any esteemed reader. Accompanying him were the three enchanting ladies, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, each possessing exquisite beauty. Together, they formed a stunning tableau, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to admire the captivating sight. As they strolled through the bustling streets of Soto City, the sidewalks were lined with a dazzling array of merchandise, and the air was filled with the lively calls of vendors. Each one observed the curious gazes of the three young ladies and smiled as he remarked, "Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Today, all expenses are on me." Upon hearing this, Xiao leaped with excitement, pulling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing towards a jewelry store. The shop was adorned with an array of exquisite accessories, and Xiao picked up a hairpin embellished with a ruby, playfully positioning it atop her head. She then turned to Yichuan and inquired, "Brother Chuan, do you think this looks good?" Yichuan smiled and nodded, his eyes brimming with affection. "Beautiful, our little dance looks lovely in anything." Ning Rongrong picked up a string of pearl necklaces and adorned her neck, examining herself in the mirror from side to side. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, quietly selected items nearby, occasionally picking up an object to scrutinize it closely. Yichuan followed closely behind them, patiently accompanying their selection process, occasionally offering his own suggestions. Thus, the four of them spent day after day, taking an entire week to traverse the surroundings of Soto City. On the official road outside Soto City, the sound of horse-drawn carriages rolling over the cobblestones resonated rhythmically, while the tassels hanging from the gilded roofs swayed gently with the jolts. Yichuan comfortably adjusted his posture. The back of his head nestled into the soft thigh of Xiao, the delicate fragrance of jasmine unique to young girls enveloping his senses. With his eyes half closed, he observed the long eyelashes of Zhu Zhuqing casting butterfly-like shadows beneath her eyes, the dark-haired maiden deftly slicing a crystal apple with a dagger. The fruit peel, as thin as a cicada's wing, spiraled downwards, while the gentle friction between the blade and the flesh produced a subtle rustling sound. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing spoke, presenting the neatly cut fruit against Yichuan's lips. As Yichuan deliberately curled the tip of her tongue to capture the fruit's flesh, she distinctly felt a momentary tremor in her fingertips. How extravagant! Ning Rongrong knelt gracefully upon the soft cloud-patterned cushion, the specially crafted JT set of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school chiming lightly in her hands. This was none other than the morning dew tea sourced from the eastern foothills of the Stardow Forest. Did she presume it to be mere plain water? The pale green tea liquid traced an arc through the air, landing precisely within Yichuan's slightly parted lips. Yichuan smacked his lips and suddenly grasped Ning Rongrong's ankle. The delicate arch of the girl's foot peeked out from beneath the black lace stockings, and rather than sipping tea, I found myself preferring. Before he could finish his thought, an apple silenced him. Focus on the matter at hand. Xiao Wu tugged at Yichuan's ear, pulling him upright, her rosy eyes sparkling with mischief. "Last time, you made off with Tang San's golden soul coins, leaving him starved for several days. What do you plan to do this time?" Yichuan reclined comfortably against the knee of the young maiden, his fingertips entwining with her cascading braids. As Tang San prepared to assist in the hunt for soul rings, how could I possibly refrain from offering my aid? Zhu Qing and Rongrong had absorbed their soul bones, elevating their powers to the 30th level, and they too required soul rings. Soon, you shall comprehend. Under Zhao Wujia's swift guidance, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar hurried towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. As the day passed, the group from Shrek Academy arrived at a bustling town on the fringes of the forest. The town was alive with energy, the streets thronged with people, the majority of whom bore the appearance of soul masters. Observing this lively spectacle, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim, "There are so many people." The proximity to the Stardow Forest seems to have nurtured a great number of soul masters. A confident smile crept onto Dai Mubai's lips as he patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Little San, you must also focus on your training. By aiding Oscar in acquiring his soul ring, if you manage to break through to the 30th level, you will secure your own soul ring as well. And you shall ascend to the rank of soul master." Zhao Wujia's expression turned grave as he declared, "Enough, the hour is late. We must hasten into the town, otherwise we may find no rooms available at the inn." With that, he quickened his pace, and the others hurried to keep up. Under Zhao Wujia's leadership, the group arrived at the town's Soul Inn, its sign gently swaying in the breeze. inscribed with the characters Yuehua. Just as they were about to enter, Xiao Wujia, Daimubai, and Tang San spotted a familiar and extravagantly luxurious carriage parked before the inn. Tang San's eyes widened in surprise and anger as he exclaimed, "Damn you, Chuan. What is he doing here?" Ma Hongjun, astonished, gaped and asked, "Are you referring to the one who defeated Teacher Xiao with a single punch?" His voice, sharp and piercing, stood out amidst the din of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujia's countenance darkened, as if shrouded by a storm cloud. A flicker of humiliation crossed his features. After all, being bested by someone significantly younger was a considerable disgrace. Ma Hongjun's words were like salt in his wounds. Dai Mubai, noticing the tension, swiftly slapped Ma Hongjun, chiding, "Fatty, if you can't speak wisely, then refrain from speaking at all." Ma Hongjun rubbed his head, muttering, "I was just curious." Oscar furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. "Should we still go in?" Xiao Wujia gritted his teeth and retorted, "We must enter. I refuse to let him think I am afraid." With that, he strode towards the inn's entrance, and Tang San and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 25. So touching. Xiao Wujia inhaled deeply, stepping over the slightly antiquated threshold of the inn, closely followed by Tang San and Dai Mubai. Upon entering, their gazes swept across the hall like searchlights, vigilantly scanning for Yichuan's presence. Only when they confirmed that the familiar yet daunting visage was absent did they collectively exhale in relief, their tense shoulders easing slightly. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his rumbling stomach, darted towards the counter like a gust of wind, loudly proclaiming to the attendant, "Bring me all your signature dishes, and pour me a pot of fine wine, quickly." His booming voice drew the attention of the surrounding diners. The other four settled at a relatively spacious table in the center of the hall. Dai Mubai glanced at Xiao Wujia and suggested, "Teacher Xiao, let us dine together." His tone carried a hint of sincerity, though he secretly harbored ulterior motives. After all, there was a rule at Shrek Academy that students and teachers bore their own expenses while outside, but with Yichuan potentially within the inn, none dared to separate. For together they would have each other's backs. Xiao Wujia nodded slightly, his expression still grave. "Very well, special circumstances warrant special treatment." His gaze intermittently drifted towards the staircase and windows, as though anticipating Yichuan's appearance at any moment. Soon, steaming dishes began to arrive at their table, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, prompting Ma Hongjun to eagerly reach for a piece of meat. Just as he was about to take a bite, Dai Mubai shot him a warning glare, saying, "Fatty, mind your manners. Don't behave like a starving ghost." Ma Hongjun pouted, muttering, "I'm practically starving. Who cares about manners?" Yet, he obediently set down his chopsticks, waiting for everyone to begin. As they dined, the group engaged in hushed conversation, their eyes ever watchful of their surroundings. As time passed without a sight of Yichuan, their initial apprehension gradually subsided, allowing them to eat in peace. However, the tranquility was short-lived. A confrontation erupted with the Tsanghui Academy, where Xiao Wujia delivered a sound thrashing to their leading instructor, alleviating some of the frustrations he had endured recently. The group dispersed, and the night appeared to unfold without further incident. Meanwhile, Yichuan stood silently in the shadows of the second floor of the inn, observing the scene unfold. Ningrongrong, having approached his side unbeknownst to him, whispered, "You scoundrel, weren't you planning to deal with them? Why do you merely watch?" Yichuan immediately chuckled, declaring, "Tang San is indeed my beloved friend, a brother in arms. How could I possibly harm him?" A playful smile danced across his face, his tone suggesting a deep bond with Tang San as if they were truly comrades in life and death. Ningrongrong and Zhu Shuqing stood by, rendered speechless by his words. Zhu Shuqing let out a soft huff, muttering under her breath, "Just last week, you reduced his father to ashes. And now he is your cherished friend and brother? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu playfully blinked and remarked with a grin, "I believe Brother Chuan is merely afraid of alerting the snake in the grass." Upon hearing this, Yichuan gently pinched Xiao Wu's delicate face, affectionately remarking, "Our little Wu is truly clever." With that, he took her hand and led her towards the room. A blush crept across Xiao Wu's cheeks as she lightly struggled. Yet she was still drawn along by Yichuan. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, their faces flushed. Ning Rongrong muttered softly, "That Yichuan. He takes such a long time every evening, what a brute." Zhu Zhuqing, with her head slightly bowed, exhibited an even more pronounced blush, letting out a soft huff before retreating to her own room. The following day, as dawn broke, the members of Shrek Academy had already made their preparations and hastily departed from the tranquil town, setting their course for the Stardow Forest. Meanwhile, Yichuan remained enveloped in the warmth of slumber, cradling two Xiao Wus in his arms, deep in sleep. It was not until the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his face, that he gradually awakened, rubbing his drowsy eyes and stretching widely. Once Yichuan had completed his morning routine, he, alongside Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, stepped into the Stardow Forest. As they entered this enigmatic woodland, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a child returning home after a long absence. She joyfully hopped and danced among the trees, occasionally touching a grand tree or sniffing a wildflower. entirely oblivious to the ominous reputation of the Star Do Forest as a perilous realm within the Douluo Continent. Observing Xiao Wu's exuberance, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and quickly interjected, Xiao Wu, do not let your guard down. The Star Do Forest is fraught with dangers. We must remain vigilant. Her voice was laced with concern, her eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement, stating, Rongrong is right. We should stay close to Yichuan for safety. With that, Zhu Shiqing unconsciously inched closer to Yichuan, realizing that she had perhaps been overly exuberant. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue playfully and made a silly face, tempering her excitement somewhat. Yet, the glimmer of joy in her eyes remained uncontainable. For this place held a unique significance for her. Yichuan gazed at the adorable figure of Xiao Wu and couldn't help but chuckle. It's all right, Xiao Wu. Once we return home, let us embrace joy. Savor this happiness to the fullest. Yichuan's voice was gentle and indulgent, as if the perils of the forest had no bearing on them. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Yichuan's words, wore a perplexed expression and could not help but inquire, home? This is the Star Do Forest. How can it be a home? Whose abode would be in such a treacherous place? Xiao Wu, upon hearing Yichuan's statement, was momentarily taken aback, then grew anxious, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. Brother Yichuan, what do you mean by that? Her voice trembled slightly, and her hands instinctively clutched at the hem of her garment. Yichuan stepped forward and gently embraced Xiao Wu, one hand tenderly caressing her hair. In a soft voice, he murmured, Fool, I have long known that you transformed from a soul beast after 10,000 years. But what does that matter? What I love is you as a person, regardless of your identity. Between us exists only pure love, all right? His gaze was filled with deep affection and unwavering determination, firmly locked onto Xiao Wu's eyes, as if he wished to pour all his heartfelt emotions into that look. Xiao Wu's eyes reddened, tears swirling within them, and she nodded vigorously, yes. Xiao Wu will forever love Brother Yichuan. Though her voice trembled with emotion, it was imbued with unwavering resolve. Her arms tightly encircling Yichuan in return. Nearby, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong were deeply moved by this scene. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to hold back as they spilled over, she covered her mouth with her hand, softly sobbing. It's so touching. If only Yichuan weren't a scoundrel. Zhu Shiqing discreetly wiped away her tears, nodding in agreement. Chapter 26. The Joy of Helping Others. Yichuan took a deep breath and suddenly embraced Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong stiffened momentarily, and upon regaining their composure, they immediately began to struggle. Yichuan held them tightly and declared loudly, I know I may seem like a scoundrel, but my affection is genuine. Whether it's love at first sight or merely lust, I shall not let you slip away. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong paused in their movements, exchanging glances that revealed a flicker of complex emotions. After a brief moment, they ceased their struggles and gently nestled into Yichuan's embrace. Yichuan sensed the relaxation of their bodies, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Thinking to himself, this is a solid situation. However, at that very moment, the deafening roar of a beast echoed from afar, shattering the warm atmosphere among the four. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing's expressions changed drastically. Exchanging a knowing glance, they immediately exerted their strength, pushing Yichuan aside with force. Xiao Wu, observing this scene, stifled a giggle, then tugged at Yichuan's arm, playfully saying, Brother Chuan, why not accompany me home for a visit? Yichuan gazed into Xiao Wu's pair of sparkling eyes and, with a resigned smile, replied, Of course, how could I possibly refuse such a modest request? Subsequently, the three girls, under Yichuan's guidance, cautiously advanced through the Star Do Forest. The forest was tranquil and profound, enveloped in a damp mist, with the occasional low-ranking soul beast darting through the underbrush. Throughout their journey, the four remained remarkably relaxed, exchanging casual banter, while Xiao Wu skipped ahead, frequently turning back to urge everyone to hasten. 2 days later, Yichuan's group caught up with the others from Shrek Academy. By this time, dusk had settled, and the Shrek Academy members decided to make camp for the night within the forest. Zhao Wujia, accompanied by 4 members of Shrek Academy, had searched for 2 nights without finding a suitable soul ring for Oscar. As night fell, they set up their tents and scattered powder to repel soul beasts around their campsite. The powder emitted a pungent odor that permeated the air. Zhao Wujia, with a serious demeanor, instructed the group, Mubai and the fatty will keep watch during the first half of the night. Oscar and Tang San will take the middle watch, and I shall take the last shift. Stay vigilant. The Star Do Forest is fraught with peril. The others nodded in understanding. Following Zhao Wujia's orders, midnight arrived swiftly. Oscar, struggling against drowsiness, found his head bobbing, and his eyelids grew heavier. In contrast, Tang San was alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings, missing not a single sound. Oscar yawned and spoke. Tang San, since you broke through to level 30 last night, how many years do you desire for your 3rd soul ring? Tang San turned his gaze to Oscar and replied with a smile. My teacher mentioned that the maximum age for a 3rd soul ring is 1,760 years. Naturally, I aspire to acquire a soul ring of 1,700 years to maximize my strength. Oscar stretched lazily and chuckled. I don't have such lofty aspirations. 1,500 years will suffice. As long as it enhances the practicality of my sausage skill, I will be content. Tang Xin patted Oscar's shoulder encouragingly, saying, Rest assured, with your talent, you will undoubtedly find a suitable soul ring. Who knows, perhaps your sausage will evolve into a formidable soul skill. As the two conversed softly, they remained blissfully unaware of a shadow drawing near. The night was dark and windy, and a mysterious stillness enveloped the Stardow forest, occasionally interrupted by the low murmurs of unknown soul beasts. Yichuan concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze firmly fixed on Oscar and Tang Xin not far away. Now is the moment. In his heart, Yichuan silently murmured, devoid of any hesitation, and in an instant, he struck like a phantom. His movements were as swift as lightning. His right hand shot forth with remarkable speed, delivering a precise blow to the nape of the neck of both Oscar and Tang Xin before they could muster any response. This strike was executed with such finesse that they did not have time to utter a single gasp before their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed backward, lifeless. Yichuan skillfully caught them, then immediately darted away, his movements fluid and unhesitating. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujia, a soul sage, sat by the tent, oblivious to the events that had just transpired. His breathing was steady, completely unaware that his two students had been stealthily taken away. In less than a minute, Yichuan had transported the unconscious Oscar and Tang Xin 10 kilometers away. With a vigorous toss, he dropped them onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Xiao Wu sprang out from the side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and exclaimed, Brother Chuan, what are you planning to do with them? Yichuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to his companions, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. Now, allow me to demonstrate my soul skills, he proclaimed. As soon as the words left his mouth, an abrupt change enveloped Yichuan's aura, and a powerful wave of soul energy surged forth from within him. Martial soul. Manifest. In an instant, the sacred master martial soul completed its manifestation, and without hesitation, Yichuan unleashed his second soul skill, illusory reflections. With a resounding shout, a dazzling halo blossomed from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping Oscar and Tang Xin. Under the influence of this radiant aura, their bodies shuddered slightly, and their previously tightly shut eyes slowly opened, yet their gazes were filled with confusion and emptiness. At that moment, Yichuan had fully hypnotized them, transporting their minds into an ethereal realm where they found themselves hunting soul beasts. Yichuan gazed with satisfaction at the unfolding scene, then cast forth a 10-year-old calico cat and a 10-year-old azure wolf. These two spirit beasts, still in slumber, were startled awake by their sudden expulsion, casting fearful glances around as they emitted a chorus of shrill cries. However, in the hypnotized eyes of Oscar and Tang Xin, these seemingly feeble 10-year spirit beasts transformed into formidable entities of 1,700 years. Go forth and claim your spirit rings, Yichuan murmured, his voice imbued with an irresistible allure. Oscar and Tang Xin, as if marionettes under a spell, mechanically drew daggers from their waists, their eyes radiating resolve and determination. The calico cat launched the first assault, arching its body and unleashing a piercing roar before pouncing towards Oscar like a bolt of lightning. Oscar sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack, and swiftly wielded his dagger, plunging it into the cat's neck, bringing about its demise. Meanwhile, the azure wolf circled around Tang Xin, seeking an opportunity to strike. Tang Xin, steadfast with his dagger, meticulously tracked the wolf's every movement. Suddenly, the wolf leaped with ferocity, its gaping maw aimed at Tang Xin's throat. Unfazed, Tang Xin crouched slightly, then propelled himself forward with great force, soaring towards the wolf like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, the dagger in his hand glinted coldly as it pierced the wolf's heart with precision. The azure wolf's eyes widened in shock, its body convulsing briefly before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Immediately thereafter, the two began to absorb the spirit rings, witnessing two beams of light rise from the corpses of the spirit beasts, gradually merging into their beings. Given that these were merely 10-year spirit rings, the absorption process was remarkably smooth, and within moments, they had fully assimilated the energy. Ning Rongrong observed the spectacle with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, Brother Yichuan, what a wicked trickster you are. Xiao Wu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Brother Chuan truly has brilliant ideas. Only Zhu Shiqing stood aside, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation, gently shaking her head without uttering a word. As Yichuan observed the reactions of the three women, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then thoughtfully assisted the two who had fallen back into slumber, gently placing them back in their original positions within the tent, as if the recent events had merely been a fleeting dream. In a sense, Yichuan had aided them in acquiring their soul rings. Chapter 27. Bewilderment Beyond Measure. In the stillness of the late night, the Stardow forest lay enveloped in a thick darkness, punctuated only by the distant roars of soul beasts that added an air of eeriness. Xiao Wujia slowly awakened from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes and lifting a hand to gauge the time, realizing that it was now his turn to keep watch. Rising to his feet, he stretched his stiff limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Outside the tent, the campfire had dwindled to a mere flicker, with only a few embers sparking in the darkness. Xiao Wujia unzipped the tent and made his way to his watch post. Upon catching sight of Tang San and Oscar, his eyes widened in shock, his previous drowsiness instantly replaced with fury. There lay Tang San and Oscar, completely oblivious, entwined in each other's embrace, soundly asleep, with drool even gracing the corners of their mouths, utterly devoid of the vigilance they had previously maintained. Zhao Wujie hurried over, forcefully shaking their shoulders while bellowing, "Wake up, both of you." Startled by the sudden jolt and his thunderous voice, Oscar and Tang San shot upright, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Their hair was tousled, and their clothing somewhat crumpled, clearly indicating they had not yet fully emerged from the depths of sleep. "What happened?" Oscar mumbled, rubbing his eyes, his voice thick with drowsiness and bewilderment. Tang San, equally perplexed, surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brows in confusion. He distinctly remembered diligently keeping watch before succumbing to sleep. How could he have dozed off so suddenly? His recollections were anchored in a casual conversation with Oscar, yet the current predicament left him utterly baffled. Zhao Wujie, witnessing their disheveled state, felt his anger swell further. He reprimanded them in a low voice. "Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Star Doe Forest, a place rife with perilous soul beasts. You two fell asleep while on watch. If a formidable soul beast were to attack, all 5 of us could perish here, becoming naught but fodder for those beasts." Listening to this, Oscar's face turned pale with guilt. He quickly stood, lowering his head and murmuring, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao. I have no idea how I fell asleep. It felt as though my head suddenly grew heavy, and then everything went dark." Tang San remained silent, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall every detail leading up to his slumber, yet he could not fathom why he had lost consciousness so abruptly. A vague sense of unease tugged at his heart, but he could not articulate the reason. Zhao Wujie sighed, his tone softening slightly. "Enough of the self-reproach. Go rest. I will take over the watch for the remainder of the night." Exchanging glances filled with helplessness and embarrassment, Oscar and Tang San silently tidied their belongings before retreating into the tent. Inside, they lay in silence for some time. Oscar turned over and quietly asked Xiao San, "How do you think we fell asleep?" Tang San pondered for a moment before responding, "I'm not sure either. This situation is too strange. Let us think it over properly when dawn breaks." With that, both fell into silence, the only sound within the tent being their gentle breaths while outside. Zhao Wujie vigilantly observed the shadowy woods, dutifully keeping watch. As the first rays of dawn filtered softly through the dense foliage, they illuminated the camp of Shrek Academy. Tang San stirred awake, as was his custom, preparing to rise for his morning exercises. However, when he attempted to summon his soul power, an unfamiliar yet potent force surged through his meridians, causing him to momentarily falter. Tang San uttered a low gasp, disbelief etched across his face. Had he truly advanced from a 30-level soul power to 31 after just one night's rest? With a heart full of questions, Tang San resolved to summon his blue-silver grass martial spirit to investigate. In an instant, the familiar blue-silver grass burgeoned forth from his palm. Yet the soul ring entwined around the grass struck him like a bolt from the blue, draining the color from his face. It was a 10-year white soul ring, dull and lifeless, starkly contrasting with his expectation of a third soul ring spanning 1,700 years. How is this possible? Tang San's lips trembled, his heart swelling with shock and rage like a surging tide. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he vomited a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the grass beside him. Just then, the recently awakened Oscar happened to pass by, startled by Tang San's disheveled state. "What happened, Xiao San?" he exclaimed, rushing to his side, concern and worry evident in his voice. Tang San lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted in fury, "Unbelievably. Last night, while I was completely unaware, I absorbed a 10-year soul ring. My third soul ring is nothing but a 10-year soul ring." His voice, hoarse with anger, echoed with the weight of his frustration as he clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding from his hands. Oscar's heart sank at these words, an ominous premonition washing over him. After all, he had shared the watch with Tang San. If something had gone awry for Tang San, he likely could not escape unscathed. Realizing this, Oscar's complexion turned ashen. He could no longer comfort Tang San. Instead, he closed his eyes, concentrating intently on assessing his own martial spirit and soul power. Sure enough, when Oscar summoned his martial spirit and beheld his own third soul ring, he felt himself crumble. His third soul ring was likewise a 10-year white soul ring, feeble and glaringly inadequate. Why? Heaven, earth, why have you forsaken me?" Oscar cried out to the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice resonating through the forest, filled with despair and indignation. At that moment, Zhao Wujie, who was washing up in the tent, was abruptly assailed by the heart-wrenching cries. Enraged, he threw open the tent flap and bellowed, "What is all this wailing about so early in the morning? We haven't even had a chance to reprimand you for last night. Falling asleep on watch." His face was a mask of fury, eyebrows knitted tightly as he strode purposefully towards Oscar and Tang San. Dai Bai and Ma Hongjun were also drawn out of their tents by the commotion, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they beheld Oscar weeping on the ground and Tang San looking utterly despondent. Upon noticing the white soul rings adorning both their third rings, understanding dawned upon them regarding their distress. Dai Bai, puzzled, inquired, "What on earth happened? How did you two end up absorbing 10-year soul rings? Ma Hongjun scratched his head, equally bewildered, speculating, Xiao-san, could it be that a 10-year soul beast attacked in the middle of the night? And you mistook it for a 1,000-year soul beast, ultimately killing it and absorbing the soul ring? His words hung in the air, met with a profound silence. Though his theory seemed absurd, it appeared to be the only plausible explanation at that moment. Chapter 28, The Lightning Leopard. Oscar slumped onto a rock, tear-streaked, his eyes vacant. Faced with the discussions around him, his lips quivered, yet no words escaped. Only tears flowed incessantly, as if to express the unspoken fears and grievances within his heart. Tang-san, his face flushed with anger, clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared, "It must be Yichuan. It has to be him. Aside from him, who else possesses such means? He always devises ways to trouble me." Daimu Bai furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion and anger illuminating his eyes. With his arms crossed over his chest, he spoke in a low voice, "Yichuan? How could he possibly be here? Moreover, what advantage would he gain from such actions?" Zhao Wujing, standing nearby, slightly knitted his brows, revealing a complex expression. With his hands clasped behind his back, he began to pace slowly, remaining silent, yet his gaze betrayed his discontent towards Yichuan. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, his plump face etched with conflict. He stepped forward and advised, "Xiao-san, we cannot jump to conclusions without evidence. It seems rather inappropriate to assert that Yichuan is responsible." Upon hearing this, Tang-san instantly lost control of his emotions, his eyes reddened and tears brimmed. His shoulders trembled slightly, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Fatty, you have no idea. He targeted me for 6 whole years at Notting Academy. What kind of life did I lead during those years? It is hardly surprising that such an incident occurs now. Besides, we previously saw his carriage. Although teacher Xiao is formidable, Yichuan's strength is unfathomable. If he wished to incapacitate us at midnight and employ special means to allow Oscar and me to absorb the spirit rings of 10-year soul beasts, it is not beyond possibility." Zhao Wujing felt a surge of inexplicable anger upon hearing this. He halted his steps, his brows knitting into a frown. Silently seething, this Tang-san truly shows no regard for his own dignity. After all, he is a teacher at Shrek Academy. Yet he speaks of me in such a derogatory manner. However, upon observing the white glow emanating from Tang-san, symbolizing the 10-year spirit rings, he swallowed his words and sighed in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, Daimu Bai finally spoke. "Even if Yichuan is indeed responsible, we currently have no means to address it. Our immediate priority should be to return to Shrek Academy and deliberate further." The group exchanged words, yet they could not reach a consensus. Ultimately, they had no choice but to accept the reality, packing their belongings. And 5 weary figures departed from the perilous and enigmatic Star Doe forest, heading in the direction of Shrek Academy. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Meanwhile, Yichuan, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, had ventured deep into the heart of the Star Doe forest. This was the realm of soul beasts, where the air was thick with a mysterious and perilous atmosphere. As they progressed further, the presence of 1,000-year soul beasts became increasingly frequent. Each soul beast exuded a formidable aura, as if proclaiming its dominion over the forest. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions grew tense, instinctively drawing closer to Yichuan, nearly pressing against him. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance, constantly alert to the movements surrounding them, their steps becoming cautious lest they disturb the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. In contrast, Xiao maintained a carefree demeanor, her steps light and buoyant as she walked beside Yichuan, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Ever since Yichuan expressed his acceptance of her soul beast transformation, Xiao's spirits had soared, that radiant smile never leaving her face. Ning Rongrong gently bit her lip, unable to contain herself any longer. Her voice laced with urgency and uncertainty. "Yichuan, did you not say you would take me and Shuqing hunting for spirit rings? Yet, looking at you now, it seems as if you are not the slightest bit concerned." Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he spoke leisurely. "Rongrong, not everything requires my direct involvement. Moreover, my paramount duty at present is to ensure the safety of the 3 of you." In an instant, dozens of dark figures surged forth from all directions. These shadowy figures, agile and swift, were none other than the ninjas of the Shadow Corps. Upon their arrival, they quickly dispersed, forming a protective circle around the group. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were taken aback by this sudden appearance, instinctively retreating behind Yichuan with a soft exclamation. As for Xiao, having previously witnessed the prowess of the Shadow Corps, she merely observed the ninjas with a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yichuan gently closed his eyes, absorbing the myriad of information that came flooding back to him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. Clearly having selected his quarry from the intel provided by the Phantom Legion. "Let us proceed." Yichuan's voice resonated with strength, declaring, "This time, I shall help you both find the perfect targets in one go." Thus, they ventured deeper into the starry forest. Along the way, Yichuan and the ninjas of the Shadow Legion remained ever vigilant against the lurking dangers, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gradually acclimated to the tense atmosphere, no longer exhibiting the panic they once did. Meanwhile, Xiao maintained her carefree demeanor, occasionally casting curious glances at the surrounding scenery. They continued their journey for a full hour. At last, Yichuan halted, a satisfied smile gracing his face. We have arrived. The group followed the direction of his finger and beheld a cave not far off, where two striking blue leopards were nestled together. These leopards, agile and sinewy, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Their underbellies shimmered with a lightning-like blue glow, which stood out vividly in the dimness of the cave. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement and delight, as she exclaimed, lightning leopards. And there are two of them. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was firmly fixed on the pair of lightning leopards, her eyes brimming with barely contained exhilaration. Slowly turning her head towards Yichuan, her voice trembled slightly, laden with gratitude. Thank you, Yichuan. These lightning leopards are simply perfect for my spirit ring. Yichuan's lips curved into a confident, yet gentle smile as he spoke. These two lightning leopards date back to around the year 1700, one male and one female. It appears they are indeed the ones. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished from sight. His speed was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving merely an afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a distance of 1,000 meters, materializing before the two lightning leopards. Yichuan's fists were tightly clenched, imbued with formidable strength, accompanied by a whooshing sound as they struck the lightning leopards with tremendous force. With two resounding thuds, the leopards were rendered unconscious before they could even emit a cry of despair. Yichuan landed gracefully on the ground, reaching out to grasp the hind legs of two lightning leopards, dragging them from their lair. Zhu Zhuqing crouched down, meticulously examining the beasts while remarking, measuring over 1.6 meters in length. It appears these soul beasts are approximately 1,600 years old, quite similar to what you mentioned, Yichuan. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, affirming, 1,600 years is indeed impressive. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance, slowly drawing their respective weapons. With a flash of cold light, the two dispatched the lightning leopards lying on the ground. Xiao, witnessing this scene, immediately displayed an expression of compassion. She slightly furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with pity, instinctively turning her head away to avoid this distressing sight. Yichuan noticed Xiao Wu's reaction and gently grasped her hand. Do not worry, Xiao Wu. I understand your reluctance to witness such scenes. However, fear not. In the future, I shall change all of this. No longer will soul beasts lose their lives merely to satisfy human desires for soul rings. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze, meeting Yichuan's resolute eyes, a warm current surging within her heart. She nodded softly, gripping Yichuan's hand tightly, entrusting all her faith and reliance upon this man in that moment. Chapter 29, The Lake of Life. In the Stardow Forest, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had just successfully acquired their third soul rings, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. Like Xiao Wu, they relaxed completely, the four of them leisurely wandering through the perilous expanse of the Stardow Forest. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance shattered this tranquility. Not far away, a flock of birds was startled, flapping their wings in a frantic ascent to the sky. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly, initially resembling the distant thud of drums, which soon escalated in intensity. Concurrently, the sound of trees collapsing echoed, crackling and rumbling, drawing closer with every moment. Zhu Zhuqing instantly became alert. A sharp glint flickered in her lively eyes as she swiftly activated her martial soul, lowering her voice to say, "It seems a powerful soul beast has detected our presence." With that, she slightly crouched, preparing herself for battle, an aura of lethal intent radiating from her. Yichuan, with an air of calmness, wore a subtle smile that hinted at confidence, and softly remarked, "It's quite all right. They must be here to fetch Xiao Wu." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Chuan, are you referring to Daming and Erming?" Her gaze brimmed with anticipation, her hands instinctively clenching, as if she could hardly wait to reunite with those two familiar figures. Yichuan smiled and nodded, affirming it must be the Titan. As the sound approached, the surrounding air seemed to swirl with anticipation. The thunderous footsteps resonated, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere, while the trees trembled under the weight of this formidable presence. At last, a colossal figure emerged into view. It was a Titan ape, towering at an impressive 15 meters. Its muscles bulged prominently, each sinew resembling a small hill. The creature's appearance combined the strength of a robust gorilla with the agility and grace of a monkey, its deep black fur shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Particularly striking were its eyes, akin to two enormous red lanterns, radiating an aura of authority. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ning Rongrong could not help but exclaim, "The king of the forest, the Titan ape." She felt a slight tremor course through her body and instinctively took refuge behind Yichuan. Yichuan gazed upon the imposing Titan ape before him, and with a surge of power, he propelled himself forward like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was unparalleled, creating a gust of wind that tore through the surrounding air, leaving visible ripples in its wake. Before the Titan ape could fully comprehend the situation, Yichuan had already reached its front. He swung his right fist with tremendous force, as if to shatter the very heavens and earth. Despite his diminutive stature, akin to that of an ant when compared to the towering 15-meter Titan ape, the might contained within that punch was enough to instill terror. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed as the Titan ape's massive form was struck, sending it hurtling backward, its feet leaving the ground as if propelled by cannon fire. Trees along its path were violently uprooted, branches and leaves scattering in disarray. It soared nearly 100 meters before crashing down to the earth, raising a cloud of dust. The Titan ape shook its head, appearing momentarily dazed. However, its tough hide and resilient nature soon kicked in, and it rose unperturbed, thumping its chest in a display of fury while unleashing a deafening roar. Each strike reverberated through the air, causing tremors beneath the ground. From the sidelines, Xiao watched in anxious desperation and shouted, "Erming, stop. Brother Yichuan is mine." Upon hearing Xiao's words, the Titan ape halted its furious gestures, lowering its head and emitting a plaintive whine, as if to convey its grievance. "I was the one being beaten, wasn't I?" Yichuan gazed at the scene before him, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I apologize, Erming. Your sudden appearance truly startled my friend." Erming glanced at Xiao, then at Yichuan. Upon hearing their words, the fury in its eyes gradually softened, and it nodded in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Subsequently, it slowly extended a colossal palm, resembling a massive stone slab, towards the four of them. Observing this, Xiao swiftly turned to invite, "Brother Chuan, Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, let us ascend onto Erming. He shall take us home." Yichuan nodded first, taking an agile leap onto the palm of the colossal figure known as Erming. Rong Rong and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, and with Yichuan's assistance, they cautiously ascended onto the giant ape's hand. Once they had steadied themselves, Erming gradually raised his palm, allowing them to perch upon his broad shoulders. The Titan giant ape commenced his journey, charging through the forest with reckless abandon. Each stride he took crushed a multitude of trees, producing a cacophony of snapping sounds. The surrounding spirit beasts, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, scattered in terror, none daring to approach. Despite his colossal size, Erming's speed was astonishing, akin to a black whirlwind racing into the depths of the Stardow forest. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. Led by the mountain-like figure of the Titan giant ape, Yichuan, Ning Rong, and Zhu Qing pressed forward swiftly into the heart of the Stardow forest. Along the way, lush branches intertwined overhead, allowing shafts of sunlight to filter through, creating patches of golden light upon the ground. At long last, they arrived at a tranquil lake. The surface resembled a vast mirror, undisturbed and reflecting the surrounding verdant trees and the sapphire sky above. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, yet it did not disturb the lake's serene surface. Beside the lake, two wooden cabins stood quietly. Time, however, had not been gentle with them. The cabins appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a few sections of the thatched roof sagging. Little Wu had long harbored hopes of returning to this place, and upon witnessing the familiar scenery, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a nimble rabbit, she sprang from Erming's broad shoulder with a sudden push, gracefully landing on the ground and executing a twirl as her skirt fluttered in the air. Yichuan observed the lively demeanor of Xiao, a faint smile of affection gracing his lips. He securely embraced Ning Rong and Zhu Qing, gracefully leaping down with agility. Ning Rong wrapped her arms around Yichuan's neck, her cheeks slightly flushed, while Zhu Qing maintained a composed expression, though a hint of bashfulness flickered in her eyes. "Brother Chuan, this is my home." Xiao, unable to contain her inner excitement, swiftly dashed to Yichuan's side, grasping his arm and exclaiming with exhilaration, her eyes brimming with pride and nostalgia. Yichuan gently caressed Xiao's head and tenderly remarked, "At last, we have arrived, Xiao. From now on, this will be our home." Ning Rong and Zhu Qing followed suit, curiously surveying their surroundings as the four of them made their way toward the wooden cabin. Upon pushing the door open, a musty odor greeted them, and they were met with a thick layer of dust enveloping every surface. The floors, tables, chairs, and beds were all equally neglected. Xiao's smile instantly froze, replaced with a visage of anger. With hands placed firmly on her hips, she exclaimed, "Deming, Erming, why aren't you two helping me clean up?" Upon hearing Xiao's inquiry, Erming pointed to himself and then gestured toward the tranquil lake of life, emitting a few deep, rumbling growls, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness. His massive form loomed beside the cabin like a small mountain, rendering it quite impossible for him to enter the modest abode. Observing Erming's predicament, Ning Rong couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao, given Erming's size, how could he possibly come in to help clean? She laughed while gently waving away the dust before her. Xiao finally grasped the situation, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she scratched her head. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten that?" With determination, she grabbed a broom from the corner and declared, "Then let us take it upon ourselves to clean this place thoroughly." Chapter 30, The Azure Bull Python. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct sound of water echoed from outside the cabin, shattering the lively atmosphere within. Following that, a deep and thunderous roar resonated, penetrating the walls of the cabin and momentarily stunning the occupants. Xiao, who had been wiping the table, felt her eyes light up at the sound, her face illuminating with joy as she exclaimed, "It's Deming." The tone was brimming with the delight of reunion and anticipation. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Yichuan, Ning Rong, and Zhu Qing paused their activities. They exchanged glances, collectively setting aside their cleaning tools to follow Xiao as she hastened outside. Sunlight sparkled upon the peaceful lake of life, its surface glimmering. In the center of the lake, a colossal figure with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent gradually emerged. It was a deep azure hue, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. Its lower half submerged beneath the lake's waters. Only its massive upper body was visible. It was Deming, the azure bull python. In Deming's enormous eyes, a glimmer of spirited light shone forth. Upon spotting Xiao, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Sister Xiao, you have returned." Xiao dashed to the lake's edge, her smile growing ever brighter as she joyfully replied, "Yes. I came back to see you and Ming." Beside them, Ming was beside himself with excitement. He emphatically pounded his massive chest, producing a series of booming sounds while occasionally letting out jubilant roars as if to express his inner happiness. However, Deming's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Chuan and the others behind Xiao, and then continued, "But Sister Xiao, you should not have brought humans here. Humans are complex beings. Do not be deceived by them." Upon hearing Deming's words, Xiao felt a pang of unease. Instinctively, she pulled Chuan closer, nestling herself against him as if to declare her resolve to Deming. With a pout and a hint of irritation, she retorted, "Humph. Brother Chuan is nothing like those deceitful humans. He treats me wonderfully, and I have made my choice." Raising her gaze to meet Chuan's, her eyes sparkled with trust and reliance. Chuan felt a warmth in his heart at Xiao's actions. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Taking a step forward, and with a resolute expression, he gazed intently at Deming and Ming, earnestly declaring, "Deming, Ming, rest assured. I shall protect Xiao. Within human society, I will allow not a hint of harm to befall her." Ming regarded Chuan, recalling their previous encounter when he had been sent flying nearly 100 meters by a single punch. He held a profound respect for Chuan's strength and could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Deming let out a cold snort, remaining silent. His eyes fixed intently on Chuan as if attempting to discern deeper truths from his gaze. After a lengthy pause, the celestial blue cow python finally spoke. "I hope you keep your promise." The days that followed unfolded like the tranquil and beautiful surface of a lake of life. Chuan, along with Xiao, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, settled in the wooden cabin. As the first rays of dawn kissed the rooftop, Chuan rose and ventured outside in search of a fine piece of wood, eager to commence his carving. Observing Chuan's earnest demeanor, Xiao's eyes sparkled with affection. She was well aware of his remarkable skills and joyfully assisted him by handing over tools and offering her support. "Be careful, Brother Chuan. Don't get pricked by the splinters," she said, as she passed him a sharp carving knife. Meanwhile, Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seized every moment to cultivate their abilities. The Lake of Life, brimming with unparalleled vitality, greatly benefited the training of both soul masters and soul beasts. During their leisure moments, Chuan and Xiao would play with Ming. Like a child, Ming would dash along the lakeshore and splash water with his enormous hands, eliciting peals of laughter from Xiao. "Ming, slow down. Don't splash water all over me," Xiao called out with a smile. Chuan stood by, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, Deming continued to harbor certain prejudices against Chuan. Every time it laid eyes on him, it would emit a cold snort, its gaze filled with wariness. Chuan remained indifferent to the matter, fully aware that the discord between humans and soul beasts had deep roots, a long-standing enmity that could not be resolved in a fleeting moment. He had no inclination to ingratiate himself with Deming, choosing instead to focus solely on his own endeavors. As time swiftly passed, a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. Chuan ultimately completed his masterpiece. It was a lifelike wooden sculpture, every intricate detail meticulously crafted, as though it had been imbued with a soul. Xiao gazed at the sculpture before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and with heartfelt emotion, she expressed, "Thank you, Brother Chuan." Chuan smiled gently, nodding as he retrieved a mouse charm from his bosom and delicately placed it upon the wooden sculpture. In an instant, a radiant light flickered, and the entire carving seemed to be infused with the essence of life, beginning to quiver. Gradually, the contours of the sculpture softened, its skin gleaming with vitality, and it astonishingly transformed into a living being. Xiao, witnessing this miraculous event, was filled with astonishment and joy. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and embraced the figure tightly, her voice quivering with emotion as she cried out, "Mother." At that moment, Yuehua felt a sense of bewilderment. She surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings and the crowd before her, anxiously inquiring, "Xiao, what has happened? What is going on? Wasn't I devoured by the demon king of the core circle?" Releasing her mother, Xiao took her hand and recounted her experiences in detail. Yuehua listened intently, her eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. Upon learning that she had been resurrected in an extraordinary manner, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gazed at Chuan, her heart filled with gratitude, saying, "My child, thank you. Thank you for granting me this fleeting moment, for allowing me to see Xiao once more." Chuan wore a gentle and humble smile, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Yuehua. With sincerity, he said, "Dear mother-in-law, please do not stand on ceremony with me. This is my duty. Once I achieve divinity, I will exhaust every means to resurrect you, so that you may forever remain by Xiao's side." Yuehua eyes glistened with emotion. Her heart filled with gratitude and warmth. She nodded softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, she took Xiao's hand, drawing them closer together as they began to whisper sweet nothings. Yuehua tenderly brushed Xiao's hair, softly murmuring, "Xiao, I can see the genuine affection this child holds for you. From now on, you must support one another." Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against Yuehwa's shoulder, replying in a soft voice, "Mother, I understand. Chuan Gu treats me exceptionally well." Yichuan stood to the side, observing the tender scene before him, his heart brimming with warmth. He was certainly not a person devoid of romantic sensibility, with keen insight. He quietly withdrew, allowing the long-separated mother and daughter ample space for their reunion. Thus, the days slipped by in serene beauty, as they resided by the Lake of Life for a span of 3 months. After this period, Yichuan departed from the starry forest, accompanied by the 3 maidens, casting glances back every few steps. Chapter 31. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Heavenly Do City, the capital of the Heavenly Do Empire, resembled a resplendent jewel, exuding an aura of dazzling prosperity. The broad streets bustled with the flow of carriages, flanked by numerous shops, where the sounds of vendors and laughter intertwined to compose a lively urban symphony. Exquisite pavilions were artfully arranged, their intricately carved beams and painted rafters showcasing opulence and grandeur. However, all this clamor and splendor held no connection to Yichuan. At this moment, he stood within the domain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Before him rose the magnificent glazed mountain, its undulating peaks adorned with structures crowned in glazed tiles, shimmering under the sun's embrace, as if the entire mountain were sculpted from glass, emanating an aura of luxury and nobility. Ning Rongrong skipped joyfully along, enthusiastically proclaiming, "Did you know? The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is one of the top 3 sects. The scale of the sect is beyond imagination. The entire glazed mountain is under our jurisdiction. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain lies Glazed City, which has been specially sanctioned by the imperial family of the Heavenly Do Empire and is managed by my father. Impressive. Isn't it? Even the taxes are collected by our 7 Treasures Glazed Sect." As she spoke, her face radiated with a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain her exclamation. "No wonder, Rongrong, you are so generous. It turns out there is such a formidable sect supporting you from behind." Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, although she usually maintained a composed demeanor. The introduction from Ning Rongrong caused her to furrow her brow slightly, a hint of scarcely perceptible shock flickering in her gaze. She understood well that while her Zhu family held a respectable position within the Star Luo Empire, they indeed paled in comparison to the profound heritage of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect before her. Yichuan curled his lip, displaying a look of indignation on his face, murmuring, "These vile feudal landlords. Even the taxes belong to your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seems I may have to consider a life of ease." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly sighed, eliciting a ripple of light laughter from the crowd. At that moment, an elderly yet vigorous figure approached briskly. Clad in a flowing black robe that fluttered in the wind, his face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. He came before the assembly, slightly bowing, and respectfully announced, "I greet the young lady and welcome her back to the sect." Ning Rongrong's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she warmly replied, "Greetings, Protector Wu. Today, it is you who is responsible for the sect's guardianship." Her tone carried a familiarity and warmth, akin to that of addressing a beloved elder. Protector Wu lifted his head, a look of gratification spreading across his face, as he remarked, "The young lady remembers me. That truly moves me. However, the elders Gu and Qin have been anxiously awaiting your return. You should hasten back to the 7 Treasures Hall." With that, he slightly turned, gesturing for her to proceed. Ning Rongrong, with a light-hearted stride, led Yuchuan, Xiao, and Zhu Zhuqing towards the most magnificent structure atop Lioli Mountain. Along the way, a gentle breeze wafted through the mountains, carrying the fragrant scents of flowers and grass, occasionally accompanied by the melodious chirping of distant birds. In terms of scenery, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School indeed boasts a unique charm. Yichuan raised his gaze towards the figure of the Protector Wu in the distance, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, infused with a hint of playful mockery. "Tell me," he jested, "doesn't the title Protector Wu sound remarkably like that of a villain?" As he spoke, Yichuan imitated the demeanor of antagonists from films of his past life, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes in exaggerated fashion, which elicited a delightful giggle from Ning Rongrong, covering her mouth delicately with her hand to stifle her laughter. She looked at Yichuan with a mixture of confusion and sincerity. "Do not underestimate Protector Wu," she explained. "He is a soul sage of level 78. With his prowess, it is likely that he will ascend to the position of elder within just a few years. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, a soul sage serves as a protector, while only a soul Douluo can attain the rank of elder. As for my esteemed grandfather Sword Douluo and grandfather Bone Douluo, they are both titled Dueluos, holding the significant roles of vice sect leader and grand elder within the sect, their status revered and exalted." As she spoke of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Ning Rongrong's eyes shimmered with admiration and pride. Upon hearing this, Yichuan could not help but make another jest. "Fortunately, the Protector Wu is not a dozong. Otherwise, I would truly suspect that he is the hidden antagonist lurking in the shadows. As Yichuan spoke, he burst into hearty laughter, his jovial voice echoing through the mountains. Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing gazed at Yichuan, whose laughter was so infectious that it left them somewhat bewildered. They exchanged glances, their eyes laced with confusion. Clearly unable to comprehend the meaning behind Yichuan's mention of Dozo, Zhu Xuqing furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features as she murmured. Two titled Douluos. Such power must be among the pinnacle across the continent. Xiao, however, cast a worried glance at Yichuan, acutely aware that a titled Douluo possesses formidable strength and could easily discern the secret of her transformation from a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, she genuinely feared that Yichuan's knowledge of her true identity might lead to conflict with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Rongrong, with her keen perception, immediately recognized Xiao Wu's unease. Gently, she linked her arm with Xiao Wu's, a warm smile gracing her face as she reassured, "Fear not, Xiao Wu. You are my dear friend, and thus a friend of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect as well. Within this sect, no one will cause you distress." As she spoke, she tenderly patted the back of Xiao Wu's hand, a gesture of comfort. Yichuan waved his hand nonchalantly, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, "Even if those two old men decide to take action, I harbor no fear. At worst, I shall give them a thorough beating, making them aware of my prowess." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but make a playful face, teasingly responding, "Keep dreaming. You wouldn't stand a chance against Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. Their strength is beyond your imagination." With that, she stuck her tongue out at Yichuan, her adorable demeanor evoking laughter among the group. As they continued their journey, their chatter filled the air with joy and laughter. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School they encountered along the way paused to greet Ning Rongrong with utmost respect. She, in turn, always responded politely, her face radiant with a warm smile. Before long, under Ning Rongrong's guidance, they arrived at the Seven Treasure Hall. The hall loomed majestically before them, an expansive structure that stood as the largest edifice of the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Its outer walls were crafted from a unique glazed material, shimmering under the sun's rays with a kaleidoscope of colors, rendering it remarkably dazzling. The roof, adorned with layers of glazed tiles, was meticulously arranged, each piece intricately carved with exquisite patterns, showcasing the building's nobility and extraordinary nature. Towering stone columns, resembling grand pagodas, flanked the entrance, exuding an air of solemnity. Under Ning Rongrong's leadership, Yichuan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Xuqing proceeded without hindrance, greeted with respect by the guards upon seeing Ning Rongrong, allowing them to reach the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seamlessly. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a spacious and brightly lit interior, adorned with luxurious yet elegant decorations. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the high ceiling, casting a soft, radiant glow that illuminated the entire space. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals depicting the history of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the polished marble floor reflected the figures of all present. At the main seat of the hall sat a figure, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengxi. With a countenance like polished jade, a straight nose, and a gentle demeanor, he resembled a character who had stepped out of a painting. Clad in a pristine white robe, unblemished by dust, it billowed slightly with his breath, enhancing his ethereal presence. Appearing to be in his 40s, time seemed to have left few marks on Ning Fengxi's face, his smooth black hair cascading neatly behind him, further accentuating his refined charm. Upon spotting Ning Fengxi, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened her arms wide and embraced him tightly, playfully exclaiming, "Father, your obedient daughter has returned." Ning Fengxi feigned anger, adopting a stern expression as he retorted, "Obedient daughter? I see a little witch instead. You sneak out without even informing me. Do you still consider me your father?" Though his tone was severe, his eyes were filled with affection for Ning Rongrong. Undeterred, she looked up with a cheerful grin, her big eyes blinking innocently as she replied, "I hold you in the most important place in my heart. I was simply having too much fun to remember to tell you. Please don't be angry, all right?" With that, she playfully shook Ning Fengxi's arm, presenting a pitiful expression. Ning Fengxi maintained a serious demeanor, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile as he gently tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead, exclaiming with mock resignation, "You, always with your clever tongue." Then, Ning Rongrong took Ning Fengxi's hand and brought him before Yichuan, her face beaming with warmth as she introduced, "Father, this is Yichuan, and these two are Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing, my dear friends I made outside. Our bond is profound." Hearing this, Ning Fengxi's gaze immediately fell upon Yichuan, curiosity evident in his eyes. This was the first time his daughter had brought a young man of her age to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He scrutinized Yichuan from head to toe, pondering, this cheeky young lad seems spirited. He wouldn't dare take my precious daughter's virtue, would he? With this thought, Ning Fengxi's gaze turned more discerning, yet he maintained a polite smile as he addressed them. "Welcome, young friends, to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Since you are Rongrong's companions, you are esteemed guests of mine, so please do not stand on ceremony." As Yichuan noticed Ning Fengxi scrutinizing him with an intense gaze, a thought struck him, and he solemnly exclaimed, In a world full of handsome individuals, I possess 8 parts out of 10, while Lord Ning holds 4. Leaving the rest of the world with but 2. As he spoke, Yichuan animatedly shook his head, wearing a smug expression on his face. Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by his words, his imposing demeanor faltering as the corners of his mouth twitched, caught between laughter and tears. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was always revered as the respected leader, and this was the first time someone had the audacity to praise themselves in such a peculiar manner, not to mention the sheer boldness of this junior. He opened his mouth, intending to respond, but was rendered speechless by Yichuan's unexpected flattery. Amidst this slightly awkward yet amusing atmosphere, a carefree and resounding laughter echoed from afar. Ha ha, truly shameless. You are quite the amusing little rascal. This boisterous laughter shattered the delicate ambience within the hall. As the sound faded, a figure descended swiftly on a sword, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. In the blink of an eye, he landed steadily before the crowd. This individual appeared as an elder, clad in a pristine white robe, each fold exuding an otherworldly charm. His hair and beard were both white, the silver locks neatly arranged behind him. His visage was ancient, yet his complexion was as tender as that of an infant, with eyes that revealed sharpness and depth, as if capable of piercing through all things. This was the elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, known as the Sword Douluo Xiaogang. Before anyone could react, a raspy voice abruptly broke the moment. Humph, aren't you the same? Flaunting your handsomeness in front of the juniors? The crowd turned to see a tall elder approaching slowly. His face was gaunt, skin taut over his muscles, with sunken eye sockets obscuring his gaze. While not extraordinarily muscular, his frame was impressively large, his attire seemingly supported entirely by his skeletal structure, producing faint rustling sounds with each step. The sound was notably hoarse, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind, and with a height nearing 2.5 meters. He emanated an intense aura of pressure. This was the Bon Douluo Gu, another titled Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Xiang's expression darkened, his brows furrowing as a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. He retorted angrily, Humph. Some may wish to flaunt their charm but cannot. As he spoke, he slightly raised his chin, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Gu Rong, incensed by this remark, reacted as though his tail had been stepped on, fists clenched as he shouted, Humph. If it weren't for the little princess's return today, I would have taught you a lesson. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the hall and causing the air to tremble slightly. Xiang was not one to back down, stepping forward with a subtly fierce aura emanating from him as he coldly stated, Let us see if you can withstand my 7-killing sword. Gu Rong, equally furious, declared, Then today, I shall test her 7-killing sword. With his words, an atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped the air. Seeing the two on the verge of confrontation, Ning Fengji quickly intervened, a resigned smile on his face as he raised his hands to separate them, saying, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please refrain from quarreling in front of the juniors. Today, Rong has returned, and we should all be joyous. I shall join you for a drink. Just try to entertain Rong's companions. Chapter 33, The Suppression of Soul Power. The Sword Douluo Xiang and the Bone Douluo Gu Rong often acted like playful rivals, with bickering being a daily affair, yet in life and death scenarios, they could trust each other with their lives. Thus, upon Ning Fengji's plea, they exchanged glances, snorted in unison, and chose to let it go. Gu Rong's gaze quickly shifted to Ning Rong, who stood behind Ning Fengji, his face instantly transforming into a warm smile as he opened his arms, exclaiming, Come here, little princess, let Grandpa Gu give you a hug. Xiang, unwilling to be outdone, mirrored the gesture with a gentle smile, saying, Rong, come let Grandpa Jin hug you too. These two, usually competitive, found themselves in a light-hearted rivalry even over who would embrace Ning Rong first. Caught in a dilemma, Ning Rong felt torn, fearing that choosing one might hurt the other as feelings, a truly challenging predicament. Her gaze flitted back and forth between the two Douluos, her hands nervously tugging at her clothing, revealing her inner conflict. In the midst of this awkward standoff, Yichuan stepped forward with nonchalance, naturally wrapping an arm around Ning Rong's slender waist. Standing tall, with an air of composure and a polite smile, he respectfully introduced himself, I am Yichuan, here to pay my respects to the two esteemed elders. Rong is dear to me, so it would be more appropriate for me to embrace her. Feeling the reassuring strength of his arm around her waist, Ning Rong's heart warmed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She tilted her head slightly to glance at Yichuan, her eyes filled with trust and reliance. In stark contrast, Gu Rong and Xiang's expressions soured. Realizing that their cherished little cabbage might truly be snatched away, Ning Fengji's face darkened even further, as if clouds were ready to burst with rain. His eyes fixated on Yichuan, a fiery anger igniting within him. This young man had brought his precious daughter to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, accompanied by 2 other women who appeared to share a close relationship with him, seemingly disregarding the sanctity of their school. In Ning Fengji's mind, Yichuan had already been labeled as an audacious scoundrel. He took a step forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, directing it at Yichuan as he coldly asserted, Young man, as Rong's friend, you are naturally welcome at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, to stand here as her suitor, I question whether you possess the qualifications. Gu Rong's voice, though hoarse, was clear as he added, youngster. The girl behind you is a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years. Her presence at our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suggests your relationship is anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression froze, astonishment filling his face. 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. He could not help but repeat the words, his tone thick with incredulity. After all, a soul beast of 100,000 years is an exceedingly rare existence, and one that has transformed is even more so. To encounter such a being before his eyes was nothing short of astonishing. Should he slay the girl before him, he would at the very least acquire a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing the words of Bone Douluo, Xiao Wu's heart tightened, and her delicate frame trembled slightly. She had not anticipated that she would be so easily recognized by the two-titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a facade of calm, biting her lower lip and unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing, typically a girl of few words and fierce demeanor, instinctively reacted to Bone Douluo's statement. Her gaze sharpened, and a chilling violet aura enveloped her. The spirit of the Nethercat manifested instantaneously, positioning itself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, her legs slightly bent, poised for battle. Although Zhu Xing was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between herself and the two-titled Douluo before her, she harbored no intention of retreating. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of urgency and stepped forward, addressing Bone Douluo, Grandfather Bone. I understand that Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, but she is also my friend. Sword Douluo Chen Xian's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted angrily, Rongrong, you are being misled. This person is fickle. Do not let yourself be deceived. As he spoke, he pointed an accusing finger at Yichuan, his eyes brimming with discontent and reproach. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fleeting pang of greed within him. He comprehended that while a 100,000-year soul beast was immensely precious, provoking a conflict over it would not bode well for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, he turned his gaze to Yichuan, his tone cold and resolute. Young man, take the two women behind you and leave. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has no interest in a 100,000-year soul beast, and you should keep your distance from my daughter. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's order to leave, Yichuan did not waver. Instead, he stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the three individuals. I am Yichuan, a junior, and I wish to spar with Sect Master Ning and the two esteemed lords. His voice resonated with unwavering strength, echoing through the reception hall. This declaration acted as a spark, instantly igniting the fury within the hearts of the three. A mere child of barely a decade, and some was daring to challenge these renowned and seasoned powerhouses, which they perceived as an enormous affront. The Sword Douluo, Chen Xian, was immediately consumed by rage, bellowing, ignorant youth, arrogance. As he shouted, his robe fluttered without a breeze, creating a strikingly ethereal display. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of soul power surged forth from him, crashing towards Yichuan like a tumultuous tide. Yichuan felt an invisible pressure suddenly manifest, which was evidently the soul power suppression exerted by the Sword Douluo. However, Yichuan merely raised an eyebrow, displaying not a trace of fear on his countenance. He perceived this so-called soul power suppression as nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Yichuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain as he proclaimed loudly, Oh, a mere 30-level soul power suppression. The Sword Douluo is underestimating me. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo Chen Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of anger as he coldly replied, arrogant. In an instant, Sword Douluo intensified the soul power suppression. The aura around him surged dramatically, and the long sword in his hand quivered slightly as its level soared to 60. This formidable force would compel any ordinary soul king to immediately activate their martial spirit and resist with all their might, lest they be crushed under this terrifying pressure. However, Yichuan remained unfazed, standing serenely with his garments fluttering in the breeze. The 60-level soul power suppression was still insignificant to him. What of 50 levels? Is this all the Sword Douluo is capable of? Yichuan's voice dripped with provocation, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 34. The initial version of Susanoo? Upon hearing Yichuan's words, anger flared on Sword Douluo Chen Xian's stern visage, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, akin to a blade poised to strike. Impudent. With a thunderous roar from Sword Douluo, his powerful soul energy erupted without reservation. It was the aura of a peak-titled Douluo, akin to a surging tsunami or a raging storm. The entire hall trembled violently, as if unable to bear the weight, creaking ominously. The surrounding tea sets were tossed about by this overwhelming force, clattering on the table, some even crashing to the floor and shattering. The paintings on the walls shook violently, frames colliding with the walls, producing dull thuds as if they might fall at any moment. Although the soul power of Sword Douluo primarily targeted Yichuan, the residual waves of energy left Xiao Wu, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, her cherry lips slightly parted, unable to suppress a soft hum as her body instinctively trembled, her hands bracing against the table in an attempt to steady herself. Zhu Xing bit her lip, her once bright eyes now flickering with pain, her agile figure swaying slightly, her long black hair dancing wildly in response to the fluctuations of soul power. Ning Rongrong's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her delicate form swaying precariously under the pressure. Yet, Yichuan appeared completely unaffected, wearing a composed smile as he leisurely remarked, "Sword Douluo, this is rather uninteresting." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the chaos of the grand hall. Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback by his words, then let out a cold huff, the soul power that had erupted around him receding like a tide, his piercing gaze fixated on Yichuan, as if seeking a flaw in his expression. Ning Fengji, filled with curiosity, stepped forward and politely inquired, "To withstand Sword Uncle's soul power suppression with such ease, may I ask how many levels of soul power you possess? Could you perhaps be a title Douluo with a unique martial spirit?" As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had always held a profound interest in talented individuals with formidable strength. Yichuan's lips curled upwards, revealing a modest smile as he composedly replied, "Master Ning, I am Yichuan, the sovereign of martial souls, a formidable level 68 assault system soul emperor." Absurd. The raspy voice of Bone Douluo abruptly interrupted. For one of your age to attain the rank of soul emperor is already a rarity in a millennium. Yet, to remain so unfazed under the pressure of a title Douluo's martial soul is utterly inconceivable. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hastily turned to Bone Douluo, her eyes brimming with urgency as she exclaimed, "Grandfather Bone, Yichuan's strength surpasses your expectations. He is undoubtedly stronger than any of you here." Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo's, and Bone Douluo were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Ning Fengji gently shook his head, a faint smile of resignation gracing his features. "Rongrong, could it be that this young man has deceived you?" Sword Douluo crossed his arms, snorting dismissively, his expression filled with contempt. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo furrowed his brow, his gaze rife with skepticism and fury. In their eyes, the notion of a 12-year-old surpassing a title Douluo was sheer fantasy. How could the world possibly descend to such madness? Yichuan's expression darkened, and an aura of sharp intensity enveloped him as he gravely pronounced, "In that case, let us meet directly in combat." Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with mischief. She leaped forward, hands on her hips, and playfully ignited the atmosphere, exclaiming, "Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, and dear father, surely, you are not afraid of losing face in front of that person." Her tone was laced with playful provocation, causing the elders present to feel a jolt in their hearts. Hearing this, Jian Douluo let out a cold snort, his icy demeanor seemingly capable of freezing the very air around him, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Gu Douluo merely curled his lip in contempt, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a knot as he shook his head slightly, adopting an air of indifference. In contrast, Ning Fengji's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light, his face adorned with a curious expression. As the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his vision was both unique and astute. He recognized the boundless potential of Yichuan, who had attained the Soul Emperor realm at such a young age, deeming him worthy of considerable investment to draw him into his fold. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Very well. Let us proceed to the martial arena and witness the prowess of our young friend." Behind that smile lay a shrewd scheme, coupled with an anticipation of Yichuan's abilities. Soon, the group made their way towards the martial arena of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a grand procession. Upon their arrival, the arena appeared as though a colossal axe had flattened a small mountain, vast and boundless. The ground was paved with solid blue stones, each slab smooth and polished, glistening with a cold sheen. At that moment, the arena was devoid of any spectators, the silence almost oppressive, with only the echo of their footsteps resonating in the expansive space. Ning Fengji's decision to keep others away from this place stemmed from his own considerations. He understood well that it is far better to provide assistance in times of need than to simply add embellishments to success. If Yichuan truly was a once-in-a-millennium genius, the fewer individuals aware of his strength, the better. This way, he would have greater opportunities to forge a profound connection with Yichuan and bring him into his own camp. Yichuan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and clasped his fists respectfully, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior." The Sword Douluo let out a cold snort, turned to the Bone Douluo, and said in a grave tone, "Old Bone, you take the lead. My seven-killing sword possesses overwhelming power, and I fear I might inadvertently harm him." Though his tone carried a hint of disdain towards Yichuan, it also bore a trace of caution, for he was acutely aware of the might of his martial spirit. The Bone Douluo rasped in reply, "If I must, then I shall. In light of Rongrong's regard, I shall show some mercy." As he spoke, he began to stretch his limbs, the soul power around him gradually surging forth, and his once hunched frame straightened, as if suddenly imbued with boundless vitality and strength. Ancient Fur, Martial Spirit, Bone Dragon, Title Bone, 95th level defensive Title Douluo. With these powerful declarations, his soul power surged like a roaring tide. In the blink of an eye, an extraordinary sight unfolded. Radiant blue ribs emerged from his body, resembling the long-forgotten bones of a mysterious behemoth awakened from the abyss, growing around him in an intricate pattern. These ribs, translucent and shimmering, seemed to encapsulate infinite strength. Between the ribs danced fierce flames, not of ordinary red but a profound azure, reminiscent of the hellfire from the netherworld. Each leap of the flames resonated with violent tremors in the air, producing crackling sounds. The blue ribs and flames wove together in perfect harmony, forming an impregnable fortress that steadfastly shielded ancient fur within. Yichuan stood across the way, his eyes widening in astonishment as he bore witness to the scene unfolding before him. Surprised, he blurted out instinctively, the original version of Susanoo. Upon hearing this seemingly nonsensical remark, Douluo Gu furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Though he did not grasp the meaning behind Yichuan's words, years of combat experience instilled in him the understanding that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. With narrowed eyes, sharp as blades, Gu directed his gaze at Yichuan and declared, "Make your move. Young one, let me test your prowess." Chapter 35, The Most Mysterious Title Douluo. In the center of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School's martial arts arena, Yichuan stood tall, a composed smile gracing his lips as he met Douluo's gaze with unwavering confidence. He announced loudly, "Master Ning, should this sparring session appear unbalanced, you are welcome to intervene at any moment. I, Yi, shall make no objections." Martial soul, possession. Yichuan's voice resonated through the training ground like a resounding bell. With this powerful shout, the soul energy within him surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His head gradually contorted and morphed into a majestic dragon's visage, adorned with elongated, piercing vertical pupils. Delicate scales swiftly spread from his forehead, enveloping his entire form. Each scale glimmered with a chilling luster, reminiscent of meticulously crafted gemstones. Behind him, a robust tail, studded with sharp spikes, erupted like a steel whip, thrashing through the air and producing a fierce whooshing sound. His hands, too, completely transformed into razor-sharp claws, gleaming with a frosty light. A mere casual swing could be felt as the air was effortlessly torn apart. After Yichuan completed the manifestation of his martial spirit, he let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, his voice imbued with the majesty and dominance of a dragon, causing those around him to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, 6 crimson soul rings, adorned with golden patterns, slowly emerged, resembling 6 dazzling stars. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression conveying sheer incredulity. How could this be possible? 6 soul rings of 100,000 years. Chen Xian was equally astonished, his jaw dropping in shock, as this shattered the conventional theories regarding the age limits of soul rings, revealing him to be a true anomaly. Gurong's countenance darkened instantly, a heavy sensation settling in his heart. It was clear that this battle would be anything but simple. Following this, Yichuan unleashed his 6th soul skill, Fury, which amplified his power tenfold. With a powerful push from his feet, the stone slabs beneath him cracked instantaneously, and he surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the Douluo with breathtaking speed. The speed of Yichuan was so extraordinary that it left behind merely a fleeting shadow, while the air resonated with a hissing sound of slicing wind. Douluo's expression turned grave. Confronted with Yichuan's fierce assault, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. With a gentle push against the ground, he slightly levitated, his soul power surging around him, and the blue flames enveloping his skeletal frame blazed brilliantly. Assuming a defensive stance, Douluo spoke with a solemn tone, "Youngster, I shall allow you to make the first move." Yichuan rushed forward, his right fist raised high, the concentrated soul power within it resembling a small energy bomb. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fist with an unstoppable momentum, striking against the enormous skeletal frame formed by the Douluo's martial spirit. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted in the training ground, the powerful shockwave distorting the surrounding air and generating visible ripples. The Douluo felt an overwhelming pressure surge towards him, as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon him. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, and he involuntarily stumbled backward. The stone slabs beneath him shattered, sending dust into the air. Stabilizing himself, the Douluo was filled with shock, his expression a complex mix of emotions. He never imagined that as a title Douluo, renowned across the Douluo Continent for many years, he would be forced back a step by a mere soul emperor. This was not only a blow to his strength but also a significant dent in his long-held confidence. Standing nearby, Ning Fengji gasped in astonishment at the incredible scene before him. His eyes widened, filled with surprise and confusion. He quickly turned to the sword Douluo beside him, urgently inquiring, "Uncle Jian, having traversed the continent for many years, have you ever encountered such a martial spirit? Clearly, it is a dragon-type beast martial spirit. Yet its power is truly beyond imagination. In my lifetime of wandering this continent, I have never seen such a formidable and mysterious martial spirit." The sword Douluo furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yichuan, his expression grave as he replied, "The blue lightning tyrant dragon has been passed down for centuries, recognized as the foremost beast martial spirit on the continent. Its family lineage is profound, and the power of its martial spirit is unparalleled. I must admit, I have never encountered a martial spirit like this. But the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is well established, and its foundation is not easily shaken. I believe that even if this martial spirit is powerful, it cannot surpass that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood with her arms crossed, a confident smile gracing her face. With a dismissive scoff, she declared, "Humph, what the so-called #1 beast martial spirit on the continent. To me, it is nothing but a hollow title. With Brother Yichuan here, it is time for this title to relinquish its position. His martial spirit is extraordinary, and in the future, he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats on the Douluo Continent, becoming one of its most formidable powers." Admiration shone in her eyes, reflecting her unwavering trust and expectations for Yichuan. At that moment, Yichuan felt a peculiar burning sensation in the palm of his right hand, noticing that the eerie blue flames on the Bone Doa's skeletal frame were dancing oddly. Yichuan felt a sudden shock, a flicker of vigilance crossing his gaze. He had never encountered such an extraordinary flame. The searing force seemed capable of penetrating flesh and reaching the very depths of his soul. The Bone Douluo observed Yichuan's reaction, a smug smile spreading across his face. He tilted his head slightly, speaking with an air of arrogance. "Little one, have you sensed it? My soul skill, the Bone Blue Flame, is no ordinary fire. It can scorch your flesh, making every inch of your skin feel as though it resides in a purgatory, and it can also burn your soul, eroding your spiritual power, allowing you to gradually lose your ability to resist amidst the torment." Upon hearing this, Yichuan maintained a composed smile on his face, responding leisurely. "Truly deserving of being the most enigmatic title Douluo. This Bone Blue Flame has indeed opened my eyes." Just as everyone believed Yichuan was about to find himself in a predicament, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the Horse Talisman. In an instant, the ability of the Horse Talisman to dispel external forces activated, swiftly enveloping his right palm. The once rampant blue flames, under the influence of this power, were as if ensnared by a binding spell, extinguishing in an instant, leaving only a wisp of faint azure smoke. The Bone Douluo, witnessing this scene, felt his previously triumphant smile freeze in place, replaced by a visage of astonishment and disbelief. His eyes widened as he fixated on Yichuan, as if gazing upon a monstrosity. In his extensive career as a soul master, it was the first time someone of a lower rank had so effortlessly dispelled the blue flames he held in such high regard. This not only shocked him, but also instilled a subtle sense of unease within him. Beside them, the Sword Douluo quickly raised his voice in warning, "Old Bone, be cautious. This young man is no simple foe. Do not let your guard down." His eyes brimmed with vigilance as he closely monitored Yichuan, gripping his sword a tad tighter, ever ready to lend a hand at a crucial moment. Ning Fengji, standing nearby, also exhibited a look of tension. He had initially perceived this spar as a mere contest, yet was astonished by Yichuan's extraordinary prowess. With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered inwardly, just how many hidden cards does Yichuan possess? It seems this confrontation may lead to a fierce battle. Chapter 36, Combined Assault. Yichuan took a deep breath, his expression turning exceptionally grave. He gazed at Bone Douluo and spoke in a low voice, "Senior, be cautious. From this moment on, I shall be earnest." As soon as his words fell, the soul power around Yichuan surged instantaneously, and in an instant, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, instantaneous movement. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original spot in the blink of an eye. Bone Douluo, being a seasoned title Douluo, was indeed taken aback, yet his reflexes were remarkably swift. He immediately sensed Yichuan's movement. However, there was no time left for him to mount a counterattack. With no other option, Bone Douluo could only brace himself with all his might. His soul power surged wildly, causing the massive skeletal frame surrounding him to expand even further under the impetus of his soul energy, with each bone radiating an even more resplendent glow, resembling an impregnable fortress. Nevertheless, Yichuan's assault did not afford Bone Douluo a moment's respite. First soul skill, Wave Breaker Triple Slash. Yichuan's voice resonated throughout the training ground, and in an instant, 3 streams of blue water, tangible in their essence, surged forth from his hands. These streams contained astonishing power, tearing through the air with sharp, piercing howls. Almost simultaneously, the 3 blue torrents struck fiercely against the skeletal form of Bone Douluo. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated like a storm in one's ears. The tremendous force propelled Bone Douluo several meters away, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Though he managed to stabilize himself, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Observing the once pristine, white jade-like skeleton now marred with horrifying cracks, it appeared on the verge of shattering. Ning Fengji, witnessing the dire situation, wore a grave expression, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. At this moment, hesitation was no longer an option. He could no longer afford to care about superficial appearances. With fervent incantations, he summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, and as 7 resounding chants echoed, the spirit's radiance blazed forth, illuminating the entire training ground like a blazing sun. Bone Douluo felt the surging power flood into his body, a 70% enhancement across all attributes that instantly amplified his strength. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. quickly followed by a tide of fury that surged within him as he bellowed, "Martial soul true form." In that instant, the white skeleton began to grow uncontrollably, as if imbued with life, twisting and expanding. In the blink of an eye, a majestic Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton materialized before the onlookers. Its head adorned with horns that glinted with a chilling light, and its massive wings unfurled, spanning several meters. The colossal bone dragon, nearly 100 meters long, loomed like a moving mountain, casting an immense shadow that instilled a sense of overwhelming oppression. Yichuan stood opposite, observing the scene with an air of audacity rather than trepidation, and laughed maniacally. "Sword Douluo, come, let us battle." Upon hearing these words, Sword Douluo roared in fury. "You arrogant boy." In an instant, the seven-killing sword in his grasp expanded exponentially, its blade radiating a chilling brilliance, embodying his fifth soul skill that instills fear across the land. The massive sword sliced through the air towards Yichuan, accompanied by a howling wind, reminiscent of a lightning bolt cleaving the sky. Simultaneously, Bone Douluo's martial soul manifested as a mighty bone dragon, which surged forth, unfurling its wings. In an instant, a powerful vortex storm erupted from beneath Yichuan's feet, resembling an immense funnel that enveloped him entirely. The ferocious winds exerted dominion over his movements, while countless razor-like wind blades formed within the tempest, mercilessly assailing Yichuan. These two combatants, accustomed to daily sparring, had developed an unspoken synergy that was now seamlessly executed on the battlefield, rendering any defense nearly futile. Yet, Yichuan displayed no inclination to retreat. Gritting his teeth, a look of resolute determination crossed his face as he advanced step by step, braving the onslaught of wind blades with his bare flesh. As the blades cut into his skin, leaving trails of crimson, he appeared oblivious to the pain, as if it were a mere afterthought. In the face of Sword Douluo's formidable blade, Yichuan remained steadfast, refusing to flinch or evade. Just before the sword descended, he inhaled deeply, a glimmer of unwavering resolve flashing in his eyes. With a bold gesture, he extended his hands, unarmed, to meet the descending edge. Grasping the sword tightly, blood flowed incessantly from his arms, pooling at his feet, yet he clung to it with unwavering tenacity. Suddenly, Yichuan's laughter erupted, tinged with madness and wild abandon, as though he regarded the world with utter disdain. Stimulating. Yumighty. A treasure trove of Yumighty, he shouted, wildly waving his arms, a manic grin illuminating his features, as if reveling in a grand celebration rather than confronting the life and death duel against two titled Douluos. Ning Fingji, standing at a distance, observed the spectacle with a furrowed brow, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He murmured in disbelief, "What a madman." It was incomprehensible to him how this young man possessed such audacity and fortitude, able to cavort so freely in the face of the combined assault from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, two formidable titans. Yichuan remained indifferent to the gazes of those around him. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the power of the talisman began to manifest. In an instant, the bloodstains that marred his body vanished as if they were mere frost melting under the warm sun. Even the tattered clothing, shredded by blades and sword energy, revealed smooth, fair skin beneath, as though the pain he had endured was but a fleeting memory. The Sword Douluo, witnessing his full-force strike being effortlessly caught by Yichuan, felt his astonishment and fury reach an unprecedented peak. Gripping the seven-killing sword tightly, a newfound seriousness gleamed in his eyes. At that moment, the Sword Douluo understood that Yichuan was no ordinary adversary. Should he fail to give his all, he might very well meet his demise here today. Exchanging a glance with the Bone Douluo, a silent understanding passed between them, requiring no words to solidify their intent. They launched a simultaneous and fierce assault, one on the left and the other on the right. Wu in true body. Seven killing domain. The Sword Douluo roared to the heavens, his voice echoing across the land. As he bellowed, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The seven-killing sword radiated an intense brilliance, enveloped in a dense blue sword energy that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. Simultaneously, a colossal white domain rapidly expanded from its center. Alas, while the seven-killing domain could weaken others, its effects on Yichuan were wholly dispelled by the talisman. The Sword Douluo unleashed his full power, leaping from the left like a bolt of black lightning, charging fiercely toward Yichuan. Heavenly Bone Dragon Wave. On the other side, the Bone Douluo was equally undeterred. Commanding a gigantic bone dragon that spanned 100 meters, he unleashed a deafening roar. In the wake of this roar, the bone dragon expelled a torrent of white dragon-shaped energy, creating ripples in the surrounding space as if a colossal stone had been cast into a placid lake. Yichuan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, as if the very space around him had been immobilized by an invisible force. His body was ensnared, rendering him utterly motionless, and any hope of evading the lethal strike from the Sword Douluo was utterly futile. Yet, in Yichuan's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, he wore a smile that radiated confidence. Chapter 37, The Ice Age. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of confidence dancing in his eyes. He then snapped his fingers and proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Fourth soul skill, Ice Age." In an instant, a chilling aura, reminiscent of ancient glaciers, surged forth from his being like a tidal wave. This frigid energy, tinted with a pale azure hue, enveloped the surroundings, rapidly siphoning the warmth from the air and causing it to crystallize into a delicate layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, a visible sheet of ice radiated from Yichuan, extending in all directions with fervent abandon. The once expansive training ground seemed to be paused in time, as everything was swiftly encased in this profound cold. The bone Douluo's martial soul, a colossal bone dragon, writhed in the air, but was instantly ensnared by a thick layer of ice, rendering it immobile. The scales of the dragon, now encased in frost, sparkled with a chilling brilliance, resembling a masterful ice sculpture. The 7 killing sword held by the sword Douluo was not spared either. Its razor-sharp blade was tightly enveloped by the ice, its radiant glow subdued by the overwhelming chill. A look of disbelief crossed the sword Douluo's face. He could scarcely fathom that he had been bested by a single move from this young man. Nearby, Ning Fengxi, an observer of the unfolding spectacle, was equally ensnared by the sudden onslaught of frigid power. As a support-type soul sage, he had not directly engaged in the battle. Yet the formidable force emanating from Yichuan instilled a deep sense of threat within him. His body, too, was ensconced in ice, his expression betraying a mixture of astonishment and concern. Moreover, the once howling blades of wind and the sharp sword qi surrounding Yichuan were instantaneously frozen by this overwhelming cold. The wind blades and sword qi became peculiar ice spikes, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's rays. The entire training ground atop the mountain was almost instantaneously blanketed by this thick layer of ice. What was once a solid ground now transformed into a realm of ice. The surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dazzling sunlight, nearly blinding to behold. However, amidst this icy expanse, a singular spot remained untouched. Xiao, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong stood there, observing the frozen surroundings with varied expressions. Xiao Wu's face radiated excitement, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Chuan is amazing. This move is simply spectacular." Zhu Zhiqing, in contrast, wore a look of astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with shock. "So powerful," she whispered, taken aback by the defeat of 2 titled Douluos and a support-type soul sage in a single strike. How formidable could Yichuan's strength truly be? Ning Rongrong's face was etched with concern as she gazed at the frozen figures of Ning Fengxi, the sword Douluo, and the bone Douluo, her heart racing with anxiety. "Brother Yichuan, father, is Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Guok safe?" Yichuan observed the anxious demeanor of Ning Rongrong and offered a faint smile, reassuring her, "Fear not. They are merely frozen. A bit of fire will suffice to thaw them. Although this ice age technique is formidable, I have controlled the intensity, ensuring no substantial harm has befallen them." Upon hearing Yichuan's words, Ning Rongrong felt her worries ease slightly. She nodded and replied, "That is good to hear." Subsequently, as the esteemed young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she arranged for Yichuan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing to stay at the sect. Meanwhile, the matter of the training ground was entrusted to the protector, Wu. Wu surveyed the expanse of ice and snow before him, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. He swiftly gathered the disciples of the sect, prepared an abundance of firewood, and began the arduous task of rescuing Ning Fengxi, sword Douluo, and bone Douluo from their icy confines. Flames blazed, and heat surged forth. However, the ice layer proved to be excessively thick. It took a full hour before the 3 were finally liberated from their frozen prison. As Ning Fengxi, sword Douluo, and bone Douluo emerged, a lingering chill still clung to them. They exchanged glances, reflecting on Yichuan's complex expression, which conveyed both surprise and admiration. In the main hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the 3 men changed into fresh garments and gathered around an ancient sandalwood table, their faces still bearing traces of lingering shock and awe. Ning Fengxi gently set down his teacup, letting out a long sigh filled with uncontainable excitement. The first genius in 10,000 years, an unparalleled prodigy beyond question. He squinted slightly, memories of Yichuan's breathtaking performance on the training ground flooding his mind. His strength and display transcended everyone's expectations. Bone Douluo nodded slightly, his gaze shimmering with contemplation as he murmured to himself, "This young man is destined to become a level 99 ultimate Douluo, perhaps even ascend to godhood." As he spoke, he stroked his beard thoughtfully, his expression grave. As a level 95 title Douluo, Gu Rong understood that achieving level 99 ultimate Douluo required not only talent and diligence, but also extraordinary opportunities and remarkable tenacity. The potential Yichuan had exhibited convinced Bone Douluo that he was indeed capable of embarking on the path to divinity. Sword Douluo, arms crossed, emanated a chilling aura. His voice, akin to a cold wind on a winter's night, cut through the air as he declared, "If such a genius cannot attain godhood, I shall begin to question the very existence of the divine." At that moment, Sword Douluo regarded Yichuan as a miracle bestowed upon the Douluo Continent by the heavens, a presence capable of reshaping the entire landscape of the Douluo world. The ascension of this young man to godhood seemed inevitable, and thus, Ning Rongrong would not be at a disadvantage. Ning Fengxi took a gentle sip of tea, speaking slowly with a tone imbued with certainty for the future. He squinted slightly. The image of Yichuan, youthful yet brimming with power, and the admiration concealed within Ning Rongrong's gaze as she looked at him, vividly occupying his thoughts. Yichuan's innate talent and potential destined him to shine brilliantly on the path of cultivation in the Douluo Continent. If he were to become Ning Rongrong's son-in-law, it would undoubtedly provide her future with the most steadfast assurance. The sword Douluo could not help but snort softly, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Although he had to acknowledge Yichuan as a rare genius due to his formidable strength, the frivolous scenes surrounding him were indeed hard for him to overlook. While his talent was commendable, the lad's indiscreet behavior left much to be desired. A hint of coldness tinged the sword Douluo's voice, and his words seemed to lower the temperature in the air. The bone Douluo chuckled, his raspy voice laced with a touch of mockery. This little rascal indeed has it easy. He understood well that with Yichuan's attributes, he was indeed a suitable match for Ning Rongrong. However, the boy's notorious flirtations were undeniably exasperating. Ning Fengji sighed softly, setting down his teacup and saying helplessly, "There is no choice. If we miss out on a son-in-law like this, there may not be another opportunity." The sword Douluo and bone Douluo exchanged glances, and after a moment, both nodded slowly. Though they harbored dissatisfaction regarding Yichuan's flirtatious nature, they recognized the truth in Ning Fengji's words. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is indeed the most fundamental guarantee. The potential of Yichuan is clearly evident. Should he forge a matrimonial alliance with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would undoubtedly yield countless benefits for the sect's development. The trio exchanged words, their praises for Yichuan flowing generously. Ning Fengji rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of sky, contemplating silently. Perhaps the future of the Douluo Continent truly rests upon the shoulders of a genius like Yichuan. Chapter 38. The Son-in-Law. The following day, the warm sunlight streamed through the mottled window panes, casting playful shadows throughout the room as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Yichuan, it's time to rise. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated gently from outside. Yichuan was roused by the sound, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he gently nudged the slumbering Xiao beside him, softly urging, "Xiao, it's time to rise." Xiao, still in a haze, turned over and mumbled, "Brother Chuan, just a little longer." Her voice was tender and laced with the lingering embrace of drowsiness. Yichuan smiled helplessly, his eyes filled with tenderness as he gently tucked the blanket around Xiao, ensuring she would not catch a chill. Afterward, he rose to attend to his morning routine. Upon completing his ablutions, he opened the door, and sunlight flooded in, causing him to squint slightly. There stood Ning Rongrong at the threshold, graceful and poised, akin to a resplendent flower blooming under the warm embrace of spring sunlight. She wore a delicate pale pink gown, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, with exquisite embroidery at the edges glistening softly in the light. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, with a few playful strands falling beside her fair cheeks, enhancing her charmingly delicate features. Yichuan gazed at Ning Rongrong before him, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. He then inquired, "What is it?" Ning Rongrong slightly lowered her head, as if shyly illuminated by the sunlight, concealing some small secret. A peculiar blush crept across her cheeks, extending to the very roots of her ears. "Father," she exclaimed, her voice softer than usual, imbued with a hint of unspoken sentiment. "Grandpa Jin and Grandpa Gu wish to invite you for a meal." Upon hearing this, Yichuan was filled with confusion and couldn't help but inquire, "Well, but why are you blushing?" What was intended as an innocent question seemed to strike a sensitive chord within Ning Rongrong's heart. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deeper shade of red, and with a gentle bite of her lower lip, she summoned an immense amount of courage to lift her gaze. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Subsequently, she playfully swung her small fist and lightly tapped Yichuan's chest, pouting, "You fool. I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she darted away like a startled deer, leaving Yichuan standing there, utterly bewildered. Yichuan gazed at the receding figure of Ning Rongrong, scratching his head and murmuring to himself, "Wasn't she supposed to treat me to a meal? Why has she left? I am unfamiliar with the way." At noon, the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was adorned with colorful decorations, bustling with liveliness. Crimson lanterns hung high, reminiscent of ripe persimmons, radiating a festive and warm glow. Multicolored silks fluttered gently in the breeze, each embroidered with exquisite patterns, depicting either the auspicious Qilin or the prosperous peony. Yichuan strolled along the bluestone path leading to the main hall, his heart brimming with curiosity. His gaze was captivated by the surrounding scenery, frequently darting from side to side as he observed the bustling figures, pondering what significant events might unfold that day. At last, he arrived at the main hall, where Ning Fengji approached him with a warm smile, accompanied by sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Clad in an exquisite robe adorned with shimmering gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, Ning Fengji epitomized nobility in every aspect. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's face broke into a radiant smile as he remarked, "Master Ning, is there a joyous occasion in your esteemed sect, with such extravagant decorations adorning the place?" Ning Fengji, with warmth in his invitation for Yichuan to enter, responded with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha. My dear son-in-law, you jest. Today is indeed a momentous day for you and Rongrong." One could hear Ning Fengji's laughter, resonant and cheerful, brimming with joy and satisfaction. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing instantly, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. He had never anticipated that today would mark the joyous occasion of his engagement to Ning Rongrong. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was briskly guided by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who took their places beside Ning Rongrong. In that moment, she resembled a resplendent red rose, vibrant and alluring. Clad in a magnificent crimson gown, the golden threads embroidered upon her skirt shimmered brilliantly under the lights, while a phoenix crown adorned her head, encrusted with dazzling gemstones. Each one worth a fortune. Ning Rongrong's face bore only a hint of makeup. Her fair cheeks were subtly flushed, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. With her head bowed and hands tightly clasped around the hem of her attire, she dared not meet Yichuan's gaze, her bashful demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Ning Fingji, observing this scene, wore an even more radiant smile as he proclaimed, "Son-in-law, this is the engagement banquet for you and Rongrong. I have not invited anyone else. From this day forth, Rongrong is yours. You must cherish her." Sword Douluo interjected coldly. "Humph. Rongrong is the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Marrying you is no small concession." Bone Douluo added, "Should I discover that you mistreat Rongrong, I shall not rest until I have avenged her." Yichuan, after being spoken to by the three, finally comprehended their intentions. He gazed at the bashful Ning Rongrong beside him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. However, he could not bring himself to refuse. For Ning Rongrong was the woman he had set his sights on. Yichuan took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and solemnly declared, "Master Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, Senior Bone Douluo, rest assured that I, Yichuan, shall devote myself entirely to safeguarding Rongrong throughout her life, ensuring she suffers not even the slightest grievance." Ning Fingji nodded in satisfaction, while Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also inclined their heads slightly, their initial wariness gradually dissipating. Ning Fingji's face beamed with warmth. His eyes filled with a tender affection akin to the gentle sun of spring. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Enough of the formalities. Why still address me as master? That sounds distant. Now that you and Rongrong are to be engaged, you must change how you address me from now on." His tone was imbued with acceptance and closeness towards Yichuan. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's lips curled upward, revealing a genuine smile. His voice resonant with a hint of reverence. "Esteemed father-in-law, I pay my respects." As his words fell, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Sword Douluo clasped Yichuan's shoulder with an arm as strong as steel. "Ha ha, good lad. Now that we are family, we must drink to our heart's content tonight." Bone Douluo chimed in, gently swaying his wine cup. Indeed, let us savor this fine wine." Ning Fingji smiled and nodded, raising his cup first. The chalice shimmering with translucent light in the candle's glow. "Here's to the joyous occasion of Rongrong and Yichuan. Let us toast." After several rounds of toasting, Ning Rongrong sat quietly to the side, delicately holding a wine jug, her movements graceful and poised, occasionally refilling the cups of others. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, often darting towards Yichuan, where shyness and joy intertwined within her gaze. Whenever Yichuan returned her glance, she would resemble a startled fawn, hastily lowering her head, her long lashes quivering slightly, and a blush gracing her cheeks. Yichuan gazed upon the charming visage of Ning Rongrong, his heart brimming with tenderness. He raised his wine glass, gesturing towards Ning Fingji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. "Respected father-in-law, esteemed Sword Douluo, venerable Bone Douluo, I express my gratitude for your hospitality today, as well as for your acceptance of Rongrong and me. I vow to cherish Rongrong and uphold your trust." Ning Fingji nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Seeing you both this way puts my mind at ease. Our dear Rongrong has been cherished since childhood, and her innocent nature will require your understanding moving forward." Sword Douluo interjected, "Humph, young man, should you dare to betray Rongrong, no matter where you flee, I shall not forgive you." Bone Douluo took a sip of wine, setting down his glass, and spoke slowly. "Rongrong is our treasure gem. You must treat her with utmost care." Yichuan quickly replied, "Seniors, rest assured. My feelings for Rongrong are as clear as day." The meal unfolded in a warm and vibrant atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy. Eventually, everyone indulged in a slight inebriation, marking the gathering as one of mutual delight. Ning Rongrong approached Yichuan, gently resting her hand upon his arm. Her voice as soft as a spring breeze. "Allow me to assist you back to your room." Yichuan nodded slightly, a hint of intoxication coloring his cheeks as he allowed Ning Rongrong to assist him back to his room. Chapter 39, Devouring Ning Rongrong. As the night deepened, the gentle moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a soft glow upon the beautifully adorned chamber of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon entering the room, Yichuan stumbled, losing his balance and inadvertently falling towards Ning Rongrong, his entire weight pressing down upon her. Instantly, a blush crept across Ning Rongrong's cheeks, her bashful demeanor appearing particularly enchanting under the moonlit glow. Instinctively, she extended her hands, attempting to push Yichuan away, playfully chiding, "Brother Yichuan, what are you doing?" However, her strength seemed negligible against Yichuan's drunken state, and he effortlessly wrapped his arms around her waist. "Brother Yichuan, please get up. Let Rongrong help you sober up." Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously, her voice tinged with a playful pout. Yichuan not only remained seated, but also leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear, his warm breath cascading over her neck, leaving her feeling a delightful shiver throughout her entire body. Yichuan whispered softly, "Oh? Are you planning something untoward by bringing me to your boudoir?" As he spoke, a mischievous smile danced upon his lips, his fingers gently lifting a strand of Ning Rongrong's hair. Flushed with embarrassment and urgency, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot, exclaiming, "If you keep talking nonsense, I shall ignore you." Yet, Yichuan feigned ignorance, persistently teasing her. At that moment, he suddenly reached to untie his belt, causing Ning Rongrong's eyes to widen in alarm, her face a canvas of panic. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, her hands flailing in a frenzy. However, Yichuan's actions only heightened her anxiety, rendering her resistance increasingly futile. Ultimately, under the intensity of his gaze, she submissively lowered her head, as an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped the room. Their heartbeats intertwined, whispering unspoken feelings that lingered in the air. As dawn's light gently broke, soft rays filtered through the delicate curtains, quietly illuminating the warm and elegant chamber of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. As was his custom, Yichuan awoke early from his slumber. He turned to gaze at Ning Rongrong beside him, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom on a spring day, exquisite and enchanting. Recalling the events of the previous night, which marked a significant turning point in their relationship, Yichuan's heart brimmed with tenderness and appreciation. Throughout the night, he had treaded carefully, fearful of any inadvertent misstep. In this moment, beholding the enchanting Ning Rongrong before him, his eyes sparkled with affection as he could not resist leaning in to bestow a gentle kiss upon her rosy cheek. In truth, Ning Rongrong had already awakened, yet, due to her shyness, she kept her eyes firmly shut, feigning sleep. However, her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed the truth of her consciousness. Yichuan observed with keen interest, a slight smile of cunning gracing his lips as he provocatively remarked, "Since you are still asleep, allow me to indulge in tenderness towards you once more." Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong was instantly flustered, memories of the previous night flooding her mind, and the blush on her cheeks deepening. She was not inclined to endure another such ordeal. So she hastily opened her eyes and anxiously exclaimed, "Brother Yichuan, do not tease." Her gaze met Yichuan's playful expression, which seemed to harbor a warmth capable of drowning her in its depths. With a playful pout, Ning Rongrong scolded, "Brother Yichuan, you are mischievous." Yichuan chuckled softly, the sound resonating beautifully in the tranquil room. He reached out and gently pinched Ning Rongrong's chin, his gaze infused with both tenderness and a hint of dominance. "I have even more naughty surprises in store for you, which you shall gradually discover." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with warmth, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She tilted her head slightly, gazing resolutely into Yichuan's eyes, and declared, "Humph. Regardless, I am already yours. I shall never leave your side." Yichuan gently embraced Ning Rongrong, planting a kiss upon her forehead, and softly murmured, "I have long foretold that you could never escape my grasp. Henceforth, I shall always protect you." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly warm and intimate. Suddenly, like a sprightly fawn, Ning Rongrong flipped over and nestled upon Yichuan, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Brother Yichuan," she called sweetly, "both Xiao and I are now yours. When shall you make your move on Zhuqing?" Her tone lifted slightly, imbued with a playful curiosity. Yichuan chuckled helplessly, extending his hand to gently stroke Ning Rongrong's nose, securely holding her in his embrace. "What is this, my little sorceress? Are you planning to drag your good sister into the fray as well?" Ning Rongrong pouted, feigning discontent as she huffed, "Humph. Who told you to be so charming and capable? I feel that even with the two of us, Xiao and I, there are times when we struggle to keep up." Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Upon hearing this, Yichuan gently nodded, a subtle glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. He suddenly leaned closer to Ning Rongrong's ear, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "How can you know without trying? Why not spend the evening with Xiao, and we can thoroughly test it?" His warm breath cascaded over Ning Rongrong's neck, sending a delightful shiver through her. Ning Rongrong, both flustered and indignant, reached out to tickle Yichuan under his arms, exclaiming, "You naughty rascal. You only know how to bully me." In an instant, her melodious laughter echoed throughout the room. Yichuan, unwilling to concede defeat, promptly launched a counterattack. The two engaged in playful banter on the bed, filling the room with joyous laughter, as a warm and ambiguous atmosphere enveloped every inch of the air. After a delightful ruckus, Ning Rongrong lay breathlessly against Yichuan's chest, her hair tousled and her cheeks flushed from their recent frolic. Yichuan gently brushed her hair aside and softly said, "Rest assured, I will handle Zhuqing's matters in the Star Luo Empire. When the time comes, the four of us can lie together under one blanket, forever united, never to part again." Ning Rongrong raised her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation and joy, softly murmuring in agreement as she nestled closer into Yichuan's embrace. Within the confines of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's residence, time flowed gently like a serene stream. Yichuan resided here comfortably, spending each day in the company of Zhu Shiqing, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong. As the cherished jewel of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong naturally leveraged her home court advantage, guiding Yichuan through the various corners of the sect and introducing him to numerous high-ranking officials one by one. Yichuan, possessing an imposing demeanor and formidable strength, quickly became acquainted with the upper echelons of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, thanks to the introduction by Ning Rongrong. The elders, who typically held themselves in high regard, expressed their admiration for Yichuan and were often seen engaging in lively conversations with him or sparring in the courtyard. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye, and the long-awaited news that Yichuan had been anticipating finally began to take shape. On this day, under the gentle caress of the warm sun, the courtyard basked in a serene and radiant glow. Yichuan reclined comfortably on a rocking chair, basking in the sun alongside three ladies, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Zhu Shiqing closed her eyes in restful meditation, her silky hair gently swaying in the soft breeze. Xiao Wu playfully hummed a tune, occasionally fluttering her lively eyes to glance at Yichuan. Ning Rongrong languidly leaned against Yichuan's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Chapter 40. The Royal Academy of Tindo. In the midst of this serene and beautiful moment, the tranquility was abruptly disrupted by the hurried sound of footsteps. The guardian Wu hurriedly entered the courtyard, his posture slightly bent, his face reflecting a mix of respect and barely contained excitement. Greetings, young Master Yi. The voice of the guardian Wu shattered the peaceful ambience of the courtyard. Yichuan slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of sharpness flashed within his starlike gaze. A confident smile crept upon his lips as he inquired, "What is it, Protector Wu? Have you uncovered any leads on the matter I asked you to keep an eye on?" Protector Wu lifted his head, his face adorned with obsequious smiles, cackling. "Young Master Yi, your brilliance shines forth. The person you seek has indeed arrived at the Tindo Royal Academy." Reflecting on the recent past, Protector Wu had initially harbored great reluctance when Ning Fingji instructed him to heed Yichuan's directives. He believed himself to possess a measure of status and strength within the sect, making it difficult for him to submit. However, he was taken aback when Yichuan casually unleashed a single punch, a force so overwhelming that it swept over him like a tidal wave, leaving him utterly defenseless. From that moment on, Protector Wu lost all his bravado, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Yichuan, however, did not treat him poorly. He generously bestowed upon him a soul bone obtained from Tang Hao. Although it was considered a worthless trinket from Tang Hao's collection, to Protector Wu, it was an invaluable treasure. Subsequently, Protector Wu devoted himself wholeheartedly to serving Yichuan, his diligence and commitment growing ever stronger. Yichuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of intriguing amusement as he remarked, "In that case, let us venture to the Royal Academy of Tindo and experience its grandeur." With a command from Yichuan, the Protector Wu promptly sprang into action. In but a moment, an exquisitely adorned carriage was drawn before the assembled crowd. Dressed in a sleek black outfit, Wu moved with assured grace, approaching the carriage and deftly grasping the reins with a practiced ease. Yichuan was the first to board the carriage, followed by Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, who entered in succession. The carriage began to move slowly, its wheels rolling over the cobblestone road, producing a rhythmic sound. Inside, Xiao Wu chattered incessantly, "Rongrong, what is the Heaven-Do Royal Academy like? Is it particularly grand?" Ning Rongrong smiled gently and patiently explained, "Of course, this academy is quite extraordinary. It is supported by the national treasury and only enrolls the offspring of nobility, earning a prestigious reputation throughout the entire Heaven-Do Empire, wielding significant influence." Zhu Shiqing leaned against the carriage wall, nodding slightly. "The Heaven-Do Royal Academy possesses profound heritage, akin to the status of the Star Luo Royal Academy within the Star Luo Empire, undoubtedly nurturing numerous talents that impact the Star Luo Empire." Yichuan listened quietly, occasionally interjecting her thoughts. The carriage sped along the smooth road, with the picturesque scenery swiftly passing by like a flowing scroll. As the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was located outside of Heaven-Do City, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy was also situated nearby. The distance between the two was not great. In merely half an hour, the guardian, Wu, firmly pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. He respectfully announced, "Young Master Yi, miss, we have arrived at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy." The four of them descended the carriage one by one, greeted by the refreshing air imbued with the unique fragrance of the flora in the mountains. They looked up to behold a towering mountain before them, adorned with various buildings that rose majestically. The architecture was beautifully arranged, some exuding rustic elegance, others showcasing grand splendor. Lush trees stood neatly, and the ground was paved with immaculate stone slabs, unblemished and surrounded by exquisite sculptures, each vividly crafted, reflecting remarkable artistry. Ning Rongrong stepped forward a few paces, gesturing as she elaborated, "This mountain is the campus of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Everything here epitomizes the Academy's distinction. Half of the civil and military officials of the Heaven-Do Empire hail from this place, illustrating its profound influence." Zhu Shiqing nodded slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. The Heaven-Do Royal Academy is considerably superior to the Star Luo Royal Academy. As a prominent noble of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Shiqing had naturally encountered the Star Luo Royal Academy and thus possessed the basis for comparison. In terms of soul master prowess, the Heaven-Do Empire indeed surpassed the Star Luo Empire. Xiao, unable to contain her excitement any longer, grasped Ning Rongrong's arm and exclaimed eagerly, I don't understand, but I am utterly astounded. We should hurry inside and take a look. With that, Xiao attempted to rush forward. Yichuan gazed at Xiao's appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Do not rush, since we are here. We have ample time to explore. As he spoke, he took a step forward, leading the group towards the Tiando Royal Academy perched on the mountain. On the broad stone pathway of the academy, Yichuan walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong. Their striking figures and exceptional demeanor created a captivating scene, drawing the attention of passers-by who cast curious glances their way. Yichuan stood tall, exuding a unique charm with every gesture. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in dark attire, radiated a captivating cold beauty. Xiao, lively and spirited, twirled gracefully in her flowing pink gown. Ning Rongrong donned opulent garments that epitomized nobility and elegance. As they made their way, despite the striking allure of this handsome and beautiful ensemble, the students of the academy merely observed from a distance, none daring to approach with inquiries. After all, this was the Tiando Royal Academy, a gathering place for the offspring of the powerful and influential, where a single ill-chosen word could provoke the ire of individuals beyond reproach. The gaze of the crowd lingered on them for a fleeting moment before they feigned indifference and turned away. Yichuan and his companions moved with a buoyant step and soon arrived at the heart of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. The environment was serene, adorned with flourishing flora, and the air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of blossoms. Suddenly, a figure with silver-gray hair appeared ahead, dressed in opulent robes embroidered with golden threads. He moved with an inherent air of nobility, none other than Prince Xiang. Following him was a slender, androgynous youth with a bruised face, exuding an unmistakable aura of resentment. It was Xiang. On another side stood a tall, gaunt elder, his hair and beard a deep green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. Though his expression bore a hint of rigidity, he was the poisoned Douluo Continent. Upon seeing these individuals, Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered with surprise, and she gracefully stepped forward. Performing an elegant bow, her voice melodious, Rongrong pays her respects to Prince Xiang. Your Excellency, poisoned Douluo. She stood tall and poised, truly embodying the grace of a young lady from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Prince Xiang's face instantly brightened with a warm smile. His eyes filled with admiration. It has been a while. The little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect has become even more beautiful. Poisoned Douluo Continent merely nodded in acknowledgement. Xiang regarded Ning Rongrong with a flash of displeasure, stepping forward with a hint of discontent. What is this, Miss Rongrong? Have you only eyes for the prince and the poisoned Douluo, and not for me? Ning Rongrong then turned her gaze towards Xiang, her lips curling into a polite smile. It is Prince Xiang. My apologies for the earlier oversight. Chapter 41. The Influential Figures. In response, Yichuan could only shake his head in disbelief as his gaze inadvertently swept over the distant figure of Prince Xiang. This Xiang was truly not a mere pretender to mediocrity. He was, without a doubt, a genuine ineptitude. A subtle hint of disdain crossed Yichuan's face. It is essential to note that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is currently the foremost sect in the Heaven-Do Empire, and Ning Rongrong is the sole daughter of Ning Fengji. Furthermore, the sect enjoys the protection of the titled Dueluos, Sword Duluo Qinshin, and Bon Dilagu Rong, whose formidable presence ensures that no faction dares to underestimate them in this world where strength is paramount. Conversely, examining Xiang, he donned extravagant yet somewhat gaudy royal attire. His tall frame was overshadowed by an air of arrogance and lewdness. Within the royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire, he was already of little favor, possessing a lowly status, and the other royal relatives regarded him with merely perfunctory indifference. Yichuan understood clearly that if Ning Rongrong were to pay any attention to Xiang, it would be purely out of politeness, extending a modicum of courtesy. However, should she take offense, even if she were to act against Xiang, the imperial family of the Tindo Empire and the powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect would certainly not jeopardize their relationship over such an inconsequential prince. Yichuan turned his gaze towards Dugubo and Prince Xiang, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him. A perfectly measured smile graced his face as he spoke with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. Might I inquire where Prince Xiang and the esteemed Douluo Dugubo are headed? Perhaps our objectives aligned fortuitously. Before Prince Xiang and Dugubo could respond, Xiang erupted like a firecracker, bursting forth with flushed cheeks and bulging veins on his neck. He bellowed him. How dare an obscure Shrek Academy venture into the territory of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? I have summoned my uncle to represent the academy and teach you unruly rascals a lesson, so you may learn what decorum truly means. As he spoke, Xiang waved his arms animatedly, embodying the very essence of a buffoon. Upon hearing these words, Prince Xiang's brows knitted into a tight line, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. He glanced at Xiang, silently lamenting his nephew's utter lack of awareness and decorum. Dugubo emitted a soft, disapproving hum, his expression growing colder, deeply displeased with Xiang's rudeness, yet refraining from expressing his ire due to the constraints of his status. Clearing his throat, Prince Xiang shifted his attention from Xiang to Yichuan, as well as to the two young ladies, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who stood behind him. With a hint of curiosity, he politely inquired, "May I ask who these individuals are?" At that moment, Ning Rongrong seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. A sweet smile graced her lips as she approached Yichuan with a buoyant step. Affectionately linking her arm with his, her voice rang out melodiously. Like silver bells echoing in the air, "They are all my dear friends." There was a note of pride in Ning Rongrong's tone as she tightened her grip on Yichuan's arm, as if declaring to Prince Xuexing and Dugabo the significance Yichuan held for her. Witnessing this scene, Prince Xuexing's understanding deepened instantaneously. He contemplated that regardless of Yichuan's prior identity, from this moment forth, he had become a figure of considerable significance within the Heaven Do Empire. After all, he was recognized as the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a fact sufficient to command the attention and respect of various factions. Prince Xuexing inwardly resolved to approach future dealings with Yichuan with utmost caution, leaving no room for oversight. Meanwhile, Xuebong, observing the intimacy between Ning Rongrong and Yichuan, was consumed by a surge of intense jealousy and rage. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, as he brooded. This Yichuan is merely a nobody, emerging from who knows where. Why does he deserve Ning Rongrong's favor? If only I could secure the backing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What could Xuexing possibly contest with me? I am the rightful prince. Yet, all he could do was silently harbor resentment, too fearful to take any tangible action. Suddenly, Dugabo casually cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu. In that case, let us venture forth to explore this so-called Shrek Academy. Yichuan's face immediately blossomed with a radiant smile as he exclaimed, "It is indeed a privilege to accompany the esteemed Poison Douluo." Thus, the two groups set forth in grand procession towards the committee of the Tindo Royal Academy. Along the way, although Dugabo did not fixate on Xiao Wu, Yichuan could sense the elder's attention was consistently directed towards her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu skipped joyfully beside Yichuan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she occasionally surveyed her surroundings, her long scorpion braids swaying with her every movement. At this moment, within the committee chamber, the Shrek Academy representatives stood together, awaiting deliberations from the three committee members. The trio, Mingxinji, Bai Bashan, and Jilin, sat closely, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. With a gentle sigh, Mingxinji tapped his fingers lightly on the table and spoke slowly. "The instructors from Shrek Academy possess a unique teaching prowess. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun are both prodigious talents. If they were to join our Tindo Royal Academy, they would undoubtedly bring glory to our institution." Bai Bashan nodded in agreement but soon displayed a look of concern. While that may be true, Tang San and Oscar's third spirit rings are merely tenure spirit rings, which is exceedingly rare among spirit masters. To label them as inept would not be an exaggeration. Allowing such individuals into our academy could potentially diminish our overall standards. After a moment of contemplation, Jilin added, "What complicates matters further is that Shrek Academy seeks a collaborative relationship rather than direct affiliation. Such partnerships are fraught with complexities, requiring careful consideration of profit distribution and resource sharing." As the three deliberated, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. "What is happening?" Mingxinji inquired, lifting his gaze towards the entrance. Upon hearing the familiar sound, the three committee members exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing through their eyes, both puzzled by the unexpected arrival. In a moment, Prince Xuexing strode into the meeting room, his countenance bearing the usual arrogance and authority. Dugabo followed leisurely behind, arms crossed, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to still the very air of the chamber. Lastly, Xuebong trailed behind, his demeanor disheveled, sporting a bruised face that conveyed a sense of embarrassment. Yichuan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong entered one after another. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Xuepeng and the unmasked hatred in his eyes directed at the members of Shrek Academy, the three committee members immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Dream Machine's brow furrowed even more tightly, while Bai Bashan shook his head slightly, a look of resignation upon his face. A flicker of barely perceptible concern crossed Jilin's eyes. He understood that today's meeting was unlikely to unfold smoothly. Chapter 42. A disparity in sparring. At this moment, within the committee chamber of the Tindo Royal Academy, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly frozen in tension. The members of Shrek Academy stood to one side, and each gaze cast upon Yichuan was laced with venomous animosity. Not long ago, Yichuan had brazenly disrupted the affairs of Shrek Academy, and his arrogant demeanor remained vividly etched in their memories. Tang San clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, and the hatred in his eyes resembled tangible blades, as if he were poised to rush forward and tear Yichuan to shreds at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, "I, Tang San, thou not to be a man until this grudge is avenged." Yet Yichuan appeared utterly oblivious to the palpable animosity surrounding him, maintaining his nonchalant and familiar demeanor. A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as he swaggered towards Yu Xiaogang, his expression reminiscent of an old friend reuniting after years apart. "Long time no see. Gangzi," Yichuan proclaimed, deliberately raising his voice with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance darkened, his forehead veins pulsating with barely contained fury. He let out a cold snort, turning his head away in silence, yet the loathing etched on his face surged like a tidal wave, impossible to suppress. The memory of that infamous night, when Yichuan had intoxicated him to the point of oblivion, only to awaken in the bed of a retired madam in her 50s, churned his stomach with revulsion, leaving him feeling utterly sullied. Though he had subsequently sought solace in the madam's embrace on several occasions, each encounter only served to exacerbate his hatred for Yichuan, which grew unchecked like wild weeds. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang glared fiercely at Yichuan, wishing fervently to consume him whole, and through clenched teeth, he managed to spit out a few words. Yichuan, do not overstep your bounds. Just then, Prince Xuesheng stepped forward, chest puffed out with an air of superiority, his gaze sweeping over the three major teaching committees. His voice sharp and grating. Avalanche has informed me of the so-called Shrek Academy, a mere fish academy. I've never even heard of it. Yet they wish to collaborate with our Tindo Royal Academy. I refuse. Moreover, they dare to assault the prince, which is utterly outrageous. Mengshenji, common demeanor yet possessing a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, slightly inclined his body and respectfully inquired, Then, Your Highness, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Have you inquired with Prince Avalanche about the reason for his assault? Upon hearing this, Prince Xuesheng's expression darkened significantly, and he huffed disdainfully, declaring, I naturally hope the Academy can attract talented individuals. We can overlook the matter concerning Avalanche. However, I still wish to assess the strength of Shrek Academy students. They must prove to me that they are indeed geniuses. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Yuchuan, a calculated glint flickering in his eyes. This young Master Yi is a friend of Miss Rongrong. Perhaps he could serve as the judge of Shrek Academy students' capabilities. The implication was clear to all present. This was no mere evaluation, but a test, a probe into both Yichuan's strength and his background through the examination of his martial soul. Yet this suited Yichuan perfectly. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes, and a confident smile graced his lips, since Prince Xuesheng has made a request. I would be more than willing to spar with the students of Shrek Academy. As he spoke, Yichuan casually flexed his wrists, the joints cracking with anticipation, eager to engage in a contest with the students of Shrek Academy. As Yichuan's words fell, the Commission of Education was suddenly enveloped in a brief silence. Zhao Wujia's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, he stepped forward, ready to refuse, but his arm was abruptly seized by Flander. Old Xiao, don't be impulsive, Flander whispered, his eyes betraying urgency and helplessness, his grip tightening as if afraid Xiao would break free. The sudden pull halted Zhao's movements, and though anger simmered within him, he was struck by Flander's significant glance, which brought him back to reality. Indeed, if they turned down this match, Shrek Academy would lose the opportunity to negotiate with the Tindo Royal Academy. This collaboration was pivotal for the Academy's future and the prospects of these students. It could not be jeopardized by a moment of pride. Contemplating this, Zhao Wujia's face shifted through shades of anger and resignation, ultimately suppressing his ire and swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward as well, his demeanor calm. It's fine. Even if we lose, it won't be disgraceful. It's a chance for Xiao San and the others to evaluate their progress. He gave Zhao Wujia a reassuring pat on the shoulder, attempting to soothe his emotions. On Shrek Academy's side, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each wearing a troubled expression. Dai Mubai pressed his lips tightly together, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. As the image of Yichuan knocking Zhao Wujia down with a single punch without even activating his martial spirit flashed through his mind, such overwhelming power still haunted him. Ma Hongjun let out a heavy sigh, muttering, Isn't this just courting death? Dai Mubai took a deep breath and said solemnly, The longer we hold out this time, the more we can showcase our strength. Let us not give up. We represent Shrek Academy. Even if we lose, we must not lose face. Tang San nodded slightly, his expression serious. Mubai is right. We will give it our all. Although he knew full well that against Yichuan, their chances of victory were nearly non-existent. For the sake of the Academy and his companions, he had no choice but to brace himself for the challenge. Dream Machine observed the unfolding scene, nodding slightly. The sparring between soul masters was a common occurrence, and he saw this as a valuable opportunity for assessment. Very well. Then let us trouble this young Master Yi to engage in a match with the students of Shrek Academy. Soon, the group made their way to the hall's exterior. In the expansive square, sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue upon the ground. Prince Xuesheng wore an expression of curiosity, seemingly eager to witness the impending duel. Dugu Bo remained composed, arms crossed, standing quietly to the side. Meanwhile, the three commissioners exuded confidence. Bai Baoshan tilted his head slightly, a smug smile gracing his features. The students of Shrek Academy are quite formidable, especially 4 against 1. How could they possibly lose to a seemingly pure-aged youth? The outcome of this match is already determined. Jeline, standing nearby, also wore a self-assured smile, as if he had already foreseen the result. The 4 students of Shrek Academy lined up, their expressions grave, bracing themselves for the confrontation. Yichuan leisurely strolled to the center of the square, flexing his wrist. All right, you 4 may commence. Chapter 43, The Inevitable Instant Kill. Oscar swiftly produced 3 sausages without uttering a word, handing them to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. The trio, in perfect harmony, accepted the sausages without a moment's hesitation, instantly awakening their martial spirits. A glint of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as the blue silvergrass surged forth from his palm like a serpentine spirit, rapidly entwining towards Yichuan. He called out, "Blue silvergrass, bind." The resilient and swift foliage aimed directly at Yichuan's limbs. Simultaneously, flames erupted around Ma Hongjun as he shouted, "Second soul skill. Phoenix in flames." In an instant, the phoenix flames surrounding him intensified by 30%, warping the surrounding air with its searing heat. He then opened his mouth wide, unleashing his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. A robust stream of flame shot forth towards Yichuan like an arrow released from a bow. Daimubai, refusing to fall behind, summoned his white tiger martial spirit, exuding an air of majesty. White tiger radiance wave. With a fierce roar, a sphere of luminous, milky white light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Yichuan with formidable force. The trio executed their attacks in flawless synchrony, launching 3 potent offensives from different directions, encasing Yichuan in an impenetrable web. The 3 senior officials of the Tindo Royal Academy observed the scene with palpable tension etched on their faces. Committee member Meng Shinji furrowed his brow, expressing his anxiety. This is unacceptable. 4 against 1 is already excessive, and they're resorting to ambush? To come out so fiercely from the outset. Another committee member, Ji Lin, concurred. Indeed, the strength of this youth seems minimal, should they land a hit. He could be in grave danger. Their eyes were filled with trepidation, fearing that Yichuan might sustain serious injuries or even lose his life in this wave of attacks. However, Yichuan faced the overwhelming onslaught with a calm smile, activating the dragon talismans. In an instant, his eyes erupted with 2 colossal flames, radiating an aura of devastation. The inferno detonated before Tang San, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun, producing a thunderous explosion. Boom. The resounding blast, akin to a surging tide, propelled the 3 combatants backwards, crashing them to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Yichuan did not cease his actions. His figure flickered like a specter, instantly appearing before Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, standing aside, silently cursed the situation, having discerned Yichuan's intentions. Just as he was about to cry out, his voice had not fully escaped his lips when Yichuan forcefully stamped his foot upon Tang San's chest. A crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated through the training ground, piercing the air with its sharpness. Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing like a kite severed from its string, falling into unconsciousness. The square fell into an immediate silence, as both Prince Xuexing and the 3 major educators were rendered astonished by this abrupt turn of events. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, his face etched with rage and disbelief. He took a decisive step forward, extending his right hand, his index finger pointed directly at Yichuan. His voice trembling slightly with fury. "Yichuan, regardless of the circumstances, Tang San is your fellow townsman and your classmate. Why do you target him so ruthlessly? Such callousness. Can you truly justify your past camaraderie?" Upon hearing these words, Yichuan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of motion before they could react in any way. Yichuan had already approached Yu Xiaojiang, his right hand gripping Yu's outstretched finger with an iron-like force. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he exerted tremendous strength. A sharp crack resonated through the silent arena, piercing the stillness. Instantly, gasps of shock erupted all around. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his mouth agape as he emitted a pained howl. His body trembled uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. His left hand clutching his injured right hand tightly, the agony from the severed finger nearly rendering him unable to stand. Seeing this, Flander's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted with fury, his chest heaving violently, clearly incensed by Yichuan's actions. He stepped forward, fists clenched, his voice brimming with indignation. "Yichuan, you previously disrupted our Shrek Academy's enrollment ceremony, and now you behave in such a manner. This is utterly outrageous. Do you hold no regard for Shrek Academy? Have you no respect for the rules?" Almost simultaneously, Zhao Wujin's rugged voice broke through. He stomped heavily on the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Accompanied by a low, thunderous roar, his martial spirit activated instantly, muscles bulging as he transformed into an enraged Titan bear. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he declared, "Humph. Today, I shall fight you. You will understand that Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with." Beside them, Dugu Bo, who had maintained a calm demeanor, now showed signs of disturbance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise and confusion passing through his gaze. As a titled Douluo, he had stood in the Soul Master realm for many years, having encountered countless powerful beings. Yet, Yichuan's fleeting speed had eluded even his sharp perception. Prince Xuexing stood nearby, a playful smile gracing his lips, leisurely remarking, "In the realm of Soul Masters, strength reigns supreme. If he dares to point a finger at young Master Yi, he must be prepared for the consequences. I believe young Master Yi is in the right. In this world where the strong dominate, one must possess the awareness of the powerful." Upon hearing Prince Xuexing's words, the 3 committee members exchanged glances. ultimately choosing silence and refraining from further comment. Yichuan gazed at the Shrek group before him, their demeanor reminiscent of one facing a formidable foe. A confident yet audacious smile graced his lips as he slightly tilted his head, his eyes brimming with disdain and scorn. He coldly proclaimed, "Are you truly prepared to challenge me? Does your Shrek Academy possess the capability for such an endeavor? With your current strength, do you dare to contend with me? I can only assert, my rules are absolute." Yichuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he slowly turned his head, his gaze landing precisely on the face of Prince Xuexing. His eyes sparkled with shrewdness and calculation. Then, with an unhurried demeanor, he raised his hand, his slender fingers casually pointing downward, directing attention to the unconscious Daimubai lying on the ground. "Your Highness," Yichuan began, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Behold, this student from Shrek Academy who has fainted on the ground is surnamed Dai, possesses the White Tiger martial soul, and hails from the Star Luo Empire." Yichuan deliberately emphasized the word Star Luo Empire, as if his gaze hinted at something profound. Initially, Prince Xuexing wore a perplexed expression. However, upon hearing these words, he was momentarily taken aback, before a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. Instinctively leaning forward, he fixated his gaze on the unconscious Daimubai, his countenance gradually morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions, surprise, calculation, and a subtle, almost imperceptible greed. "Dai." With the martial soul of the White Tiger, hailing from the Star Luo Empire, he murmured softly, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He understood all too well that the Dai clan symbolized royalty within the Star Luo Empire, with the White Tiger martial soul serving as a distinguished emblem of the imperial lineage. This revelation implied that the young man before him, in a state of unconsciousness, could very well be of royal blood. Prince Xuexing raised his gaze to Yichuan, his eyes brimming with approval and acknowledgement, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, what discernment you possess. If he truly belongs to the Star Luo royal family, then..." He left his sentence unfinished. Yet the unspoken implication resonated with everyone present. Yichuan slightly nodded, a smile on his face that grew increasingly inscrutable. "Your Highness, should we not, as the Heavendo Empire, extend our hospitality and offer protection to those of the Star Luo Empire's royal family?" Prince Xuexing could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, young Master Yi speaks most wisely. Protection is indeed warranted." He regarded Daimubai with an eye akin to that of a connoisseur assessing a precious gem, already scheming in his mind how to secure this advantageous card for his own use. Chapter 44. The Academy for the Disabled. Flender's eyes were instantly filled with fury, his soul power surging violently as he let out a thunderous roar, awakening his martial spirit, the four-eyed cat eagle. Enormous eagle wings unfurled, stirring a tempest that swept up the surrounding dust. Flender shouted in anger, "Yichuan, how dare you lay a hand on the students of my Shrek Academy? You shall have to step over my corpse first. I will never allow you to harm a single hair on their heads." Almost simultaneously, Li Yusong and Lu Qibin unhesitatingly activated their martial spirits. The three formed a triangular formation, their eyes filled with determination, prepared to engage Yichuan in a fight to the death at any moment. Yichuan gazed upon the crowd before him, who appeared as though they were preparing for battle. Rather than displaying the slightest hint of fear, he burst into uproarious laughter, a sound that was both arrogant and unrestrained, echoing across the vast expanse. After his laughter subsided, a radiant glow enveloped him, and the sacred master's martial soul gradually manifested. Yichuan slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with boundless disdain and contempt as he coldly remarked, "I do not target anyone. I merely wish to express that all the individuals from Shrek Academy are utterly worthless." As soon as his words fell, those present who had never witnessed Yichuan's soul ring configuration were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape. The eyes of Prince Xuexing bulged with disbelief, his face a canvas of shock as he exclaimed, "A youth possessing 600,000-year soul rings, and a soul emperor above level 60. How can this be possible? Such talent is simply unheard of." Dugobo, a titled Douluo known for his composure and calmness, involuntarily gasped, murmuring to himself, "How can this be? In the realm of soul masters, 100,000-year soul ring is exceedingly rare. Yet he possesses 6 of them and has attained the soul emperor level at such a young age. This talent is terrifying beyond measure." The 3 teaching committee members stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Throughout their teaching careers, they had encountered countless prodigious students. Yet they had never seen an existence as defiant as Yichuan. A chill crept into their hearts, fully aware that this young man had surpassed their comprehension. Shuebong, standing nearby, had turned pale as a sheet, his legs trembling slightly as he silently rejoiced at not having offended Yichuan earlier. He contemplated the dire consequences he would face if he had crossed Yichuan, fearing that his father, Emperor Shuiyi, might punish him severely, perhaps even hanging him up and using a belt dipped in salt water. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he promptly classified Yichuan as an entity he could never provoke. As Yichuan's voice faded, his gaze turned as cold as frost. He then unleashed his third soul skill, mental suppression. In an instant, an invisible yet formidable mental force surged outward like a tidal wave. The previously anguished Yu Xiaogang succumbed to this overwhelming mental assault, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The instructors from Shrek Academy, including Flinder, Zhao Wujuan, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibin, felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, a wave of excruciating pain assaulting them. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their legs buckling as they collapsed to the ground. Their faces bore expressions of agony and defiance, yet they were powerless against this overwhelming force. Even Dugubo, as a title Douluo, sensed an unprecedented pressure. Although Yichuan's target was not him, the pervasive mental energy instilled a sense of unease within him. He became inwardly vigilant, fully aware that the strength of this young man far exceeded his imagination. And this confrontation was likely to stir a tempest throughout the entire Tindo Empire and even the continent. Under the terrified and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Yichuan maintained his composure, slowly raising his hand to draw out an iron rod from the storage soul guide at his waist. Grasping the rod, Yichuan casually swung it through the air, creating a whooshing sound, each motion imbued with boundless power. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he walked steadily towards the members of Shrek Academy, each step resonating heavily in the silent arena, striking a profound chord in the hearts of the onlookers. From this day forth, Shrek Academy shall become the academy for the disabled. Yichuan's voice was frigid and laced with menace, each word echoing in the ears of the assembly like a decree from the depths of hell. There was no hint of hesitation or pity in his tone, only resolute determination. In the blink of an eye, Yichuan stood before Flinder, who, still reeling from the earlier mental suppression, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. He lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment, glaring fiercely at Yichuan. Yichuan looked down at Flinder from a height, a smirk of derision gracing his face. A cat owl, is it? Capable of flight, I presume? Before the words could fully escape his lips, he swung the iron rod in his hand with tremendous force, the air whistling around it as it descended upon Flinder's arm. The speed was so astonishing that there was no time for reaction. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones splintering, as Flinder's arm twisted grotesquely. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body uncontrollably toppling backward. Ah! Flinder's cry reverberated through the air, laden with agony and despair. The resolute defiance that once shone in his eyes was now eclipsed by excruciating pain, leaving only a profound suffering and an intense loathing for Yichuan. Yet Yichuan appeared oblivious to the anguished cries, his countenance remaining indifferent as his gaze shifted towards Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Zhao Wuji, though engulfed by trepidations, bore an indomitable spirit inherent to a teacher of Shrek Academy. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to rise and resist, but before he could steady himself, Yichuan had already materialized before him like a wraith. It is your turn, Yichuan spoke coldly, raising the iron rod once more before bringing it down with tremendous force. This time, Zhao Wuji's leg bone shattered under the brutal impact, and his massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. No, Zhao Wuji bellowed in desperation, clutching his injured leg with both hands. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his face contorted in an agony that rendered it nearly unrecognizable. Yichuan did not pause for a moment. He replicated his previous actions, swinging the iron rod towards Li Yusong and Lu Qibin. In the face of Yichuan's formidable strength, they were utterly powerless to retaliate, forced to watch helplessly as the iron rod descended upon them, eliciting anguished cries as their limbs met with brutal fate, either broken arms or shattered legs. As for Yu Xiaogang, he suffered an even harsher fate, enduring the breaking of both his arms and legs, receiving a particularly severe treatment. Once he had completed this grim task, Yichuan slowly retracted the iron rod, exhaling deeply, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Indeed, I have finally warmed up. His tone resembled that of someone who had just finished a light workout, rather than a perpetrator of gruesome violence. Prince Xuexing stood nearby, witnessing the entire spectacle, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. This prince delights in associating with talents such as young Master Yi. Such skill and audacity have genuinely opened my eyes. His gaze sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning himself acquiring a remarkably powerful ally in the future. Upon hearing this, Yichuan displayed a humble smile, exclaiming, "You flatter me. With the presence of the poisoned Douluo and Prince Xuexing, I hope we can converse again soon. Farewell." With that, he snapped his fingers and departed, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. As Yichuan's figure faded from view, Prince Xuexing revealed a satisfied smile, secretly contemplating how to win over this prodigious young man. Meanwhile, the three esteemed committee members remained in a daze for a while before regaining their composure. Observing the anguished groans of the Shrek Academy members on the ground, they instructed, quickly, summon assistants to carry them for treatment. We cannot afford to delay even for a moment. Soon, a group hurriedly arrived, lifting the Shrek Academy teachers onto stretchers and making their way towards the medical facility of the Tindo Royal Academy. Thus, this sudden conflict concluded in a tragically dramatic manner. Chapter 45, Desiring Their Bodies, How Deplorable. In the shaded paths of the Tindo Royal Academy, sunlight filtered through the lush foliage, casting scattered speckles of light. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Zhu Zhuqing moved with a light, graceful step, her figure both agile and elegant. her eyes shimmering with a cool brilliance. Unable to contain herself any longer, she finally spoke, her voice clear yet tinged with curiosity. With your strength, why would you choose to confront Shrek Academy? Her tone was filled with bewilderment at the actions of the individual before her. Yichuan leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned his head to glance at Xiao, gently nodding to indicate that she should elaborate. Xiao blinked her lively eyes and playfully replied, Brother Chuan said, this is merely a diversion from his mundane life. So it's simply out of boredom. As she spoke, she deliberately mimicked Yuchuan's tone, her demeanor utterly charming and eliciting laughter. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately placed her hands on her hips and pouted, exclaiming, "Umph, a man with a terrible sense of humor." Upon hearing this, Yichuan not only refrained from anger but instead erupted into hearty laughter, his jovial sound echoing along the path. Whether it stinks or not, you shall find out tonight. His words carried a hint of playful mockery, causing Ning Rongrong's cheeks to flush slightly as she feigned an attempt to strike him. The group continued their light-hearted banter as they made their way down the mountain. Suddenly, a figure appeared without warning, standing firmly before the four. This unexpected presence was startling, stirring a gentle breeze that sent the surrounding leaves fluttering to the ground. Yichuan paused in his steps and, upon catching sight of the visitor, maintained a composed smile upon his face. With a leisurely tone, he remarked, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke Poison Douluo. Did we not bid farewell just moments ago? Are you here to see us off?" Dugubo, clad in a green robe, bore a stern expression, his facial creases seemingly etched with the weight of time and authority. He let out a cold snort, his voice deep and frigid, akin to the chilling winds of a wintry night. "Young Master Yi truly excels at feigning ignorance." Yichuan maintained his smile, his expression calm, as if indifferent to Dugubo's remarks. What brings forth such words from the Poison Douluo? Following this, Dugubo slowly shifted his gaze towards Xiao, his eyes sharp as tangible blades, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under his penetrating stare, Xiao shivered, instinctively retreating behind Yichuan, her hands clutching tightly to the hem of his garment, her eyes filled with trepidation. Her body trembled slightly, the vivacity she usually exhibited completely vanished, leaving only the panic born from the intimidation of a formidable opponent. Even though Xiao was aware that Yichuan could safeguard her, the innate fear in the presence of a titled Douluo was inescapable. Yichuan maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze unwavering as he met Dugubo's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He spoke with a composed yet assertive tone. "Since the esteemed Poison Douluo has discerned my presence, I wonder what intentions you harbor? Do you intend to take action against us?" As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head, his hair gently swaying in the breeze, exuding an aura of unruffled calmness, entirely devoid of the trepidation one would expect when confronting a titled Douluo. Upon hearing these words, Dugubo's originally frosty expression evaporated, replaced by a knowing smile that hinted at deeper implications. Yet, this smile transformed his weathered visage into a tapestry of wrinkles, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. He waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "Ah, you are quite the amusing lad. How could I possibly act against you when you are accompanied by the young lady of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School? Moreover, considering you hail from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, it is likely that both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are aware of the identity of the young lady before us. If they have chosen not to intervene, what grounds have I to do so?" As Dugubo spoke, he squinted slightly, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his eyes, as if to convey to Yichuan that he was well aware of the situation and would not easily entangle himself in trouble. Yichuan, taken aback by Dugubo's explanation, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of surprise in his eyes. He had anticipated that Dugubo might act rashly, driven by a reckless desire to protect his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, and disregard all else in a desperate attempt to hunt down the 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao. Yichuan had even secretly devised a plan. Once Dugubo made his move, he could seize the opportunity to plunder the ice and fire Yin well, which was home to countless rare and precious materials, immensely beneficial for his cultivation. However, he never anticipated that Dugubo was not there to cause trouble. This unexpected turn of events rendered Yichuan's meticulously crafted scheme utterly futile. He sighed inwardly yet maintained an outward facade of composure. Yichuan swiftly adjusted his emotions, a gentle smile once again gracing his countenance as he inquired with measured calmness, "Might I ask what the esteemed Poison Douluo stands before us for? Surely it cannot be merely to bid us farewell." He tilted his head slightly, a hint of jest in his eyes, his seemingly casual inquiry concealing a vigilant awareness, as he closely monitored every movement of Dugubo, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Dugubo's demeanor shifted dramatically, a fleeting glimmer of an elusive intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he lunged forward, his movements as swift as lightning, seizing Yichuan's arm and pulling him aside. The abruptness of this action left Yichuan momentarily bewildered, his steps faltering before he regained his balance. Confusion etched upon his face, his brows furrowed into a river-like pattern, his eyes rife with caution and perplexity, utterly at a loss regarding Dugubo's true intentions. "Poison Douluo." "I was not finished speaking," Yichuan began, only to be cut off by Dugubo. A mysterious smile adorned Dugubo's visage, one that seemed to harbor unspoken thoughts. He lowered his voice, tinged with a teasing undertone, and remarked, "Young man, you cannot possibly be a good person, can you? The bluntness and abruptness of his words left Yichuan momentarily at a loss for a response. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking his head, only to nod slightly a moment later. His expression grew complex as he reflected upon his actions, ultimately acknowledging that he was not, in the traditional sense, a virtuous individual. Observing this, Du Gubo's eyes glinted with cunning as he continued, I am aware of your unusual relationship with those 3 young ladies. 2 of them have already lost their innocence to you, have they not? The moment those words left his lips, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. And Yichuan's complexion shifted drastically, first displaying astonishment, then swiftly transforming into anger. Yichuan widened his eyes, glaring furiously, and without hesitation, nodded emphatically. He then shouted in anger, Old poison. What do you mean? What does it have to do with you? What we share is love. Du Gubo disdainfully curled his lips, a hint of derision playing on his face as he scoffed. Love? I believe you are merely lusting after their bodies. You are despicable. His tone was laced with contempt, as if he were gazing upon a shameless wretch. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan felt an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. He clenched his teeth tightly, his fists making a cracking sound. While inwardly he expressed his disdain, what on earth does this disrespectful old man intend by dragging me into this nonsensical conversation? It seemed that Du Gubo was oblivious to Yichuan's anger, continuing to chuckle to himself, the wrinkles on his face contorting in delight. Little monster, you are quite the flirt, aren't you? My granddaughter, Du Guyan, is also a beauty, and I believe you two would make a splendid match. Rest assured, I understand that a talent like yours deserves to have several exquisite companions by your side. As he spoke, he patted Yichuan on the shoulder, radiating an air of comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan could not help but stroke his chin, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, It seems that Du Guyan is the girlfriend of Yu Tianheng from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, does it not? I believe I am not suitable. As he spoke, Yichuan scrutinized Du Gubo, attempting to glean some clues from his expression. The mention of Yu Tianheng's name instantly evoked a look of utter disdain from Du Gubo, who huffed with derision. Just a worthless fool. I would rather die than allow my granddaughter to marry him. However, I find you quite suitable. Du Gubo's gaze brimmed with contempt, as if Yu Tianheng were the most despicable person in existence. After speaking, he turned his attention back to Yichuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, seemingly awaiting Yichuan's response. Chapter 46. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Battle Team. A sly smile curled at the corner of Yichuan's mouth as he jested. Oh, old poison master, are you not afraid that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will seek retribution against you? Upon hearing these words, the expression of Du Gubo darkened instantly. His thick brows knitted into a tight frown, his face etched with arrogance. He scoffed, his voice laced with a palpable threat, that mere Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Should they push me to my limits, I shall eradicate them. As he spoke, a subtle surge of soul power emanated from his being, causing the surrounding flora to wither under its influence, as if an invisible pressure enveloped the air. In response, Yichuan did not offer a rebuttal. Du Gubo, the old poison master, possessed a mastery of toxic arts that was nothing short of extraordinary, should he truly unleash poison upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. It was likely that only the clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, the sole title Douluo of the clan, might barely withstand the onslaught. Contemplating this, Yichuan nodded slightly and replied calmly, Very well, we shall discuss this further when the opportunity arises. Observing Yichuan's acquiescence, Du Gubo let out a sigh of relief. The haughtiness in his demeanor somewhat diminished, replaced by a barely perceptible sense of satisfaction. He nodded, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight, leaving only the gently swaying plants behind as testament to his presence. Upon witnessing Du Gubo's disappearance, the anxious Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, hurriedly approached Yichuan. Xiao Wu's expression was fraught with concern, her eyes brimming with anxiety as she grasped Yichuan's arm, urgently inquiring, Brother Chuan, do you feel unwell? That poison Douluo has poisoned you, has he? Her voice quivered slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly reflecting her worry for Yichuan's safety. Yichuan observed the anxious demeanor of Xiao Wu, a warmth blossoming within him. He extended his hand and gently caressed her scorpion braid, a confident smile gracing his face as he reassured her, It is merely a poison Douluo. Your brother Chuan is immune to poison. Ning Rongrong blinked her lively eyes, curiosity etched upon her face. Tilting her head, she inquired, How did the peculiar old poison master, Du Gubo, come to seek out you, brother Yichuan? Upon hearing these words, Yichuan immediately displayed a look of smug satisfaction, his head held slightly high, nostrils almost pointed towards the heavens. The old toxic substance perceives my extraordinary charm. Once again, the continent encounters a rare and unparalleled prodigy, and he insists on marrying his granddaughter to me. At times, being excessively remarkable only serves to make one feel loneliness akin to falling snow. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly shook his head, his demeanor appearing quite comical. Zhu Zhuqing stood quietly to the side, and upon hearing Yichuan's remarks, a hint of helplessness flickered across her icy countenance, softly uttering 2 words, shameless. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Instantly, the 4 erupted into hearty laughter. 3 days later, the sun cast its gentle rays upon the bluestone path of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Academy, an institution established with the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Exuding an ancient aura under the tender embrace of daylight, Protector Wu stood tall, his demeanor respectful, guiding Yichuan ahead. As Protector Wu walked, he began to elaborate. Young Master Yi, observe that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Academy primarily enrolls children of commoners. After all, formidable martial souls are mostly inherited, and those possessing inherited martial souls seldom join our academy. Consequently, in past Soul Master tournaments, our academy has not achieved any remarkable rankings. Yichuan nodded slightly, showing indifference towards the academy's past achievements. After all, having resolved to participate in the Soul Master competition, securing the championship was imperative. Soon, the group arrived at a training ground where 20 young men and women were diligently practicing under the watchful eye of a tall, middle-aged man who urged them on. His gaze reflected both sternness and expectation, with each command delivered clearly and forcefully. From a distance, Protector Wu called out, Xiao, my dear brother, allow me to congratulate you in advance. Hearing the voice, Xiao, who was focused on instructing his students, immediately looked up. A flicker of excitement crossed his face upon seeing Protector Wu, and he hurried over. Upon reaching the group, Xiao bowed slightly, saying, Greetings, young miss. Brother Wu. Protector Wu beamed with a hearty laugh. Xiao, my dear brother, you are about to make a name for yourself. This time, our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, Xiao could only manage a wry smile as he shook his head, responding helplessly, Brother Wu, please do not jest. Given our academy's current strength, merely qualifying for the finals in Wuhuan City would be an extraordinary achievement. Ning Rongrong could not contain her laughter and interjected, Teacher Xiao, this time, we have external assistance. With their presence, our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect will surely claim the top prize. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Yichuan and the others, her eyes brimming with anticipation and trust. Intrigued, Xiao studied the trio before him, one man and two women, then glanced at the young miss, curiosity welling within him. He could not help but inquire, Young miss. Brother Wu, please do not keep us in suspense. Who exactly are these individuals? Yichuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he spoke slowly. I am Yichuan, the son-in-law of the esteemed Ning Sect Master, and a level 68 powerful assault-type Soul Emperor. His voice was steady and resonant, each word distinctly reaching the ears of everyone present. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. His mouth opened slightly, as if to utter a response, yet he was momentarily rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyan stammered out a few words. How is this possible? At your young age, how could you suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Internally, he pondered that neither the guardian nor the young lady would go to such lengths merely to play a meaningless joke on him. Yichuan seemed to have anticipated such a reaction long ago. He maintained his composure, quietly allowing Xiaoyan to absorb this astonishing news. As Xiaoyan gradually came to terms with this reality, the Law Protector displayed a look of satisfaction, smiling as he inquired, Xiaoyan, my dear brother, do you now possess the confidence to claim victory in the Soul Master competition? Xiaoyan took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising and falling. And then he nodded emphatically, resolutely declaring, of course, with a formidable ally like young Master Yi by our side, it would be utterly unreasonable for us to lack confidence in securing the championship. Yichuan gently cleared his throat and adjusted his sleeves, calmly instructing, in that case, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile team shall designate 3 members to compete alongside me. Although his tone was serene, it bore an undeniable authority. In truth, Yichuan had meticulously deliberated this matter with Ning Fingji long before, considering every detail with utmost care. As for Xiaoyan, he understood that given Yichuan's formidable strength and his unique status within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he had no grounds to oppose, nor any desire to do so. Thus, the decision was reached with an air of inevitability. For Yichuan, participating in the Soul Master competition served a dual purpose, to aid the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in achieving glory, and to further his future ambitions. Chapter 47. Arrival at Heavendo City. A week later, the majestic outline of Heavendo City gradually emerged on the horizon. Yichuan tilted his head upward, gazing at the grand and formidable city walls before him. A tumult of complex emotions stirred within him, and he could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. These towering walls are indeed constructed from the blood and sweat of the people. Ning Rongrong approached him with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with pride as she elaborated. Tindo City is the capital of the Tindo Empire and the largest city in the empire. It stretches 40 kilometers from east to west, and the same distance from north to south. Within its bounds, sects and academies abound, while shops are countless, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing's piercing gaze swept across the entire city, and she remarked coolly, it is quite similar to Xing Luo City in the Xing Luo Empire. Even the layout appears to mirror it. Dancing over with a playful bounce, Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she chimed in. How can we truly know just by looking? A stroll around will reveal everything to us. Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, today, all expenses are on me. Enjoy yourselves. Indulge in whatever you desire. The quartet, filled with laughter and camaraderie, strolled leisurely toward the city gates amidst the bustling crowd. Streams of people flowed into the city. Merchants pushed carts laden with goods. Farmers carried fresh produce. And distant soul masters made their way through. Just as they stepped through the city gates, Yichuan's keen senses detected a subtle gaze lurking in the shadows, pricking at his awareness. Instinctively, he sidestepped slightly, casting a seemingly casual glance in that direction, only to catch sight of a robust figure vanishing from view. How peculiar. He mused, this is my first visit to Tindo City. Who could possibly be watching me? Despite his internal curiosity, he maintained an unruffled exterior and turned to the three women beside him, smiling as he suggested. Let us set aside those thoughts for now and explore the lively Tindo City. Ning Rongrong affectionately linked her arm with Yichuan's, playfully exclaiming. Then I must pick out some beautiful jewelry. Xiao, brimming with excitement like a little bunny, tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's hand, bouncing as she exclaimed, hurry. Let's go find something delicious. I've heard Tindo City has an abundance of snacks. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of eager anticipation. Yes. Let us go take a look. Thus, the four of them wandered through the bustling and vibrant streets of Tindo City, filled with laughter and joy. Within Tindo City, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, now renamed Shrek Academy, a sterile scent of disinfectant pervaded the bright infirmary. Several individuals lay haphazardly on the beds, each bearing injuries, their bodies swathed in layers of bandages. The director, Lu Erlong, stood nearby, her chest heaving with intensity, her eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. Beside her, a burly elder wore a face twisted in rage, his brows furrowed deeply, the lines on his face seemingly deepening with his ire. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. And before anyone could react, a figure rushed in with great urgency. It was Tai Long, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his clothes soaked and clinging to him. The elder, Titan, admonished sternly, Tai Long, calm down. No matter what has occurred, you must remain composed. Tai Long, disregarding his breathlessness, replied urgently, Grandfather, the director has instructed us to guard the city gates, and that fellow named Yichuan has appeared. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Titan's eyes. He was not only the patriarch of the Strength Clan, but also a staunch ally of the Houghton Sect. His presence here was orchestrated by Yu Xiaogang, who had informed Titan of Tang San's whereabouts. Despite Tang San's current lowly status, possessing only a decade-old spirit ring, the advantages of having twin martial souls were far too apparent. A genius like him, once matured, would possess limitless potential, warranting Titan's unwavering loyalty to Tang Hao. Excellent. The opportunity for revenge for the young master has arrived. Titan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white with the force, his voice brimming with hatred and resolve. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang, swathed in bandages like a rice dumpling, managed to stir slightly, his voice low yet resolute. Erlong, informed the clan leader of this matter. I desire vengeance. Despite his frail state, his tone exuded an unwavering tenacity. Lu Erlong, taken aback, had not anticipated such words from Yu Xiaogang. She approached him, gently grasping his hand, and assured, Fear not, Xiaogang. I shall personally avenge your grievances. At the end of the bustling streets of Tindo City, a luxurious mansion lay concealed behind a lush garden. Its crimson gates, adorned with golden beast-head knockers, glimmered in the sunlight, while the tall, winding walls obscured the mysterious scenery within. Inside the estate, in a meticulously designed courtyard, rocks were artfully arranged, and the gentle sound of flowing water harmonized with the vibrant colors of exotic flowers. A man clad in opulent attire stood quietly by the pond, his handsome features exuding a chill, reminiscent of the moonlight on a wintry night, emanating an air that kept others at bay. At that moment, an elderly man, stooped and with snow-white hair, approached with deliberate steps. He positioned himself behind the young man and respectfully bowed, saying, Your Highness, according to reliable sources, he has arrived in Tindo City. The young man turned slightly, a barely perceptible wave of emotion flickering in his eyes, his cool voice resonating with authority. Oh, he has reached Tindo City? I am quite eager to meet him. His tone was soft yet imbued with undeniable gravitas. The elder raised his gaze slightly. Concern etched on his face. Your Highness, shall we invite him for a meeting? The young man pondered briefly, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. A faint smile gracing his lips. There is no need. Accompany Shueka, and we shall visit the teacher. I am certain we shall encounter him there. The elder nodded in understanding, as you command. He took a step back, preparing to depart, but the young man suddenly recalled something and softly remarked, Prepare a modest gift. It has been a while since we last met the teacher, and we should express our heartfelt intentions. The elder responded, Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall ensure everything is arranged properly. With that, he turned and swiftly exited, leaving the young man standing by the pond, lost in thought. His gaze was filled with both anticipation for the impending meeting and an enigmatic complexity of emotions. Chapter 48. Moon Pavilion Master Tang Yuehua. Amidst the lively clamor of Tindo City, on a bustling street, Ning Rongrong donned a splendid lavender gown, its hem gently swaying with her every step, akin to a violet blooming in the breeze. She playfully winked at Yichuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, exclaiming, "Come, let me take you to a wonderful place. The Moon Pavilion. It is the Royal Etiquette Academy of the Tindo Empire, where only noble offspring are privileged to study." Xiao Wu, clad in pink attire, her lively eyes brimming with curiosity, bounced with excitement as she asked, "Rong Rong, the Moon Pavilion sounds impressive. What prompted you to take us there?" Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a confident smile. "The master of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua, is my etiquette instructor. My father mentioned that since I am in Tindo City, I must pay her a visit if time permits." Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in sleek black attire, raised an eyebrow in slight confusion, asking, "But why? This Tang teacher is merely your etiquette instructor. Why does the sect leader hold her in such high regard?" Yichuan donned a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance. With a smile playing on his lips, he softly remarked, "It is because her surname is Tang." Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Zhu Zhuqing was initially taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon her, and she gently nodded in agreement. Only Xiao Wu remained perplexed, tugging at Yichuan's arm and playfully imploring, "Brother Chuan, could you please explain to me what is so special about the surname Tang?" Yichuan smiled helplessly, gently pinching Xiao Wu's delicate cheeks, and remarked, "She hails from the Haotian sect, and her status is quite significant." Yichuan was well aware that Tang Yuehua was the granddaughter of Tang Chun, the daughter of the sect master of Haotian, and the aunt of Tang San. In truth, he was her sworn enemy for having killed her brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "So she is from the Haotian sect? No wonder Uncle Ning values her so highly." After all, despite the sect's long-standing seclusion, the prestige of the world's foremost weapon spirit was renowned throughout the spirit master community. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong led the trio to the grand entrance of Yixian. The imposing gate, crafted from exquisite sandalwood, was adorned with intricate carvings that exuded an air of distinction. Ning Rongrong entered first, with Yichuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu following closely behind. As they stepped into Yixian, it felt as though they had crossed into an entirely different realm, serene and elegant, suffused with a subtle fragrance of books. The four traversed the spacious corridor, surrounded by elegantly attired noble youths. Each of these young nobles exhibited refined manners, some holding scrolls, while others engaged in hushed conversations, their every gesture betraying an innate sense of superiority. Their garments were of the finest materials, vibrant in color, embellished with exquisite patterns, some bearing family crests of honor, while others depicted auspicious flowers, birds, and fish. Observing the surroundings, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety and murmured, "Everyone here seems so impressive." Ning Rongrong reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous, I'm here with you. Though they may all be noble offspring, they are merely showpieces compared to brother Yichuan." Yichuan chuckled, acknowledging, "Although Rongrong speaks the truth, it is somewhat ostentatious." Thus, the group continued their journey, with Ning Rongrong sharing insights about the layout of Yixian and various matters, occasionally nodding to familiar noble scions, showcasing her amiable rapport within the aristocratic circle. Meanwhile, Yichuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu trailed quietly behind her, curiously observing their surroundings. After a brief moment, a figure clad in an elegant palace dress emerged gracefully from the depths of the secluded path. The hue of her gown resembled the softest glow of dawn, adorned with intricate floral embroidery that swayed gently with her steps, as if imbued with a rhythmic grace. Her demeanor radiated nobility and elegance, each step exuding a unique composure, her every gesture reflecting the refinement of high society. Upon catching sight of this figure, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she hurried forward, her movements light as she performed a respectful bow, exclaiming brightly, "Teacher Tang." Her voice brimmed with affection and reverence, clearly indicating a close bond between them. Tang Yuehua smiled gently, her lips curving into a warm expression, and replied, "Rongrong, have you come to see your teacher again?" Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Then, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a carefully prepared gift from behind her. The present was elegantly wrapped in exquisite satin and adorned with a beautiful ribbon, unmistakably crafted with thoughtfulness. "Teacher Tang, this is a special gift I prepared for you. I am sure you will love it," Ning Rongrong said, her large eyes glistening with anticipation. Tang Yuehua accepted the gift, placing it gently on a nearby stone table. Her gaze wandered beyond Ning Rongrong to the figure behind her. "And who might that be?" she inquired with a smile. It was at this moment that Ning Rongrong remembered Yichuan and promptly stepped aside to introduce him. "Teacher Tang, this is my brother Yichuan." "Brother Yichuan. This is the teacher Tang I often mention." Upon hearing the name Yichuan, a flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yuehua's previously serene visage, and she softly murmured, "Yichuan?" Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, "Teacher Tang, do you know brother Yichuan?" Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes filled with admiration. The battle at the Tindo Royal Academy certainly caused quite a stir. Everyone is aware of a boy named Yichuan emerging from Tindo City, a 12-year-old soul emperor who has bested even higher-ranked soul saints. Throughout the ages, he stands as the greatest genius of the Douluo Continent, making it hard for anyone to remain oblivious. As she spoke, she scrutinized Yichuan from head to toe, seemingly searching for something extraordinary about him. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan's face broke into a humble smile as he clasped his hands together and said, like Rong Rong, I shall address you as teacher Tang. However, I am merely a soul emperor, truly not worth mentioning. Tang Yuehua was amused by his remark and let out a light laugh. What a witty young man. In that case, I shall invite you for a cup of tea. Yichuan slightly inclined his body and replied, it is better to obey than to show respect. It is indeed an honor to savor the tea personally brewed by teacher Tang. Ning Rong chimed in from the side. It has been ages since I last enjoyed the teacher's tea. I must trouble you this time. The flavor of the tea brewed by our teacher is truly unique. It has always lingered in my thoughts. Tang Yuehua gazed at the two spirited young individuals with eyes full of affection, saying, no trouble at all. I am delighted that you could come. Come, let us go to the pavilion over there, and I shall brew tea for you right away. With that, she gracefully moved, leading Ning Rong, Yichuan, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao towards the pavilion nestled within the courtyard. Chapter 49. Why are your pectoral muscles so exaggerated? As Yuchuan and his companions entered the ancient pavilion and took their seats, Tang Yuehua sat quietly at the stone table, gracefully lifting her delicate hands to meticulously arrange the tea utensils. Her movements were gentle and fluid, each detail seemingly sculpted by the passage of time. Imbued with an innate elegance, she reached for a handful of emerald green tea leaves, gently sprinkling them into the purple clay teapot, and with each motion, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, almost ethereal. Next, she lifted the steaming kettle, allowing a fine stream of water to cascade into the pot with precision. In that instant, the aroma of tea blossomed, rising languidly and permeating the entire pavilion. Simultaneously, a soft melody drifted from afar, an intricate interplay of strings and bamboo, reminiscent of a clear mountain spring, tinkling sweetly, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through the forest. This harmonious blend of music and tea fragrance created a serene and tranquil atmosphere, enveloping Yichuan and providing him with immense relaxation. Even the usually lively Xiao, at this moment, quietly closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly back, her face radiating sheer bliss. As the moments of tea drinking slipped by, Ning Rong took a delicate sip, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she sincerely exclaimed, indeed, nothing compares to the essence of teacher tea. No matter how many years I study, I could never replicate it. Tang Yuehua smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth and encouragement, softly replying, Rong, do not underestimate yourself. You are exceptionally intelligent and possess a unique insight into the art of tea. If you dedicate yourself to diligent study, you will surely catch up to me in the realm of tea and perhaps even surpass me in the future. Yichuan gently caressed the warm teacup in his hands, raising his eyes to gaze at Tang Yuehua. Suddenly, he inquired, the head of the sect bears the surname Tang. Might there be any relation to the renowned Haotian Douluo Tang Hao? As soon as the words left his lips, a palpable tension enveloped the air. Tang Yuehua's heart tightened. Yet her expression remained adorned with a faint smile. Internally, she pondered, this youth's forthright question suggests he may be privy to certain truths. After a brief pause, she composedly replied, we are merely members of the Haotian sect. However, due to some prior upheavals, the sect has been closed for an extended period, and in these years, I have had little contact with the inner circle, rendering me unaware of many matters. Upon hearing the words, Yichuan let out a hearty laugh and said with a cheerful demeanor, I have spoken out of turn. I hope the Lord Xin will forgive my impudence. I shall punish myself with a cup. With that, he raised his teacup and, tilting his head back, drained its contents in a bold and carefree manner. Zhu Shiqing, observing from the side, could not help but frown, coolly uttering 4 words, a cow chewing peonies. Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the delicate atmosphere of the pavilion. The crowd turned toward the sound, only to see a palace-attired maid hastily enter, her expression slightly flustered. She quickly approached Tang Yuehua, slightly bending down to whisper a few words into her ear. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she addressed the gathering. It appears that 2 distinguished guests are visiting today. It seems you are all fortunate, for you shall have the opportunity to meet them shortly. Curiosity filled the hearts of the onlookers as they speculated about the identities of these 2 guests. Before long, a tall figure accompanied by a smaller one, guided by the maid, slowly entered the small pavilion. The man in front bore a handsome visage, his fair face adorned with features so exquisitely crafted they resembled a work of art. His demeanor exuded the elegance of a scion from a noble family, yet his gaze carried an air of aloofness, as if he found little in the world worthy of his attention. Trailing behind him was a petite woman, her charming and delicate appearance evoking immediate affection. A radiant smile perpetually lit her face, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, creating a sense of familiarity. Tang Yuehua gracefully rose, her figure exuding poise and elegance, as she performed a courteous bow to the newcomers, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she softly declared, I am honored to meet His Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Yuehua. Xueqinghe responded with remarkable swiftness, stepping aside with a humble smile and saying, You honor us too much, esteemed teacher. In this moon pavilion, you shine like the moon itself, and my sister and I have intruded uninvited. I hope you will not take offense. Princess Yuehua playfully blinked, her face beaming with delight as she cheerfully bounded forward, exclaiming, Teacher. My brother and I were simply tempted by the tea and came to enjoy a cup. Please don't find us bothersome. Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with indulgence as she made an elegant gesture of invitation, her voice soft and melodious. Very well, the Moon Pavilion has no shortage of tea. As long as the Crown Prince and Princess do not mind, you are welcome to come anytime. With that, she signaled the maid to refill the tea. Xueqinghe nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Yichuan and Ningrongrong, guiding Princess Xueka to an empty seat beside him. He elegantly lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. And the fragrant notes of the tea instantly danced upon his palate. However, in that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Xueqinghe swallowed the tea, he sensed a shadow rapidly approaching. Instinctively, he tried to evade, only to realize it was too late to react. Yichuan approached him with remarkable speed, their breaths intertwining in close proximity. Xueqinghe's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could react, Yichuan's hand had already reached out, pinching his chest with a swiftness that left him utterly unprepared. Something felt amiss. Why was the young man's pectoral muscle so exaggerated? Yichuan feigned confusion, tilting his head. Yet a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes as he deliberately exclaimed. The moment those words escaped his lips, the entire pavilion fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone stunned by the unexpected scene. Xueqinghe, or rather Qianrenxue, felt a surge of fury swelling within her like a roaring tide. She could never have anticipated that Yichuan would exhibit such audacious boldness. Her cheeks flushed crimson with anger, her eyes ablaze with rage as she unhesitatingly swatted at Yichuan's hand, accompanied by a furious shout. I have never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual. Yichuan deftly evaded the slap, nonchalantly waving his hand as he gracefully returned to his seat, as if nothing had transpired. He crossed his legs, a subtle smile lingering on his face, seemingly pleased with his mischievous antics. Xueka, observing this theatrical scene, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a fit of giggles. Her laughter was so hearty that her eyes narrowed into mere slits. Once she finally composed herself, she glanced at the visibly furious Xueqing and teasingly remarked, Brother, why the flush? Have you perhaps been exposed by Master Yichuan? Xueqing shot a fierce glare at Xueka, her eyes conveying a silent warning to cease her frivolous banter. Yet, Xueka remained undeterred, continuing to smile cheerfully. Left with no choice, Xueqing opted for silence, her fists clenched tightly, secretly vowing to find an opportunity to teach this audacious Yichuan a lesson. Chapter 50, A Lifetime Commitment. Tang Yuehua, witnessing Yichuan's astonishing behavior, felt her lips twitch slightly, inwardly lamenting that after many years of teaching at Yuexin, she had never encountered a talent quite like Yichuan. His manner of conduct was utterly carefree, showing no regard for the decorum expected in such a grand setting or the scrutiny of those present. Ningrongrong, standing nearby, covered her mouth with a light chuckle. Senior brother, Yichuan is simply a free spirit. Do not take offense. Ningrongrong's words were playful, her eyes brimming with defense for Yichuan. Xueqing's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. Rongrong, do not let certain individuals deceive you. With that, he cast an intense glare at Yichuan, his eyes seemingly ablaze with discontent. Yet Yichuan appeared oblivious, leisurely inhaling the scent of his own hand, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, How fragrant. Although his voice was soft, it resonated distinctly within the tranquil pavilion. An icy chill surged from the depths of Xueqinghe's heart. He could not fathom Yichuan's inexplicable behavior. His annoyance reached a boiling point, and without hesitation, he turned on his heel and strode briskly toward the exit, his hurried steps stirring a gentle breeze. Xueka stood by, her expression tinged with hesitation as she glanced at Xueqinghe's retreating figure, then at Yichuan, a flicker of complex emotion dancing in her eyes. Ultimately, she lifted her foot to follow closely behind Xueqinghe. At that moment, Yichuan spoke up with a clear voice, Princess Xueku, let us continue our conversation another time. I find you quite delightful. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at Xueku with an air of confidence, a smile illuminating his face like the warm sun. Upon hearing this, Xueku instinctively turned back, momentarily entranced by Yichuan's exquisite features and his sunlit smile, and she found herself nodding almost involuntarily. Witnessing this scene, Xueqinghe's frustration intensified. He quickly returned to Xueka's side, grasping her arm with such force that she could not suppress a slight frown. Let us go. Xueqinghe gritted his teeth, then hurriedly led Xueka away, swiftly vanishing from the onlooker's sight. Ningrongrong observed this with a resigned shake of her head, turning to approach Tang Yuehua. Slightly bowing in respect as she said, Teacher Tang, we must take our leave. I apologize for any disturbance caused today. I hope you will not take offense. Tang Yuehua smiled and nodded gently, replying, Not at all, Rongrong. Please feel free to visit whenever you have the opportunity. Yichuan, Ningrongrong, Xiao, and Zhu Xing walked side by side out of the moon pavilion. Xiao, with her lively and curious eyes, tugged at Ningrongrong's sleeve and whispered, Rongrong, what just happened? Why did Xueqinghe suddenly get so furious? It was just a gentle pinch, wasn't it? We often get pinched by Brother Yichuan in the evening. Don't we? Nonsense, Xiao, Ningrongrong exclaimed, casting a glance at Zhu Xing, her cheeks slightly flushed. She pouted and continued, It's all because of Brother Yichuan. His way of doing things is too peculiar. A man actually approaches to pinch him, and Xueqing simply cannot tolerate it. Zhu Zhiqing walked quietly alongside them, clad in a sleek black outfit that exuded simplicity and efficiency. Yet, occasionally, her gaze toward Yichuan held a hint of curiosity. You can't possibly be fond of men, can you? Yichuan wore a mischievous smile at the corner of his lips, his eyes sparkling with a hint of cunning. His gaze slowly swept over the trio before him, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong. Suddenly, he spoke. His voice laced with playful sarcasm. Whether one is a male or female, I can discern with a mere pinch. Xiaowu's large, expressive eyes widened in astonishment. Her rosy cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Shameless, she exclaimed without hesitation, her voice ringing with the characteristic playful reproach of youth. Zhu Zhiqing, whose cool demeanor was already frosty, now appeared even more frigid, her brows furrowing slightly as she parted her thin lips to echo the same two words, shameless. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, bore an expression of indignation on her exquisitely crafted face, declaring, shameless. The trio's simultaneous condemnation did not seem to faze Yichuan in the slightest. On the contrary, his smile grew more pronounced, his expression one of pride, as if basking in praise. Despicable is my nickname, and shameless is my true name, Yichuan proclaimed, straightening his posture with an air of solemnity. He then shifted his tone, asserting, I am certain that Xueqing is a woman. This statement landed like a bombshell, stirring tumultuous waves among the three. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then let out a scoff filled with disdain. Impossible. How could Xueqing possibly be a woman? As she spoke, she gently shook her head, clearly finding Yichuan's assertion utterly ridiculous. Yichuan observed Ning Rongrong's reaction, a calm smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with an unwavering determination. What if it is a wager? How would you respond? He remarked, narrowing his eyes in a provocative manner. Ning Rongrong, incensed by Yichuan's gaze, bit her lower lip, resolved to ensure that he would be thoroughly convinced of his defeat. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind as she seized Zhu Zhiqing by the arm. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhiqing stumbled forward as Ning Rongrong forcefully propelled her towards Yichuan. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan instinctively extended his arms, securely embracing Zhu Zhiqing. In that instant, Zhu Zhiqing's body stiffened, her heartbeat accelerated dramatically, and a complex expression flitted across her face. She could distinctly feel Yichuan's strong arms, a strange yet subtle sensation welling up within her heart. Ning Rongrong observed this scene, a triumphant smile gracing her features. I shall entrust Zhiqing to you, she proclaimed loudly, then playfully blinked, a hint of mischief dancing in her smile, adding, and you shall also experience the double joy I mentioned earlier, allowing you to enjoy two of me. Upon hearing those words, Yichuan's eyes instantly brightened, and he realized that his talisman could finally come into play. He eagerly nodded, his excitement evident on his face. Observing Yichuan's exuberance, Zhu Zhiqing felt an inexplicable wave of despondency swell within her. She gently bit her lip, and a fleeting look of disappointment flickered in her eyes, quickly masked by her composed facade. Subsequently, Zhu Zhiqing gently pushed Yichuan aside and took a step back, adjusting her attire as if nothing had transpired moments before. Yet, the slight tremor in her hands betrayed the turmoil brewing within her heart. Yichuan instantly discerned Zhu Zhiqing's thoughts and pulled her into his embrace. Rest assured, I shall resolve everything in the Star Luo Empire. You are mine, and you can never escape. Though her voice was barely audible, a faint smile visibly graced Zhu Zhiqing's face. Chapter 51. Devour. On the bustling streets outside the Moon Pavilion in Tindo City, throngs of people flowed in every direction, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The storefronts lined along the street displayed a myriad of wares, with calls of vendors echoing throughout. Ning Rongrong glanced at the sky. The lingering rays of the setting sun gradually enveloped the entire city, casting a warm orange glow that adorned the streets with a gentle golden hue. All right. It's getting late. I shall take you all to a special place. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, imbued with an air of mystery and excitement. With that, she grasped the hands of Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqing, her steps light and brisk as she ventured forth. As Yichuan observed the scene, a gentle smile graced his lips, his eyes radiating affection as he promptly fell into step with them. The trio followed Ning Rongrong, twisting and turning along the street, occasionally traversing the bustling main thoroughfare and at other times veering into tranquil alleys. The walls flanking the narrow passage were adorned with verdant vines, with a few nameless blossoms daring to peek out. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an exquisite courtyard. The grand wooden door, steeped in antiquity, was intricately carved, the passage of time lending these embellishments an added charm. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, retrieving a dainty key from the pouch at her waist. Skillfully, she inserted it into the lock, and with a gentle twist, the door creaked open. Upon entering the courtyard, a serene ambience enveloped them. A neatly paved stone pathway led through a garden brimming with a variety of flora, where a gentle breeze caused the flowers to sway, releasing a subtle and refreshing fragrance. In one corner of the yard, a wooden swing swayed lightly in the wind, while not far off stood a quaint wooden horse, though it appeared somewhat weathered. One could easily envision a little girl joyously playing there. The house, though modest in size, was impeccably organized, aptly illustrating the adage that even the smallest sparrow possesses all its essential organs. Little Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Rongrong, this place feels so cozy. It's like a hidden paradise nestled within the bustling city. As she spoke, her curiosity propelled her to explore the surroundings. Her fingers delicately brushing against the flowers and foliage. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Ning Rongrong's face as her gaze lovingly traversed every corner of the courtyard. In a soft voice, she confided, "This is my home. My mother brought me to Tindo City, and we always took refuge here. I spent countless hours playing in this very spot. Every inch holds memories of my mother and me." She paused momentarily, a smile once again illuminating her features. "Alas, ever since my mother departed, I seldom return." A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she added, "However, this time I have a selfish motive for bringing Yichuan along." With a hopeful glance directed at him, Ning Rongrong led the three towards a small house. The door was tightly shut, a tiny brass lock hanging from it. Once more, she produced the key, unlocking it and slowly pushing the door open. As the door swung ajar, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted out. Inside, the furnishings were remarkably simple: a table, several chairs, and most notably, a portrait hanging on the wall. The image clearly depicted Ning Rongrong's mother. The woman in the painting possessed striking beauty, her gentle and loving eyes radiating warmth. A subtle smile gracing her lips as if she were sharing a moment with those present. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended to earth. Zhu Xuqing gasped in awe. "How beautiful! Rongrong, your mother is truly stunning." Her gaze remained fixed on the portrait, filled with admiration. Ning Rongrong lifted her chin proudly and declared, "Naturally, only such a beautiful mother could give rise to a daughter as lovely as me." At that, she too succumbed to laughter. Yichuan gazed quietly at the portrait, then nodded thoughtfully. Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, he softly inquired, "Do you wish to meet your esteemed mother once more?" Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, her face alight with anticipation as tears shimmered in her eyes, mingling with a glimmer of hope. "Brother Yichuan, I truly long to see my mother again, even if only for a fleeting moment." Yichuan nodded, his eyes filled with a gentle smile, naturally unwilling to decline. He raised his hand and retrieved a piece of smooth, warm wood and a sharp carving knife from his storage soul guide, focusing intently on the image before him. His fingers caressed the wood's grain as he began to carve. The knife danced gracefully in his hand, shavings cascading down, and a subtle aroma of wood filled the air. Meanwhile, Xiao grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Rongrong, quickly take us to see the toys from your childhood. I've been curious for so long." Zhu Xuqing's lips curved slightly upward. Though she remained silent, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. All right, follow me. I promise it will be an eye-opening experience." The three of them, full of enthusiasm, chattered away as they hurried off. Time slipped by quietly, and soon, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Yichuan concluded his intricate carving, stretched languidly, and cast his gaze towards the rooms of Xiao and Ning Rongrong, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Soon, through the tiger talisman spell, Yichuan experienced the double joy of Ning Rongrong, which rendered her unable to contain her emotions, filling the room with peals of laughter and delight. Subsequently, Yichuan gently approached Zhu Xuqing's chamber. Zhu Xuqing, who had just fallen into slumber, was startled awake by a faint sound. Just as she was about to voice her surprise, she felt a soft object gently cover her mouth. The familiar scent enveloped her senses, and Zhu Xuqing instantly relaxed, her eyes softening with tenderness. After a while, they parted, with a faint blush gracing Zhu Xuqing's cheeks as she softly reproached, "Why did you come without a word of warning?" Yichuan wore a mischievous smile at the corner of his lips as he softly remarked, "I have come to accompany you, my Zhu Xuqing. Tonight, I wish to be by your side." Upon hearing his words, a rapid blush spread to the roots of Zhu Xuqing's ears. Even in the dim light of the night, Yichuan could distinctly perceive her shyness. Yichuan gently embraced Zhu Xuqing, resting his chin atop her head, savoring the warmth of her presence and the softness of her hair. His hand softly caressed her back as he spoke in a deep and resolute tone. "Xuqing, no matter what the future holds, I shall not allow you to come to harm. I also wish for you to experience a semblance of freedom. I will remain by your side through countless lifetimes. Never depart." Nestled in Yichuan's embrace, Zhu Xuqing tightened her arms around his waist and softly replied, "I believe in you, brother Yichuan. And I too will always be by your side." Yichuan gently brushed aside the strands of hair near Zhu Xuqing's ear, and then tenderly embraced her. Planting a soft kiss upon her forehead, his movements imbued with tenderness and affection. In the room, only the gentle sound of their breaths remained, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and beauty. Chapter 52. The Demand. The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight had completely dispelled the coolness of the night, Yichuan rose early from his bed. He treaded lightly as he exited the room, cautious not to disturb Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing, who were still lost in slumber. After all, the previous night had been a fierce battle, and the trio had expended considerable energy. In the kitchen, Yichuan busied himself with practiced ease. Before long, an array of ingredients transformed under his skilled hands into a sumptuous breakfast, the delightful aroma wafting throughout the entire house. Yichuan meticulously arranged the prepared breakfast on the dining table, attentively pouring a glass of freshly squeezed juice for each of the three ladies. Afterward, he adjusted his attire and, with resolute steps, departed towards the residence of Dugubo. Although it was his inaugural visit to Tindo City, he swiftly discerned the location of Dugubo's mansion with the guidance of passersby. Before long, Yichuan arrived at the grand facade of an imposing estate. The entrance was tall and formidable, flanked by 2 Soul Master sentinels standing erect, clad in uniform attire, their eyes betraying a mixture of vigilance and lethal intent, clearly indicating their exceptional prowess. Yichuan strode forward with confidence, his expression serene and his voice clear and powerful. I kindly request that you inform His Excellency the poisoned Douluo of my visit. The 2 guards, assessing the handsome and dignified young man before them, silently speculated about his identity, taking care not to exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. Shortly thereafter, one of the guards hurried into the residence to deliver the message, while the other courteously addressed Yichuan. Esteemed guest, please bear with us for a moment. My master will surely come out to greet you shortly. Yichuan nodded slightly in gratitude, quietly standing at the entrance, awaiting her turn. After a brief moment, the familiar figure of Dugubo briskly emerged from the residence, a cheerful smile adorning his face, completely devoid of the usual gravitas and sternness associated with his title as a Douluo. My dear child, what brings such haste to see my granddaughter? Dugubo chuckled, turning to the guard beside him and instructing, quickly, fetch the young lady and inform her that her fated prince has arrived. The guard acknowledged the command with a nod and hurried off in search of Dugu Yen. Yichuan chuckled, old poison. I have come this time not only to see Yenner but also to discuss a few matters with you. Dugubo laughed heartily, warmly grasping Yichuan's arm, and said, whatever it is, let us speak inside. Standing at the door is hardly appropriate. With that, he unceremoniously pulled Yichuan into the residence. Under Dugubo's enthusiastic guidance, Yichuan entered the main hall of the mansion. The hall was spacious and well-lit, adorned not with ostentation but with an air of antiquity and elegance. The furniture was arranged meticulously, with a particularly striking, intricately carved redwood seat at the center. Dugubo strode confidently to the main seat, turned elegantly, and settled himself down. You know, generally, when visitors come to my abode, they do not even get a sip of tea. That you, young man, can partake of my wine is indeed a stroke of great fortune, Dugubo proclaimed, while reaching behind him to retrieve a jar of wine. The jar was entirely black and exuded an ancient charm. Dugubo grasped the jar with both hands, exerted a gentle pressure, and with a resounding pop, the seal was broken, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the entire room. The scent was both commanding and enchanting, and just a whiff seemed capable of inducing a delightful inebriation. Dugubo picked up a jade cup from the table, skillfully poured a glass for Yichuan, the golden liquid swirling within like flowing amber. This is my exclusive brew, the Drunken Soul Jade Elixir, my prized possession, Dugubo said with a hint of pride. Continuing his introduction, it contains over 100 rare herbs, along with the essence of a 1,000-year-old spirit snake, the blood of a blazing cloud leopard, and the dew of a 10,000-year-old snow lotus. Consuming it not only enhances one's physique and refines one's soul power, but also invigorates the mind, providing substantial benefits for cultivation. It is a true rarity. Although you have already attained the status of a soul emperor, the potency of this wine should not be underestimated. I reckon you might manage but a jar. Yichuan gazed at the cup before him, exuding an enigmatic fragrance, and furrowed his brow slightly, muttering softly, with dew and blood, flowers and herbs, why does it sound so peculiar? Is this concoction a medicinal elixir or a venomous brew? Is it even safe to drink? His eyes reflected a hint of skepticism, yet curiosity prevailed. Drink it if you wish. Upon hearing this, Dugubo feigned anger, dramatically reaching out as if to seize the cup. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's lips curled into a fearless smile, revealing a sense of audacity. He grasped the wine cup and tilted his head back, consuming the contents in one swift motion. The liquid coursed down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation, soon followed by a warm wave rising from his stomach, enveloping his entire being, leaving his limbs and bones awash with an indescribable comfort. Indeed, the flavor was quite exquisite. Yichuan smacked his lips, his face radiating satisfaction. Dugubo observed Yichuan's demeanor and burst into hearty laughter. You, my boy, possess quite the courage. This wine is not something the average person can truly appreciate. It seems you share a special affinity with it. With that, he poured another glass for Yichuan. Then, with a jovial expression, Dugubo arose, his eyes glinting with mischief as he winked at Yichuan, resembling a mischievous child who has long outgrown his age. Raising his glass, he proclaimed, my lad, this wine is a fine product of my own brewing, possessing remarkable effects for a man, both enduring and invigorating. Do you not feel a surge of fire rising within you as you drink? Yichuan gulped down a mouthful of liquor, nearly choking upon hearing those words. His face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, as he inwardly scolded the man for his lack of respect for age. What kind of host would refuse tea to a guest and instead offer them liquor, particularly a medicinal brew? As if that were not enough. It was a concoction with aphrodisiac properties. Indeed, this Dugubo, aptly nicknamed the Old Poison, displayed an eccentricity that was truly remarkable. Yichuan steadied his mind, a subtle smile gracing his face as he remarked, Old Poison Master, your hospitality is truly unique. Upon hearing this, Dugubo burst into hearty laughter, poured himself another glass of wine, and replied, in my presence, there are no such formalities. To partake of my wine is indeed a blessing for you. Yichuan set down his wine cup, his expression turning serious as he smiled, and said, Old poison, the truth is, my primary interest in coming here lies in your ice and fire dual pupils. What I desire is precisely that. Upon hearing this, Dugubo revealed a look of confusion on his face, his brows slightly furrowing as he retorted, Ice and fire dual pupils? What is that? I have never heard of it. Yichuan observed the reaction of Dugubo, contemplating in silence. It appeared that Dugubo was not merely feigning ignorance. He patiently elucidated. It is a location where two springs, one cold and one hot, converge, rumored to be home to countless rare herbs, a veritable treasure trove. Upon hearing this, Dugubo's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, as if a thought had struck him. Moments later, a look of epiphany crossed his face. He recalled his own medicinal field within the Sunset Forest, which indeed possessed such a pair of springs. However, soon after, a conflicted expression clouded Dugubo's features. He gently rotated the wine glass in his hand, fell into silence for a while, and then slowly remarked, I believe I understand the place you are referring to. However, that location holds great significance for me as well. It is filled with the herbs I have meticulously cultivated, a culmination of my years of dedication. Chapter 53, A Visitor Arrives. Yichuan turned to the nearby Dugubo and declared, I am determined to obtain the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Old poison master, you may speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Dugubo first erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the hall. Once his laughter subsided, he leisurely responded. As a titled Douluo, I lack for nothing in terms of wealth and material possessions. While speaking, he stroked his emerald green beard, a hint of pride illuminating his countenance. Yet he lamented the absence of a satisfactory grandson-in-law. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. If Duguyin is indeed as remarkable as suggested, I would certainly welcome another cherished confidant into my life. Thus, the eye of ice and fire shall rightfully belong to me. However, upon hearing this, Dugubo shook his head, the smile on his face growing even more pronounced. Yuna is my most beloved granddaughter. His gaze softened as he reminisced about the countless tender moments from Duguyin's childhood, filled with affection. The old man had poured immeasurable care into her upbringing. Pausing for a moment, he turned his attention back to Yichuan, stating, You cannot simply take Yenner away without due consideration. I can only say that the bride price must not be trifled with. More gold is required. As he spoke, Dugubo raised a finger and waved it playfully, resembling an astute merchant negotiating a deal. Upon hearing this, Yichuan felt utterly speechless towards the old man Dugubo. Pondering in his heart how this old fellow was so circuitous, failing to speak plainly, he secretly curled his lips in disdain, thinking, This old toxic creature is indeed a miser, still thinking about a bride price at this juncture. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a guard sent to inform Duguyin rushed in, panting heavily, his face etched with anxiety. Master, the head of the blue electric tyrant dragon family, Yuehua, along with his grandson Yu Tianheng, the patriarch of the Li clan, Titan, and the principal of the Blue Overlord Academy, Lu Erlong, have come to visit, he exclaimed, gasping for breath. Instantaneously, the smile on Dugubo's face visibly faded, his brows knitting tightly together, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, clearly showing his aversion to the visitors. Humph, what do they want? Dugubo muttered under his breath, his voice laden with dissatisfaction. However, given that Yuehua was a titled Douluo, Dugubo, no matter how irritable he might be, could not deny them entry, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, let them in. Moments later, the sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by the rustling of leaves, heralded the arrival of Yuehua, Yu Tianheng, Lu Erlong, and Titan, whose figures emerged into Yichuan's view. They approached with urgency, their expressions marked by an unusual gravity, and as soon as they entered, for piercing gazes simultaneously directed themselves at Yichuan, as if he were their sworn enemy. Upon witnessing the scene, Yichuan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he indeed appeared to be an adversary to the individuals before him. Simultaneously, Duguyin, resembling a fledgling bird returning to its nest, hastily rushed towards Dugubo, throwing herself into his embrace. Her voice bore a hint of petulance and grievance as she exclaimed, Grandfather. Dugubo gently patted her back, casting a reproachful glance at the onlookers, and remarked, With so many eyes upon us, this is hardly appropriate. Please, take a seat. Duguyin, feeling unable to retort, merely pouted, her rosy lips protruding in a manner that seemed capable of suspending an oil bottle. As she made her way to the adjacent chair, she did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Yichuan, her delicate fist momentarily flailing in the air as she assumed a threatening posture. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Yichuan's face once more, her heart inexplicably fluttered. Yichuan possessed strikingly defined features, with eyebrows like swords and eyes that sparkled like stars. He emanated an aura of uniqueness that momentarily captivated Duguyin, stirring an inexplicable ripple within her heart. Dugubo turned his gaze towards Yuehua, his expression calm as he spoke in a measured tone, Please, take a seat. Although both were titled Douluo, Dugubo's strength paled slightly in comparison to Yuehua's, yet he displayed no signs of trepidation. Yuehua, in turn, offered no excessive pleasantries. Glancing around the room before selecting a spot to sit, he maintained an upright posture, his hands resting naturally upon his knees, exuding the dignified authority of a superior. As for Yu Tianheng, Lu Erlong, and Titan, they could only stand quietly at the side, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength that rendered them unable to interject. After all, the discourse between titled Douluo was not something they could casually interrupt. "Old dragon, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Dugubo's voice, cold as ice, reverberated through the air. Yuehua, clad in resplendent attire and radiating an imposing presence, met Dugubo's frosty remarks with a smile that, while seemingly gentle, concealed an air of authority. "Haha, old poison, it seems you do not welcome me." Yuehua hearty laughter echoed through the hall. "Let us dispense with trivialities. I have come to propose marriage for my Tianheng and Yenner. They are no longer children. It is time to make arrangements." The moment these words were uttered, an oppressive silence fell over the hall, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Dugubo's expression darkened ominously as he stepped forward. A faint green mist enveloping him, the aura of his martial soul, the emerald scale serpent king, radiating a sense of lethal danger. "Oh, have I consented? A marriage proposal? You think yourselves worthy?" His voice was frigid, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Yuehua smile faltered, the warmth in his eyes giving way to a flicker of displeasure, frost creeping across his countenance. After all, he was a renowned titled Douluo, esteemed within the spirit master community. Even in the guise of a marriage proposal, he would not tolerate such scorn. "Dugubo, do not go too far." Yuehua voice deepened, the power of thunder crackling around him, suffusing the air with a stifling tension. At that moment, a delicate figure darted forward. "Grandfather," Duguyan exclaimed, her eyes filled with urgency. "Please, mind your words." Upon hearing his granddaughter's voice, Dugubo hesitated, his anger slightly abated. He let out a cold snort, casting a fierce glare at Yuehua before ultimately choosing silence, the aura of the emerald scale serpent king gradually dissipating. Duguyan hurriedly positioned herself between the two, first offering an apologetic glance to Yuehua before turning to grasp Dugubo's arm, playfully pleading, "Grandfather, Uncle Yu has come a long way. Let us speak kindly." Dugubo regarded his granddaughter, the frost in his eyes melting into a blend of exasperation and indulgence. He gently patted her hand, but remained silent. Chapter 54, Deception. Continue the deception. Just as the atmosphere grew taut like a bowstring, ready to snap at any moment, Yu Tianheng, who had been standing behind Yuehua, could no longer contain his emotions. He stepped forward with determination, addressing Dugubo earnestly, "Senior Dugu." His face bore a mix of urgency and resolve. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Dugubo, then swiftly shifting to Duguyan, his eyes brimming with affection. "If I may marry Yenner, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is willing to offer the true Dragon 9 crowns as a betrothal gift to demonstrate my unwavering intent." The hall fell into a stunned silence, the unexpected proclamation leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Yuehua expression shifted dramatically, his voice booming. "Silence. This is not a matter for you to discuss." His words resonated with an authoritative weight, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. Yet, in the instant he turned away, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossed his features. Yuehua understood that had he voiced such sentiments, it would have appeared submissive before Dugubo, diminishing his stature. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's heartfelt declaration, Duguyan's eyes welled with tears, emotion overwhelming her as she softly called out, "Brother Hang?" Her voice trembled with a mixture of joy and deep sentiment. Dugubo, once stern, now wore a look of surprise, narrowing his eyes as a complex expression flickered within them. The true Dragon 9 crowns were a treasured heirloom of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and he was taken aback that Yuehua would part with such a valuable offering for a marriage proposal. Dugubo raised his gaze, surveying the space between Yu Tianheng and Yuehua, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in a barely perceptible smirk. He was well aware that Yu Tianheng alone lacked the audacity to present the true Dragon 9 crowns. It was undoubtedly Yuehua idea. "Humph," Dugubo scoffed lightly, crossing his arms. "Ah, the true Dragon 9 crowns. Yuehua, you truly are investing heavily in this endeavor." His tone was inscrutable, leaving others to ponder his true feelings. At this moment, Dugubo found himself torn. While Yuehua gesture granted him considerable face, outright rejection would be inappropriate. Yet, the thought of so easily marrying off his precious granddaughter filled him with reluctance and resentment. Contemplating this, Dugubo furrowed his brow, a hint of indecision flickering in his gaze. Just then, he caught sight of Yichuan from the corner of his eye. Yichuan held his wine glass, occasionally tilting his head back to indulge in a sip, his expression one of contentment. It was as if the intense confrontation regarding the matters of marriage and family honor before him was merely a trivial farce, unworthy of his concern. Even Dugubo discerned a teasing glint in Yichuan's eyes, perceiving him as a source of amusement. Enraged, Dugubo abruptly turned, pointing a finger at Yichuan, the wrinkles on his face contorting with fury as he bellowed, "You insolent brat. This matter concerns you as well. Can't you even muster a response?" Yichuan seemed startled by the sudden roar, his movements momentarily halted. However, A mischievous smirk soon played upon his lips. He truly was quite the performer, deliberately rising at a leisurely pace, arching his back slightly before emitting a loud fart. In that instant, everyone present appeared as if ensnared by a spell, first taken aback, then engulfed by an unsettling chill. Lu Erlong, whose temper was already fiery, now simmered with rage. Her eyes widened, her face flushed crimson, and her gaze seemed to burn with a desire to devour Yichuan. Fists clenched tightly as if she were poised to charge at him any moment. Donggu Yin wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Her fair cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She quickly turned away, unable to bear the awkward scene. Donggu Bo, even more incensed, puffed out his cheeks and glared, stomping his foot in frustration as he exclaimed, "Humph! You rascal! Yinner is the woman I have promised to you. If you wish to avoid being cuckolded, speak up." Yichuan could no longer remain seated. He slammed his wine cup onto the stone table with a resounding thud, causing some of the liquid to splash. Stepping forward, he locked eyes with Dugubo, unflinchingly proclaiming, "You old poisoner. I haven't even laid a hand on her. So how can she be considered mine?" Yuehua, who had been observing with a cold detachment, finally spoke up. He advanced a step, emanating a formidable aura of pressure, and intoned gravely, "Yichuan, this incident concerning Xiaogang was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not to be trifled with." Beside him, Titan immediately concurred, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "Indeed, you insolent brat, Tang San is the heir of my family. And you dare to treat him with such cruelty? I shall not let you escape unscathed." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of those present. What was once a scene of courtship had swiftly transformed into a public denouncement of Yichuan. All eyes were fixed upon him, as if they sought to rend him asunder. Yichuan, however, appeared remarkably composed. He nonchalantly waved his hand, his face still adorned with that irreverent smile, and declared loudly, "All right, everyone, let us address matters one by one." His voice, neither servile nor arrogant, inexplicably brought a moment of silence amidst the chaotic scene. Yichuan wore a faint, almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth as he slowly turned around, his gaze landing squarely upon Yuehua. He appraised the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family from head to toe, his eyes brimming with amusement, as if he were examining an intriguing plaything. "You are the esteemed head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yuehua. No wonder you managed to ascend to the position of clan leader. Your intellect is quite remarkable. If I weren't present today, with the cunning of an old serpent like me, I might have been easily deceived by you." As soon as these words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Yuehua expression darkened ominously, his face flushing crimson as if he had been publicly slapped, only to swiftly transform into a deep shade of anger. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging with rage, and the knuckles turned pale. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, his standing in the Spirit Master realm was unparalleled. Never had he been so contemptuously disregarded. Yuehua eyes widened in fury, glaring at Yichuan with a gaze that seemed capable of igniting flames. Yet, beneath this overwhelming anger, a flicker of trepidation briefly crossed his mind. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly carefree young man might have discerned his intentions. This fleeting fear caused his gaze to flicker momentarily, but he quickly suppressed it, restoring his imposing demeanor. On the other hand, Dugubo wore an anxious expression, striding over to Yichuan's side, demanding, "You impudent brat. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that this old dragon is trying to deceive me?" Chapter 55, a clitch of pretentiousness and face-slapping. Dugubo's eyes bulged like brass bells, his face a canvas of confusion and fury. Yichuan wore a serene smile upon his face, slightly tilting his head as he surveyed the gathering of individuals present. His gaze ultimately settled upon the perplexed countenance of Dugubo, to whom he nodded and remarked, "The 9 dragon crowns are no trifling matter. They are fragments of an ancient true dragon. These 9 crowns possess an extraordinary power, capable of elevating a soul master's soul rings by an astonishing 99,999 years, even granting a level 95 title Douluo, a temporary divine physique." At this juncture, Yichuan deliberately paused, allowing his eyes to linger on Yuehua face for a moment, observing a flicker of unease in the latter's eyes. He continued in a measured tone, "Alas, such formidable power comes at the steep price of the user's life." His words fell like a massive stone into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the assembly. Duguyan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with terror. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, casting a suspicious glance toward Yuehua. Titan bore an expression of astonishment, both at the formidable heritage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the dire consequences of the 9 dragon crowns. As for Yu Tianheng, he too was taken aback, never having anticipated that the 9 dragon crowns of his own family would entail such grave ramifications. Yichuan's expression remained tranquil as his gaze shifted between Du Gubo and Yuehua. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching every corner. "Old poisoner, if Yu Tianheng marries your Yinner, you shall be bound to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan henceforth." He paused slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Compared to the Haotian sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, The blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect is no longer in such a disadvantaged position, after all. You two are a title Douluo. Dugubo's brows furrowed instantly, his already gaunt visage appeared even more austere, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Yet he refrained from interrupting immediately. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued. Even if the 9 dragon crowns were to fall into your hands, they would remain unutilized. A century hence, without an heir. The 9 dragon crowns may once again return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Having spoken, Yichuan pivoted gracefully, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuehua. His eyes shimmering with a blend of scrutiny and amusement. Am I correct in my assertion? In an instant, Yuehua countenance darkened considerably. As if the most concealed wound had been laid bare before the public eye. His hands clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the force, his eyes brimming with astonishment and wariness. At that moment, Yuehua could scarcely fathom that, in this setting, someone could so openly articulate the secrets passed down through generations of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, his voice low yet tinged with an uncontainable ire. Who are you? How do you know the secrets that have been passed down in my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Upon hearing this, Yichuan revealed a mysterious smile, one that seemed to perceive the secrets of the universe. He tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. I am the turner of pages. You are but characters within the book. Naturally, I am privy to all. At these words, the entire hall fell into an immediate silence. As if the very air had solidified. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dugubo could no longer contain the fury bubbling within him. And he bellowed, What a clever scheme. Old dragon, I underestimated you. Do you truly think me easily bullied? Show them out. Upon hearing Dugubo's command, Yuehua face shifted between shades of pale and ashen. He clenched his teeth, torn between anger and frustration, yet utterly helpless. The esteemed patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan found himself in such an awkward predicament. As for Lu Erlong, standing to the side, she wore an expression of discomfort. Her gaze flickered, uncertain of where to rest. In this moment, Lu Erlong was caught between the desire not to offend her family and the reluctance to witness Dugubo's wrath. Yu Tianhing, however, was thoroughly agitated. He stepped forward, arms flailing, his face a portrait of urgency and discontent. Elder Dugu, I, Yu Tianhing, believe I possess a measure of talent, and my lineage is quite distinguished. Deserving of Yenner. Dugubo cast a cold glance in his direction, his eyes brimming with disdain, his voice as frigid as frost. Do I owe you an explanation? Yu Tianhing found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth opening in vain as he discovered his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Tianhing, and he whirled around to face Yuchuan, his eyes filled with resentment and scorn. What merits does this fellow possess? The true Dragon 9 Crowns is the treasure of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and we are willing to present it as a token of sincerity. This individual appears to be nothing more than a commoner. Does he even possess a single soul bone? You intend to betroth Yenner to such a person? Yichuan did not anticipate that the conversation would suddenly shift back to him. He momentarily froze, only to be inundated by a sense of familiarity. Was this not reminiscent of the plots found in urban tales of pretentiousness and retribution? Amused by this realization, Yichuan could not help but chuckle. Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he took 2 measured steps forward, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Tianheng, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Since you have presented your face for me to strike, would it not be disrespectful if I refrained from doing so? Suddenly, a low command erupted from his lips. Though its volume was modest, it resonated like thunder in the hearts of the onlookers. Open. With that utterance, a colossal phantom of the Holy Master slowly materialized behind Yichuan. Following this, 6 soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, ascending in circles, radiating an intense brilliance. The light was so dazzling that it nearly blinded the spectators. Are these 6 soul rings? Yu Tianheng's eyes widened, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Beside him, Yuehua, Lu Erlong, and Titan also displayed expressions of utter astonishment. In an instant, the crowd discerned the age of these 6 soul rings, each exceeding 100,000 years, the overwhelming aura suffocating them almost to the point of breathlessness. Yichuan observed the expressions of those around him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu Tianheng, with your mere talent, you are unworthy even to carry my shoes. As for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family as pride, the true Dragon 9 Crowns, in my eyes, they are nothing but trash. Yu Tianheng's complexion instantly turned a shade of iron gray, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles white from the strain. Don't be so arrogant, he gritted through his teeth, though his voice betrayed a hint of insecurity. Yichuan paid no heed to his anger, instead reaching into the storage soul guide. After a brief moment, he slowly extracted 2 soul bones. As these soul bones emerged, they radiated a soft glow, imbued with potent waves of energy. Are these soul bones? Titan could not help but exclaim. The gazes of the crowd converged upon the 2 soul bones, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. They had never anticipated that Yichuan, at such a tender age, could produce 2 soul bones. However, upon noticing the 6 soul rings on Yichuan, each exceeding 100,000 years in age, their understanding deepened significantly. Yichuan observed the reactions of those around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The skull transformed from a mere 25,000 years of the crystal sea ghost butterfly lay in his hands, as he casually toyed with one of the soul bones. The other, a right arm bone from a 30,000-year-old storm sea lion, was nothing but a rather mediocre soul bone. Mediocre? A surge of intense frustration welled up within Yu Tianheng, for he understood that the chasm between himself and Yichuan had likely grown insurmountable. Chapter 56, transformed into a loyal follower. Yuehua and Titan stood nearby, their gazes filled with avarice. Fixated on the soul bone emanating an otherworldly glow in Yichuan's grasp. The soul bone seemed to possess an enchanting allure, ensnaring their very thoughts, causing their breaths to quicken involuntarily and igniting the flames of desire in their eyes. Not far away, Dugubo's gaze was similarly locked onto the soul bone. However, unlike Yuehua and Titan, his eyes did not betray blatant greed. With his arms crossed and an expression of calmness, he nonetheless disclosed his inner preoccupation through his unwavering stare at the soul bone. Duguyan stood beside him, though not particularly acquainted with Yichuan. She was moved to tears at that moment. Her eyes glistened with moisture, brimming with emotion as she gazed at Yichuan, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Yichuan gazed at the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence as he remarked, "These two soul bones shall serve as a betrothal gift for Yenner, as well as a means to acquire your medicinal field, old poison." Before Dugubo could utter a word, Yuehua and Titan approached with the fervor of sharks sensing blood. Yuehua, his face beaming with an effusive smile, proclaimed, "Haha, young one, I can immediately discern your remarkable bones. You are truly a prodigy, a dragon among men." As he spoke, he pointed towards Yu Tianheng, adding, "My Tianheng is unworthy to even carry your shoes." Standing nearby, Yu Tianheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing his grandfather's words, inwardly grumbling, "Grandfather, that's rather harsh. After all, I am your own grandson." He shook his head in resignation, astonished that he would receive such a verbal blow from his own grandfather. Yuehua, unfazed by Yu Tianheng's reaction, seized Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong stiffened, instinctively attempting to resist, only to find Yuehua grip as unyielding as iron, rendering her struggles futile. "Little one," Yuehua continued, "do not be deceived by Erlong's age. She remains untouched and is quite suitable for you. She is far superior to Old Poison's granddaughter." Lu Erlong, upon hearing this, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her disdain for her clan leader reaching new heights. She shot a furious glare at Yuehua and retorted through gritted teeth, "Leader, do not go too far." Titan, not willing to be outdone, stepped forward and declared loudly, "Fear not, young friend. Our clan boasts many beauties. I could find you 10 or 8 to choose from, so do not turn them away." Dugubo surveyed the two soul bones, then glanced at Yichuan, finally resting his gaze on the anxious Dugubo Yen, who was fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "Humph, you wretched boy," Dugubo suddenly bellowed, advancing swiftly to pull Dugubo Yen beside him. Startled, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Dugubo Yen exclaimed in a flustered tone, her voice tinged with a hint of playful reproach and grievance. Yet Dugubo paid her no heed, forcefully pushing her towards Yichuan. Yichuan instinctively reached out to catch her, and thus, Dugu Yen fell into his embrace. Dugu Yen looked up, meeting the gaze of Yichuan. Their eyes locked in a moment of connection, and Yichuan's profound gaze lingered a hint of mockery and triumph. While Dugu Yan's cheeks instantaneously flushed with a shade of embarrassment, she gently bit her lower lip, feeling the solidity of Yichuan's arm, and surprisingly offered no resistance, merely burying her head even lower. Standing nearby, Yu Tianheng observed this scene, his mind buzzing as a surge of heated blood rushed to his head, his hands instinctively clenched, the knuckles turning white from the strain. His lips quivered slightly, attempting to articulate words that remained lodged in his throat, escaping only a muffled groan. At that moment, Yu Tianheng felt as though a dense, green haze enveloped him, as if he had been forced to wear a cap of verdant deceit. "You rascal, this matter is settled. No one is allowed to backtrack. Yenner is now yours," Dugubo declared, swiftly snatching the two soul bones from Yichuan's grasp with lightning speed. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he intended to reach out and seize the moment, he was met with a piercing glare from Donggu Bo Old Poison. Yichuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Donggu Bo. "What? Do you wish to retract your statement?" Donggu Bo's eyes widened, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to warp the very air around him. Upon witnessing the scene, Yichuan pondered inwardly, seizing the opportunity presented by the alluring beauty before him. With this thought, a subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of mischief. "Fear not, Old Poison. From this day forth, Yenner shall be mine," Yichuan declared possessively, enveloping Dugu Yen in his embrace. Dugu Bo, upon hearing this proclamation, nodded in satisfaction and lifted a nearby wine cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. The liquid cascaded from the corners of his mouth, dampening his attire. Meanwhile, Yuehua and Titan observed the unfolding drama with expressions of concern. Consequently, Yuehua stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed. "Young friend Yichuan, Regarding matters of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yuehua spoke with a hint of implication, his gaze revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Chuan gazed at Yuehua, a confident smile gracing his face. I find the two dragons quite impressive. Simply follow my lead. Rest assured, the gift from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family shall also be provided. When Yuehua spoke these words, he exuded an air of confidence. Possessing the ability to utilize the mouse charm to transform inanimate objects, he merely needed to carve several soul beasts over 100,000 years old and slay them to obtain soul bones. Moreover, by securing Lu Erlong, he could not only thwart Xiaogang, but also bring the blue lightning tyrant dragon family under his command. What could be more advantageous? Upon hearing this, Yuehua face broke into a gratifying smile. Ha ha ha, my young friend, from this day forth, Erlong is yours. Hearing this, Yuehua felt as though the world was spinning around him. He could never have anticipated that in such a short span of time, he would not only lose to Guyin but also see his own cousin Lu Erlong fall into Yuchuan's grasp. At that moment, Yuehua instinctively thought of his uncle, Yu Xiaogang, pondering silently, "Oh uncle, who would have thought we would now share the same plight, both in shades of green?" Lu Erlong, akin to a powder keg ignited, erupted instantly. My surname is Lu, and I am not a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. No one can make decisions for me. I will not sell myself for a mere soul bone. With that, she swung her head sharply, her long, dark hair tracing an arc through the air as she turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Yuehua expression darkened immediately, his face becoming ashen, veins protruding on his forehead. His right hand rose high, ready to unleash his fury, as he bellowed, "Lu Erlong, stop right there. You shall not act recklessly today." Simultaneously, his right foot struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the stone slabs beneath him, a testament to the intensity of his rage. Yuehua stood quietly to the side, observing the unfolding scene. At this moment, he stepped forward with an air of confidence, a smile gracing his face as he reached out to stop Yuehua. "Patriarchio, do not be anxious. The two dragons will eventually belong to me. Fear not. I shall certainly fulfill my promise to you." Upon hearing Yuchuan's words, Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. He lowered his raised right hand, and the anger etched upon his face gradually faded, giving way to a hint of hesitation. "Young friendy, are you speaking in earnest?" Yuehua squinted his eyes, fixating intently on Yuchuan. Yuchuan met Yuehua gaze without a hint of fear, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, clan leader Yuchuan, have always been a man of my word." After a brief silence, Yuehua let out a long sigh and nodded slightly. "Very well, since you have such confidence, we shall set this matter aside for now." Observing Yuchuan's unwavering assurance, Yuehua considered the possibility that Yuchuan might indeed possess a means to sway Lu Erlong's heart. Furthermore, the soul bone Yuchuan promised was of immense significance to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Then, Yuehua gestured for Yu Tianhing to move forward a few steps and, with a slight bow towards Yuchuan and Dugubo, remarked, "I apologize for the disturbance today. With that, we shall take our leave." Though his tone was calm, a hint of reluctance lingered beneath. Dugubo, standing aside and observing the proceedings with a cold demeanor, let out a slight sneer, mockingly stating, "No need for formal farewells." Inwardly, Yuehua contemplated that upon returning to his clan, he would seek out some suitable members to send to Yuchuan, for perhaps one clan member could be worth a soul bone exceeding 10,000 years. Then he would see if this old poison master would dare to be so arrogant. "Then we shall not see you off," Yuchuan replied with a smile, his expression brimming with confidence. Yuehua and Yu Tianheng turned to leave, their figures gradually fading from the entrance of the hall. Yuchuan gazed in the direction of their departure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, barely perceptible. Chapter 57, The Awkward Titan. As Yuehua and Yu Tianheng vanished beyond the threshold, Titan, a solitary outsider, stood somewhat awkwardly in place. His robust physique, reminiscent of a mountain, boasted broad shoulders that seemed capable of bearing the weight of the heavens. Yet, in this moment, he resembled a wayward child, caught in indecision, neither standing nor sitting, his hands fidgeting restlessly before him, his eyes betraying a deep unease. Titan understood well that Yuchuan held the soul bone capable of altering the fate of the Li family. Securing such a treasure for his clan would undeniably fortify their legacy. However, the mere thought of his disparity with Yuehua extinguished the flicker of hope he had just kindled, dousing it with a cold reality. Yuehua, a titled Douluo, stood among the elite of Douluo Continent. It was only natural for Yuchuan to court him with generous offers. In stark contrast, Titan was merely a soul Douluo, his worth paltry in this realm where strength reigned supreme, rendering him devoid of the magnetic appeal that Yuehua possessed. Taking a deep breath, Titan endeavored to compose himself. Gradually, he raised his sturdy arm, pointing to himself, his expression a complex tapestry of desire intertwined with embarrassment, even bordering on shyness. This demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual imposing presence within his clan. Yet, it was precisely this bashful countenance and demeanor that elicited a wave of discomfort in Yuehua. As Titan finally mustered the courage to speak, his voice caught in his throat, emerging hoarse and strained. Yuehua sat with a subtle smile gracing his face, keenly observing Titan's every move. At that moment, noticing Titan's hesitation, he gently waved his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile as he said, "You may call me young Master Yi." Upon hearing this, Titan seemed to have received some form of absolution. He exhaled deeply, the tension on his face easing slightly. He moistened his parched lips, summoning his courage to speak. "Young Master Yi, my clan also boasts members of striking beauty. I wonder if you might be interested?" The moment the words escaped his lips, Titan silently chided himself, feeling the lack of conviction in his statement. Given Yichuan's strength and talent, should he express any desire? The daughters of esteemed families as well as the brilliant beauties from various academies would undoubtedly flock to him like moths to a flame. Take the Tianshui Academy. For instance, were not the female students therein youthful and radiant, endowed with exceptional gifts? It was likely that with merely a hint from Yichuan, 99% of the female students from Tianshui Academy would unhesitatingly gravitate towards him. Reflecting on this, Titan instinctively lowered his head, a flicker of desolation passing through his eyes. Yichuan observed the appearance of Titan, finding it amusing yet choosing to conceal his amusement. His gaze then sharpened, sweeping over Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin in succession. "Old Poison, Yinner, I wish to have a private conversation with the chieftain of the Titan tribe." Dugu Bo threw his head back in hearty laughter, the wrinkles on his face quivering in delight. "Good lad. Very well, I shall await you." With that, he gently patted Dugu Yin on the shoulder, and the two turned to leave, their footsteps gradually fading away at the end of the corridor. Yichuan took a deep breath, striding forward with measured steps to the main seat, where he slowly settled down, legs crossed, one hand casually resting on the armrest, exuding an air of leisure. In stark contrast, Titan remained rooted in place, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the light. His gaze filled with tension and unease, fixated on Yichuan as if awaiting an impending, unknown judgment. Yichuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of an elusive smile. The four great single-attribute families have been forsaken by the Haotian sect. So many years have passed. Yet the Li clan remains unwaveringly loyal. His voice, neither hurried nor slow, resonated through the vast hall. Titan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "It is merely a quest for solace. In these tumultuous times, it is wise to seek shelter beneath a great tree, even if that tree no longer flourishes." Yichuan nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Titan's response with understanding. His gaze suddenly sharpened, fierce as an eagle's. "Tang Hao is dead. As for Tang-san, I merely wish to spare his life. Do you comprehend my intent?" "How is that possible?" Titan's eyes widened in disbelief. Shock and incredulity etched across his face. He instinctively took a step forward, exclaiming, "No one can kill the Haotian Douluo. He is a titled Douluo, a legend of the Haotian sect." Titan's voice rose in intensity, almost a howl, clearly overwhelmed by the staggering news of Tang Hao's demise. Struggling to grasp the reality before him, Yichuan rose leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back, and ambled towards Titan with each step resonating with a steady confidence. "Joining my ranks undoubtedly brings countless advantages. Golden soul coins, soul rings, resources, everything you could desire. Oppose me, and death is certain." Suddenly, Yichuan halted, his gaze fixed intently upon Titan's eyes. "Even if you disregard your own interests, must you not contemplate the future of the Li family? Do you truly wish to witness the demise of the Li clan amidst this tumultuous storm?" Titan's eyes began to flicker uncertainly, revealing a visage fraught with hesitation. He lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly into fists, the knuckles paling from the pressure. After a prolonged silence, Titan gradually raised his head, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. "Allow me to ponder this. It is not a trivial matter, and I require time." Yichuan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a confident smile as he spoke in a clear voice, "Of course." Upon hearing these words, Titan nodded slightly, turned, and strode away from the hall with a steady and powerful gait. After a brief moment, the sound of firm footsteps approached, and Dugu Bo entered. He held a weathered map in his hand and walked briskly to Yichuan, extending the map towards him while saying, "The marked locations on this map indicate my medicinal fields, as well as some locations of high-aged spirit beasts, though I surmise you may not have use for them." Yichuan smiled and nodded, extending his hand to steadily receive the map that Dugu Bo had offered. As he examined the map, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, old poison master. This map is of paramount importance to me." Dugu Bo gazed at Yichuan, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of concern evident in his demeanor, and he could not help but caution Yuehua and Titan before he could finish. Yichuan interrupted him with a light-hearted tone that concealed deeper implications. "Rest assured, old poison master. How could I possibly place my trust in them so easily? I am well aware of their intentions." With that, he gently folded the map and tucked it into his bosom, patting the area over his heart. Subsequently, the two began to deliberate together. As the evening lights began to glow, Yichuan clasped his fist in salute to Dugu Bo, stating, "Old poison master, I shall take my leave for today. Should the need arise in the future, I will not hesitate to trouble you again." Dugu Bo waved his hand, replying, "Go on, take care of yourself." Yichuan turned and strode out of the hall, his figure gradually vanishing beyond the gates of the mansion. Chapter 58, An Unethical Ambush. The night descended like a vast, dark silk fabric, gently enveloping the city of Tindo. Even shrouded in darkness, this foremost city of the Tindo Empire remained vibrant and bustling, exuding the essence of human vivacity. The streets and alleys were ablaze with lights, thronged with people, the sounds of calls and laughter intermingling harmoniously. Yichuan strolls through the bustling streets, his gaze imbued with a sense of contentment and tranquility. He occasionally pauses before the stalls lining the street, glancing curiously from side to side, captivated by the array of trinkets on display. Time slips away unnoticed, and before long, the night has descended. Yichuan held several exquisite little gifts in his hand, carefully selected for the women he cherished. Unconsciously, he turned into a pitch-black alley, starkly contrasting the bustling vibrancy outside. The silence here was almost eerie, with only the echo of his footsteps resonating in the narrow passage. Suddenly, Yichuan came to a halt, his gaze sharpening in an instant, and a subtle tension enveloped him as he calmly spoke. "Come out. You have followed me for so long." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the stillness of the alley. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow darted from the darkness like a wraith. It was Lu Erlong, clad in tight black attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure, rendering her even more alluring. Her eyes blazed with seething fury, fixated on Yichuan as if she intended to devour him whole. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Yichuan's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile as he teased. "What brings you here, Lu Erlong? Are you so desperate that you must follow me at this late hour?" Lu Erlong, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, her fury intensifying. "Scum! Today I shall avenge Xiaogang." As her words fell, Lu Erlong's aura surged dramatically, and a powerful wave of soul energy erupted around her. She swiftly manifested her seventh soul skill, transforming into a magnificent fire dragon, enveloped in blazing flames that radiated an oppressive heat, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Without granting Yichuan a moment to respond, she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Dragon Soaring Shadow Step. Her figure became a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling towards Yichuan at an astonishing speed, the air around them crackling with the sound of rushing wind. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's expression sharpened, and without uttering a word, he swiftly evaded. In that fleeting moment when their figures intertwined, Yichuan distinctly sensed the searing heat radiating from Lu Erlong's martial soul, a temperature so intense it seemed capable of igniting the very air itself. Suddenly, Lu Erlong let out a commanding cry, unleashing her sixth soul skill, the flame-binding dragon formation. In an instant, the ground within a 5-meter radius appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, as scorching flames erupted from beneath, resembling agile yet lethal serpents of fire, fiercely lunging towards Yichuan to ensnare him. Yichuan felt a sudden shock in his heart. Just as he intended to evade the unexpected fiery cage with his agile movements, he was abruptly overwhelmed by an immense weight. As though a colossal mountain had descended upon him, each muscle in his body became unbearably heavy, and his speed diminished in an instant. Before he could react further, the surging fire dragon had ensnared him tightly, enveloping him in searing heat that scorched his skin and caused his clothes to begin to smoke. "Strike together!" Lu Erlong commanded with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Empowered by her martial spirit's true form, she radiated an even more dazzling brilliance. Subsequently unleashing her third soul skill, Fire Dragon's Tail. The enormous dragon tail, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, surged forward, entwined with boundless flames and formidable force, crashing toward Yichuan, leaving a warped trail of heat in the air. At that critical moment, a robust figure soared into the air like a cannonball. It was Titan, who had activated his martial spirit's true form, transforming into a majestic, powerful gorilla. His muscles bulged with overwhelming strength, each bulge seemingly harboring boundless power. His fur standing on end under the surge of soul energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Titan unleashed all his soul skills in succession, generating a profound vibration in the surrounding air that resonated with a low hum, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the weight of his might. He raised his massive arms high and brought them crashing down toward Yichuan, aiming directly for his head, as if intent on driving him deep into the earth. In the face of their combined assault, Yichuan found himself utterly bereft of any capacity to resist. His body, weighed down by the extreme heat and crushing pressure, moved sluggishly. The powerful gorilla's arms and the fire dragon's tail struck him with cataclysmic force, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll, tracing a long arc before crashing into the end of the alley. With a tremendous crash, Yichuan shattered the wall, debris scattering in all directions. As he collapsed amidst the ruins, his fate uncertain. As the dust began to settle, Lu Erlong panted slightly, casting a glance at Titan, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction and inquiry. "You arrived late. Were you hesitating to intervene?" Titan snorted dismissively. "Humph. I could not appear alongside you, otherwise Yichuan would have been on high alert, and the element of surprise would have been lost. Moreover, following closely behind you allowed me to strike with deadly precision." He spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction, withdrawing his martial spirit's true form as if reveling in his cunning strategy. Lu Erlong frowned, seemingly unconvinced by Titan's explanation, yet lacking the time to delve deeper. Her gaze returned to the wreckage where Yichuan lay, her heart a tumult of emotions. There was a thrill of vengeance, yet an undercurrent of unease. Could such an exceptionally rare talent be so easily vanquished? Suddenly, without warning, The debris from where Yichuan had been flung erupted with a deafening explosion. The tranquility of the alley was shattered. As fragments of brick and stone shot outward like hidden weapons, dust swirling in the air, rendering the scene all the more enigmatic. As the dust began to clear, a figure gradually emerged. It was Yichuan. Even now, he stood tall, although his garments were tattered, fluttering gently in the breeze. The Titan in Lu Erlong's astonishment. Despite enduring such a ferocious barrage of attacks, he bore not a single scratch. Titan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if choked by the very notion. Before he finally managed to utter, "How is this possible? Even a titled Douluo, without activating their martial spirit, would be grievously injured by my blow. How can you be unscathed?" Lu Erlong's expression darkened instantly, her gaze fixated on Yichuan, revealing a mix of frustration and resentment as she coldly intoned, "Soul bone." Her voice was low but powerful, each word enunciated with palpable intensity, as if forced through clenched teeth. With Lu Erlong's reminder, Titan suddenly recalled the earlier moment when Yichuan had revealed numerous high-ranking soul bones. He inwardly chastised himself for having overlooked such a crucial detail. Yichuan's possession of numerous ancient soul bones undoubtedly signifies the extraordinary nature of those upon his own body, providing him with formidable defense and protection during critical moments, enabling him to withstand the lethal assault from both himself and Lu Erlong. "Well, Yichuan, how deeply you conceal your true capabilities." Titan gritted his teeth, expressing his resentment. "It appears that today's confrontation will not conclude easily." As he spoke, he once again secretly channeled his soul power, bracing himself for the impending, fiercer battle. Lu Erlong, not one to be outdone, ignited the flames surrounding her, her strength surging within her being. "No matter what hidden cards you possess, I shall not let you escape today." Chapter 59. Yifan? Yichuan cast a calm gaze over Lu Erlong and Titan, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gently shook his head, a hint of mockery and arrogance lacing his tone as he slowly declared, "I am an indestructible entity. Your attacks are futile against me." His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the somewhat quiet alley, each syllable imbued with an intangible sense of oppression. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichuan activated the rabbit talisman, and in an instant, his figure became a blur, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Lu Erlong and Titan like a phantom, accompanied by a gust of howling wind. Without hesitation, Yichuan summoned the power of the Ox Talisman, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he unleashed a pair of punches, each infused with a colossal force that struck heavily upon Lu Erlong and Titan. The sheer might of these blows was terrifying. In an instant, Lu Erlong's majestic fire dragon martial spirit was seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The once raging flames dimmed instantly, scattering into innumerable embers that vanished into the air. Likewise, Titan's powerful guerrilla martial spirit was not spared, his massive form disintegrating in an instant, transforming into specks of soul energy. Lu Erlong and Titan were caught completely off guard, as if they were kites severed from their strings, and they coughed up blood, their bodies propelled backward for over 100 meters. They crashed heavily onto the distant street, producing a dull thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. The shops lining the street rattled under the force of the impact, and several passers-by scattered in terror, seeking refuge from the chaos. Yichuan gazed at the two individuals who had been flung backwards, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he approached them slowly, remarking, "How unfortunate. I dare say that blow has left you both gravely injured." However, just as Yichuan reached the two, poised to take further action, a sudden, rhythmic sound of powerful footsteps resonated from the distance. Each step echoed with a distinct cadence, reverberating through the hearts of the onlookers. Accompanied by the resounding neighs of warhorses, the surroundings swiftly filled with armored soldiers clad in exquisite armor. Their armor shimmered under the moonlight, casting a chilling glow, while their long spears stood erect like a forest, exuding an air of lethal intent. "Halt!" A commanding voice boomed, rich and authoritative, prompting the soldiers to come to an immediate and synchronized stop, as if they were well-drilled automatons. Clearly, this was a disciplined and elite force. Following this, the soldiers parted, creating a pathway. From within their ranks emerged a figure astride a tall and robust warhorse. This individual was none other than Yifan, the commander of the Royal Knights, whose tall stature and resolute countenance, though marked by the signs of middle age, radiated the dignified aura of one in power. Yifan cast a sweeping gaze across the scene, ultimately resting upon Yichuan, and coldly declared, "I am Yifan, the Night Watch of the Royal Knights. Who dares to cause a disturbance? They shall be punished." Upon hearing these words, Yichuan couldn't help but mutter softly, "Damn it, such an impressive name. One might mistakenly believe you are the protagonist of this tale." Although Yichuan's voice was quite subdued, it nevertheless reached Yifan's ears in the relatively tranquil surroundings. Yifan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his gaze. He fixed his stare upon Yichuan and proclaimed, "Regardless of your identity, causing trouble in Tindo City warrants punishment. Surrender, and perhaps you may preserve your life." His tone brooked no argument, and with a subtle tug of the reins, The warhorse beneath him grew restless, pawing the ground as though poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Yet Yichuan showed no signs of fear. A provocative smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Yufan and said, "Is that all you've got? You must possess the ability to back it up." Upon hearing Yichuan's provocatively charged words, Yufan did not succumb to anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile as he declared, "Then I too wish to test your abilities." Yifan, a formidable level 75 Assault Soul Saint, wielded the martial soul known as the Source Cauldron of all things. His voice resonated with a deep and powerful timbre, echoing through the night sky, imbued with an innate grandeur and dominance. As his words faded, an overwhelming surge of soul power enveloped him, causing the very air around to tremble ever so slightly. He activated his martial soul, and in an instant, a colossal bronze cauldron materialized out of thin air, encasing him securely within its center. This cauldron, ancient and weighty, was adorned with an array of runes that chronicle the essence of all things. Each rune glimmered with a faint light, emanating an aura both archaic and formidable. It was evident that Yifan's martial soul was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary martial souls. Yichuan gazed upon the source cauldron of all things, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his visage, and he couldn't help but mutter softly, "If you are indeed the maternal cauldron of all things, I would take my leave at this very moment." Though his voice was but a whisper, it was still captured by Yifan in the relatively hushed surroundings. Yifan wore a perplexed expression, his brows slightly furrowed, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak and intended to teach the audacious Yichuan a lesson, a sudden, clear, and commanding voice resonated from afar, piercing through the tense atmosphere like a swift arrow. Upon hearing that voice, Yichuan felt a sudden stir within his heart, as if the sound resonated with a sense of familiarity. Soon, the soldiers, arranged in perfect order, expertly parted once more, creating a spacious passageway. A tall figure approached slowly, moving with an elegant and steady gait. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifan promptly dismounted, executing the action with remarkable swiftness and precision. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and bowed respectfully as he addressed, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." As the onlookers focused their gaze, they recognized the newcomer as Crown Prince Xueqinghe, adorned in an exquisite long robe with gold-threaded embroidery that shimmered softly in the moonlight. He epitomized nobility. Notably, at that moment, Xueqinghe's eyes were both profound and gentle, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet his demeanor retained the authority befitting his station. Xueqinghe slightly raised his hand, gesturing for Yifan to rise, and remarked, "Please stand, General Yi. This troublemaking young man also bears the surname Yi. His name being Yichuan. Perhaps you are kin from 5 centuries past." Upon finishing his words, his gaze shifted from Yifan to Yichuan, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing these words, Yifan fell into silence. Xueqinghe approached Yichuan with graceful strides, her face still adorned with a gentle smile, and said, "Young Master Yi, it is a pleasure to see you again." Yichuan gazed at Xueqinghe, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips, showing no sign of restraint in the presence of the esteemed prince. The corners of his mouth lifted, and within that smile seemed to conceal countless cunning thoughts. He then spoke, "Your Highness the Prince, it is a pleasure to see you again." Yichuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, resonating with remarkable clarity in the somewhat tranquil night. Chapter 60, The Killer. Humanity is bound to slay. After a brief pause, Yichuan's gaze unabashedly roamed over Xueqinghe, a more pronounced smile gracing his face, before he continued, "I must inquire once more. How does His Highness cultivate such pectoral muscles? Why are they so soft, akin to those of a woman?" As these words escaped his lips, an immediate and profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with everyone wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to trust their own ears. Yifan's countenance instantly turned ashen, utterly astonished by Yichuan's audacity to utter such rebellious words to the crown prince. He instinctively clenched his fists, a surge of intense fury welling up within him, yearning to rush forth and discipline this reckless individual. In stark contrast, Xueqinghe's expression darkened in an instant. A flicker of indignation passed through his previously gentle gaze. He gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing Yichuan for his utter lack of decorum, labeling him a shameless lecher. As the esteemed crown prince, he was unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner, let alone confronted with such frivolous and offensive language. Simultaneously, a tinge of vigilance arose within Xueqinghe, prompting him to be on guard. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Had this individual discerned his true identity? After years of careful masquerade, meticulously avoiding any slip, how could he suddenly utter such words? Had he overlooked something that had alerted this audacious man? Drawing a deep breath, Xueqinghe endeavored to regain his composure, re-establishing a semblance of his previously serene demeanor. Yet, this smile now bore an air of awkwardness and wariness. "Young Master Yi, as the night has grown late, perhaps we could find a suitable place to reminisce," he suggested, his voice remaining gentle, yet imbued with an unspoken insistence that brooked no refusal. Xueqinghe pondered deeply, recognizing the urgency of ascertaining the extent of Yichuan's knowledge. If it were true that his identity had been uncovered, it would indeed spell trouble. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, a serene expression gracing his face as he replied leisurely, "There is no rush. Let us first attend to the matter at hand." Shuai, adorned with a gentle smile, responded kindly, "In that case. Since the Soul Master battles do not affect the common folk, we ought not to interfere excessively. However, regarding the damage to the property of the citizens, I kindly request that young Master Yi accompany me." Upon hearing this, Yichuan leisurely extended his finger, gesturing towards the disheveled Lu Erlong and Titan sprawled on the ground. Raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Shouldn't those two, who also vandalized the property of the common folk, be taken away as well?" Lu Erlong's hair was in disarray, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while Titan wore an expression of fury, yet was rendered immobile due to his injuries. Shuai followed Yichuan's pointed direction, nodding slightly before calmly stating, "That is only natural." These four simple words ignited a fleeting glimmer of hope in the eyes of Lu Erlong and Titan. Both were acutely aware that the facade had been irrevocably shattered, and if they were to fall into Yichuan's grasp, their demise would be inevitable. Yichuan seemed to have perceived the intentions of Lu Erlong and Titan, and the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. He chuckled softly, "What if I were to decide to eliminate the two of them today?" As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere around them appeared to freeze in an instant, and the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Yi Fan stood silently at the side, his expression cold. In a low and resolute voice, he declared, "Whether one is a soul master or a common citizen, it is impermissible to commit murder in the streets." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Yichuan let out a cold snort, and an abrupt shift in his aura enveloped him. Gradually, he activated his Saint Master martial soul, and in an instant, 6 soul rings, each over 100,000 years old, radiated dazzling brilliance, encircling him. That formidable presence resembled an invisible tempest, sweeping outward with great force. The onlookers were momentarily blinded by the intense light, instinctively narrowing their eyes, their faces etched with shock and trepidation. Even the usually composed Shuai widened his eyes in disbelief, his body quivering slightly, clearly intimidated by the overwhelming power of the martial soul and the soul rings. Despite being a prodigy with innate soul power at the 20th level, he paled in comparison to Yichuan's extraordinary prowess. Shuai's visage was cloaked in shadow, his gaze flickering with cold brilliance as he addressed Yichuan with deliberate gravity. "Young Master Yi, do you intend to commit murder in public? Should you lay a hand on those two, you would offend forces that are far from trivial." While Shuai's words seemed righteous, his mind was secretly calculating. He understood that if Yichuan truly clashed with the Haotian Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the Tindo Empire would inevitably descend into chaos. This chaos was precisely the situation he yearned for. Moreover, the memory of Yichuan's previous humiliation, when he had pinched his pectorals, ignited an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent within Shuai, a hatred that threatened to engulf his reason. Yichuan's lips curled into a wild smirk as he slightly tilted his head back, his gaze filled with disdain. He declared loudly, "I wish to kill. No one can stop me." As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere around Yichuan underwent a sudden transformation. Instantly, his third soul skill, mental suppression, was unleashed. An invisible yet immensely powerful wave of psychic energy surged forth, spreading like a torrential tide. The once formidable knights were the first to bear the brunt of this force. They felt a piercing pain in their heads, as if countless steel needles were stabbing them. Their legs weakened, and they uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. The captain of the Royal Knights, Yi Fan, found himself equally unable to resist this overwhelming mental pressure. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he strived to maintain his stance, but ultimately succumbed to the force, kneeling with a thud, his eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. Shuai possessed the strength to resist, yet he was acutely aware that revealing his true power would inevitably unveil his identity. Weighing his options, he reluctantly bent his knee, feigning an inability to withstand the pressure, and followed suit to kneel. With his head bowed, the resentment in Shuai's eyes deepened, and he silently vowed to repay the humiliation of this day to Yichuan 100-fold in the future. Yichuan advanced with measured steps toward Titan. Titan lay upon the ground, gravely injured, his complexion as pale as parchment, with traces of dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yichuan gazed down at Titan, his eyes devoid of warmth, resembling the stare one might cast upon a lifeless corpse. He spoke with a chilling detachment, a final word. With the last remnants of his strength, Titan expelled a mouthful of blood, letting out a cold snort. Though his voice was feeble, it brimmed with malice. "Humph. The Haotian Sect shall avenge me. I shall await you below." Yet Yichuan remained unmoved, his face devoid of any semblance of compassion. He slowly lifted his foot, which grew larger in the Titan's gaze. The Titan widened his eyes, desperately attempting to evade, yet utterly powerless to do so. Yichuan ruthlessly brought his foot down, and with a dull thud, the Titan's head erupted, splattering blood and brain matter in every direction. The surrounding soldiers emitted a chorus of terrified screams, instinctively recoiling. Unable to bear witness to this gruesome scene, Yichuan stood silently in place, his gaze icy as he surveyed everything before him. The murderer shall be slain. So be it. Chapter 61. Retreat of all sides. Yichuan looked down from a lofty height at Lu Erlong, his eyes devoid of any compassion, filled only with an endless coldness and indifference. "What is your final word?" Lu Erlong managed a bitter smile, a reflection of her helplessness and sorrow. She slowly raised her head, gazing at Yuchuan, her eyes pleading, "Will you spare Xiaogang and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan?" At that moment, Lu Erlong appeared disheveled, her hair clinging to her face, her garments stained crimson with blood, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, her gaze remained resolutely unwavering. For the sake of Yu Xiaogang and her family, she was willing to relinquish all her dignity. Yichuan nodded slightly, her movements deliberate yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. "Certainly. However, I am curious. Are you aware that there is another who holds the affections of Yu Xiaogang?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing within, as if savoring the impending astonishment of Lu Erlong. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's body jolted, a look of disbelief spreading across her face. "What do you mean?" Lu Erlong's voice instinctively rose, her eyes brimming with confusion and alarm, as though she could scarcely fathom the words she had just heard. Yichuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly spoke. "What Yu Xiaogang desires is none other than His Holiness the Pope, Bibi Dong." Though Yichuan's voice was barely above a whisper, it detonated like a bombshell, stirring a tempest among the crowd. Instantly, astonishment painted the faces of those around him. The soldiers, gripped by disbelief, let their weapons fall limply to their sides, their expressions etched with shock. Even the formidable Yu Fan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Especially notable was Xue Qinghe, whose previously composed demeanor now bore the marks of astonishment. He had not anticipated such revelations from Yichuan. His mouth slightly agape, the flickering light in his eyes signified his struggle to digest this startling secret. In contrast, Lu Erlong shook her head, her expression gradually restoring its calm, yet her eyes retained a resolute gleam. "It matters not. My love is for him." Her voice, though faint, resonated with an unwavering determination, as if in that moment, she had buried all her pain and grievances deep within, leaving only the purity of her affection for Yu Xiaogang. Yichuan gazed at Lu Erlong, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, admiration mingled with disdain. He refrained from uttering another word, gradually bending down, his movements gentle yet imbued with a lethal peril. Yichuan's hand gently rested upon Lu Erlong's neck. Lu Erlong offered no resistance, merely closing his eyes in tranquil acceptance, awaiting the arrival of death. With a crisp and chilling snap, Lu Erlong's body gradually succumbed to the ground. Yichuan rose to his feet, brushing away the non-existent dust from his hands, as if he had merely attended to a trivial matter. Beside him, Xue Qinghe snapped back to reality, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, and remarked with a smile, "Young Master Yi, to take a life, one must ensure silence. To cut the grass, one must uproot it." Yichuan slowly turned his head, his gaze precisely landing upon Xue Qinghe. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips, subtle, yet imbued with a sense of mischief and profound understanding. "Your Highness, one would expect you to encourage me to engage in a calm discussion with them, for the sake of maintaining the stability of the Tindo Empire. Yet, it appears that you seem more inclined to witness our martial confrontation. Might there be a deeper significance to this?" As he spoke, Yichuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cunning illuminating his gaze, seemingly testing Xue Qinghe's reaction. Upon hearing these words, Xue Qinghe's expression darkened momentarily, followed by a cold huff as he unabashedly retorted, "Young Master Yi, do you recall our previous encounter? You have greatly insulted me. Naturally, I wish for you to face some hardships. To understand that in this vast Tindo Empire, not everyone can be so easily provoked by you." He crossed his arms over his chest, his chin lifted slightly, his eyes brimming with pride and displeasure. As the crown prince, he was accustomed to a life of privilege, rarely encountering anyone who dared to show him such disrespect. Yichuan's actions had undoubtedly crossed a line. Yichuan could not deny this, yet he merely shrugged indifferently. He did not dwell on Xue Qinghe's words, but instead took two steady and powerful steps forward, his gaze piercingly sweeping over the crowd. "I, Yichuan, have always been a man of my word." Yichuan suddenly raised his voice, resonating like a mighty bell, reverberating in the air. "Titan and Lu Erlong attempted to take my life, only to find themselves vanquished by my hand. As for today's events, I shall no longer pursue the matter. From this moment forth, let our debts be settled." Yichuan's gaze was resolute and unwavering, sweeping over the crowd with an air of undeniable authority, as if proclaiming to all that he would no longer be entangled in this matter, nor would he permit anyone to trouble him because of it. As soon as his words fell, Yichuan strode towards Yu Fan. Upon reaching Yu Fan, he nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his features. "You have done well. It takes considerable courage to strike at me, which is commendable. However, to truly contend with me, your abilities still require significant enhancement." With that, Yichuan patted Yu Fan on the shoulder. That seemingly casual gesture caused Yu Fan to stagger slightly, internally marveling at the depths of Yichuan's strength. Having concluded this exchange, Yichuan turned once more towards Xue Qinghe, his eyes shimmering with confidence and challenge. "Your Highness, next time, I shall ensure you are left with a lasting impression of me." Yichuan's words stirred an inexplicable unease within Xue Qinghe's heart, though a myriad of doubts filled his mind, leaving him uncertain of what the next encounter with Yichuan might entail. His status as the crown prince and years of courtly experience swiftly restored his composure. He slightly raised his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. and spoke in a tone that was both serene and authoritative. I look forward to our next meeting, young Master Yi. Eager to witness the remarkable abilities that might leave a lasting impression on me. In that moment, Xueqinghe resolutely decided that in their next confrontation, he would not allow himself to be placed in such a passive position again. Yichuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed an unfathomable depth. He slightly cupped his fists and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Farewell." As the final echoes of his voice faded, his figure instantaneously transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight like a wraith. The air seemed to linger with the essence of his presence, yet he was nowhere to be found, leaving behind an empty street. As if he had never existed. Xueqinghe gazed in the direction of Yichuan's disappearance, his brow furrowed slightly. A complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes, both confusion and resentment. He stood silently for a moment before exhaling softly, gradually turning to his side where the armored soldiers stood, whispering, "Let us depart." The soldiers promptly responded in unison, rallying around Xueqinghe as they left the scene. The streets of Tindo City, which had recently been rife with tension, now resembled the placid surface of a lake after a storm. The shops lining the streets remained tightly shuttered, with the occasional window trembling slightly, revealing a pair of curious yet fearful eyes. Once assured that the danger had completely dissipated, the windows swiftly closed again. The moonlight spilled onto the cobblestone path, casting a cold glow, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, a shadow quietly emerged from the darkness in the distance. This figure lurked in the shadows, obscured from view, save for a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. The shadow let out a low, sinister chuckle, its laughter resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. "Ah, little one, how adept you are at deception," the shadow murmured, its voice raspy and cold. Subsequently, the figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the darkness, leaving behind an unsettling laughter that echoed momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 62. A great incident unfolds. The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its warm embrace upon the earth. Yichuan, Zhuxing, Xiao, and Ning Rongrong had just completed their daily morning exercises. Their garments were lightly dampened with perspiration, and a rosy glow adorned their cheeks as they reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility and contentment. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify, plunging into an eerie silence. Shortly thereafter, a muffled vibration resonated from afar, gradually becoming clearer, akin to the sound of countless footsteps thundering upon the ground. A chill coursed through Yichuan's heart as he acutely sensed an anomaly, prompting him to swiftly open the door. The scene before him momentarily stunned him. He found himself encircled by a vast multitude of soldiers. The streets, the houses, everywhere he looked, throngs of people loomed, a dark mass that surely numbered in the thousands. Sunlight glinted off the soldiers' armor, casting a cold, steely gleam that exuded an atmosphere of impending violence. At the forefront stood two figures familiar to Yichuan, Prince Xuexing and his companion, Avalanche. Dressed in resplendent attire, Prince Xuexing's eyes conveyed a mixture of emotions, while Avalanche stood beside him, bearing a similarly complex expression. "Young Master Yi." Prince Xuexing was the first to speak, his voice resonating through the air, laced with a hint of cordiality yet underscored by an undeniable authority. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of composure as he addressed. "It has been a while, Your Highness. I wonder what brings you here with such a multitude." Shui Bang could not restrain herself from interjecting. "Young Master Yi. His Royal Highness has accused you of committing murder in the streets. He intends to bring you to justice." Yichuan let out a cold laugh inwardly. He understood Xueqinghe all too well. Given Xueqinghe's capabilities, such an underhanded tactic was far beneath him. Thus, Yichuan was convinced that there must be elements of manipulation at play orchestrated by the Avalanche. Prince Xuexing gazed at Yichuan, a hint of helplessness spreading across his face as he slowly spoke. "Young Master Yi, do consider the situation. Both the Houghton Sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family are simultaneously pressuring His Majesty to apprehend you. Your predicament has escalated significantly. Surely, you have gone too far in this matter?" Yichuan wore a perplexed expression, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he retorted. "Is it not common for a life to be exchanged for a life when one is slain? After all, I was ambushed by Lu Erlong and Titan, only to turn the tables on them. Why has this escalated? Am I being deemed excessive?" Prince Xuexing slightly furrowed his brows, seemingly finding the situation rather intricate. He sighed and replied, "Young Master Yi, the individuals you have killed are not mere commoners. Lu Erlong is a pivotal figure in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, while Titan holds significant standing as a senior elder of the Houghton Sect. Both families wield considerable influence on the Douluo Continent, and their combined pressure cannot be overlooked by His Majesty." Yichuan let out a cold snort and said, "Are they to kill me while I merely await my fate? I'm only acting in self-defense." Shualang gazed at Yichuan, questioning, "Young Master Yi, several individuals from the Blue Tyrant Academy have been poisoned. All the Soul Masters from the Leaf family have also met the same fate. Is this not your doing? After all, you were assassinated last night." Upon hearing this, Yichuan's expression of astonishment deepened instantly. His wide-open eyes and slightly parted lips unmistakably conveyed his confusion at that moment. He instinctively furrowed his brow, as if striving to comprehend this astonishing revelation, and then exclaimed eagerly, "What? How could such a thing happen? I had no prior knowledge of it at all." Prince Xiang stood beside Xiang, his already solemn visage now laden with an even greater chill. He exchanged a glance with Xiang, and a flicker of uncertainty passed between them. The demeanor and tone of Yichuan suggested he was not fabricating his words. Could it be that this matter truly had no connection to him? Yichuan gazed into their doubtful eyes, a wave of inexplicable irritation surging within him. He spoke in a deep voice. I, Yichuan, have always acted with integrity and transparency. There is no need for me to justify myself to others. Moreover, they have all succumbed to poison. Should you not have suspected the poison Douluo at the first instance? It is worth noting that I am utterly ignorant of toxicology. Upon hearing these words, Prince Xiang and Xiang were momentarily rendered speechless. The prince instinctively stroked his chin, lowering his head slightly to contemplate the validity of Yichuan's assertions. Xiang, on the other hand, bit his lip tightly, the anger etched on his face gradually being supplanted by confusion. Silence lingered in the air for a moment before Prince Xiang broke the stillness, raising his head to fixate intently on Yichuan. He slowly spoke. If that is the case, let us pay a visit to the palace and confront the matter head-on, shall we? I am convinced that through confrontation, the truth will inevitably come to light. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan exhibited no hesitation, resolutely nodding in agreement. If we must go, then so be it. I, Yichuan, stand with integrity and fear no scrutiny. Soon after, the Grand Army commenced its withdrawal, with soldiers methodically sheathing their weapons and turning to depart. Yichuan followed Prince Xiang and Xiang toward the direction of the Imperial Palace, the Taiji Hall of the Royal City. A solemn place where the Snow Knight Emperor typically managed state affairs and wielded imperial authority was now filled to capacity with a throng of people. The flickering candlelight within cast dancing shadows upon the gathered crowd, revealing expressions of solemnity and curiosity alike. Dugubo sat solitary in a corner, exuding an aura that discouraged approach, his icy gaze occasionally sweeping over the surroundings. Yuehua sat upright, a glint of sharp intelligence flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the sixth elder of Haotian Sect, Tang bore a stern countenance, emanating a fierce energy akin to an unyielding mountain. All three were titled Douluo, holding significant stature in this world where soul masters reign supreme, thus earning the privilege to sit before the Snow Knight Emperor. Behind them, the three principal families, Yangwudi, Niugao, and Baihe, stood respectfully. As the crown prince, Shuqinghe maintained a straight posture, a smile gracing his features as he stood quietly to one side. At that moment, Prince Xiang and Xiang strode into the hall, with Yichuan closely following. Prince Xiang took a step forward and respectfully announced, "Your Majesty. Young Master Yi has arrived." His voice echoed throughout the spacious hall, capturing the attention of all present. Yichuan approached calmly, taking a graceful step forward and bowing elegantly. A perfectly measured smile gracing his face as he spoke, "Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you." The Snow Knight Emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, regarded Yichuan with a warm smile and remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. To attain the rank of sole emperor at your age is truly unprecedented in the annals of history. It seems the matters concerning the Blue Botter Academy and the Li family are of no concern to you." His words bore a clear favoritism, and his tone was relaxed, as if he had long been assured of Yichuan's innocence. Yichuan understood that the Snow Knight Emperor was attempting to win him over. Although he maintained a close relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, it was evident that the Snow Knight Emperor believed there was still a chance to secure his allegiance. Yichuan slightly lowered his head, a smile gracing his lips as he respectfully replied, "Your Majesty's praise is undeserved. It is my honor to earn your Majesty's trust." Chapter 63, Revelation of Identity. At that moment, Tang beside him abruptly stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly, his face betraying unrestrained anger and disdain as he declared loudly, "Humph, to annihilate an entire clan for mere strength, such cruelty at such a tender age." The Snowy Knight Emperor straightened slightly, his expression intricate as he introduced, "This is Elder Tang, the sixth elder of the Haotian Sect, titled Fiery Sun." His words not only emphasized Tang status, but also seemed to serve as a reminder to all present to regard the sentiments of this formidable individual with due seriousness. Yichuan stood still, his posture upright, a faint smirk of derision gracing his visage. Upon hearing Tang words, he merely let out a soft scoff, though subtle. The sound resonated with an air of profound disdain. Subsequently, he fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the assembly, imbued with an enigmatic depth that was difficult to decipher. Observing Yichuan's demeanor, Tang immediately felt his authority gravely challenged. His eyes widened in astonishment, glaring fiercely, while the muscles in his face twitched with indignation. He bellowed in fury, arrogant, "Do you truly disregard my Haotian sect?" His voice, tinged with rage, became somewhat hoarse, and the veins on his forehead throbbed, suggesting he was poised to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yichuan maintained a tranquil demeanor, merely nodding slightly. This seemingly simple gesture, however, ignited a tempest within Tang, causing his countenance to shift from ashen to livid in an instant. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Dugubo couldn't help but chuckle at the tense standoff, his laughter echoing jarringly in the hall and exacerbating the already fraught atmosphere. Observing this, Shuqinghe took a measured step forward. With a smile adorning his face, yet a glint of subtle cunning in his eyes, he remarked, "Young Master Yi, last night, you dispatched Lu Erlong of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and Titan of the Leaf family, in your quest to eradicate the roots of the problem. You also struck against the Blue Tyrant Academy and the Leaf family. Would you not agree that your methods were rather ruthless?" Though Xueqing's tone was gentle and courteous, each word pierced like a dagger, as if he were laying a charge against Yichuan. A shiver of unease coursed through Yichuan's heart as he was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of Xueqing at this juncture. His gaze lingered on Xueqing's countenance for a moment, prompting an internal contemplation. It appeared that the escalation of this matter was intricately linked to him. Was it perhaps a ploy to incite chaos within the Heavenly Empire, thereby allowing the Spirit Hall to reap the benefits? This thought flickered briefly in his mind, and his eyes turned even colder. At that moment, young Woody could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward with a determined stride, his face a mask of fury, and exclaimed, "We, the single attribute families, stand united in life and death. We shall not permit the annihilation of the Leaf family under such nebulous circumstances." Niu Gao promptly echoed his sentiment, asserting, "Indeed, we deserve an explanation." As for Bai He remained silently by the side, choosing to withhold his words. His gaze was fixated on the young man named Yichuan before him, a slight furrow forming on his brow, his eyes brimming with perplexity. Bai He observed Yichuan, sensing an unsettling anomaly about him, yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss. Yichuan fixed his gaze upon Xueqing, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination as he articulated each word with deliberate clarity. "Your Highness, do you recall what I mentioned last night? This time, I shall undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on you." As his words fell, the meaning behind them left all present in a state of bewilderment. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, each one grappling with the enigma of Yichuan's seemingly nonsensical utterance at such a pivotal moment. Xueqing maintained a subtle smile upon his countenance, a smile as warm and gentle as the spring sun, yet it carried an air of inscrutability. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm and soothing. "Oh, I wonder what insights you possess." With that, Xueqing subtly spread his hands, adopting a posture that conveyed his willingness to listen intently. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle yet profound smile as he spoke leisurely. "The former Pope Qian Xuanji and the current Pope Bai Dong have a daughter named Qian Renxue." Upon the utterance of these words, a faint stir rippled through the crowd. The topic of the daughter of both the former and current popes was indeed a highly sensitive subject. Yichuan paused momentarily before continuing. "When Qian Renxue was 6 years old, she awakened her martial soul, the six-winged angel, possessing an innate spirit power of 20 levels. An innate spirit power of 20 levels? Tang Lai exclaimed softly from the side, his face a mask of disbelief. It is worth noting that innate full spirit power is already an extraordinary rarity, and achieving such a remarkable level as 20 is truly unprecedented. Yichuan appeared unfazed and continued. At the age of 9, Qian Renxue stealthily infiltrated the Tindo Imperial Palace, employing the guise of a soul skill derived from a fused piece of angel-set soul bone, thereby usurping the identity of the crown prince, Xueqing. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the crowd. All eyes turned towards Xueqing, filled with shock and skepticism. Yet, Xueqing maintained an air of calm, though his hand, resting by his side, tightened slightly, the knuckles blanching with the pressure. At 14, Qian Renxue, still masquerading as Xueqing, secretly poisoned the then 12-year-old second prince of the Tindo Empire with a slow-acting toxin. Yichuan's voice grew increasingly frigid, each word slicing through the hearts of those present like a razor-sharp blade. "How could this be possible?" Xueqing exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. At 15, Qian Renxue once more resorted to poison, this time claiming the life of the highly gifted third prince in the realm of soul master cultivation. The final words spoken by Yichuan plunged the entire hall into an oppressive silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by a series of astonishing revelations, their astonished gazes fixed upon Qian Renxue. No, at this moment, she ought to be referred to as Xueqing, concealed beneath a guise. Particularly striking was the visage of the Night Emperor, whose complexion turned as pale as parchment, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. His lips quivered, as if struggling to articulate something, yet his rage constricted his throat. Moments later, tears began to cascade uncontrollably from his eyes, embodying the anguish of a father mourning his son, as well as the humiliation and anger of a sovereign deceived for years. Qian Renxue realized that she had been thoroughly exposed. With a soft sigh, the gentle smile on her face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a chill and resoluteness. In that instant, a radiant light enveloped her, as a pair of wings, pure as jade and exuding a sacred aura, slowly unfurled behind her. The brilliant light illuminated the entire hall, revealing her long-hidden true identity. Before the assembly stood a breathtakingly beautiful Qian Renxue, in her 20s, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, dark almond-shaped eyes with a hint of angularity at the corners, and lips naturally tinted red. Her golden hair flowed with the breeze, and she wore an intricately embroidered gown of gold and white, exuding an ethereal elegance that rendered her a realm unto herself. Chapter 64, The Scapegoat. Qian Renxue coldly fixed her gaze upon Yichuan, her eyes ablaze with tangible hatred. "Yichuan, You have truly made an impression on me. The next time we meet, I shall ensure your demise." Her voice, laden with unending malice, echoed throughout the vast Tai Chi hall. As her words faded, a surge of light enveloped her, a divine aura permeating the air as she unleashed her sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar, without reservation. In that moment, an invisible yet immensely oppressive wave of soul energy emanated from her, violently radiating outward like a surging tide. This force was both domineering and enigmatic, causing even the season-titled Douluo's Yichuan, Tang, and Dugo to display an unusual moment of bewilderment. A flicker of confusion crossed their eyes, and their bodies involuntarily hesitated. Observing this, Qian Rinshue's lips curled into a triumphant cold smile as she mused, if not now, then when? In an instant, she transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the distance. However, just as she believed she was about to escape, a shadow materialized like a specter, blocking her path. "Young lady, if you leave, who will take the blame for me?" The voice of Yichuan, laced with a hint of mockery, reached out amidst the howling winds. His palm, infused with surging power, struck with the force of a colossal axe, mercilessly cleaving towards Qian Rinshue's neck. Caught completely off guard, Qian Rinshue felt a searing pain at her throat, and as darkness enveloped her vision, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yichuan firmly cradled the unconscious Qian Rinshue, akin to a war deity descending from the heavens, gently returning to the earth. At this moment, Yichuan, Tang, and Dugo finally regained their composure. Witnessing the scene before them, their faces were etched with disbelief. Their eyes widened, brimming with astonishment and perplexity. Yichuan was the first to speak, his voice tinged with an unmistakable astonishment. "How is this possible? That was Qian Rinshue's sixth soul skill. He remains unaffected and subdues it with a single strike?" Dugo chuckled, saying, "My esteemed son-in-law possesses remarkable skills." Yichuan gazed at the trio, a confident smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "Qian Rinshue has already been captured. I wonder where she should be imprisoned." Upon hearing these words, everyone present seemed to be struck by a paralyzing spell, freezing in place. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions swiftly transforming into ones of grave concern. After all, it was well known that standing behind Qian Rinshue was the formidable Bibi Dong, along with the terrifyingly powerful titled Douluo, Qian Daolu, who possessed a staggering rank of 99. Even if the matter regarding Qian Rinshue were to be exposed, who would dare to lay a finger on her? Yichuan appeared to have anticipated the reactions of those around him. His gaze slowly traversed the crowd before finally resting upon Tang, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with profound significance. Why not let the Haotian sect imprison Qian Rinshue as retribution for the earlier coercion imposed by the Wuhuan Hall, which forced the Haotian sect to seal its mountain? Upon hearing these words, Tang shook his head vigorously, his expression a portrait of sheer terror. No, absolutely not. Yichuan, do not lead me astray. Last time, the Wuhuan Hall merely pressured us into sealing the mountain, but if they were to take Qian Rinshue back this time, my Haotian sect would likely face annihilation. He retreated a few steps, as if Yichuan's suggestion were a calamity of epic proportions. Yuanzhen let out a derisive snort, the sound chilling as if laced with shards of ice. His gaze towards Tang was rife with unabashed disdain, as if he were observing a foolhardy jester, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan averted his gaze from Yuehua, his expression turning grave as he began to speak. Is it possible for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to, before he could finish his sentence? Yuehua reacted as though his tail had been stepped on, wildly shaking his head, his eyes darting in a panic elsewhere, refusing to meet Yichuan's gaze. As if the question posed by Yichuan was a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. The Snow Knight Emperor, observing this scene, mimicked the behavior, also dodging Yichuan's penetrating stare. In that instant, the group found themselves enveloped in a profound silence regarding the matter of imprisoning Qian Rinshue. As if it were a scalding hot potato, Yichuan gazed at the cowering individuals before him, a weary sigh escaping his lips. Laden with a sense of responsibility, it seems I must be the one to confine Qian Rinshue. In an instant, the group appeared to shed an immense weight, their faces illuminating with expressions of relief, tinged with a hint of fortune, as if they were grateful to have narrowly escaped calamity. Yet, just as the tension in the air began to dissipate, Yichuan's gaze suddenly turned icy, his aura surging with formidable intensity. He forcefully hurled Qian Rinshue away, as if she were a mere sack, targeting Tang. Instinctively, Tang activated his Haotian hammer martial spirit, the colossal hammer gleaming with a chilling light, poised to strike. However, in that fleeting moment, he realized that Qian Rinshue had been used as a weapon, and any impact would undoubtedly cause her harm. Therefore, he abruptly halted his assault, frantically preparing to catch Qian Rinshue with his hands. Alas, everything transpired too swiftly. Yichuan moved with unparalleled speed, appearing before Tang, as if he were a specter. His fist, imbued with boundless power, sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. Upon witnessing this, Tang immediately summoned his soul energy for defense, his aura swirling violently around him to form a solid shield. However, The force behind Yichuan's blow was so overwhelming that the seemingly indestructible shield crumbled like mere paper beneath its onslaught. With a muffled thud, Yichuan's fist pierced Tang Lai's chest, blood splattering in all directions. In a desperate bid, Tang Lai's other hand managed to grasp the falling Qian Rushiwei at the last moment. The Snow Knight Emperor, upon witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale as a ghost. His voice trembling with fear as he exclaimed, "Yichuan, what are you doing?" His tone revealed the terror that Yichuan's reckless actions had instilled in him. Yichuan stood resolutely, emanating an aura that instilled fear in those around him, and unconsciously proclaimed, "I shall command the armies of the world." As soon as these words escaped his lips, the Snow Knight Emperor, Prince Snowstar, and Avalanche were struck with a palpable dread. Their faces paling as if they had encountered a specter, and they swiftly retreated behind Dugubo. They were acutely aware of Tang Lai's formidable prowess. A titled Douluo could scarcely endure a single strike in Yichuan's presence, and they had no desire to become the next Tang Lai. Yang Wudi, Niogao. And by he exchanged frantic glances, a silent understanding passing among them as they subtly began to retreat. Hoping to seize the opportunity presented by the distraction of the others to escape this perilous situation. However, Yuehua and Dugubo, both exceptionally perceptive, instantly detected their intentions. In an instant, the two moved with ghostly swiftness, positioning themselves before Yang Wudi and his companions. Yuehua crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority, while Dugubo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an ominous chill radiating from him. Yang Wudi, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, felt a surge of alarm, disbelief etched upon his features, and could not help but exclaim, "Your Excellencies, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to kill us?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly reflecting the fear instilled by the unexpected development before him. Yichuan approached slowly from the side, a gentle smile adorning his face. "It is not so severe. I merely wish to momentarily impose upon the three of you." Upon hearing this, the unease within Yang Wudi and the others intensified. Before they could respond, Dugubo and Yuehua had already engaged in combat. Waves of emerald green poison mist surged from Dugubo's palm, dissolving bricks and corroding beams and columns in its wake. Yuehua, embodying his martial soul, unleashed a thunderous roar reminiscent of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Brandishing his powerful claws with reckless abandon, each strike imbued with immense force that shattered the surrounding structures. In an instant, the once solemn Taiji Hall was besieged by flying dust and debris, a cacophony of shouts and explosions intertwining. Within moments, the majestic Taiji Hall lay in ruins, its walls and remnants scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Tindo City, a piece of news spread like wildfire. It was said that Qian Daoliu's granddaughter, Qian Rinxue, had disguised herself as the crown prince of the Tindo Empire, Xue Qinghe, lurking for years to seize power. Ultimately, she was discovered by the sixth elder of the Haotian sect, Tang Laiyang, in a breathtaking battle, despite Tang Lai's valiant efforts. He succumbed to Qian Rinxue's prowess and tragically perished. Qian Rinxue was severely wounded during the confrontation and was ultimately captured. The citizens gathered to discuss the shocking revelation, their faces reflecting disbelief and confusion. How could this be? The crown prince was a fraud? They had heard that Elder Tang Lai of the Haotian sect was a titled Douluo. How could he have failed? The myriad voices surged, casting Tindo City into chaos and panic. In the imposing subchamber of the Spirit Hall in Tindo City, Salas appeared frantic, clutching a recently delivered confidential letter. Its paper wrinkled from his grip. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and splashing onto the stone floor beneath him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Salas did not dare to delay, hastily summoning his trusted aides to relay the news to Spirit City at the fastest possible pace. Simultaneously, within the prince's palace, a shadow darted past like a specter. Under the moonlight, the figure was lithe and agile, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a profound silence. In Spirit City, Qian Daoliu's residence exuded an air of tranquility and mystery. A panicked soul master rushed in, collapsing to the floor, raising the letter high with trembling hands, exclaiming, "Great offering, urgent news from Tindo City." Qian Daolu, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. He took the letter, unfurling it, and his countenance darkened instantly. Unprecedentedly, Qian Daolu strode purposefully toward the hall of the Pope. As he passed, the guards on either side bowed deeply, not daring to utter a sound. Upon entering the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sat poised in the main seat, her expression calm, yet a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes upon seeing Qian Daolu. "What brings you here?" Bibi Dong inquired, her voice steady yet imbued with the authority of her station. Qian Daoliu's expression was grave, his voice low and heavy with unspoken burdens. "If I do not come, Xue shall perish in the Tindo Empire." These words detonated within the hall like a bombshell. Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure, rising from her seat in haste, urgently asking, "What has transpired?" Her gaze revealed concern and confusion, fixated intently upon Qian Daolu. Despite Bibi Dong having redirected some of her animosity towards Qian Rinxue, she could not entirely sever the bond of motherhood. Qian Daolu snorted coldly, discontent flickering in his eyes. It is all your fault for allowing Shuai to venture alone into the Tindo Empire. Now she finds herself in peril. I must intervene. As for you, remain in Spirit City and ensure it does not descend into chaos. With that, he turned and departed, indifferent to Bibi Dong's reaction. Bibi Dong watched his retreating figure, her expression shifting ominously. Once Dalu had vanished from sight, she called out, "Summon Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo." Shortly thereafter, the two arrived, exchanging puzzled glances. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Chrysanthemum Douluo inquired first. Bibi Dong's countenance was stern, her gaze electric. Immediately proceed to Tindo City to ascertain Qian Rinchua's condition. Ensure her safe return. And should you encounter any obstacles, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo acknowledged, vanishing into the night, leaving Bibi Dong standing solemnly in the flickering candlelight. Her figure appearing exceedingly solitary. In Tindo City, beneath Dugubo's residence lay a desolate fortress. Deep within the estate, the dungeon was hidden, traditionally a dark, damp place filled with despair. Yet, the cell housing Yang Wudi, Niogao, and Bai He was strikingly different. The floor was spotless, the bedding neatly arranged, and a feast of fine food and wine adorned the table. Yang Wudi sat by the bed, a jug of wine in hand, tilting his head back to indulge. How's this imprisonment? It feels more like a luxurious retreat. Niogao, beside him, heartily devoured the food, mumbling, "Who cares? With food and drink. Let us fill our bellies first." Bai He, slender and vigilant, furrowed his brow slightly, silently observing the surroundings with a wary gaze. In stark contrast, another cell nearby presented a dismal scene. Lu Erlong was tightly bound in chains, her hair disheveled. Yu Xiaogang was similarly restrained, his eyes betraying anxiety and helplessness. Tang San clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Just then, the dungeon door creaked open, revealing Digubo, followed closely by Yichuan and Yu Yuanjin. Yichuan gazed upon the three patriarchs of the single attribute clans, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he spoke. "Gentlemen, may you dine and drink well." His voice reverberated through the stillness of the dungeon. Yang Wudi shot Yichuan a fierce glare, slamming the wine jug onto the table with a thud, muttering, "Enough of this pretense. If you have the capability, release us." Niogao ceased his actions, crossing his arms and scoffing. "Do not assume that this will sway us." Bai He remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed an increase in hostility. Yuan Zhan's gaze first fell upon Lu Erlong, bound and restrained, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. However, as his eyes shifted to Yu Xiaogang, his visage was immediately overtaken by fury. Had it not been for Yu Xiaogang, Erlong would not have endured such suffering. Upon seeing Yichuan and Yuanjin arrive, Lu Erlong's face flushed with shame. Biting her lip, she turned her head away, her voice quivering as she murmured, I am sorry for the family." Yu Xiaogang and Tang San glared at Yichuan with palpable resentment, Tang San being the first to break the silence, his tone brimming with indignation. "Yichuan, it's you again. What do you truly desire?" Yichuan gazed at them with a tranquil expression and remarked lightly, "Old poison master, your venom is rather ineffectual." Dugubo snorted disdainfully, "Humph, I may not match your astonishing medical skills, but I can still snap a neck and bring one back to life." Upon hearing this, Yichuan raised an eyebrow slightly and followed Dugubo's gaze towards Tang San, leisurely remarking, "How is it that this little fellow still lives?" Dugubo emitted a cold snort, which this time was tinged with a hint of vexation. Furrowing his brow, the lines on his face deepened as he replied, "His mastery of poison is formidable. I employed my toxins, yet failed to extinguish his life. As for this boy named Tang San, he possesses quite the skill, discerning that I was afflicted by a lethal poison and audaciously claiming he could cure me. Humph, regardless. All the others you mentioned have perished beneath the venom of my green phosphor snake." Upon hearing this, Yichuan slightly nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Tang San. In terms of poison and its antidotes, Tang San indeed possessed a certain level of proficiency, certainly superior to his own, as he relied on external aids and remained utterly ignorant of toxins. Observing the situation, a flicker of hope ignited within Tang San, and a confident smile graced his features as he addressed Dugubo, "Esteemed Dugu, if you would spare the three of us, I assure you I can cure your affliction. Since I can discern the poison that has affected you, I am entirely confident in my ability to heal you. I pledge on my honor that if you grant us our freedom, I shall exert every effort to rid you of this tormenting toxin." Dugubo halted, turning to fix his piercing gaze on Tang San, an expression of scrutiny evident in his eyes. "You, young man, possess a measure of audacity. But why should I place my trust in your mere words?" Tang San responded with calm assertiveness, "Esteemed Dugu, I, Tang San, have always been a man of my word. I implore you to grant me a chance. Should I fail to cure your poison, you may deal with me as you see fit. However, if I succeed, I hope you will honor your promise." Chapter 66, The God King Tang. Death. Yichuan's lips curled into a mocking arc as he let out a derisive chuckle. "Today, I shall make you understand your demise, Sanzi." His gaze was as frigid as frost, locking onto Tang San with an intent to obliterate his last flicker of hope. With that, Yichuan leisurely retrieved a horse talisman from his bosom, his movements exuding an elegance intertwined with an undeniable authority. His fingers, long and powerful, gently placed the talisman upon Dugubo's chest. In that instant, time appeared to freeze, all eyes drawn to the diminutive talisman, breaths held involuntarily. Suddenly, a strange force surged within Dugubo. He jolted violently, then expelled a mouthful of dark green blood, the viscous liquid splattering onto the frigid ground with a dull thud. The crowd gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the unfolding spectacle, an even more astonishing scene transpired. Dugubo's previously pallid complexion began to regain color at a visibly rapid pace, akin to parched earth welcoming a nourishing rain, revitalizing with newfound vigor. This sight left everyone present in sheer disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape, their faces etched with incredulity, as if witnessing an absurd farce. Tang San stood frozen, his mind blank, as though the entire world had been appended in that singular moment. Dugubo, equally astonished, slowly closed his eyes, a frown creasing his brow as he concentrated on the sensations within his body. After a considerable pause, he gradually opened his eyes, filled with incredulity, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? I feel as if I've regained several years. My body feels remarkably lighter. Has the poison within me been purged?" His voice trembled slightly, laced with astonishment and disbelief. Yichuan observed the reactions of the crowd, a subtle smile of triumph gracing his lips as he nodded gently. His tone laced with a hint of mockery and a touch of arrogance. "I am utterly ignorant of medical arts, yet I am an unparalleled divine physician." In an instant, the expressions of all present towards Yichuan transformed dramatically. The initial fear and confusion evolved into awe and yearning. After all, no one can escape the inevitability of aging, illness, and death. Who wouldn't he desire the assistance of a miraculous healer in a moment of dire need? Tang San, witnessing this, felt his worldview shatter completely. His lips quivered slightly as he murmured repeatedly, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Yichuan gazed at Tang San's despondent demeanor, a wave of satisfaction surging within him. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "Enough, little San. I find myself devoid of any inclination to indulge you further. Let us instead put you to some use. Consider it a modest contribution to your existence in this realm. Bring forth the writing implements." At Yichuan's command, the guards, not daring to tarry for a moment, hurriedly rushed out and shortly returned with the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, placing them upon the table. Suddenly, a profound transformation enveloped Yichuan. An eerie radiance surrounded him as the formidable aura of the holy master martial soul manifested, emanating an intimidating pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Yichuan's demeanor was resolute as he unhesitatingly unleashed his second soul skill, Mirage. In an instant, an invisible force radiated rapidly from him, distorting the scene before Tang San's eyes as if struck by a formidable power. His gaze became vacant, his expression frozen, and he fell into a state of stupor, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Go, release his chains." Yichuan's voice sliced through the silence like a chilling arrow in the night. The guards, though suffused with fear and uncertainty, dared not hesitate. They hurried forward, clumsily unfastening the chains binding Tang San. Once freed, Tang San moved like a marionette controlled by invisible strings, mechanically approaching the desk and slowly grasping the brush. His eyes were devoid of life, his face an impassive mask, instinctively obeying Yichuan's commands as he began to write. The brush glided across the paper, producing a rustling sound that resonated clearly in the stillness of the dungeon. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye, with only the sound of Tang San's writing echoing in the chamber. At last, he meticulously transcribed the intricate techniques of the Tang Sect, including the Xian skill, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and the 6 secrets of the Tang Sect. As he pinned the final character, a satisfied smile graced Yichuan's lips, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he dispelled the illusion. Tang San jolted, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. Upon gazing at the pages filled with the secrets of the Tang Sect, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in horror and regret. He let out a desperate scream. "No. Why? I'm doomed." In a frenzy, he lunged for the papers, intent on tearing apart the revelations of the Tang Sect secrets. However, before he could complete his motion, an overwhelming surge of soul power bore down upon him from behind. Dugubo let out a cold snort. Unleashing his soul power in an instant, a formidable pressure crashing upon Tang San like a tidal wave. Tang San felt his body grow heavy, his legs weakening, and he collapsed to his knees. His hands braced against the ground, nails digging into the earth in a futile attempt to withstand the overwhelming force. Yichuan gazed at Tang San's disheveled state, a trace of disdain flickering across his visage as he coolly remarked, "Old poison. Let us escort him on his way. I can no longer be bothered to play." Dugubo nodded, his countenance devoid of any expression, as he methodically advanced towards Tang San. With each deliberate step, the dread within Tang San intensified. When Dugubo finally stood before him, he slightly raised his hand, a lethal power coalescing in his palm. Tang San lifted his gaze, despair flooding his eyes. At that moment, he could never have imagined that he would meet his demise so effortlessly here. Yu Xiaogang, witnessing the scene, let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice echoing in the cell, imbued with desolation and anguish. In that instant, Yu Xiaogang frantically tugged at the iron chains, striving to rush forward to thwart Dugubo, yet the chains held him captive, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, Nothing could impede Dugu Bo's resolve. Without hesitation, he struck down with a palm, and a formidable soul power instantaneously pierced through Tang San's body. Tang San's form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall of the cell, before sliding down slowly, a stillness enveloping him. The destined son of fortune, the ordained protagonist of Douluo Continent, the future Tang God King, met his end so simply at the hands of Dugu Bo, perishing in the dungeon. Perhaps once this matter concluded, Tang San's lifeless body would be carelessly discarded, leaving no trace of his existence on Douluo Continent. As for whether Tang San would continue to traverse dimensions, that was beyond Yichuan's jurisdiction. Chapter 67, Dealing with Gongzi. Gongzi, Yichuan suddenly spoke, his voice low yet resonant throughout the dungeon. Would you care to experience the sensation Tang San just felt? Yu Xiaogang trembled violently, gradually lifting his head, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He parted his lips, only to find his throat parched, unable to produce a sound. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang was acutely aware of the sensation Yichuan alluded to. It was the terror of being utterly exposed, with no secrets left to conceal. Yichuan paid no heed to Yu Xiaogang's reaction, instead turning his gaze towards Yu Yuanjin. As the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin wore a furrowed brow, his expression a mixture of helplessness and bitterness. Patriarch Yu, Yichuan's tone softened with courtesy. Is it acceptable for me to deal with Yu Xiaogang as I see fit? A pang of anxiety gripped Yu Yuanjin's heart. Yu Xiaogang was indeed a disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Nevertheless, he was a member of the family, bound by blood ties. It was unbearable for him to watch Yu Xiaogang face retribution. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Yuanjin clenched his teeth and pleaded. Though Yu Xiaogang is a shame to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I humbly ask that you spare his life, young Master Yi. Yichuan nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Since the Master Yu has spoken thus, I shall naturally extend this courtesy to you. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaogang was immediately flooded with a sense of joy akin to that of a survivor after a calamity. Unbeknownst to him, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips, tinged with both relief and a touch of sorrow. Yu Xiaogang understood that his life had been spared. However, Yichuan's gaze did not linger on Yu Xiaogang for long. It swiftly shifted to Lu Erlong, who was bound nearby, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with concern and indignation. Her gaze oscillated anxiously between Yu Xiaogang and Yichuan. Yichuan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he stepped forward, halting before Lu Erlong. He leaned slightly, lifting her chin gently with his fingers. Little Erlong, his voice was deep and suggestive. Let us unveil the true nature of Gongzi today. Lu Erlong's body stiffened abruptly, instinctively. She attempted to free herself from Yichuan's grasp, only to realize she was utterly immobilized. Turning her head away, she let out a cold snort, her eyes brimming with disdain. Do not overstep your bounds. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Yet Yichuan appeared oblivious to her words, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He slowly retracted his hand and took a step back, then unleashed his second soul skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon. In an instant, a powerful wave of psychic energy engulfed the room, causing the entire dungeon to tremble. Yu Xiaojiang's body jolted violently, and his expression instantly became vacant. His gaze was hollow, as if his very soul had been extracted from his body. Under the onslaught of this formidable mental force, his consciousness began to fade. Yu Xiaojiang, what is your opinion of your disciple Tang San? Yichuan's voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the vast emptiness of the dungeon. Yu Xiaojiang slowly parted his cracked lips and hoarsely replied, Tang San is a prodigious talent with twin martial souls. He shall undoubtedly make his name known throughout the continent. There was a hint of fervor in his words, as if he could already envision Tang San standing at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, with himself immortalized in history as his mentor. As his teacher, I too shall bask in the glory of renown. A subtle smirk crept across Yu Xiaojiang's lips, revealing a glimmer of avarice. He is the most perfect tool for me to reclaim my honor. What? Lu Erlong's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock and incredulity. Though they had known each other for a considerable time, she had always believed Yu Xiaojiang held genuine feelings for Tang San as a mentor. She never anticipated that, in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, Tang San was merely an instrument. Yu Yuanjin was equally taken aback, his previously stern countenance now reflecting a complex array of emotions, anger, disappointment, and above all, helplessness. He could hardly fathom that his own son would utter such words. Yichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of mocking smile appearing on his face. He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between himself and Yu Xiaojiang, and continued to inquire, whom do you truly love, Lu Erlong or Bibi Dong? Yu Xiaojiang's body shuddered once more, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes, but it swiftly reverted to a vacant expression. Love? He murmured, his tone imbued with bitterness. Ever since I was cast out by my father from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and deemed a disgrace by the clan leader, I have known no love. Yu Xiaojiang's voice grew louder, as if he were venting years of pent-up resentment. Both Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong are merely tools for me to realize my ambitions. Lu Erlong felt as though her heart was pierced by countless needles, unbearable pain coursing through her. Her eyes turned red in an instant, tears swirling within their confines. She gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, her lips trembling, yearning to articulate something, yet an endless wave of anguish choked her throat. How can you say such a thing? Lu Erlong finally could no longer restrain herself, her voice laced with sobs. I have endured so much for you. Yet Yu Yichuan let out a cold laugh. Casting a glance at Yu Xiaogang, and continued to press, is everyone merely a tool? Yu Xiaogang mechanically nodded, his expression a blend of numbness and madness. Whether it be the golden iron triangle or the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, only by establishing a reputation could he cleanse the stain of disgrace. His voice nearly erupted into a roar, reverberating through the dungeon, sending chills down the spine. Yu Yuanjin sighed heavily, his eyes filled with disappointment and guilt. He could hardly fathom that his son had transformed into such a heartless individual. Yet Yichuan had no intention of letting Yu Xiaogang off the hook. He inquired again, what are your thoughts on Yu Yuanjin? At the mention of Yu Yuanjin's name, Yu Xiaogang's expression transformed into one of sheer malevolence. His eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and glaring, while the muscles in his face twisted grotesquely, resembling a demon. I hate him. I loathe him. He bellowed, his voice rife with boundless resentment. Yu Xiaogang, may be a failure, yet he, as my father, shows me no concern. He even regards me as a disgrace. Yu Xiaogang's body trembled violently, and he lamented. Why did he not throw me against the wall back then? He deserves to die. Yu Yuanjin, already incensed by Yu Xiaogangs actions, quaked with rage, his forehead veins bulging. His eyes ablaze with fury. In a sudden, fierce stride, he advanced, raising his right palm high, accompanied by a gusting wind, infused with ire and disappointment. He struck Yu Xiaogang's back with tremendous force. The strike, imbued with profound soul power, was astonishingly potent. Yu Xiaogang had no time to emit even a muffled groan before he was sent sprawling forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious and unaware of his fate, collapsing on the cold stone floor with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Only then did Yu Yuanjin's fury begin to subside slightly. He turned slowly to face the composed Yichuan, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. His voice trembling with a mix of appeasement and resignation as he said, Young Master Yi, you possess great magnanimity. Let this matter rest here. I shall ensure that this wretched son, Yu Xiaogang, faces severe punishment, and he shall never again set foot outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Thus never again offending your sight. Yichuan's expression remained serene as he gently nodded. Yu Xiaogang was merely an inconsequential figure, and having succumbed to poison, he would not survive for many more days. Chapter 68. This girl is truly remarkable. Yichuan's gaze shifted from Yu Yuanjin to the despondent Lu Erlong standing nearby. With a casual gesture, he inquired, his tone laced with indifference, and what of her? How shall she be accommodated? Upon hearing this, a complex expression surfaced on Yu Yuanjin's aged visage. He cast a penetrating glance at Lu Erlong before releasing a deep sigh, his voice heavy with resignation and fatigue. Let Erlong accompany you. She, too, requires a new source of support. Lu Erlong appeared as if her spirit had been drained. Her eyes were vacant, unresponsive to Yu Yuanjin's words, neither nodding nor contradicting. Her disheveled hair fell haphazardly across her cheeks, with damp strands clinging to her pallid face. Her gaze was filled with confusion and emptiness, as if the world around her was entirely irrelevant, ensnared in her own realm of anguish from which she could not escape. Observing this, Yu Yuanjin regarded her once more, his lips moving slightly as if he wished to utter something further. However, he ultimately remained silent. Turning away with a heavy heart, his steps slow and burdened, his silhouette embodying a profound sense of loss. Soon, two petite maids approached Lu Erlong with utmost caution. One of them gently grasped Lu Erlong's arm, her voice soft as a spring breeze. Miss Lu, allow us to assist you in tending to your wounds and freshening up. Please, take a moment to rest. Lu Erlong seemed oblivious to their presence, allowing them to support her as she vacantly followed along. Once her figure vanished around the corner, Yichuan and Dugubo walked side by side toward the dungeon. Along the way, Dugubo's countenance grew increasingly grave, his brows furrowed tightly. Upon reaching the dungeon's entrance, Dugubo could no longer contain himself. He strode forward with urgency, swiftly grasping Yichuan's arm, his face reflecting a mix of desperation and confusion. You rascal! What have you done to Yu Yuanjin? Why does he heed your every command? Have you bestowed upon him a soul bone? It surely cannot surpass the duration of the soul bone given to me. Yichuan observed the anxious demeanor of Dugubo and couldn't help but chuckle softly, his lips curving upwards in a faint smile as he teasingly remarked. It's nothing to fret over. Merely a piece of soul bone that has been lying around for tens of thousands of years. And look at how distressed you are. What? A soul bone that has existed for tens of thousands of years is considered trash? Upon hearing these words, Dugubo's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling large copper bells. His face a portrait of incredulity. He shook his head repeatedly, muttering under his breath, what a wasteful thing. Soul bones are incredibly precious. There is no such thing as trash in this context. If this were to spread, it would leave many utterly astounded. As he spoke, Dugubo appeared to recall something. Letting out a series of sighs, his expression akin to one who had just lost a soul bone, his face etched with visible anguish. Yichuan gazed at the scene before him featuring Dugubo, shaking his head in resignation as he deftly shifted the conversation. Old toxic. Let us not dwell on that for now. I inquire about the poison afflicting Yu Xiaogang. What is its current status? Upon hearing this, Dugubo's expression of discomfort was swiftly replaced by a gleam of satisfaction. His lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Rest assured, within 3 months, his demise is inevitable. Furthermore, his death will mimic a natural one, devoid of any traces or flaws. No one will be able to uncover the truth. This is indeed my magnum opus." Yichuan gazed at the self-assured demeanor of Dugubo, feeling a sense of trust in his professional capabilities. He nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "That is reassuring. Everything is proceeding according to plan." However, Dugubo's brow furrowed deeply as he positioned himself protectively in front of Yichuan. His piercing eyes fixed intently on Yichuan, and in a low, grave tone, he demanded, "Young man, your recent actions have been utterly inscrutable. Today, you must elucidate your intentions to me. What exactly are you scheming?" "I fail to comprehend even the slightest bit." Yichuan came to a halt, a subtle, elusive smile gracing his lips. With a tone of nonchalance, he remarked, "There is no grand scheme, merely a habit, one that is etched deep within my very being." Upon hearing this reply, Dugubo could not suppress his irritation. He stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze revealing a hint of displeasure. "A habit? You speak of it far too casually. From the bestowal of the soul bone to Yuehua, to the orchestrating of Lu Erlong's whereabouts, and now, involving the Spirit Hall and the imperial family of the Heaven Do Empire, each action has been executed with meticulous precision. Such matters cannot be dismissed as mere habits. Do not underestimate me. I have traversed the martial world for many years and have encountered countless storms. You may think you can conceal your true intentions from me, but I assure you, I am not easily deceived." Yichuan observed the earnest demeanor of Dugubo and gently patted his shoulder, maintaining an air of casualness. "Old Toxin, you're overthinking things," he remarked. "I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances, undertaking what I deemed necessary. If there truly exists a long-term scheme, rest assured that I shall reveal it when the time is ripe. For now, you should ease your mind and refrain from worrying about such matters." With that, Yichuan chose not to elaborate further, sidestepping Dugubo and striding forward. This left Dugubo standing alone, his face a canvas of bewilderment and confusion. He gazed after Yichuan for a considerable time, muttering to himself, "This lad is becoming increasingly inscrutable. What habits could he possibly have that conceal something deeper? Humph. I shall see what he is truly capable of." As night fell, the soft moonlight filtered through the window panes, casting a silvery veil over the tranquil space. Lu Erlong sat quietly at the bedside, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead, lost in profound contemplation, oblivious to the outside world. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the door, followed by Yichuan's entrance. His steps were light yet resolute, and his eyes conveyed a deep concern and tenderness for Lu Erlong. Nevertheless, Lu Erlong remained silent, offering no response whatsoever. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan furrowed his brow slightly and approached Lu Erlong with cautious steps, taking a seat beside her. He refrained from speaking immediately, choosing instead to quietly accompany her. Relishing the tranquility of the moment, the moonlight cascaded upon them, casting a gentle glow that outlined their indistinct yet exquisite silhouettes. After a considerable while, Yichuan slowly extended his hand, gently clasping Lu Erlong's. Her hand felt somewhat cold, trembling slightly within the warmth of his palm. Yichuan, with a pang of compassion, tightened his grip on her hand and softly murmured, "He is not worth it, is he?" Lu Erlong slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Yichuan's, filled with confusion and helplessness. Her voice, tinged with a slight rasp, conveyed her struggles. "I always feel ensnared, as if my past experiences and present circumstances conspired to suffocate me." Yichuan gently embraced Lu Erlong, resting his chin softly atop her head. Lu Erlong nestled into Yichuan's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, as her unease gradually faded away. Unconsciously, her hands clutched the hem of Yichuan's garment, as if grasping onto her last bastion of support. Yichuan gently released Lu Erlong, cradling her face with both hands, his thumbs softly caressing her cheeks. With profound affection, he said, "Erlong, do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Your strength and courage have stirred my heart immensely." Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, evading Yichuan's ardent stare. In a soft whisper, she replied, "I have always felt like a person marred by scars, unworthy of such kindness from you." Yichuan shook his head gently, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and declared, "In my eyes, you are utterly perfect. Those scars are merely the marks of your growth, evoking an even deeper sense of compassion within me, a stronger desire to protect you." As he spoke, Yichuan slowly leaned closer to Lu Erlong, his breath softly caressing her face. Lu Erlong's heart raced suddenly, her eyes fluttering shut, long eyelashes trembling delicately. The moonlight continued to bathe the room in a gentle glow, witnessing the tender embrace of these two lovers. In this moment, time seemed to stand still, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Chapter 69, Noble Generals of the World. In the quaint courtyard of Ning Rongrong's residence in Heavendo City, soft sunlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting golden specks of light upon the ground. At this moment, Xiao found herself encircled by 3 women, her gaze betraying a hint of helplessness and reluctance. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. Her face a canvas of surprise, her petite mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Her voice rang out, crisp and filled with incredulity. I never imagined my senior brother is truly a woman, and the daughter of the Pope. This is utterly astonishing. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, seemingly still processing this shocking revelation. Xiao, with a playful smile adorning her face, blinked her eyes and chimed in. Brother Chuan is so impressive, he discerned your identity at a glance. When he exuded that air of confidence, I knew there had to be something amiss. While speaking, Xiao unconsciously mimicked Yichuan's earlier gestures, her face alight with admiration. Zhu Zhuqing stood to the side, arms crossed over her chest. Her expression slightly sullen and tinged with jealousy as she huffed. Humph. I wonder whether he figured it out first or if he touched you before realizing. Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, and her gaze towards Qian Rinxue was laced with caution, wary of another woman vying for attention. The three women engaged in a lively exchange, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of chatter. Qian Rinxue felt her head spinning from the noise. She furrowed her brows in annoyance, wishing to retort, yet finding herself at a loss for words. After all, having become a captive, any defense she might offer would seem feeble and ineffective. At this moment, Qian Rinxue silently sighed within, reflecting on the arduous task she had undertaken. Having gone undercover for so long, investing countless efforts, only to see it culminate in failure, an outcome that left her deeply dissatisfied. Just then, the door of the courtyard creaked open, and Yichuan entered. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he paused briefly, then a faint smile graced his lips. Yichuan stepped forward, gazing at Qian Rinxue, and gently remarked, Rest assured, dear girl, with your grandfather's prowess, he shall arrive in no time. Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinxue let out a disdainful snort, lifted her head, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of arrogance. Despite being in a predicament, the innate pride within her remained undiminished. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, silently lamenting the fact that Qian Rinxue was indeed a full generation older than he. Memories of the previous night spent with Lu Erlong flooded his mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Was he not, in a sense, a small horse attempting to pull a great cart? The thought flitted through his mind before he quickly shook his head, casting those reflections aside. Ning Rongrong's large eyes twinkled with curiosity, her delicate lips slightly pouting as she inquired. Then, Brother Yichuan, what do you mean by confining your senior brother like this? Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an enigmatic expression that seemed to harbor countless secrets. He chuckled softly, I fear you shall find out very soon. This statement was deliberately meant to pique Ning Rongrong's curiosity. Qian Rinxue stood nearby, her demeanor composed, neither affirming nor denying Yichuan's words. She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze radiating an innate pride, for her lineage ensured that even if exposed, none would dare to challenge her. At that moment, the sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats pierced the stillness of the courtyard, the rhythmic clattering echoing distinctly in the quietude. Shortly thereafter, a resonant voice called out, Young Master Yi. His Majesty requests your presence. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Rinxue's body tensed slightly, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She was, of course, intimately familiar with this voice, one that had once been profoundly familiar to her. Yichuan approached leisurely, extending his hand to open the door. There stood Shuebong, adorned in resplendent brocade, his head crowned with a jeweled diadem, a broad smile illuminating his countenance. Upon casting his gaze upon Qian Rinxue, bound tightly, an involuntary smirk of triumph emerged on his face. Shuebing's lips curled upward, his eyes narrowing into slits, as if he could already envision the moment he ascended to the throne. After all, he was the sole legitimate heir to the throne of the Tindo Empire. The imperial seat was assuredly his in the future. Observing the self-satisfied expression on Shuebing's face, Qian Rinxue felt a profound disdain within her heart. With a cold huff, she turned her head away, her eyes brimming with contempt. Could a mere fool like Shuebing ever secure the throne? It was nothing short of a delusion. Yichuan gazed at the scene before him, a subtle smile gracing his face. He chuckled softly. Since your majesty has summoned me, I shall make my way. As he spoke, he stepped forward and gently grasped Qian Rinxue's arm, his touch appearing delicate yet resolute against any resistance. Qian Rinxue struggled momentarily but soon realized that Yichuan's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her efforts to break free utterly futile. Yichuan grasped Qian Rinxue's hand and boarded the carriage amidst the avalanche. The interior of the carriage was adorned with exquisite opulence, featuring plush cushions and delicate silk drapes. Yichuan sat in the carriage, observing the avalanche, a perfectly poised smile gracing his face as he remarked, Your Highness Avalanche. It seems that the throne of the Heavenly Dou Empire may very well belong to you in the future. Upon hearing this, Avalanche hastily waved his hand, feigning humility, and replied, I hold no interest in that position. My sole desire is to assist my father in governing the Heavenly Dou Empire and to serve the people diligently. Yet, the glimmer of uncontainable excitement and pride flickered in his eyes, and the smile at the corners of his mouth occasionally betrayed his true sentiments. Yichuan observed the scene between Shuepeng and Qian Rinxue, secretly amused, yet he displayed no outward sign of mirth, merely nodding gently and remarking, Your Highness Xueping harbors great aspirations for the world. Truly, it is a blessing for the Tiando Empire. Witnessing the exchange of insincere platitudes between Yichuan and Xuepeng, Qianrenxue felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a soft scoff. Her voice, though faint, pierced like a sharp dagger. Just a waste. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze filled with disdain, regarding Xuepeng as if he were nothing more than an inconsequential insect. This derisive laugh echoed harshly within the quiet carriage. Xuepeng, whose face had been adorned with a hypocritical smile, suddenly froze, his countenance alternating between pallor and crimson, as if he had been publicly slapped. His eyes widened in fury, burning with indignation, and he could no longer abide by the facade of civility maintained due to Qianrenxue's former status. You deem me worthless? Were it not for the desire to survive in your presence, to avoid the venom of your treacherous heart, would I stoop so low? Xuepeng's chest heaved violently. Gasping for breath, as if the grievances and rage suppressed during his days under Qianrenxue's dominance had finally found an outlet in that moment. Humph! Xuepeng snorted, regaining his composure, a hint of pride emerging on his face. Recently, I have been diligently studying military texts, strategies, and formations. I grasp them with ease. I have discovered within myself the potential to become a formidable general. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, envisioning himself commanding legions on the battlefield with great authority. Chapter 70. The 99th Rank Title Douluo. Qianrenxue listened to Xuepeng's words, her gaze cold and mocking. Is it merely your royal lineage that grants you access to such knowledge? You believe that perusing a few military tomes qualifies you as a general? The life and death struggles of the battlefield cannot be comprehended through mere speculation. As she spoke, Qianrenxue narrowed her eyes, her tone dripping with contempt. When the time comes, you will likely be paralyzed with fear. Xuepeng trembled with rage at Qianrenxue's words, pointing a finger at her but finding himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Chuan, who had been quietly observing the unfolding drama, gently cleared his throat, diffusing the tension. All right, there's no need for such hostility between you two. As the journey continued, the carriage moved slowly along the cobblestone road, the wheels producing a dull thud. Inside, Qianrenxue and Xuepeng sat side by side, an invisible wall of ice seemingly separating them, enveloped in silence. Qianrenxue bit her lip, casting a glance at Yichuan, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. It was this detestable fellow who had ruined her plans. Meanwhile, Xuepeng lowered his head, his gaze evasive, stealing glances at Qianrenxue occasionally. His heart a tumult of emotions. Even though the person before him had slain his brother, Xuepeng found himself lacking the courage to seek vengeance. Yichuan sat on the opposite side, quietly observing the bustling streets of Tindo City through the window. As the carriage slowly entered the imperial city, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The guards atop the city walls stood tall, their long spears glinting ominously, watching every individual who entered. The buildings flanking the street were imposing, with crimson palace walls and golden glazed tiles, exuding the majesty and opulence of the royal court. Soon, the group arrived at the Hall of Diligent Administration. Yichuan accompanied Qianrenxue into the hall, where the atmosphere weighed heavily, stifling the breath. Unlike their previous visit, this time, the Snow Knight Emperor did not occupy the dragon throne. Instead, he sat wearily on a side chair, his demeanor revealing fatigue. The dragon throne stood desolate on the high platform, exuding an air of intangible loneliness. Beside the Snow Knight Emperor, Prince Xuexing sat upright, not daring to show a hint of negligence. Opposite the Snow Knight Emperor stood a venerable elder with white hair yet an imposing presence, Douluo, a title Douluo of the 99th rank. Clad in a resplendent golden robe that fluttered gently with the breeze, he emanated an aura that commanded reverence. Upon seeing Douluo, Qianrenxue's eyes instantly reddened, and her voice trembled involuntarily as she exclaimed, "Grandfather." This call was laden with grievance, longing, and helplessness. Hearing her voice, Qiandaolia's body trembled slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Swear." However, when he noticed that Qianrenxue was being restrained by Yichuan, with ropes binding her, his expression darkened ominously, fury igniting in his gaze as he bellowed, "You audacious scoundrel." Observing this, the Snow Knight Emperor hastily rose, forcing a smile and cautiously interjecting, "Great sacrifice. Please temper your anger. Let us resolve this matter here and now, shall we?" With a faint sigh, a shadow of melancholy passed through his eyes. Despite having lost 3 sons, each at the hands of Qianrenxue, the Snow Knight Emperor understood the precariousness of challenging a title Douluo of such high rank in a world that revered strength. Lowering his head slightly, he wore an expression tinged with helplessness and bitterness. Even if Qiandaolu were to annihilate the imperial family of the Tindo Empire, he would face little more than moral condemnation. Who among them would dare to stand against a title Douluo of his caliber for those who had passed? At this, Qiandaolu emitted a cold snort from his chest, a sound that carried an endless chill, causing the air within the hall to quiver slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, he slowly returned to his seat, yet the formidable aura surrounding him remained undiminished, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing a fury that could ignite at any moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Yichuan maintained a composed smile, addressing the assembly with an air of unpretentious dignity. "I am Yichuan, and it is indeed an honor to finally meet the esteemed Grand Priest, whose reputation precedes him. He inclined slightly, performing a modest gesture of respect. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, Ms. Shue's air has stirred quite a tempest within our Tindo Empire, entangling the entire situation in chaos. The radiant son Douluo of Haoyan clan met his demise at her hands. This blood debt surely demands reparation. Upon hearing these words, Qian Rinchue's expression shifted dramatically, and she retorted coldly, "Humph. I did not slay that man. Do not hurl baseless accusations." Her voice was sharp, laced with indignation and unwillingness, as she struggled against her restraints, though it proved futile. Nearby, the Snow Knight Emperor, Prince Xuexing, and Xuebang were taken aback by Yichuan's merciless declaration. The Snow Knight Emperor's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance etched with distress, the lines on his face becoming more pronounced. Stealing a glance at Qiandalu, he felt a shudder of dread at the latter's grim visage. His lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, yet fear constricted his throat. Prince Xuexing silently lamented. His eyes filled with urgency as he discreetly gestured to Yichuan, imploring him to remain silent. However, Yichuan appeared oblivious to the pleas. Xuebing, pale as a ghost, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, consumed by regret for having followed Yichuan into this quagmire. Qiandaolu's already dark expression grew even more forbidding, his eyes widening in sheer fury, ablaze like twin bronze bells, as if he would consume Yichuan alive. He abruptly rose to his feet, his soul power surging uncontrollably, and bellowed, "Humph! You insolent wretch! You are but a nameless pawn, daring to demand accountability from me? Be wise and release Shue's heir at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise leaves no trace behind. Should you free her, I might show you leniency and spare your life." Yet Yichuan maintained his composure, his smile unwavering, as he spoke leisurely. "I am but a humble soul emperor." At this juncture, Yichuan paused slightly, his gaze suddenly sharpening like that of a hawk, fixating intently on Qiandaolu. With deliberate emphasis, he declared, however, "To slay a rank 99 title Douluo is not an insurmountable challenge for me." Yichuan's tone brimmed with confidence, tinged with a hint of provocation. This statement was akin to a heavy bomb being cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Qiandaolu could no longer suppress the fury burning within him. With a thunderous roar, his soul power erupted forth unreservedly, the terrifying force suffusing the entire hall. Xuebang, already lacking in strength, succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his hands clutching his head tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably, emitting groans of pain. As a soul saint, Prince Xuexing found it equally challenging to withstand this formidable force. He buckled at the knees, instinctively kneeling, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He pressed his hands against the ground, striving to rise, yet was repeatedly forced back down. The situation of Emperor Shueyi, a sole Douluo, was slightly better, though only marginally so. He hunched over, hands resting on his knees, exerting all his effort to remain upright, his facial muscles contorted in agony, sweat droplets cascading from his brow and dampening his attire, resembling a gesture of submission to Qiandaolu. Yet, under the oppressive weight of this terrifying soul power, Yichuan maintained an air of calm. He lifted his head slightly, meeting Qiandaolu's gaze without an ounce of fear. Chapter 71, A Bit of Sparring. Within the Hall of Governance, the dense fluctuations of soul power surged like a tempestuous sea, crashing against the surrounding air in relentless waves. Qiandaolu regarded Yichuan with unabashed admiration. This young man, so tender in years, possessed such astonishing strength and remarkable audacity that Qiandaolu believed he was already endowed with the potential to attain divinity. Qiandaolu raised his hand slightly, and the suffocating pressure of his overwhelming soul power receded like a retreating tide. The previously suffocated Emperor Shueyi, Prince Xuexing, and Xuebang felt an immediate release. Regaining some strength, their pallor transformed as they straightened slightly, eyes reflecting relief and gratitude towards Yichuan. Turning his gaze firmly upon Yichuan, Qiandaolu's expression conveyed both the appreciation of an elder for a junior and the authority of a superior. "Young man, impressive power, I offer you an opportunity. Become my granddaughter's husband. I shall spare your life." Clearly, Qiandaolu's admiration for talent was ignited by Yichuan's extraordinary abilities and innate gifts. If Yichuan were to unite with Qian Rinchue, their combined talents might very well produce a great-grandchild endowed with an innate soul power of 30. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Qiandaolu's lips. "Grandfather." Qian Rinchue's voice was tinged with a blend of playful reproach and dissatisfaction. She had never anticipated her grandfather would so abruptly propose such a request. Proud and ambitious as she was, being the inheritor of the angel god, she had always held her own aspirations and desires, never imagining her lifelong commitment would be broached in such a setting and manner. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes brimming with a mix of embarrassment and vexation, casting a glance at Yichuan that carried a tinge of complex emotion. Upon hearing Qiandaolu's words, Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a rebellious smile graced his lips. "That is indeed worthy of consideration, however. I am far more eager to witness the prowess of a title Douluo at level 99. I wonder if the grand offering possesses the audacity for such a challenge." Impudent. Qian Daoliu's expression darkened instantly, transforming from one of mirth to one of profound ire, his previously smiling eyes now ablaze with fury. It seems that before you join the Qian family, I must impart a lesson on the values of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young. Let us proceed. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson to curtail your arrogant demeanor. With that, Qian Daolu soared into the air, his figure darting outward like a shooting star, stirring the air into a tumultuous frenzy in his wake. Yichuan stood motionless, gazing at the fleeting silhouette of Qian Daolu as it vanished into the distance, his face oscillating between pale and crimson, a profound embarrassment etched upon his features. Deep within, he understood that his inability to fly at present posed an immense disadvantage when confronted with an opponent capable of soaring freely through the skies. Yet, the indomitable spirit within Yichuan was ignited in an instant. He clenched his teeth and murmured softly, "Humph, you think you can easily shake me off? It won't be that simple." With that, Yichuan summoned his strength, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power of the rabbit talisman within him, and in an instant, his speed surged to its zenith, transforming him into a mere blur. His eyes remained fixed on the receding figure of Qian Daolu, as he pursued with unwavering determination. The wind howled past Yichuan's ears, tousling his hair wildly. Before long, a quarter of an hour had slipped away in the blink of an eye. With unparalleled speed, Yichuan finally caught up to Qian Daolu before a remote and desolate mountain range. The mountain stood solitary, surrounded by jagged rocks and an eerie silence that sent chills down one's spine. Qian Daolu slowly turned to face Yichuan, who appeared composed and unwearied. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he slightly furrowed his brow. With a tone that mingled admiration and a hint of regret, he remarked, "Young man, your swiftness is indeed remarkable. Even at my utmost effort in flight, I find myself unable to keep pace with you. Alas, you lack the ability to soar. Once you attain the rank of a titled Douluo and master the art of flight, perhaps then you shall become invincible in this Douluo Continent." Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence as he replied with unwavering composure, "The esteemed grand offering exaggerates. However, since I am here today, I invite you to make the first move. No matter the form of your attack, I, Yichuan, shall withstand it." Upon hearing these words, Qian Daoliu's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "You bold young man, how audacious you are. Today, I shall make you realize the consequences of provoking Qian Daolu." As Qian Daoliu's voice reverberated, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his being. In an instant, a resplendent golden-white radiance burst forth behind him, revealing the majestic figure of a six-winged golden-white angel, towering at a height of 100 meters. This angel emanated an aura of boundless sanctity, each feather shimmering with a golden brilliance, its entire form composed of the purest divine essence. Yichuan stood before the colossal angel, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of oppression. The sacred aura surged towards him like a tidal wave, attempting to purify his very soul. Yet, Yichuan remained unperturbed. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the power of the magical talisman within him, and in an instant, a gentle force flowed through his being, dissipating the overwhelming sanctity. Undeterred, he unleashed his own divine master martial soul. In that fleeting moment, his form was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, within which faint golden patterns shimmered. 6 soul rings, arranged from bottom to top, exuded a formidable presence. As a divine attendant, Qian Daolu possessed considerable insight, his piercing gaze fixated on Yichuan before him. The usually composed expression on his face momentarily betrayed a flicker of astonishment. How could this be? Qian Daoliu's voice involuntarily rose, laden with disbelief. 6 soul rings, each possessing a staggering 99,000 years of age. The feat you have accomplished is nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing my understanding. Qian Daoliu's words were laced with shock, tinged with a hint of confusion. Having traversed the Douluo Continent for many years, he had never encountered such a terrifying configuration of soul rings. Yichuan's lips curled gently upward, revealing a faint smile. His expression relaxed. It was nothing extraordinary. Yichuan's voice rang clear. "I am still eager to witness the prowess of the grand offering." Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he declared, "In that case, allow me to demonstrate." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged around Qian Daolu, a divine presence permeating the air. Golden lights swirling around him as if to illuminate the entire mountain. With Qian Daoliu's movements, the radiance of his second soul ring intensified, emanating an awe-inspiring energy. Chapter 72. The Formidable Qian Daolu. Subsequently, Qian Daoliu's forehead slowly unveiled a third eye, a golden-white orb, representing his second soul skill, the Eye of the Angel. "Prepare yourself." Qian Daolu called out, his gaze ablaze with golden light, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning towards Yichuan. This beam of golden light contained boundless power, tearing through the air with a sizzling sound as it passed. Yichuan's expression remained composed as he raised his head leisurely. In an instant, his eyes blazed with an intense fire, radiating an overwhelming aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, directed towards Qian Daolu, colliding with the latter's second soul skill. The two formidable forces clashed mid-air, producing a deafening roar, their brilliance so brilliant that it was nearly blinding. Ultimately, the two powers neutralized each other, scattering into the void. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, "Great offering, perhaps it is best not to test the waters any further." At this level of engagement, it may prove challenging to ascertain a true victor. Qian Daolia's laughter rang out, hearty and unrestrained. "Very well. In that case, I shall thoroughly assess your capabilities." As his words fell, Qian Daolia's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, summoning forth his martial soul in its true form. In an instant, a colossal six-winged angelic silhouette materialized behind him, each feather shimmering with a sacred and imposing radiance. The overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, compressing the surrounding air, which crackled ominously under the weight of such might. Subsequently, Qian Daolu unleashed his fifth soul skill, the Sword of Judgment. Behold, a magnificent golden sword manifested from thin air, its blade adorned with glowing runes, radiating an unparalleled momentum as it hurtled toward Yichuan with an impossibly swift velocity. Where the sword passed, the fabric of space itself was rent asunder, revealing the sheer terror of its power. Yet Yichuan remained undaunted. A flicker of determination flashing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." He then unleashed his sixth soul skill, Rampage. In an instant, his physique swelled, muscles tensed, and veins protruded, his form expanding dramatically. With this surge of power coursing through him, his combat strength amplified by more than tenfold, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Astonishingly, Yichuan did not flinch or evade. He charged directly into the oncoming judgment sword. With a resounding boom that reverberated across the heavens, it seemed as if the very world trembled in that fleeting moment. The golden radiance clashed with the ferocious energy emanating from Yichuan, creating shockwaves akin to a formidable tempest, sweeping away stones within a 1,000-meter radius. Those stones, ensnared by this force, were reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the air. Just as Qian Daolu believed Yichuan to be in dire straits, Yichuan activated his first soul skill, Eternal Guardian. A blue light shield materialized before him in an instant, radiating a soft yet resilient glow. Steadfastly absorbing Qian Daolia's unparalleled strike, Yichuan descended gently, standing firmly in place. Though his attire appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained resolute and confident. Qian Daolu regarded Yichuan with a flicker of admiration in his eyes, chuckling, "Well done, young man. I was genuinely concerned you might perish beneath my sword. Your prowess has indeed opened my eyes." Yichuan brushed off the dust from his attire and smiled as he replied, without demonstrating sufficient strength. "I would not dare to request assistance from the Grand Offering. Certain matters can only be entrusted to you, esteemed Grand Offering." As his words settled, the air around both Qian Daolu and Yichuan shimmered with palpable energy, distorting the very atmosphere. Qian Daolu laughed heartily, the resonance of his voice echoing through the ancient space. "If you truly possess such formidable power, there is no task I would not undertake. However, the condition is that you must survive beneath my sword." His gaze burned with intense battle fervor. As one of the most elite beings in the Douluo Continent, he had not encountered an adversary capable of igniting such excitement in him for quite some time. With that, Qian Daolu ceased to hold back, his soul power surging wildly as he instantaneously unleashed the angelic domain. In an instant, blinding golden radiance spread outward like a surging tide, enveloping everything in a divine golden sheen. This brilliant light not only illuminated the surrounding mountains and earth but also completely shrouded Yichuan within its embrace. Within this angelic domain, Qian Daolia's strength would receive a terrifying enhancement, putting immense pressure on any foe who dared to enter. Particularly, the unique attributes of the angelic martial soul would further diminish the strength of any enemies within the domain. However, to Qian Daolu's astonishment, Yichuan remained utterly unfazed. This was due to the fact that Yichuan bore the charm of the horse talisman, effectively isolating the power of the angelic domain from affecting him. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise flashed across Qian Daolia's eyes as he could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable technique! You are the first to be immune to my angelic domain." At that moment, Qian Daolia's estimation of Yichuan rose further, simultaneously igniting an even greater desire for combat within him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Daolu swiftly executed his fourth soul skill, Shadow Light Prison. Golden beams of light danced and intertwined like agile serpents, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an incredibly robust prison, firmly ensnaring Yichuan. This prison was not only composed of impenetrable material, but also contained immense spatial confinement power, solidifying the surrounding space. Yichuan seemed trapped in the interstices of time, unable to move. Yet, Qian Daolia's assault did not relent there. He was acutely aware that Yichuan's strength was not to be underestimated and that he must go all out. Almost simultaneously as the shadow light prison took shape, Qian Daolu let out a thunderous howl, unfurling his 6 wings, and unleashed his 8th soul skill, Featherfall of all things grief. In an instant, the 6 angelic wings fluttered gently, showering down golden feathers like drifting snowflakes. While these feathers appeared delicate, each one contained the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. Wherever they passed, the air was violently torn apart, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. As these golden feathers continued to descend, everything around was drawn into a cataclysmic explosion. The sounds of detonation reverberated, deafeningly loud, as the earth trembled and mountains fractured, all succumbing to the overwhelming force unleashed. In the midst of an overwhelming explosion, Yichuan's figure was utterly engulfed. A full minute elapsed before the terrifying blast gradually subsided. The once rugged and uneven mountains now bore no resemblance to their former selves. Everything surrounding had transformed into a charred wasteland, permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder. Douluo slowly retracted his martial spirit. His gaze fixated on the spot where Yichuan had vanished, which stood desolate and silent. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "What on earth is happening? Could that lad have perished in the explosion?" A wave of inexplicable despondency surged within Douluo, mingled with a hint of perplexity. Given Yichuan's earlier performance, this young man would never succumb so easily. Suddenly, Douluo's keen senses detected a subtle shift in the air behind him. The anomaly resembled ripples unfurling across a tranquil lake. Though faint, it was imperceptible to him due to his extensive combat experience. Alarm bells rang in Douluo's mind, and almost instinctively he sought to evade the impending attack. However, everything transpired with alarming rapidity, leaving him no time to react fully. Just as Douluo made a move, Yichuan materialized like a specter. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, his right fist raised high, exuding an unstoppable momentum as it thundered towards Douluo's angelic martial spirit. The fist sliced through the air, emitting a piercing howl that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. A series of shocking cracks echoed in succession. Douluo's pride, the angelic martial spirit, began to fracture under the weight of Yichuan's strike, shattering like fragile glass. Cracks spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the angelic martial spirit disintegrated into golden motes of light, dissipating into nothingness. Douluo felt an immense force crash upon him. A tidal wave of impact that sent his body stumbling forward uncontrollably. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he nearly coughed up blood. Yet, he bore the pain, forcing the blood back down his throat. Yichuan landed gracefully, a confident smile gracing his face as he jested. "What do you think of my punch? Great offering." His voice echoed across the silent battlefield, laced with a hint of mockery, as if he had merely thrown a casual blow. Douluo slowly turned around. His complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes brimmed with confusion and astonishment. He spoke in a deep tone, impressive technique. However, why is it that there is not the slightest ripple of soul power, yet such a formidable punch can be delivered? This is certainly not a soul skill or a soul bone. Otherwise, I would have sensed it. As one of the top powerhouses on the Douluo Continent, the peculiarity of Yichuan's punch left him utterly perplexed. Yichuan, of course, could not divulge the secret of his mystical talisman. Instead, he offered a devilishly charming smile, and, with an air of enigma, proclaimed, "I possess no martial skills. It is merely my innate divine strength." His response, seemingly casual, was irrefutable in its authority. Douluo regarded Yichuan, fully aware that he preferred to remain taciturn. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to press further. For in the realm of the formidable, each individual harbors their own secrets. This clash had bestowed upon him a fresh perspective of Yichuan. No one on the Douluo Continent stood a chance against the youth before him. A sharp glint flickered in Douluo's eyes, imbued with scrutiny and perplexity. As he fixed his gaze upon Yichuan and spoke first, "Do you wish for my assistance? With your prowess, I dare say you may not require it." His words dripped with skepticism, particularly given the prowess Yichuan had exhibited during their prior encounters, which was more than sufficient to dominate the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's face broke into a somewhat awkward smile as he raised his hand to scratch his head, yet his expression subtly revealed a hint of cunning. "With my capabilities, it is certainly not an insurmountable task. However, I require a scapegoat." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Douluo's brows knitted together into a furrow, and an intense sense of foreboding surged within him. Having stood firm on the Douluo Continent for many years and weathered countless storms, he instinctively sensed that there must be profound implications behind Yichuan's statement. After all, at their extraordinary level of power, the fact that Yichuan was so intent on devising a convoluted scheme involving a scapegoat indicated the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Douluo suppressed the doubts and unease within him and replied, "Then do tell. Let us see whether I am inclined to agree." Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of profound significance as he spoke slowly. "I harbor a grudge against the Haotian sect. I hope the grand offering can assist me in annihilating them." This seemingly simple statement reverberated like thunder upon the tranquil mountaintop. Douluo's body jolted in surprise, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. His once piercing gaze widened in disbelief as he regarded Yichuan. He never anticipated that Yichuan's request would be the utter destruction of the Haotian sect. Reflecting on his own past, he had merely coerced the Haotian sect into retreat, while this seemingly youthful lad before him was unabashedly ruthless, seeking the total obliteration of the sect's lineage. Douluo steadied himself, calming the tumult within, and pressed further. "Why? What enmity do you hold against the Haotian sect? You seek to eradicate an entire family." He found it incomprehensible what deep-seated animosity could drive Yichuan to such extremes. Yichuan's smile grew increasingly profound, imbued with an air of mystery and self-satisfaction. "I have slain Tang, the Haotian Douluo, thus avenging your son. As for the Haotian sect, I hold no concern. What truly matters is that in 3 months, the master of the Doa Hall of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Priest, the 99th rank title Douluo Continent, will annihilate the entire Haotian sect. Having spoken, Yichuan quietly regarded Daolu, his gaze reflecting an elusive brilliance. Upon hearing this, Daolu found his mind engulfed in chaos, further perplexed by Yichuan's intentions. He understood that this matter was far from the surface simplicity it appeared to possess. Yet, Yichuan's words struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. To kill Tang Hao in the name of avenging his son? Beneath this seemingly reasonable assertion undoubtedly lay a deeper conspiracy. Daolu could not help but fall into contemplation, his eyes scrutinizing Yichuan. Searching for a hint of insight in his expression, Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating a blend of confidence and a hint of cunning as he spoke slowly. This matter must be undertaken by the Grand Offering, regardless of willingness, for I cannot guarantee the safety of Miss Shui or otherwise. In an instant, Daolu's expression darkened to an unfathomable degree, his already deep-set eyes seemingly ignited by a fiery wrath. His aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming sense of pressure crashing toward Yichuan like a relentless tide, as he bellowed. You reckless youth, do you seek your own demise? As one of the paramount titled Douluos of the Douluo Continent, Daolu had never before encountered such a blatant threat, especially when it concerned his most cherished granddaughter, Xiao. Yet Yichuan remained utterly unfazed, his countenance adorned with an air of composure. He then tilted his head slightly and, with a relaxed tone, remarked, You cannot kill me, can you? Conversely, I could take your life, and even that of Miss Shui. As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, instilling a sense of dread within Daolu. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged through Daolu. He was compelled to acknowledge that this seemingly youthful lad possessed unfathomable strength. Despite his own prowess, he found himself utterly impotent against him. Contemplating this, Daolu furrowed his brow tightly. Chapter 74. To act or not to act. Are you aware that the Haotian sect also boasts a rank 99 title Douluo? Named Daolu, he endeavored to seek a glimmer of hope, hoping to convey to Yichuan that the matter was not so straightforward. However, before he could finish his statement, Yichuan interjected, Tangchen, he is not in the Haotian sect, and unless by some miracle, he will never return to it in his lifetime. A jolt of shock coursed through Daolu, his eyes wide with astonishment. He gazed at the youth before him in disbelief, his mind swarming with questions. How could someone of Yichuan's age possess such profound knowledge about Tangchen's circumstances? As a legendary figure within the Haotian sect, Tangchen's whereabouts had always been shrouded in mystery, even to Daolu himself. Yet Yichuan spoke of it with such nonchalance, rendering him utterly confounded. After a moment of silence, Daolu slowly inquired, Who exactly are you? How do you possess such intimate knowledge of these matters? Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a deity? Yichuan nodded slightly, then slowly shook his head. This ambiguous gesture deepened Daolu's confusion. Following this, Yichuan spoke, his voice steady and powerful. You need only tell me whether you will undertake this matter or not. Daolu's brow furrowed into a shape, his heart engulfed in profound turmoil. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Should he agree, it would undoubtedly stir up tumultuous waves across the Douluo continent. Yet, if he declined, the safety of his granddaughter Xiao would hang by a thread. After much contemplation, Daolu gritted his teeth and declared, If you wish for my cooperation, it must be contingent upon your marriage to Shui. If Yichuan could become his granddaughter's husband, then perhaps there would be room for negotiation, and it would also ensure a secure future for his granddaughter. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan nodded without the slightest hesitation. A faint smile graced his face. He certainly would not refuse the advances of a beautiful woman. Daolu, witnessing this, could not help but express his astonishment. Do you not mind? A genius like you should have little interest in matters of the opposite sex. In his understanding, individuals of Yichuan's extraordinary talent typically devoted all their energy to cultivation, remaining largely indifferent to romantic affairs. Yichuan could not help but laugh, exuding an air of nonchalance. That is not the case. I have quite a few confidants. I merely wish to provide them with a home. Daolu looked at Yichuan, his expression immediately turning to one of disdain. In his heart, he silently scoffed, recognizing that while this fellow was indeed exceptionally gifted, a rare talent, his approach to matters of the heart was worlds apart from his own. He had devoted his life to a singular love, unwavering in his loyalty. Whereas Yichuan was as flirtatious and capricious as they come. With a light snort, Daolu steadied his emotions and declared, Very well, I shall grant your request. In 3 months, the Haotian sect shall be annihilated. The entirety of the Douluo Continent will know that it was I who orchestrated it. At this moment, Daolu's voice carried a note of resoluteness. Having made his decision, he would not waver. Within the Zhongzheng Hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, as if an invisible shroud of gloom enveloped everyone present. The Snow Knight Emperor sat in his chair, his expression fraught with anxiety. Prince Xuesheng stood beside him, his brow furrowed, occasionally glancing outside with eyes full of concern. Xuebang stood awkwardly in a corner, his hands unconsciously clenched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The three of them had little faith in the outcome of Yichuan's meeting with Daolu. After all, Daolu was a title Douluo of the 99th level, a legendary figure atop the pinnacle of power in the Douluo continent. In their minds, it would be a stroke of luck if Yuchuan returned unscathed. In stark contrast, Shuai Xiue stood quietly to the side, a confident smile gracing her features. She held unwavering faith in her grandfather, Qin Douluo, in her perception. A title Douluo of the 99th level was equivalent to invincibility, and Yuchuan had no room for resistance in the presence of her grandfather. Just as everyone harbored their own thoughts, a faint rustling of wind suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended gracefully from the air. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for they saw Qin Douluo and Yuchuan entering the Zhengzheng Hall, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Qin Douluo wore a subtle smile, while Yuchuan appeared at ease. How is this possible? Shuai Xiue exclaimed involuntarily, her eyes wide with disbelief. In her imagination, her grandfather should have returned in a commanding manner, while Yuchuan would either have fled in disgrace or been subdued by him. Yet the scene before her defied all expectations. Upon witnessing Qin Douluo's safe return, with no signs of anger, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed in relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. He had been worried that if Qin Douluo were to become enraged, the royal family of the Tindo Empire would likely face dire consequences, and the entire empire could plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. Upon witnessing the situation, Yuchuan hurriedly approached and reached out to untie Qian Rinxue. At the moment her hands were freed, Qian Rinxue remained in a state of astonishment, her gaze flitting between Yuchuan and Qin Douluo. Prince Xiang, unable to contain his impatience, promptly inquired, "Young Master Yi, have all matters been settled?" Yuchuan's lips curled upwards, revealing a confident smile as he remarked, "Of course, I felt an instant rapport with the grand offering. Our conversation was most delightful." The crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment, their gazes shifting toward Qin Douluo. Qin Douluo nodded slightly, affirming Yuchuan's words. This only intensified the astonishment within the hearts of the onlookers. Qin Douluo slowly turned, his gentle gaze landing on Qin Rushue's face. His tone soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. "Shuai, you should get along well with this impudent lad, and I shall return to see you in due time." Upon hearing this, Qin Rushue's face instantly displayed a look of confusion, her once clear eyes filled with perplexity. She stepped forward, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Grandfather, what do you mean by that?" In her understanding, her grandfather had always been the one who cherished her the most. Thus, his sudden suggestion for her to bond with Yuchuan was utterly unexpected. Yuchuan gazed at Qin Rinxue's astonished expression. A subtle smile of confidence laced with a hint of mockery, gracing his lips as he slowly spoke, "Shuai, you shall be mine from this day forth." Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly within the vast confines of the Qingjin Hall. Upon hearing his declaration, Qin Rinxue's countenance darkened, her fury erupting like a blazing inferno in her eyes. She could hardly fathom that her grandfather would make such a decision, binding her to this stranger, Yuchuan. Simultaneously, a pang of desolation surged within her heart, a feeling of abandonment that caused her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Qin Douluo beheld his granddaughter's expression of anger and injustice, a sharp ache piercing his heart. Yet, he steeled himself against the tumult of emotions within, speaking in a deep, somber tone, "Shuai, be obedient. It will not be long before grandfather brings you back. It is simply not convenient now." As he finished, Qin Douluo dared not meet Qin Rinxue's gaze any longer, fearing that if he lingered even a moment more, he would be unable to contain the affection and reluctance surging within him. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked away with heavy steps. Qin Rinxue watched her grandfather's retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes, her lip clenched tightly as her body trembled slightly. Yuchuan gazed at the enchanting Qin Rinxue before him, a pang of pity stirring within his heart. Unable to resist, he leaned in closer, his warm breath gently caressing her ear as he whispered, "You may find it hard to believe, but the truth is that I have bested your grandfather. Until you assist me in resolving this matter, you shall remain at my mercy." Qin Rinxue's eyes widened in an instant, fury igniting within their depths. Her once exquisite features now slightly contorted by rage. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her delicate skin nearly yielding to the pressure of her teeth. And through clenched jaws, she spat out two words, "Shameless." Yuchuan's lips curled into a devil-may-care smile as he nodded and declared, "Despicable is my moniker, and shameless is my true name." With that, his teasing gaze shifted away from Qin Rinxue and turned towards the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xiang. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, shall we converse privately?" The Snow Knight Emperor's expression grew solemn as he nodded slightly and replied with composure, "Then let us proceed to the side hall." The group swiftly made their way to the side hall, which, in contrast to the main hall's resplendence, possessed a tranquility and depth that was notably profound. Xiang took his seat without hesitation, and upon exchanging glances, the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xiang also settled down, forming a triangle with him. At this moment, Xiang exuded an imposing presence, his stature tall and commanding. Indeed, given his current prowess, he was deserving of standing shoulder to shoulder with these two royal dignitaries. No sooner had he taken his seat than a faint rustling sound broke the silence, catching the attention of all present. Suddenly, dozens of shadowy ninjas clad in black bodysuits, their faces concealed beneath dark masks, materialized like phantoms. They moved with agility, swiftly surrounding the trio, evidently to safeguard the confidentiality of their discussion. The Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Prince Xuexing's mouth fell slightly agape, eyes wide with shock and confusion, as he involuntarily exclaimed, "What sort of sorcery is this?" The Snow Knight Emperor, equally astounded, furrowed his brow in concern, feeling a newfound wariness towards Yichuan. Then, lifting his teacup, he took a delicate sip, shattering the silence as he inquired, "Young Master Yi, might I ask what brings you to consult with us?" Yichuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he casually remarked, "It's hardly worth mentioning." After a moment, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he slowly continued, 3 months hence, the 99th ranked title Douluo Continent will annihilate the Haotian sect. In retaliation, the Tindo Empire will assault the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing these words, the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing appeared as though struck by a thunderbolt, nearly dropping their teacups. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with trepidation. Prince Xuexing rose abruptly, his face a canvas of shock and unease. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he spoke, "Young Master Yi, you may not be fully aware of the situation in the Tindo Empire. The 4 great kingdoms outwardly pay us respect, yet in reality, they heed not the royal edicts. Most soul masters within the Tindo Empire are similarly disobedient. And considering the military might of the Tindo Empire pales in comparison to that of the Xinglua Empire, were it not for the repeated assistance of the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the Tindo Empire would likely have already crumbled." As he spoke, a look of resignation and bitterness crossed Prince Xuexing's face. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly, his expression heavy with concern as he sighed deeply. Indeed, the current Tindo Empire faces both internal strife and external threats, rendering it incapable of instigating such a grand conflict. As leaders of the royal family, both men felt a profound sense of helplessness amidst their earnest intentions. Yichuan observed their reactions, a gentle smile gracing his lips, imbued with an air of confidence and composure that suggested he wielded complete control. He spoke leisurely, "No worries. All you need to do is prepare for war during these 3 months. Xiandalu, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, is my ally. And I have my people within the Starluo Empire. Should I desire to unify the Douluo Continent, it would be a mere trifle." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Xuexing were rendered speechless, their astonishment evident. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yichuan possessed such formidable leverage. Emperor Shui Yi could not restrain himself and inquired, "Young Master Yi, is this truly the case? How could a peerless powerhouse like Xiandalu possibly heed your command?" Yichuan merely smiled mysteriously, offering no response. Everything was left unspoken, for some secrets require not an abundance of words. On the forehead of Prince Xuexing, fine beads of sweat began to emerge. Instinctively, he licked his parched lips, nervously directing his gaze towards Yichuan, his hands involuntarily gripping the corners of his garment. "Young Master Yi," he exclaimed, "as you extend your assistance to our heavenly in unifying the Douluo Continent, may I inquire what it is that you seek in return?" His voice quivered slightly, clearly betraying his inner turmoil, for the stakes involved were exceedingly substantial, leaving him without the luxury of complacency. Upon hearing this, Yichuan slightly tilted his head, his gaze directed at the ceiling of the side hall, lost in a momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep yet imbued with strength. "In the future, let Xueku ascend as the Empress of the Tindo Empire, and unite her in marriage with me. I shall then unify the Douluo Continent." The sea god attained his divinity through the unification of the seas. I too yearn to attempt such a feat. In truth, Yichuan harbored numerous thoughts buried deep within, unspoken. As a transcender hailing from Huaxia, the notion of unification had long been entrenched in his very essence. What transcender does not nurse ambitious dreams of grandeur? Who does not desire to carve a legend of their own in this foreign realm? Moreover, the resonant words of that great elder, who once proclaimed "Long live the people," echoed persistently in Yichuan's heart. He too aspired to ensure that every ordinary citizen on the Douluo Continent could stand tall, truly empowered, and that this world might genuinely be governed by the people. Upon hearing Yichuan's declaration, Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Xuexing exchanged glances, their faces revealing a mixture of concern and conflict. Emperor Shui Yi furrowed his brow, his hands unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest, pondering inwardly, does this not equate to relinquishing the throne of the Tindo Empire? This is a legacy passed down from our ancestors. How can it be so easily surrendered? Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing fidgeted, pacing back and forth, his countenance fraught with difficulty. This matter is far too significant. Allow us to deliberate further. Chapter 76. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Yichuan discerned the concerns harbored by the two individuals with a mere glance. With a gentle smile, he spoke with unhurried composure. Xueku's child shall undoubtedly possess royal lineage, and my other esteemed companions hold no interest in this matter. The future of Douluo Continent will still rest in the hands of your royal family. However, allow me to ascend to divinity first. Emperor Shui furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating as he inquired, "Young Master Yi, this matter is of great significance. Can you truly assure that my royal lineage will endure perpetually?" Yichuan solemnly nodded, his gaze piercing as he looked at the Emperor of the Snowy Night, and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I, Yichuan, am a man of my word. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall have no lingering attachment to the throne." However, Prince Xiueshing still harbored some doubts and inquired further, "But what if Shueka weds you afterward?" Yichuan interjected calmly, "Prince Xiueshing need not worry. I shall treat Shueka with utmost care. As for the matters of the future, I shall fulfill my promises made today." A brief silence enveloped the chamber once more as the Emperor Shuya and Prince Xiueshing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with contemplation and conflict. Their gazes briefly swept over Yichuan, conjuring memories of the formidable power he had previously displayed. After a shared moment of understanding, they sighed resignedly and nodded slowly, their hearts heavy with both wariness and respect for Yichuan. Upon returning to the main hall, Emperor Shuya sat regally upon the throne, his demeanor imposing, while Prince Xiueshing stood beside him. Both bore faint, enigmatic smiles that, illuminated by the flickering lights, hinted at deeper meanings. At that moment, Xiuebing stood joyfully within the hall, utterly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, unaware that he was forever estranged from the imperial throne. Yichuan stepped forward, his demeanor tranquil, and with a courteous gesture. He declared, "Since our matters have been settled, I shall take my leave." Qianren Xue quietly followed behind Yichuan, her eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly and remarked, "Young Master Yi, travel safely on your journey. When you return, it will be the time for us to embark on grand endeavors." Prince Xiueshing also smiled in agreement, adding, "Indeed, young Master Yi. We eagerly await your prompt return to discuss our great enterprise." Yichuan slightly bowed to express his gratitude, then turned and strode away with Qianren Xue. As they watched Yichuan's receding figure, the smiles on the faces of the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xiueshing vanished in an instant, replaced by solemn expressions. The Snow Knight Emperor slowly rose and began to pace within the hall, speaking gravely, "Xiueshing, it seems that a confrontation with the Spirit Hall is inevitable. We must expedite our preparations." Prince Xiueshing nodded in agreement, saying, "Your Majesty speaks truly, yet 3 months is an exceedingly brief period. The procurement of supplies and deployment of forces require careful deliberation." The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting towards the horizon as if he could already envision the impending brutal conflict. "Regardless of how pressing the timeline may be, we cannot afford the slightest negligence. This war is pivotal to the survival of the Tindo Empire. We simply cannot afford to lose." Thus, the two commenced discussions regarding the various matters of war preparations. As a tempest was poised to engulf the entire continent, in the sunset forest, Yichuan clutched the map given to him by Dugabo, venturing forth alone. His figure wove through the dense foliage, the occasional roars of soul beasts echoing around him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yichuan finally arrived at the edge of a precipice. Below, a thick fog swirled, obscuring the view. Yichuan stood at the precipice, inhaling deeply as he pondered. According to the map provided by the old poison master, this should indeed be the destination. Without a moment's hesitation, he slightly bent his knees and leaped forth, his figure vanishing into the vast mist. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, each second stretching into eternity. Finally, after 10 breaths, Yichuan landed firmly on the ground. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him left him utterly awestruck. Countless celestial herbs flourished wildly across the land, their vibrant hues intertwining in a dreamlike tapestry. At the heart of this botanical paradise, red and blue light merged in a harmonious dance, resembling the yin-yang symbol. It was the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire. "This is it," Yichuan murmured excitedly to himself. He hastened to the Eye of Ice and Fire, crouching down to carefully select 2 celestial herbs. These 2 possessed the most potent energy, they were the chosen ones. Having decided, Yichuan sat cross-legged, consuming the herbs and beginning to absorb their pure essence. During this process, he felt a powerful and unadulterated force coursing through his being. Yet, he remained oblivious to any potential harm, for he bore the talisman of the horse, rendering him immune to all injury. An hour passed before Yichuan gradually opened his eyes. Exhaling a long breath, he could distinctly sense a qualitative leap in his soul power, now reaching the impressive level of 70. "With one more soul ring, I shall ascend to Soul Sage," Yichuan exclaimed with exhilaration, his fists clenched, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He rose to his feet, glancing at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now was not the time to plunge into its depths. "I am in no rush. Once I become a Soul Sage, endowed with greater strength, I shall return to harness the power of the Eye." Subsequently, Yichuan employed his agile movements, leaping swiftly away from the location. The Eye of Ice and Fire returned to its serene state, as if all that had transpired moments before had never occurred. A day later, Yichuan, moving with the speed of a gale, raced back through the sunset forest, finally arriving at St. Soul Village. As he stepped into the village entrance, the familiar scene greeted his eyes. A group of lively children rushed towards him, their faces alight with joy and excitement, their youthful voices ringing out in unison. "Brother Chuan, you have finally returned. Welcome back, Brother Chuan." Yichuan gazed upon the adorable children, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He reached into his pocket, deftly retrieving a stack of silver coins, which he distributed to the children one by one, cheerfully saying, "Here, little ones, take these to buy some treats you fancy." The children erupted in joyous cheers as they accepted the silver coins, their faces radiating delight. Some eagerly tossed the coins in their hands, their laughter ringing like sweet chimes. The lively commotion at the village entrance quickly spread like ripples, drawing a throng of villagers who gathered around. Everyone exchanged warm greetings, chattering animatedly, "Xiao Chuan. We've been eagerly awaiting your return. We're ready to rename the village once you become a titled Douluo." Yichuan smiled as he warmly greeted the villagers, shaking their hands with kindness. Soon, old Jack emerged from the crowd, his step steady and assured. Time had etched deep wrinkles upon his face, yet his eyes remained spirited. Reflecting his concern for Yichuan, "Xiao Chuan, you have returned," old Jack exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement and relief. Chapter 77. Entering the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Yichuan hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully grasping old Jack's hand, and with a smile, said, "Grandfather Jack, I have returned to see everyone and to settle the wages." Old Jack gently patted the back of Yichuan's hand, feigning reproach as he replied, "What wages? That rascal Wang Xing has already settled that long ago. Everyone sincerely appreciates your establishment of the lumber mill in the village, which has provided us with a means of livelihood. As for the statue you requested, they have not ceased working for a moment, all eagerly anticipating its completion to present you with a delightful surprise." Yichuan smiled and said, "Grandpa Jack, thanks to everyone's assistance, the timber mill has been progressing smoothly. I have been keeping the matter of the statue in my thoughts as well." The villagers gathered around, engaging in lively conversation with Yichuan. Eventually, under old Jack's persuasion, the crowd dispersed. Gripping Yichuan's arm, old Jack walked him home, chattering away with genuine concern. "Little Chuan, my dear child, you are too straightforward. When you are out in the world, you must take good care of yourself. Those rascals, Wang Xing and his friends, often come to see me. Do not worry about this old man while you are away." Yichuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he reassured, "Rest easy, Grandpa Jack. Do you think I cannot take care of myself? However, you mustn't overexert yourself in my absence. By the way, I have brought you a gift. Once you consume it, I shall no longer worry about you." With that, Yichuan retrieved a brocade box from his storage soul guide and opened it to reveal a rare 9th-grade purple mushroom, quietly resting within and emanating a soft glow. Although old Jack lacked extensive knowledge, he could discern the extraordinary nature of this mushroom. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Little Chuan, this is far too precious." Yichuan feigned anger, crossing his arms over his chest. "If you refuse to eat, I might as well feed it to the pigs. Such a fine delicacy. Do not let my heartfelt intentions go to waste." Old Jack felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes misting slightly. With trembling hands, he picked up the 9th-grade purple mushroom and slowly placed it in his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan immediately sat cross-legged beside him, channeling his soul power to assist old Jack in assimilating the medicinal effects. The room was enveloped in profound silence, the only sound being old Jack's faint breaths. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and old Jack's once ashen visage gradually took on a rosy hue. His snow-white hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, and the wrinkles on his face appeared significantly diminished, rendering him seemingly 20 years younger. Once the medicinal energy was fully absorbed, old Jack gently closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the sun's golden rays began to grace the rooftops of Sacred Soul Village, Yichuan arose early and made his way towards the mountain behind the village. His destination was the area that had now evolved into a lumber mill. Upon entering the back mountain, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A diverse array of enormous wooden sculptures of soul beasts were meticulously arranged, each one distinct and vividly lifelike, as though they might spring to life at any moment. These carvings represented the collective efforts of the villagers of Sacred Soul Village and were a scheme concocted by Yichuan to enrich the community. He had invested a considerable amount of golden soul coins to recruit talent and employed villagers to learn the art of carving. Through their dedicated efforts over this period, they had achieved this magnificent outcome. Yichuan gazed at the wooden carvings, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He approached a nearby villager who was busily engaged in work, gently patting the individual on the shoulder and smiling as he remarked, "Everyone has worked diligently during this time. These wooden sculptures are treasures. Our village's prosperous future depends on them." The villagers raised their heads in unison, their faces radiating genuine smiles as they exchanged words of gratitude. "Oh, it's all thanks to you, Xiao Chuan, for devising this idea that has given us the chance to lead a better life. Indeed, indeed. We never even dared to dream that we could earn a living from this craft." Yichuan conversed with the villagers for a while before commencing the task of carefully placing the intricately carved wooden sculptures into the vast storage soul guide. Although the storage soul guide possessed ample space to accommodate numerous items, the sheer quantity of wooden carvings demanded considerable time and effort from Yichuan. Once he had completed the arrangement of the sculptures, he returned to the village and sought out old Jack. Old Jack was basking in the sunlight in his yard, and upon seeing Yichuan approach, he rose with a smile to greet him. "Grandfather Jack, I have come to bid you farewell. I shall be departing for a while." Yichuan said, his voice tinged with reluctance. Old Jack gently patted Yichuan's hand and, with a solemn tone, advised, "My child, exercise caution in all matters while you're away." Yichuan nodded vigorously and turned to leave Xiang village. After departing from the village, Yichuan hurriedly traversed the terrain and soon arrived at a desolate wilderness. This place was devoid of life, with howling winds and swirling sands and stones. Yichuan retrieved the mouse talisman, once again resurrecting the deep-sea demon whale king. As the deep-sea demon whale king emerged, it unleashed a thunderous roar, its formidable presence sweeping across the surroundings. Yichuan's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he dispatched the deep-sea demon whale king. Before he could catch his breath, he hastily settled into a meditative position to absorb the 99,000-year soul ring. An hour later, Yichuan successfully assimilated the soul ring, his body trembling slightly as he sensed the newfound power coursing through him. Moreover, he acquired 2 formidable soul skills and a precious soul bone, elevating his soul power level to 75. Simultaneously, Yichuan awakened the sheet talisman, granting him the ability to project his soul from his body. Once he completed these tasks, Yichuan exhaled deeply, contemplating that it was time to experience the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now, as a soul sage, his physical prowess surpassed all previous limits. And with the enhancement of the rabbit talisman, his speed was astonishing. In just half a day's time, Yichuan once again arrived at the depths of the Sunset Forest, where the Eye of Ice and Fire lay. There, the mingling of heat and cold created a bizarre spectacle. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichuan swallowed the 8-dimensional ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom in one swift motion, then leaped into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instantly, the forces of ice and fire enveloped him, and Yichuan felt as if his body were being torn apart and reassembled. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his soul power while harnessing the strength of the horse charm, beginning to absorb the terrifying energy contained within the Eye of Ice and Fire. The violent forces of ice and fire surged like a relentless tide, continuously battering Yichuan's body. Every second felt like a life-and-death struggle against the might of the heavens and earth. In this extreme environment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, with each fleeting moment weighing heavily upon him. Yichuan's consciousness remained acutely alert throughout the lengthy span of 7 days and nights. During this time, his body functioned as a meticulous vessel, perpetually absorbing and harmonizing the energies of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At last, in the final moment of the 7th day, Yichuan sensed that the energy within him had reached a state of saturation. The once tempestuous forces of ice and fire had now been tamed, becoming an integral part of his being. Yichuan abruptly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance flashing within them, and then surged forth with power from the ice and fire duality. Chapter 78, Soul Douluo. At this moment, Yichuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. His soul power level had successfully ascended to the formidable rank of 80, emanating a potent and enigmatic aura. More significantly, during the grueling physical training within the ice and fire duality, Yichuan's physical attributes experienced an unprecedented enhancement. His muscles became more taut and explosive, while his skin transformed into an extraordinarily resilient shield, as if cloaked in an invisible armor. With a gentle swing of his arm, Yichuan could distinctly perceive the sound of air being torn asunder. Yichuan once again employed the mouse talisman, retrieving the meticulously carved sculpture of the deep-sea demon whale king. After resurrecting and subsequently slaying it, he swiftly seated himself in a cross-legged position, channeling his soul energy to absorb the 99,000-year soul ring into his being. After a considerable passage of time, as Yichuan's aura surged dramatically, the absorption of the soul ring reached completion. Yichuan once again acquired 2 soul skills and a soul bone, his soul power subsequently ascending to the impressive level of 83. He then directed his gaze towards the celestial herbs he was familiar with. After carefully securing all the known celestial herbs within a specially crafted storage device, Yichuan let out a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, his soul power surged, and with a gentle leap from the ground, he soared into the vast expanse beyond the sunset forest, resembling a soaring eagle, his figure gradually fading into the horizon. Within the city of Tindo, a magnificent mansion stood quietly, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, its carved beams and painted rafters exuding an air of grandeur. This was the Yi residence, the abode of Yuchuan, and the acquisition of this property was generously funded by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yichuan, with an agile physique, leaped gracefully from the heights, landing steadily in the courtyard of the Yi residence. Though his descent was silent, it immediately captured the attention of those nearby. In an instant, several figures swiftly approached. At the forefront was the strikingly elegant Lu Erlong, who stood out even amidst the crowd. At that moment, she was instructing several female cultivators and fortuitously encountered Yichuan's return. Yichuan raised his gaze, scanning the crowd, only to unexpectedly spot 2 familiar figures that momentarily took him aback. In delight, he exclaimed, "Yenner, Sister Xueka, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin cast a subtle glance at the companion beside her, Lu Erlong. With a playful yet feigned maturity, she replied, "Sister Erlong is here diligently guiding everyone in their cultivation. Grandfather insisted that I must not fall behind others, hence he sent me here." Xueka, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she lowered her head slightly, her hands instinctively tugging at the hem of her garment. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she murmured, "Brother Yichuan, I will belong to you from now on." Though her words were faint, they resonated clearly in the ears of those present, and her bashful demeanor evoked a sense of tender affection in their hearts. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan found himself momentarily at a loss, opening his mouth yet unsure how to respond, ultimately resigning himself to this reality with a wry smile gracing his lips. Qian Rinxua, witnessing this, revealed a disdainful expression, silently cursing him as a scoundrel. At that moment, Ning Rongrong sprang forth, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly gazed at Yichuan, exclaiming, "Brother Yichuan, you've been away for so long. You wouldn't dare return without a gift, would you? Otherwise, you shan't find your way into anyone's bed tonight." Her voice rang out, clear and unabashed, instantly reddening the faces of those present, especially for Dugu Yin and Shueku, who, upon hearing her words, felt their cheeks flush deeply, casting their gazes downward, too shy to meet the eyes of others. Zhu Zhuqing, wearing an expression of helplessness, swiftly reached out to pull Ning Rongrong back, gently admonishing, "Rongrong, be a bit more reserved. Your words are far too blunt." However, Ning Rongrong, unfazed, waved her hand dismissively and replied with a smile, "What is there to be afraid of? I simply wish to know if Brother Yichuan has brought us any gifts." With that, she leaned closer to Yichuan, her eyes wide with eagerness. "Brother Yichuan, do show us. I can hardly wait." Yichuan gazed upon the lively scene before him, his heart brimming with warmth as he smiled and nodded. Then, a mischievous grin crept upon his lips as his eyes swept across the faces of the women present, teasingly yet affectionately proclaiming, "If I present a sufficiently splendid gift today, we shall share a night of slumber beneath the same blanket." Upon uttering these words, the once boisterous courtyard fell into an immediate hush. The young ladies, upon hearing this, lowered their heads, a delicate flush blooming upon their cheeks. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been so forthright moments ago, now appeared somewhat bashful. She gently bit her lower lip, her fingers instinctively tugging at the hem of her garment, her head bowed nearly to her chest. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan ceased to play coy. With a smile, he extended his hand and rummaged through his storage soul guide, carefully retrieving several rare herbs. These herbs exhibited a variety of forms. Some radiated a gentle luminescence, while others exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. Yichuan carefully presented the celestial herbs before Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shueku, and Dugu Yin, patiently elucidating the methods of their application and their enchanting effects. The young ladies received the herbs with expressions brimming with delight and anticipation. Xiao Wu gently caressed the celestial herb, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Yichuan, is it truly as miraculous as they say?" Yichuan nodded with a smile. "Of course, once you absorb the essence of the medicinal herb, you will understand." With this affirmative response, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Shueku, and Dugu Yin all sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, and began to earnestly absorb the potency of the celestial herb. At that moment, Lu Erlong stepped forward, gently shaking her head in refusal. "Yichuan, wouldn't it be a waste for me? I am." Before she could finish her sentence, Yichuan suddenly leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in shock, her body instantly stiffening. After a long while, they finally parted, and Lu Erlong's cheeks were already flushed with crimson. Yichuan gazed at Lu Erlong with unwavering tenderness in his eyes and spoke, "You are mine, and you deserve your share as well. In my heart, you shall always remain the most extraordinary. Age is inconsequential. This celestial herb will aid in enhancing your strength, and utilizing it on you is far from a waste." As Lu Erlong listened to Yichuan's words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded appreciatively. She then moved aside, settled into a lotus position, and consumed the celestial herb, commencing her absorption of its medicinal power. Yichuan's gaze shifted once more to Qian Rinxua. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose to present her with the celestial herb. Upon receiving the herb offered before her, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qian Rinxua's eyes, and she could not help but inquire, "You are giving me a celestial herb? Aren't you afraid that I might surpass you?" Upon hearing this, Yichuan smiled confidently and proclaimed, "I am already an 83rd level soul Douluo. I have faith in my own strength, and I also hope that you can grow stronger." Upon listening, Qian Rinxua could not help but scold him lightly, "Monster." Yet, a subtle smile graced her lips, betraying her amusement. Not one to let a fortuitous opportunity slip away, Qian Rinxua hesitated no longer. She accepted the celestial herb and began to consume it, absorbing its medicinal essence. As Yichuan observed that the women had begun to absorb the medicinal essence, he slowly settled himself in the center of the courtyard to guard them. In Chapter 79, sleepless Qian Rinxua, Lu Erlong, a soul sage, was the first to attain a state of tranquility. Gradually, she opened her eyes, and the weariness that once lingered in her gaze transformed into a vibrant brilliance, as if she had been infused with new vitality. Her spirit was invigorated. Her skin became more taut and smooth, seemingly rejuvenated by several years. Lu Erlong rose gracefully, her gaze fixated on Yichuan, filled with gratitude. Softly, she expressed, "Thank you, Yichuan." With that, She elegantly stepped closer, rising on her toes to bestow a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Subsequently, Lu Erlong turned and prepared to depart. Yichuan could not allow her to leave so easily. He extended his long arm and pulled Lu Erlong towards him. Lu Erlong stumbled, nearly falling into Yichuan's embrace. And she looked at him in surprise, reproaching, "What are you doing?" Yichuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he declared, "It's settled. We shall share the same bed tonight. No backing out." Lu Erlong's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly retorted, "That was merely a conversation you had with Rongrong. I never consented." As she spoke, she attempted to free herself from Yichuan's grasp, only to discover that his hand was clamped around her wrist like a vice. "Release me at once. This is utterly improper," Lu Erlong exclaimed, embarrassment and urgency mingling in her voice. Yet Yichuan remained unfazed, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips. "That matters not to me. You cannot leave. Today, we shall remain together, come what may." Lu Erlong struggled to break free, a mix of anger and frustration coursing through her, yet she could only stand in place, her chest rising and falling violently, uncertain whether it was due to rage or embarrassment. At that moment, Yichuan turned his gaze towards Qianrenxue, who lay on the ground, his smile still gentle. "Please rise, Miss Shui. The ground is quite cold," previously feigning the absorption of celestial herbs. Qianrenxue slowly opened her eyes upon hearing his words. She gradually stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, and directed a glance at Yichuan, a flicker of displeasure evident in her gaze. "There is no way I would share a bed with you. Dream on," Qianrenxue replied coldly, her tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Yichuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Naturally, I shall not press you, as long as you can find rest, yet in such an expansive place. Do not lament later." In response, Qianrenxue disdainfully spat at Yichuan, huffing, "I am eager to see what I could possibly regret." With that, she stepped aside, crossing her arms defiantly, her gaze filled with determination. 2 hours later, Dugu Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes, her orbs sparkling with delight and excitement. She sensed the surging soul power within her, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. "I did it. I have actually ascended 5 levels in soul power." Dugu Yan murmured to herself, brimming with exhilaration. Unable to contain herself, she sprang to her feet, her eyes eagerly scanning the courtyard for Yichuan's figure. Upon spotting him standing nearby with a look of satisfaction on his face, she hurried toward him, rising on her tiptoes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Yichuan. Had it not been for you, I would not have achieved such a remarkable breakthrough," she said softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong, Xiao, and Zhu Shiqin completed their absorption of the celestial herb one after another. Ning Rongrong gradually opened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief as she felt a significant surge in her soul power. However, when her gaze fell upon her martial soul, she was utterly astonished. The originally 7-treasure glazed tower had transformed into a 9-treasure glazed tower. "Is this truly real?" Ning Rongrong's voice quivered with excitement. She sprang to her feet and dashed toward Yichuan, leaping into his arms and wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "Brother Yichuan, look at my martial soul. It has indeed become a 9-treasure glazed tower. I am so overjoyed. You are my greatest benefactor." Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing also rose, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed profound gratitude as she regarded Yichuan. Shueku was the last to finish her absorption. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with vitality. "Wow, I feel incredibly powerful. I've elevated several levels in soul power," Shueku exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Her eyes fell upon Yichuan, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "Brother Yichuan, tonight, I too shall share the same bed with you." As soon as the words left her lips, a hush descended over the courtyard, all eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Shueku. No one anticipated that the youngest among them would utter such a bold statement. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief, while Xiao and Zhu Qing exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions mirroring their astonishment. Yichuan was somewhat taken aback by Shueku's words. He stroked his chin, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. "All right, I agree." Seeing this scene, Duguyan hesitated for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and softly said, "Then I want it too." Yichuan gazed at the array of girls before him, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, his hands moved with purpose, guiding them into the room. "Let us proceed. Since the decision has been made, there is no reason to hesitate." Qianrenxue stood aside, observing the chaotic scene, and let out a cold huff, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "How absurd," she muttered under her breath before turning away toward her own chamber, intent on returning to sleep. As night enveloped the world like a heavy, dark satin, Qianrenxue lay sideways on her bed, her eyes gently closed, finally finding a semblance of drowsiness. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a cacophony erupted from the adjacent room, shattering the tranquility. "Quick, exert more strength." Yichuan's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable determination. Qianrenxue's brow furrowed, the fleeting veil of sleep dissipating instantly. As a soul emperor, her hearing was exceptionally acute. Even the faintest sounds were easily discernible to her. At that moment, the relentless clamor pierced her mind like a multitude of sharp needles. She tossed and turned in bed, instinctively rubbing her legs, vexed by her own formidable abilities. How much better it would be if her hearing were less acute. "Ah, I can hardly endure this," came the youthful yet stubborn voice of Shueku. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue realized they were likely engaged in some form of training or competition. Anger surged within her, and she shouted toward the adjoining room. "Do you have no sense of decency? It's late at night. Are you intent on disturbing everyone's rest?" Her outburst momentarily silenced the chaos within. However, it was not long before Yichuan's voice, tinged with apology, reached her ears. "I sincerely apologize, Shuer. We are at a crucial juncture in our training and simply cannot pause." Qian Ruxue scoffed, shameless. To be fully aware of the disturbance yet remain so reckless. Yet, the ruckus continued unabated from next door. With a resigned sigh, she sat up, her eyes brimming with irritation and helplessness. It seemed this night would be a sleepless one for her, as she silently awaited the conclusion of the tumult next door. Chapter 8. The Starry Empire. 2 months slipped away like a gentle stream, yet Qian Ruxue's days were fraught with torment. Each night, she lay in bed, her gaze fixed upon the inky darkness of the ceiling, her thoughts a tangle of confusion that rendered her sleepless. Images that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment flitted through her mind, each fragment piercing her heart like a needle. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight struggled to filter through the window and illuminate her face, revealing her weariness. Dark circles adorned her eyes, and her expression was one of exhaustion and bewilderment, as if the past 2 months had drained her of all vitality. During these 2 months, Qian Ruxue had cursed Yichuan countless times. Meanwhile, in the Tindo Empire, Ning Fengji was astounded and elated to discover that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda martial spirit had mysteriously transformed into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. This was a monumental development for the future of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and his excitement caused his hands to tremble slightly. He promptly waved his hand, sending over a sum exceeding 1 million gold soul coins to Yichuan. As the coins arrived before Yichuan, their golden luster dazzled the eyes of onlookers. However, Yichuan had little interest in wealth. Accompanied by Zhu Zhiqing, he resolutely departed from the Tindo Empire. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yichuan drove an ancient, rustic carriage, proceeding leisurely towards the starry Luo Empire. Outside the carriage, the scenery on both sides of the road swiftly retreated like a series of fleeting slides, while the wind howled in his ears. Zhu Zhiqing sat beside Yichuan, gazing at his focused profile with a heart brimming with happiness and reliance. At last, the carriage gently entered the territory of the starry Luo Empire. Zhu Zhiqing beheld the familiar, yet unfamiliar landscape before her, her heart overwhelmed with emotions. Once, she had been pursued, fleeing this land in a state of utter distress and helplessness. Yet now, merely half a year later, she returned, accompanied by a man willing to shield her from the storms of life. Unbeknownst to her, tears glistened in her eyes as a tumult of feelings surged within her. Zhu Zhiqing gently tugged at Yichuan's sleeve, her voice tinged with curiosity and concern. "Brother Yichuan, where are we headed? How will you resolve the issues upon arriving in the starry Luo Empire all on your own?" Yichuan turned his head, gazing at Zhu Zhiqing, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with tenderness and confidence. "You will know when the time comes, but first, you must accompany me to meet a group of people." Zhu Zhiqing, even more perplexed, tilted her head, her large eyes reflecting her confusion. "Do you know others in the Star Luo Empire? I have never heard you mention them." Yichuan merely smiled silently, gently shaking the reins to urge the steed to quicken its pace as they continued their journey towards their destination. Zhu Zhiqing, observing Yichuan's enigmatic smile, felt a myriad of uncertainties within her heart, yet, inexplicably, she was enveloped by a profound sense of security. At the foot of the Ninefold Mountains, a serene tranquility was disrupted. Yichuan skillfully guided the horse-drawn carriage, bringing Zhu Zhiqing to this place. However, the sight of the Jiuzhang mountain before them left both in astonishment. Before their eyes, over 1,000 cavalrymen were meticulously stationed at the foot of the mountain, their armor glinting with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight, completely obstructing the sole pathway. These cavalrymen stood tall and imposing, their discipline evident. It was clear they were a well-trained elite force. Yichuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes as he spoke. How could there be cavalry from the Xinglua Empire here? Zhu Zhiqing, with her delicate brows slightly knitted, pondered for a moment before replying. "Brother Yichuan, the bandits of Jiuzhong Mountain have gathered here. The mountain boasts 9 peaks, each with a flowing spring, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The Xinglua Empire has dispatched troops to encircle and annihilate them multiple times, but they have yet to eliminate all the bandits. They may be here for that purpose." Her voice was gentle, yet remarkably articulate, clearly reflecting her profound understanding of the situation in this region. Yichuan let out a cold scoff, a faint smile of confidence gracing his lips. "Whether it is or not, we shall discover the truth by approaching it." With that, he gently flicked the reins, and the carriage gradually made its way towards the outpost. As they drew near, 2 soldiers swiftly advanced, their pikes raised to block their path. One of the soldiers called out loudly, "Halt! This area is under lockdown. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. Yichuan's demeanor remained composed as he calmly declared, "Let your leader step forward to meet me." The soldiers gazed at Yichuan, captivated by his imposing presence and the extraordinary aura emanating from his eyes. They dared not show any hint of negligence and promptly returned to the camp to relay his request. Soon, two figures emerged from the encampment with purposeful strides. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman with a strikingly handsome visage. Despite his graying hair, his gaze remained sharp, bearing a resemblance to Dai Mubai. His every movement exuded the authority of one in power. Following closely behind was a robust middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and stout, clad in heavy armor. Each step he took resonated with a dull thud, unmistakably marking him as a seasoned warrior of the battlefield. Zhu Zhiqing leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice to address Yichuan beside her, Dai Tianli, a member of the royal family of the Xinghua Empire, the brother of His Majesty, and a prince wielding substantial power. Yichuan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze following the direction indicated by Zhu Zhiqing, a glimmer of inquiry flickering in his eyes. "Do you recognize the commander beside you?" Zhu Zhiqing bit her lip hesitantly for a moment before softly replying, "He is my uncle, Zhu Wan, a level 63 soul emperor specializing in agility. Do not be deceived by his robust physique. He possesses a speed that belies his size." Before long, Dai Tianli and Zhu Wan arrived at the carriage. Dai Tianli was the first to lift his head, his eyes landing on Zhu Zhiqing with a hint of surprise. "Zhiqing, you have returned?" Zhu Wan followed suit, his expression betraying a mix of surprise and confusion. "Who is this?" His gaze shifted to Yichuan, his tone laced with scrutiny. Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes radiated determination. Gently, she linked her arm with Yichuan's and shyly declared, "This is my partner, Yichuan." At her proclamation, the atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. The expressions of Dai Tianli and Zhu Wan darkened instantly, a flash of anger igniting in their eyes. Dai Tianli's brows knitted tightly together as he stepped forward, his voice low and serious. "Zhiqing, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Zhu and Dai families have traditionally united through marriage. How can you now choose to wed an outsider? What will become of the Zhu family's honor? What of the royal family's reputation?" Zhu Wan echoed his sentiments, his tone stern. "Zhiqing, do not be foolish. This is no trivial matter." Just as they were about to continue, a confident smile graced Yichuan's lips as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, his martial soul, the Holy Lord, manifesting slowly. 8 soul rings, each surpassing 100,000 years in age, radiated dazzling brilliance. "What? Do I sense the sin in your expressions?" Yichuan's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with a hint of mockery. Chapter 81. Entering the Ninefold Mountains. This overwhelming presence compelled Dai Tianli and Zhu Wan to involuntarily take a step back, their initial fury swiftly replaced by astonishment. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. In the face of such undeniable strength, they chose silence. Dai Tianli's facial muscles twitched slightly as he marveled inwardly at the terrifying talent of this young man. Zhu Wan swallowed hard, the sternness on his face evaporating, replaced by an ingratiating smile. "It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Dai Tianli hastily waved his hand, forcing a smile. With such remarkable talent, young Master Yi and Zhiqing are indeed a match made in heaven. Zhu Wan chimed in with a smile. Yes. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope, young master, you will not hold it against us." Upon hearing the words of Dai Tianli and Zhu Wan, Yichuan felt a surge of disdain within him. With a cold snort, he fell silent, crossing his arms and standing with a stern expression beside them. Zhu Zhiqing, her delicate brows furrowed, stepped forward and cast a concerned glance at both Dai Tianli and Zhu Wan, inquiring, "Your Highness, Uncle, I have heard that there are disturbances from bandits in the Ninefold Mountain once again?" Dai Tianli's countenance grew grave as he slowly raised his head to gaze towards the direction of Ninefold Mountain, letting out a heavy sigh, filled with weariness and helplessness. "Alas, I have been ordered to persuade these rogues to surrender." Observing this, Zhu Wan took a step forward to provide further clarification. "This is indeed a lamentable course of action imposed by His Majesty. Approximately a year ago, 6 youths arrived at Ninefold Mountain and established the Six Beasts Sect. Their methods are formidable. They have eradicated the bandits from the 9 peaks of Ninefold Mountain, achieving unification, and have even absorbed both refugees and bandits, amassing a following of over 100,000, now dedicated solely to opposing the court." Zhu Zhiqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. She could hardly fathom that within a mere year, such a formidable force had emerged from Ninefold Mountain. How could this be? In just 1 year, they have developed to such a scale, she murmured to herself, her tone imbued with disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhiqing inquired, "If that is the case, why not dispatch powerful warriors to eradicate them? With the might of the Xinghua Empire, can we not deal with this insignificant six-beast sect?" Zhu Wan sighed again, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Although their soul power is not high, most being at the level of Soul Sect or Soul King, the crux of the matter lies in their possession of a unique transformation technique. Once unleashed, they can metamorphose into a dragon-like creature, significantly augmenting their strength, making it difficult for even a typical title Douluo to contend with them. At this juncture, Zhu Wan shook his head, his demeanor reflecting trepidation. Dai Tianli added, moreover, they have been actively recruiting talents, and the 6-beast sect has now evolved into the 8-beast sect, further complicating matters. My elder brother, in his desperation, has sent me to persuade them to yield. After speaking, Dai Tianli and Zhu exchanged glances, both eyes mirroring a sense of helplessness and concern, before they simultaneously sighed. It was evident that they felt utterly at a loss regarding the troublesome bandit situation in Ninefold Mountain, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Yichuan's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a confident smile, while his eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination. With keen interest, he remarked, if that is the case, allow me to venture in and take a look. Should I succeed in persuading them to surrender, I wonder what position His Majesty the Emperor might bestow upon me. Upon hearing these words, Dai Tianli's eyes instantly brightened, and his excitement was palpable. He took a step forward, his hands trembling with eagerness, and fervently exclaimed, with Master Ye's extraordinary talents, he is already a guest of honor in our Xinghua Empire. If he can indeed persuade the bandits of Jiucheng Mountain to yield, such an achievement would be more than sufficient to earn him a noble title. Yichuan nodded with satisfaction, a subtle glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. In that case, I shall take on this matter. Dai Tianli promptly turned around, carefully retrieving the edict from his attendant's hands and presenting it to Yichuan with both hands. Subsequently, he hastily instructed others to prepare a splendid attire that would reflect Yichuan's status. The garments were crafted from exquisite materials with intricate embroidery, accentuating Yichuan's dignified presence even further. Yichuan drove a beautifully adorned carriage, cracking the whip with a crisp snap that resonated through the air. The carriage commenced its slow journey, bearing Zhu Zhuqing onward toward the Ninefold Mountain. The wheels rolled steadily, stirring up a cloud of dust, gradually vanishing from the sight of Dai Tianli and Zhu. Zhu gazed at the retreating figures, his brows furrowing slightly, an expression of perplexity in his eyes. And he could not help but voice his concern. My lord, is it truly fitting to entrust this matter to an outsider? Moreover, this young Master Yi, being so young, yet already a formidable soul duelist, would it not be more advantageous for us to cultivate a rapport with him? Dai Tianli's lips curled into a sardonic smile, a derisive chuckle escaping his lips. Though he is young and powerful, he has shown us little regard. Should the endeavor to win over Ninefold Mountain succeed, the royal family would not mind acquiring another influential marquis. Should it fail and he be vanquished by the Beast Sect, it would be a simple matter for me to win him over later, and he would be all the more grateful. As he spoke, he burst into a self-satisfied laugh, as if everything unfolded precisely according to his design. Upon hearing this, Zhu face illuminated with a dawning comprehension, and he promptly extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, my lord, brilliant, truly brilliant. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing in the carriage wore a perplexed expression. She gently bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with confusion as she turned to Yichuan and softly inquired, Brother Yichuan, why are we taking on this task? There seems to be no advantage to it at all. Yichuan turned his head, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, his smile growing ever more tender. He gently reached out and caressed Zhu Zhuqing's head, speaking softly, do not worry. Even if no one is here today, I shall still take the initiative to seek refuge with the Duluo Empire. Otherwise, how could I possibly protect you? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, yet she feigned annoyance, saying, hypocritical man. Yichuan's face radiated a confident smile, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination as he gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, softly assuring her, rest assured, this endeavor shall surely succeed. Upon entering the Ninefold Mountains, the path became increasingly treacherous. The carriage jolted along the winding mountain trails, flanked by bizarrely shaped rocks, some resembling swords piercing the heavens, while others crouched like ferocious beasts, seemingly showcasing the majesty of nature to any intruder. This road is indeed arduous, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, a slight frown etching her brow. Yichuan chuckled. It won't be long before someone comes to fetch us. In the distance, numerous villages were artfully scattered, wisps of smoke rising gently from the rooftops, intertwining with the mist in the mountains, resembling a serene and harmonious pastoral painting. Surrounding the villages were lush green farmlands, with paths crisscrossing like veins upon the earth. The figures of people laboring in the fields were bustling, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. Chapter 82. Yang the Elephant. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays unabashedly pouring down upon the winding dirt road, where a lavishly adorned carriage moved forward slowly. The wheels rolled over the parched earth, raising clouds of dust. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth like a specter from the thickets lining the road, followed closely by hundreds of others who seemed to emerge from the very ground, surging forth from behind stones and trees, swiftly encircling the carriage. These individuals, though ragged in appearance, wielded weapons, their eyes glinting with ferocity and greed. At the forefront was a youth, tall and sturdy, with a face that bore a simple, honest countenance, yet at this moment, it was marred by a cold sternness and hostility. His gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Yichuan and bellowed, are you from the court? Has the starry Luo Empire been left with no one? Have they sent you alone to eradicate us? Yichuan's expression remained unchanged, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he leisurely inquired, who are you? Why do you not allow Wang Sheng to meet me? Upon hearing this, the youth's face instantaneously flashed with a surge of anger, his once innocent features contorted by fury. The hundreds of bandits behind him ignited like barrels of gunpowder, each one aflame with righteous indignation, brandishing their weapons and erupting in a chorus of curses. Boldness! How dare you directly utter the name of the Grand Elder of the 8-Beast Sect? Seeking death! Allow me, Yang Qi, to teach you a lesson. Yang Qi's eyes widened with rage, the veins on his neck bulging as he let out a thunderous roar, his body rapidly swelling and transforming. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a colossal mammoth towering over 10 meters, its massive form resembling a small mountain, sturdy limbs firmly planted on the ground, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly. The long tusks glinted ominously under the sunlight as it raised its head and emitted a deafening roar, charging towards Yichuan with astonishing speed, stirring up a fierce wind. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yichuan's eyes, and he pondered inwardly, is this fellow truly Yang the elephant? Wang Xing has unexpectedly bestowed upon this young man the devil fruit of the ancient animal-type mammoth form. Thoughts surged through his mind like a tidal wave, yet Yichuan's movements remained swift and deliberate. Yichuan leaped forward like a streak of black lightning, rapidly arriving before the mammoth. He extended his hands, firmly grasping the creature's trunk, and with a resounding shout, he engaged his core, executing a graceful throw over his shoulder. In an instant, the colossal form of the mammoth crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding bandits were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. As the dust settled, Yang Qi transformed back into human form. Lying on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and shock. He struggled to rise but found himself incapacitated by excruciating pain, unable to move. Yichuan slowly approached him, looking down from a height, and coldly remarked, with your kind. Do you truly believe you can stand against the Starfall Empire? I advise you to surrender promptly, perhaps a path to survival might still be granted. Yang Qi gritted his teeth and retorted fiercely, never. Our 8-Beast Sect shall never bow to you court lackeys. As he spoke, an odd cunning flickered across his typically honest and square face. His hand stealthily delved into his bosom, and when it emerged, it firmly grasped a firecracker. A piercing arrow through the clouds, an army of thousands awaits. Yang Qi bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of madness, reverberating through the vast forest and startling countless birds into flight. His eyes sparkled with triumph as he deftly ignited the firecracker. In an instant, a brilliant firework shot into the sky, exploding against the azure backdrop, showering colorful light like stars and illuminating the forest in dazzling splendor. As the firework blossomed, a sudden transformation enveloped Yang Qi. A series of crackling bones echoed as he transitioned into his beastly form. His head grew immense, adorned with the iconic long trunk and curved tusks of a mammoth, ears fanning like large paddles, and his body cloaked in coarse, gray fur. Muscles bulged on his robust arms, exuding an aura of primal intimidation. The sect master instructed, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy halts, we disrupt. When the enemy tires, we strike. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Yang Qi panted heavily as he shouted, his expression brimming with provocation. If you possess the capability to end my life, do so. Regardless, with my strength, I shall recover in mere days. When the Grand Elder of the 8-Beast Sect arrives, you will be torn to shreds. His excitement escalated, saliva flying as madness gleamed in his eyes. Yichuan listened to Yang Qi's incessant prattle, feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over him. His brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the seemingly simple yet cunning fellow before him with a cold gaze. Suddenly, a howling wind swept down from the heavens. The crowd instinctively looked up, only to behold a colossal figure hurtling towards them with astonishing speed. The entity obscured the sun, its enormous wings stirring up turbulent air that caused the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. As it drew nearer, the crowd discerned that it was a toothless pterosaur. Measuring over 10 meters in length, its sharp claws flailing in the air while it emitted piercing shrieks. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent creature landed gracefully in front of Chuan. The force of its landing sent tremors through the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Seeing this, Yang Qi seemed to gain newfound confidence, jumping up and down while exclaiming, "This is my big brother. Even a titled Douluo cannot contend with him." His face flushed red with excitement, he danced as if victory was already secured. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the toothless pterosaur abruptly turned its head, raising its massive skull high, and then delivered a powerful punch. This strike, imbued with tremendous force, sent Yang Qi crashing to the ground. He flew several meters backward like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, blood oozed from his mouth and nose, his eyes wide with disbelief, just as the crowd was engulfed in shock. The toothless pterosaur flickered and swiftly transformed back into human form. He took a swift step forward, kneeling on both knees, and respectfully addressed Yuchuan. "Wang Xing. I pay my respects to the boss." Wang Xing lifted his head, a broad smile illuminating his face, radiating the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Entirely devoid of the ferocity he had just exhibited as a toothless pterosaur, Yichuan gazed at Wang Xing, who was kneeling before him. He stepped forward, extending a hand to assist him, and said, "Rise, my friend. There's no need for such formality between brothers." Wang Xing stood up, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Boss, it's been ages. I've missed you terribly. But I'm not trying to be polite. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Without you, perhaps we would have spent our lives in that desolate little town of Notting. Chapter 83. The Eight-Beast Sect. Xiang suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Yang, who lay sprawled on the ground. With an undeniable authority in his voice, he commanded, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry over and pay your respects to the sect master. This is our leader. Have you forgotten that the devil fruit you consumed and those 6 soul bones adorning you were all bestowed by him?" Yang trembled, his previously muddled consciousness snapping into clarity. He clumsily scrambled to his feet, neglecting to brush off the dust from his clothes. Hastily wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he darted forward as if propelled by the wind, swiftly approaching Yichuan. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, his eyes filled with reverence and excitement, he proclaimed loudly, "Yang pays his respects to the boss. If you don't mind, you can call me Yang the Elephant from now on." Yichuan maintained a serene demeanor, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upward, revealing a faint smile. He nodded gently, his gaze warm as he addressed Xiang. "Xiang, it is getting late. Please take me up the mountain. It has been quite some time since I last saw everyone, and I find myself longing for their company." With that, Yichuan turned and approached the carriage, deftly grasping the reins. With a gentle flick, the robust horse began to stride forward at a leisurely pace. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly, her curiosity piqued as she observed the scene through the window. Xiang and Yang immediately positioned themselves on either side of the carriage, standing tall like 2 loyal guardians. Particularly, Yang occasionally glanced up, his face alight with admiration as he regarded Yichuan, his eyes brimming with disbelief. At that moment, Yang mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He could scarcely reconcile the tales he had heard of his leader's remarkable deeds. He had envisioned a formidable and mature figure, not realizing that the legendary, all-powerful leader was, in fact, a youth of similar age to himself. The carriage meandered along the winding mountain path, the wheels crunching against the ground, producing a creaking sound that echoed through the tranquil surroundings. As Yichuan urged the horse-drawn carriage onward, he engaged in casual conversation with Xiang. "How fares your group in the Ninefold Mountains?" Yichuan inquired, a hint of concern furrowing his brow. Xiang promptly straightened his posture and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, boss, all is well. However, the situation in the Ninefold Mountains has become increasingly intricate." Yichuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, "Oh, how's it complicated? Pray, enlighten me." Xiang sighed, his expression grave as he replied, "As you are aware, the Ninefold Mountains serve as an excellent hideout for troops, being easily defensible yet difficult to assault. However, the Xinglua Empire has consistently failed to establish effective governance here. I have my suspicions regarding this matter, yet I have never fully comprehended the reasons behind it. Please share your insights." Yichuan gently tugged at the reins, slowing the carriage's pace. Xiang continued, "There are myriad intricacies involved. Although the Ninefold Mountains are not extensive in area, they are rife with factions. The civil and military officials of the Xinglua Empire, along with royal relatives, nearly all maintain a cadre of assassins here to act as their surrogates. These forces engage in both overt and covert conflicts, vying against one another, each refusing to yield. It has taken us 3 months to thoroughly clear out the inhabitants." Yichuan listened quietly to Xiang's narrative, his expression composed, merely nodding gently. A fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his gaze. After all, each of the individuals before him was equipped with 6 pieces of soul bones, each over 99,000 years old. The arduous journey behind this achievement was known only to him. To gather these soul bones, the Sea Devil Whale King had been resurrected countless times by his mouse talisman spell and was slain over 100 times. Yet, Yichuan felt as if he were mindlessly grinding monsters, a task exceedingly monotonous. Moreover, each of these individuals possessed an ancient animal-type devil fruit, an extraordinarily formidable configuration that made conquering the modest Ninefold Mountain seem like an effortless endeavor. In Yichuan's mind, he pondered that if given sufficient time, it would not be a formidable task for Xiang and his companions to conquer the Starfall Empire. Despite their hurried pace, the group maintained an orderly demeanor as they advanced. Soon, they arrived at the base of the majestic Ninefold Mountain, gazing up at the towering peak that pierced the clouds. Xiang's face beamed with pride as he stepped forward respectfully to introduce, "Boss, the Ninefold Mountain consists of 9 peaks, and the one before us is the main peak, known as Beast Head Peak. This will be your domain from now on, which I have managed until now. Currently, the Ninefold Mountain has taken in a total of 150,000 displaced citizens, and we command an army of 10,000 soldiers. However, the number of soul masters is lamentably scarce, totaling less than 100. Yichuan nodded slightly, his gaze resting on Xiang for a moment, feeling quite pleased with his performance. This former drinking companion had managed to maintain order in this place, which was no small feat. As they reached the midway point of Beast Head Peak, a vast and expansive plaza came into view. The square was already filled to capacity with a throng of people, a sea of heads bustling about. At the forefront stood 6 individuals, 5 of whom were Yichuan's former subordinates from the 7th dormitory. Upon spotting Yichuan, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they uniformly knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming, "We meet the boss." Their voices resonated through the air, echoing across the mountains for a long time. Xiang stepped forward, pulling aside a somewhat youthful boy from the group and smiling as he said, "Boss, this is Chen. He was the one who consumed the saber-toothed tiger fruit. And he is also our youngest subordinate here." Yichuan observed Chen with keen interest, noting his athletic physique and the unwavering determination reflected in his gaze. Yichuan gently patted Chen's shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Remarkable. At such a young age, you have encountered such opportunities. Your name is also commendable. Chen, the future holds great promise for you." Chen, flattered by Yichuan's praise, felt a rush of warmth flood his cheeks. A mix of nervousness and excitement bubbling within him as he stammered, "Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, boss." Observing this exchange, Xiang also broke into a smile and added, "Boss, after such a long journey, you must be weary. A feast has been prepared in the Great Hall. Let us step inside and converse." With that, Xiang led the way, with Yichuan and Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind as they entered the Grand Hall. Upon crossing the threshold, they were greeted by the rich aroma of wine and delicacies wafting through the air. Inside, a magnificent dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines, steaming and enticing, igniting a ravenous appetite. Xiang stood tall in the center of the hall, exuding an air of competence and respect, and with a resonant and clear voice, he commanded, "You may all leave now." At his decree, the attendants surrounding the hall bowed in unison and swiftly exited with light, graceful steps, leaving behind only Yichuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and a few others in the Grand Hall. Chapter 84. The Initiative to Surrender. Yichuan wore a gentle smile as he tenderly held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading her to the foremost position in the hall. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks were slightly flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with happiness and trust, allowing Yichuan to guide her effortlessly. Once they were seated, Xiang and 7 others took their places on either side. After settling in, Xiang leaned slightly forward, a warm and curious smile gracing his face as he addressed Yichuan, "Boss, where is Sister Xiao? This lady must be your wife as well." His tone carried a hint of familiarity and teasing, his gaze flitting between Yichuan and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's already rosy cheeks deepened in color, resembling a ripe apple, radiant and alluring. However, after a brief moment, she gently nodded, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet resolute, "Yes." Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an air of mystery and confidence. His gaze swept across the assembly with a steady intensity as he firmly declared, "My esteemed comrades, I come bearing a mission from our leader. I have pledged to persuade you to yield on behalf of Dai Tianli from beyond the mountains. However, rest assured, this is merely a temporary measure. I require your forbearance for the time being, as I have my plans in motion." Upon hearing this, Xiang's face immediately brightened with an enthusiastic grin, and without hesitation, he proclaimed, "We shall follow the leader's directives unconditionally. We have always placed our trust in your wisdom and foresight, and whatever task lies ahead, we shall stand by your side." As he spoke, he thumped his chest with conviction, his eyes brimming with respect and loyalty towards Yichuan. Yang Qi and Chen exchanged glances, a flicker of uncertainty passing between them. Yang Qi furrowed his brow slightly, scratching his head as he ventured to voice his concern. "Leader, this endeavor to persuade seems rather dubious. Must we truly proceed with this?" Chen nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, leader, while we trust you implicitly, there lingers a sense of unease. Is there no risk involved in this endeavor?" Yichuan gazed at them, patiently elucidating, "Brothers, I understand your concerns. The matter at hand is indeed somewhat intricate. However, I assure you, this course of action is intended for our long-term prospects, to pave the way for a greater enterprise in the future. The time has not yet come. But once everything is in place, you shall comprehend." Upon hearing Yichuan's words, the doubts in the hearts of the two began to dissipate gradually. After exchanging a glance, they resolutely nodded, expressing their willingness to place their trust in Yichuan. Before long, everyone gathered around, raising their cups and engaging in lively banter, the sound of laughter echoing throughout. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, a faint flush appeared on everyone's faces, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Xiang, in high spirits, rose to his feet and cheerfully addressed Yichuan, "Boss, it has been ages since we last met. It is a rare occasion that we have the time today. I must show you around our majestic Jiuzhong mountain." Yichuan naturally did not decline and readily accepted. Thus, Xiang and a few others surrounded Yichuan as they exited the hall. Along the way, Xiang eloquently introduced the transformations of the Ninefold Mountain, highlighting the newly established training grounds and the fortified defensive structures. Yichuan occasionally nodded in approval, and it was evident that they had invested considerable effort into the development of the Ninefold Mountain. The following morning, sunlight filtered gently through the thin clouds, casting a soft glow upon the earth. Yichuan descended the mountain accompanied by Xiang, Yang Qi, and Chen. The mountain breeze gently caressed them, carrying the unique freshness of the forest. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they spotted Zhu Wen, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Yuehua caught sight of Yichuan and his companions, his eyes sparkled with delight, and a broad smile illuminated his face as he swiftly approached them. With both hands clasped in a gesture of respect, he repeatedly bowed to Yichuan, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Young Master Yi has indeed lived up to the expectations, successfully subduing the Ninefold Mountain. Such an achievement merits a noble title." Having spoken, he turned to the cavalry beside him and, with an air of authority, commanded, "Quickly convey this news to the prince, informing him that young Master Yi has accomplished a great feat." The cavalrymen complied with the order, swiftly mounting their horses and galloping away. Subsequently, Yuehua, brimming with enthusiasm, led Yichuan and his companions into the camp. As they walked, Yuehua, with a smile, remarked to Yichuan, "Upon receiving this news, the prince will undoubtedly be filled with joy. Your significant accomplishment will surely pave the way for a brilliant future in the court." Yichuan smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. Yet his mind was quietly contemplating the next step of his plan. Soon, the heavy curtains of the central military tent were lifted from within, and Dai Tianli emerged, striding confidently towards Wang Xiang, his face adorned with a friendly smile. In a resonant voice, he proclaimed, "You must be the esteemed Grand Elder Wang Xing of the 8-Beast Sect. I have long admired your reputation, and seeing you today, it is evident that you possess an extraordinary bearing." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon Wang Xing, filled with admiration and awe. Wang Xing, upon hearing this, maintained a tranquil demeanor, nodding slightly without elaborating, and gradually shifted his gaze towards Yichuan. Dai Tianli astutely perceived this subtle gesture, and his heart stirred. He scrutinized Yichuan closely, noting that the positions and expressions of those present all conveyed a sense of deference towards him. Dai Tianli's respect for Yichuan surged, prompting him to ponder. This young man possesses such remarkable leadership abilities. If I could win him over to my side, it would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. With this thought in mind, Dai Tianli's gaze towards Yichuan grew increasingly fervent. Yichuan sensed Dai Tianli's gaze, and a confident smile graced his lips as he took a step forward and respectfully proclaimed, "Your Highness, I am honored to report that I have successfully invited several elders from the 8-Beast Sect." Dai Tianli erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the vast grassland. He patted Yichuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "The starry Luo Empire is fortunate to have a talent like young Master Yi. To achieve such extraordinary accomplishments at such a tender age is indeed a blessing for the Empire. Come, let us discuss matters in the tent." As he spoke, he gestured invitingly and led the way towards the grand tent. One by one, the attendees filed in. The interior was spacious and well-lit, with a massive sandalwood table at its center, surrounded by several chairs. Dai Tianli strode confidently to the head of the table and slowly took his seat, then signaled for everyone to be seated. Once all were settled, he gently remarked, "The military maintains strict discipline, and we cannot indulge in alcohol. So I hope you will understand. However, we may substitute tea for wine and share camaraderie." With that, he raised his hand, and a nearby attendant promptly stepped forward to pour steaming tea for everyone. Yichuan and the others were not pretentious. They lifted their teacups and drank heartily. The tea flowed down their throats, bringing with it a gentle warmth. Yichuan set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, "Your Highness, the 8-Beast Sect is willing to surrender and serve the Xinglua Empire. However, the entirety of the 8-Beast Sect is united in spirit and hopes to receive your Majesty's official title, which would also serve to pacify the hearts of our members." Chapter 85. The Zhu Family of Xinglua City. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianli's smile deepened, and without hesitation, he replied, "That is only natural. Given your esteemed strength and renown, it is only fitting for you to be bestowed noble titles. As long as the esteemed members of the 8-Beast Sect are willing, we can proceed to the court at any time to receive your Majesty's decree." As he spoke, he scanned the assembly with his gaze, which radiated sincerity. Wang Xing, upon hearing this, revealed a satisfied smile and rose to clasp his fists in salute, saying, "Excellent. My brothers and I can depart for Xinglua City at once to receive your Majesty's title. It is an honor for the 8-Beast Sect to serve the Xinglua Empire." Thus, the matter was resolved smoothly. The gathering continued with lively discussions for a considerable time, and before they knew it, darkness enveloped the land as night fell, prompting everyone to disperse and rest. After a night of repose, the following morning dawned with the sun rising, painting the sky with resplendent hues of dawn. The camp bustled with activity as soldiers swiftly dismantled the tents, brought forth the steeds, and organized their gear. After Yichuan, Wang Xiang, and others rendezvoused with Dai Tianli, the group dismantled their camp and set forth toward Xinglua City with great momentum. 2 days later, upon arriving at Xinglua City, the capital of the Xinglua Empire, one could not help but be awed by its grandeur, which surpassed that of Tindo City in both scale and magnificence. The streets within the city were broad and bustling with life, filled with a myriad of shops boasting vibrant signs, where the sounds of haggling and laughter intertwined to create a lively din. The group, mounted on their majestic steeds, advanced steadily towards the city gates. Their demeanor was strikingly distinguished, unmistakably marking them as anything but ordinary travelers. "Several of you may rest at the post station. I shall seek out my royal brother. I trust that tomorrow's court assembly will grant you titles." Dai Tianli reined in his horse, a spark of enthusiasm illuminating his face as he addressed those beside him. Yichuan let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. As the son-in-law of the Zhu family, it is only fitting for me to return to the Zhu residence with my brothers. As Yichuan spoke, he gently patted the neck of his horse, which seemed to sense its master's unease, nervously pawing the ground. Zhu hastily chimed in, his face beaming with a smile. Your Highness, rest assured. I will ensure that young Master Yi and the esteemed members of the Eight Beast Sect are well taken care of. Upon hearing this, Dai Tianli did not decline. Nodding slightly, in that case, I shall not worry about this matter. Though his tone was lighthearted, a trace of subtle concern flickered in his eyes. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. Zhu respectfully bowed, then turned to gesture for Yichuan and the others to follow. Under Zhu's guidance, the group made their way towards the Zhu family's residence, the sound of hooves echoing as dust was kicked up behind them. Dai Tianli watched their retreating figures. His brow slightly furrowed, his gaze filled with vigilance. The Dai family had maintained their noble status within the Xingluo Empire largely due to their strategic marriage alliance with the Zhu family. The two great families had strengthened their ties through this union, significantly augmenting their power and thereby solidifying their hold on the imperial throne. However, times had changed. Previously, the Dai family wielded greater influence, being the royal family in control of the empire's highest authority. Yet now, if the Eight Beast Sect and each one aligned with the Zhu family's power would undoubtedly surpass that of the Dai family. A chill crept into Dai Tianli's heart as he pondered. Would the Zhu family remain as loyal as before? With a sigh, he realized the urgency of the situation and knew he must return to the palace promptly to discuss countermeasures with His Majesty. He spurred his horse into a gallop towards the palace, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The Zhu residence, a grand estate that had intermarried with the royal family for generations, exuded luxury and majesty. The imposing vermilion gate stood tall, its brass door rings polished to a shine, glinting with a cold light in the sun. Two pairs of stone lions at the entrance displayed their fierce demeanor. Upon entering, one was greeted by intricately carved beams and painted rafters, with exquisitely detailed eaves connecting various courtyards. In the gardens, vibrant flowers and rare plants competed for attention, while rockeries and pools harmoniously complemented each other, with goldfish swimming leisurely in the waters. Under Zhu's guidance, Yichuan and his companions made their way smoothly to the main hall. The spacious and well-lit hall featured a floor of gleaming marble, adorned with several intricately carved rosewood chairs, and the walls displayed masterpieces of calligraphy and painting, reflecting the family's refined taste and cultural depth. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, three figures emerged to greet them. Leading the way was Zhu Ziking's father, Zhu Yang, a tall and imposing figure. Despite having surpassed 50 years of age, his eyes still sparkled with sharpness, and the passage of time had added a layer of gravitas and authority to his visage. Zhu Ziking's mother, Li Wan'er, exuded grace and warmth, her gentle features radiating maternal affection. The third figure was Zhu Ziking's sister, Zhu Zhiyan, who stood to the side with a complex expression, a flicker of inner turmoil evident in her refined gaze. Upon seeing her parents, Zhu Ziking's eyes instantly welled with tears. Unable to contain her longing any longer, she rushed forward and embraced them tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, father, I have returned. Tears brimmed in Zhu Yang and Li Wan'er's eyes. Li Wan'er reached out, gently stroking Zhu Ziking's hair, her voice filled with concern. Qing, you have finally come back. You must have suffered outside. Zhu Yang also patted his daughter's shoulder, his voice slightly trembling. It is good that you are back. Very good. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyan observed the heartfelt reunion, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. On one hand, she was relieved that her sister Zhu Ziking had returned safely, for the bond of blood is unbreakable. On the other hand, she recalled the harsh realities of the Xingluo royal family's customs, knowing that one day, they might have to battle against each other for their fates. With a soft sigh, a tinge of melancholy crossed her eyes. Once Zhu Ziking had composed herself, she quickly turned to grasp Yichuan's hand, introducing him to her family. This is my elder brother Yichuan. He is my beloved. And these esteemed individuals are elders of the Eight Beast Sect. As she introduced him, her face radiated happiness and pride, her grip on Yichuan's hand firm, as if proclaiming their bond to the Zhu family. Zhu Yang nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Your uncle has informed us. Excellent, excellent. Initially, Zhu Yang had been displeased with his daughter's choice of partner, as the long-standing alliance between the Zhu and Dai families was crucial for maintaining their family's interests. Zhu Ziking's actions could potentially create rifts between the two families. However, upon learning of Yichuan's extraordinary talents and capabilities from Zhu Wen's letter, he became exceedingly pleased with this prospective son-in-law. He understood that a talent like Yichuan's, if missed, would lead to a lifetime of regret, and if their union flourished, it could herald new opportunities and growth for the Zhu family. Zhu Wen interjected with a smile. All right, let us sit and discuss. One by one, they took their seats. And soon, a group of maidservants clad in uniform appeared, gracefully entering with tea trays, placing fragrant tea before everyone. Chapter 86. Speak frankly. Seated comfortably on the intricately carved rosewood chair, Yichuan leisurely toyed with the teacup in his hand, taking a gentle sip of the warm tea, which slid down his throat. releasing a fragrant bouquet across his palate. He lifted his gaze, casually scanning the maidservants attending to them, and with a soft voice, he addressed Zhu Yong. Dear father-in-law, there are matters that warrant a private discussion. May the others retire. Zhu Yong felt a wave of curiosity wash over him at Yichuan's words, instinctively looking up at him. After a moment's hesitation, he commanded, You may all leave. With Zhu Yong's directive, the maidservants gracefully curtsied and retreated. Yichuan observed the retreating figures of the maidservants, a satisfied nod gracing his features, before he snapped his fingers. In an instant, dozens of shadowy ninjas from the Dark Legion materialized around him, clad in sleek black attire, their movements ghostly as they swiftly dispersed to stand guard. Their actions perfectly synchronized. This spectacle unnerved the members of the Zhu family. Zhu Yong sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and vigilance. Li Wan'er, pale as a ghost, instinctively took a step back, clutching Zhu Zhiyun's sleeve tightly. Zhu Zhiyun's delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yet she quickly masked it with a facade of composure. Yichuan observed the reactions of those around him and could not help but smile gently. A soft expression gracing his face as he explained, Esteemed father-in-law, there are ears hidden in the walls. Exercising caution is by no means excessive. His smile bore a hint of reassurance, slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Zhu Yong took a deep breath, striving to compose himself as he settled back into his chair. And spoke, Dear son-in-law, please speak your mind. Although Zhu Yong endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, a trace of unease still lingered in his tone. Yichuan leaned slightly forward, his hands crossed upon his knees, his expression turning grave. In half a month, if I take action against the imperial family of the Xinglua Empire, the Dai clan will be annihilated. I wonder how much influence the Zhu family can amass within this time. As these words escaped his lips, Zhu Yong, Li Wan'er, and Zhu Zhiyun were instantly left dumbfounded. None could have anticipated that the groom would utter such declarations on his first visit. Zhu Yong's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could hardly fathom Yichuan's audacious scheme. Countless thoughts raced through Zhu Yong's mind in an instant, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If Yichuan were to incite rebellion alongside his daughter, even if he reported it, it would be futile. The Dai clan wielded immense power within the Xinglua Empire, deeply entrenched, and would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him, even going so far as to eradicate the Zhu family. With this realization, a chill surged from his feet to his heart. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Son-in-law, this matter is of utmost importance. Have you truly considered it thoroughly? Yichuan gazed resolutely at Zhu Yong and slowly spoke. Esteemed father-in-law, having voiced my intentions, I assure you they have been thoroughly contemplated. Regardless of whether the Zhu family decides to take action against the Dai family, I shall undoubtedly strike at them. My aim is to plunge the Star Luo Empire into chaos. Zhu Yong remained silent for a considerable time. Although Yichuan's proposal was fraught with peril, it might also present an opportunity to alter the prevailing circumstances. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhu Yong finally clenched his teeth and replied, My dear son-in-law, since your mind is made up, the Zhu family shall offer you our full support. However, the time is pressing. The Zhu family can muster no more than 30% of the military forces within the Star Luo Empire in the short span of half a month. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's face broke into a gratified smile. My esteemed father-in-law possesses profound wisdom. With the support of the Zhu family, we have already achieved half of our goal. Now, we shall take action, and the Zhu family can simply reap the rewards. Wang Sheng leaned forward slightly, a confident smile gracing his features as he spoke in a steady and powerful voice. Rest assured, head of the Zhu family, our 8-beast sect will collaborate with the Zhu family. We have already established an unassailable position. However, Zhu Yong furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes as he unconsciously tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Though the 8-beast sect possesses formidable strength, this matter carries significant weight, particularly with regard to the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Yichuan gazed deeply into the flickering candlelight within the hall and slowly spoke, Esteemed father-in-law, the royal family of the Xinglua Empire stands before me as mere dust and debris, easily vanquished. You need only consider how to best seize the Xinglua Empire. The three engaged in a fervent discussion, meticulously scrutinizing every detail and deliberating over each plan with utmost care. Ultimately, all matters were settled, and every arrangement was completed. Zhu Yong exhaled a sigh of relief, rising with an expression of unwavering resolve. There is no time to lose. I shall immediately contact the Zhu family members across the Xinglua Empire, as well as those closely allied with us, to prepare for the impending upheaval. With that, he strode purposefully out of the conference hall, his figure a blend of haste and determination. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing rushed to Yichuan's side, grasping his arm with an innocent smile illuminating her face. Brother Yichuan, come, accompany me on a stroll through the Zhu residence. Observing them, Zhu Zhiyun wore a faint smile of resignation, yet silently followed suit, embodying the role of a rather conspicuous third wheel. As they meandered through the gardens of the Zhu estate, a gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with concern and trust. Brother Yichuan, I am unaware of your schemes. But even if father were to denounce you, I shall always stand by your side. Yichuan felt a warmth in his heart as he gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's face, assuring her, rest assured, in time, you shall come to understand the depth of my intentions. At that moment, Zhu Zhuyan abruptly halted her steps, her expression laden with complexity. After a brief hesitation, she spoke softly, Sister, I am truly sorry. With her head bowed, Zhu Zhiyun's voice was tinged with remorse and self-reproach. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Zhu Zhiyun, seemingly unprepared for her sudden apology. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan stepped forward, first grasping Zhu Zhiyun's hand, which felt slightly cool and trembled ever so slightly. He then took hold of Zhu Zhuqing's hand, bringing them together as he gazed at them with unwavering and gentle resolve. This is not your fault. It is the fault of the Dai family. Their abhorrent succession laws have burdened the daughters of the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes reddened, and unable to contain herself any longer, she collapsed into Yichuan's embrace, her shoulders quivering as she softly wept. Observing this, Zhu Zhuyan hesitated for a moment before gradually leaning in, surrendering herself to Yichuan's embrace, her tears soaking his garments. Yichuan gently patted their backs, as though soothing two injured kittens. As the incense burned quietly, time slipped away unnoticed. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun nestled in Yichuan's embrace, their slightly trembling shoulders gradually finding serenity, their sobs subsiding into silence. Zhu Zhuqing tilted her face upward, her eyes still adorned with a faint blush, reminiscent of frost-bitten peach blossoms. She blinked her glistening, large eyes and suddenly spoke. Yichuan, do you have feelings for my sister? Chapter 87. Coercion. Zhu Zhuqing's words fell like a pebble into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples that spread wide. Zhu Zhiyun's face flushed crimson, her cheeks burning from her ears down to her neck, resembling a ripe tomato. She hurriedly lowered her head, her hands instinctively clutching at the corners of her garment, embodying the essence of a startled fawn. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, a trace of barely perceptible embarrassment flickering across his face. His lips twitched as he awkwardly chuckled. Where is that the case? However, his denial sounded rather unconvincing at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her brows knitting in feigned anger as she retorted. Then why are you still holding her? This reproachful inquiry startled Zhu Zhiyun, prompting her to break free from Yichuan's embrace. She lifted her gaze and shot Yichuan a fierce glare, an expression that mingled reproach with a hint of shyness. Then, like a gust of wind, she dashed away, leaving only a flurry of hurried footsteps in her wake. Yichuan gazed at the departing figure of Zhu Zhuyan, a rueful smile crossing his lips as he shook his head, exclaiming in resignation, why must I endure such unwarranted misfortune? However, Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to Yichuan's words. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a moment before speaking again, her voice soft and tinged with shyness. Brother Yichuan, in truth, I could accept this, were it not for the customs of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. My sister and I would be the closest of siblings. If you possess the capability, I would not mind. Upon finishing her words, she slightly lowered her head, her fingers idly tracing circles on the ground, unable to meet Yichuan's gaze. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon something fascinating. A playful smile danced upon his lips, and the suppressed thoughts within him were instantly ignited. The suggestion of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun sharing a meal as sisters was certainly something that piqued Yichuan's interest. Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, accompanied by a teasing tone. You are well aware of my capabilities, aren't you? His grin carried a hint of mockery and a touch of ambiguity. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed instantly, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. She shot Yichuan a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with playful reproach, before stamping her foot and hastily pursuing the direction Zhu Zhuyan had taken, muttering under her breath, You just love to bully me. In the courtyard, only Yichuan remained, his gaze lingering with a hint of amusement as he watched the two women depart, his mind beginning to sketch a future filled with unpredictability yet brimming with anticipation. The following day, as dawn broke, the gentle morning light cascaded upon the majestic palace walls of the imperial city, casting a delicate golden hue. Yichuan, accompanied by Wang Xiang, Mu Chun, Yang Qi, and others, traversed the imposing gates of the imperial city. The moment they stepped into the palace, it felt as though they had entered an entirely different realm, the surrounding tranquility and grandeur prompting them to instinctively tread lightly. Truly, the imperial city exuded magnificence. Once we attain our titles, our residence will undoubtedly be equally splendid. Mu Chun, gazing around with curiosity and barely able to contain his exhilaration, turned to Yichuan and remarked, Boss, if you can't be granted the title of Marquis, does that mean we will all be barons? Yang Qi, chuckling with his eyes narrowed into slits, chimed in, Excellent. From now on, call me Baron Yang. It certainly sounds imposing. However, Wang Sheng did not share their lightheartedness. His brow furrowed, and with a vigilant gaze he surveyed their surroundings, whispering to Yichuan, Boss, something feels amiss. It's been quite some time. Why have we not yet been summoned into the palace? Yichuan maintained a calm demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence as he softly remarked, Just wait. When the time comes, do not hold back. Everyone must exert their utmost effort. Upon hearing his words, the others understood implicitly, and the 8 members of Wang Sheng nodded in agreement. Their previously relaxed expressions transformed instantly into a serious countenance, a subtle aura of vigilance emanating from them. They stood quietly outside the hall as time ticked away, from the early morning until the sun reached its zenith. The scorching sunlight poured down upon them unabated, intensifying their impatience. Just as their endurance began to wane, the doors of the hall creaked open, and Dai Tianli emerged at a leisurely pace. Clad in resplendent court attire, his face adorned with an appropriately measured smile, he slightly bowed to Yichuan, saying, "My apologies. Young Master Yi, the Emperor has many pressing matters, causing you to wait longer than expected. Please, allow me to offer you some tea to soothe your throat." As soon as he finished speaking, several palace maids glided forward, bearing fragrant cups of tea. Although the assembly harbored a multitude of questions, they nonetheless accepted the cups symbolically. Taking a tentative sip, "Young Master Yi, please follow me," Dai Tianli gestured invitingly, turning to lead the way. As Yuchuan and his companions exchanged glances, they adjusted their attire and followed Dai Tianli towards the grand hall. The moment they stepped into the hall, a solemn and majestic atmosphere enveloped them. To their astonishment, the scene before them starkly contrasted with their preconceived notions of a court filled with officials. Instead of the anticipated crowd, the hall was eerily empty, devoid of any official garb. In its place stood clusters of formidable soul masters, exuding an aura of power. Their cold gazes fixed upon Yuchuan and his companions like ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. At the far end of the hall, upon the dragon throne that symbolized supreme authority, sat the imposing figure of Dai Tianjun, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe. His countenance was stern, and an inscrutable majesty emanated from his eyes. Beside him sat an elderly man, whose weathered visage belied a robust physique, though his eyes were slightly closed. The aura he radiated subtly resonated with that of the surrounding soul masters, akin to a powerful puppeteer concealed in the shadows. Despite the confusion and wariness swirling within them, Yuchuan and his companions adhered to the protocols of respect, bowing respectfully to Dai Tianjun seated upon the dragon throne. The emperor's gaze pierced through them like a blade. Laced with evident hostility and probing curiosity, the unparalleled genius of the Tindo Empire, the foremost figure of the Douluo Continent, young Master Yi, what brings you so suddenly to my star Luo Empire, and why do you deign to sit as a lord in my realm? Yichuan maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly imbued with deep sentiment as he spoke leisurely. "I have come here because I fell in love at first sight with Miss Xiao. It is for love that I stand before you." However, the moment his words escaped his lips, a faint ripple of derisive laughter echoed around him. Among those present, who had not wrestled for years amidst the whirlpool of power and profit, at their level, who would easily believe in the notion of love. The laughter was laced with disdain and mockery, a clear ridicule of Yichuan's naivety. Dai Tianjun also chuckled. Yet his smile bore no warmth. Given the relationship between young Master Yi and the Zhu family, they are indeed quite intimate. In relation to our stellar empire's royal family, one might say the ties are significant. I wonder if young Master Yi would be willing to offer a token of loyalty as a pledge? A glimmer of greed and calculation flickered in his eyes, eagerly anticipating Yichuan's descent into the trap he had meticulously laid. Chapter 88. Act directly. As Dai Tianjuan's words lingered in the air, the faces of Wang Sheng and his companions turned ashen. A wave of intense unease surged within them, a simmering anger at being ensnared. Mu Chun, sensing the abnormality, could no longer contain himself and erupted, "Dog Emperor, you have poisoned our tea. Why can I not channel my soul power?" His voice resonated with fury and indignation, his body trembling slightly from rage. Dai Tianli's previously feigned smile darkened instantaneously. He pointed at Mu Chun and his companions, bellowing, "You brigands truly believe you can ascend to nobility in my stellar empire? Just remain as the lowly laborers you are, living humbly for the rest of your days. Do you truly wish to defy the heavens?" His gaze was filled with contempt and loathing, as though regarding a mere swarm of insignificant ants. Upon finishing, Dai Tianli turned his attention back to Yichuan, once again donning that insincere smile. Yet his tone carried an undercurrent of menace. "Young Master Yi, eliminate these 8 traitors. I offer you the title of Duke within my stellar empire. Otherwise," he did not complete his sentence, yet the unspoken threat hung heavily in the air, rendering it almost palpable. Yichuan stood within the dimly lit grand hall, the flickering lights casting shadows upon his austere visage. In this moment, he had comprehended the seemingly obscure yet glaringly obvious intentions of the imperial family of the Xinglua Empire. This was undeniably a ruthless scheme, a veritable two-pronged attack. On one hand, he and Wang Xing, along with a few others, appeared to be closely associated with the Zhu family, making them targets in the eyes of the imperial family. Eliminating Wang Xing and his companions would effectively curb the Zhu family's burgeoning influence, severing their potential wings for expansion. On the other hand, the imperial family had long coveted the Ninefold Mountain. In the past, the mountain had been regarded by the court as a den of iniquity, a haven for the unscrupulous, and the imperial family had been deprived of the opportunity to reclaim it. However, now, through this conspiracy, an exceptional opportunity had presented itself. Reflecting on this, a sardonic smile crept upon Yichuan's lips as he proclaimed with conviction, "I refuse." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he moved like a bolt of lightning. Swiftly, he drew a talisman from his bosom, and in an instant, A resplendent aura enveloped him. Yichuan darted about with such velocity that his figure became nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Wang Sheng and the other 8, effortlessly dispelling the poison that afflicted them. The elder, who had previously been brimming with malevolence and pride, was now taken aback, his expression morphing into one of astonishment. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "How can this be? You two were struck by my soul-sealing poison. How is it possible for you to wield your soul power with such swiftness?" Yichuan stood tall, a hint of a carefree smile gracing his lips as he responded effortlessly, "Because I am poison-proof." Upon hearing this, Dai Tianjuan's eyes widened in fury, the veins on his face bulging as he bellowed, "Old man Fang Yuan, cease your prattle. Since the mask has been torn away, let us engage in combat." With Dai Tianjuan's furious proclamation, the entire hall seemed to tremble under an invisible force. A thunderous roar erupted as the pillars began to sway violently, bricks and stones cascading down. Subsequently, the grand hall collapsed with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Aside from Yuchuan and Wang Sheng, the other individuals appeared to have anticipated this very moment. The instant Dai Tianjun issued his command, they swiftly executed their movements, retreating rapidly. Observing the fallen hall, shrouded in dust, Dai Tianli furrowed his brow and inquired, "Will this be effective?" Outside the hall, Davis stood clad in resplendent attire, his gaze emanating a chilling intensity. He slightly raised his chin and replied, "Your Majesty, with the soul techniques of over 1,000 soul masters, the hall has been reduced to rubble. Those within shall be left either dead or grievously wounded." Just as everyone believed that Yichuan and the 8 from Wang Sheng had been completely buried beneath the ruins, a sudden turn of events unfolded. A deafening explosion reverberated from the debris, akin to a bomb detonating underground. Instantly, countless bricks and dust were hurled outward as if tossed by an unseen giant hand. Amidst this cataclysmic uproar, Yichuan and the 8 gradually emerged. Surrounding Yichuan was a shimmering azure shield, translucent yet radiating an unsettling energy wave that rippled like water, securely enveloping the 9 of them. The immense force capable of flattening a small mountain was rendered insignificant before this shield, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. Davis, who had previously worn a confident smile of victory, now found his expression frozen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he cried out, "How is this possible?" They remained completely unscathed. His voice was sharp and trembling, reminiscent of a castrated eunuch. Yichuan's lips curled into a devilish smile, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like lightning. He proclaimed loudly, "Your actions have disrupted my original plans. I had intended to wait a while before annihilating the royal family of your Luo Empire, but it seems that a grand upheaval is in order." His tone was laced with authority and defiance, as if the royal family and the 1,000 soul masters before him were utterly insignificant. Wang Xing's face was contorted with fury, his eyes wide as he bellowed, "Are you prepared to bear the wrath of our 8-beast sect?" In an instant, the aura surrounding Wang Xing and his companions shifted dramatically. They unleashed the powers of their devil fruits, and in a dazzling display, energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xing and the 5 brothers of the 7th sect transformed into various dinosaurs, each taking on distinct forms, all empowered by the ancient dragon fruit of the Zoan type. Meanwhile, Yang Qi and Mu Qin morphed into a mammoth and a saber-toothed tiger, respectively, their massive figures exuding an imposing presence. Yichuan, utilizing his martial soul's true form, instantly transformed into a towering figure of 100 meters, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The 9 stood united, their formidable aura materializing like a tangible wave, surging outward with tremendous force. The faces of all present turned pale, their legs trembling in terror. The crowd's eyes were filled with dread and astonishment. The once confident side of the Luo Empire was now taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. At this tense moment, as the atmosphere crackled with impending conflict, Dai Tianjun took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and stepped forward resolutely. He straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and shouted, "Do not be afraid. We have titled Dueluos among us. With over 1,000 soul masters and an army of 30,000 stationed in the imperial city, we shall eradicate the traitors of the 8-beast sect. Victory is assured." Evidently, Dai Tianjun aimed to rekindle the morale of his side with these impassioned words. Chapter 89, The Great Battle. Commence. Upon hearing Dai Tianjuan's attempt to bolster his prestige through numbers, Yichuan couldn't help but emit a derisive laugh, brimming with disdain. Numbers? If numbers held any significance, why would I strive for strength? His voice, deep and resonant, struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. The arrogance and confidence in his tone impossible to overlook. As soon as his words fell, Yichuan's martial soul, the sovereign, sprang into action. The speed was beyond mortal comprehension, resembling a bolt of yellow lightning that instantaneously tore through space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the elder known as Fang Yuan. Raising his robust arm, which radiated a golden glow and was taut with muscle, he exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch infused with boundless soul energy, causing the air to scream sharply as it was violently cleaved apart. In that fleeting moment, Fang Yuan's figure was as if swept away by a raging tempest, distorted and swaying, ultimately vanishing from sight. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the scene, they witnessed Fang Yuan reappear 1,000 meters away. The sudden teleportation left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Simultaneously, Wang Sheng, Yang Qi, and Mu Chun, along with 5 others, exchanged resolute glances filled with determination, and together they roared, charging towards the throng of soul masters. Their figures, under the sunlight, resembled 8 meteors, propelled by an unstoppable momentum as they plunged into the enemy ranks. Dai Tianjun and Dai Tianli, one a soul Douluo and the other a soul saint, along with their formidable allies, faced them with grave expressions, engaging in fierce combat with the 8. In an instant, the entire Imperial City's soul power surged, brilliance flickering as the sounds of battle and explosions resounded relentlessly. Standing 1,000 meters away, Fang Yuan adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire, slowly lifting his head to gaze at Yichuan, a cryptic smile gracing his features. He spoke with a measured tone. I am Fang Yuan, a level 93 title Douluo, known as the title of Spring and Autumn, with the martial soul of the Spring and Autumn cicada. His voice, steady and unhurried, exuded the calm confidence of a seasoned veteran. Yichuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of an intriguing smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Spring and Autumn cicada? It sounds akin to a temporal soul. As he spoke, he scrutinized Fang Yuan intently, attempting to glean some clues from the latter's expression. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, No. What I wield is the essence of space. No sooner had he uttered these words than Yichuan felt an uncanny force rushing towards him. Before he could react, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining his garments crimson. Fortunately, the power of the horse talisman activated just in time, enveloping the wound in a gentle radiance and healing at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fang Yuan's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, How is this possible? You, young one, are the first to withstand my spatial strike. He gazed intently at Yichuan, as if observing a peculiar creature, his apprehension towards this youth intensifying. Yichuan's lips curled slightly, forming a smile imbued with a hint of amusement. As a sharp glimmer danced in his eyes, he spoke calmly, Is it the space slash? Such an attack is indeed difficult for ordinary individuals to defend against. Fang Yuan, standing at a distance, let out a cold snort, his expression laced with disdain, as if mocking Yichuan's ignorance. However, Yichuan did not grant him further opportunities for derision. As soon as his words fell, a faint silver glow suddenly enveloped Yichuan, shimmering like flowing mercury, swiftly encasing his entire form. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only an afterimage. Instantly, Yichuan executed a teleportation, materializing directly before Fang Yuan. He raised his right fist high, gathering a torrent of potent energy that compressed the air around it, emitting a sizzling sound. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. With no time to ponder, his body contorted as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, and amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, he reappeared 1,000 meters away. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan resolutely executed his teleportation once more. In a flash of silver light, he reappeared in the direction of Fang Yuan's escape. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his face etched with reluctance, yet he was compelled to teleport once again. In that vast expanse, the two continued to flicker, each teleportation inciting violent tremors in the fabric of space, with ripples radiating outward like waves upon water. Thus, they teleported 5 times. Fang Yuan's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and his breathing became labored. His eyes were filled with terror and despair as he realized he could no longer teleport due to the constraints of his soul technique. As he beheld Yichuan's colossal fist, imbued with boundless power, a wave of hopelessness surged within him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the impending blow. Space. Solidify. Fang Yuan bellowed, his voice imbued with the determination of one who had burned his boats. As his cry echoed, the surrounding space appeared to freeze in an instant, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As Yichuan's fist descended, it struck an invisible barrier, producing a dull, thunderous sound. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered like a broken mirror, fracturing into numerous cracks that swiftly began to splinter apart. Sharp fragments of space erupted in all directions, resembling a flurry of lethal blades. Seizing the momentum of the shockwave, Fang Yuan retreated, his robe slashed by the space shards, revealing streaks of blood. His face was etched with astonishment, his chest heaving violently as he pointed a trembling finger at Yichuan, exclaiming in disbelief, How is this possible? Young man, do you have no restrictions on your teleportation? His voice was laden with incredulity, as if he were struggling to accept the reality before him. Yichuan gently nodded, his expression tranquil, a faint smile still gracing his lips as he spoke in a relaxed tone. You are correct. My 5th soul skill, teleportation, knows no bounds. I can teleport as many times as I desire. Truly a monstrosity. How unfair the world is. Fang Yuan exclaimed with a low growl, his face etched with anger and helplessness. He understood that he was facing an unprecedented adversary today. Yet, he had no intention of conceding so easily. Taking a deep breath, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Even so, I shall not surrender. Let me demonstrate my 9th soul skill, spatial strangulation. Fang Yuan roared, his gaze filled with resolve. In an instant, the space surrounding Yichuan, within a 1,000-meter radius, appeared to transform into soft parchment, swiftly folding in upon itself. The space, as if manipulated by invisible hands, enveloped Yichuan entirely. Almost immediately, immense pressure surged from all directions, intent on trapping him within this collapsing realm. Chapter 90. Fairness. Fairness. Is it not fairness, after all? Yichuan stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, his aura surging with formidable intensity, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he unhesitatingly unleashed his 8th soul skill, Infinite Universe. In an instant, it was as though an invisible force enveloped the realm, distorting the very fabric of space itself. The radiant soul skills hurtling towards him, be it the resplendent flames, the razor-sharp icicles, or the toxic mists, vanished into nothingness upon contact with this power, like bubbles bursting silently. The thrown weapons, including swords, spears, and battle axes, similarly disintegrated mid-air, leaving no trace behind. Feng Yuan, a venerable figure renowned within the Soul Master realm, wore an expression of disbelief. The formidable martial spirit that had once coalesced with immense power was now rendered ineffective. He widened his eyes, his voice tinged with shock and confusion. What is happening? Why can I not wield my martial spirit? He attempted to summon his martial spirit once more, yet his body remained eerily silent, as if engulfed in a profound stillness. In the distance, Dai Tianjin mirrored his terror, feeling his soul power dissipate as swiftly as a river breaching its dam, leaving his complexion ashen. My soul power has vanished? How can this be? He murmured, his legs trembling slightly, as if the very strength to support his body had evaporated. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers within the imperial city fared even worse. Devoid of soul power, they found themselves in dire straits. The heavy armor, once their steadfast ally on the battlefield, abruptly vanished, causing them to stumble perilously close to the ground. Their tightly gripped weapons similarly disappeared, plunging them into utter chaos. Thousands of soldiers exchanged frantic glances, their eyes brimming with fear and confusion, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. Yichuan observed the reactions of those around him and couldn't help but throw his head back in laughter, his voice resonating with confidence and grandeur. Behold my 8th soul skill, Infinite Universe. Within a radius of 10 miles, I am the Tao. I am the principle. All your powers before me are but the strength of mere ants, easily crushed. Yet, Prince Davis's face was contorted with rage and resentment. Clenching his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, he bellowed, "Humph! I refuse to believe it. If you possess the capability, transform me into a woman." In his eyes, Yichuan was merely posturing. He could not accept that Yichuan truly wielded such otherworldly prowess. However, scarcely had his words faded when Yichuan shot him a piercing glare. That gaze seemed to harbor boundless power, sending a chill racing up Davis's spine. In an instant, Davis felt an unsettling coolness beneath him, followed by an unusual swelling sensation in his chest. Instinctively, he glanced down at his body, his eyes widening in terror. No, this is impossible. Davis screamed, his voice laced with despair. His physique began to undergo a bizarre transformation, his once robust form gradually becoming slender, his muscles slowly dissipating. In a state of panic, he clasped his hands over his chest, his legs weakening, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Revert me back. Young Master Yi. Spare me, young Master Yi. At that moment, any semblance of his princely dignity vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and desperation. Yichuan gazed disdainfully at Davis, who knelt on the ground, desperately pleading. It was too late. A cold, cruel smile curled at the corners of Yichuan's mouth, his eyes gleaming with an irresistible authority. With a snap of his fingers, the crisp sound resonated like the tolling bell of fate, echoing through the skies of the imperial city. In an instant, Feng Yuan, Dai Tianjun, Davis, Dai Tianli, and all the soul masters within the imperial city felt their bodies disintegrate under an unseen force, transforming into countless minute grains of sand. These particles danced gently in the breeze, ultimately dissipating into the ground, as if they had never existed in this world. The soldiers who witnessed this scene had their eyes widened in horror, their faces etched with fear and despair. Some soldiers even faltered, collapsing to the ground. Following this, the army of thousands scattered like ants whose nest had been disturbed, crying out and screaming, devoid of any military discipline. He was not human. He was a god. Such power could only belong to a deity. No, he was a devil, an indescribable, unfathomable devil. The terrified shouts rose and fell amidst the chaos. The 8 members of Wangsheng, witnessing the battle conclude with such efficiency, hastily relinquished their demonic powers and approached Yichuan. Their expressions were grave, beads of sweat adorning their foreheads, clearly shaken by the terrifying strength Yichuan had just displayed. Yichuan gazed at them, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of ease. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Mu Chun swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, his voice quivering slightly. I apologize, boss. I was genuinely startled. The scene we just witnessed was profoundly shocking. I had never imagined that anyone could possess such terrifying power. Yichuan gently patted Mu Chin's shoulder and reassured him. It is of no consequence. The future stability of the Star Luo Empire will rely on your efforts. Wangsheng furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you mean, boss? Us. What about you? The situation in the Star Luo Empire is currently chaotic. You cannot simply abandon us. Yichuan sighed helplessly, casting his gaze towards the horizon as he slowly spoke. The Dai family is so eager to act. It has indeed disrupted my plans, but it is of little consequence. The matters of the Xinglua Empire shall be entrusted to you. I have more pressing affairs to attend to. However, the leader, Yang Qi, wore a troubled expression, hesitating as he wished to voice his concerns. Yichuan gazed at Yang Qi, his eyes brimming with trust. I have faith in your capabilities. The Zhu family has consistently collaborated with us. Your assistance in navigating the complexities of the Star Luo Empire is essential to mitigate unrest. It is imperative that we soothe the populace, stabilize the military, and restore order, all of which require your efforts. Muchen pondered for a moment before inquiring, Boss, where shall we begin? The current situation is tangled and perplexing, leaving us somewhat at a loss. Yichuan spoke with unwavering determination, articulating his strategy methodically. Firstly, secure the vital thoroughfares of the imperial city to thwart any resurgence of the remnants of the Dai family. Secondly, rally the former officials of the Xinglua Empire, clarifying our stance and intentions to garner their support. Lastly, deploy personnel to reassure the populace, distributing financial aid and provisions. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement, signifying their understanding of the tasks at hand. Yichuan gazed at them, reiterating his admonition. Remember, fairness. Fairness, indeed, is of utmost importance. By the time I return, the entire continent shall be unified. Chapter 91. Hulaina. 10 days later, under the blazing sun, with nary a cloud in the sky. A cloud of dust rose along the official road as a carriage slowly approached the city of Tindo. The carriage, drawn by 2 robust steeds, was not extravagant but was kept impeccably tidy. As the carriage curtain fluttered, Zhu Zhuyun extended her delicate hand to gently lift the veil. Sunlight cascaded upon her exquisite visage, accentuating her elegant brows and profound eyes. With a slight frown, Zhu Zhuyun parted her lips. Is this Tindo City? It appears to be considerably smaller than Xinglua City. Seated at the driver's position, Yichuan turned his head, a gentle smile adorning his face. Responding to Zhu Zhuyun's observation, he chuckled softly. Indeed, it is somewhat smaller. For the territory of the Xinglua Empire is more extensive. As the capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City naturally possesses a grander stature. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhiqing sat facing Zhu Zhuyun. Upon hearing Yichuan's reply, she did not turn to him but fixed her gaze upon Zhu Zhuyun, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Sister, having consumed Yichuan Gij's celestial herbs, you are now his. She teased. Tonight, Yichuan Gij shall devour you. With that, Zhu Zhiqing playfully winked. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun's cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant hue, akin to the twilight sky. Embarrassed and indignant, she quickly reached out to tickle Zhu Zhiqing's underarm. You little imp, always teasing me. Just wait until I deal with you. Zhu Zhiqing, evading her sister's grasp, erupted into peals of laughter, her melodious giggles echoing within the confines of the carriage. Listening to the laughter of the 2 women in the carriage, Yichuan couldn't help but smile. He gently shook the reins, urging the horses to quicken their pace as he slowly guided the carriage into the city of Tindo. The streets within the city were broad, lined with numerous shops, where the sounds of vendors calling out and the chatter of conversations intertwined harmoniously. As Yichuan drove the carriage, he took the opportunity to enlighten Zhu Zhuyun about the customs and culture of Tindo City. Zhu Zhuyun occasionally leaned out, her curiosity piqued as she gazed upon the unfamiliar, yet vibrant city. On the bustling Zhuke Avenue, in Tindo City, a horse-drawn carriage gradually came to a halt before the imposing entrance of the Yi residence. The sound of hooves diminished, and the dust kicked up by the wheels slowly dispersed into the air. Yichuan firmly grasped the reins and alighted from the carriage. As he turned around, he beheld a statuesque woman standing gracefully before the entrance of the Yi residence. Her demeanor exuded an air of aloof elegance, with delicate features resembling a work of art. Clad in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful figure, she resembled a violet blooming in the chill of night, mysterious and alluring. Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt rising within him. He stepped forward and courteously inquired, Who might you be? What brings you to my doorstep? The woman slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering like cold stars as they rested upon Yichuan's face. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she spoke in a chilling tone. Are you Yichuan? Yichuan nodded slightly, his gaze scrutinizing the woman before him, his mind racing with conjectures about her identity. Was she a noble lady from the heavenly Duel City, or perhaps a representative of a certain faction? A myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind. Upon noticing his acknowledgement, the woman's lips curled into a subtle smirk, hinting at a barely perceptible mockery. I am Hulaina. My teacher claims you are the greatest genius of the Douluo Continent, but I am not convinced. With her arms crossed defiantly, her eyes sparkled with challenge. Upon hearing these words, Yichuan couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter resonating with a hearty brightness. He regarded Hulaina with keen interest, a glimmer of playful mockery flickering in his eyes. What if I truly were? Would you become my woman? His words bore a hint of jest, yet were imbued with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Hulaina's eyes. She disdainfully snorted, her face a mask of contempt. Humph. Aren't all the women in the entire Yi residence yours? Scoundrel. Her voice was sharp, laced with palpable disdain for Yichuan. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave. Her steps hurried as if she wished to linger not a moment longer, quickly vanishing around the corner of the street. Yichuan gazed at her departing silhouette, a slight furrow forming on his brow, as a ripple of emotions stirred within him. Hulaina? He silently pondered this name, and an image of that enigmatic and formidable figure flashed through his mind. Was she perhaps more significant than Bibi Dong in Heaven Do City? What ulterior motives lay behind this unexpected visit? With a heart full of questions, Yichuan turned back to the carriage, assisting Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun as they alighted. The three of them entered the Yi residence together. As soon as they stepped through the grand entrance, numerous female relatives of the household eagerly approached them. Princess Shui glided forward gracefully, the first to reach Yichuan. Adorned in a splendid palace attire and crowned with a phoenix hairpin, she exuded an aura of noble elegance. Shui tilted her head slightly, gazing at Yichuan with eyes brimming with warmth and anticipation. Brother Yichuan. Father Emperor mentioned that upon your return, he wishes for you to visit the palace. Her voice was soft, imbued with the dignified charm characteristic of royal princesses. Ning Rongrong blinked her lively eyes, bouncing over to Yichuan's side, grasping his arm with a playful tone. I want to go too. Father said to inform him of your return. Lu Erlong strode over with purpose, declaring, so do I. I cannot accompany you today. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin wore a gentle smile, saying softly, me too. I shall return to find grandfather. Yichuan gazed at the crowd before him, momentarily lost in thought. He had not anticipated that during his absence of over half a month, so many in Tiando City would be so eager for his return. At that moment, Xiao suddenly dashed into his embrace, her hands gripping his sleeve tightly. Brother Yi, do you need Deming and Erming to assist you? She inquired, her large, listening eyes filled with genuine concern as she looked up at him. Yichuan's lips curled into a gentle smile, a warm expression gracing his features as he lifted his hand to tenderly stroke Xiaowu's head, his fingers gliding through her silky hair. There's no need for that. What are these fellows, after all? Merely jesters, unworthy of my concern. From this moment on, I intend to dedicate my time to you both, making up for the moments we have lost. Standing beside them, Qian Rinxue remained quietly, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her lips parting slightly as if she wished to speak, yet held back. A flicker of intricate emotions danced in her eyes, a blend of anxiety for Yichuan's safety and the weight of unspoken thoughts that lingered within her. Yichuan keenly sensed something unusual about Qian Rinxue. Turning to her, he maintained a gentle smile and said, all right, let us discuss whatever is on your mind later this evening. I can tell you have much to share, so there is no rush. We shall converse at a more leisurely hour. Qian Rinxue bit her lip lightly, hesitating before nodding, swallowing the unspoken words back into silence. Afterward, Yichuan returned to his room, accompanied by Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing. Inside the room, a steaming bath awaited him, adorned with delicate rose petals floating atop the water's surface. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing seamlessly divided their tasks. Xiaowu picked up a towel and gently began to dry Yichuan's arms, saying, Brother Yichuan, just relax and unwind. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing stood nearby, thoughtfully selecting attire for him to wear later, occasionally glancing up with her gentle yet resolute gaze to inquire softly, do you like this outfit? Chapter 92, An Uninvited Arrival. After bathing and changing, the group gathered in the dining room. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, the aroma tantalizing the senses. Seated together, they relished the delightful feast, laughter and conversation filling the air. Shrek flitted about like a lively sprite, eagerly serving Yichuan, exclaiming, Brother Yichuan, this is absolutely delicious. You must have more. This is a recipe from Sister Erlong. As soon as the meal concluded, Qian Rinxue eagerly approached Yichuan, gently taking hold of his arm and pulling him aside. Sister has arrived. It seems she is looking for you. Yichuan instantly understood whom Qian Rinxue referred to, his gaze sharpening momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Yichuan nodded, his expression serene, as if everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. I was aware that the disciples of His Holiness the Pope awaited me just outside the door. Qian Rinxue, her face etched with concern, furrowed her brows tightly and anxiously inquired, what do you intend to do? She came with formidable resolve, and I was at a loss for how to respond. After speaking, Qian Rinxue instinctively grasped Yichuan's arm, uncertain whether her worry was for Yichuan or for Bibi Dong. Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he jested. Bring it on. I shall await her challenge. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when water flows, we shall dam it. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Yichuan extended his arms and enveloped Qian Rinxue in a tight embrace. His movement was powerful, imbued with an irresistible force. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by this unexpected action, her eyes widening in shock as her hands instinctively pressed against Yichuan's chest, attempting to push him away. Yichuan gently rested his chin atop Qian Rinxue's head, his voice low and imbued with tenderness and anticipation as he softly inquired in her ear, Rinxue, have you missed me? During those days of our separation, I often found myself thinking of you. His breath caressed her hair, causing her heartbeat to falter momentarily. Qian Rinxue struggled against him, her cheeks flushing with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, Yet Yichuan's embrace felt as unyielding as iron, rendering her efforts futile. After several fruitless attempts, she gradually ceased her struggles, her body trembling slightly, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, surrendering herself to his hold. She tilted her head slightly, locking her gaze onto Yichuan's eyes, which reflected a complex interplay of emotions, anger, reluctance, and an indescribable sentiment. Biting her lip, her voice quivered as she confessed. I do not know. Few men in this world have captured my attention. You are formidable, standing tall like a pine, with an extraordinary visage. The first time I met you, you left an indelible impression on me. Pausing momentarily, the brilliance in her eyes sharpened, and her tone shifted to one of resigned frustration. Yet you are also despicable and shameless, for you dared to use me to coerce my grandfather. However, I cannot completely erase you from my heart, and I am at a loss as to how to confront you. In her final words, a hint of choked emotion crept into her voice, her gaze revealing profound confusion and anguish. Yichuan gazed at Xianrenxua, her face etched with confusion and anguish, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He reached out, intending to smooth the disheveled strands of hair blown by the wind, yet hesitated mid-motion, ultimately allowing his hand to fall gently. Taking a deep breath, Yichuan fixed his steadfast and gentle gaze upon Xianrenxua, and softly spoke, Shuer, do not torment yourself over this matter any longer. Trust me, wait a little longer. Before long, you shall no longer be troubled by this. All turmoil and discord shall subside, and in that time, we will embrace the tranquility that rightfully belongs to us. Xianrenxua lifted her head, her eyes brimming with helplessness, as the moonlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to voice her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a long pause, she simply nodded gently, overwhelmed by her sense of powerlessness. In that moment, she felt as though she was enveloped in a dark fog, surrounded by the unknown and confusion. The confidence she once held in her strength and wisdom shattered like fragile bubbles in the face of such a complex and ever-changing situation. The following morning, clad in black, Yichuan arrived alone at the Spirit Hall. In recent days, the world of Soul Masters had been in turmoil due to the unrest in the Douluo Empire. Yichuan and the Eight-Beast Sect joined forces to decisively overthrow the imperial family of the Douluo Empire. This shocking act was akin to a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, provoking ripples that spread rapidly to every corner of the Soul Master realm. All Soul Masters engaged in fervent discussions, marveling at Yichuan's prowess and audacity, while simultaneously harboring curiosity and reverence towards him. Yichuan approached the registration desk with an unhurried demeanor, his voice steady and resonant. I am Yichuan, seeking an audience with Bishop Salas. The staff member looked up, and upon seeing Yichuan, a flicker of surprise and disarray crossed his eyes. He fumbled with his tasks, hastily dispatching someone to convey the message. Before long, Bishop Salas of the Spirit Hall arrived in haste. Approaching his 80s, he sported neatly combed gray hair and wore a professional smile upon his face. His robe, adorned with intricate golden patterns, swayed gently with his movements. Upon spotting Yichuan, Salas quickly advanced a few steps, his face radiating warmth and respect, exclaiming, Young Master Yi has graced us with his presence. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Truly, I am remiss in my welcome. As he spoke, he slightly inclined his body, executing a refined, noble gesture. Yichuan maintained a tranquil demeanor, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He then leaned closer to Salas, his gaze piercing and direct as he inquired, Is His Holiness the Pope in attendance? Upon hearing this, a fleeting hesitation flickered across Salas's face, barely perceptible. In an instant, he regained his composure, nodding affirmatively as he replied, His Holiness is within the hall. Young Master Yi, please follow me. With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for Yichuan to enter, and personally took hold of his arm to guide him into the Hall of Spirits. This scene left the nearby staff utterly astonished. As a Soul Douluo, Salas held a prestigious position within the Hall of Spirits, typically presenting an air of superiority. Yet now, he displayed remarkable courtesy towards a mere youth, almost venerating him, which was truly hard to believe. Throughout their journey, Yichuan remained composed, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The Hall of Spirits exuded solemnity, with walls adorned in exquisite carvings that narrated the hall's illustrious history and remarkable achievements. Soon, Salas and Yichuan arrived at a secluded and elegant courtyard. The environment was serene, with flourishing flora, and a winding stone path led to an ancient edifice. Before they could approach, a figure swiftly emerged from within, revealing itself to be Hulaina, dressed in a flowing violet gown, intricately embroidered with golden patterns that accentuated her graceful form. Hulaina immediately greeted Salas with respect. Greetings, Bishop Salas. Salas nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he remarked, Young Master Yi has come to see His Holiness. Upon hearing this, Hulaina turned slightly to Yichuan, saying, Please, follow me. Yichuan nodded and followed closely behind Hulaina, stepping steadily into the main hall. Chapter 93, Pope Bibi Dong. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost palpable. The moment Yichuan stepped in, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure seated majestically in the elevated position. Bibi Dong, Her Holiness the Pope, adorned in an opulent golden robe, exuded an aura of power and authority with every intricate detail of her attire. The impeccable tailoring accentuated her alluring silhouette, while her long legs, elegantly crossed, radiated an enchanting charm that captivated all who beheld her. Her beauty was exquisite. Her fair skin resembled the smoothness of mutton-fat jade, and beneath her high-bridged nose, her lips were naturally tinted with a delicate crimson. Her deep-set eyes conveyed the fierce and chilling demeanor unique to one in a position of supremacy. The moment Yichuan beheld her, a myriad of poses raced uncontrollably through his mind, like wild stallions galloping freely through his thoughts. Beside him, Hulaina, already harboring resentment towards Yichuan, was further incensed by his blatant fixation on Bibi Dong. With her delicate brows furrowed and her eyes wide in indignation, she exclaimed, "Humph! You stand before Her Holiness the Pope. Should you not pay your respects?" Yet Yichuan appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated on Bibi Dong's long legs. A subtle smirk gracing his lips, laced with a hint of irreverence as he muttered to himself, "I could indulge in those legs for a year." The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Throughout her extensive existence, no one had ever dared to utter such frivolous words to her so brazenly. At that moment, she perceived Yichuan as a thoroughly lascivious individual, her aversion towards him intensifying. Shameless. Hulaina trembled with fury, for as the Pope's cherished disciple, she had never encountered anyone so audaciously insolent. With her words hanging in the air, she extended her hand, summoning a fierce gust of wind as she launched a swift attack towards Yichuan, the force of her palm sharp and resolute, clearly intending to show him the consequences of his insolence. Yichuan gazed unwaveringly at the approaching Hulaina, a defiant smile lingering at the corner of his lips. As she drew near, his movements were swift as lightning. With a flick of his thumb and forefinger, he delivered a sharp snap that struck her squarely on the head. The sound echoed crisply through the quiet main hall. Hulaina felt as though her skull had been struck by a heavy hammer. A searing pain surged through her, and tears instantly pooled in her eyes. She instinctively clutched her head, succumbing to a torrent of sobs. She could scarcely believe that, as a dignified soul master, she could be so effortlessly chastised. "Enough, Nana. You may leave," Bibi Dong commanded, her tone calm yet undeniably authoritative. Her gaze towards Hulaina carried a hint of disappointment, as if lamenting her failure to meet expectations. "Yes, teacher," Hulaina replied through her tears, her voice thick with grievance. She shot a venomous glare at Yichuan, her eyes brimming with a desire for vengeance, before reluctantly turning away, casting fleeting glances back as she retreated. In the main hall, only Yichuan and Bibi Dong remained, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Bibi Dong fixed her piercing gaze upon Yichuan, her eyes sharp like needles. After a prolonged silence, she spoke, her voice low yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of authority. "You have an interest in Shuai. Do you also dare to express interest in me?" Yichuan felt a pang of anxiety. While he certainly entertained some forbidden fantasies regarding the mother and daughter duo, reason dictated that he must not concede to such thoughts at this moment. Thus, Yichuan resolved to divert the conversation, firmly avoiding entanglement in this perilous subject. Yichuan took a deep breath, donning a seemingly innocuous smile on his face as he spoke. "Your Holiness, you are the fabled possessor of twin martial souls and have undergone the divine examination of the Rakshasa god, fervently aspiring to become the Rakshasa god. Is this true?" Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantly, akin to the sky before an impending storm, her eyes flashing with a mixture of astonishment and wariness. Her twin martial souls and divine examination had always been the most closely guarded secrets of the Spirit Hall. How could this young man possibly be aware of them? The atmosphere within the main hall seemed to freeze in an instant, suffocatingly oppressive. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan felt a surge of delight within, recognizing that he had indeed made the right move. He continued to speak eloquently, his tone growing ever more confident. "In my view, a god is merely a person of greater strength. What significance is there in inheriting another's divine position, bound by predetermined rules? It is nothing but a self-imposed entrapment." "Arrogant!" Bibi Dong exclaimed, rising abruptly, her golden robe billowing dramatically with her movement. An invisible pressure surged toward Yichuan, intensifying the atmosphere around them. Yet, Yichuan remained unperturbed, standing firm with an air of calmness, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on him, her initial fury gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of admiration. She slowly resumed her seat, scrutinizing Yichuan, recalling the astonishing talent he had displayed. "However, young one, do you truly possess the merit to utter such words?" Bibi Dong's voice regained a semblance of tranquility, yet was laced with a complexity of emotions. She could not deny that Yichuan's talent was indeed astonishing, even to her, the Pope. Yichuan chuckled, pressing on with fervor. "I am also aware that Your Holiness the Pope harbors a fervent desire to establish the Spirit Empire and unify the Douluo Continent." At this revelation, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The ambition to establish the Spirit Empire and unify the Douluo Continent was her most profound and secret aspiration, buried deep within her heart. How could this young man possibly have discovered such confidential knowledge? Bibi Dong gazed at Yichuan, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Yet Yichuan did not directly respond to her inquiry. Instead, he straightened his posture, exuding confidence and flamboyance. It is too late. It is already too late. Your Holiness. The Pope, you have lost your chance. Allow me to inform you that henceforth, it shall be I who will vanquish the Spirit Hall, conquer the Star Luo Empire, and unify the Douluo Continent. As for ascension to godhood, I shall demonstrate to your Holiness just how fragile the divine truly is. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Yichuan, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This youth, with his audacity and ambition, instilled in her an unprecedented sense of threat. However, she swiftly reined in her emotions, restoring her former gravitas and haughtiness. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. As she let out a soft snort and declared, I concede that you are enigmatic, and your methods and knowledge surpass those of ordinary individuals. Yet, on this Douluo Continent, no one has ever succeeded in thwarting me. Do you truly believe that your mere bravado can compel me to abandon my plans and aspirations? Such thoughts are nothing but delusions. The accumulation and foundation of the Spirit Hall over the millennia are not something you can easily shake. Yichuan listened, a subtle smile of appreciation gracing his lips as he gently nodded. This is the Pope I recognize, decisive, resolute, and ambitious. Such qualities render the impending conflict all the more intriguing. After a brief pause, a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes as he continued, however. I hope His Holiness does not lose heart, for the days ahead are still numerous. When the time comes, I shall shatter your confidence in one fell swoop, allowing you to witness the chasm that lies between us. With that, Yichuan elegantly turned on his heel and strode confidently toward the main house. Chapter 94. Deliberation and Decision. Bibi Dong stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed intently upon Yichuan's retreating figure, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged moment, she inhaled deeply, her resolve only solidifying further. To defeat me, you are still far from ready. No matter what cards you hold, I shall see this through to the end. On the Douluo Continent, it shall ultimately be under my dominion. Yichuan departed from the Spirit Hall, embarking on his journey home. As he traversed halfway, a resplendently adorned carriage sped towards him, coming to a graceful halt before Yichuan. The dust kicked up by the wheels glimmered in the sunlight, resembling a golden mist. Shortly thereafter, a figure nimbly leaped down from the carriage. Clad in opulent garments that billowed elegantly in the breeze, the attire was intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, adorned with various jade and gemstone ornaments at the waist. They sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an air of affluence and grandeur. Yichuan focused his gaze and realized it was Shuepeng. He couldn't help but reflect on how this individual had transformed, becoming increasingly ostentatious. His attire was so flamboyant that Yichuan felt an overwhelming impulse to rob him. Shuepeng approached with a beaming smile, one that bordered on obsequiousness, and hurriedly made his way to Yichuan's side. With utmost respect, he said, Young Master Yi, His Majesty and several esteemed lords are awaiting you in the Imperial City. Please, Young Master Yi, allow me to escort you. As he spoke, Shuepeng took care to gently support Yichuan's arm, cautious not to inadvertently offend this formidable figure. Yichuan observed the movements of Avalanche, a faint smile gracing his lips as he playfully remarked, Avalanche, it has been a few days since we last met, and your demeanor has grown increasingly imposing. Upon hearing this, Avalanche's smile blossomed even more brightly, though tinged with a hint of anxiety. He promptly replied, Young Master Yi, you jest. This is all due to your esteemed favor. In truth, Avalanche harbored a profound dread towards Yichuan. He had learned of Yichuan's astonishing act of annihilating the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, a bloody and shocking event that sent chills down his spine at the mere thought of Yichuan's ruthless and decisive methods. The entire imperial family of the Tindo Empire had privately reached a consensus, deeming Yichuan an entity that must not be provoked. Soon, the carriage arrived at the imperial city, and under Avalanche's guidance, Yichuan strode confidently towards the Hall of Diligent Governance. As Yichuan stepped into the hall, he was immediately enveloped by a formidable aura. Before him, the elite warriors of Heavendo City had gathered in unison. Upon spotting Yichuan, the snowy Night Emperor rose promptly, his countenance adorned with a warm smile, and he greeted him with enthusiasm. Young Master Yi, at long last, you have arrived. Yichuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the several titled Douluos present. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to address them, as his relationship with each was somewhat intricate. Ning Fengji sat gracefully in his chair, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded Yichuan, his eyes brimming with admiration and trust. Son-in-law, speak your mind. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your words. Yichuan rose to his feet, nodding slightly, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the assembled crowd as he solemnly declared, the time is nigh. It is now our turn to unify the Douluo Continent. His words resonated like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of excitement. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon erupted with an uncontrollable fervor. The unification of the Douluo Continent was a coveted dream for countless souls, an elusive ambition that had evaded realization for millennia. Yet, Hearing such a bold proclamation from Yichuan ignited a fervent passion within them. Prince Xuexing, unable to contain his enthusiasm, sprang to his feet and stepped forward, his face radiating eagerness and excitement as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, young Master Yi, in accordance with your orders, the million-strong army of the Tindo Empire has already mobilized and is poised to strike upon reaching the designated location." Emperor Xueye also nodded in agreement, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he added, "Young Master Yi has thrown the Xinghua Empire into disarray. Now no nation can impede our progress." Yichuan nodded once more, articulately outlining the plan. This time, every team would be led by a titled Douluo, unifying the various kingdoms and duchies under the banner of the Heaven Do Empire, including the Star Luo Empire without exception. It was imperative to ensure absolute success, exchanging minimal cost for maximum victory. Hearing this, Dugyubo could not help but burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonant and bold, proclaiming, "Excellent. It is time for my poison techniques to once again resonate throughout the continent." With that, he stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation, as if he could hardly wait to showcase his prowess on the battlefield. However, beside him, Yuehua furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of hesitation in his expression. He stepped forward and, with evident concern, remarked, "Young Master Yi, what about the territories controlled by the Spirit Hall?" The moment these words were spoken, the previously vibrant atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, and the collective spirit of the assembly felt as though it had been doused with cold water, instantly deflating. The matter of the Spirit Hall loomed like a heavy stone, pressing upon each heart. Emperor Xueye's brow knitted tightly as he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with worry. "We all understand that the strength of the Spirit Hall is formidable beyond measure. They possess 7 offerings, 9 elders, and with Pope Bibi Dong, that totals 17 titled Douluo. Such power is unparalleled on the Douluo Continent." Ningfengji slightly nodded, taking the cue, his face grave, especially since the Spirit Hall controls 70% of the Soul Masters across the continent. While these Soul Masters are dispersed throughout various regions, there are certainly no fewer than 30,000 Soul Masters in the Spirit City alone. Such a force cannot be matched by the few titled Douluo present here. As he spoke, he gently shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness reflected in his eyes. A profound silence enveloped the conference hall, with everyone lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Sword Douluo Xin rose to his feet, emanating a sharp sword aura as he declared in a deep voice, "At this juncture, we cannot take a single step back. Even against the Spirit Hall, I shall draw my sword and strike." Bone Douluo also stood, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, we, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, shall hold them back. We cannot retreat, even at the cost of everything." Just as the emotions of the assembly ignited, Yichuan unexpectedly shook his head, his tone calm yet imbued with unshakable confidence. "I do not require so many people. Give me an army of 10,000, and I alone shall defeat the Spirit Hall." The moment these words left his lips, the hall erupted in an uproar. Ningfengji urgently interjected, "That is impossible. Yichuan, I know you are strong, but we are talking about over a dozen titled Douluo and 30,000 soul masters. This is certainly not something one person can resist. Please, do not act impulsively." The others exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. Everyone present found it hard to believe that Yichuan could single-handedly defeat the Spirit Hall. It seemed utterly absurd. Yichuan observed the reactions of those around him and calmly elucidated, "Rest assured, everyone, my confidence is not unfounded. Though the Spirit Hall is formidable, we possess our own advantages. If it comes to it, we shall engage in a war of attrition. While their spirit masters may be numerous, our numbers and resources are substantial. Can we not outlast them?" Upon hearing Yichuan's reassurances, the previously dim expressions of the crowd gradually brightened. The Snow Knight Emperor slightly nodded, a faint smile of relief gracing his face. "Since young Master Yi is confident, let us take the plunge." The morale of the assembly surged instantly. After all, they were numerous and were least wary of a war of attrition. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall turned vibrant once more as discussions regarding battle strategies resumed. A great conflict was now inevitable. Chapter 95. The Annihilation of the Haotian Sect. On the morning of the 7th day, outside the Haotian Sect's mountain, mist swirled through the air, imbued with a dampness that heralded an impending storm. 2 figures stood side by side, Qian Daolu and Yichuan. Qian Daolu, with his flowing white hair dancing in the wind, possessed eyes resembling a profound, frigid pool. The passage of time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet the commanding aura he exuded seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the ancient, enigmatic mountain before them, and spoke, "Young man, are you certain you wish to annihilate the Haotian Sect? This is no trifling matter. Once we take action, it shall unleash a tempest of bloodshed with no path of retreat." Yichuan, with his tall stature, donned in black attire, exuded an aura of coldness and enigma. A subtle, icy smile played upon his lips as he nodded resolutely, declaring, "Great offering. Do not hold back. Tension shall not appear. Do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu let out a disdainful snort, his voice resonating like a mighty bell throughout the surroundings. "Would I be afraid? What a joke. I, Qian Daolu, have traversed the Douluo Continent for many years. and have never feared any person or circumstance. Since you insist, today, the Haotian sect shall be doomed. As his words echoed, Qian Daolu exerted immense force beneath his feet, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously, debris flying in every direction. He soared into the sky like a golden meteor, hurtling towards the mountain that housed the Haotian sect. The golden radiance was exceptionally brilliant against the backdrop of the heavens. Yichuan gazed at the departing figure of Qian Daolu, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the 6 figures behind Qian Dao exchanged glances with Yichuan, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and curiosity. However, amidst the tense atmosphere, they refrained from further inquiries and swiftly took to the skies. Their silhouettes left behind ethereal traces in the air, akin to flashes of lightning. Soon, the 7 revered members of the Spirit Hall arrived above the Haotian sect. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and fierce winds howled, enveloping the entire Haotian sect in a shroud of ominous shadows. Within the Haotian sect, sensing the oppressive aura, 6 figures swiftly materialized in the air, revealing themselves as sect leader Tang Xiao and 4 elders. Tang Xiao, a formidable figure with flowing black hair, radiated anger and vigilance as he gazed at the imposing presence of the Spirit Hall members in the sky. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Great revered ones. Your unprovoked visit to my Haotian sect today is most perplexing. What is your intent?" Suspended in midair, Qian Daolu looked down at Tang Xiao with an icy demeanor and declared, "Today, the Spirit Hall shall annihilate the Haotian sect, leaving not a single soul alive. This is your sect's fate, and there is no one else to blame." His voice echoed through the mountains, each word laden with an inexorable chill. Tang Xiao's countenance darkened, and he roared, "Qian Daolu, do not overstep your bounds. Under your Spirit Hall's coercion, our Haotian sect has already sealed its mountain. Why must you pursue total extermination?" Yet, Qian Daolu paid no heed to Tang Xiao's protest, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he struck first. In an instant, the angelic domain unfurled, golden light surging forth like a tidal wave, swiftly subduing all tidal Dueluos of the Haotian sect. The overwhelming pressure rendered the members of the Haotian sect breathless. Tang Xiao and the others struggled against the immense force. But in the face of Qian Daolu's formidable might, they appeared utterly insignificant, clenching the Haotian hammer tightly in his grasp. Tang Xiao's soul power surged chaotically as he attempted to break free from the crushing oppression. He bellowed, "Elders, let us fight back. Our Haotian sect shall never be slaughtered like livestock." The 4 elders summoned their Haotian hammers in unison, and a dazzling display of light erupted, with soul power radiating in all directions. However, the other 6 revered members of the Spirit Hall were not so easily deterred. They unleashed their formidable soul abilities, filling the air with a cacophony of dazzling lights and thunderous roars. Thus commenced an overwhelming massacre, with cries of agony and roars of rage intertwining in a horrific symphony. Blood painted the sky red, and chunks of flesh and severed limbs scattered about, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, evoking a sense of revulsion. Yichuan stood at a distance, quietly observing the unfolding scene, his gaze devoid of any compassion, merely a cold, indifferent watch over the carnage. Soon, he lost interest and turned to depart. In no time, the news of the Soul Palace's annihilation of the Haotian sect, spurred on by the imperial family of the Tindo Empire, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, spread like a tempest, reaching every corner of the Tindo Empire at an astonishing pace. In the streets and alleys, people exchanged hushed whispers, their eyes filled with shock and trepidation. The news struck like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of unrest. "Have you heard? The Soul Palace has actually obliterated the Haotian sect," exclaimed a vegetable vendor, his face pale with fear as he dropped his produce. "Good heavens, that is one of the top 3 sects. How dare the Soul Palace act with such impunity?" A nearby woman covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as the entire continent was engulfed in this overwhelming astonishment. The Tindo Empire's imperial family, in conjunction with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, issued a thunderous announcement. In the square before the palace, a throng of people gathered, holding their breath in anticipation as officials proclaimed loudly, "The Tindo Empire declares war on the Soul Palace. We shall avenge the Haotian sect, one of the top 3 sects that has been slaughtered." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. None could have anticipated such audacity from the Tindo Empire's royal family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to challenge the Soul Palace, the most formidable power in the Douluo Continent. Within the Imperial Council chamber, Emperor Xueye of the Tindo Empire wore a grave expression as he gazed at the declaration of war in his hands and slowly spoke. "The Soul Palace's heinous actions are truly intolerable. As champions of justice, we must seek retribution for the Haotian sect and fight for peace and righteousness in the Douluo Continent." The clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yuehua, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Indeed, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will spare no effort. We shall not rest until we suppress the Soul Palace's arrogance." Ningfengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, nodded slightly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. "This operation concerns the survival of our respective factions and the future of the Douluo Continent. We must collaborate closely and allow no room for laxity. In an instant, the flames of war ignited across the land, sending waves of chaos throughout the Douluo Continent. The poisoned Douluo, Dugu stood atop a high platform, his long green hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Below him stood the soul masters he had recruited along with an army of 100,000, all brimming with energy, awaiting his command. Warriors. Today we march into the Barak Kingdom, the territory of the Soul Palace. We shall make them aware of the cost of infringing upon us. Dugubo's voice resonated like a thunderclap in the air. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers chanted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Subsequently, the grand army surged towards the Barak Kingdom, a cloud of dust rising to obscure the sun. Simultaneously, Yuehua led his kin and 100,000 troops to the Oswer Duchy. Mounted on a noble steed, he rode at the forefront of the ranks. His kin, with their martial spirits manifested, roared like the blue lightning tyrant dragon, filling the sky with their battle cries. Today marks our moment of vengeance for the Haotian sect, and the day we assert the might of our blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Charge. At his command, the army surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Oswer Duchy. The Bon Douluo, Gu Rong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a towering figure, stood before his disciples with an expression of stoic determination, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Let us depart. Let the Soul Palace witness the strength of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Gu Rong declared succinctly. The soul masters within the sect unleashed their soul skills, radiant light flashing as they marched with an army of 100,000 towards the Sacral Duchy. In another location, the Sword Douluo, Chen Xian, along with sect master Ning Fengji and Yichuan, commanded an army of 130,000 towards the Tajik kingdom. Chuan Xian wielded the seven-killing sword, its blade glinting ominously. This expedition must be swift and decisive. Although the Tajik kingdom is prepared, they stand no chance against our formidable assault, Chen Xian stated with calm assurance. Ning Fengji nodded slightly and turned to Yichuan. Yichuan, the success of this mission rests upon you. Yichuan's lips curled into a confident smile, reassuringly addressing his father-in-law. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, I shall not let anyone down. In that moment, the battlefield was rife with turmoil. Although the various kingdoms had taken precautions, deploying defenses along their borders and intensifying patrols, any resistance appeared futile in the face of the overwhelming might of these formidable forces. Wherever the armies of the Tindo Empire marched, they advanced with unstoppable momentum. Led by Yichuan, the formidable army of 130,000 surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains. During the assault on the Tajik kingdom, he took the lead, demonstrating exceptional command and formidable prowess, conquering all significant cities of the Tajik kingdom within a mere 7 days. Each city's fall was accompanied by fierce battles. On the ramparts, soldiers wielded their weapons, fighting valiantly against the onslaught. Below, Yichuan's forces surged like a tidal wave, their battle cries resonating thunderously. Yichuan directly employed his soul skills, forcing the enemy into a relentless retreat. Ultimately, his group annihilated the royal family of the Tajik kingdom, compelling the officials to surrender, thereby establishing their dominion over the land. In the span of a month, the Tindo Empire reclaimed several major kingdoms and duchies. This conflict transformed the landscape of Douluo Continent, imposing unprecedented pressure on the Spirit Hall. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A far greater storm loomed on the horizon. 7 days later, beneath the blazing sun, the atmosphere along the border between the Tajik kingdom and the Spirit Hall was suffocatingly tense. A formidable army of 20,000 stood in perfect formation, their spears and halberds resembling a dense forest, yet silence reigned supreme. Only the rustling of military banners betrayed the lethal intent and authority of this formidable force. Yichuan stood tall upon the platform, clad in a sleek black attire, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. In this moment, he embodied the very soul of the 20,000 troops, the unwavering belief held in the hearts of the soldiers. Throughout previous battles, Yichuan consistently led from the front, charging into the fray and guiding his comrades to victory in every skirmish. Moreover, he generously bestowed the spoils of war upon his subordinates, astonishingly recalling the name of each soldier. In the eyes of the troops, such a general was worthy of their utmost loyalty, even unto death. Ning Fengji stood nearby, gazing at the orderly assembly of 20,000 soldiers behind Yichuan, as precise as a finely tuned machine, his heart swelling with astonishment. His brow furrowed and concern flickered in his eyes as he could not restrain himself from speaking once more. Son-in-law, I implore you one final time. Are you truly intent on leading this mere 20,000 against the Spirit Hall? Your forces cannot even muster 100 Spirit Masters. The Spirit Hall is teeming with skilled practitioners, and this course of action is fraught with peril. Ning Fengji's voice brimmed with worry. For Yichuan was the beloved husband of his cherished daughter, Ning Rongrong, and his concern was only natural. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he reassured, "Rest easy, my esteemed father-in-law. I would never wish for Rongrong to endure the sorrow of widowhood at such a tender age. My willingness to embark on this journey is accompanied by unwavering assurance. These 20,000 brothers are not only meticulously selected, but also rigorously trained elite warriors, whose prowess is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Warfare is not solely reliant on soul masters. Strategy and courage hold equal significance. At that moment, Sword Douluo Xiaogang stepped forward, his presence akin to that of a drawn sword, sharp and frigid. With arms crossed, he spoke gravely. I shall accompany you, for we can provide mutual support. With our combined strengths, we shall undoubtedly lend you a helping hand in critical moments. Xiang's tone was imbued with genuine concern as he regarded Yichuan, much like a mentor observing a cherished protege, reluctant to allow him to face danger alone. Yichuan shook his head without hesitation, a hint of teasing smile on his face. No, I fear I would be distracted taking care of you. I naturally admire the strength of you two seniors, but I have my own plans for this operation. Rest assured, I will return safely. Upon hearing this, the Sword Douluo became infuriated, his beard bristling in anger. Xiang scoffed, you young lad, truly unaware of the gravity of the situation. We are concerned for your safety. And yet you seem to disdain our presence. Despite the Sword Douluo's outward display of anger, he understood that Yichuan's insistence must have its reasons. Thus he refrained from further persuasion. Soon, Yichuan mounted his steed, brandished his sword, and commanded loudly, set forth. The entire army, advance. The 20,000-strong army moved in unison, marching powerfully towards the Spirit City. Meanwhile, in the distance, a shadow streaked across the sky like a meteor, soaring towards the Spirit City at remarkable speed, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. The army advanced like a torrent of steel, with Yuchuan atop his tall horse, standing tall and resolute. His sharp gaze had already caught sight of the figure in the sky, yet he merely lifted his eyes slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, before retracting his gaze and continuing onward. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all else is futile. If someone wishes to observe, then let her watch. Chapter 97. The Spirit Hall prepares. In the heart of Douluo Continent, the Hall of Offerings in Spirit City stood solemn and austere, the atmosphere within thick with tension, as if it could be cut with a knife. This hall, symbolizing the supreme power and might of the Spirit Hall, was presently shrouded in an invisible pressure. A dozen titled Douluos gathered here, their formidable auras intertwining, causing the very space to tremble faintly. Each of these titled Douluos was a figure of awe within the Douluo Continent, their names resounding like thunder. The mere appearance of any one of them could send ripples across the continent. Suddenly, a gust of wind shattered the silence within the Hall of Offerings. A striking figure descended like a meteor, landing steadily within the hall. Upon closer inspection, it was the Qinghuan Douluo, who had rushed back to gather intelligence. Her expression was anxious, her chest rising and falling rapidly, clearly having sprinted here without a care for appearance. Great offering. That young man Yichuan has come to attack our Spirit Hall with 20,000 troops. At this proclamation, the hall erupted in chaos. The Lion Douluo stepped forward, his massive frame resembling a towering mountain, his face etched with fury and disdain as he bellowed, a mere 20,000 troops. I alone could annihilate them. My iron fists have never feared anyone. Xian, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall and one of the most formidable figures on the Douluo Continent, displayed more restraint than the Lion Douluo. His brow furrowed, eyes deep as an abyss, he spoke solemnly. Qinghuan, are you certain it is just him with 20,000 troops? Nothing particularly unusual? Qinghuan Douluo stepped forward, her tall, slender figure and stern features betraying the urgency of her message. Grand offering, there is indeed something peculiar. It appears that the 20,000 troops under his command are equipped with numerous small boats. This revelation left the others in bewilderment. The hall buzzed with murmurs as everyone began to speculate. Small boats. What purpose do they serve on this plane? Are they planning to row on land? Absurd. Even if they were to launch a surprise attack from the sea, those boats cannot set sail on land. The demon subduing Douluo raised a hand, his demeanor calm and confident, declaring loudly, regardless. 30,000 spirit masters against 20,000 troops. The advantage lies with us. Moreover, we have several titled Douluos present. How could we possibly lose? Do we fear a mere young lad and his ragtag army? The demon subduing Douluo was correct. Our Spirit Hall has stood resilient on the Douluo Continent for many years. We have never feared anyone. One young man, no matter his prowess, cannot stir up a tempest. Other titled Douluos echoed in agreement, filling the hall with a sense of ordinary yet unwavering confidence. However, Xian remained unaffected by the rising emotions, his expression grave. Standing to the side, the Pope Bibidong bore a frost-covered visage, her eyes revealing a rare seriousness and vigilance. She slightly raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the formidable figures present, her lips parting to release a voice clear yet authoritative. I have encountered him. This young man Yichuan is not to be underestimated. His audacity to come here alone to provoke us indicates he possesses formidable backing. Bibidong's voice resonated throughout the hall, each word striking deep into the hearts of those present. Xian, positioned at the highest point, nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes, a mix of past defeat and acknowledgement of Yichuan's strength. He spoke slowly, his tone deep and heavy, as if carrying the weight of ages. Indeed, you may not know, but when we exterminated the Haotian sect years ago, it was under this young man's command. To be honest, I have also tasted defeat at his hands. Upon uttering these words, the Hall of Offerings erupted once more. The titled Douluos, who had previously harbored disdain, now widened their eyes in shock, their faces painted with disbelief. What? The Grand Offering was defeated by him? How was that possible? The lion Douluo couldn't contain his astonishment, his rugged voice trembling with incredulity. A young man, capable of besting a level 99 Grand Offering? This was utterly unheard of. The serpent spear Douluo frowned, his expression a mixture of confusion and shock. The crowd buzzed with voices, each person in disbelief that Qian Douluo, a paragon of strength in the Douluo continent, could be bested by a mere youth. Yet, looking at Qian Douluo's serious demeanor, they found themselves compelled to believe. After all, as the Grand Offering, he had no reason to fabricate such a tale. The chrysanthemum Douluo, delicate fingers gripping his chrysanthemum staff, gently shook it to quell the noise within the hall. His high-pitched voice cut through the commotion. Everyone, regardless of what trump cards he holds, we shall wager all the strength of the spirit hall. Remember, even a lion uses all its might when hunting a rabbit. We must not underestimate this enemy. Typically effeminate, the chrysanthemum Douluo now displayed an unexpected seriousness. The ghost Douluo, standing beside him, let out a chilling laugh. Old chrysanthemum, who knew you had such spirit? Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong exchanged glances, both nodding slightly, their eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve. Qian Douluo stated solemnly, very well. If that is the case, we shall commit all of the spirit hall's might to this first battle to determine the outcome. Let this Yichuan understand that our spirit hall is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. With the edict from the Hall of Spirits issued, the vast power of the spirit hall commenced its fervent operations. Orders cascaded like snowflakes, dispersing to every corner of the Douluo continent, summoning all available spirit masters to converge upon Spirit City. In an instant, the streets of Spirit City became a bustling throng, teeming with spirit masters arriving from all directions. Among them were not only a dozen extraordinary titled Douluo, but also hundreds of soul Douluo and over 300 soul saints. Each of these spirit masters represented formidable strength within the Douluo continent, their potent auras intertwining to create an oppressive atmosphere in Spirit City. As for the lower-ranked spirit masters, they numbered in the multitude, densely populating every nook and cranny of the city. Soon, the count of summoned spirit masters reached 10,000, and this figure continued to rise. Observing the relentless influx of spirit masters, Qian Douluo stood atop the walls of Spirit City, gazing into the distance, his eyes radiating determination and resolve. Youngster, since you dare to challenge the spirit hall, I shall see just how formidable your abilities truly are. In the past, I faced a narrow defeat. This time, I shall not allow myself to lose. Chapter 98, The War Against the Spirit Hall. The Spore Plains were once merely an obscure and tranquil expanse within the territory of the Spirit Hall, where gentle breezes caressed the undulating wild grasses, resembling the earth's tender breath. Little did anyone anticipate that an impending great battle would etch this serene and peaceful plain indelibly into the annals of history. After several days of marching, Yichuan led an army of 20,000 to encamp at the Spore Plains. Tents sprang up like a forest, and the military banners fluttered fiercely in the wind. Yichuan's pen danced swiftly across the paper, composing a challenge letter in one fluid motion. In this battle, he sought to determine the fate of the realm, choosing to take the initiative by inviting Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong to clash on the Spore Plain. When Qian Douluo received the challenge, he was in the midst of discussions with several titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Upon unfolding the letter, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, followed by a disdainful smirk. This young one possesses some audacity. It seems we share the same sentiment. Bibi Dong, raising an eyebrow, curled her lips into a sneer, overestimating oneself. Since he desires battle, let us accommodate him. Our army of 30,000 soul masters is invincible. Thus, at the command of Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall swiftly assembled 30,000 soul masters, marching grandly towards the Spore Plain. When Yichuan's 20,000 troops confronted the 30,000 soul masters led by Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong on the Spore Plain, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. A total of 50,000 soldiers gathered on this modest plain, their banners fluttering densely, nearly obscuring the sky. The gentle breeze howled, stirring the military flags of both sides, which snapped loudly in the air. Within the Spirit Hall's ranks, the Qingwan Douluo observed Yichuan's army with a tense expression, hastily alerting Qian Douluo, Great Elder. Look, Yichuan's army still has ships. Her voice carried a hint of concern, as vessels could introduce unforeseen variables on the battlefield. Qian Douluo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the ships within Yichuan's forces, then replied with a cold laugh. No matter. Our Soul Master army is also equipped with ships, stored within our soul guiding devices, ready to be deployed at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Qingwan Douluo nodded slightly, her demeanor easing, and her worries alleviated somewhat. Meanwhile, Yichuan, undaunted by the sight of the densely packed 30,000 soul masters of the Spirit Hall and the formidable titled Douluo among them, strode forward alone. Observing this, Yichuan's subordinates displayed expressions of concern. General, do not recklessly advance, the anxious vice-captain exclaimed. Yichuan turned around, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the crowd, and spoke in a deep voice. There is no need for concern. I possess my own discernment. Today marks the moment we shall rewrite history. We will vanquish the Spirit Hall and unify the continent. With that, he strode forward alone, steadily making his way toward the ranks of the Spirit Hall. Upon reaching the very center of the standoff between the two armies, Yichuan came to a leisurely halt, his garments fluttering in the wind. His presence seemingly merging with the heavens and the earth, exuding an intimidating aura of oppression. Among the forces of the Spirit Hall, the lion Douluo could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder as he roared. What is this? You, lad. Are you seeking a duel or a brawl by stepping out alone? His robust arms bulged with veins, his face a mask of disdain and mockery. As the troops behind him stirred restlessly, erupting in laughter, as if they were witnessing a farcical spectacle, Yichuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an air of confidence and composure as he replied leisurely, a one-on-one duel means I shall strike you down single-handedly. A group fight is no different. His voice, though not loud, resonated across the battlefield like a mighty bell, clearly reaching the ears of every onlooker. This audacity and self-assuredness momentarily stunned everyone present. Subsequently, a louder wave of derisive laughter erupted from the Spirit Hall faction. The lion Douluo laughed heartily, his facial flesh quivering, as he pointed at the 2,000 troops behind Yuchuan and mocked, "Young man, what of the 2,000 soldiers at your back? Surely they are but fade." Yichuan's demeanor remained composed as he gently shook his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his gaze. They are merely here to capture prisoners. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the arena, all present struck by Yichuan's extraordinary confidence, rendering them momentarily speechless. With his declaration, Yichuan hesitated no longer. An overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from him. He raised his head to the heavens and let out a resounding roar. His aura soaring dramatically as he unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true form of his martial spirit, without reservation. In an instant, a towering figure of the Holy Master ascended, resembling a majestic mountain that pierced the sky, exuding an aura of boundless authority and pressure. A brilliant light illuminated the entire battlefield, capturing the attention of all. More astonishingly, 8 soul rings began to manifest around Yuchuan, each a deep crimson hue subtly tinged with golden radiance, emanating a chillingly powerful presence. This unique and formidable configuration of soul rings left all the titled Douluos present gasping in awe. Titled Douluo widened his eyes in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer astonishment as he could not help but exclaim, such innate talent, rarely seen throughout the ages. He shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing both admiration and a hint of regret. Meanwhile, titled Douluo wore a somber expression, coldly retorting, "What a pity that you shall perish here today." As the crowd remained enraptured by the shock Yuchuan had instigated, he suddenly focused intently, his soul power surging once more. Without warning, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, Whale Wave, and in an instant, an unfathomable deluge of seawater erupted from the depths of an abyss, cascading around him. The waves roared and surged like enraged behemoths, sweeping wildly in all directions. The 20,000 troops behind Yichuan were evidently well prepared. The moment the waves surged forth, they sprang into action with remarkable agility. Their movements were deft, and their cooperation seamless, as they swiftly boarded the small boats that had been meticulously arranged in advance. The oars dipped and rose, deftly navigating through the tumultuous waters, and soon a neat formation emerged upon the sea's surface. Upon witnessing this, Douluo's expression tightened, and he bellowed, "Everyone, aboard." At his command, the 30,000 soul masters quickly retrieved small boats from their storage soul guides. In an instant, the entire Spirit Hall camp was abuzz with activity, as the soul masters jumped onto the boats with swift, orderly precision. In the blink of an eye, the 30,000 soul masters were seated in their vessels, poised and ready for what lay ahead. Yichuan's maneuver appeared formidable, yet astonishingly, neither side suffered any casualties. The waves surged tumultuously between the two armies, yet failed to inflict any substantial harm upon either party. Bibi Dong observed the scene before her, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she playfully remarked, "It seems your soul skill is of no use. What other trump cards do you have up your sleeve?" However, Yichuan merely stood serenely upon the water's surface, his gaze calm as it met Bibi Dong's, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 99. The intense battle rages on. Yichuan stood majestically atop the crest of the waves, his garments billowing in the wind, as his voice resonated with an overwhelming aura, echoing across the expanse of sea and sky. What if the effects of 2 soul abilities could be combined? This audacious notion, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the onlookers. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Yichuan's soul power surged around him, a formidable presence causing the very waters to boil in response. He then unleashed his 2nd soul ability, Infinite Sea. In that instant, the surrounding waters seemed to be imbued with life, churning wildly as they coalesced into a multitude of robust tentacles, clawing and writhing towards the small boat and the assembled soul masters above. These tentacles moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind trails of white foam in their wake. "Look out! Evade quickly!" The soul masters aboard the small vessel shouted in panic, some attempting to release their soul abilities in defense. Yet, the power of these tentacles was formidable. Ordinary soul abilities were as ineffective as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. In the blink of an eye, the small boat and its occupants were ensnared tightly by the tentacles, rendered immobile, unless one were a titled Douluo. Escape from Yichuan's grasp amidst such a multitude of tentacles was nearly impossible. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, two 1-meter-long staffs, accompanied by a howling wind, struck toward Yichuan from either side. The staffs were imbued with terrifying waves of soul power, tearing the air as they passed, leaving behind jagged black fissures. It was none other than the Demon Suppression Douluo and the 1000 June Douluo who simultaneously launched their attacks. These two titled Douluos exhibited remarkable coordination, one on the offensive and the other on the defensive, striving to disrupt Yichuan's rhythm. Yichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. In the instant the mighty staff was about to strike him, Yichuan seized it with both hands, unleashing the full force of his being, and bellowed, "Be gone." His voice reverberated, sending ripples across the surrounding waters. With muscles taut and veins protruding, he forcefully hurled both the titled Douluo, along with their staff, away. The demon-subduing Douluo and the 1000 June Douluo traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. "Capture the prisoners." Yichuan looked down from his elevated position at the bound soul masters, coldly issuing his command. This single utterance seemed to sound the trumpet of assault, and behind him, an army of 20,000 surged forth like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, charging towards the 30,000 soul masters. The air was instantly filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weapons resonating across the sea. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibidong's eyes widened in fury, and she bellowed in anger, "Rescue them!" In an instant, a dozen titled Douluos sprang forth from behind her, splitting into two factions. One group surged towards Yichuan like arrows released from their bowstrings, radiating an intense aura of lethality, determined to subdue him. The other faction rushed towards the Soul Master army below, intent on liberating the captured Soul Masters. Yichuan gazed at the approaching titled Douluo, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he declared, "Boring. Truly tedious. I had hoped to play a little longer. But you leave me no choice but to unleash my full power." At that moment, the eyes of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong met in the air, and with a mere glance, they reached an unspoken understanding. In an instant, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted from within them. Behind Qian Daolu, 6 wings of purest white, exuding a sacred aura, slowly unfurled, each feather shimmering with a golden glow. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong underwent a peculiar transformation. A dark green light burst forth from her, revealing a colossal soul-devouring spider emperor looming behind her. The enormous figure of the soul-devouring spider emperor was formidable. Its dark green carapace adorned with sharp barbs, 8 blood-red eyes radiating a chilling luminescence, and a foul-smelling dark green slime oozing from its maw. "Prepare yourself, young one." Qian Doliu's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the battlefield. With his roar, both the angelic martial soul and the soul-devouring spider emperor surged forward to attack Yichuan. The golden longsword in Qian Daoliu's hand glinted with blinding brilliance, wielding cataclysmic power as it descended fiercely upon Yichuan. Bibi Dong commanded the soul-devouring spider emperor, its spider legs dancing as a torrent of dark green poisonous stingers rained down upon Yichuan like a tempest. Yichuan's expression instantly turned grave. Faced with the combined assault of these two formidable powerhouses, he dared not exhibit even a trace of negligence. Just as the attacks from Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong were about to strike him, Yichuan bellowed, "Third soul skill, absolute confinement." In that fleeting moment, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from within him, as if an invisible hand had seized control over the surrounding time and space, bringing everything to a standstill. Qian Daoliu's golden sword halted mid-air, while the dark green venomous spike shot by Bibi Dong also lingered before Yichuan. Yichuan invoked the rabbit talisman, and in an instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, traversing the battlefield with unparalleled swiftness. 10 seconds stretched infinitely within this suspended realm of time and space. Yichuan's figure moved like a specter, unleashing a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Each strike encompassed astonishing might, compressing and distorting the air beneath his fists, which produced a resounding boom. With a thunderous crash, Yichuan's fist struck heavily against the body of the Lion Douluo. The Lion Douluo had scarcely a moment to react before he was sent hurtling away like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, grievously wounded. In a relentless barrage spanning 10 seconds, Yichuan systematically incapacitated several titled Douluos, leaving them all severely injured. After this interval, time and space reverted to their usual state. Both Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming surge of power, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. They gazed at Yichuan in disbelief, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Yichuan gazed at the two individuals before him, a confident smile gracing his visage as he remarked, "What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I have yet to warm up." The words of Yichuan ignited a furious response from Qian Daolu, who bellowed in rage and took action. His roar was akin to a military command. As his voice echoed, the auxiliary soul masters who had not yet been restrained sprang into motion. They unleashed their soul skills, vibrant beams of light emanating from their hands, each directed towards several titled Douluos. In an instant, The injuries of the previously wounded titled Douluos began to mend rapidly, and their soul power received a substantial replenishment. Bibidong regarded Yichuan with disdain, scoffing, "Humph. Yichuan, it is a grave mistake for you to challenge us alone. You have unleashed multiple large-scale soul skills in succession. As a soul Douluo, your soul power must be nearly depleted. This is your impending demise." Upon hearing Bibidong's words, Yichuan first nodded, then shook his head, and spoke in a measured tone. "Indeed, my soul power has been considerably depleted." Pausing for a moment, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Yichuan's lips as he added, "Yet I possess the ability to replenish it instantaneously." Chapter 100, Captive. Yichuan took a deep breath, his soul power surging around him, accompanied by a low shout. First soul skill, Eternal Guardian. In an instant, a clear blue radiance erupted from his body, flowing like water, coalescing into a protective shield that enveloped him completely. This shield emanated a soft yet resilient blue light, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, each line seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Upon witnessing this, Bibidong's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Her long hair danced wildly in the wind as she parted her crimson lips and bellowed, "Concentrate your fire. Do not allow him to recover. We must not give him a moment's respite." In an instant, dozens of titled Douluos responded in unison. A barrage of formidable attack soul skills rained down upon Yichuan's blue shield, producing a cacophony of thunderous explosions. With each strike, ripples surged across the blue shield, its brilliance flickering erratically. Yet, no matter how ferocious the assaults were, the shield steadfastly resisted, resembling a towering mountain that remains unyielding against the fiercest of storms. As time progressed in this tense exchange, a full minute elapsed before the blue shield's luminosity gradually dimmed, ultimately dissipating entirely. At this moment, Yichuan's aura was calm yet powerful, clearly having made a complete recovery. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a trace of disdain as he remarked, "I'm done playing. Battling with you all is simply tedious. You are all rather underwhelming." No sooner had he spoken than a formidable wave of soul power surged around him once more, signaling his intent to unleash his fourth soul skill, Ice Sealing. The moisture in the air rapidly condensed, an overwhelming chill emanating from him, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the titled Douluos present felt their bodies stiffen, as if bound by invisible shackles, rendering them completely immobilized. Even the golden crocodile Douluo, possessing a formidable level 98 strength, found himself blushing with exertion, desperately struggling yet unable to break free. Only Qian Daolu, as an unparalleled Douluo, exhibited extraordinary prowess. Upon sensing the icy restraints, his soul power erupted instantaneously, his muscles tensing as he let out a deep, resonant roar. Under the force of his immense soul power, the ice began to show fine cracks, and within moments, he exerted himself just enough to liberate himself from the icy confinement. The moment Qian Daolu broke free, he immediately turned, preparing to assist others in escaping Yichuan's icy seal. Yichuan would never allow him to have his way. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he moved like a specter, instantly appearing before Qian Daolu. Clenching his right fist, he invoked the Bull Talisman, enveloping himself in an unstoppable momentum, and struck fiercely at Qian Daolu's true martial spirit. A muffled thud echoed as Qian Daolu's martial spirit shattered like fragile foam under the force of Yichuan's blow. Yet, the momentum of Yichuan's fist did not wane. It continued to carry a fierce gale as it struck heavily against Qian Daolu's chest. Caught off guard, Qian Daolu was solidly hit, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. In that moment, he was left gravely injured, his breath faltering, stripped of the ability to continue the battle. Yichuan gazed down upon the chaotic battlefield and the 30,000 captured soul masters of the Spirit Hall. He commanded loudly, "Everyone, administer the soul-sealing poison and escort them back to the Heavenly Do Empire's designated area for imprisonment. We must not afford them any opportunity for resistance." Yichuan's voice resonated like a mighty bell, commanding the attention of all around. Instantly, the 20,000 troops sprang into action. The soldiers skillfully retrieved small vials containing the soul-sealing poison, methodically administering it to the despondent spirit masters of the Spirit Hall. This potent toxin was acquired by Yichuan from Feng Yuan in the Star Luo Empire, having been meticulously crafted by the elderly poison master, Dugubo, making it perfectly suited for the task at hand. With a single command from Yichuan, the vast army began its return journey, escorting the 30,000 spirit masters in their wake. Yichuan personally led an elite squad, escorting the formidable powers of the Spirit Hall, including Bibidong, Qian Daolu, and a dozen titled Douluo. The group gradually retreated towards the Tajik kingdom. At that moment, Ning Fengxi, within his military camp, was conferring with the Sword Douluo when he received the news. Upon learning of Yichuan's triumphant victory and imminent return with captives, he abruptly rose, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. "Sword Uncle, I never anticipated Yichuan would achieve victory so swiftly. It truly exceeds my expectations," Ning Fengxi exclaimed with excitement. The Sword Douluo nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his gaze. "This young man has indeed not let us down. His victory will alter the very landscape of the Douluo Continent." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengxi declared, "We must go to his aid." This is a matter of great significance for the future of the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, I must immediately send a letter to Emperor Xiao, requesting he dispatch someone to take control of the territories governed by the Spirit Hall to prevent any prolonged delays. With that, Ning Fengji swiftly took up his pen, composing a confidential letter, which was promptly sent to the palace by a mounted courier. Subsequently, he and the Sword Douluo, accompanied by their personal guards, hastened towards Yichuan's returning direction. Days later, the two groups finally converged in a secluded valley. From a distance, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo beheld the densely packed convoy, alongside the escorted soul masters. Upon recognizing the familiar figures, the two men were rendered speechless with shock. Their astonishment peaked when they spotted Bibi Dong obediently riding behind Yuchuan, and Qian Daolu, pallid and feeble, lying in a cart, along with the once mighty title Douluo, now reduced to the state of hunted animals. Yichuan beheld Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, an effulgent smile gracing his countenance. He hastened to meet them, respectfully proclaiming, "Esteemed father-in-law, Senior Jian Douluo, you have arrived." It was only then that Ning Fengji regained his composure, gazing at Yichuan with eyes brimming with appreciation. "Son-in-law," he exclaimed, "you have truly bestowed upon us an extraordinary surprise." Yichuan smiled and said, "My dear father-in-law, the Star Luo Empire is already in a state of utter chaos, and the Zhu family has long been under my influence. The forthcoming war will rely on your strength. I believe it won't be long before the Douluo Continent is united." Ning Fengji replied with a bitter smile, nodding in agreement, and remarked, "I never anticipated that unifying the Douluo Continent would be so straightforward. I hardly felt as though I had contributed at all. The Star Luo Empire is in turmoil, and with the Zhu family aligned with you, I trust that within a year, the Douluo Continent shall indeed be unified." Yichuan cast a glance at Bibi Dong behind him, at Hulaina who was reluctantly holding the horse for Bibi Dong, and at Qian Daolu who lay on the carriage. He said, "Well, I shall take my leave now. Having been out for so long, I truly miss Rong Rong." The Sword Douluo chuckled heartily. "Then go back and spend quality time with Rong Rong. We'll handle the finishing touches. You can rest assured that we old fellows will take care of everything." Yichuan once again bowed in gratitude to Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, before swiftly mounting his horse. Accompanied by his loyal guards, he galloped towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. 1 year later, the thunderous cries of battle finally subsided, as the forces of the Heaven Do Empire surged like a tidal wave, reaching the final stronghold. The vast expanse of the Douluo Continent welcomed the dawn of unification. News of this momentous occasion spread, enveloping the entire continent in an unprecedented jubilation. The common folk sang and danced with glee, for unification signified the long-awaited end of warfare and the impending arrival of peace. However, amidst this nationwide celebration, Yichuan found himself alone in a desolate little town. Upon entering the town, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Each face seemed shrouded in a layer of frost, bearing a fierce countenance as they glared at him, their eyes filled with a predatory intent, as if they wished to devour him whole. Yet, Yichuan remained unfazed, his expression calm as he made his way towards the most bustling tavern at the heart of the town. As the tavern doors creaked open, the sound pierced the silence with an unsettling sharpness. Instantly, every gaze in the room converged upon Yichuan like arrows. The tavern was enveloped in a stifling air, and the previously lively conversations came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, a burly one-eyed man emerged from the crowd, his imposing figure and brutish demeanor reminiscent of a fiend risen from the depths of hell. With a wide grin that revealed a set of jagged yellow teeth, he mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, look who we have here, a little lady who seems to have lost her way." His raspy voice echoed with a hint of derision and just throughout the tavern. Upon hearing the words, Yichuan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. In that brief moment, his eyes suddenly blazed with an intense brilliance, and 2 torrents of explosive flames erupted from his gaze, their velocity so swift that no one could react in time. With a thunderous roar, the flames detonated instantaneously, the tremendous shockwave akin to that of a heavy bomb, obliterating the burly man and several others beside him into mere fragments. Flesh and blood scattered chaotically, severed limbs strewn across the ground, while the air grew thick with the acrid stench of blood. Observing this, the bartender's eyes flickered with an unmistakable hint of panic. His hand trembled involuntarily, nearly causing the glass he held to crash to the floor. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, donning a professionally crafted smile, as if the horrifying events that had just transpired were nothing more than a trivial interruption. Yichuan approached the bartender directly, exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. He inquired, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity, "Where is the entrance to the City of Carnage?" Upon hearing this, the bartender jolted slightly, a flicker of panic flashing across his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. He slowly bent down and retrieved a Bloody Mary from beneath the bar. As the drink emerged, a potent scent of blood permeated the air. The bartender gently set the glass on the table, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he said, "Drink it, and I shall reveal the answer you seek." Yichuan's gaze instantaneously transformed into a piercing coldness. He abruptly extended his hand, seizing the bartender's neck with a grip akin to that of an iron clamp, his arm tensing as he lifted the bartender off the ground. The bartender's feet dangled helplessly in the air, his body flailing as he desperately attempted to pry Yichuan's hand away. Yichuan whispered, "Reveal to me the location of the entrance to the City of Slaughter." Her face death. The bartender's face turned crimson from asphyxiation. He shook his head vigorously, emitting muffled sounds from his throat, struggling to utter a few words. You are choking me. I cannot speak." Upon hearing this, Yichuan's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation before he abruptly let go. The bartender collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, gasping for breath, his throat emitting a hissing sound, reminiscent of a dilapidated bellows struggling to operate. After a considerable time, the bartender finally managed to lift his hand with great effort and pointed towards the wooden board behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichuan strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden plank. With a resounding crash, the plank shattered instantaneously, revealing a gaping, dark void before him. An acrid stench wafted from the opening, reminiscent of a gateway to the depths of hell. Yichuan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped inside, his figure quickly vanishing into the darkness. The bartender, observing Yichuan's disappearing silhouette, rose from the ground with a sinister smile, cursing, "Once you enter, you shall never return." However, before his words could fade, a brilliant golden light flashed across the sky. Instantly, golden feathers, sharp as daggers, rained down from above, enveloping the entire town in a dense shower. These feathers moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing whistle, puncturing several bodies outside the town in an instant. The townsfolk barely had time to utter a scream before they collapsed in pools of blood. Following this, a series of violent explosions erupted. Massive fireballs ascended within the town, and powerful shockwaves swept through, annihilating everything in their path. Houses crumbled in the explosions, reduced to mere heaps of rubble. Within mere seconds, the entire town was leveled to the ground, leaving only swirling dust and a pungent smell of charred remains. In the sky outside the town, two figures stood side by side. Qian Daolia's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he slowly spoke in a low, hoarse voice, imbued with the weight of time. "You are undergoing the divine examination. Can your perception detect the divine consciousness of the Rakshasa god?" His gaze was fixed intently on Bibi Dong, revealing a hint of urgency and inquiry. Bibi Dong, clad in a black robe, gently shook her head, her hair fluttering slightly. Her voice was cold and calm. "That cannot be considered complete divine consciousness. At most, it can be regarded as a lingering fragment of spirit, hovering at the periphery of my awareness, elusive and indistinct." As she spoke, she softly closed her eyes, as if striving to grasp that intangible force, or perhaps reminiscing about her connections with the Rakshasa god. Upon hearing this, Qian Doliu's face darkened with indignation and disdain, and he scoffed, "As a divine attendant, my inability to directly communicate with the angel god is indeed a lifelong regret. Yet here is this brash young man, boldly claiming that the Douluo Continent has always been under divine scrutiny, and asserting he can connect with the gods. To think we should witness divine consciousness, utter nonsense. And he wishes to involve us as mere spectators." His voice grew increasingly agitated, culminating in a heavy sigh. Bibi Dong raised her eyes slightly, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly, "Perhaps. It is indeed difficult for me to judge this young man. His methods are unique, and his thoughts are decidedly unconventional. However, since he is so insistent, let us indulge in this spectacle and see how he justifies his claims." With that, the two fell into silence, awaiting the unfolding of events. Chapter 102. Unrestrained Carnage. As a quarter of an hour passed, Yichuan emerged from the narrow, dark passage. The air was thick with a foul odor, and the occasional drip of water from the walls echoed painfully in the stillness. Upon stepping out, the blinding light caused him to squint slightly. Once his eyes adjusted, he beheld a formation of 101 figures standing before him like a wall of black steel. Clad in heavy black armor that glinted with a chilling sheen under the dim light, they wielded broad, sharp swords exuding a deadly aura. At the forefront, a knight sat astride a tall steed, its powerful frame pawing the ground with a dull thud. The knight brandished a lance, its tip glinting ominously, aimed directly at Yichuan. In the distance, the thick black walls loomed like a slumbering beast, silently resting upon the earth. The banners atop the walls fluttered in the wind, producing a rustling sound. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, resembling a colossal eye of blood, coldly surveying the land, adding an eerie and mysterious hue to the entire scene. "You have violated the rules," the leading knight declared, his voice icy and piercing, echoing through the air as though wrapped in the chill of winter's storm. Upon hearing this, Yichuan scoffed, his laughter brimming with disdain and arrogance. "I have come to kill," he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure surged forward like a specter, moving with such swiftness that it left onlookers nearly bereft of reaction. He extended his right hand, veins bulging and muscles taut, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a grip akin to iron pincers, he seized the head of the foremost adversary, his fingers sinking deeply into the opponent's helmet. A chilling crack resounded, sharp and terrifying, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon being crushed in an instant. Blood gushed between his fingers, cascading to the ground and blooming into dark red splatters. The knight's body fell like a kite severed from its string, tumbling heavily into the dust, stirring up a cloud of debris. The remaining 100 men, witnessing this, erupted in a furious roar, surging towards Yichuan like an unrelenting tide. They brandished their heavy swords, the blades slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Yet Yichuan felt no fear. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as he instantly activated the soulbone skill, Mind Link. In an instant, the 100 individuals who had been charging towards him seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell. Their steps halted abruptly. Following this, their gazes turned bewildered and frenzied. As if manipulated by a formless power. Once comrades in arms, they now transformed into sworn enemies. The 100 individuals swiftly divided into two factions, brandishing their heavy swords and unleashing a brutal melee. The relentless clashing of metal echoed incessantly, the cacophony intertwining like a sinister symphony of death. Blood splattered. Severed limbs and mangled bodies flew through the air. Some were decapitated by a single strike, their heads soaring high, tracing eerie arcs in the sky. Others were pierced through the chest yet clung desperately to their opponent's arm until the very last breath. They collapsed to the ground in grotesque postures, writhing in agony and moaning, only to fall silent in a matter of moments. Yichuan observed the scene with an expression of indifference, his gaze devoid of any trace of compassion or emotion. He gently shook off the few droplets of blood that had stained his attire and proceeded towards the distant city. In the inky darkness of the night, Yichuan's figure raced down the path suffused with the stench of blood and decay, creating a sound reminiscent of the wind tearing through the air. Before long, a towering, colossal city gate came into view. The gate was constructed from massive black stones, deeply engraved with the formidable characters City of Slaughter, each stroke seemingly inscribed in blood, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Flanking the gate stood armored soldiers, their forms resembling statues, clad in somber armor and gripping long spears, the tips gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Upon spotting Yichuan, the soldiers instantly tensed, as if facing a formidable adversary, their vigilant gazes piercing through the air towards him like daggers. Yet Yichuan appeared oblivious, a hint of a carefree smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed loudly, "There's no rush. I shall await your arrival right here." His voice echoed through the vastness of the night, imbued with a sense of audacity and bravado. As moments slipped by, the stillness of the night was abruptly pierced by a sharp sound of slicing wind. From the heavens descended a remarkably handsome, yet pallid and emaciated youth, his garments whipping fiercely in the breeze. Behind him, a formidable army surged forth like a tide of darkness, surrounding the city gates with an overwhelming presence. Accompanying the youth were 10 individuals mounted on impressive steeds, a diverse assembly of ages and physiques, embodying a spectrum of appearances. These 10 emanated an aura distinctly powerful, unmistakably suggesting that they were no ordinary adversaries. The pale-faced youth landed with poise, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Yichuan as he coldly remarked, "Ah, after centuries, you are the first to dare cause a stir upon entering the City of Slaughter. It appears our enforcement team has found a purpose." At that moment, a stooped old woman nearby furrowed her brow and scoffed, "He is merely a boy. Why must Captain George intervene? It is an overreaction to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Upon hearing her words, the youth known as George allowed a subtle smile to play upon his lips. His demeanor relaxed. "Old crutch lady, it has been quite a while since I last stretched my muscles. Today is an opportunity to do just that. Encountering such an intriguing young fellow, I must engage him properly." As he spoke, George flexed his wrist, the sound of cracking bones resonating lightly, while an immense wave of spiritual energy subtly radiated from his being. Yichuan stood still, observing the two individuals engaged in a verbal exchange, a surge of irritation swelling within him. This insipid author only knew how to fill pages with trivialities. He despised such meaningless chatter. With a resolute gaze, he summoned once more the soul technique of spiritual connection. In an instant, an invisible yet formidable mental force surged forth, expanding like a tumultuous tide. The law enforcement team, initially poised for action, seemed to be manipulated by a strange power, their eyes transforming into a state of dazed frenzy. They emitted a chorus of howls, raising their weapons without hesitation to strike at their comrades beside them. The clash of metal, the cries of agony, and the shouts of despair intertwined, instantly shattering the tense calm of the standoff. Meanwhile, the 10 captains of the Soul Master level, under the influence of the spiritual connection, simultaneously redirected their attacks, like phantoms, towards George, the titled Douluo. Their strikes were fierce and lethal. In a fleeting moment, an array of potent soul techniques illuminated the night sky, casting a daylight-like glow around them. Chapter 103, The King of Slaughter. This series of events transpired in the blink of an eye, too swift for anyone to react. Within a mere moment, the once imposing law enforcement team now lay sprawled across the ground, blood gushing forth and converging into dark red rivulets that meandered across the earth. The entire scene fell into a profound silence, with Yichuan being the sole survivor standing amidst the aftermath. Yichuan gazed calmly at the gruesome scene before him, stepping toward the gates of the City of Carnage. As he advanced deeper into the inner city, more inhabitants of the City of Carnage emerged. Every living soul that came into view was, without exception, instantly consumed by the terrifying explosive flames of the dragon talisman, unable to even emit a cry before being reduced to mere powder, dissipating into the wind, leaving only a trail of devastation and bloodshed. Before long, Yichuan arrived at the inner city. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a remarkably striking figure atop the city walls. The individual was extraordinarily robust, with muscles bulging as if brimming with boundless strength. Behind him, a pair of massive black wings unfurled, each feather glinting with a chilling light. Seemingly capable of slicing through the air with ease. A mane of snow-white hair danced wildly, resembling a surging white tide. His gaze was saturated with murderous intent, his icy eyes locking onto Yichuan with a ferocity that suggested he wished to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Boy! The voice of the King of Carnage was deep and hoarse, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, resonating through the air. You are the first to force me to take action personally. You shall die in glory. The tone carried a hint of arrogance and a touch of disdain for Yichuan, as if in his eyes. Yichuan were merely an ant destined to be crushed beneath his heel. Yichuan lifted his gaze, quietly observing the King of Slaughter before him. A faint smile graced his lips, curving into a mocking arc as he softly uttered, "Trivial creature, do you truly consider yourself significant?" Tension. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of the King of Slaughter. Upon hearing the name Tang, the King of Slaughter's body trembled violently. His hands instinctively cradling his head, a look of agony etched upon his face. It seemed as if countless voices roared within his mind, and waves of long-buried memories surged forth. After all, the King of Slaughter was originally Tang, albeit at present, he was parasitized by the crimson nine-headed Bat King. His consciousness manipulated. In an instant, the flicker of awareness that Tang had just awakened was once again suppressed by the crimson nine-headed Bat King. Slowly, the King of Slaughter raised his head, the anguish in his eyes replaced by an overwhelming fury as he bellowed, "You shall perish, young one." This furious roar reverberated through the air, causing the very atmosphere around them to tremble violently, and stones from the city walls to tumble down. As his voice fell, a blood-red longsword manifested in the King of Slaughter's grasp, its blade inscribed with dark golden magical runes that seemed to pulsate with a life of their own. Shimmering with an eerie glow, the moment the longsword appeared, a suffocating stench of blood permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea in those who inhaled it. Yichuan instantly recognized the sword as the infamous Azura demon sword. He gazed upon the blade with a flicker of disdain, though it exuded an aura of intimidation. It was merely a fade, lacking genuine substance. In an instant, the King of Slaughter unfurled his wings with a violent thrust. The air around him pierced by a sharp whistling sound. He surged forward like a black meteor, appearing before Yichuan in the blink of an eye. The Azura demon sword in his grasp, entwined with torrents of blood and a chilling sword aura, swung down with a force akin to thunder, cleaving towards Yichuan. The blade's passage tore through the very fabric of space, leaving behind a faintly discernible black gash. As Yichuan's pupils constricted, he swiftly regained his composure in that critical moment. His gaze resolute, he extended his hands like lightning, directly clamping down on the sharp blade of the sword. The air seemed to slice apart, emitting a piercing sound as Yichuan remarkably executed the bare-handed reception of the deadly blade, securely trapping the Shura demon sword between his palms. The King of Slaughter, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Throughout his protracted and bloody career of carnage, he had never encountered anyone capable of so effortlessly thwarting his strike imbued with terrifying power. Before the King of Slaughter could recover from his astonishment, he gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he once again wielded the Shura demon sword. This time, he unleashed his full arsenal. The sword shadows danced, sometimes sweeping horizontally, stirring a tempest, and at other times slashing vertically, as if to cleave the earth in twain. The speed of his lateral strikes was akin to a phantom, with sword energies scattering like razor-sharp blades, carving deep ravines into the ground around them. Yet, Yichuan stood unwavering as an immovable mountain. No matter how the King of Slaughter attacked, each strike of the Shura demon sword was met with Yichuan's steady grasp. Yichuan's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding an air of confidence as he jested, "Apologies. I can effortlessly catch a blade with empty hands." His tone was so relaxed, as if he were merely engaging in the most mundane of tasks. The face of the King of Carnage flushed an intense crimson in an instant, utterly incensed by Yichuan's words and demeanor. He felt an unprecedented humiliation and retorted defensively, "Humph, what skill is this? If you possess any true ability, then break the Shura demon sword." In his mind, the Shura demon sword was akin to a divine artifact, unbreakable and invincible. He could not fathom that Yichuan could achieve such a feat. Upon hearing the words, Yichuan gently nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Since you have made such a request, I shall naturally oblige." As his voice fell, Yichuan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He summoned the power within him, instantly igniting the strength of the bull talisman. With a physique already far surpassing that of an ordinary title Douluo, Yichuan's muscles swelled prominently under the amplification of the bull talisman's hundreds of times enhancement. His veins bulging beneath his skin, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Yichuan gripped the Shura demon sword tightly, channeling all his might into his arms, which became as solid as steel, blood coursing through his veins like molten lava. The air was filled with a creaking sound, a protest from the Shura demon sword unable to withstand such terrifying force. In an instant, accompanied by a crisp crack, the Shura demon sword shattered into two pieces, falling to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. The King of Slaughter stood frozen, gazing at the broken Shura demon sword on the ground. his expression transitioning from rage to shock, and ultimately to despair. How is this possible? Who are you? How can you possess such immense power? The King of Slaughter howled in a frenzy, his voice laced with hopelessness and unwillingness, as in that moment, his faith seemed to collapse entirely. He never imagined that someone could break the Shura demon sword merely through brute strength. In his understanding, this was utterly impossible. Chapter 104, The Shura God. Yichuan's gaze was as frigid and resolute as ice, not deigning to glance at the King of Slaughter who stood so near. Instead, he raised his head towards the vast and boundless heavens, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Shura God, or perhaps the Rakshasa God, regardless of who you may be. Reveal yourself, or your sacred domain shall cease to exist. His words, imbued with soul power, shattered the barriers around him and spread in all directions, echoing in every corner of the City of Slaughter. In truth, Yichuan harbored no absolute confidence. This was merely a conjecture born from his limited understanding of the divine realm's rules. Theoretically, according to the celestial laws, gods could not descend to the mortal realm at will, nor could they interfere with worldly affairs, lest they disrupt the delicate balance of the cosmos. Yet, many truths were known to those in the know. The exalted deities, when the time came, would still descend to the mortal realm. And the future of Douluo Continent had gradually fallen under the dominion of the Tang family, likely due to the intervention of the Tang God King. As Chuan pondered in silence, an unexpected change occurred. A blinding beam of golden light emerged without warning, its brilliance so intense that it was almost blinding. Akin to the dawn breaking through the darkness, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of majesty and oppression. In an instant, this golden light surged like lightning into the body of the King of Slaughter. Immediately, the king underwent a monumental transformation. The once murky and savage gaze became profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the essence of all things. His posture instinctively straightened, and the aura emanating from him shifted from the stench of bloodshed to a sacred and awe-inspiring presence, as if he had been reborn. Clearly, at that moment, the King of Slaughter had become possessed by a deity. Chuan furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze brimming with vigilance as he fixated intently on the King of Slaughter, silently pondering whether the entity possessing him was the god of Ashura or the god of Rakshasa. Meanwhile, the King of Slaughter, embodying the divine presence, scrutinized Chuan in return. Upon recognizing Chuan's formidable strength and his remarkably youthful visage, even this exalted deity felt a profound astonishment within. After a brief silence, the King of Slaughter spoke, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the space like a mighty bell. Human, I am the god of Ashura, the sovereign of the divine realm. Why do you seek to obliterate my sacred domain? Pausing momentarily, his tone softened somewhat as he continued. Should you be willing to relinquish this notion, I can grant you the opportunity to partake in the divine trial of the god of Ashura. With your prowess, you would undoubtedly succeed and inherit my divine position. Upon hearing the words of the god of Ashura, Chuan's lips curled slightly, emitting a disdainful scoff. His smile replete with contempt and arrogance. I beg your pardon, but I find your pitiful divine status unworthy of my attention, Chuan articulated with clarity and conviction, each syllable seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth, imbued with utmost scorn. What I wish to know is how to ascend to the divine realm, or rather, how to storm it. In an instant, the expression on the god of Shura's face froze, as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. His eyes widened slightly, filled with incredulity, as if he could not fathom the implications of Chuan's words, his mind momentarily blank. As one of the 5 supreme kings of the divine realm, he resided in a lofty position, wielding boundless power and authority. When had he ever been so openly scorned? Soon after, astonishment and fury surged within the god of Shura's gaze. The golden radiance surrounding him roiled violently in response to his emotional turmoil, resembling a tumultuous sea of golden waves. It has been countless years. The god of Shura's voice quivered with rage, resembling a deep, thunderous roar emanating from his chest. You are the first human to reject my divine status, and furthermore, the very first in countless ages to audaciously proclaim an intention to assault the divine realm. You possess considerable talent. His gaze sliced through Chuan's visage like a blade, yet it appears this has fostered an utterly unreasonable disposition within you. Chuan's expression was stern, his pitch-black eyes devoid of fear as he fixated intently on the Shura god. In a deep voice, he remarked, "You speak too much." Before his words had fully dissipated in the air, Chuan's figure vanished from his original position like a specter. The next moment, he had already materialized before the King of Slaughter, his speed so astonishing that it rendered him nearly invisible, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. Chuan raised his right fist high, a terrifying power coalescing upon it. Then, with a sudden and vigorous motion, he unleashed a strike that surged with overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the chest of the King of Slaughter. With a dull thud, Chuan's blow pierced the King of Slaughter's chest, creating a gaping wound that bled profusely. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto the ground and staining the soil of this City of Carnage with a blinding crimson hue. Chuan withdrew his fist, his expression calm as he gazed at the god of Shura before him. He spoke, "I am the man you cannot possess. Do not think to lure me with divine status. On the Douluo Continent, indeed across the entire Douluo star, no one stands a chance against me." His voice resonated with confidence and authority, echoing through the bloody expanse. "I shall ascend to the divine realm. At this moment, the god of Shura was both astonished and enraged, his body trembling slightly, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of shock and fury. He never anticipated that Tang, possessed by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, would have attained the terrifying power of a 99th level title Douluo. Coupled with his own possession, this body was nearly divine. Yet it was so effortlessly pierced through the chest by Yichuan's punch. What was even more difficult for the god of Shura to accept was that as the sovereign of the divine realm, he had been so easily overwhelmed by this young man. This was, without a doubt, an unprecedented blow to his pride. The god of Shura fixed his icy gaze upon Yichuan, his voice sharp and frigid, each word measured and deliberate, without ascension to divinity. Entry to the divine realm is impossible. You have rejected my divine status, and no god will allow you to inherit their power henceforth. Your fate is to languish on Douluo Star for eons. Should you achieve divinity and enter the divine realm, I will assuredly slay you. Should you fail to ascend, you shall decay and perish. His words dripped with the disdain and threats of a deity toward a mere mortal. Despite Yichuan's ability to obliterate him with a single punch, the god of Shura regarded Yichuan as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of unabashed disdain crossed Yichuan's eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Fool." No sooner had he spoken than he exerted his strength. His arms taut with muscle, veins bulging, each sinew imbued with terrifying power. His hands, as unyielding as steel, swiftly seized the shoulders of the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter attempted to struggle, only to find himself utterly immobilized under Yichuan's overwhelming strength. The god of Shura frantically channeled divine energy through this body, striving to withstand Yichuan's assault, yet all was in vain. Chapter 105. The Exploding Statue. Yichuan gritted his teeth and let out a fierce roar, channeling all his strength into a sudden, violent tear. With a resounding sound of rending flesh, the once dreaded King of Slaughter was forcibly torn asunder by Yichuan's hands. Blood poured down like a torrential downpour, splattering across Yichuan's stoic visage, further enhancing his aura of grim determination. At the very moment Yichuan ripped apart the King of Slaughter, the entire City of Carnage seemed to tremble as if shaken by an invisible giant hand. Above, massive boulders began to shift, with stones cascading down, crashing upon the ground with a dull thud. The air was thick with dust, rendering the surroundings hazy and indistinct. Clearly, the Azura god had relinquished this chosen site of succession, unwilling to linger any longer in a place that epitomized slaughter and bloodshed, allowing it to descend into chaos and ruin. Yichuan beheld the scene before him and could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Instantly, his soul power surged within him, propelling him away from the City of Slaughter like a bolt of lightning. With his unparalleled speed, he descended to the ground in the blink of an eye. As he gazed upon the landscape, he was struck by the sight of the once hidden City of Slaughter, now utterly collapsed. Before him lay a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep and measuring several dozen miles in diameter, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The edges of the pit were jagged and irregular, curling like serrated teeth, and a thick cloud of dust billowed upward, as if the earth itself had been rent asunder, releasing a chilling aura that permeated the air. Douluo, observing the scene, wore a faint smile upon his face. Well, I see no divine consciousness here. You insolent brat, do you presume to know more than I? How dare you fool me into coming here under the pretense of witnessing divine consciousness? Bibi Dong, equally astonished, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of panic, coldly inquired, "What is happening? Yichuan, have you truly destroyed the City of Slaughter? Did the King of Slaughter fall at your hands?" As Yichuan listened to their words, recollections of all that transpired in the City of Carnage flooded his mind, leaving him with a sense of profound displeasure. How dare a mere minor Azura god be so audacious as to boast before him? It was utterly arrogant. Yichuan clenched his teeth, a flicker of determination passing across his face. Just wait. Soon, I shall unveil to you the true essence of divinity, an existence that transcends even the divine. Douluo and Bibi Dong exchanged glances, their expressions laden with confusion as they searched each other's eyes for understanding. Douluo furrowed his brow and retorted, "Humph, you insolent brat, do not prattle on about such nonsense. Is there truly an existence that surpasses the divine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Bibi Dong slightly shook her head, skepticism evident in her gaze. "You are merely posturing." Yichuan paid no heed to their doubts. Instead, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. Before them, he carefully retrieved a statue from his storage soul guide. Subsequently, a golden light flashed, and the mouse talisman materialized in his grasp. Yichuan gently placed the mouse talisman upon the statue, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Douluo and Bibi Dong fixated intently on every movement of Yichuan, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, the statue appeared to be infused with life, quivering ever so slightly. To the astonishment of Douluo and Bibi Dong, the statue's eyes gradually opened, and an overwhelming aura, powerful enough to render one breathless, swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock, and his lips trembled as he instinctively exclaimed, "A miracle." Yichuan gazed upon the scene before him, a cold smirk curving his lips. "Humph. Today, I shall bring the divine realm to its knees. Let you so-called gods comprehend what true power truly is." Yichuan, still basking in the grandeur of his impending upheaval of the existing order, had just uttered a fierce proclamation. under the scrutinizing yet expectant gazes of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. The statue, endowed with the power of resurrection by the mouse talisman, exploded without warning. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated through the air, sending dense wood splinters flying in all directions like concealed projectiles. Yichuan instinctively raised his arm to shield his face, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? How is this possible?" In that moment, his voice was laced with an unprecedented panic, and his once tightly clenched fists now fell limply to his sides. He could never have anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan, which he believed would stir a tempest, would unfold in such a manner. Just as Yichuan remained engulfed in overwhelming shock, his mind a blank canvas, he witnessed an unusual ripple in the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending concentric circles cascading outward. A spectral figure gradually solidified before him, clad in a flowing robe of moonlight white. The figure swayed gently with the breeze. Appearing to be a youth, his raven hair cascaded like a waterfall down his back, framing a strikingly handsome face with soft yet resolute features. His eyes, deep as the vast cosmos, exuded a sense of nonchalance and defiance, as if all worldly matters were mere clouds in his sight. The young man slowly turned his gaze towards Yichuan, Qian Daolu, and Bibi Dong. In an instant, an overwhelming and boundless force surged forth like a tidal wave. The three felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible giant hand, their bodies plummeting uncontrollably. Qian Daolia's previously upright form twisted and struggled in the air, his white hair whipped wildly by the tempest. Fearful, he cast a terrified glance at Yichuan, his voice trembling. "You little brat. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? Before him, I cannot even harness my soul power." Each word from Qian Daolu seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth, laden with endless dread and resentment. Yichuan's expression was so grim that it seemed as if water could drip from it. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. "You are unaware of his identity. Just remain silent." In truth, Yichuan's heart was in turmoil, racing violently as if it were about to burst from his chest. Confronted by the ethereal figure before him, his palms were already drenched in sweat, and his back was soaked with cold perspiration, yet he maintained a facade of composure. The phantom's lips curled slightly, revealing a cryptic smile as it gazed at Yichuan and remarked, "An intriguing little fellow, so weak in strength, yet burdened with fragmented powers of the rules. Curious, truly curious." The voice of the apparition resonated clearly, akin to a resounding bell. Yet it bore an authority that compelled one to submit involuntarily. Yichuan took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. With utmost respect, he clasped his fists and bowed, declaring, "I am Yichuan, a junior. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Tongtian and Saint of the Upper Clear." A playful smile danced upon the face of Lord Tongtian, his gaze, as palpable as reality, fixated on Yichuan. He spoke slowly, "An intriguing young fellow. With your strength, you ought not to have captured my attention. Yet, curiously, I sense a unique essence of law emanating from you. Pray tell, have you summoned me to this place?" Chapter 106, Ascending to the Divine Realm. Upon hearing those words, Yichuan's heart sank, his face alternating between pallor and crimson. He awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he nodded and said, "I have acted recklessly, disturbing the sage." At that moment, Yichuan felt his heartbeat racing uncontrollably, each pulse resonating like a drum in his ears. His previously steady hands now trembled slightly, betraying his composure. The Tongtian master gazed down at Yichuan and suddenly bellowed with laughter, "Enough. Young one, speak your mind without hesitation. Why conceal anything before me? Surely, you must think of me as your enforcer." Yichuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself that the master of the heavenly teachings indeed possessed an astute insight, effortlessly discerning his thoughts. He did not hesitate but nodded graciously, his expression imbued with sincerity as he spoke, "I seek your understanding, revered sage. Primarily, there exists a divine realm in the upper world, and I wish to make my move against them. Alas, I am at a loss as to how to gain entry." Upon finishing, Yichuan lifted his gaze towards the master of the heavenly teachings, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing these words, the master of the heavenly teachings slowly raised his head to the sky, a flicker of astonishment crossing his profound gaze, as if his eyes could pierce through the endless void and unveil the mysteries of the universe. After a brief pause, he spoke languidly, "This realm is surprisingly feeble. The upper world you speak of likely does not surpass this realm by much." The tone of the master was tinged with a sense of reflection, seemingly astonished by the frailty of this world. Yichuan listened, nodding once more, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that in the Douluo Continent, one could only soar through the skies upon attaining the rank of title Douluo, and one had to reach level 100 to ascend to divinity. As for the so-called exalted divine kings of the divine realm, they merely reached level 150. In the presence of the saintly Tongtian, such a level of power indeed seemed unimaginably feeble. Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying Yichuan with a contemplative gaze, as if weighing something in his mind. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face as he declared, "In that case, I shall take you to see." No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his sleeve, and in an instant, the four figures vanished from the entire Douluo Continent. Yichuan, Qian Daolu, and Bibi Dong remained blissfully unaware. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a secluded place, surrounded by a dense mist. Qian Dalu felt a brilliant flash before him, and a formidable aura unlike any he had ever encountered washed over him, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. Once he discerned the scene around him, his eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising. Is this truly the divine realm? His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. As a former pinnacle powerhouse of the Douluo Continent, despite having imagined the divine realm, nothing could compare to the overwhelming impact of witnessing it firsthand. Yichuan's expression was icy, his eyes ablaze with seething fury. He nodded emphatically, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This is indeed the divine realm. Damn the Azure God. Today, I shall bring him to ruin." At that moment, within the magnificent and resplendent halls of the divine realm, the Azure God suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. As one of the paramount powers of the divine realm, he was acutely attuned to any hint of abnormality in the atmosphere. The presence of Yichuan and his companions resembled a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples upon ripples. After all, Bai Dong was currently engaged in the trials of the Sure God, and Qian Daolu served as the divine attendant to the angel god. Furthermore, Yichuan had recently obliterated his sacred inheritance site, which undoubtedly heightened his vigilance. The divine realm, though not vast, allowed him to swiftly detect the approach of the three individuals. However, for the Tongtian cult master, the Sure God remained blissfully unaware, shrouded in oblivion. Intruders, all of you, follow me at once. The Sure God abruptly rose, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the entire divine temple. His authoritative tone conveyed an undeniable command, causing the first-level gods, second-level deities, third-level divine beings, celestial hunters, and divine officials gathered around him, over 1,000 in total, to stiffen in response. They uniformly bowed in compliance and then ascended into the air, streaks of light slicing through the heavens as they fervently followed the Sure God. Their momentum fierce as they sped toward Yuchuan and his companions. In mere moments, the Sure God and his retinue encircled the four of Yuchuan. The multitude of deities radiated their unique divine auras, illuminating the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The Sure God's gaze was piercing, locking onto Yuchuan. As he coldly declared, "Yuchuan, today, I shall surely end your life. As for the three behind you, they shall serve as slaves in my divine realm," thus sparing them from death. His voice dripped with haughty arrogance and disdain, as though he had already deemed Yuchuan and his allies as mere prey within his grasp. Upon hearing this, Yichuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He never anticipated encountering such arrogance right from the outset, a kind of hubris that seemed beyond redemption. A subtle smile graced his lips, imbued with profound significance, as he discreetly gave the Sure God a thumbs up. The Sure God, taken aback for a moment, felt a flicker of doubt in his eyes, only to be consumed by a sense of smugness, mistakenly believing that Yichuan had capitulated. The arrogance on his face intensified, and he scoffed derisively. "What, are you afraid now? If you beg for mercy, perhaps I might grant you a swift end." The Tongtian patriarch gazed upon the so-called deities before him, who were still foolishly holding on to their inflated egos, and his fury ignited like dry kindling doused in oil. Offended by such a multitude of weaklings, he had already been incensed, but the Sure God's outrageous words had completely stoked the flames of his wrath. At this juncture, he was resolute in withholding any semblance of mercy. In an instant, the expression of the Tongtian patriarch hardened, his eyes reflecting the collapse of celestial bodies. In a heartbeat, the Sure God and the 1,000 deities behind him plummeted uncontrollably from the sky, landing in a disheveled heap upon the ground, raising clouds of dust. They struggled to rise, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. The Tongtian patriarch looked down upon the Sure God with an icy gaze, his voice chilling as if it emerged from a millennia-old frozen abyss. "Is it you who have compelled me to serve as a slave?" His words reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating painfully in the ears of all who heard them. The Sure God's countenance turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. In a state of terror, he shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling as he desperately implored, "My lord, spare my life. Grant me mercy." In that moment, all remnants of his earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced entirely by fear and supplication. Yichuan stood aside, observing the disheveled appearance of the Sure God, and could not help but let out a derisive snort, his face contorted with disdain as he uttered, "Waste." Though his voice was not loud, it pierced through the air like a sharp blade, embedding itself deep within the Sure God's heart. Upon hearing these words, a surge of humiliation erupted within the Sure God. He was unaware of where the sudden strength came from as he glared furiously and bellowed at Yichuan. "What did you say? If you have the guts, face me in a duel." His eyes seemed to burn with an insatiable hunger, as if he wished to devour Yichuan whole. Chapter 107. The End. Upon hearing this, Yichuan took 2 measured steps forward. Positioning himself before the Azure God, he slightly bent forward and gently patted the Azure God's face, again and again. The gesture appeared tender, yet it was imbued with a profound sense of humiliation. Yichuan wore a smirk tinged with scorn and exclaimed, "Are you skilled in combat? What good is your prowess? To survive in this world, one must possess influence and connections, you insignificant wretch." Each word dripped with derision, striking the pride of the Sure God like a hammer. The Shura god's face flushed crimson. He wished to retort, but was acutely aware of his utter powerlessness in that moment. Thus, he swallowed his fury and resentment. His gaze directed at Yichuan brimming with venomous hatred. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of others. Before long, a swarm of dark figures appeared on the horizon, followed swiftly by thousands of silhouettes soaring through the air, the rush of wind accompanying them creating a deafening roar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the Shura god sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state, the crowd was taken aback. Their eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions revealing their astonishment. The god of destruction's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk as he stepped forward, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. He glared at Yuchuan and his companions, bellowing, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the divine realm? And to lay hands upon a deity? This is a grave disrespect to the divine realm." Upon hearing this, the master Tang felt a surge of anger, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. To him, these deities were nothing more than ignorant fish, daring to question his authority. With a mere thought, the master Tang compelled the thousands of deities present to collapse to the ground, mirroring the Shura god, their startled gasps and muffled groans echoing through the air. The goddess of life, her face a mask of terror, struggled to rise, only to find she could not summon even a shred of divine power. In bewilderment, she exclaimed, "What is happening? I cannot channel my divine strength. What manner of power is this?" The corners of Master Tangtian's mouth curled into a faint, cold smile as he turned his attention to Yichuan, inquiring, "Young one, what do you intend to do?" Yichuan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "I hope that any planet connected to the divine realm may allow ascension to the divine realm, provided one possesses sufficient strength to reach the 100th level." Upon hearing these words, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted instantaneously. He was acutely aware that, with his own prowess, he could undoubtedly attain godhood. This was, without question, a monumental opportunity for him. Conversely, the other deities wore grim expressions, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. After all, the divine realm was rather limited in space, and should a multitude of individuals ascend, issues of resource allocation and territorial division would inevitably become convoluted. This is utterly impossible. The evil god vehemently opposed, asserting that the resources of the divine realm were finite. If ascension were granted indiscriminately, what would become of the existing gods? Indeed, another deity, the flower goddess, concurred, adding that such a scenario would disrupt the delicate balance of the divine realm, an absolute impossibility. Upon hearing this, Tangtian's gaze sharpened instantaneously. In an instant, the evil god and the flower goddess transformed into beams of radiant light, vanishing into the ether without leaving a trace, as though they had never existed in this world at all. The other deities, who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope for evading catastrophe, found their hearts gripped by terror when they suddenly sensed the absence of the evil god and the flower goddess. The fear surged to an apex as thousands of deities widened their eyes in horror, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, they profoundly realized that the figure before them was an entity against which they could never hope to contend. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Yichuan respectfully bowed to the celestial master, expressing with sincere earnestness, "I beseech the sage to show benevolence to the multitude. Let the divine realm merge with its numerous celestial bodies, so that unity may prevail, allowing all beings to share in tranquility. The arduous path of ascension shall no longer hinder the journey of cultivation, and countless lives will reap the benefits." The celestial master slightly raised his head and spoke slowly. Indeed, this single word, succinct yet resolute, seemed to resonate with boundless power. As the celestial master's voice echoed, profound transformations began to manifest throughout the cosmos. The celestial bodies gradually commenced their movement, their distances diminishing as they were drawn together by an unseen force. The mountains, rivers, cities, and villages upon their surfaces trembled subtly under this influence. Within the depths of these celestial spheres, energies began to intertwine, radiating resplendent hues. Soon, a magnificent star domain emerged before all. In this realm, the celestial bodies were intricately interconnected, forming a novel entity. Yet, the inhabitants of these celestial spheres remained oblivious, continuing their lives, laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. Meanwhile, during the merging process, the divine realm expanded 100-fold. The once confined space transformed into an expanse of grandeur, shrouded in mist and illuminated by ethereal light, resembling a newly unveiled paradise. As the merging concluded, the celestial master flickered and appeared before Yichuan. He gazed at Yichuan, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Subsequently, the celestial master raised his right hand and gently touched Yichuan's forehead. In that instant, a refreshing breeze surged into Yichuan's mind, invigorating his entire being. Immediately after, a unique celestial technique materialized in his consciousness. Comprehend this technique well. Do not let my intentions go to waste. With that, the celestial master's ethereal form gradually faded, dissolving into a wisp of gentle wind within the vast cosmos. Alongside his departure, all deities present vanished into the ether. 100 years drifted by like a fleeting shadow, ephemeral and swift. Throughout this lengthy yet hurried passage of time, Yichuan shone like a brilliant star, leading the valiant warriors of the Douluo Empire on an epic journey of southward and northward campaigns. In the theaters of war, wherever Yichuan ventured, foes fell in disarray. By his side, the soldiers of the Duel Empire followed closely, their spirits soaring. Armed with exceptional wisdom, extraordinary courage, and unparalleled leadership, Yichuan guided his companions through countless challenges, traversing myriad mountains, lakes, and seas, conquering one expanse of land after another. After enduring countless brutal battles and navigating arduous negotiations, the entirety of the Star Domain was finally unified beneath the banner of the Douluo Empire. In the millennia following this unification, Yichuan remained indefatigable, diligently studying the celestial techniques imparted by the celestial master each day. In his leisure, he relished the pleasures of life. Within the divine realm, enveloped in mist, blooming celestial flowers exuded delightful fragrances. He engaged in earnest play with the likes of Xiao, Zhu Xing, Ningrong, Zhu Zhiyan, Shueke, Dugian, Qinricue, Hulaina, Lu Erlong, and Bibi Dong amidst this picturesque paradise. However, as time passed, even the most exquisite life could become tinged with monotony. One day, Yichuan found himself alone atop the highest peak of the divine realm, gazing down upon the flourishing world he had painstakingly crafted. And an indescribable sense of ennui surged within him, engulfing him like a tidal wave. After a prolonged contemplation, he resolved to undertake a bold course of action. Yichuan took a deep breath, and following the celestial techniques imparted by the heavenly master, he gradually and cautiously divided his soul into two. One half of his soul, carrying all the memories of his life, surged forth like a shooting star, racing towards the vast, boundless cosmos at a speed exceeding that of light. Chapter 108, Rebirth. In the immense, almost infinite expanse of the universe, Yichuan's soul drifted alone, akin to a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, devoid of direction and destination. The darkness of the cosmos was profound, resembling an endless abyss, while the stars emitted a cold, flickering light, appearing as indifferent spectators. Witnessing all that transpired within this silent universe, Yichuan drifted past countless desolate planets, most of which lay in barren silence. Some were scarred with immense craters, as if they had endured countless brutal wars, their surfaces pockmarked and devoid of vitality. Others were shrouded beneath thick layers of ice, exuding a chilling aura that seemed intent on freezing any glimmer of life. Still others were enveloped in dense clouds of toxic gas, where fierce winds howled and ravaged the lifeless terrain. Throughout the protracted years of wandering, Yichuan had encountered innumerable desolate worlds, each akin to a solitary chapter penned by the cosmos, cold and despairing. Countless years slipped by like fleeting shadows, and in this interminable drift, Yichuan's soul had nearly forgotten the visage of hope. Yet, at this moment, the wheels of fate began to turn silently. During a purposeless drift, a land radiating a gentle glow suddenly appeared before Yichuan's soul. The light was so warm, starkly contrasting the frigid universe surrounding it, akin to a beacon emerging from darkness, instantly captivating Yichuan's full attention. Yichuan's soul seemed to be irresistibly drawn by an invisible force, swiftly propelling him towards the vibrant continent. A profound excitement surged within him, an insatiable yearning for new hope and an eager anticipation for the uncharted world ahead. As he drew nearer to the continent, Yichuan keenly sensed a faint soul quietly trailing behind him. This soul flickered weakly like a candle flame in the wind, vulnerable to extinguishment at any moment. Yichuan harbored not an ounce of compassion in this merciless realm of souls. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, remains an unchanging truth. Without the slightest hesitation, he pivoted and lunged toward the feeble spirit. The spirit seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to struggle away, yet its strength was pitifully inadequate to escape Yichuan's relentless pursuit. Yichuan's soul resembled a ferocious beast, swiftly devouring that feeble spirit. In the instant of consumption, Yichuan sensed a faint power merging with his own essence, significantly augmenting his being, which filled him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, his soul successfully descended to the surface of the continent. He gazed around, searching for a suitable vessel. At that moment, he discovered a newly born child, whose soft and fragile body lay swaddled, crying out with fervor. The soul of Yichuan surged forward without the slightest hesitation, swiftly penetrating into the child. In that fleeting moment of entering the child's body, Yichuan felt a warm and familiar aura envelop him, signifying the commencement of his new life. In the city of Wutan on the Douluo Continent, the sunlight was warm and the breeze gentle, while the ancient and majestic Xiao family mansion stood silently, embodying the family's profound heritage and glory. The atmosphere within the mansion was heavy with tension, for the matriarch, Lin Wan, was on the verge of giving birth. Inside the delivery room, the air was thick with anticipation and fervor, as midwives and maids bustled in and out, caught up in their frantic duties. Xiaozhan paced anxiously outside the door, his hands unconsciously tightening and relaxing, his face feigning calmness, yet his slightly trembling frame betrayed his inner turmoil. At last, a resounding cry shattered the tension, and Xiaozhan abruptly halted, a surge of ecstatic joy flooding his eyes. He could scarcely contain himself as he rushed into the delivery room, where the midwife held a swaddled bundle, beaming as she announced, "Congratulations, Patriarch Xiao, it's a son." Xiaozhan stepped forward eagerly, gazing at the wrinkled, crimson-faced infant, his large face breaking into a grin that narrowed his eyes into slits. "Wonderful. My third son shall be named Xiaoyan. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the soul residing within the infant was not the true Xiaoyan. The newly born Yichuan opened his eyes in bewilderment, feeling the strangeness of his tender new body. His mind clouded. He struggled to adapt to the blurred vision before him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Xiao Zhan's declaration. In that instant, Yichuan understood the extraordinary occurrence that had transpired. During his soul's transference, he had inadvertently consumed the true Xiaoyan's essence, which meant he was now Xiaoyan. This realization sent a tremor through Yichuan's heart, and before he could ponder further, an inexplicable emotion surged within him, causing Xiaoyan to cry uncontrollably. Observing this, Xiao Zhan carefully placed Xiaoyan beside the frail Linwan, speaking softly, "Waner, behold our child." Linwan, pale yet determined, turned her head to gaze at Xiaoyan. Her eyes filled with tenderness and love as she murmured, "He is truly adorable." Xiao Zhan quickly concurred, his voice brimming with pride. "Indeed, he resembles you. He shall undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man." At that moment, the infant Xiaoyan listened to their words, feeling an internal conflict. What baby is not born wrinkled and red-faced? Where is the adorableness in that? Yet, he had no means to articulate his thoughts, resorting only to wailing to express his complex emotions. Linwan observed, "Is Xiaoyan hungry? Let me feed him." Xiao Zhan waved his hand to signal the wet nurse. Concern etched in his gaze as he looked upon Linwan. "Waner, you've exhausted your strength in childbirth. You're weak. Let the wet nurse handle the feeding." He took the warm swaddle from the wet nurse, carefully placing Xiaoyan into her arms. Once the wet nurse took Xiaoyan aside to feed him, Xiao Zhan hurried back to Linwan's bedside, gently grasping her hand, which still bore the chill of childbirth. His eyes were filled with worry and compassion. "Waner, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Linwan forced a weak smile, her pale face revealing a hint of warmth as she returned his grasp. "I am well. Merely a bit fatigued. I can endure for a few more years, watching Xiaoyan grow." Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's heart tightened, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. "Do not speak such words. You will be fine. With me by your side, I shall seek the finest herbs and the most skilled physicians for your recovery. You will surely see Xiaoyan establish his own family." Linwan gently shook her head, yet her gaze was resolute. "Xiao Zhan, I know my own body. As long as I can see Xiaoyan grow up safely, I shall be content." She looked at the side, where Xiaoyan was nursing. Her eyes filled with affection and reluctance. "Look how well behaved he is. He will surely be a successful child." Following her gaze, Xiao Zhan observed Xiaoyan's adorable sucking. His heart filled with mixed emotions. Xiaoyan will undoubtedly become the pride of the Xiao family. We shall witness his growth together. As time flowed, for years passed in the blink of an eye, the once helpless infant Xiaoyan had blossomed into a lively 4-year-old child. His cherubic face radiated an innate cleverness, and his clear eyes sparkled with lively brilliance. On the morning following Xiaoyan's 4th birthday, Xiao Zhan called him forward. Looking upon his son, filled with high hopes, Xiao Zhan spoke slowly. "Xiaoyan, from today onward, your father shall teach you the knowledge of Do Qi." Xiaoyan tilted his head, feigning innocence as he chirped, "Father, what is Do Qi? Is it powerful?" Xiao Zhan affectionately ruffled Xiaoyan's hair, patiently explaining, "Do Qi is a force that exists in the world. Through cultivation, we can draw it into our bodies and utilize it for ourselves. With Do Qi, you will possess extraordinary strength, and when you attain the rank of Do Wang, you will be able to soar through the skies and accomplish the impossible." From that day forth, Xiaoyan began his formal training in Do Qi. The original narrative depicted Xiaoyan as a transmigrator, possessing a soul with an extraordinary sensitivity to energy. Thus, Xiaoyan's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, marking him as a rare genius within the Xiao family. With Yichuan's own powerful soul, augmented by the consumption of Xiaoyan's essence, his rate of Do Qi cultivation was incredibly swift. In the initial days, Xiaoyan immersed himself in the theoretical knowledge imparted by Xiao Zhan, tirelessly pondering over the esoteric concepts. After a month, he finally encountered a significant breakthrough. One tranquil afternoon, as Xiaoyan practiced in the courtyard, he closed his eyes and concentrated, employing the methods taught by his father to sense everything around him. Gradually, he became aware of faint energy fluctuations in the air. A surge of delight filled Xiaoyan as he cautiously extended his mental energy, attempting to grasp that elusive energy. Initially, the energy danced away like a startled deer, eluding his control. Yet, Xiaoyan remained undeterred, persevering through numerous attempts, until at last, he succeeded in drawing a strand of energy into his being. "I did it!" he exclaimed in excitement, his eyes wide open. In a world where power held utmost significance, Xiaoyan was determined not to slacken his efforts. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Zhan hurried over, a proud smile illuminating his face. "Xiaoyan, well done. This is merely the first step. You must continue to strive, allowing more energy to enter your body and transform it into Do Qi." Xiaoyan nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with determination. Over the next 3 months, he refrained from hastily cultivating Do Qi, instead channeling all the energy he absorbed into enhancing his physique. Each infusion of energy coursed through him, accompanied by a tingling warmth. As Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation and feeling his body grow stronger bit by bit. Finally, after 6 months, he sensed the moment had arrived and began to attempt the absorption of Do Qi. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he activated his remarkably resilient meridians, guiding the douqi present in the air to slowly enter his body. Initially, the entry of douqi was accompanied by a pricking pain, akin to a myriad of fine needles piercing through him. Yet, bolstered by his indomitable will, Xiaoyan persevered. As more and more douqi surged within him, he felt as though his body had ignited, brimming with power. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of light shone within them. He had successfully reached the first stage of douqi. "Father, I have succeeded," Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Xiaozhan, eager to share his joy. Xiaozhan looked at his thriving son with immense pride swelling in his heart. "Yener, you have done remarkably well. Achieving the first stage of douqi at the age of 4 is truly a testament to your genius." Lin once sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, her gaze filled with affection and contentment as she observed Xiaoyan practicing the fundamental movements of douqi not far away. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing her to cough lightly. Hearing his mother's cough, Xiaoyan immediately halted his actions, concern etched across his youthful face as he hurried to Lin Wan's side. He extended his tender little hand, gently stroking her back, his voice soft yet resolute. "Mother, you've coughed again. You must take care of yourself. Father has arranged for the physician's medicine. Please do not forget to take it." Lin Wan looked at her understanding son with joy swelling in her heart, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle Xiaoyan's hair, smiling as she said, "Yener, you are so thoughtful. Mother is fine. Witnessing your remarkable progress in cultivation. Displaying such astounding talent at a tender age, my dear Yener is indeed a genius. In the future, who knows how many young maidens you may captivate." Xiaoyan blinked his bright eyes, a faint blush rising to his cheeks as he feigned maturity and replied, "Mother, please do not tease me. However, if I marry in the future, I will certainly rely on your judgment." In Xiaoyan's heart, his mother's insight was the most discerning. Xiaozhan, hearing Xiaoyan's words, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, his jovial voice echoing in the courtyard. "Haha, I never expected our 4-year-old son would already possess such wisdom." Lin Wan joined in the laughter, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she turned to Xiaozhan, saying, "Indeed, our Yener has always been perceptive and opinionated. Just look at how he speaks. He resembles a little adult." Xiaozhan approached them, lifting Xiaoyan into his lap, laughing as he said, "Yener, I am heartened by your sentiments. However, for now, you must focus on your cultivation. Only with formidable strength can you protect those you wish to safeguard." Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, his gaze reflecting an unwavering resolve that belied his tender age. "Fear not, father. Mother, I will surely protect you both and safeguard the Xiao family." After all, Xiaoyan was acutely aware that formidable foes awaited him in the future, such as the powerful Soul Palace, and he could not afford to be lax. Moreover, the lack of sufficient strength left him feeling insecure, thus he must diligently pursue his training. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that his mother, Lin Wan, lived a long life, striving to become a formidable alchemist to alter her fate. Xiaozhan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both filled with emotion and pride. They understood deeply that although Xiaoyan was young, with his innate talent and determination, he would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Chapter 110, Stealthily Entering the Village. As night fell like ink, thickly drenching the Canaan Academy in silence, the only sounds were the occasional whispers of insects. A figure stealthily traversed the shadows, cautiously approaching the Xiao mountain residence. The soft patter of footsteps was swallowed by the night as the figure moved furtively, glancing around with the vigilance of a cat on the prowl. This individual was none other than Xiaoyan, his brow furrowed with confusion. As the esteemed daughter of an ancient clan, despite Xiao sooner concealing her identity, she still enjoyed the privilege of a solitary residence. Not to mention the exclusive protection of the clan's sole Do Wang, Lingying. Logically, with such stature, Xiaoyan's clandestine infiltration should have drawn immediate attention. Yet everything remained eerily tranquil. Could this be what they termed the world's corrective force? Xiaoyan murmured softly, a hint of self-mockery mingling with unease in his tone. Inside the Xiao mountain residence, the flickering candlelight cast Ling Ying's tall silhouette against the wall, swaying slightly. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke respectfully to Xiao Suner, who sat by the window. "Miss, young Master Xiaoyan is outside. It appears he wishes to enter." A gentle smile graced Xiao Suner's lips, akin to a night blooming Sirius unfurling in the dark sky, as she replied softly, "It's all right. Do not make a fuss. Let us observe what he intends to do." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, her delicate fingers playfully toying with the hem of her garment, as if awaiting an intriguing performance to begin. Meanwhile, outside, Xiaoyan faced a dilemma. With only the strength of the first stage of douqi, he found himself somewhat helpless before the heavily guarded Xiao mountain residence. The seemingly ordinary courtyard gate loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. Cautiously, Xiaoyan circled the residence, each step deliberate, the soles of his shoes whispering against the ground. Ultimately, he discovered a slightly ajar door, and as he gently pushed it open, it creaked softly, echoing conspicuously in the stillness of the night. He froze, holding his breath, ensuring he had not startled anyone, before stealthily slipping inside. "I absolutely did not sneak through a dog hole, certainly not," Xiaoyan silently reiterated to himself, as if this could preserve the remnants of his dignity. Arriving at Xiao Suner's door, he noticed the room was shrouded in darkness. He took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to gently push the door open. The door creaked softly as it swung, and upon entering, he was enveloped by a faint fragrance, the distinctive scent of Xiao Suner, providing him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting silvery patches on the floor, which Xiao carefully avoided as he made his way to the bedside. Standing at the edge of the bed, he gazed at Xiao Suner, whispering softly, his voice barely above a whisper as if fearing to disturb the tranquil atmosphere. Suner, Brother Xiao is here to nurture your bones. Gazing upon the adorable visage of Xiao Suner, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids, and her lips curving ever so slightly in a childlike innocence, Xiao felt an unexpected surge of emotion within him, a sudden yearning to nurture a daughter, to shelter the young girl before him under his protective wings. However, he quickly regained his composure, gently settling on the edge of the bed, and cautiously extending his hand to tenderly caress her. Closing his eyes and holding his breath, he summoned the faint yet fervent energy within him, allowing it to flow through his fingertips and into Xiao Suner's body. The energy, akin to a gentle stream, coursed through her veins, enveloping her bones in a warm embrace, gradually easing their tension. Unbeknownst to Xiao, who assumed she was merely feigning sleep, Xiao Suner possessed a keen sensitivity. The moment his hand made contact, her heart fluttered as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across her consciousness. She distinctly felt the warmth and strength of the energy he imparted, bringing with it an unparalleled sense of security. To her astonishment, he had come to nurture her bones with such earnestness. In this moment, she seemed to truly regard the young master of the Xiao family for the first time. No longer just a vague figure in her memory, Xiao, endowed with an extraordinary perception of souls, was well aware of Xiao Suner's pretended slumber. Yet, he chose not to expose her ruse. Instead, he felt a surge of delight within. This might be an exquisite opportunity to delve into her heart. Thus, he feigned ignorance, allowing soft gasps to escape his lips, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if every ounce of energy expended in channeling his energy was an arduous task, creating an appearance of exhaustion. Suner, this is all I can do for you, he thought. Such a gentle soul like yours must not neglect the cultivation of your energy. While pretending to laboriously nurture her bones, he silently contemplated. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Ling Ying observed everything. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force, as flames of rage ignited within him, envisioning a blade aimed at Xiao. Ling Ying's heart roared in protest. How could the precious young lady of their household be so brazenly approached by this ignorant boor? In that moment, Ling Ying felt a deep sense of injustice. Yet bound by Xiao Suner's prior instructions, he refrained from revealing himself, suppressing his fury as he meticulously monitored Xiao's every move. He vowed that should Xiao harbor any ill intentions, he would strike without hesitation. As time passed slowly, sweat continued to beat on Xiao's forehead, his breaths growing increasingly labored. The energy within him waned like a stream on the brink of drying up. Nurturing bones was an energy-intensive endeavor, and with Xiao's current level of strength, merely sustaining this effort was no small feat at last. He withdrew his hands, gently adjusting the covers around Xiao Suner before, burdened with fatigue, he quietly departed from Xiao Mountain residence. Each step echoed with an undeniable weight, the moonlight stretching his shadow into the abyss. As soon as Xiao vanished into the night, Ling Ying emerged like a specter from the shadows, hastening into Xiao Suner's chamber. His face was a mask of fury, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable as he knelt, urgency and anger lacing his tone. Miss, that boy's audacity is utterly unforgivable. Shall I? He gestured as if to slit his throat, the palpable menace threatening to envelop the room. In Ling Ying's heart, his young lady held an esteemed position, and Xiao's actions were nothing short of sacrilege. Chapter 111. The Breakthrough of the Fighter. Xiao Suner's previously gentle features hardened at once, her gaze radiating an authority and severity beyond her years. Ling Ying, remember your place. Are you making decisions on my behalf? Though her voice was not loud, it resonated within the room like frost. The sudden reprimand struck Ling Ying like a thunderbolt. He trembled, intimidated by the commanding presence of the 4-year-old Xiao Suner, his back slick with cold sweat. He quickly bowed his head, collapsing to his knees, forehead pressed to the ground, voice trembling with fear and reverence. I dare not. I have overstepped. Please punish me. Mississippi Xiao Suner cast a frigid glance at Ling Ying, scoffing softly. My brother Xiao is not what you imagine. Cast aside your misguided notions. With that, she turned back to her bed, pulling the covers snugly around herself in preparation for slumber. Ling Ying, a mixture of emotions swirling within him, murmured, I take my leave. He retreated slowly to the door, turning to gently close it, gazing at the night sky, contemplating the need to reassess Xiao before vanishing into the shadows. 2 years passed like a gentle stream, quietly flowing by. Within Xiao's chamber, silence reigned, so profound that a falling needle could be heard, save for the steady rhythm of his breath. Seated upon a mat, he formed hand seals with the speed of fluttering butterflies, drawing in energy, his breathing gradually stabilizing, deep and powerful, each inhalation resonating with the energy of the heavens. Within him, a rich current of energy surged through his veins, a tempestuous river seeking release. Xiao recognized that he had reached a critical juncture. After 5 years devoted to expanding his veins and refining his body, the time for a breakthrough had finally arrived. The moment had come. Xiao's gaze sharpened, a low exclamation escaping his lips as his hands moved like phantoms, blurring in their rapidity. In an instant, all the energy within him converged towards his abdomen, responding to an unseen call. The overwhelming gathering of energy caused a painful pressure in his belly, as if it might burst. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat cascading down, dampening the mat beneath him. Yet, there was no sign of retreat in his eyes, only a glimmer of resolute determination. I must not falter. This is the crucial moment. He urged himself inwardly. Had anyone been present, they would have marveled at his indomitable will. With eyes shut tight, veins bulging upon his forehead, he channeled his immense perceptive power, methodically compressing the energy in his abdomen. It felt akin to sculpting a priceless masterpiece, leaving no room for error. Xiao compressed the energy with fervor, each contraction accompanied by excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and after what felt like an eternity, a faint sound echoed within him, a vortex beginning to take shape. Xiao had succeeded. He had become a fighter. Slowly, he opened his eyes, excitement and exhilaration dancing within them. After 5 long years, he had finally triumphed. Xiao murmured to himself, his voice filled with deep emotion. With Xiao's innate talent, he could have attempted to break through and become a fighter long ago, even if the cultivation stage of fighting energy lacked any external assistance. For one with a powerful soul perception like Xiao, it was merely a straightforward path. During countless training sessions, the fighting energy surged within him, seemingly eager to propel him beyond the constraints that held him back. Yet Xiao persevered. Throughout those long days and nights of cultivation, a singular belief resided in his heart to solidify his foundation. A towering building rises from the accumulation of earth. Without a solid foundation, the earth may quake and mountains may sway. With every intake of fighting energy, he attentively felt its flow through his meridians, meticulously refining each channel, rendering them resilient and expansive, akin to rivers flowing with unstoppable force, capable of bearing immense power. Moreover, Xiao understood that a significant challenge awaited him. For soon he would encounter a formidable opponent who consumed fighting energy as fluidly as water. Without thorough preparation, he would inevitably face great difficulties in the future. To brace himself for the unknown storms ahead, he willingly endured the monotony of accumulation and silence. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Xiao stepped outside with joy, heading towards his parents' courtyard. Upon entering the yard, Xiao swiftly sensed the change in his son's aura, his eyes flashing with surprise and pride as he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. A 10-year-old fighter. Yener is truly a rare genius in our Xiao family. As he spoke, Xiao excitedly paced back and forth, unable to conceal his beaming smile. Linwan also approached quickly, her eyes filled with affection and satisfaction, commenting, "It's a pity your elder brother and second brother are away traveling. They cannot witness this moment." Xiao lips curled into a playful smile as he replied, "They won't escape. When they return, there will naturally be gifts for them. I wonder what gifts father and mother will give." With a hint of jest, Xiao eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hearing this, both Xiaozhan and Linwan were momentarily taken aback, not expecting their son to wake up early solely for the sake of gifts. They exchanged glances, recognizing the same indulgence in each other's eyes, and both revealed warm smiles. Xiaozhan reached into his pocket, dramatically producing a crystal card, which he waved in the sunlight, reflecting dazzling light. 1,000 gold coins. Consider it a gift from your father. Linwan, on the other hand, appeared contemplative, her gaze flitting over Xiao as she pondered what gift would best express her sentiments. Xiao's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation as he could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Mother, that ring." His voice carried a hint of uncontainable excitement and urgency. Upon hearing this, Linwan immediately recalled the ring Xiao mentioned. It was an ancient-looking ring, crafted from a unique material with a smooth, warm texture, intricately engraved with mysterious and elaborate patterns. Despite the passage of time, it still radiated a distinct charm. This ring was part of her dowry, holding countless memories, and she had always treasured it carefully. Reflecting on the past, she remembered how, when Xiao was younger, he had earnestly requested the ring from her. At that time, she had deemed him too young to possess such a significant item and had gently refused. Now seeing her son, who had grown into a tall youth with determined and steadfast eyes, she realized he had matured, and it was time to entrust the ring to him. She would no longer refuse. Thus, Linwan smiled and turned, her steps light as she returned to the house. Shortly after, she emerged holding an exquisite brocade box adorned with delicate floral patterns, indicating the precious contents within. Approaching Xiao, she gently handed him the box, her eyes radiating warmth and expectation. "Here you go. This is what you've been yearning for." Xiao accepted the box with both hands, handling it carefully, taking a deep breath before slowly opening it. Inside lay the ancient ring, quietly resting, its familiar form igniting a spark of joy in Xiao's eyes. "Thank you, mother." As soon as he expressed his gratitude, Xiaoyan erupted with elation, clutching the box tightly before turning and dashing away with the speed of the wind. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhan, watching this scene, feigned annoyance. That little rascal. I give him 1,000 gold coins and he doesn't react like this. Lin Wan, hearing this, let a gentle smile grace her lips, softly replying, perhaps this ring holds a different significance for him. Let him be. The couple gazed fondly in the direction Xiao Yan had departed, leaving the familiar courtyard behind. Xiaoyan stepped onto the stone path of the Xiao family. The sunlight dappled across the ground, and a gentle breeze brushed by, carrying with it a sense of leisure. Along the way, whenever he encountered relatives, they greeted him warmly, their faces radiating genuine smiles. Yenner, you look exceptionally spirited today, a middle-aged relative remarked cheerfully. Xiao Yan smiled back, his expression warm as he clasped his hands together. Uncle Wang, you seem quite radiant yourself. As he exchanged pleasantries with his relatives, he soon found himself outside Xiao Mountain residence. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Sooner, I'm craving a soft meal. His voice, brimming with youthful vigor and defiance, echoed through the air. The sound drifted into the residence, where Xiao Sooner paused in surprise before bursting into a melodious laugh, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Brother Xiaoyan is still so unconventional, she murmured, rising excitedly, her skirt swaying with her movements. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Sooner bounded out like a joyful little deer, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with happiness as she called out, Brother Xiaoyan. Xiao Yan gazed at the exquisitely beautiful girl before him, a surge of indescribable affection swelling within him. Unable to resist, he reached forward and gently pinched Xiao Sooner's cheek, marveling at its delicate softness. My Sooner is truly adorable. Xiao Sooner pouted, her expression charmingly indignant. Humph. Brother Xiaoyan, you've not come to see me for several days. Her eyes held a hint of reproach, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Seeing her in this light, Xiaoyan immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face alight with a grin. All right, it's my fault. Today, I shall dedicate my time to accompany Sooner, my little heiress. Xiao Sooner giggled, revealing two faint dimples. Then, Brother Xiaoyan must make me happy today. Sooner will grant you one small wish. Xiaoyan would certainly not decline, his smile broadening as he took her hand. Then it settled. Their hands clasped tightly together, and they departed from the Xiao family. Soon, they arrived at the nearest market controlled by the Xiao family. As they stepped into the bustling marketplace, the cacophony of lively chatter enveloped them. Stalls lined the streets, brimming with a dazzling array of goods, while vendors shouted their wares, the sounds of haggling filling the air. Sooner, look over there. Xiaoyan pointed towards a shop selling ornaments and pulled Xiao Sooner over. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by a chorus of lively chatter. The shop was predominantly filled with women, some congregating in small groups, selecting their desired items, while others were trying on various pieces in front of mirrors. The two of them approached the counter side by side, where a dazzling array of ornaments was displayed, each piece shimmering with an enchanting luster. From intricately carved jade hairpins to pearl-strung bracelets and ruby-studded rings, every item was exquisite and came at a considerable price. A subtle smile crept onto Xiaoyan's lips. His eyes filled with affection as he said to Xiao Sooner, Sooner, I'm an honest man. Choose whatever you like. Xiao Sooner blinked playfully, a glimmer of mischief and delight in her eyes, and covered her mouth as she laughed. Brother Xiaoyan, have you come into wealth? These are all adorned with magical cores, easily costing over 1,000 gold coins. Xiaoyan puffed out his chest and assured her with a grin. Don't worry about the cost. Your brother Xiaoyan has plenty of money. Although he spoke with a radiant smile, a twinge of anxiety flickered within him. After all, since his arrival in this world, due to his powerful soul, he had spent most of his money on nourishing elixirs and physical training, living rather modestly. Xiao Sooner tilted her head, scrutinizing Xiaoyan with a smile. Brother Xiaoyan, perhaps you've broken through to the fighter level. Did you receive money from uncle and aunt? With her exceptional intelligence, she easily deduced part of the reason. Xiaoyan's expression grew serious as he replied, it was just luck. I'm a one-star fighter. He paused before looking back at Xiao Sooner, adding, with your talent, you could break through at any time. Reflecting on the past, Xiaoyan remembered how Xiao Sooner had always closely followed him to keep up with his rapid progress. Whenever Xiaoyan reached a new stage in his cultivation, Xiao Sooner would soon follow suit. Xiao Sooner smiled but remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the ornaments. Her eyes flitted across the display until they settled on a blue and silver necklace. The centerpiece was a first-tier water-type magical core, emanating a soft blue glow that complemented the surrounding silver. According to the shop assistant, it could also slightly enhance a fighter's energy. Xiao Sooner picked up the necklace and held it against her chest, her eyes radiating affection. Brother Xiaoyan, do you think this looks good? She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiaoyan gazed at Xiao Sooner with tenderness, nodding without hesitation. It's beautiful. You look good in anything, Sooner. With that, he generously paid the shopkeeper, watching as 1,500 gold coins vanished, the sound of his dwindling finances echoing in his mind. After settling the payment, he gently took the necklace and, moving behind Xiao Sooner, carefully placed it around her neck, his touch soft and focused. Xiao Sooner slightly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her heart swelling with sweetness. It looks truly beautiful, Xiaoyan whispered, admiration lacing his voice. Xiao Suner turned around, her face alight with a radiant smile. Chapter 113, Coercion. Thus, they wandered from day into night. And only when the lights began to twinkle in the evening sky did Xiao Suner relent. Xiaoyan, dragging his weary body, felt as though lead weighed down each step. Deeply experiencing the trials of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree, the exhaustion was not merely physical but also mental. As for finding a bargain, he had come up empty-handed. Despite his remarkable spiritual perception, serendipity in such matters was elusive. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Xiaoyan escorted Xiao Suner back to Xiao Mountain Villa and turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Suner called out, "Brother Xiaoyan, it seems you've forgotten something." Xiaoyan slapped his forehead, realization dawning. "Right? Sinner, do you have any pills that can aid a fighter's breakthrough?" Xiao Suner's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she earnestly replied, "Brother Xiaoyan, strength cannot solely rely on pills. Otherwise, one's foundation becomes unstable, lacking the corresponding power, which could hinder future achievements." Her eyes brimmed with concern as she fixed her gaze on him. Seeing Xiao Suner's earnest demeanor, Xiaoyan couldn't help but approach and playfully ruffle her hair, laughing. "Come on, do you think your brother Xiaoyan is that kind of person?" Xiao Suner shook her head, a smile playing on her lips, and retrieved a delicate jade box from her spatial ring. Inside lay a top-grade star leap pill, capable of propelling a fighter 1 to 2 star levels. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with delight as he eagerly accepted it, overcome with excitement. He leaned in and kissed Xiao Suner on the cheek before dashing off, calling back, "Thank you, Suner." Xiao Suner covered her cheek, her face instantly flushed. Yet her eyes sparkled with sweetness and shyness. Hidden in the shadows, Linging watched this scene unfold, her hands clenched in frustration and disbelief. At that moment, she felt a surge of desire to harm, realizing that her lady's heart was completely captured by this insufferable boy. As night fell, the back mountain of the Xiao family was shrouded in thick darkness, silence enveloping the area, only occasionally broken by the chirping of insects. Moonlight cascaded like silver silk through the forest, cloaking the tranquil woods in an air of mystery. Xiaoyan darted through the woods with agility and determination. Soon, he skillfully located a concealed cave on the back mountain, a place he had frequented for private training. The cave was permeated with a damp atmosphere, droplets of water shimmering on the stone walls, resembling scattered gemstones under the moonlight. Xiaoyan stepped inside, cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure there was no danger before retrieving a finely crafted jade box from his robe. Opening the box revealed a star leap pill, radiating a gentle green glow, quietly resting within. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate patterns, indicating its considerable worth. Xiaoyan settled cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his breathing and posture. After a deep breath, he swallowed the star leap pill in one gulp. As the pill entered his body, a warm energy surged forth, rapidly enveloping his meridians like a tidal wave. He could distinctly feel his energy becoming more vibrant. The previously calm vortex within him began to spin swiftly, each rotation sending waves of tingling sensations throughout his body, as if he were being reforged. The potency of this pill was indeed formidable. Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, his expression a blend of agony and ecstasy. As the energy continued to spread, it felt as though countless fine needles were piercing his meridians, an unbearable pain, yet Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. As time ticked by, after an hour, the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. He could sense his energy becoming more robust and solid. "I did it. I have finally broken through to 3-star fighter," Xiaoyan exclaimed joyously, leaping up with excitement gleaming in his eyes. After his breakthrough, Xiaoyan did not leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved an ancient ring from his robe, carefully sliding it onto his finger. "Old man, your feast is ready." Xiaoyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed the ring, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. In an instant, the elderly figure within the ring eagerly began to absorb the dou qi from Xiaoyan's body. Sensing the action, Xiaoyan did not attempt to stop it. Instead, he closed his eyes and diligently practiced, allowing the elder to absorb freely. As the dou qi continued to deplete, Xiaoyan felt it was sufficient and removed the ring, not wanting to risk a setback so soon after his breakthrough. Soon, seasons changed and half a year quietly slipped by. At 11 years of age, Xiaoyan had transformed into a young lad. He had never neglected his physical training, rising early each day to exercise. This relentless commitment had sculpted his physique into one that was both balanced and powerful, exuding youthful vigor and resilience in every movement. However, despite the passage of over a year, Xiaoyan's dou qi level remained stagnant at 3 stars, showing no sign of improvement. Meanwhile, the elder hidden within the ring continued to siphon his dou qi day after day, like an insatiable abyss. Whispers of doubt regarding Xiaoyan's talent began to circulate within the clan, like bothersome willow catkins drifting in the spring breeze, permeating every corner of the family. Yet, due to Xiaoyan's innate abilities and his standing within the clan, no one dared to openly challenge him. They merely murmured behind his back. Xiaoyan was naturally aware of these rumors, but remained unfazed. Nevertheless, his impatience towards the elder, who only took and never gave, grew like wild grass in spring, increasingly flourishing. That night, Xiaoyan deliberately ventured to the cliff at the back mountain. At the edge of the precipice, fierce winds howled, causing his garments to flutter wildly. He then fixed his gaze upon the ancient ring on his hand. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, "Hey, what are you waiting for? How long will you continue to absorb my doqi? If you don't come out right now, I'll throw you off this cliff and ensure you never see the light of day again." As soon as Xiaoyan's words faded, a translucent, aged figure drifted out from the ring. It was the elder. The elder's form appeared somewhat ethereal, swaying gently in the breeze as he stroked his beard and said, "Little one, your soul strength is unparalleled in my experience. Surely, you must have sensed my presence by now." Xiaoyan regarded the elder and nodded in agreement, inwardly scoffing at the notion that he could have been oblivious to the old man's existence after enduring daily siphoning of his doqi. Even a fool would have noticed. Yet he replied, "Humph. I've known all along. I've refrained from dealing with you and kept you in the ring just as one would keep a pet. Yet you continue to drain my doqi without offering anything in return. If you don't share some benefits, how can you justify consuming so much doqi?" Upon hearing this, the elder's lips twitched involuntarily, a sense of helplessness washing over him. A renowned alchemist on the continent, he had been reduced to a mere pet in the eyes of this young man. Truly, the whims of fate were unpredictable. However, he quickly regained his composure and said earnestly, "Young man, I was once a celebrated alchemist of the continent. While I do not claim to be the best, I am certainly among the elite. Just a fraction of my skills would suffice to sustain you for a lifetime. So, do you wish to become a respected alchemist?" Xiaoyan's heart stirred at these words. Wasn't this precisely his aspiration? Nevertheless, he feigned a look of exasperation and rolled his eyes, bluntly responding to the vague figure before him. "So, old man, in the end, you still haven't provided me with any tangible benefits?" His voice echoed through the forest, startling several birds perched in the branches. The elder, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain his composure. A flicker of irritation crossed his translucent visage, and his semi-transparent beard seemed to tremble with indignation. "Is it not a benefit for me to teach you the skills of an alchemist?" The elder's voice resonated with a deep, robust timbre, tinged with a sense of exasperation, reverberating through the air. Xiaoyan's lips curled upward into a confident smile, nodding earnestly. "That counts. However, I require visible benefits right now." As he spoke, he casually snapped a twig from a nearby tree, twirling it in his hands while keeping a keen gaze on the elder, as if to imply that should he not receive the promised benefits today, there would be repercussions. The elder could not help but think that this young lad was exceptionally greedy, silently berating him. This boy is young, yet has quite the appetite. Yet, in his current spectral state, the elder was powerless to retaliate or choose his circumstances. Reluctantly, he inquired, "What benefits do you desire?" Xiaoyan's eyes brightened, as if he had anticipated this question, responding without hesitation, "Then I would like a few 8th or 9th grade elixirs to savor. As for heavenly tier techniques, I can manage with those." In truth, what Xiaoyan truly coveted was the burning decision that the elder possessed. He knew well that this technique was of extraordinary lineage, possibly a rare artifact that had traversed the vast world to this Douluo Continent. Acquiring the burning decision would undoubtedly amplify his path to cultivation. Upon hearing this, the elder's previously ethereal face turned a shade greener, his lips twitching slightly as he forced a chuckle. "I have no 8th or 9th grade elixirs, but I do possess a technique more bizarre than heavenly tier skills. Would you care to learn? However, the prerequisite is that you must become my disciple." The elder's gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyan, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. For he recognized the potential in Xiaoyan and wished to fulfill his own desire for a worthy successor. Xiaoyan's heart leaped with joy. Though he maintained a facade of contemplation, he understood that his ultimate goal was the burning decision, and this opportunity was not one to be missed. Furthermore, compared to the likes of Yu Xiaogang, this elder was a veritable treasure. While Yu Xiaogang was a complete failure masquerading as a theoretical master, the elder had once been a pinnacle dozun, an 8th grade alchemist with both knowledge and power. How could Xiaoyan possibly refuse such a capable mentor? After a moment, a sincere smile graced Xiaoyan's face as he knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, "Master, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple." Upon witnessing this, the elder burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Yao Chen." He felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, having finally found a promising heir to carry on his legacy. After his initiation, Xiaoyan contemplated inwardly. The elder was now in a spectral state. Yet should he encounter formidable adversaries, he could still utilize his ghostly possession ability, akin to possessing a heavenly tier technique. With this safeguard, Xiaoyan felt emboldened to venture forth. Then, rubbing his fingers together, excitement glimmered in his eyes as he eagerly exclaimed, "Master, shall we begin the instruction of the techniques now?" The elder paused for a moment, his gaze drifting through the crevices of the cave as if lost in reminiscence. Finally, he spoke with deliberation. "The technique I will impart to you is known as the burning decision. This technique relies on consuming powerful beast flames and to evolve, and I trust you understand the inherent dangers involved." The elder's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern evident in his gaze as he looked at Xiaoyan. Yet, the young man remained composed, nodding earnestly, his expression calm, devoid of any fear or hesitation. After all, both and beast flames were ferocious energies that were difficult to control. How could there be no risk involved? However, in his heart, The conviction to grow stronger had already taken root. Seeing this, the elder pharmacist could not help but exclaim, "Young one, are you not afraid? This is no trifling matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences." After speaking, the elder fixed his gaze on Xiaoyan, seeking a trace of trepidation on that youthful face. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "Master, can one aspire to be powerful without daring to take risks? A greenhouse cannot nurture an eagle that soars across the skies." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded with satisfaction, his recognition of Xiaoyan deepening. This young man possessed courage and determination far beyond the ordinary, promising a bright future. Then, with a graceful flourish, the elder produced a black scroll from thin air. This was the burning decision. The elder softly stated, handing the scroll to Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan accepted it with both hands, an unfamiliar yet overwhelming stream of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. His body trembled slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes, before he promptly seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes in concentration to begin his practice of the burning decision. The cave fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Xiaoyan's gentle breaths. Time passed slowly, an hour slipping by in an instant. Xiaoyan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. The elder had been observing him closely, and upon his awakening, inquired with curiosity, "How was it? Did you succeed?" Without uttering a word, Xiaoyan extended his hand, slowly gathering fighting spirit in his palm. Moments later, a soft yellow glow illuminated his hand, warm and gentle. This pale yellow hue signified the lowest rank of fire attribute martial arts. The deeper the color, the higher the level of fighting techniques. "Master, I have succeeded," Xiaoyan declared, raising his head to meet the elder's gaze, his eyes brimming with joy. The elder observed the pale yellow light, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Well done, young one. This is merely the beginning. A long journey lies ahead." The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm golden hue over the courtyard of the Xiao residence, illuminating this familiar place. Xiaoyan rose early, his heart a mix of anxiety and determination as he made his way to the small courtyard where his parents resided. Entering the courtyard, familiar sights greeted him. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he stepped inside. Xiaozhan and Lin Wan were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, Xiaozhan's face broke into a warm smile as he asked, "Yenner, what brings you here so early?" Xiaoyan stepped forward, respectfully bowing, then straightening his posture. His gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Father, Mother, I have come today to inform you of my desire to venture out for training." The moment these words escaped his lips, the smile vanished from Xiaozhan's face, his brow furrowing as his voice rose slightly. "You little rascal. How old are you? What strength do you possess to consider training outside? The world beyond is not as simple as you imagine. Dangers lurk everywhere." Lin Wan immediately rose, her expression filled with reluctance and tears glistening in her eyes. "Yenner, wouldn't it be better to wait a few years before you go out to train? You are still so young. Your mother is truly worried about you." As she spoke, she stepped forward, gently grasping Xiaoyan's hand, fearful that he might leave at any moment. Xiaoyan shook his head gently, his eyes reflecting a maturity and determination beyond his years. "Father, Mother, my two elder brothers have already gone out to train. It is my turn now. Besides, how can a fledgling eagle grow if it is always sheltered under the wings of a mighty eagle? I cannot remain in the comfort of the Xiao residence forever. I must venture into the world beyond to challenge myself and become stronger." Xiaozhan and Lin Wan fell silent at his words. Xiaozhan lowered his head slightly, deep in thought, while Lin Wan continued to hold Xiaoyan's hand tightly. Worry and reluctance etched on her face. Seeing his parents wavering, Xiaoyan pressed on, "Moreover, I plan only to explore the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range. I won't venture into dangerous areas. I will return before long. I promise to take good care of myself." With a sigh, Xiaozhan raised his head to look at Xiaoyan, his sternness giving way to a mix of helplessness and pride. "Your determination is commendable, and as your father, I cannot impede you. You have grown with your own thoughts and aspirations, and I should support you. Just ensure that you remain cautious and return safely." Pausing, Xiaozhan added, "And regarding your relationship with Suner, you must navigate that yourself. Suner is a fine girl, but her background is unique. You must strive for your future." Xiaoyan nodded, a tender and resolute glint in his eyes at the thought of Suner. She was the daughter of an ancient clan, and to stand beside her in the future, he would need ample motivation to cultivate himself. Lin Wan wiped away her tears and spoke, "In that case, go bid farewell to Suner. She knows you are leaving to train and will surely have much to say to you." Xiaoyan nodded again, casting a deep glance at his parents before turning to leave the small courtyard. In the courtyard of Xiao Mountain residence, vibrant flowers bloomed, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, Xiaoyan had little heart to admire the beauty as he paced anxiously outside the entrance, his steps rapid and hesitant. Just as he was engulfed in turmoil, a melodious voice like a mountain spring floated from the courtyard. "Brother Xiaoyan, come in." This voice instantly dispelled the gloom that lingered in Xiaoyan's heart. He inhaled deeply, stepping through the familiar door. Before him stood the figure he had long yearned to see, a young lady clad in a light purple dress, the hem fluttering with the breeze like a violet blooming in spring. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, bright and clear, and at that moment, She gazed at Xiaoyan with a radiant smile. Xiaoyan looked at Sooner, his lips trembling slightly as he finally mustered the courage to speak. Sooner, I have come to bid you farewell. Sooner's lips curled into a knowing smile, and she gently replied, Brother Xiaoyan is going out to travel, isn't he? Xiaoyan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He had not yet explained his intentions, yet Sooner had discerned his thoughts. Sooner, how did you know? He asked. Sooner stepped closer, standing before Xiaoyan, looking up at him with unwavering trust in her eyes. How could I not understand Brother Xiaoyan's intentions? You were determined to grow stronger, and with such thoughts, of course, you would wish to venture out. As she spoke, her gaze reflected steadfastness and faith. Rest assured. Brother Xiaoyan, Sooner will take care of herself. Xiaoyan felt a surge of emotion at her words, nodding earnestly, yes. When I return, I will spend quality time with you. If you encounter any troubles while I am away, please let me know. I will do my utmost to resolve them for you. The two conversed for quite some time, and ultimately, Xiaoyan realized that the moment of parting could no longer be postponed. He cast a lingering glance at Sooner before turning away. After his departure, Xiao Sooner stood quietly in the courtyard, gazing in the direction he had gone. Motionless for a long while. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, yet it could not disperse the hint of desolation etched upon her face. On the day he left the Xiao residence, Xiaoyan hurriedly navigated through the bustling streets of Wutan City. The streets were lined with shops. The air filled with the clamor of vendors calling out their wares. Xiaoyan entered a general store, selecting a sturdy and durable backpack, and procured several sets of lightweight hardware and clothing. Following this, he visited a pharmacy, meticulously choosing various healing elixirs and herbs. During the selection process, he frequently consulted with the old alchemist about the properties and effects of the herbs, thus preparing himself for the upcoming alchemical endeavors. Once all his purchases were complete, Xiaoyan stood at the city gate, casting a backward glance at the city he had called home for many years, his heart a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath, ready to take hold of the steed prepared beside him and embark on his journey. Huh, you think to ride your way through? The slightly stern voice of the old alchemist suddenly emanated from the ring on Xiaoyan's finger. Startled by the unexpected voice, Xiaoyan instinctively halted his actions and muttered softly, Master, isn't riding faster? It saves quite a bit of time. The old alchemist snorted, Save time? You are going out to train, not for leisure. If you cannot endure this little hardship, how can you aspire to become strong? The journey is a perfect opportunity to temper your will. You shall walk on your own 2 feet. Xiaoyan pouted, feeling somewhat reluctant. But in the face of the old alchemist's authority, he could only sigh in resignation. Obediently relinquishing the reins and watching as the horse was led back to the stable. An hour passed, the sun blazing high in the sky. With vast fields stretching endlessly on either side of the road, the gentle breeze stirring waves of grain. Xiaoyan's pace gradually slowed. The initial novelty had faded, replaced by a growing sense of ennui. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his clothes. Master, where are we training? Xiaoyan asked lethargically, fatigue and confusion lacing his voice. The old alchemist's voice floated from the ring, tinged with teasing. You little rascal. Are you asking me? Did you not decide to venture out for training? As you suggested, let us head to the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range. It will be a good opportunity for me to guide you in combat and alchemy. Just don't let the monsters scare you into a panic. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Xiaoyan's eyes, and his previously heavy steps quickened involuntarily. Really, Master? That is wonderful. I've been eager to learn the techniques of combat and alchemy. The old alchemist chuckled with mock reproach. You and your big talk. Don't get ahead of yourself, or you'll be the one crying for mercy later. Xiaoyan replied with a grin. Don't worry, Master. I won't let you down. With that, he lifted his gaze toward the horizon, his steps growing ever more resolute as he strode toward the Monster Mountain Range. Sheyang Town nestled closely against the enigmatic Monster Mountain Range, flourishing into a bustling mercenary town due to the opportunities the mountains provided. The streets were alive with the sounds of traffic and chatter, a vivid tapestry of life. Xiaoyan wandered through the streets of Sheyang Town, his eyes brimming with wonder and curiosity. Coming from Wutan City, a grand city in its own right, he found Sheyang's adventurous spirit to be entirely different. Here, robust and spirited mercenaries were commonplace, some gathered in taverns drinking heartily, while others browsed weapon shops in search of suitable arms. Each person radiated a wild and untamed aura, leaving the newcomer Xiaoyan in awe. As he meandered through the town, the old alchemist's voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to enter one shop after another, carefully selecting herbs and provisions for his journey ahead. The herbs were for the old alchemist's alchemical practices and his own studies, while the food was essential for the upcoming expedition. Xiaoyan carefully stored these items in his spatial ring, his heart filled with anticipation for the impending adventure in the Monster Mountain Range. As night fell and the lamps flickered to life, he found a reasonably clean and tidy inn. After securing a room and refreshing himself, he lay on the bed, preparing to rest. Just as he closed his eyes, a peculiar light flickered from the ring, and the old alchemist's ethereal figure slowly emerged. With a mysterious expression, the old alchemist regarded Xiaoyan and spoke. Young man, we are about to enter the Monster Mountain Range. Are you aware of your current shortcomings? While you possess techniques, you lack any formidable combat skills. In this world where strength reigns supreme, combat techniques are of utmost importance. So, what do you say? Are you eager to cultivate combat skills? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan instantly perked up, the weariness in his eyes replaced by a vibrant gleam. He sprang up from the bed, excitement radiating from his smile as he eagerly replied. Of course, Master, you are all-knowing and all-powerful. I have longed for a powerful combat technique. What do you have for me? The old alchemist rolled his eyes at Xiaoyan's impatience and replied, I knew you would be eager. Yellow-grade techniques are too common and lack power, making them unnecessary to cultivate. Earth-grade techniques are too profound, and given your current strength, you wouldn't be able to harness their full potential even if I gave them to you. After much consideration, the only suitable option for you is a mystic-grade technique. As his words fell, the old alchemist waved his hands in the air, revealing 2 scrolls radiating a soft white glow. He first held up the scroll in his left hand, his expression serious as he explained, this left scroll contains the advanced mystic-grade technique, 8 Extremes Collapse, a close combat skill. This technique is not to be underestimated. When mastered, it contains 8 layers of power within each attack, each layer infused with formidable strength. When combined, the power is comparable to that of low-level Earth-grade techniques, making you a formidable opponent among peers. Afterward, he raised the right scroll and continued. This right scroll holds the intermediate mystic-grade technique, Phantom Steps, a technique of agility. When perfected, you will be able to evade any attack and even create 3 phantoms to confuse your enemies. It is exceedingly practical for both offense and escape. Xiaoyan listened, his blood racing as he fixated on the 2 scrolls, his hands trembling slightly with anticipation. He exclaimed, Excellent. Master, these 2 techniques are perfect for me. Tomorrow, we shall enter the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range for intensive training. I am determined to master them swiftly. The old alchemist observed Xiaoyan's zealous demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows and draping the entire Monster Mountain range in a golden veil. Xiaoyan stood at the entrance to the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range, inhaling deeply, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. He adjusted the backpack on his back and tightened the sword at his waist, then stepped forward with resolute determination into this mysterious and perilous domain. Having walked for a short while, still immersed in the thrill of exploring the unknown, Xiaoyan suddenly heard the old alchemist's urgent voice echoing in his mind. You little rascal, if you wish to avoid becoming the excrement of a magical beast, refrain from delving deeper. Xiaoyan paused momentarily, a trace of helplessness crossing his face as he pouted and replied, Master, we haven't ventured far at all. I believe I can go further. Perhaps I may encounter something intriguing. Yao Lao let out a cold snort, his tone laden with disappointment. Fool. Do you think this Monster Mountain range is your backyard, accessible at will? With your current strength, you cannot even contend with a first-tier magical beast. Yet you still aspire to venture deeper? First, assess your own capabilities. It would be wiser to find a place to settle and confront the beasts on the outskirts, honing your skills before proceeding further. Listening to Yao Lao's words, Xiaoyan felt a pang of reluctance, yet he recognized the truth in them. He scratched his head and scanned the area, taking quite some time before finally discovering a sloped cliff. This cliff was ideally situated, offering both shelter and a vantage point to observe the surroundings. Nearby, a babbling brook glistened in the sunlight, providing a source of water. Here will suffice. It is quite adequate, Yao Lao's voice echoed in Xiaoyan's mind. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyan began to construct a makeshift dwelling. He gathered branches and vines, exerting considerable effort to erect a simple shelter. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and prepared to commence his training. From that day forth, Yao Lao embarked on a rigorous and unrelenting regimen for Xiaoyan. Mornings were dedicated to practicing the 8 Extremes Collapse technique. Standing before a massive rock, Xiaoyan took a deep breath, channeling his internal fighting spirit, and began to strike the rock with one punch after another. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed with a dull thud, yet the rock merely quivered slightly, showing little sign of damage. Your strength is insufficient. The route of your fighting spirit is incorrect. Yao Lao's voice resounded incessantly in Xiaoyan's ears again. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyan threw out his fists once more. Time and again, his arms grew increasingly sore, sweat soaking his clothes, trickling down his cheeks. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat, remaining fully focused on his training. Occasionally, Xiaoyan's movements would frustrate Yao Lao to the point where he would intervene directly. In a flash, Yao Lao's ethereal hand struck toward Xiaoyan. Caught off guard, Xiaoyan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Remember this sensation, and try again, Yao Lao commanded sternly. Afternoons were reserved for practicing the Phantom Step technique. Yao Lao, wielding a long bamboo pole, stood by, his eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyan's every movement. Following Yao Lao's instructions, Xiaoyan swiftly maneuvered in the open space, striving to grasp the essence of the Phantom Step. Your footwork is chaotic. The rhythm is off, Yao Lao admonished, swinging the bamboo pole to strike at Xiaoyan's legs. With a resounding crack, a red mark appeared on Xiaoyan's leg. Ah! He cried out in pain, yet he did not falter. Enduring the discomfort as he continued to refine his steps, Thus, under Yao Lao's stringent supervision, Xiaoyan persistently corrected his mistakes, gradually mastering elements of the phantom step. His speed increased, and his agility improved, sometimes leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. As night fell, Xiaoyan, illuminated by the moonlight, sat before his shelter, diligently studying the alchemist's texts. These tomes, selected from Yao Lao's collection, contained a wealth of knowledge regarding medicinal herbs and potion crafting. After perusing the material, Xiaoyan did not immediately rest. Instead, he continued his training, sitting quietly on the ground, closing his eyes, and circulating his fighting spirit. Days turned into weeks as Xiaoyan endured the trials of sweat and pain on the periphery of the Monster Mountain Range. Unbeknownst to him, his strength gradually surged, and the rapport between him and Yao Lao deepened with each passing day of training. A month later, on the outskirts of the Monster Mountain Range, dappled sunlight cascaded upon a muddy area. A robust iron-toothed rhinoceros lounged in the sun, its scales gleaming like iron under the light, while its long tusks protruded menacingly from its mouth, showcasing its ferocity. Xiaoyan concealed himself behind a thicket, his gaze fixated on the iron-toothed rhinoceros, determination radiating from his eyes. At that moment, Yao Lao's voice, laced with a hint of jest and concern, resonated in his mind. "Young man, are you certain you wish to confront this iron-toothed rhinoceros? Given its size, its strength may well rival that of a 9-star fighter. Do not find yourself in a predicament." Xiaoyan tilted his head slightly, exuding an air of confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, master. These past 2.5 months of dedicated training have not been in vain. This time, I shall defeat it head-on, demonstrating my growth." With that declaration, Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, his toes lightly tapping the ground as he executed the phantom step. His figure darted like a specter, swiftly approaching the iron-toothed rhinoceros. After 2.5 months of refinement, Xiaoyan faced the impending battle with a steady heartbeat, his eyes reflecting calmness and resolve. Bending down, he picked up a fist-sized stone, drew his arm back, and with a powerful thrust, launched the stone like a cannonball, striking the iron-toothed rhinoceros with force. Roar. The iron-toothed rhinoceros, enraged by the sudden assault, let out a thunderous roar. Its previously half-closed eyes widened in fury, filled with wrath as it turned to face Xiaoyan, charging forth from the mud with a spray of muck. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not flinch. Instead, he charged directly at the iron-toothed rhinoceros. Each step he took left deep imprints in the ground, radiating strength. In the blink of an eye, he collided fiercely with the creature. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, akin to thunder. Where they met, the air seemed to tremble. Xiaoyan staggered slightly, but quickly regained his footing. The iron-toothed rhinoceros only retreated a half-step, indicating that their strengths were nearly matched. "Little one, I did not expect you to hold your ground against a magical beast." Yao Lao's voice was filled with astonishment as he observed the standoff, admiration for his disciple swelling within him. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Xiaoyan's forehead. Yet he paid no heed to respond. Gritting his teeth, he tensed his arms, muscles bulging, and summoned all his strength, forcefully toppling the iron-toothed rhinoceros onto the ground. The beast crashed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. However, this contest had drained Xiaoyan considerably, his breathing quickening as his chest heaved. In contrast, the iron-toothed rhinoceros, after a brief struggle, rose once more, seemingly unscathed. After all, in terms of endurance, humans could not compete with magical beasts. Humph. It seems I must resort to more serious measures. Xiaoyan murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he prepared to launch another attack. The iron-toothed rhinoceros, having been toppled by Xiaoyan, swiftly regained its footing, snorting furiously. Its hooves scraping the ground and raising clouds of dust as it charged at Xiaoyan once more, its speed more ferocious than before, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Xiaoyan, not daring to confront this onslaught head-on, lightly tapped his toes and executed the phantom step. His figure became ethereal, constantly shifting his steps with precision, nimbly weaving through the gaps in the iron-toothed rhinoceros's attacks. Chapter 118. Successful Hunt. The iron-toothed rhinoceros's repeated charges missed their mark, its massive body carving deep grooves into the ground as it skidded to a halt due to inertia. "Humph, do you really think you can harm me?" Xiaoyan taunted while evading, throwing punches to provoke the beast further, hoping to incite it into a frenzy. Indeed, the iron-toothed rhinoceros became increasingly enraged, its attacks growing reckless yet more ferocious. Seizing an opportune moment, Xiaoyan ceased his evasion. As the iron-toothed rhinoceros charged again, he stepped forward instead of retreating, meeting the beast head-on. At the critical moment of contact, Xiaoyan abruptly twisted his body, evading the rhinoceros's frontal assault at an uncanny angle. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, rapidly channeling his fighting spirit. The dark energy of the 8 extremes burst swirling around his fist, emitting a faint glow. "Ha!" Xiaoyan bellowed, his right fist crashing down like a cannonball against the side of the iron-toothed rhinoceros. Though this punch appeared ordinary, it contained the terrifying dark energy of the 8 extremes burst. Upon impact, the dark energy surged through the rhinoceros's body like a flood breaking through a dam, wreaking havoc within. The iron-toothed rhinoceros let out a painful roar, its colossal form quaking violently. It attempted to retaliate, but found its strength waning, its limbs becoming weak and uncontrollable. Xiao remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the iron-toothed rhinoceros, ready to counter any desperate moves. He observed as the creature's eyes gradually dulled, its massive body swaying increasingly. Before long, the iron-toothed rhinoceros could no longer sustain itself, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, raising a cloud of dust. Its limbs twitched faintly before falling still, life extinguished. With a long sigh of relief, Xiao tense body finally relaxed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Master, I did it," Xiao exclaimed. "Indeed, young man. Your efforts over the past 2.5 months have not been in vain." The voice of Yao Lao resonated, filled with approval at Xiao performance. Stepping forward, Xiao eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "Master, it has been 2.5 months. What shall I focus on next? I can hardly wait to continue my progress." Unconsciously tightening his fists, he felt the impatience of having spent 2.5 months on the fringes of the monster mountain range. Yao Lao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising a hand to stroke his non-existent beard, his demeanor calm and unhurried. "You will spend a month mastering the 8 extremes burst and phantom step. In another month, you shall learn to concoct low-level medicines such as blood condensation powder and rejuvenation powder. Finally, dedicate half a month to honing your combat experience. Your growth has been remarkably swift." Then Yao Lao deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "After that, you shall attempt to concoct a first-grade pill." Upon hearing this, Xiao eyes lit up with excitement, and he vigorously nodded, turning to rush back to try his hand at alchemy. Seeing this, Yao Lao immediately scolded. "You impetuous boy. First, deal with your spoils." Xiao snapped back to reality, scratching his head sheepishly. "How could I forget that?" Heh. With that, he glanced at the massive corpse of the iron-toothed rhinoceros not far away, took a deep breath, and drew his dagger. He circled the body, searching for the optimal spot to strike. The rhinoceros's hide was incredibly tough, akin to armor, and after considerable effort, he finally located a relatively weak spot on its abdomen and forcefully plunged the dagger in. Gripping the dagger tightly, he began to carefully skin the creature, his every movement precise, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheek. This hide is truly resilient, perfect for crafting high-quality protective gear. Xiao muttered to himself as he skinned the beast. After much toil, he finally removed the hide intact. Taking a brief respite, he then proceeded to extract the bones. The iron-toothed rhinoceros's bones were thick and sturdy, requiring him to channel his fighting spirit to separate them one by one. These bones and teeth were excellent materials for medicinal use, and Yao Lao smiled with satisfaction at the sight of them. Once all was completed, Xiao turned his attention to the meat of the iron-toothed rhinoceros. He sliced it into chunks and stored them in his spatial ring, murmuring, "Back in Xiang town. This meat should fetch a good price. Perhaps I can trade it for some useful medicinal materials." Having tidied everything up, Xiao did not notice the magic core that had erupted from the iron-toothed rhinoceros. Exhausted yet fulfilled, he dragged his laden body back to his stronghold. Returning to his base, Xiao, brimming with excitement, rushed into the cave, akin to a spark igniting gunpowder, eager to begin preparing for alchemy. Inside the cave, he swiftly cleared a space, dust swirling in the air at his movements. Next, he carefully retrieved an alchemical cauldron from his spatial ring. This cauldron, known as the Black Gold Cauldron, shimmered with a dark luster, adorned with ancient carvings. Gazing at the black gold cauldron in his hands, Xiao's lips curved into a subtle smile. If not for Sun'er's generous assistance, he would not have been able to afford such a fine cauldron. At that moment, Yao Lao's ethereal figure materialized, observing Xiao's bustling activity, and inquired, "Young one, your soul strength is exceptionally powerful. What first-grade pill do you wish to concoct for your inaugural attempt?" Xiao paused, lifting his head with unwavering resolve. "Master, is there a first-grade pill that can nourish or maintain the body?" Yao Lao's gaze was profound, instantly discerning Xiao's intentions. A hint of unnoticeable approval flickered in his eyes as he replied, "Indeed. I happen to have a formula for the nourishing body pill. This pill is remarkable, capable of nourishing tendons and bones, fortifying the physique, and replenishing energy and blood. However, the difficulty of concocting the nourishing body pill is considered above average among first-grade pills. Are you certain you want to challenge it for your first attempt?" Yao Lao's eyes remained fixed on Xiao, seemingly searching for any hint of hesitation on his face. Xiao showed no signs of retreat, resolutely nodding. His soul strength had significantly surpassed that of the original storyline, and he was confident in his abilities. Yao Lao nodded slightly, saying, "Very well. Courage is commendable. However, you will need to gather several medicinal materials tomorrow. For your first attempt at concocting a first-grade pill, be prepared for the possibility of failure. Do not be disheartened by a single setback." Yao Lao's earnest advice was laced with concern. Xiao nodded again, solemnly stating, "Master, I understand. I will not give up easily." After speaking, Xiao cautiously stowed away the alchemical cauldron and gently reclined upon the pile of hay. The cave gradually fell silent, save for the rhythmic sound of his breathing. Chapter 119. The pill is formed. A breakthrough. 3 days later, as dawn broke, a gentle mist enveloped the precipice below, and a cool breeze lingered in the air. Xiao had arrived early at this secluded location. His demeanor focused as he meticulously arranged the prepared herbs upon a flat boulder. Each herb had been carefully selected, radiating a unique luster under the soft morning light. He then delicately retrieved the black gold cauldron from his storage ring, his movements both gentle and practiced as he firmly set it upon the makeshift alchemical furnace he had prepared. Yao Lao hovered nearby, observing Xiaoyan's industriousness with a gaze filled with concern and anticipation. He spoke, "Little one, it is normal for a novice alchemist to face failures during their first attempts. However, there are distinctions. Some alchemists may fail a dozen or even 20 times before succeeding, while others may require hundreds of attempts. Of course, there are those with exceptional talent who may succeed after only a few failures." Yao Lao's voice echoed from the cliff, tinged with a sense of age and reflection. Xiaoyan raised his head, a confident smile gracing his face, his eyes gleaming with determination as he replied, "Fear not, master. With my innate talent, the 5 sets of herbs we have prepared will suffice for me to successfully concoct a pill." Upon hearing this, Yao Lao chuckled playfully. "You arrogant brat. Your confidence is commendable, but do not let it lead to complacency." Though his words were teasing, Yao Lao's eyes were filled with pride. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan gradually closed his eyes, channeling the fighting spirit within him. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from his body, and a pale blue flame flickered to life within the black gold cauldron, casting a gentle glow that illuminated Xiaoyan's youthful, yet resolute visage. Opening his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the neatly arranged herbs, extending a hand to delicately grasp a sprig of cloud spirit grass. The grass, a vibrant green, glistened with morning dew, appearing almost like a delicate work of art in the reflection of the flames. With utmost care, Xiaoyan placed the cloud spirit grass into the black gold cauldron. As it descended, the flames surged, enveloping the herb in their embrace. Xiaoyan's focus sharpened as he observed the cauldron, his eyes radiating intent and dedication. He meticulously adjusted the temperature and intensity of the flames, each subtle variation captured by his keen perception. Before long, the cloud spirit grass began to lose its original form, impurities being gradually refined and dissipating as wisps of blue smoke into the air. Having completed the refinement of the cloud spirit grass, Xiaoyan wasted no time and swiftly took hold of a mystic sound flower. The flower, a translucent lavender, emitted a faint yet alluring fragrance. As he placed the mystic sound flower into the cauldron, the flames transformed once more. The pale blue edge is now tinged with a delicate purple hue as the flower melted slowly, merging with the essence extracted from the cloud spirit grass. Beads of sweat formed on Xiaoyan's forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. His hands continuously formed seals, guiding the fusion of the flames and herbs. As time passed, Xiaoyan added more herbs, each addition demanding his full concentration as he precisely controlled the changes in both the flames and the materials. Finally, he retrieved the antlers of the light crystal deer, their translucent form emanating a soft glow, indicative of their precious nature. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed the antlers into the black gold cauldron. Under the influence of his formidable spiritual perception, the essences of the various herbs began to blend rapidly, the cauldron shimmering with light as an enchanting aroma wafted through the air beneath the cliff. Soon, at the heart of the flames, a plump yellow pill began to take shape. Its surface was smooth, radiating a gentle halo, and a subtle fragrance wafted into Xiaoyan's nostrils. Yao Lao watched in astonishment. For in his many years of life, he had encountered countless prodigies, but had never witnessed such a spectacular inaugural attempt at alchemy. To create a first-grade pill, especially one of moderate difficulty like the nourishing body pill, seemingly on the first try was unprecedented. Yao Lao opened his mouth as if to speak but thought better of it, refraining from offering praise lest he disrupt Xiaoyan's concentration. Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, cautiously retrieving the wooden attribute magic core from the light crystal deer. The cool sensation of the core filled his palm, and his gaze was filled with focus as he carefully introduced this core, imbued with potent wooden attribute energy, into the cauldron's blazing flames. Exhaling softly, Xiaoyan felt beads of sweat covering his brow as he remained wholly absorbed in the task. His spiritual perception reached into the cauldron like an invisible thread, guiding the energy from the wooden core smoothly and methodically into the forming pill. He dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence as each strand of energy merged. Time passed slowly during the tense alchemical endeavor, and after a quarter of an hour, signs of the pill's initial completion began to emerge. However, Xiaoyan did not relax. He bit his lip, veins on his forehead slightly protruding as he urged the fighting spirit within him to precisely regulate the flame's temperature. A little more nurturing, and the effects will be perfected, he murmured, his eyes reflecting determination and perseverance. At the moment the pill was successfully crafted, a shadow darted like lightning, and Yao Lao appeared beside the cauldron, swiftly seizing the nourishing body pill. "Haha, splendid." Yao Lao's voice bore a note of satisfaction. "It is smooth and fragrant. Indeed a fine product." Hearing Yao Lao's affirmation, Xiaoyan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he broke into a dazed smile. His expression, though weary, brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, a powerful soul is the key to alchemy, Xiaoyan mused, reflecting on his control over the flames and his attention to every minute reaction throughout the refining process. He knew he had exerted his utmost effort. Yet, the crafting of this pill had drained him significantly. Xiaoyan felt as though the fighting spirit within him had become a parched river, nearly depleted. and his spirit was equally exhausted, leaving him feeling as if he had been drained of all energy. Suddenly, Yao Lao's expression turned serious, and he admonished. But do not become arrogant. Compared to true alchemical geniuses, you still have a long way to go. Xiao blinked in surprise, then chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Afterward, Yao Lao tossed the nourishing body pill into the air. Xiao hurriedly reached out to catch it, carefully placing the pill into a jade bottle. Observing Xiao fatigued countenance, Yao Lao spoke once more. Now is the best time for cultivation. Of course, if you wish to rest, feel free to do so. Xiao rolled his eyes. It was rather audacious of him to think he could rest at this juncture. With no other option, Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his breath to begin his cultivation. As he delved deeper into his practice, a warm current gradually rose within him, revitalizing the once parched ocean of fighting spirit. The energy coursed through his meridians like a rushing river, vigorous and unbridled. Gradually, Xiao sensed a powerful force tugging at his being. The opportunity for a breakthrough quietly arriving. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated within Xiaoyan's body as he successfully broke through to the 5-star fighter. Chapter 120. Blocked. On the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, time seemed to be enveloped by the tranquil forest flowing quietly. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. During this period, Xiaoyan immersed himself in the world of alchemy and cultivation, resembling an indefatigable wanderer. In the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully penetrated the dense foliage, Xiaoyan had already commenced his daily practice within the cave. With his eyes tightly shut, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his internal fighting energy circulating rhythmically with each breath, at times flowing like a gentle stream, and at others surging like tumultuous waves. With every cycle, he could feel the fighting energy coursing more smoothly through his meridians and his strength gradually increasing. Upon concluding his training, Xiaoyan eagerly dove into alchemy. The ancient-looking black cauldron at the cliff's edge emitted a rustic glow, with flames roaring beneath it. Xiaoyan focused intently, methodically adding various herbs into the cauldron. His gaze resolute and unwavering, his movements skilled and steady. His spiritual perception, akin to delicate threads, penetrated into the cauldron, sensing the transformations of each herb and the integration of their medicinal properties. Finally, through relentless effort, his success rate in refining first-grade elixirs reached a remarkable 99%. The reason it was not a perfect 100 was due to Xiaoyan's fear of arrogance. Yao Lao stood by, quietly observing Xiaoyan's growth. His eyes filled with satisfaction. He nodded slightly and remarked, "In these 3 months, your progress has exceeded my expectations." Xiaoyan lifted his head, his face radiating confidence as he replied, "Master, this is all thanks to your guidance. Without you, I could not have achieved such advancement in such a short time." Yao Lao waved his hand, smiling. "The results are solely your own hard work. I merely offered some pointers along the way. Now, little one, you have grown rapidly in these 3 months. It is time for us to return." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as he vigorously nodded, exclaiming, "Ah, we are finally going back. I can hardly wait." With that, he swiftly gathered his belongings, carefully stowing the black cauldron into his spatial ring, and after meticulously checking to ensure nothing was forgotten, he departed the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range alongside Yao Lao. After traveling for half an hour, the outline of Xiang town gradually came into view. Upon entering the town, a lively scene enveloped him, with bustling crowds and the clamor of vendors echoing in the air. Xiaoyan made his way directly to the town's largest tavern, where the atmosphere was vibrant and the aroma of liquor wafted about. He extracted the mountain of beast meat accumulated in his spatial ring and addressed the tavern owner. "Boss, would you be interested in purchasing this beast meat?" The tavern owner's eyes lit up, hastily approaching to inspect the goods, nodding in approval. Indeed, this is fine meat. You have quite a substantial amount. I shall offer you a fair price." After some bargaining, Xiaoyan successfully sold the beast meat for 1,100 gold coins. Although he was aware that he could fetch a higher price for the meat in Wutan City, he was disinclined to go through the trouble, as the quantity of meat occupied considerable space in his spatial ring. After leaving the tavern, Xiaoyan proceeded to the herbal pavilion. The air was rich with the scent of various herbs, and shelves were laden with an array of medicinal plants. Xiaoyan presented his surplus herbs, and the shopkeeper examined them closely, exclaiming in surprise, "These herbs are of excellent quality. Where did you acquire them?" Xiaoyan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. In the end, he made a considerable profit, adding more gold coins to his purse. Once everything was settled, Xiaoyan stood at the town's entrance, casting a backward glance at Xieyang town before turning to head towards Wutan City. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had been lurking in the shadows, silently watching him depart. As Xiaoyan's silhouette faded into the distance, the figure immediately turned and hurried into the town, muttering to itself, "An opportunity has arisen. An opportunity has arisen." Under the blazing sun, the searing rays poured unreservedly upon the winding road. Xiaoyan journeyed alone, clad in a black robe, which clung to his back, soaked in sweat, outlining his increasingly robust physique. "Little one, you must have sensed it." Yao Lao's voice suddenly echoed in Xiaoyan's mind, tinged with a hint of jest and anticipation. Xiaoyan nodded slightly, his expression calm, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. The pursuer trailing behind him, with his current level of spiritual strength, could not possibly remain undetected. The subtle sounds of footsteps and the deliberately suppressed breaths resonated like alarm bells in his ears. Having battled against magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range for an extended period, his hands itched for action. Today, I shall test my skills. Excitement flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he rolled up his sleeves, exuding an eager aura. The months of training in the Beast Mountain range had instilled in him a profound confidence in his abilities. Yao Lao chuckled lightly, teasingly adding, "Should you encounter danger? Do not expect me to assist you." Humph. Xiaoyan scoffed dismissively, fully aware of Yao Lao's intentions. This was merely a trial for him. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly turned around, his gaze piercing, and loudly proclaimed, "After trailing me for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourselves." As Xiaoyan's words echoed, a rustling sound emerged from the grass on either side of the road. Moments later, 12 figures emerged in succession, surrounding Xiaoyan, clad in simple yet uniform attire. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity and greed. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man, Hu Qi, the leader of the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group, whose face was marred with rugged features. Xiaoyan scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Hu Qi for a moment before addressing them with an air of nonchalance. "You appear to be from the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group, correct? What is this? Have you come to bid me farewell as I depart Xiang Town?" His tone carried a hint of mockery, displaying no fear toward the individuals before him. Hu Qi stepped forward, sneering, "Humph, kid, do not play coy with us. We are here for the gold coins on your person. From our observations, you have harvested quite a bounty in the Beast Mountain range, handed over willingly. And I may spare your life." His voice was gruff, laden with menace. Internally wary, Xiaoyan maintained a facade of composure. He understood that the Crazy Iron Mercenary Group was among the 4 strongest mercenary groups in Xiang Town. Hu Qi, reputedly a Dou master, commanded 3 Dou warriors, Lin Yi, Shirlei, and Wang Yi, while the rest were members with fighting energy at the 8th or 9th stage. This information had been gleaned from casual conversations during his 3-month stay in Xiang Town, where he had purchased supplies and sold herbs and beast meat. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of taking my possessions?" Xiaoyan retorted fearlessly, his fighting energy subtly circulating within him, readying for battle. An intense confrontation was imminent. Chapter 121. None are good people. Attack. Hu Qi bellowed, and in an instant, a faint yellow glow enveloped him, resembling a thin veil of fighting energy that tightly shrouded his body. This is a protective fighting energy that can only be condensed by a fighter of the master level. In a small place like Sunset Town, a master is indeed a figure at the pinnacle of strength. As Hu Qi shouted, the people behind him surged towards Xiaoyan like ravenous wolves. These individuals typically relied on their strength to bully others in Sunset Town. At this moment, greed and ferocity gleamed in their eyes, and their footsteps stirred up clouds of dust as they advanced. Xiaoyan regarded the tide of enemies rushing toward him, a flash of anger crossing his face, and he could not help but shout, "Shameless! To deal with a mere fighter, you resort to a group assault." Hu Qi, while running, sneered in reply, "Kid, blame your weakness. In Sunset Town, strength is everything. As a mere fighter, today marks your demise." In the midst of his words, he had already rushed close to Xiaoyan, his feet lightly tapping the ground, propelling him like an arrow aimed directly at Xiaoyan. In an instant, a dozen people surrounded Xiaoyan, various fighting techniques shimmering in their hands. Although these techniques were of inferior quality, their combined assault was formidable and they attacked Xiaoyan without reservation. However, faced with this storm of attacks, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Just as the onslaught was about to strike him, he swung his arms violently, and in that instant, countless white powder particles scattered like snowflakes, rapidly filling the air. As a master, Hu Qi was the most agile. He instantly sensed danger, his face changing dramatically as he shouted, "Retreat." Hu Qi's voice was filled with terror and urgency, but alas, everything transpired too suddenly. Even as his cry echoed in the air, many had already inhaled the white powder. Those who inhaled it immediately felt their bodies weaken, as if all strength had been drained, and they toppled toward the ground. This included Lin Yi, Shirlei, and Wang Yi, the 3 team leaders of the mercenary group. They were usually notable figures within their group, possessing considerable strength, yet in the face of this mysterious white powder, they were utterly defenseless, swaying as if they would collapse at any moment. Seeing this unfolding scene, Hu Qi was filled with rage and regret. He cursed, "Shameless thief. Quickly use the antidote." As he spoke, he pulled out a small vial from his pocket, poured out a black pill, and swallowed it. Observing Hu Qi's actions, Xiaoyan remained calm, taking out a jade vial from his own pocket and producing an antidote pill that exuded a faint fragrance. He swallowed it in one gulp and remarked, "Useless. Do you have a first-grade antidote on you? Ordinary antidotes are futile." In reality, Xiaoyan had anticipated all of this. He had prepared poison specifically for this moment. The white powder was a drug he had meticulously concocted, and only the first-grade antidote in his possession could counteract it. Instantly, the members of the Iron Mercenary Group displayed expressions of distress. Sunset Town was merely a small town, with hardly any decent physicians, let alone esteemed alchemists. They possessed no first-grade antidotes and were utterly helpless against Xiaoyan's poison. At that moment, Li Yi, with a glint in her eye, maliciously suggested, "Hu Ge, kill him. He must have antidote pills on him. If we eliminate him, We can seize the antidote. As a woman of slight stature, she was notorious for her ruthlessness within the mercenary group, and now, without hesitation, she proposed the idea of murder for the sake of an antidote. Wang Lei echoed her sentiment. Yes. Kill him. Hu Ge. We cannot let this brat succeed. Upon hearing their words, Hu Qi's eyes flickered with hesitation. He understood that while Xiaoyan was merely a fighter, the ability to concoct such a potent poison was no trivial matter. At that moment, Hu Qi felt a pang of despair. He had thought subduing a fighter would be effortless, yet Xiaoyan proved to be exceedingly troublesome, leaving him in this dire predicament. However, recalling how he had already offended the individual before him, he concluded that he had no choice but to eliminate the threat to avoid future troubles. With that thought, Hu Qi's gaze turned fierce, the glow of his fighting energy garment intensifying, the yellow light seemingly ignited by his murderous intent, becoming ever more radiant. Gripping his heavy blade tightly, its edge gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Die, brat! Hu Qi roared, his voice booming like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. With his furious shout, his arm muscles bulged, veins protruding, as all his strength converged into his right arm. The heavy blade whistling through the air as it swung toward Xiaoyan. This strike was powerful and relentless, brimming with a forward momentum. Seeing this, Xiaoyan naturally would not be foolish enough to confront it head-on. He lightly tapped his feet on the ground, instantly executing the phantom step. His figure darted like a black lightning bolt, leaving behind numerous afterimages as he swiftly evaded Hu Qi's assault. His movements were light and agile, each dodge perfectly timed, as if he shared an unspoken rhythm with Hu Qi's attacks, yet he always managed to evade the deadly blade at a critical moment. As Hu Qi's strike missed, his fury intensified. Watching Xiaoyan's agile figure, he bellowed, "Brat, are you only capable of dodging? If you have the guts, stand and fight me head-on." With that, he swung his blade once more, charging towards Xiaoyan, each step kicking up clouds of dust as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up anger in every strike. At this moment, Hu Qi was astonished. As a master, he was a prominent figure in Sunset Town, yet he had not anticipated that this mere fighter would match his speed. This severely bruised his pride and solidified his resolve to slay Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan sneered, and after dodging yet another attack, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He abruptly halted, clenched his right fist tightly, and the fighting energy within him surged like a raging tide, gathering at his right fist. With a low shout, he unleashed the 8 Extremes Burst. Launching a powerful punch toward Hu Qi, this punch carried immense force and an unstoppable momentum, reverberating through the air like a muffled thunderclap. Even with Hu Qi's fighting energy garment and sturdy leather armor providing dual protection, Xiaoyan's hidden force still penetrated his defenses, entering Hu Qi's body. Hu Qi emitted a muffled grunt, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps. A flicker of pain crossed his face, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Chapter 122. The Process of Inspecting the Corpse. Good lad, you possess some skill. However, this is far from sufficient. Hu Qi gritted his teeth as he spoke. He understood that he could no longer underestimate this opponent and must exert his full strength. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his blade tightly, a formidable aura emanating from him. Ground splitter slash. With a fierce roar, Hu Qi unleashed his signature combat technique. This formidable move had instilled terror in countless adversaries. As he shouted, a massive, earthy yellow light coalesced on his blade, taking the form of a tangible edge that sliced toward Xiaoyan. The ground beneath him cracked deeply, and the surrounding sand and stones were whipped up by the overwhelming force, swirling through the air. Observing the tremendous yet rapid strike, Xiaoyan's expression turned grave. In an instant, a long knife appeared in his hand, and he swung it forcefully to counter Hu Qi's attack. A thunderous boom echoed as Hu Qi's earth-cleaving slash collided with Xiaoyan's blade, enveloped in fighting spirit. Xiaoyan felt an immense force surge towards him, causing his feet to carve deep grooves into the earth as he was pushed backwards several meters. His long knife shattered under the pressure. After all, the disparity between a fighter and a master was substantial, a reality Xiaoyan accepted. Is that all you've got? Then today, you shall meet your end. Xiaoyan bellowed, resolving to unleash his full power. 8 Extremes Burst. He shouted, propelling himself towards Hu Qi with astonishing speed. His internal energy surged violently as he delivered a powerful punch aimed straight at Hu Qi. A wave of intense fear surged within Hu Qi as he beheld the might of Xiaoyan's punch. He attempted to evade, but the speed of the attack was too swift for him to react. Left with no choice, Hu Qi gathered his energy once more, striving to withstand this lethal blow. Another resounding crash reverberated as Xiaoyan's 8 Extremes Burst met Hu Qi's energy barrier. This time, Hu Qi's barrier and protective armor were instantly shattered. The overwhelming force erupted within Hu Qi, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string. Blood poured from his mouth as his energy barrier faded into obscurity. He crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he was met with excruciating pain that rendered him immobile. Fear and despair filled Hu Qi's eyes as he watched Xiaoyan approach, fully aware that he had lost. Who are you? Hu Qi weakly inquired, unable to comprehend how a mere fighter could possess such extraordinary strength. Xiaoyan, standing beside Hu Qi and observing his pitiable state, coldly replied, Who I am is of no consequence. What matters is that you are about to die. As his words fell, Xiaoyan moved like a bolt of lightning. exuding an unstoppable momentum. His right fist, infused with potent energy, struck Hu Qi's chest with the force of a cannonball. This punch encapsulated the results of Xiao Yan's arduous training. Upon impact, Hu Qi's chest caved in, and blood sprayed from his mouth, extinguishing his life force. The onlookers were immediately engulfed in terror, their eyes wide with panic. They exchanged glances, silently deciding to flee. Thinking of escaping? Xiaoyan scoffed, his voice chillingly icy. Do you believe I shall grant you that opportunity? Before the words could fully leave his lips, he darted through the crowd like a specter. Each swing of his arm accompanied by a scream. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish rang out. Within moments, those who attempted to flee lay lifeless on the ground. Silence descending once more, save for a gentle breeze that carried a hint of bloodshed. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the ring on Xiao Yan's finger, Yao Lao. Observing the corpses strewn about, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. Decisive in your actions, this is your first experience with killing. I was concerned you might falter. Show mercy, or be distracted by beauty, thus jeopardizing your mission. Xiaoyan, rolling his eyes in exasperation, retorted, Old man, what are you thinking? My Suna is so adorable, kind, and gentle. How could she possibly compare to these individuals? That Li Yi on the ground is ancient. Am I the sort to be so easily swayed by a woman's charms? Besides, I understand the ways of this world. Those who kill are often hunted in turn. If I show mercy today, it will be I and my loved ones who suffer tomorrow. How could I make such a mistake? With that, Xiaoyan hastened towards the bodies, crouching down to search eagerly through them. One body, two bodies. He examined over a dozen corpses, yet his findings left him somewhat disappointed. Aside from a collection of worthless trinkets, he found only a few yellow-grade techniques and a meager 800 gold coins. The only truly valuable item was Hu Qi's low-level, earth-grade fighting technique, the earth-cleaving slash. Is this all there is? Xiaoyan sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. However, he reasoned that upon returning to Wutan City, selling these items at the auction house might yield a decent sum to support his training. As Xiaoyan prepared to rise and leave, Yao Lao suddenly spoke up. Young lad, take his armor. Startled, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow in confusion, scanning the area before realizing Yao Lao referred to Hu Qi's armor on the ground. What was so special about this armor? As he pondered, he stepped forward, grasped Hu Qi's armor, and yanked it off. Yao Lao accepted the armor, gently caressing its intricate patterns, a knowing smile gracing his lips. These ignorant fools do not recognize its worth. You, my boy, have stumbled upon a treasure. Xiaoyan's attention was instantly captivated, his curiosity piqued. Master, what is this thing? He asked, unable to contain his eagerness. After all, anything Yao Lao placed such importance on was surely extraordinary. Yao Lao smiled knowingly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as he did not immediately answer Xiaoyan's inquiry. Instead, he examined the item in hand, seemingly lost in a memory. After a moment, he finally spoke. Young one, this is an exceptional item. It is a type of concealed paper known only among high-ranking alchemists. It cannot be torn asunder, nor can it be damaged by fire or water. It often contains crucial intelligence, medicinal recipes, or other significant records. Pausing, Yao Lao continued. I never expected to find such an item in the remote lands of the Gama Empire. Xiaoyan listened in rapt fascination, his face alight with awe and yearning. However, Yao Lao's subsequent words doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water. But with your current strength, do not even dare to dream of it. The elder pharmacist shook his head in resignation. To reveal the contents within, a specialized potion was required, and all I could do was attempt it gradually. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had initially thought he might seize an opportunity, but it seemed he had overestimated his chances. After storing the leather armor in his spatial ring and dealing with the body, Xiaoyan continued his journey towards Wutan City. 2 days later, Wutan City was as bustling as ever, teeming with people. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the streets. Upon returning to Wutan City, Xiaoyan did not head straight home. Instead, he hurried towards the Maitel auction house. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a servant approached him with an enthusiastic demeanor. After all, as a prodigy of the Xiao family and the son of the clan leader, he was quite renowned in Wutan City. Who could possibly not recognize him? Young Master Xiaoyan. The servant greeted him respectfully, a broad smile adorning his face. Bowing slightly in a display of humility, Xiaoyan smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly, and replied, I have some items I wish to sell. Please follow me. Young Master Xiaoyan. The servant quickly stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed, and then led the way. Xiaoyan followed at a leisurely pace, casually observing his surroundings. After all, he had not had much money to spend during his previous visits, so he intended to take in the sights this time. Inside the auction house, the DCOR was extravagantly lavish, with exquisite paintings adorning the walls and thick carpets covering the floor, muffling any sounds of footsteps. Soon, under the servant's guidance, Xiaoyan arrived at the appraisal room. The room was modest in size yet elegantly arranged, with a table at the center and several chairs around it. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan entered the appraisal room and placed his spoils upon the table. Instantly, a collection of peculiar items cluttered the surface. Oddly shaped ores, worn-out weapons, and various unknown herbs. The appraiser initially wore a professional smile, but upon seeing the assortment, his expression turned somewhat strained. He thought to himself, could this young master Xiaoyan be attempting to pass off some trifles on the Mytel auction house? Despite his thoughts, the appraiser maintained a semblance of politeness. Though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, Xiaoyan, ever perceptive, immediately discerned the appraiser's sentiments and coldly remarked, among these items lies a low-level Xian rank combat technique scroll. Upon hearing this, the appraiser's expression changed dramatically, his earlier nonchalance vanishing in an instant. A low-level Xian rank combat technique was no ordinary item. In Wutan City, it was exceedingly valuable. His eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm as he exclaimed, please wait a moment. Young Master Xiaoyan. With that, he hurriedly turned and left, eager not to let Xiaoyan change his mind. Watching the appraiser's retreating figure, Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly before taking a seat, patiently awaiting his return. It was but a short while before a delicate fragrance wafted towards him, enchanting and unique, lingering alluringly at his nostrils. Shortly thereafter, a melodious yet authoritative voice rang out behind him, such negligence towards a guest. Hurry up with the tea. After serving the tea, you shall go and face your punishment. The voice was crisp and clear, like a mountain stream, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Xiaoyan turned slightly to see the appraiser, now visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he nodded fervently. Yes, yes, my lady Yufei. I shall attend to it right away. With that, he swiftly prepared the tea and, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited. The newcomer glided gracefully to sit opposite Xiaoyan, dressed in a stunning red qipao that accentuated her graceful figure. Her fair thighs peeked alluringly from the slit, complemented by a captivatingly beautiful face. Every movement she made exuded an aura of irresistible charm. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyan realized that she was none other than Yufei, the renowned manager of the Mytel auction house. Inwardly, he marveled at her beauty, thinking her quite enchanting. Yufei's lips curved into a beguiling smile as she spoke softly. It is indeed a privilege for us at the Mytel auction house to host young Master Xiaoyan. Her voice flowed smoothly, carrying a subtle electric allure. Xiaoyan maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied directly, Miss Yufei, let us dispense with pleasantries and discuss the price. Yufei's expression shifted slightly, surprise flashing in her eyes, her previously confident smile momentarily faltering. In Wutan City, which young master had not been entranced by her presence, eager to engage in conversation to win her favor? Yet here was Xiaoyan, displaying an unexpected composure that caught her off guard. However, being a woman of experience, Yufei quickly regained her composure, her smile returning as she said, very well, let us see. Extending her delicate fingers, she began to examine the items Xiaoyan had brought forth. She first picked up an herb and scrutinized it for a moment before gently shaking her head, placing it back down and murmuring, this herb is of insufficient age and mediocre quality. Next, she lifted a piece of ore, weighing it in her hand before frowning slightly. This type of ore is quite common in the market and holds little value. Then, she examined the bottles containing energy recovery and coagulation powders. Opening the lids and taking a gentle whiff, assessing, the efficacy is ordinary, and the refinement process is not complex. As for the several yellow rank combat techniques, Yufei remarked indifferently, yellow rank techniques, while not rare in Wutan City, are merely average items, of little worth. Ultimately, it was the low-level Xian rank combat technique that piqued Yufei's interest, as she stated, this low-level Xian rank combat technique does possess some value. But the specific contents and rarity will determine the appropriate price. Throughout the appraisal process, Xiaoyan remained silent, observing Yufei without interjecting. The items he had brought, aside from the Xian rank technique, truly held little significance. As for the magic cores he had painstakingly acquired from the Magical Beast mountain range, they lay quietly in his spatial ring, as he had no intention of selling them. After all, he would need them for alchemy in the future. After reviewing all the items Xiaoyan wished to sell, Yufei paused briefly, her gaze shifting. Young Master Xiaoyan, I offer a flat price of 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his head slightly, surveying the items once more, reflecting inwardly. Although the low-level Xian rank combat technique was valuable, it was only worth a few tens of thousands of gold coins, while the other assorted items indeed held little monetary worth. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gently and replied with steadiness, 100,000 gold coins. Agreed. Then, as if recalling something, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. I also possess some elixirs that I hope the auction house can assist me in selling. In a moment of clarity, Yufei's eyes sparkled with an undeniable excitement. She understood that as long as the elixirs were not the commonplace chi recovery pills or blood-stanching pills typically concocted by apprentice alchemists, even a mere first-grade pill would represent a rare opportunity for the auction house. It could not only yield substantial profits, but also enhance the auction house's reputation. If managed correctly, her status within her clan might also ascend to new heights. A charming smile graced Yufei's lips as she gracefully approached Xiaoyan. Her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. May I inquire what pill Master Xiaoyan intends to auction? Xiaoyan, composed and unhurried, reached into his storage ring and produced 3 jade vials, placing them delicately upon the table. The vials shimmered under the light, emanating a soft glow, and a subtle fragrance wafted from them. These three are energy pills, hemostatic pills, and body-refining pills. I hope Miss Yufei can assist me in auctioning them, Xiaoyan stated. Upon hearing this, Yufei's eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. Unable to contain her excitement, she quickly moved closer to Xiaoyan, leaning in slightly. He felt a gentle fragrance envelop him, and the warmth of her breath brushed against his ear. In the presence of such an enchanting beauty, even his usual calm demeanor faltered, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Xiaoyan, dear brother, are these pills crafted by your own hands? Yufei's voice held a hint of intimacy. To present so many at once is quite astonishing. Regaining his composure, Xiaoyan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, these are all my creations. During my recent seclusion, I made some progress. He had no intention of concealing his alchemical prowess. Yufei straightened. Her eyes filled with admiration. You are truly a remarkable young man, Xiaoyan. I believe these vials will certainly create quite a stir at the auction. She gently picked up one of the jade vials, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. Her smile grew even more radiant. Recognizing the exceptional quality of the pills, which indicated that Xiaoyan's alchemical skills had reached an impressive level. You flatter me, Miss Yufei, Xiaoyan humbly replied. I hope the auction house can help me secure a good price for these pills. Rest assured, dear brother Xiaoyan, our auction house will spare no effort. Yufei assured him, her eyes glinting with determination. These pills were destined to be the highlight of the auction. After a brief pause, she continued. Shall we settle the payment after the auction, or would you prefer to do so beforehand? Standing before the table, Xiaoyan gently shook his head. His long fingers deftly tracing the storage ring until an aged, yellowed piece of paper appeared in his hand. The paper was filled with a meticulous list of various herbs that the medicine elder had instructed him to pay close attention to. I hope the auction house can help me keep an eye out for these herbs. Any expenses can be deducted from my earnings, he said. Handing the paper to Yufei, his gaze betraying a hint of anticipation. As Yufei accepted the paper, her delicate fingers inadvertently brushed against Xiaoyan's hand, causing a slight stir in his heart, though he quickly regained his composure. She unfolded the paper, inspecting it closely. Her brows furrowed momentarily before relaxing, and a captivating smile returned to her face. Dear brother Xiaoyan, you can entrust this to our auction house. I assure you, you will not miss out on any benefits. She pointed out a few specific herbs on the list, noting that some were quite rare and would require the auction house's assistance to procure or to check if the headquarters had them available for transfer. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Xiaoyan nodded, gratitude evident on his face. Then I must thank you, Sister Yufei. He paused for a moment before saying, since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave now. With that, Xiaoyan stood up, adjusted his attire, and prepared to depart. Yufei, ever gracious, accompanied him to the door. As they walked, she engaged in gentle conversation with him, discussing matters related to herbs in the auction house. They soon arrived at the entrance, where the guards respectfully stepped aside to allow them passage. Yufei halted, turning to face Xiaoyan with her enchanting eyes brimming with emotion. Brother Xiaoyan, do come visit me when you have the time. Her voice carried a playful lilt, making it hard to refuse. Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before waving his hand, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. Of course, if Sister Yufei has leisure time, I would be honored to accompany you. With that, he turned and strode confidently into the bustling crowd, quickly disappearing into the throng. As he walked along the vibrant streets, Xiaoyan felt a profound sense of contentment. The shops lining the streets bustled with activity, full of life and energy. Just then, the teasing voice of the medicine elder echoed from within the ring. Little fellow, are you smitten with that young lady? Xiaoyan paused momentarily, whispering, Master, please refrain from teasing me. Despite his words, he couldn't help but nod. After all, he was hardly a paragon of virtue, and it was only natural to be intrigued by a beautiful woman. The medicine elder chuckled heartily in response. You impudent rascal. She is merely seeking to align herself with you as a first-grade alchemist. Do not let beauty cloud your judgment. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes and replied earnestly, Master, you underestimate me. Women will only slow my draw. Chapter 125, The Alchemist Guild. Wutan City. Renowned as one of the most prominent cities in the Jiama Empire, flourished with prosperity and bustling activity. As a major city, it naturally housed an alchemist guild, a central emblem of the city itself. Having just departed from the auction house, Xiaoyan was filled with resolute thoughts, echoing the words of the legendary Xiang Yu, who lamented the futility of wealth if not returned home. He felt compelled to authenticate himself as an alchemist now that his strength had significantly evolved. Xiaoyan strode confidently through the grand entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Inside, the spacious and luminous hall bustled with activity, a hive of diligent and orderly movements. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings before settling on a striking young woman. Approaching her directly, Xiaoyan politely inquired, Hello, I would like to undertake the Alchemist Assessment. May I ask where I should go? The young woman turned her head, sizing Xiaoyan up before a smirk graced her lips, followed by a derisive laugh. Xiaoyan? What? Is your Xiao family producing an alchemist now? Xiaoyan, taken aback, scrutinized the dark-skinned girl before him, realizing he had no recollection of her. Sensing his bewilderment, her irritation flared, and she raised her voice angrily. Humph. I am Obama from the Yoba family. Have you already forgotten me? Xiaoyan, not denying her claim, nodded in acknowledgement. Obama's face flushed with anger at his reaction, her fists clenched tightly as if ready to confront him at any moment. Just then, a silver-haired elder stepped forward, having noticed the commotion. His demeanor was gentle, yet his gaze exuded authority. He inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" Obama cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoyan, her heart brimming with contempt. She recalled that she had only become an alchemist apprentice in her 20s. And this youth from the Xiao family hardly seemed capable of attaining the rank of a first-tier alchemist. With this thought, Obama wished to humiliate Xiaoyan. And she quickly announced, "President Luo, this is Xiaoyan from the Xiao family, here to take the alchemist assessment." She deliberately emphasized the word Xiao family, her tone dripping with sarcasm. President Luo furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Xiaoyan with a hint of skepticism. "Young man, the alchemist assessment is no trivial matter. Are you certain you are prepared?" Xiaoyan responded with composed confidence, "President, I am fully prepared and respectfully request to participate in the first-tier alchemist assessment." Obama couldn't suppress a cold laugh, remarking, "Humph, such bravado. Just don't embarrass the Xiao family by failing the assessment." Xiaoyan did not even glance at her, merely stating, "Whether I pass the assessment will be evident in due course. There is no need for others to speak." Observing Xiaoyan's assured demeanor, President Luo felt a stir of intrigue within. He nodded and said, "Very well, then, follow me." Under President Luo's guidance, Xiaoyan walked steadily into the depths of the guild. From time to time, President Luo would glance back at Xiaoyan, pondering the maturity and determination that belied his apparent youth of merely 15 or 16, wondering about his alchemical talent. Obama stood rooted in place, watching Xiaoyan's retreating figure. Her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. With a clenched jaw and a suppressed scoff, she swiftly departed from the Alchemist Guild. At that moment, her mind was already scheming on how to publicize Xiaoyan's participation in the assessment. In her view, although Xiaoyan was a talented practitioner from the Xiao family, he had never received proper alchemist training. How could he possibly be an alchemist, let alone pass the assessment? If he were to fail, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Xiao family. After all, in Wutan City, the Xiao family, the Gale family, and the Obama family had long been rivals. Engaging in both overt and covert struggles, any setback for one party was a cause for delight for the others. Xiaoyan followed President Luo through winding corridors adorned with exquisite paintings depicting alchemical scenes, the rich fragrance of herbs permeating the air, growing ever more intense. At last, they arrived at a spacious and well-lit room. President Luo halted, opened the door, and gestured for Xiaoyan to enter, kindly saying, "Young friend, please wait a moment." With that, he turned and slowly departed, leaving Xiaoyan alone within the room. Xiaoyan surveyed his surroundings. The room was simply furnished, with an ancient cauldron placed at its center and several chairs scattered about. Additionally, against the wall stood a row of tall cabinets, from which wafted the unique scents of various herbs. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyan raised his hand and called softly, "Master, aren't we supposed to prepare for the alchemist assessment? Why am I left here alone?" The voice of the elder herb, emanating from the ring, chuckled softly and replied leisurely, "You are going directly into the assessment. Surely they must prepare accordingly. Moreover, the alchemist assessment is quite formal. You will understand shortly. Do not be anxious, with your abilities, as long as you perform normally. The first-tier alchemist assessment will be a mere trifle." The elder's voice acted as an anchor, calming Xiaoyan's previously racing heart. After a brief moment, steady footsteps approached the doorway. Xiaoyan looked up to see President Luo re-entering, this time dressed in a long robe embroidered with golden patterns, which billowed gently as he moved, exuding a unique authority. The alchemist emblem he wore on his chest gleamed brilliantly under the light. Xiaoyan instantly discerned that President Luo was a second-tier alchemist, contemplating that his strength was likely comparable to the second-tier alchemist, Guni, from the auction house. President Luo approached Xiaoyan with a warm smile and a slight nod, saying, "I am Luo Feng, Vice President of the Wutan City Alchemist Guild. Which tier of alchemist would you like to be assessed for?" With respect, Xiaoyan clasped his fist in salute, his voice firm and resolute as he replied, "Senior, I wish to be assessed as a first-tier alchemist." Luo Feng smiled gently at Xiaoyan, nodding as he elaborated. The first-tier alchemist assessment comprises two main tasks. The first is the identification of herbs, and the second is the refining of pills. If you have no questions regarding the assessment rules, we may proceed. Hearing this, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of nervousness, but excitement soon overtook him. He nodded decisively, his eyes revealing determination and confidence as he stated, "I have no doubts. I will follow the senior's arrangements." Seeing his resolve, Luo Feng expressed mild satisfaction, clearing his throat softly, yet his voice rang clearly in the hall. Suddenly, the side door of the hall was gently pushed open, and 10 figures entered in orderly fashion, each carrying a tray draped with a vivid red cloth, arousing curiosity about their contents. Chapter 126, Assessment Completed. Luo Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, took a few steps forward, pausing to gaze at Xiaoyan before speaking, "Young friend, as a competent alchemist, recognizing various herbs is fundamental. Next, you must identify the names, ages, and effects of these 10 herbs. Only by answering all correctly can you pass this first assessment. Should you answer even one incorrectly, regrettably, you will be deemed to have failed." Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as he replied earnestly, I understand. Upon his response, the 10 figures simultaneously unveiled the red cloth covering their trays. Instantly, a medley of herbal aromas filled the air. Xiaoyan's gaze was drawn to the herbs before him, his eyes sharpening with focus as he scrutinized the 10 specimens. He first examined the first herb, a vibrant green plant with slender, serrated leaves, still bearing traces of soil at its roots. A confident smile crept onto his lips as he declared, This is Bixen Ko, approximately 15 years old. Its primary effect is to harmonize medicinal properties. When added to healing elixirs, it enhances the gentleness of the effects and accelerates wound recovery. Next, his gaze shifted to the second herb, a small purple flower with elongated petals, sparkling with crystalline pollen at its center. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan stated, This is Xilinghua. Approximately 8 years old, known for its ability to calm the mind. It is an essential ingredient when refining elixirs that enhance mental acuity. Thus, one by one, Xiaoyan identified each herb, his voice resonating clearly and robustly. With each correct answer, Luo Feng's expression grew increasingly appreciative. When Xiaoyan named the final herb, detailing its name, age, and effects, the hall fell into a brief silence, followed by Luo Feng leading the applause, exclaiming, Young friend, you are indeed remarkable. You have successfully passed the first assessment. Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his face. With a gentle wave of his hand, Luo Feng signaled the 10 individuals who had been holding the medicinal herbs to exit in unison, their footsteps fading quietly into the distance. Turning around, Luo Feng approached a grand medicinal cauldron within the room, lightly brushing his hand over its ancient surface. He then looked at Xiaoyan, his eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation, and spoke. Young friend, this is the second-tier cauldron, the Luo Wending. If you can successfully concoct a first-grade elixir using this cauldron, you will pass this second round of assessment and officially become a highly esteemed first-grade alchemist. Pausing slightly, Luo Feng regarded Xiaoyan with a calm gaze and added, However, to ensure fairness, we will only provide 15 portions of medicinal herbs. Should you succeed in refining the elixir, the Alchemist Guild will cover the costs of all herbs. However, if you fail, you will bear those expenses yourself. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, a look of understanding on his face as he replied, Senior, I comprehend. Allowing indiscriminate assessments that waste herbs would indeed be unsustainable for the guild. This rule is entirely reasonable, and I shall give it my utmost effort. Pleased, Luo Feng smiled and inquired, I wonder what first-grade elixir you plan to concoct, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan raised his hand slightly, stroking his chin as various methods and required herbs for first-grade elixirs flashed through his mind. After a moment, he spoke with determination. I shall refine a batch of blood-stanching pills. Their extensive utility and my familiarity with the refining process should allow me to perform at my best. Excellent. Luo Feng exclaimed appreciatively, then gestured. Soon, staff members laid out the 10 required herbs for the blood-stanching pills neatly on a nearby table. These herbs emitted a subtle fragrance. Their quality exceptional, each meticulously selected to prepare for this assessment. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement and anxiety, Xiaoyan approached the Luo Wending, channeling his internal energy to ignite the flames. Instantly, the flames surged within the cauldron, illuminating it brightly. Xiaoyan fixated on the fire, carefully controlling the output of his energy to maintain the flames at an optimal temperature. He then reached for the first herb, a vibrant green blood-stanching grass, glistening with morning dew, sparkling under the light. Gently, he tossed it into the cauldron, where the flames instantly enveloped it with a sizzling sound. Under the heat, the juice from the blood-stanching grass was rapidly extracted, forming a green liquid suspended within the cauldron. Following the refining steps for the blood-stanching pills, he continued his operations methodically, occasionally adding other herbs or adjusting the flame's size and temperature with practiced fluidity. Each motion was executed with precision, as if he and the refining process were one. Observing from the side, Luo Feng's gaze was riveted on Xiaoyan's every action, filled with astonishment and admiration. Witnessing the young man's adept techniques juxtaposed with his youthful visage, Luo Feng couldn't help but nod in approval, stroking his beard as he contemplated. This young man possesses extraordinary talent, mastering the alchemical process at such a young age. Should he succeed in refining a first-grade elixir, his future is undoubtedly bright. The Alchemist Guild of Wutan City will surely bask in his glory. Inside the assessment room, the only sound was the crackling of the flames within the cauldron, enveloped in silence. Xiaoyan was wholly absorbed in the process of creating the blood-stanching pill, oblivious to Luo Feng's gaze. As the final traces of medicinal energy were perfectly integrated, a soft humming emanated from the cauldron, releasing a rich and unique fragrance that wafted throughout the room. Xiaoyan sighed with relief, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. He knew that this batch of blood-stanching pills was a success. Luo Feng, who had been closely monitoring Xiaoyan's refining process, was filled with surprise and admiration at this moment. He couldn't help but exclaim thrice, Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Young friend Xiaoyan has succeeded in creating the pill on the first attempt, and with such clear patterns, the quality is superb. Truly, a rare genius in Wutan City for decades. Xiaoyan slightly bowed, a humble smile gracing his face as he replied, President Luo, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate. Waving his hand dismissively, Luo Feng laughed heartily. Young friend Xiaoyan, there is no need for modesty. This is all genuine skill, not mere luck. Now that you have successfully become an alchemist, you are one of us at the Alchemist Guild. You may keep this batch of blood-stanching pills as a reward from the guild. Additionally, I will gift you the remaining herbs, which may prove useful in the future. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had initially thought the guild would take the elixirs upon success. After a brief contemplation, he graciously accepted the jade box containing the blood-stanching pills and the remaining herbs, sincerely stating, "Then I shall graciously accept this. Thank you, President Luo. And thank you to the Alchemist Guild. This experience has shown me the guild's sincerity and care, and should you require my assistance in the future, I will do my utmost." Seeing Xiaoyan's genuine demeanor, Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, growing fonder of the young man. He then guided Xiaoyan into another room. After some searching, Luo Feng produced a long robe adorned with golden patterns, symbolizing honor and status, along with a badge representing the identity of a first-grade alchemist. Solemnly presenting them to Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, from this day forth, you shall be a highly respected member of the Alchemist Guild. I hope you live up to the name of a first-grade alchemist." Xiaoyan received them with both hands, a subtle spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Before donning the robe and proudly pinning the badge to his chest, the golden patterns on the black robe shimmered with a mysterious and noble gleam in the dim light. Luo Feng, observing the transformed Xiaoyan, smiled with satisfaction. "Young friend Xiaoyan, with you leading the Xiao family. It seems Wutan City will look to the Xiao family in the future." Xiaoyan merely nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, choosing not to speak. Subsequently, Luo Feng personally escorted Xiaoyan to the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiaoyan noticed a crowd had gathered ahead. The family head, Xiaozhan, and the three elders stood at the forefront, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation. Xiaosuner stood quietly to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the guild's entrance, her gaze solely focused on Xiaoyan. Scanning the crowd, Xiaoyan noticed a few glances from a distance, filled with jealousy and discontent. However, he merely furrowed his brow slightly before nonchalantly diverting his gaze. Xiaozhan gazed at his son clad in the alchemist's robe, the badge gleaming brightly on his chest, and his eyes instantly reddened with emotion, his lips trembling as he struggled to find words. "Yenner, you." Xiaoyan stepped forward briskly, a confident smile illuminating his face. "Father, I have become a respected first-grade alchemist." At this proclamation, the Xiao family erupted in excitement. How could this be? In just 3 short months, Xiaoyan had indeed become a first-grade alchemist. Unexpectedly. Young Master Xiaoyan is not only a rare talent in the art of qi cultivation within the clan, but has now ascended to the esteemed rank of an alchemist. Henceforth, our Xiao family shall surely stand proud in Wutan City. The younger generation, including Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, wore expressions of astonishment and envy. As Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd, he noticed Xiao Mei gazing at him with tender affection, while others in the clan openly displayed their admiration for him. These looks were reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, imbued with a gentle warmth, yet they could not compare to the enchanting figure that lingered in his heart. At that moment, a slender silhouette darted forward like a fledgling swan returning to its nest. Xiaosuner hurriedly approached, leaping into Xiao Yan's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Her voice brimmed with joy and pride. "Brother Xiaoyan, you have finally returned, truly bringing me an immense surprise. I always knew you were a genius. No challenge could ever defeat you." She tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, reflecting nothing but Xiao Yan's image. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating affection. He lifted his hand to stroke her flowing hair, its texture smooth and silken. "Sinner, I have brought you a gift." His voice was tender and deep, cutting through the clamor of the crowd, resonating clearly in Xiaosuner's ears. As the words left his lips, he flicked his fingers, and a flash of light from his spatial ring revealed a delicate ring resting in his palm. The ring's band, crafted from platinum, gleamed with a soft, warm luster, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon a tranquil lake. The blue gemstone set within it resembled a deep, mysterious pool. Captivating and enchanting, it was the starlight stone that Xiao Yan had painstakingly polished over 3 months in the magical Beast Mountain range. "This is the greatest treasure I brought back from the magical Beast Mountain range, a small starlight stone. The environment there was harsh, with magical beasts lurking everywhere, and I nearly lost my life several times. Yet, throughout it all, I kept thinking of you, wanting to transform it into a ring to present to you." Xiao Yan's gaze held deep affection and focus as he looked into Xiaosuner's eyes, speaking slowly. Xiaosuner's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with emotion. She had never imagined that, amid such peril, her brother Xiaoyan would be thinking of her. She parted her lips, wishing to say something, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xiaoyan, understanding her feelings, gently took her hand, treating it as if it were a rare treasure, and slowly slipped the ring onto her slender finger. It fit perfectly, exuding a unique charm against her fair skin. "Brother Xiaoyan, I really like it." Xiaosuner finally found her voice, her words tinged with a hint of choked emotion. Xiaoyan patted her hand gently, responding tenderly, "As long as you like it, all my efforts are worthwhile." He understood that, as the daughter of an ancient clan, Xiao Suner had encountered numerous exquisite treasures. Thus, he had little of material worth to match her status. Instead, he poured all his heartfelt affection into this ring he had crafted with his own hands. At that moment, the three elders of the Xiao family exchanged knowing glances, stepping forward in unison to proclaim, "Welcome back, young master." The crowd echoed their sentiments, voices rising in a joyful chorus. The atmosphere became lively and jubilant, with no dissent in sight. A throng of people surrounded Xiaoyan, making their way towards the Xiao family's residence. In a dim alley at the street corner, thick shadows spread like ink, concealing several figures. They remained hidden, their eyes sharp as eagles, fixated on the departing Xiao family members, glimmering with cold light, akin to lurking wolves poised to strike. Humph, merely a newly minted first-grade alchemist. What is there to boast about? To me, he is just an arrogant brat, easily disposed of. With that declaration, the concealed figures began to move silently, blending into the shadows of the alley, swiftly vanishing without a trace, leaving behind an empty space as if they had never existed. Chapter 128, Celebration Banquet. The night enveloped the Xiao family like a vast, dark satin cloth, gently draping over everything. Lanterns flickered in the night, casting a festive glow across every corner. The hall of the Xiao family was abuzz with excitement, as everyone gathered in celebration. Today marked Xiaoyan's return, and this banquet was the highest honor bestowed upon him by the Xiao family. At the head of the hall, Xiao Zhan wore a contented expression, seated among the three elders and other senior family members. The steam from their tea rose languidly, yet their thoughts were far removed from the beverage before them. With Yen'er back and now a first-grade alchemist, this is a golden opportunity for our Xiao family to rise. Xiao Zhan broke the silence, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. The eldest elder nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. Xiao Zhan, you are absolutely correct. With the brilliance of this child, our Xiao family shall undoubtedly rely on him in the future. The second elder chimed in my opinion. We can leverage Xiaoyan's reputation and strength to attract powerful allies, overpower the Jiaoye and Oba families, and expand our Xiao family's business dealings. The atmosphere was vibrant and harmonious as the elders exchanged ideas. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, the younger generation gathered. Xiaoyan sat at the center, with Xiao Suner on his left and an empty seat to his right, as no one dared to approach. It was evident to all that Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner were a match made in heaven, a pair of perfect companions, making it awkward for anyone else to intrude. Xiao Suner wore a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, you must have endured considerable hardship during the past 3 months. You've even tanned a bit, she said, playfully poking his cheek with her delicate finger. Xiaoyan touched his face, a confident smile forming as he retorted, Tan? Not at all. This is merely a bronze complexion. Bronze is the true mark of a man. Xiao Suner burst into laughter at his earnestness, nodding eagerly with her eyes crinkling in joy. All right. Brother Xiaoyan is indeed a real man, the most formidable of them all. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and carefully selected Xiaoyan's favorite dishes, placing them gently into his bowl with practiced ease, embodying the image of a devoted partner. This scene did not escape the notice of those around them. The men of the clan gaped in astonishment, envy and jealousy evident in their eyes as they thought, how wonderful it would be if I were the one receiving such tender care from Suner. Meanwhile, the women cast glances filled with discontent, fixated on Xiao Suner, secretly lamenting, why am I not the one sitting beside Xiaoyan? The entire banquet continued amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Only Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner remained engrossed in their own world, feeding each other and exchanging tender affections. As the banquet concluded and the guests began to rise and depart, Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner, satisfied, patted their bellies. They were the two individuals who had truly feasted during this gathering. After escorting Xiao Suner back to Xiao Mountain residence, the moonlight, like flowing water, quietly enveloped Xiaoyan. Instead of returning to his room to rest, he turned towards the small courtyard where his parents resided. Stepping lightly into the courtyard, he found the surroundings tranquil and silent, with only the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. Xiaoyan was aware that his mother, Lin Wan, usually retired early, and she was likely already asleep. He tread softly toward the study, which was still illuminated. With a creak, he pushed the door open. Xiao Zhan was seated at the desk, and upon hearing the sound, he looked up with a hint of surprise on his face. What brings you here, Yen'er? Why aren't you resting at such a late hour? Xiaoyan approached, wearing a gentle smile. He respectfully bowed before responding, Father, I thought I would come to check on you and Mother. As he spoke, he brushed his hand over the storage ring, and a bottle of medicinal pills appeared in his palm. Xiaoyan carefully extended the bottle toward Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan took the jade bottle with a puzzled expression and inquired, Yen'er, what is this? With a smile, Xiaoyan explained, Mother's health has not been well, so I specially refined this first-grade nourishing pill for her. Father, please remember to have her take it in the morning and continue for a while. I believe her condition will improve. Looking at the pills in his hand, Xiao Zhan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart swelling with emotion. He carefully stowed the pills away and patted Xiaoyan's shoulder with gratitude. Yen'er, you were truly considerate. After a brief pause, Xiao Zhan's expression turned serious as he gestured for Xiao Yan to sit beside him. Yen'er, Today, several elders from the clan discussed matters with me. They are very hopeful that you can assist the clan in refining pills. Now that you have become a first-grade alchemist, various forces in Wutan City are stirring. If our Xiao family wishes to stand firm, or even rise to prominence, we must enhance the strength of our clan members. In the future, there can only be one dominant family in Wutan City, and that must be our Xiao family. Xiao Zhan's gaze was intense, filled with expectation. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan did not hesitate for a moment, resolutely nodding in agreement. Father, rest assured, as a member of the Xiao family, it is my duty to contribute to our clan. I will exert all my efforts for the benefit of our family. Xiao Zhan smiled with satisfaction, pride swelling within him as he looked at his grown son. The father and son conversed for quite some time, and it was not until late at night that Xiaoyan returned to his own room. He casually hung his outer garment on a nearby rack and was about to lie down when an ethereal figure slowly emerged from the ring on his hand. It was the medicine elder. With his familiar smile and a glint of concern in his eyes, the medicine elder inquired, "How does it feel to be an alchemist, my young friend?" Xiaoyan looked up, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he replied, "It's quite good. I must say, being an alchemist is indeed a highly esteemed profession." Today at the celebration banquet, the gazes of those around me were filled with awe and envy. However, there is much work ahead. As the clan hopes I can help refine pills to enhance our members' strength. As he spoke, Xiaoyan approached the bedside, sitting down and gently massaging his temples. The medicine elder nodded slightly, a flicker of approval crossing his features before he chuckled. "What? Do you need your teacher's assistance? Though I am currently in a spiritual state, my alchemical techniques remain as sharp as ever. I can certainly help lighten your burden." Xiaoyan shook his head, slowly reclining on the bed. His gaze fixed on the ceiling. "No need, teacher. You are already in a spiritual state, and it is unnecessary for you to toil over these trifles. Let me bear the labor. It will serve to strengthen my own alchemical skills." Upon hearing this, the medicine elder was momentarily taken aback, his previously smiling face freezing in surprise. He did not expect Xiaoyan to express such sentiments. This little rascal, does he actually care for me? A warm sensation filled the medicine elder's heart, yet he would not admit it aloud, deliberately snorting to feign indifference. "Humph, you have learned to be stubborn. Very well. Since you wish to manage on your own, I shall refrain from intervening." With that, the medicine elder flicked his sleeve with a flourish and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing back into the ring. However, in that fleeting moment, the corner of his mouth could not help but curve upward, revealing a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction. Chapter 129, Living Off Soft Rice. The sunlight poured generously over every inch of the Xiao family's land, casting shadows that gradually shifted as time passed. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, all those within the Xiao family possessing even a hint of talent in cultivating dou qi experienced a tremendous transformation in their lives. Each of them grew increasingly affluent, often carrying exquisite pouches filled with first-grade pills, striding with newfound confidence. Under Xiaoyan's meticulous management and planning, the Xiao family's marketplace began its expansion journey. With the superior quality of first-grade pills, the Xiao family's marketplace resembled a valiant warrior, gradually encroaching on the market shares of the Yuehua and Jelly families. Though the process was slow, it was undeniably unstoppable. Finally, after continuous pill refining and a busy half-month, Xiaoyan felt both physically and mentally exhausted and decided to grant himself a 2-day respite for proper relaxation. After much contemplation, in pursuit of a moment of leisure and comfort, he returned to Xiao Mountain Residence. "Sooner, I have come to find you." Xiaoyan stood at the entrance of Xiao Mountain Residence, calling out with a voice imbued with a sense of ease following fatigue. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode confidently inside, his demeanor so familiar that it felt as if he were returning home. Hidden in the shadows, Linging observed everything. Initially, he had not regarded Xiaoyan, the first-grade alchemist, with much importance. In the eyes of the ancient clan, a first-grade alchemist was indeed as inconspicuous as a mere fish. Yet, the abilities and potential Xiaoyan had demonstrated during this time had garnered Lingying's newfound respect. Lingying pondered inwardly. If Xiaoyan truly was an exceptional alchemical talent, perhaps there was a chance for him to pursue a relationship with his lady. However, that was merely a faint possibility, as the ancient clan had exceedingly high standards, and Xiaoyan still had a long road ahead. At that moment, within the room, Xiao Suner, having heard Xiaoyan's call, set down the book she had been studying. She rose and gracefully walked out, sunlight casting a glow upon her, accentuating her enchanting figure like a celestial being descended to earth. "Brother Xiaoyan, aren't you refining pills today?" Xiao Suner's voice was melodious and bright, tinged with surprise and delight. Xiaoyan quickly stepped forward, gently pinching Xiao Suner's delicate nose, his actions filled with affection. Xiao Suner blushed slightly, playfully swatting Xiaoyan's hand away. "Brother Xiaoyan, you are being mischievous again." Xiaoyan gazed at Xiao Suner, his face alight with a brilliant smile as he replied, "Today, your brother Xiaoyan wishes to indulge in the pleasures of leisure, so I have come to accompany you. These past half-months have left me utterly exhausted. There is no place more comfortable than here with you." Xiao Suner's lips curled into a sweet smile as she glanced at the ring on her finger and said, "Brother Xiaoyan, speak your mind. I shall grant any request." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan felt a subtle shift in his aura as he began to circulate the fighting spirit within him. Gradually, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from his palm. Upon noticing the yellow light, Xiao Sun Er's expression changed dramatically. Brother Xiao Yan. Her voice brimmed with surprise and disbelief. Why are you practicing a yellow tear technique? Why didn't you tell me? Concern and urgency sparkled in her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly, reflecting immense distress. Observing Xiao Sun's agitation, Xiao Yan felt a warm surge in his heart, yet maintained a gentle smile as he softly patted her shoulder, reassuring her. All right, Sun do not be angry. After a brief pause, he winked and teased, I never knew my Sun had such prowess. She can summon wind and rain at will. However, my technique is rather unique. As he spoke, he slightly opened his hand, focusing on the yellow glow, his demeanor turning earnest. It requires beast fire, or even exotic fire for cultivation. Do you really think Brother Xiao Yan is a fool to forsake a heavenly tier technique for this yellow tier one? Am I not aware of the benefits of a good meal? He half-joked, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. Hearing this, Xiao Sun's tense expression softened slightly. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Xiao Yan as if to verify the truth of his words. After a moment, she gently nodded, the worry in her expression gradually dissipating, leaving her at ease. So that's how it is, she murmured softly. Then, with a shift in her tone, she gazed intently at Xiao Yan. A playful smile gracing her lips as she asked, So, Brother Xiao Yan, your purpose in seeking me is for beast fire? Xiao Yan met her gaze, nodding honestly, letting out a resigned sigh. After all, with his father's formidable strength as a great fighter, acquiring beast fire would be akin to delivering vegetables. The beasts possessing beast fire were typically 4th or 5th tier, posing great danger. Thus, Xiao Yan resolved to persuade Sun believing it wiser to enlist the aid of Ling Ying, the sole Do Wang of the ancient clan. Xiao Sun observing Xiao Yan's sincere demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, lightly poking his chest with her finger, proclaiming, All right then, leave it to me. It's just beast fire. I will surely handle it. Meanwhile, Ling Ying, concealed in the shadows, overheard their entire exchange. Upon hearing the lady's straightforward agreement, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that with her consent, he now had his work cut out for him. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted the tranquility, and a figure resembling a nimble deer rushed in, bringing with it a fragrant breeze. Cousin Xiao Yan, someone is looking for you. It was Xiao Mei, her cheeks flushed from running, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hearing her, Xiao Yan looked up, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he gently inquired, Cousin, who is looking for me? Xiao Mei, slightly out of breath, brushed back a few stray locks and replied, Miss Yufei from the Mitre Auction House has brought several large carts to the Xiao family, claiming they are for you. Yufei has come, with several carts? Xiao Yan mused aloud, his mind racing, unaware of the unusual shift in Xiao Sun Er's demeanor. Upon hearing the name Yufei, the previously cheerful Xiao Sun Er's smile faltered instantly. Though she often secluded herself, she had heard tales of the thorny rose, Yufei, through idle chatter. A hint of jealousy crept into her heart. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, she subtly looped her arm around his, applying a gentle pressure, as if to assert something. With a renewed smile that concealed deeper emotions, she spoke with a faint tenderness, Since she is here, let us go see her. Xiao Yan finally snapped back to reality, feeling her arm around his and noticing the seemingly calm yet profound smile on her face. He inwardly lamented, realizing that his son was feeling jealous. Gently patting her hand in a soothing manner, he replied with a wry smile, All right, let us go take a look together. With that, the three of them made their way toward the grand entrance of the Xiao family. At the entrance of the Xiao residence, a bustling scene unfolded. The entourage from the Mitre Auction House, guiding 10 large carts, slowly entered the Xiao estate. The rumble of wheels left deep impressions on the cobblestone path, each cart draped in thick black cloth, hinting at the treasures concealed within. Be careful, don't let them bump into anything, the leading man shouted, his voice laced with caution. The nearby attendants nodded vigorously, diligently guiding the horses, fearful of any misstep. The servants of the Xiao family stood by, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe, whispering among themselves. What valuable items has the Mitre Auction House brought this time? Who knows? I heard they are delivering something for young Master Xiao Yan. But with such a grand display, it must be worth a fortune. Inside the hall, Xiao Zhan sat at the head of the table, flanked by 3 elders of the Xiao clan. Their faces radiated warmth as they welcomed their esteemed guest Yufei, the core figure of the Mitre Auction House, and Guanai, a second-tier alchemist. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Yufei exuded grace and charm with every movement. Sipping her tea delicately, she smiled and said, Patriarch Xiao Zhan, I have come not only to deliver items for young Master Xiao, but also to explore deeper cooperation with the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he quickly responded, Miss Yufei, you are too kind. The Mitre Auction House has always had a good relationship with our Xiao family, and we hope for your continued support. Sitting nearby, Gu and I toyed with a jade ring, his gaze casually sweeping across the hall. Clad in a black robe adorned with intricate golden patterns, he wore the badge of a second-tier alchemist, signifying his esteemed status. As one of the top alchemists in Wu Ten City, Gu and I emanated an air of pride that few could rival. The other members of the Xiao family stood nearby, their gazes often drawn to Yue, many of the younger generation filled with admiration. When their attention shifted to Gu and I, however, their expressions turned to envy and respect. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, a second-tier alchemist like Gu and I held a revered position. With a mere word capable of influencing the prices of medicinal materials and the resources available for cultivators. At that moment, Xiaoyan and Xiaosun arrived hand in hand. Xiaoyan stood tall, his eyes reflecting an unusual composure for his age, while Xiaosun, clad in a green dress, resembled a celestial being, her aura ethereal and pure. Their entrance captivated the attention of all present. Spotting Xiaoyan, Xiao Zhan's face broke into a proud smile, exclaiming, "Yin Miss Yue has come to deliver gifts for you." Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback but quickly approached Yue, offering a polite salute. "Miss Yue, thank you for your trouble." Yue's lips curled into a captivating smile. And as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon Xiaosun. In that fleeting moment, she marveled inwardly at the young woman's regal and noble demeanor, akin to a snow lotus blossoming atop a snow-capped mountain, rendering one unable to gaze directly at her. Surely, this must be Miss Xiaosun, whose reputation precedes her. Yue remarked with a smile. Xiaosun nodded slightly, responding softly, "Sister Yue, you flatter me." Gu and I, who had previously maintained a languid demeanor, suddenly became animated upon seeing Xiaoyan. He rose swiftly, advancing to Xiaoyan and scrutinizing him from head to toe, exclaiming, "So you are Xiaoyan? What a pity we did not meet at the auction house." Xiaoyan hurriedly bowed, respectfully stating, "I am Xiaoyan, Master Gu and I. It is an honor to meet you." Gu and I laughed heartily, patting Xiaoyan's shoulder. "Indeed, a true genius. The quality of the first-grade elixir you sold to the auction house is exceptional. It won't be long before you attain the rank of a second-grade alchemist." At this revelation, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, all present wide-eyed in astonishment. Even the typically composed Yue could not suppress her disbelief, slightly parting her lips in shock. What? A second-grade alchemist at just 11 or 12 years old? How is that even possible? Xiaoning exclaimed. If this is true, then young Master Xiaoyan is indeed the pride of our Xiao family. The third elder exclaimed excitedly. Expressions of surprise appeared on the faces of the Xiao family members, swiftly transforming into pride, a sense of honor swelling within them for being part of the Xiao lineage. Xiaozhen beamed with joy, gazing at Xiaoyan with pride and gratification. In this world, where strength is revered, Xiaoyan's talent undoubtedly heralds a more glorious future for the Xiao family. Xiaoyan wore a humble smile, slightly bowing and sincerely stating, "It is merely luck. I still require considerable time to become a second-grade alchemist." Yue covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Brother Xiaoyan, at your age, what you possess in abundance is time." Standing beside Xiaoyan, Xiaosun, usually serene, displayed a flicker of surprise. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, secretly astonished by her brother's extraordinary talent in alchemy. Externally calm, Xiaoyan's heart stirred with ripples. He was acutely aware that he stood but a step away from becoming a second-grade alchemist. His formidable soul perception was the critical foundation for an alchemist, and he possessed an extraordinary soul power that would ultimately determine the heights he could reach on the path of alchemy. With sufficient experience and practice, concocting second-grade elixirs would pose no challenge for him. Gu and I regarded Xiaoyan with an even broader smile. Stepping forward, hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with a hint of anticipation. "I came to the Xiao family primarily to seek out young friend Xiaoyan. As merely a second-grade alchemist, I am not qualified to take you as a disciple." He paused, scanning the faces of those present, deliberately building suspense before continuing. "However, the president of our alchemist guild, Fa Ma, is a Douluo powerhouse as well as a fifth-grade alchemist. I wonder if young friend Xiaoyan would be interested in apprenticing under him? My miter family would be willing to assist with the introduction." At this announcement, the room plunged into an almost suffocating silence, everyone holding their breath. Moments later, the hall echoed with gasps of astonishment and envy. A Douluo powerhouse, a fifth-grade alchemist. Either title alone could command respect in the Gamma Empire. If Xiaoyan could become Fa Ma's disciple, the future of the Xiao family would be limitless. Perhaps even establishing themselves in the imperial capital and embarking on a new chapter of glory. Xiao Zhan instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The elders exchanged glances filled with surprise and anticipation. Chapter 131, Expressing Intentions. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan remained unfazed. His expression calm, he recalled the figure of Yao Lao in his mind. Fa Ma had only received guidance from Yao Lao for 3 days in his youth before becoming a fifth-grade alchemist, with Yu Lao, a peak powerhouse, mentoring him. How could he possibly consider becoming Fa Ma's disciple? With this thought, Xiaoyan politely smiled, maintaining his composure as he stated, "I appreciate Master Guni's goodwill, but I have my own plans. The matter of apprenticeship requires careful consideration." For a moment, silence enveloped the room, all eyes converging on Xiaoyan, many reflecting subtle discontent, even perceiving him as somewhat ungrateful. Xiao Zhan, intending to break the oppressive silence, hesitated upon meeting his son's steady and resolute gaze, swallowing back his words. He understood that his son was no longer the impulsive youth of yore. He had his own thoughts, and it was time to trust him. Meanwhile, the three elders could scarcely contain their anxiety. The first elder's brows furrowed into a deep frown, his lips quivering as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he urged, Xiaoyan, this is an earnest offer from the auction house. You must not reject it so hastily. The second elder quickly chimed in, his tone urgent. Indeed, that is a Douhuang powerhouse, a fifth-grade alchemist. Such an opportunity is rare and should not be overlooked. Please reconsider. The third elder also voiced his concern, his expression earnest. Yes, there is no need to respond so quickly. This decision is pivotal for the future development of our Xiao family and must be approached with utmost seriousness. Throughout this discourse, Xiaosuna had remained quietly by Xiaoyan's side. Observing the three elders' fervent persuasion, she furrowed her delicate brows. Finally, stepping forward with poise, her slender yet resolute figure positioned firmly in front of Xiaoyan, she gazed calmly at the elders, her voice clear and unwavering. Brother Xiaoyan has his own thoughts. You three elders should not press him. The elders, taken aback by Xiao Sun'er's words, fell silent as if struck by a spell. Gu and I, observing quietly from the sidelines, wore a gentle smile, softly remarking, no need for concern. Young friend Xiaoyan is still young and has ample time to contemplate. We need not press him too hard. Seeing this, Yufei elegantly rose, a professional smile gracing her features, her voice soft yet penetrating. In that case, perhaps I could have a private conversation with Brother Xiaoyan. It might help him clarify his thoughts. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a confident smile as he responded with composure, Miss Yufei, please, follow me. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaosuna immediately quickened her pace to follow closely behind Xiaoyan, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination and trust. The trio traversed through the Xiao family courtyard, winding around the intricate corridors until they arrived at the alchemy chamber. Although the Xiao family was not insignificant in size, there was only Xiaoyan who truly practiced the art of alchemy. Thus, what was termed the Xiao family's alchemy chamber was, in reality, merely Xiaoyan's personal workshop for concocting elixirs. Inside, a plethora of tools and an array of jars filled with rare herbs adorned the space, and the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of medicinal plants. As for the Xiao family's workshops that produced ordinary blood coagulation powders of inferior quality, those were situated in a more remote area, lacking the professionalism and significance of this place. After ushering Miss Yufei into the alchemy chamber, Xiaoyan gestured for her to take a seat, and, without any preamble, directly inquired, Miss Yufei, is your grand arrival at the auction house intended to signal your allegiance to the Xiao family here in Wutan City? Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed intently on Yufei, his expression calm, yet laced with an unmistakable hint of inquiry. It was well known that the auction house had maintained a neutral stance in Wutan City, avoiding conflicts with any factions, and this unusual display certainly aroused Xiaoyan's suspicions. Yufei's lips curled into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with allure as she replied, with your talents, dear Xiaoyan, you have now earned my loyalty to the Xiao family. After all, embellishments are never as precious as timely assistance. With that, she gracefully retrieved an exquisite storage ring from her sleeve, delicately presenting it to Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, I have gone to great lengths to procure the herbs you requested. The auction house owes you gold coins, but now the tables have turned, and you owe them. How about repaying your debt by refining elixirs at my auction house? She winked playfully at Xiaoyan, her flirtatious demeanor causing him to feel a surge of embarrassment, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Xiao Sun'er, who had been standing beside Xiaoyan, observed the interaction intently, her pink lips pouting slightly. She subtly leaned closer to Xiaoyan and, with a gentle pinch at his waist, elicited an involuntary shiver from him. It seemed that, regardless of the world, women possessed an innate talent for this waist-pinching skill. Miss Yufei, my brother Xiaoyan, as an alchemist, would certainly not incur debts with the auction house based on his own merits. Moreover, he has many pressing matters to attend to. So I must apologize for not extending a warm farewell, Xiao Sun'er stated, her expression calm, yet clearly conveying a message of dismissal. Yufei, unfazed by her words, merely smiled serenely, her gaze lingering on Xiaoyan as she softly remarked, Brother Xiaoyan, I shall await your visit to the auction house to settle your debt. With that, she swayed gracefully and departed the alchemy chamber. Once Yufei's figure had completely vanished beyond the door, the polite smile on Xiao Sun'er's face dissipated instantly. She stood silently, her gaze fixed on Xiaoyan, her lips pressed tightly together, yet her eyes were filled with a mix of grievance and dissatisfaction. Noticing her expression, Xiaoyan's heart softened, and he stepped forward to embrace her gently, whispering, What's wrong? Is my dear Sun'er feeling jealous? Xiao Sun'er huffed softly, turning her head away as she feigned indifference. How could I possibly compare to your Miss Yufei? She's mature and beautiful. What man could resist her charms? Her words dripped with a hint of acidity. Xiaoyan chuckled helplessly, cupping Xiao Sun'er's face in his hands to ensure she met his gaze. Sinner, I cannot promise that you will be the only woman in my life, for in this world of fighting, uncertainties abound. However, I vow that the woman I love most in this lifetime will always be you, and my devotion shall remain unwavering. In a modern context, such declarations might appear cliché or overly sentimental, akin to the musings of a cad. Yet, in this realm where strength reigned supreme and polygamy was commonplace, Xiaoyan's heartfelt promise stirred emotion within Xiao sooner, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as her grievances and jealousy began to dissipate. She leaned against Xiaoyan, the corners of her mouth lifting involuntarily into a radiant smile of happiness. Chapter 132, The Sixth Order Magical Beast Fire. The following day, the gentle light of dawn filtered into Xiaoyan's courtyard, casting a soft golden hue over the serene surroundings. Within the courtyard, Xiaoyan, clad in black, stood tall, immersed in intense training. Bearing weights, he relentlessly threw punches, his fighting energy flowing like a vibrant stream through his meridians. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. Suddenly, a crisp, urgent voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Brother Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Once he recognized the voice belonged to Xiao Suner, his tense posture relaxed, and he ceased his training. Xiao Suner glided gracefully toward Xiaoyan, her delicate fingers instinctively lifting to gently wipe the sweat from his brow, her movements tender and filled with concern. Brother Xiaoyan, you look exhausted. Do not push yourself too hard in your training. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a warm smile as he replied, It's all right. Suner, sit for a moment. Look at me drenched in sweat. I must wash up first. With that, he turned and swiftly made his way back inside. Before long, the sound of water echoed from within the house. Xiao Suner seated herself at the stone table, where a freshly brewed cup of tea sat, steam wafting delicately into the air. Beside the teacup lay a time-worn scroll, quietly awaiting her attention. Moments later, Xiaoyan emerged from the house, clad in clean attire, his hair still slightly damp, presenting a refreshed and rejuvenated appearance. Upon seeing him, Xiao Suner's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Brother Xiaoyan, I brought you what you requested. At her words, Xiaoyan's eyes brightened like stars. Glancing eagerly at the scroll on the table, could it be the beast fire? Xiao Suner nodded gently, her lips curving into a sweet smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, radiant and captivating. I adore you, Suner. In a moment of excitement, Xiaoyan impulsively embraced Xiao Suner, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. This unexpected gesture caused Xiao Suner to freeze, her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a vibrant sunset. Her eyes widened, filled with shyness and bewilderment. Almost immediately, she broke free from Xiaoyan's embrace, darting away like a startled fawn, her hurried steps leaving behind a trail of laughter that echoed through the courtyard. Observing her retreating figure, Xiaoyan belatedly realized the boldness of his actions. Rubbing the back of his head, he felt a pang of regret. Despite the maturity of those in the Douluo Continent, she was still only 11 years old. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ling Ying grimaced, clutching her aching waist, feeling utterly helpless, reflecting on the fierce battle she had endured against a beast of the same level. All for the sake of this beast fire, she couldn't help but lament that in the end, it had all gone to this insufferable boy, truly a bitter pill to swallow. With his heart racing, Xiaoyan hastily exited his small courtyard, his mind aflame with thoughts of the beast fire he was about to acquire, his steps so eager they felt almost like flight. Soon, he arrived at the alchemy room, swiftly entering and closing the door behind him with a hint of secrecy and impatience. Master, I have something wonderful, something extraordinary. Xiaoyan's voice trembled with excitement, resonating within the alchemy room, unrestrained by any inhibition. As he called out, a faint glow flickered from his ring, and the ethereal figure of Yao Lao gradually materialized. With a calm demeanor yet a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes, he inquired, What is this marvelous thing that has stirred you so? Xiaoyan's face radiated an irrepressible smile, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Beast fire. The beast fire that Suner gifted to me. With utmost care, he retrieved the scroll containing the beast fire from his bosom, gripping it tightly with both hands. Yao Lao paused, momentarily stunned, before playfully chiding, You rascal. Living off the kindness of others. His tone bore a teasing quality, yet his eyes were filled with affection. Xiaoyan took no offense, merely smiling. In his view, this was a rare opportunity to obtain such a precious item. Hesitating would be foolish indeed. Eagerly, he presented the scroll to Yao Lao, saying, Master, with your vast knowledge, please take a look. Yao Lao accepted the scroll, slowly unfurling it. The moment the scroll opened, a torrential wave of heat surged forth, causing the temperature in the alchemy room to spike dramatically. Within the scroll, a blazing flame roared, its vivid crimson hue akin to a ferocious beast, exuding a powerful and searing aura. Xiaoyan gazed at the flame, filled with curiosity and awe, and couldn't help but ask, Master, what kind of flame is this? Its power is immense. His eyes remained glued to the flame, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Yao Lao scrutinized the flame, his expression grave. After a moment, he responded, This is the beast fire of the 6th grade Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus, quite impressive. Given your current strength, it is within your capacity to handle. He nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the beast fire. Hearing Yao Lao's words, a joyful smile spread across Xiao Yan's face. He had always felt somewhat dissatisfied with his low-level Huang-grade burning technique, considering it too ordinary. Now, with this formidable beast fire at hand, he eagerly anticipated absorbing it to elevate the technique's grade and enhance his own strength. However, before he could bask in his joy for long, Yao Lao's next words extinguished his elation like a bucket of cold water. But it is still too early for you to absorb it now. I recommend waiting until you reach the 9th star of the dojo before you attempt to absorb the Scarlet Flame Tyrannosaurus Beast Fire. By then, you can seize the opportunity to break through to the dojo and fully absorb the energy of the Beast Fire, nourishing your body in the process. Truly a win-win situation. Xiao Yan's smile faltered, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, understanding that Yao Lao had his best interests at heart. Attempting to forcefully absorb the Beast Fire with his current abilities could be counterproductive, and a hasty breakthrough could compromise his foundation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan nodded resignedly, asking, "So, I should continue my training then?" Yao Lao regarded Xiao Yan with a glimmer of pride in his eyes, replying, "Head to the back mountain. I have something to impart to you." With that, his figure gradually faded, leaving Xiao Yan to grasp his ring and prepare to change locations. Chapter 133, Passing on Knowledge. The back mountain of the Xiao family was serene and secluded, with caves hidden among lush foliage. Xiao Yan sprinted forward, alert and vigilant. Upon entering the cave, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and adeptly began to move aside large stones and debris, blocking the entrance securely. During the daytime, should anyone witness Yao Lao's appearance, it would spell trouble, one he could never explain away, no matter how eloquently he spoke. With the final stone in place, Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Phew, it should be safe now, he murmured to himself. At that moment, an ethereal figure emerged from the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. It was Yao Lao. With a warm smile, filled with affection and anticipation, he addressed Xiao Yan, "Little one, I have a gift for you." No sooner had he spoken than a black light shot forth from the ring, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust swirling. Xiao Yan focused and saw a massive black object before him, towering above him. Its surface bore intricate and ancient patterns, as if engraved by the hands of time. Winding down to its handle, a surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within Xiao Yan as he recognized this as the weapon and training tool he had longed for, the Xian Heavy Ruler. Approaching it cautiously, he gently reached out to touch the Xian Heavy Ruler, his fingers gliding over its textures. The coarse feel elicited a gasp of admiration. What an imposing ruler. Yao Lao observed Xiao Yan's reaction and explained with a smile, "This item is forged from flame meteor black iron. Perhaps there is only one in the entire Douluo Continent. It is not only incredibly hard, impervious to ordinary weapons, but also exceptionally heavy. Most people would struggle to wield it, even with their full strength. Most importantly, it possesses a remarkable ability to suppress Douluo. If you can endure and adapt to this constraint, when you finally unleash the Xian Heavy Ruler in battle, the release from its binding will unleash your true potential." Astonishing everyone, Xiao Yan felt a surge of determination, nodding emphatically, his eyes brimming with resolve and excitement. "Master, I will certainly strive to adapt and unleash its full power." His satisfaction with the Xian Heavy Ruler was palpable. Then, a new spark of desire ignited in Xiao Yan's gaze, and he eagerly asked, "Master, do you have any related combat techniques? I can hardly wait to showcase my skills." Yao Lao chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You rascal. Always eager to snatch things from your master. However, your enthusiasm is indeed a source of comfort for me." As he spoke, the elder waved his hand, and a scroll materialized in his grasp. His gaze, soft and filled with anticipation, fell upon Xiao Yan as he slowly began. "I had intended to wait until you were more accustomed to the Xuanzhong before imparting this combat technique to you. However, seeing your eagerness, I believe it is permissible to share it now." With that, he gently flicked his wrist, and the ancient scroll floated toward Xiao Yan like a falling leaf. Xiao Yan, seeing this, hastily extended his hands to catch the scroll with steady precision. His hands trembled slightly as he could hardly contain his excitement while carefully unfurling it. The moment he opened it, a mysterious light flickered, and a torrent of profound and vast information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting from shock to one of joy that blossomed like spring flowers across his face. What he received was the formidable Earth-level low-grade combat technique, Flame Division Devouring Wave. According to records, mastering this technique could grant one the terrifying power to cleave mountains and sever waves with a mere gesture, igniting a fervor of enthusiasm within him. Seeing Xiao Yan's foolish grin, the elder could not help but tease, "Stop grinning. You are not yet capable of practicing this Flame Division Devouring Wave. This is an Earth-level low-grade technique, and with your current strength, attempting to wield it would be akin to an ant shaking a tree. Only when you fully adapt to it and transform its power into your own will you be worthy of training in this technique." Xiao Yan snapped back to reality, sheepishly scratching his head and responding with an "oh." Yet, his excitement remained undiminished, his eyes fixated on the Xuanzhong, a powerful impulse surging within him. Without a second thought, he approached the Xuanzhong, grasped its handle, and exerted force to hoist it onto his back. The moment the Xuanzhong made contact with his back, an overwhelming pressure crashed down upon him. Xiaoyan's knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. His complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his breathing grew rapid and labored. Internally lamenting, Xiaoyan found himself unable to gauge the weight of the Xuanzhong. Yet at that moment, combined with his existing burdens, it felt as though a colossal mountain was pressing down upon him, threatening to shatter him into pieces. Furthermore, the flow of his internal fighting energy seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand, moving at a snail's pace. He assessed his current state, realizing that under the weight of the Xuanzhong, his strength was likely no better than that of a mere one-star fighter. Gasping for breath, Xiaoyan lifted his head and called out to the elder, "Master, forget the name. Such a formidable shall henceforth be known as the Xuanzhong." The elder chuckled helplessly and waved his hand. "Call it what you will. Names are mere labels. The key is for you to master its power swiftly." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and straightened his back. Despite the agonizing pressure weighing upon him, a resolute and unyielding determination shone in his eyes. With the acquisition of the Xuanzhong and the flame division devouring wave combat technique, his mind brimmed with plans for future cultivation. He understood that to elevate his strength rapidly, he must secure a tranquil and undisturbed environment for training. Thus, he seized an opportune moment to communicate his intentions to his family and the clan elders. Naturally, his father, Xiao Zhan, and mother, Lin Wan, did not refuse. The three elders of the Xiao clan were also supportive of Xiaoyan's wishes. In the following days, Xiaoyan commenced preparations for their relocation. His alchemical furnace, precious herbs, and various cultivation tools were gradually transported to the rear mountain. After all, training daily with the heavy Xuanzhong in the household was not only cumbersome but also risked making him the subject of ridicule. After a day of diligent effort, Xiaoyan finally arranged everything. Standing before the makeshift training ground he had set up, he inhaled deeply. The air infused with the refreshing essence unique to the mountains and forests. He knew he would be spending the coming days here. Chapter 134, Night Assault. In the deep of night, the Xiao residence was enveloped in a thick blanket of darkness, exuding an air of tranquility. A gentle breeze rustled through, swaying the lanterns beneath the eaves, casting flickering shadows upon the ground. The patrolling members of the Xiao clan, armed and vigilant, moved with steady footsteps, their cadence resonating rhythmically in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a shadow flitted like a specter over the high walls of the Xiao residence, moving with such swiftness that it stirred a faint breeze before vanishing into the shadows of the courtyard. The patrolling members remained oblivious, continuing along their designated route, a testament to the intruder's formidable prowess and concealment. However, this shadow, though eluding the eyes of the ordinary clan members, could not escape the keen perception of Ling Ying, a formidable Douhuang expert. Inside the Xiao residence, candlelight flickered as Ling Ying knelt, her expression grave. Miss Xiao Suner, engrossed in her ancient texts, lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky, exuding wisdom amid her calm demeanor. "What is it?" Ling Ying furrowed her brow and replied. "Someone has infiltrated the Xiao residence under the cover of darkness. Judging by the fluctuations in their aura, their strength appears to be that of a great dome master. Yet their stealth is exceptionally skilled." Upon hearing this, a sense of urgency gripped Xiao Suner as she immediately thought of that individual. A flicker of concern and determination flashed in her eyes as she spoke urgently. "You must go to the rear mountain and protect Brother Xiaoyan. Ensure that he suffers not the slightest harm." Ling Ying nodded in agreement, her figure darting away like an arrow, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, situated in the rear mountain, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. His small dwelling, bathed in moonlight, exuded an extraordinary serenity. As he lay on his bed, breathing steadily, a childlike innocence adorning his features, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. Soon, a dark figure descended upon the rear mountain of the Xiao residence with the grace of an owl in the night. The newcomer concealed their face with a black cloth, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, muttering under their breath, "Damn it, is this the target location? Easy to find. Once I complete this job, I shall never return to Wutan City." With two families pooling their resources, the reward is truly substantial. "Kid, your fate is sealed." After speaking, he cautiously approached the small room where Xiaoyan slept, taking each step with utmost care, making hardly a sound. The shadow silently crept to the door, the moonlight casting a long, slanting silhouette. As he extended his hand, his fingertips barely grazed the wooden door, yet his movement abruptly halted, an inexplicable wave of intense unease surging within him. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the door unexpectedly exploded into splinters. A dark object, imbued with a fierce momentum, shot towards the shadow like a cannonball illuminated by the cold moonlight. The shadow's pupils contracted sharply. With no time to ponder, he swiftly channeled all his fighting spirit, a brilliant aura coalescing between his arms to form a solid defensive barrier. With a muffled thud, the dark object struck heavily against his arms, the tremendous impact carving two deep gouges into the ground beneath his feet, sending him uncontrollably flying backward to land awkwardly a yard away, stirring up a cloud of dust. A tall figure emerged steadily from the room. It was Xiaoyan. Clad in a black robe, the wind whipped around him, creating a rustling sound. Moonlight fell upon his resolute visage, outlining his austere features, while his pitch-black eyes glimmered with a sharp light, fixated intently on the shadow before him. To withstand my full-force strike, even in a surprise attack, you must be a formidable, great fighter. Xiaoyan's voice, deep and resonant, shattered the night's silence. He felt a surge of caution within. He had initially thought his opponent was merely a common rogue, only to discover that this individual could effortlessly endure his full power strike. The shadow shook off his numb arm, equally astonished. He raised his head, his gaze filled with confusion and reluctance, and spoke, "Youngster, according to the mission intel, you should only be a fighter, yet that blow was no less than that of an ordinary 6-star fighter." In his view, it was impossible for someone of Xiaoyan's rank to unleash such a potent attack. Xiaoyan smiled confidently, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "You have arrived at an inopportune moment. I have just broken through to 6-star fighter." The power gained from his breakthrough invigorated Xiaoyan with a fierce fighting spirit. Faced with a formidable opponent, he felt not fear but an overwhelming urge to battle. Upon hearing this, the shadow momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. "Good. There's no one around. Chu Tai, fear not the exposure of my identity. I shall answer your question. I am a 3-star great fighter." He paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "However, I am quite intrigued. How did you detect me with your strength? I pride myself on my concealment techniques. Yet I did not expect to be ambushed by a mere fighter." Chu Tai could not fathom how his meticulously hidden presence had been perceived by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan shook his head, naturally unwilling to disclose that it was Yao Lao who had alerted him. Recalling the previous moment when Yao Lao had abruptly roused him with 2 swift slaps, the lingering sting seemed to still be on his face. "Intuition," Xiaoyan replied succinctly. As his words fell, his gaze sharpened, and he seized the Xianzhong beside him, hurling it with great force. The Xianzhong sliced through the air with a whistling sound, resembling a bolt of black lightning aimed at Chu Tai. Simultaneously, he deftly tapped the ground, employing the phantom step to propel himself forward. Chu Tai regarded the approaching Xianzhong without a hint of fear. Rather, he scoffed, firmly planting his feet as the surrounding air seemed to swirl with an invisible force. In the next moment, a torrent of dark fighting spirits surged from within him, spreading like black flames, and in an instant, coalesced into a layer of solid fighting spirit armor enveloping his body. Each inch of the armor pulsated with fighting spirit. Exuding an aura that instilled dread, he was evidently a rare dark attribute great fighter. "Do you think you can harm me with that broken?" Chu Tai snorted derisively, swiftly spinning his body and using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick at the Xianzhong. This kick, infused with terrifying dark attribute fighting spirit, struck the Xianzhong with a resounding clang, sending it flying like a kite with its string severed, arching through the air before embedding itself deep into the earth nearby. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had arrived before Chu Tai, radiating an indomitable aura as he bellowed. 8 extremes burst. His fists danced rapidly, charged with formidable strength and relentless momentum, striking towards Chu Tai from different angles. Chu Tai, unperturbed, curled his lips into a cold smile. He raised his arms, using his fighting spirit armor to shield himself from critical areas, bracing to withstand Xiaoyan's formidable assault. The dull thuds of impact echoed as Xiaoyan's fists crashed into Chu Tai's arms, akin to striking solid steel. The immense recoil sent a jolt through Xiaoyan's arms, causing a slight numbness, yet he bore the discomfort with unwavering determination in his eyes. As their confrontation commenced, Xiaoyan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Chu Tai's strength far surpassed his expectations. The 8 extremes burst, which he had once prided himself upon, was as ineffectual as a stone cast into the ocean when unleashed upon Chu Tai. Encased in fighting spirit, Chu Tai's body felt as solid as stone, impervious to significant damage. "Is this all you've got, kid?" Chu Tai taunted, a triumphant smirk plastered on his face. "Today marks your demise." Ignoring his mockery, Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, recalibrating himself before charging at Chu Tai once more. In an instant, they became a whirlwind of motion, their figures blurring under the moonlight. Dazzling to behold. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged a flurry of blows. Each clash resonated with a heavy thud, the ground beneath them fracturing under the weight of their fighting spirit. Suddenly, Chu Tai seized an opening, propelling himself forward, his right leg swinging like a battle axe as it struck Xiaoyan squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Xiaoyan was sent flying backward, tumbling several times before barely regaining his footing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze remaining as calm as still waters. Chu Tai erupted into boisterous laughter, his voice piercing through the tranquil night. "Enough playing, little one. It's time for you to meet your end." With that, a fierce glint shone in his eyes as he lightly brushed his hand over his storage ring, a long blade materializing in an instant. The silver blade shimmered in the moonlight, emanating a chilling aura. Instant slash. With a low growl, Chu Tai moved like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing in an instant. His speed was so extraordinary that only a blurred afterimage lingered in the air. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he was engulfed by a sense of imminent peril. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tai appeared before him, the moonlight glinting off his long blade and reflecting a chilling gleam as it sliced towards Xiaoyan's neck. In this life or death moment, a wave of profound fear surged within Xiaoyan. Without time to deliberate, he instinctively executed the phantom step, his body darting away like willow fluff in the wind. Yet, the chasm of their strength was insurmountable. Despite his swift reflexes, he could not evade the fierce strike entirely. The sharp blade grazed his arm, blood gushing forth and staining his clothes, the searing pain causing his body to tremble slightly. Grimacing against the agony, Xiao continued to retreat with the phantom step, each step heavy and hurried. In the midst of his retreat, he fumbled to retrieve a hemostatic pill from his pocket, swallowing it without hesitation. As the elixir slid down his throat, a refreshing sensation spread through him, momentarily alleviating his wounds. Good lad, you know how to take pills, do you? Chutai sneered, his murderous intent intensifying as he prepared to launch another lethal assault on Xiao. Just as Chutai was about to strike, Xiao suddenly extended his hand and shouted, "Wait." Chutai halted, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "What is it, boy? Any last words? Speak quickly. You want to have another chance soon." He believed Xiao was cornered, desperately trying to buy time. Xiao lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Humph. Prepare to witness the Celestial class battle skill, Ghostly Ascendancy." Chutai scoffed. "Celestial class battle skill? Do you take me for a fool?" The elder within Xiao's ring, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. "You reckless brat." But seeing Xiao in peril, he reluctantly sighed and began to channel his power to him. In an instant, Xiao felt a surge of immense and overflowing fighting spirit flooding into his meridians, each cell in his body brimming with this powerful energy as if it might burst forth. His body trembled slightly, a mix of pain and exhilaration etched on his face. "It's coming! It's coming!" Xiao shouted with excitement, his voice filled with joy and anticipation. Chutai, witnessing Xiao's transformation, felt an inexplicable unease swell within him, but he suppressed his doubts, bellowing, "What nonsense are you shouting?" He could not believe that Xiao could turn the tide in such a short span. Raising his long blade again, dark fighting spirit coalesced along its edge. Instant strike. Chutai unleashed his lethal move once more, slicing towards Xiao with a blade of wind filled with killing intent. In that moment, Chutai struck first, his form electrifying, the long blade whistling through the air with thunderous force aimed at Xiao. The blade's gleam resembled a silver thread, threatening to cleave the world in two. Xiao, seeing this, narrowed his eyes sharply as an eagle, unhesitatingly deploying the phantom step. In an instant, his figure transformed into a series of afterimages, ghost-like in their agility. With a nimble pivot, he evaded the fierce strike, the blade merely grazing the hem of his clothing. Chutai's strike missed. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is it truly a celestial class battle skill? How can it afford you such a tremendous boost in power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His voice trembled slightly, laced with fear and resentment. Xiao landed steadily. Gripping the Xuanzhong tightly, he declared in a low voice, "Come, let us have a proper duel. I'll ensure you understand your demise." Chutai was thoroughly incensed by Xiao's words, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Umph. Even if it's a celestial class battle skill, you're merely a fighter. I don't believe you can endure for long. This night shall mark your end." Before his words faded, he unleashed his signature move, the instant strike. This time, his speed was even greater, the blade's gleam flashing with residual images, the air filled with a hissing sound of slicing wind. Xiao, refusing to underestimate his opponent, executed the phantom step to its fullest extent, surging towards Chutai's attack like a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, they crossed paths, the impact resonating like a thunderspell as Xiao's Xuanzhong collided heavily with Chutai's long blade. Chapter 136, Victory. The collision unleashed a wave of force that rippled outward from their epicenter, sending sand and stones spiraling into the air, creating a massive cloud of dust. In that moment, Chutai felt an overwhelming force surging through the long blade, akin to a tidal wave threatening to engulf him entirely. His arm went numb, the grip of his hand splitting, blood cascading down the blade's handle. Like a kite severed from its string, he was uncontrollably hurled backward, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dust flying. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face marred by terror and despair. Xiao, seizing the advantage, his eyes flashing with determination, shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Raising the Xuanzhong high, it gleamed coldly under the moonlight. He advanced step by step towards Chutai, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, exuding a formidable aura. Chutai was struck with dread. He never anticipated Xiao's strength to be so terrifying. As an adept in speed and assassination, he now found himself frantically evading Xiao's relentless barrage. Chutai dodged left and right, weaving through the dust cloud, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Yet, Xiao's onslaught was like an unyielding tide, the Xuanzhong striking with relentless precision, creating shadows of darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The Xuanzhong repeatedly slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Chutai was left in disarray, several wounds appearing on his body, blood staining his garments. After a few failed evasions, he sensed his stamina waning, his movements growing sluggish. Xiao keenly seized the opening, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he growled, "Prepare to die." Accelerating, he swung the Xuanzhong high, channeling immense power towards Chutai's chest. Chutai attempted to evade, but his body betrayed him. Despair washed over him as he widened his eyes, watching the Xuanzhong draw closer. With a dull thud, the Xuanzhong struck Chu Tai's chest, producing a resonant sound. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a stone table, shattering it into fragments. Slowly, Chu Tai slumped down amidst the debris, breathless. Xiaoyan stepped forward, steadily placing the Xuanzhong against Chu Tai's neck, the shaft brushing against his skin, producing a faint sound of friction. "Speak. Who sent you?" Xiaoyan spoke, and upon hearing this, Chu Tai merely snorted coldly. Subsequently, he spat out a mouthful of blood but remained silent. Observing this, a faint smile of confidence crept onto Xiaoyan's lips as he remarked, "Humph. Even if you do not speak, I already know. It must be the Yuehua family or the Gali family. I never expected that within just half a month. They would be so impatient." As his words fell, an abrupt shift in Xiaoyan's aura occurred. The muscles in his arms tensed instantly, veins bulging as he summoned his strength. The Xuanzhong in his hand, imbued with immense power, came crashing down. With a dull thud, akin to a heavy object striking a sandbag, Chu Tai's body soared like a kite with its string cut, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The life force of this third-star dome master dissipated rapidly, his eyes wide open, seemingly unwilling to close in death. Yao Lao, who had been discreetly observing the battle from the sidelines, slowly withdrew his external power upon witnessing Xiaoyan's successful defeat of Chu Tai. Xiaoyan was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense weakness, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Ling Ying, hidden in the shadows, kept a vigilant watch over the proceedings. Noticing that Xiaoyan was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, then leaped away, vanishing in a few swift movements as if she had never been there at all. After catching his breath, Xiaoyan mustered his strength to approach Chu Tai's lifeless body, beginning his search for valuables. His movements were adept and swift. He first removed the spatial ring from Chu Tai's finger and then thoroughly searched his clothing, leaving no corner untouched for potential hidden items. Once he confirmed that nothing was overlooked, Xiaoyan turned and walked back inside the room. Upon entering, he slumped into a chair, exhaustion etched across his face. At that moment, Yao Lao emerged slowly from the ring, a hint of concern on his face. "How did it go, young one? How was my power?" Xiaoyan lifted his head, a grateful smile illuminating his features. "Had it not been for you, master, I might not have even had the strength to escape." Hearing this, Yao Lao stroked his beard and chuckled. "Have you not yet considered your rewards?" Xiaoyan nodded, shaking off his fatigue, and laid all the items he had scavenged from Chu Tai onto the table. Before him lay 2 ancient scrolls, their intricate patterns clearly visible. 3 bottles of elixirs, 3 first-tier magical beast cores, and 2 second-tier magical beast cores. In addition, there were some herbs of mediocre quality and a substantial quantity of gold coins that shimmered brilliantly in the light. Yao Lao picked up the 2 scrolls, occasionally nodding or frowning slightly. One scroll contained a low-level Xian-tier combat technique known as the Instant Slash, while the other held a high-level Xian-tier technique called the Breath Concealment Technique. After placing the scrolls back on the table, he took the 3 jade bottles, uncorked them one by one, and sniffed lightly at their contents, his face betraying a touch of disdain. The 3 elixirs were a blood recovery pill, an explosive chi pill, and a chi nurturing pill. However, the craftsmanship was crude, and their quality left much to be desired. Standing beside him, Xiaoyan's gaze followed Yao Lao's actions, furrowing his brow upon hearing the evaluation of the pills. Nevertheless, considering they were second-tier elixirs, they could still fetch a decent price. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Master, is it still necessary for me to practice these 2 combat techniques?" Yao Lao turned to face Xiaoyan, saying, "Young one, the path of cultivation lies in specialization. Your primary task now is to master the flame-devouring wave to perfection. This is the key to enhancing your strength at this stage. Once you can wield the flame-devouring wave with ease, then you may practice the breath concealment technique. If mastered, it may prove invaluable in critical moments, allowing you to obscure your movements and strike unexpectedly." At this point, Yao Lao paused and glanced at the Instant Slash scroll on the table, his tone laced with disdain. "As for the Instant Slash, given your talent and potential, it is truly unnecessary to waste time on it." Xiaoyan listened attentively to every word Yao Lao spoke, nodding in agreement as he contemplated inwardly. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, and the moonlight cascaded like water into the room. Xiaoyan glanced out the window, realizing how late it had grown, and began tidying up the items on the table before lying down to sleep. Chapter 137. Corpse for 3 days. Night enveloped the Xiao residence, the moonlight spilling like water onto the courtyard's stone slabs, draping the entire estate in a silvery veil. Ling Ying, like a ghostly figure, returned quietly, her steps hurried as she made her way directly to Xiao Suner's quarters. She understood that the occurrences in the back mountain must be reported to the young lady without delay. With a soft creak, Ling Ying gently pushed open the door, where the flickering candlelight danced. Xiao Suner, her gaze as clear as water, fell upon Ling Ying as she softly inquired, "Ling Ying, you have returned. Did you uncover anything during your excursion?" Ling Ying stepped forward, kneeling on one knee respectfully as she replied, "Miss, an incident occurred in the back mountain. Young Master Xiaoyan was attacked by a third Star Dome Master." "What?" Xiao Suner's calm demeanor instantly shifted, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern. How is Brother Xiaoyan? Was he harmed? Seeing her reaction, Ling Ying inwardly sighed at the young lady's concern for Xiao Yin and quickly reassured her. "Do not worry, Mississippi young Master Xiao Yin is favored by fortune. Not only was he unharmed, but he also successfully executed the heavenly tier technique Ghostly Ascendance to counterattack and kill that third Star Dome Master." Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner's taut nerves finally relaxed, a gentle sigh of relief escaping her lips as a soft smile returned to her face. "That is good, as long as Brother Xiaoyan is safe." However, before she could fully set her mind at ease, a deeper confusion surged within her. Her delicate brows knitted together as she pressed further. "You said Brother Xiaoyan used a heavenly tier technique called Ghostly Ascendance? How can this be possible?" Ling Ying nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Miss, the heavenly tier technique young Master Xiaoyan used was indeed Ghostly Ascendance. The situation was dire. The third Star Dome Master was formidable, and young Master Xiao Yin managed to turn the tide by employing this technique at a critical moment." Xiao Suner rose to her feet, pacing slowly as she murmured to herself, "Does the Xiao family possess a heavenly tier technique called Ghostly Ascendance? Why have I never heard of it? Given Brother Xiaoyan's current strength, it should not be possible for him to execute a heavenly tier technique." Her gaze brimmed with confusion as her mind raced with various possibilities. Yet she could not arrive at a reasonable conclusion. After a long moment, Xiao Suner stopped her pacing, shaking her head lightly, a faint smile of resignation appearing. "Forget it. If I cannot comprehend it, then I shall not dwell on it. Brother Xiao Yin has always been fortunate. Perhaps he has encountered some fortuitous event." Ling Ying nodded again, equally filled with doubt. The notion of a mere fighter wielding a heavenly tier technique seemed utterly implausible, leaving an unsettling sensation in the air. However, the undeniable truth he witnessed compelled him to believe. Ling Ying couldn't help but quietly lament in his heart that Xiao Yin seemed to harbor countless secrets, evading comprehension. The following morning, as gentle sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the courtyard, a young boy delivering medicine hummed a disjointed tune. His steps light as he approached Xiaoyan's residence. At this hour, the courtyard was typically serene, yet today, an unusual atmosphere abruptly halted the boy's steps. He wrinkled his nose, a faint scent of blood in the air sent a chill through him. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, the boy's eyes widened in shock, his medicine box clattering to the ground. There, in the courtyard, lay a corpse, blood long dried, congealed into dark red patches on the ground. A sight both harrowing and grotesque. The boy's face turned pale, his lips trembled as he struggled to scream, as if something had lodged in his throat. After a moment, he finally let out a piercing cry. "Help! Someone has died." This scream shattered the tranquility of the Xiao household like a stone cast into a still lake. Footsteps rushed in from all directions. The family servants, faces pale with dread, whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Xiaozhan and the three elders hurried over upon receiving the news. Xiaozhan's expression was grave, his steps hurried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The three elders wore serious faces, with the eldest furrowing his brow, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. At that moment, Xiaoyan had just finished breakfast, practicing with the Xianzhong, seemingly indifferent to the corpse on the ground. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, the tension in Xiaozhan's eyes shifted to concern as he stepped forward, grasping Xiaoyan's shoulders, scrutinizing him closely. "Yinner, are you all right? What has happened?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with worry. Xiaoyan smiled gently, his expression imbued with confidence and composure. "Father, there is no need for concern. Last night, this man attempted to assassinate me, but I managed to turn the tables." The eldest elder erupted in fury upon hearing this, his fists clenched, knuckles cracking ominously. "It's obvious even to a fool that it must be the Aoba and Gailey families. Do they really think the Xiao family is weak and easily bullied? Yinner, I shall seek vengeance for you at once." With that, the eldest elder turned to summon others. The second and third elders nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with anger, ready to follow the eldest elder into action. They understood that Xiao Yin was a rare talent in alchemy for the Xiao family and their hope for the future. He must not be harmed in any way. Seeing their reaction, Xiao Yin quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched to block the three elders. "Elders, please, do not rush. The longer we wait, the more frantic they will become. The Xiao family merely needs to develop steadily, accumulating strength. When the time is ripe, the other two prominent families in Wutan City will be at our mercy." At this moment, Xiaozhan noticed the corpse on the ground and frowned slightly, crouching down to examine the deceased's face closely. After a moment, he slowly rose, a look of confusion crossing his features. "I believe I have seen this person before. He is a wanted criminal from the neighboring Suotua city, known as the Bloodthirsty Mercenary. Chu Tai. His strength is on par with a 3-star Dome Master. Yenner, how did he meet his demise?" He looked at Xiao Yan, curiosity and astonishment evident in his eyes. After all, for Xiao Yan, a mere fighter, to have slain someone of Chu Tai's caliber was truly unfathomable. The eldest elder spoke slowly, his voice laced with irritation. "Patriarch, why all the questions? Everyone has their secrets. Do not press Yenner further." What we need to discuss is how to handle this situation. Xiao Zhan's gaze hardened as he looked upon Chu Tai's corpse, coldly stating, "Humph. This matter concerns the dignity of our Xiao family. We cannot let it pass lightly." Chu Tai, as a 3-star Dome Master, had the audacity to attempt to assassinate Yenner. This is an unforgivable crime. Issue a notice declaring his identity and display his corpse for 3 days, so that all may know the fate of those who offend the Xiao family. Soon, news of the 3-star Dome Master Chu Tai's assassination attempt on the esteemed alchemist Xiao Yan spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Wutan City. Chapter 138, Undercurrents Rising. In the streets and alleys, people buzzed with conversation. Have you heard? A 3-star Dome Master named Chu Tai from Suatua City came to Wutan City to assassinate Xiao Yan, the esteemed alchemist of the Xiao family, only to be killed in the process. A vendor said mysteriously to a nearby listener. Indeed, the Xiao family is furious this time, even displaying Chu Tai's corpse for 3 days. What a fool, daring to offend an alchemist. Another chimed in. It seems we must tread carefully around the Xiao family from now on, especially that Xiao Yan, a young one, yet already an esteemed alchemist with boundless potential. It is likely that, henceforth, the 3 major families of Wutan City will hold the Xiao family in high regard. Those who had previously feared the rise of the Xiao family and harbored ill intentions towards Xiao Yan were temporarily quelled by this news. They understood that the Xiao family was genuinely enraged. Anyone bold enough to act rashly would likely meet the same fate as Chu Tai. A month later, as the sun rose, the morning light cascaded unobstructed over the back mountain of the Xiao family, draping this tranquil place in a brilliant golden veil. A gentle breeze rustled through the grass and trees, producing a soft whisper. Xiao Yan stood tall in an open area, his figure slender and resolute. He gripped the Xianzhong firmly, its dark body adorned with mysterious patterns, glinting coldly in the sunlight, complementing his steady demeanor. At this moment, his doqi surged around him like a mighty tide, echoing with the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls. Flame-devouring wave. Xiao Yan bellowed fiercely, his voice resonating like a thunderclap through the mountains. He raised the Xianzhong high, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging, radiating an unstoppable momentum as he brought it crashing down. The slice through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, akin to a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, the Xianzhong struck a massive boulder nearby. The boulder, incredibly hard, was impervious to ordinary blades, yet under the force of this powerful strike imbued with formidable doqi, it was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere tofu. The boulder split apart, the edges smooth and even, remnants of doqi reverberating through the air. Yao Lao stood nearby, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, his eyes filled with admiration. Well done. In just a month, you have made considerable progress with this low-level Earth-tier Do technique. However, your cultivation level is still too low. Even if you execute this technique, it cannot unleash its true power. Xiao Yan panted slightly, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, a humble smile gracing his face. Master, I understand. I fear it will be necessary for me to become a great Dome Master and be able to externalize my doqi before I can truly harness the power of the flame-devouring wave. With that, he secured the Xianzhong firmly on his back, preparing to continue his training. After a brief pause, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he asked, Master, has there been any progress on the mysterious leather armor we discussed earlier? Yao Lao chuckled lightly, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. You mean the hidden paper? There is not a shred of clue. Upon hearing this, a brief flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yan's face, and he pouted, feeling somewhat speechless. How could one remain so cheerful despite the lack of progress? Reflecting on the insights he had gained in alchemy during this time, a surge of confidence welled up within him. He felt that the moment for a breakthrough was almost upon him, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became a second-tier alchemist. Just as Xiao Yan was lost in his aspirations for the future, the elderly alchemist suddenly shifted his demeanor and instantly retreated into the ring. Simultaneously, a light, graceful sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Brother Xiao Yan. A melodious and enchanting voice shattered the tranquility of the forest, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Sweet and resonant, Xiao Yan turned to see Xiao Suner approaching in a flowing purple dress. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes resembled a clear spring, bright and crystalline. Under the sun's rays, she radiated an ethereal and captivating aura. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yan's eyes, and a warm smile graced his lips. Suner, what brings you here? Xiao Suner pouted slightly, feigning anger, and replied coolly, Brother Xiao Yan only knows training, never coming to accompany me. Her playful demeanor added an extra layer of charm. Xiao Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose, a hint of apology on his face. Suner, I've been rather busy, you know? With alchemy and training every day. I need to exert myself to match an exceptional person like you in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner's cheeks flushed faintly, blooming like peach blossoms in spring, enchanting and lovely. She lowered her head and softly said, Then Brother Xiao Yan should also balance work and rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Seeing the shy Xiao Suner, Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with tenderness as he chuckled. All right. Since Suno has said so, I shall set aside my training today to accompany you for a stroll. With that, Xiao Yan walked beside Xiao Suner, and the two strolled leisurely away from the back mountain of the Xiao family. Outside the Xiao residence, a flurry of activity unfolded. with many small vendors relying on the Xiao family for their livelihood. Meanwhile, in the shadows surrounding the estate, several dark figures lurked, like specters. Their varied attire contrasting with their furtive glances at the entrance of the Xiao residence. One burly butcher cautiously leaned forward, his gaze fixated on the movements of the estate, whispering, "Brothers, keep a close watch. Do not let any slightest disturbance escape your notice. Rest assured, boss, we've been here for several days, nothing will go awry," responded a slender peddler, excitement and tension evident in his eyes. Just then, the gates of the Xiao residence creaked open, and Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner emerged side by side. The figures in the shadows instantly perked up, their focus honing in on them. "Report back to the clan leader. The target has appeared," the burly man ordered in a hushed tone to a shorter companion. The small figure nodded and vanished into the darkness like a flash of black lightning. It seemed that after waiting so long, their plan was finally set to commence. Another merchant licked his lips, an impatient expression crossing his face. "Everyone, stay calm. Do not alert the snake by stirring the grass. Proceed according to the plan. Before long." The figures outside the Xiao residence disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a profound silence. However, their every move was not concealed from Ling Ying, who perpetually lurked in the shadows. With his prowess, even in the small city of Wutan, he could walk with authority throughout the entire Jiama Empire. Ling Ying smirked slightly, not overly concerned, as he quietly observed everything, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The elderly alchemist within the ring also sensed something amiss, but he trusted that Xiaoyan had undoubtedly noticed those who were secretly observing him. Chapter 139, A Picnic. Xiaoyan indeed noticed the unusual presence lurking in the shadows. His heart tightened slightly. Yet his expression remained calm as he continued to engage in light-hearted banter with Xiao Suner. "Suner, shall we head to the auction house? I need to procure some medicinal herbs. After that, I promise to accompany you for a stroll outside the city." Xiaoyan turned to Xiao Suner, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his eyes filled with affection. Xiao Suner, upon hearing this, sparkled with surprise, responding cheerfully, "All right, brother Xiaoyan. I've longed to see the outskirts of the city." The two linked arms, their steps light as they headed towards the auction house. As soon as they entered the bustling and clamorous auction house, a wave of noise surged into their ears. At that moment, a voluptuous female attendant approached with a professional, sweet smile, gliding gracefully towards them. She slightly bowed, her demeanor elegant, and softly spoke, "Young Master Xiaoyan. Miss Suner, please wait a moment. Miss Yufei will be here shortly." Before long, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as the alluring figure of Yufei emerged before them. She was still clad in a fitted red qipao, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous form. The intricate embroidery on her attire shimmered under the lights, resembling a flowing painting. Yufei gracefully approached Xiaoyan, her lips parting with a teasing smile. "Little brother Xiaoyan, what brings you here? Are you here to settle your debts?" Xiaoyan's lips curled into a confident smile, replying playfully, "More or less. I'm also here to purchase some medicinal herbs. I've encountered a bit of a bottleneck in my training lately and need to concoct some elixirs for assistance." Yufei covered her mouth with a laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells, resonating around them. "Great. Little brother Xiaoyan can do as he pleases. Should you have any requests, feel free to let your sister know. I'll certainly assist you." With that, she led the way, her figure swaying gently as she guided Xiaoyan and Suner towards the VIP lounge. Along their path, numerous gazes were drawn to them, especially towards Xiaoyan, who had gained a modicum of fame in Wutan City. Many regarded him with curiosity and intrigue. Soon, under Yufei's guidance, they arrived at the lounge where Xiaoyan had previously visited. After everyone settled down, Xiaoyan calmly raised his hand, and a flash of light appeared as a low-level Xian class Do technique, Instant Slash, along with 3 vials of second-tier elixirs, materialized on the table. Instantly, Yufei's gaze towards Xiaoyan transformed, filled with astonishment and curiosity. She delicately picked up one of the jade vials, slowly opened the cap, and brought it to her nose for a gentle sniff. Her focused expression conveyed a sense of professionalism. "Little brother Xiaoyan, is this the second-tier elixir you concocted?" She looked up, her eyes brimming with questions and anticipation. Xiaoyan gently shook his head, his expression calm and his tone laced with a hint of disdain. "It was merely an unexpected acquisition. I would never concoct something of such inferior quality." As his words fell, Xiaoyan retrieved a piece of paper from his storage ring and handed it to Yufei. "These are the medicinal herbs I seek. I hope Miss Yufei will keep an eye out. If you have any stock during this period, please notify me immediately. As for gold coins, Miss Yufei can decide the amount. I trust your integrity." Yufei accepted the note, her eyes quickly scanning its contents, and in an instant, a flicker of shock crossed her gaze. The herbs listed were all rare items typically used for concocting 4th or 5th-tier elixirs. She could not help but harbor even greater speculation regarding Xiaoyan, given the strength he had exhibited and his confidence in alchemy. Coupled with his demand for such high-level materials, it was likely that this young man had a mentor whose abilities rivaled that of the president of the Alchemist Guild. "Fa-ma." Yufei raised her head, her look towards Xiaoyan now filled with a mix of respect and curiosity, smiling as she said, "Little brother Xiaoyan, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic to me. Rest assured, I will keep your request close to my heart." Xiao Suner gazed quietly at Xiaoyan and Yufei as they finalized the details of their transaction. She gently urged. All right, the matters have been settled. My brother Xiaoyan and I shall take our leave. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaoyan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a helpless smile. Yefei, with a faint smile gracing her lips, waved her hand and said, very well, allow me to see you off. With that, she gracefully stepped forward, guiding Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner toward the entrance of the auction house. Along the way, her red qipao swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming flame, capturing the attention of many onlookers. As they reached the bustling entrance of the auction house, Yefei suddenly halted, her expression growing serious. Leaning closer to Xiaoyan, she lowered her voice and warned, Xiaoyan, my dear brother, I am aware of your formidable strength. However, there are numerous ways to bring about someone's demise. Please exercise caution. A tightening sensation gripped Xiaoyan's heart, and confusion surged within him. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Yefei shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from asking more questions. With a resigned nod, Xiaoyan temporarily suppressed his curiosity. After bidding farewell to Yefei, Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner departed from the bustling town, making their way outside the city. A gentle breeze caressed them, lifting their hair as they walked. The scenery beyond the city was strikingly beautiful, with verdant mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, offering a stark contrast to the city's clamor, imbued with tranquility and peace. Before long, they arrived at a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed gently, sparkling under the sun's rays. Xiaoyan, feeling inspired, turned to Xiao Suner with a smile. Suner, I shall catch some fish and shrimp for you, and prepare a delightful meal for lunch. Xiao Suner's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yes, brother Xiaoyan, I believe you will catch plenty. Rolling up his trousers, Xiaoyan stepped into the cool stream, the water brushing against his ankles and providing a refreshing sensation. He crouched low, his eyes fixated on the movements beneath the surface, his hands gently probing the water. Suddenly, he lunged forward, swiftly capturing a swimming shrimp. Haha, I've got one, he exclaimed with glee. Xiao Suner clapped her hands from the shore, cheerfully declaring, Brother Xiaoyan, you are amazing. Encouraged by her praise, Xiaoyan worked diligently, soon gathering a bountiful catch of fish and shrimp. Afterward, Xiaoyan found a flat spot by the stream and skillfully kindled a fire. He cleaned the fish and shrimp, skewering them with twigs before placing them over the flames to roast. His movements were fluid and practiced, occasionally turning the food and sprinkling spices from his storage ring. An enticing aroma soon filled the air, making Xiao Suner salivate. Brother Xiaoyan, how did you acquire such exceptional culinary skills? She asked, her curiosity evident in her eyes. As he flipped the fish, Xiaoyan chuckled and replied, I honed my skills while training in the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountains. Before long, the fish and shrimp were ready. Xiaoyan offered the cooked delicacies to Xiao Suner. Try this and see if my cooking satisfies your palate. Xiao Suner took a delicate bite, and the tender fish melted in her mouth, bursting with flavor. This is delicious, brother Xiaoyan. You are truly the greatest chef in the world, she exclaimed, her face radiating happiness. After their satisfying meal, Xiaoyan and Xiao Suner lay on the soft grass, gazing up at the azure sky. The warm sunlight enveloped them, evoking a profound sense of comfort. They remained silent, reveling in the serenity and harmony of the moment. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted nearby. Help! Someone is abducting a maiden. The sharp, terrified cries shattered the tranquil atmosphere. An arrogant voice followed. Oh, little beauty. I, young Master Galio, have a penchant for village girls. No matter how loud you scream, no one will come to your rescue. In this Wutan city, no one dares to oppose me. A group of individuals swaggered toward Wutan City, led by the extravagantly dressed yet haughty Galio, followed by several imposing lackeys. They paid no heed to the few passers-by on the road, who were too intimidated to intervene. Xiao Suner, comfortably nestled in Xiaoyan's embrace, was momentarily disturbed by the commotion. Her cheeks flushed with indignation, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with anger and injustice. She tugged at Xiaoyan's sleeve, urgently imploring, Brother Xiaoyan, please teach them a lesson. Seeing her adorable yet furious expression, Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile, a glimmer of affection in his eyes. As you wish, he responded. With that, he stood up leisurely, his stride steady as he approached the middle of the road, exuding a commanding presence. Release that girl. Step aside. Xiaoyan's voice rang clear and strong, echoing along the official path. The sudden proclamation left Galio and his lackeys momentarily stunned. Galio's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone dared to obstruct him in Wutan City, right before his eyes. After a brief silence, his face turned a mix of green and pale with rage, and he glared fiercely at Xiaoyan, bellowing, Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you not know who I, Galio, am? Xiaoyan remained unfazed, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Put her down, and you can leave without further embarrassment. Galio, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke. First, he scoffed. Then, in a fit of rage, he cackled, Huh? You seek death? Today, I shall see just how capable you are to act so brazenly before me. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Xiaoyan, as if intending to devour him whole. However, in the next instant, the onlookers witnessed a shadow fly backward at an even greater speed. Galio crashed heavily to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, his pain screams echoing as he flailed helplessly, his face a portrait of agony and shock. The 4 lackeys hurriedly rushed to Galio's side, frantically helping him up, their faces etched with anxiety and anger. One particularly sharp-faced lackey, his eyes wide as saucers, shouted at Xiao, "Young master, are you all right? Kid, you are doomed. How dare you provoke the Galio family? You will find no refuge in Wutan City." Once Galio was helped to his feet, he staggered briefly before regaining his balance. Wiping the blood from his mouth with trembling hands, he cast a venomous glare at Xiao. Inching closer to the woman he had attempted to abduct. "Humph, I can see this round. Just wait, kid. I, Galio, will settle this score." The expression of gritted teeth seemed as if he wished to subject Xiao to 1,000 tortures. As his words echoed in the air, Galio suddenly summoned his fighting spirit, unhesitatingly striking the woman with a powerful palm. This blow, laden with his fury and resentment, bore such immense force that the woman was utterly unable to withstand it. In an instant, her body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, spewing a mouthful of blood in Xiaoyan's direction. A flicker of urgency flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and caught the woman securely. Taking advantage of Xiaoyan's momentary distraction, Galio and a few of his lackeys exchanged glances and swiftly turned to flee. Xiaoyan, gazing at the bloodstained corner of the girl's mouth and his arms, wore a concerned expression. He turned to Xiao Suner and said, "Suner, feed her a healing pill." Xiao Suner promptly retrieved a pill from her bosom, but just as she was about to approach, the girl weakly shook her head. "Thank you for saving me." The girl's voice was faint, her breath unsteady, yet a peculiar smile adorned her face. Just as Xiaoyan opened his mouth to inquire further, the girl suddenly opened her mouth wide, unleashing a plume of green mist that surged toward Xiaoyan like a venomous dragon. The abruptness of this turn of events took Xiao Suner by surprise, her eyes widening in terror as she attempted to intervene, but it was far too late. Xiaoyan felt a sense of foreboding. Instinctively, he closed his mouth and, with a forceful motion, hurled the girl away from him. However, the green mist was too swift, enveloping his nose, eyes, and ears. The girl, thrown into the air, executed a flip and landed gracefully on her feet. Her previously fragile demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of triumph and arrogance. "Humph, task accomplished. The soul-devouring poison of my purple demonis is not so easily resolved. Boy, you shall never use your fighting spirit again in this lifetime." With that, she erupted into a sharp, mocking laughter, filled with derision and scorn. Xiao Suner's eyes brimmed with panic and concern as she hurriedly presented the pill to Xiaoyan, her voice trembling with urgency. "Brother Xiaoyan, this is a spirit essence pill. It has detoxifying properties. You must take it." Yet Xiaoyan remained calm, gently shaking his head. He placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Suner's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "Suner, I am fine. Do not worry." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the woman known as the Purple Demoness let out a piercing laugh, akin to a night owl's call, sending chills down one's spine. "Fine," she scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "Even a Douwang powerhouse cannot withstand my poison, let alone a reckless boy like you. Prepare to become a mere husk." Chapter 141. Such poisoning. Xiaoyan scoffed, the sound echoing sharply through the quiet forest. "Humph, you think you can obstruct me?" With that, he propelled himself forward like a leopard, the weighty ruler in his hand slicing through the air toward the Purple Demoness with tremendous force. The Purple Demoness momentarily displayed a hint of panic, but quickly regained her composure. In an instant, a thin layer of purple fighting spirit enveloped her, undulating like gentle waves. Simultaneously, she nimbly retreated several steps, her movements as graceful as a specter. "Damn it, how can you still utilize your fighting spirit?" The Purple Demoness's eyes were wide with disbelief. She had thought her meticulously crafted poison trap had rendered Xiaoyan defenseless, but his actions shattered her expectations. Xiaoyan's lips curled into a confident smile as he declared, "Your poison is merely child's play to me." In truth, just moments before, when the Purple Demoness' poisonous mist began to spread, Xiaoyan sensed something amiss. The medicinal elder swiftly took control of his body, his robust fighting spirit surging like a tidal wave through his meridians, sealing all his acupoints with haste. As his words fell, Xiaoyan's speed surged, his figure transforming into a bolt of black lightning, the weighty ruler crashing down upon the Purple Demoness' chest with unyielding determination. The Purple Demoness had no time to react, only feeling an overwhelming force crashing toward her. "Pooh!" She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a tree several yards away. The tree groaned under the impact, branches and leaves cascading down. "Spare my life, would you, young master? If you let me live tonight, I shall belong to you," the Purple Demoness pleaded, her eyes filled with fear, her voice tinged with desperation. Xiaoyan approached the Purple Demoness with deliberate steps, his gaze icy, reminiscent of frost in a cold night. "Did you poison your private areas as well?" Upon hearing this, the Purple Demoness' expression froze, the color draining from her face, leaving it as pale as parchment. She could never have anticipated that her deeply concealed scheme would be so effortlessly unveiled by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, equally astonished, felt as though he had stepped into the pages of a novel where such tactics were employed. In an instant, he cast aside any hesitation, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Raising the weighty ruler high once more, he struck down with inexorable force upon the purple demoness head. Before she could even emit a single cry of despair, she instantly lost all signs of life. Having dealt with the purple demoness, Xiao exhaled deeply, retracting the weighty ruler. At that moment, Xiao sooner rushed to his side, her eyes filled with concern as she softly asked, "Brother Xiao, after using your fighting spirit, do you feel unwell?" Xiao shook his head, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he replied, "It's nothing, Sooner. Let us return. It is still somewhat unsafe outside the city." Xiao Sooner nodded, her delicate hand gently linking with Xiao Yan's arm. And together they made their way toward the city of Wutan. That night, the back mountain of the Xiao family lay shrouded in a thick, inky darkness. Silence enveloping the area, save for the occasional chirping of insects, which only deepened the tranquility of the forest. Xiao had already arranged all the necessary herbs for concocting a 6th-grade pill in the clearing, the moonlight casting a glow upon his face, revealing a blend of anticipation and tension. "Master, will concocting a 6th-grade pill affect your soul?" Xiao raised his gaze. Concern etched in his eyes as he looked at the ethereal figure of the medicinal elder hovering beside him. The medicinal elder's lips curled into a grin as he let out a hearty laugh. "Humph. Silly boy, you needn't worry about that. Just watch closely and learn diligently." Xiao nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the medicinal elder, then paused to add, "But we only have this one set of herbs. Please do not falter, master." Upon hearing this, the medicinal elder playfully scolded him, giving Xiao a light swat on the back of his head, feigning anger as he said, "Just focus on watching me. Stop fretting unnecessarily." No sooner had he spoken than a burst of ghostly white flames suddenly ignited in the medicinal elder's hand. As the flames appeared, the temperature in the vicinity surged, and Xiao felt a wave of heat wash over him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of being the 11th-ranked bone spirit cold fire, it was incredibly formidable. The flames danced, casting flickering white light that illuminated the figures of the medicinal elder and Xiao, rendering them both enigmatic within the tranquil backdrop of the mountain. Following this, the medicinal elder commenced the alchemical process. He skillfully manipulated the ethereal cold fire, first gently lifting the Qingming fruit and placing it into the flames. As soon as the fruit made contact with the fire, it emitted a sizzling sound, its surface swiftly enveloped by a layer of white flame, beginning to melt gradually. The elder, while controlling the heat, turned to Xiao and said, "Pay close attention. The Qingming fruit possesses a hard texture, enduring the refining process. One must not rush the heat. We must slowly evoke its internal medicinal essence." Xiao fixated on every movement of the elder, hardly daring to blink, and responded, "Yes, master, I am watching." Subsequently, the elder added the royal life essence and the 10,000-year green vine among other herbs into the flames. With each addition, the color and form of the fire underwent subtle transformations, prompting the elder to precisely adjust the heat accordingly. While occupied, he patiently explained to Xiao, "This 10,000-year green vine is exceptionally resilient. During refinement, it is crucial to maintain an even flame, ensuring no single area is overheated, lest the medicinal power dissipate." Xiao observed closely, mentally noting every detail, and whenever uncertainty arose, he promptly questioned the elder, "Master, what remedies are there if the flames become uneven?" The elder would, while continuing his work, provide thorough explanations. If the flames are uneven, one must guide them using spiritual force to adjust the flame's direction. As the herbs were gradually refined, an extraordinary fragrance began to permeate the air, growing increasingly intense, as if heralding the impending formation of the elixir. At that moment, the previously tranquil night sky was abruptly swept by a fierce wind, the howling breeze rustling the surrounding trees. Soon, under the elder's masterful control, a furnace of Qiming longevity was produced.